The man was originally an ordinary college student, but he suddenly had a dream that felt like a past life. 3 days later, the zombies spread rapidly. One man in the men's dormitory was bitten by a zombie and became infected, attacking the others. Ultimately, the man and his roommate, Su Chidong, successfully escaped. Through their efforts, the two awakened supernatural abilities and gradually rose to prominence in the apocalypse. They successfully established a powerful community, even rivaling the community in Kyoto. However, during one of their explorations of the ruins, they encountered a seventh-tier guardian. They ultimately met a tragic end within the ruins. Back in reality, Fong Lanbai stood by the window. In this life, I will obtain the strongest forbidden artifact. Forbidden items are the most powerful items in the ruins, almost equivalent to another superpower. Fong Lanbai knew that the forbidden item 004 in the demon city was the dark demon essence. It was a necklace. The necklace contains a young Thunder Prison demon dragon. If the contract is successfully formed, Fong Lanbai will become the strongest being in the entire world. He prepared supplies within 3 days, making all the necessary preparations for the apocalypse. As dawn broke, Fong Lanbai quietly left his dormitory. He had no classes today, so he had time to prepare everything. He received a message from his girlfriend, Yi Qingyao. "Good morning. I have an 8 a.m. shift today." Fong Lanbai glanced at it, a warm feeling welling up inside him. He and Yi Qingyao had been together since high school. Despite his poor family background, Yi Qingyao never looked down on him. On the contrary, she always encouraged him with a smile. Fong Lanbai decided to bring her breakfast, thinking that she probably hadn't eaten breakfast again. He quickly found Yi Qingyao's classroom. She sat in her seat, shining like a star. Fong Lanbai walked up to her and asked in a low voice, "Miss, is anyone here?" Yi Qingyao looked up and saw it was him, a smile flashing in her eyes. "No, sit down." Yi Qingyao looked at Fong Lanbai. "We just met yesterday, and you already miss me?" Fong Lanbai smiled. "It's nothing. I just suddenly wanted to see you." Looking at her, Fong Lanbai felt a strong urge to protect her. The streets of Shanghai were bustling with people, and all sorts of people walked past him. But soon, these people will all turn into zombies, and only food and water can sustain their lives. A few will awaken superpowers and no longer be afraid of zombies. Only by becoming a superhuman can one avoid being infected by zombies. But zombies will continue to evolve and may even become zombie kings. He approached his roommates Li Ruasia and Su Chidong, borrowing over 6,000 yuan from them. Yi Qingyao also borrowed 10,000 yuan. Next, Fong Lanbai went to a nearby small shop to stock up on some supplies. The shop owner leaned back in his chair and asked, "Have you received any big orders yet?" Fong Lanbai listed the supplies: 50 boxes of mineral water, 200 boxes of bread, and some canned goods and high-calorie foods. The boss immediately jumped up from his chair and busied himself taking down the order. "Okay, young man, I'll get it ready right away." After discussing it with the boss, we agreed that the supplies would be delivered to the Jinhui Hotel in 3 days. The Jinhui Hotel is a 5-star hotel in the vicinity. Fong Lanbai arrived at the hotel reception. "I need a room for an extended stay." The receptionist was taken aback. "Extended stay? It's all right. I'll stay in 3 days and settle the bill then," Fong Lanbai said casually. The girl at the front desk hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed and accepted the deposit of 1,000 yuan. In the past, Fong Lanbai was the leader of one of the 3 major forces in Shanghai, leading the superhumans to defend against the zombie invasion from the Golden Radiance Hotel. Now, he aims to completely unify Shanghai and control the entire city. Back in the dormitory, Li Ruasia and Su Chidong were playing video games. Wang Tsunghua, who was in the dormitory, suddenly interjected, "Going to see your little girlfriend again? I'm telling you, you can't hold on to her. You should give up sooner rather than later." He wanted to get close to Yi Qingyao, but he never won her favor. Fong Lanbai's voice was low. "What did you say?" Then, he suddenly slapped Wang Tsunghua across the face, leaving Wang Tsunghua stunned. Fong Lanbai's reaction completely shocked him. Fong Lanbai grabbed Wang Tsunghua by the neck and said, "You won't live much longer, otherwise I wouldn't mind sending you on your way." "Brother Fong, you're so awesome," Li Ruasia exclaimed excitedly. "All right, let's go eat." Fong Lanbai responded calmly. The canteen was bustling with noise, even more lively than a market, and the long queues of people with Sichuan and Chongqing-style hot pot were truly impressive. While casually glancing at the beautiful women around him, Su Chidong maintained his male god image. Fong Lanbai saw a familiar figure. It was Wu Feng, the founder of Thousand Mile Blade Moon, one of the 3 major forces in Shanghai in his previous life, known as Blade Moon. Fong Lanbai was shocked. Wu Feng was a powerful figure who fought alongside him in his previous life and had protected countless survivors. Although Feng Lanbai was able to defeat him at the time, Wu Feng had a forthright personality and never accepted Feng Lanbai's offer to recruit him. Feng Lanbai decided to negotiate with Wu Feng, hoping to gain the help of this legendary figure. Feng Lanbai walked to the opposite side of Wu Feng and asked, "Brother, are you eating alone?" Wu Feng replied casually, "Being alone is fine. It's liberating." Feng Lanbai secretly wondered, how could someone as averse to trouble as Wu Feng create a gathering place that required his full effort to manage? Sometimes, certain situations require more people to face them, don't you agree? Feng Lanbai said, then got up and left. Wu Feng was stunned for a moment, looking at Feng Lanbai's back, thinking to himself, what a strange person. Feng Lanbai decided that when the time was right, he would definitely bring Qianli Daoyue into his camp. After having dinner with Su Qidong and Li Ruizhe, the group chatted briefly before returning to their dormitory. Feng Lanbai already had a plan in mind. Ruin 004 was located in a park in Shanghai. As long as he found the entrance, he could control the Thunder Prison Dragon. Next, he decided to take Yi Qingyao to the park, find the forbidden item 004, and then take her back. Yao Yao, go to the hotel and get a room first. I'll go buy some late-night snacks. Tell me the room number, Feng Lanbai instructed Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao looked at Feng Lanbai and asked, why? I can go with you. Feng Lanbai gently patted her head. It's okay. You go ahead and wait for me to come back. Yi Qingyao gently shook Feng Lanbai's arm and said with a smile, okay, then remember to come back soon. Feng Lanbai was relieved to let her go to the hotel, while she herself walked towards the park. The entrance to Ruin 004 is not far away. Once he obtains the forbidden item, he must protect Yi Qingyao. It was nearly midnight. The end was nigh. The park was nearly empty. I must awaken before entering the ruins. Otherwise, I'll have virtually no way to protect myself if I encounter danger. Feng Lanbai had already found a fire hydrant and took out a large bottle of fire extinguisher from it. It's 12 o'clock. On the surface, nothing seems to be happening, but the zombies have already begun to turn into zombies. Feng Lanbai was walking along the park path when an old man sitting on a bench ahead of her, dressed in a sanitation worker's uniform. Feng Lanbai walked to his side and assumed an attack stance. Suddenly, the old man roared and was about to get up and pounce. This blow dented the old man's head. Feng Lanbai's hand trembled slightly. He was still unconscious and his body was very fragile. The zombie was not given a chance to get up and was then slammed down several times until the dry powder from the fire extinguisher was scattered. Without hesitation, Feng Lanbai reached into the zombie's brain and pulled out a translucent crystal. This is a zombie's crystal core, which can awaken ordinary people, but not everyone can awaken it. Feng Lanbai placed the crystal core in his palm, and slowly the crystal core disappeared, acting as a trigger to activate Feng Lanbai's body. He opened his eyes. His pupils had turned pale blue, and a blue diamond pattern appeared between his brows. The prism moon had awakened. One after another, prismatic crystals appeared, surrounding the blue-white square, a total of 12. These crystals are the embodiment of Feng Lanbai's supernatural abilities. These crystals are extremely hard and can be manipulated by Feng Lanbai at will. As their rank increases, these prisms can even carry Feng Lanbai through the air. The most important thing now is to enter Ruins 004. Feng Lanbai walked around the park and killed more than a dozen zombies, finally revealing an unusual brilliance in a leaf. Feng Lanbai reached out to grab the leaf, but was sucked in when she touched the light. When Feng Lanbai opened her eyes again, she saw a ruin, with dilapidated buildings everywhere. In her previous life, Feng Lanbai had visited the ruins several times, but the ruins in front of her seemed to be a forgotten world. Feng Lanbai was in a house without a roof. He could see the sky when he looked up, and there were unknown stone statues all around him. The house didn't even seem to have a door, so with Feng Lanbai's awakened skills, he simply went out through the roof. The wind and sand blew, leaving the place desolate. In the distance, there seemed to be a palace, and Feng Lanbai ran towards it. The black building pierced the clouds. The enormous door must be several meters high, and its heavy weight means that even Feng Lanbai's strength wouldn't be able to push it open. Through the crack in the door, you could see that the interior was quite spacious, with stairs leading to a higher place at the end. Feng Lanbai saw a window above, and 12 prisms forming a staircase, which surrounded Feng Lanbai. Upon entering the palace, it was extremely spacious. Feng Lanbai walked up the steps, and at the top was a black necklace floating in the air. The black necklace looked very high quality. This must be the forbidden item 004, Dark Demon Essence. Feng Lanbai put it around her neck. Instantly, a flash of light appeared, and the forbidden object merged into Fong Lanbai's body, leaving only a black pattern on his chest. Fong Lanbai sensed a space within this forbidden object, where a small, dark-colored dragon was quietly curled up. With a thought, Fong Lanbai summoned the little dragon to the ground. It opened its eyes, its purple vertical pupils staring at Fong Lanbai. When Fong Lanbai met him in his previous life, the terrifying dark energy and purple lightning made his opponents fear him. The Thunder Prison Demon Dragon is currently only a first-tier mutated beast. It needs flesh and blood or crystal cores to grow stronger. The Thunder Prison Dragon was extremely dependent on Fong Lanbai, so Fong Lanbai picked up the little dragon. Now, they have left the ruins and reappeared in the park. Fong Lanbai rushed back to the hotel where Yi Qingyao was, and checked her phone to see a message. I'm in 312. There seem to be zombies outside. I'm so scared. Seeing this, Fong Lanbai quickened his pace, put the Thunder Prison Dragon on the ground, and ran at a speed no slower than himself. Some zombies were startled on the road. Several zombies roared and rushed over, but Fong Lanbai dealt with some of them. The 12 prisms were combined to form a sharp blade. Like a killer in the dark, it decapitates a zombie with a single strike, leaving no blood on the prism. When the Thunder Prison Dragon saw that a creature seemed to pose a threat to its master, the zombie struck by lightning retreated repeatedly. He rushed towards the hotel, but the hotel receptionist had also turned into a zombie. Fong Lanbai ignored her. He knew that the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon wouldn't let her follow him. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, several zombies were wandering the corridor. Fong Lanbai manipulated the prism to shoot at the nearest zombie, piercing its brain. This sound indicated the arrival of the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon. It pounced on the zombie behind Fong Lanbai, enveloped the zombie in dark energy, and then fell silent. Fong Lanbai found room 312 and knocked on the door. Yao Yao, I'm back. Open the door quickly. The door opened immediately, and after Fong Lanbai entered, Xiaolong hurriedly followed. The appearance of the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon startled Yi Qingyao. She only relaxed when she saw Fong Lanbai's calm expression. Lanbai, why are you covered in zombie blood? What is this dragon? Yi Qingyao hurriedly stepped forward to check. The apocalypse has broken out, and there are zombies everywhere outside. I awakened. These are my superpowers. Fong Lanbai pulled her to sit down. This dragon is called the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon, a forbidden object of the apocalypse, Fong Lanbai explained. Yao Yao, the apocalypse is coming, and you also need to have the ability to protect yourself. Fong Lanbai placed a crystal core in Yi Qingyao's palm. Feel it, and see if you can awaken a special ability. Yi Qingyao sensed the temperature of the crystal core and suddenly felt a surge of heat within her body, causing some changes in her physical condition. Yao Yao, feel the changes in yourself. Lanbai, will I become as strong as you? Yao Yao, even if I didn't have superpowers, I would still protect you. Yi Qingyao's gaze was firm. I want to become stronger to protect you. She opened her hand, and a pale pink lotus flower appeared in her palm. Is this my special ability? She asked. Try to control it. The lotus flower bloomed gently, shattering the bathroom wall. Yao Yao, you're very strong. Fong Lanbai exclaimed in surprise. Really? Blue and white. I think you were pretty impressive in the hallway just now. Fong Lanbai took out the crystal core, absorbed it, and amplified his energy. He needed to advance as soon as possible and become stronger. The Thunder Prison Dragon roared a few times, attracting attention. Fong Lanbai patted its head, reminding it to protect Yi Qingyao. After resting for a while, the 3 people and 1 beast set off, and the streets at night were filled with wandering zombies. Fong Lanbai proceeded cautiously when suddenly a zombie appeared to be moving incredibly fast. Fong Lanbai used a prism to shoot it in the neck, but it failed to completely eliminate the zombie. It seems this zombie has reached the mid-stage of the 1st tier. Yi Qingyao then summoned a lotus flower to bind the zombie and used her long sword to cut off its head. Fong Lanbai put away the crystal core and reminded Yi Qingyao, you need to control your superpower and not waste energy. The two continued on their way when they encountered a figure walking towards them, carrying a blood-stained barbell, clearly having killed quite a few zombies. The man stopped and looked at them. Do you want to join me and follow my orders? You can live longer that way. Fong Lanbai recognized him as Chun Gang, a former subordinate and a capable lieutenant from her past life. The most important thing right now was to find Su Qidong and Li Ruizha. If you want to follow me, first demonstrate your value, Fong Lanbai replied coldly. Chun Gang retorted, if you want me to follow you, let's see if you have the ability. Fong Lanbai launched a swift attack, shooting out prisms and condensing a long sword, which pointed directly at Chun Gang. Chun Gang blocked the attack with the barbell, but was still cut and bled. Fong Lanbai continued his attack, his longsword slashing towards Chun Gang's neck. Chun Gang hurriedly blocked it. "Brother, let's be friends." Fong Lanbai sneered and slashed down with her sword, leaving several bloody holes in Chun Gang's chest. Fong Lanbai had only given him a shallow stab. Seeing that Fong Lanbai still wanted to attack, Chun Gang finally softened. "Brother, spare my life." Fong Lanbai smiled. Although Chun Gang was arrogant, he eventually knew how to survive. "If you want to follow me, come find me at the Jinhui Hotel." Chun Gang quickened his pace and disappeared from Fong Lanbai's sight. Fong Lanbai knew she wouldn't really kill him, because losing this assistant would put her in a difficult situation. Next, Fong Lanbai led Yi Qingyao and Lei Yu Malong to the Jinhui Hotel. Inside the hall, several zombies were fighting over a corpse. Hearing the commotion, they looked over. The Thunder Prison Dragon immediately rushed forward and easily dispatched 4 zombies. Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao continued upstairs. A zombie lunged at them, but Yi Qingyao waved her hand, and flower petals instantly bound it. Fong Lanbai decapitated it with a single sword strike, then casually collected the crystal core. Having found his room, he knocked on the door. When Su Qidong opened it, Li Ruizha was standing behind him holding a bed leg. Upon seeing the Thunder Prison Dragon, Su Qidong almost swung his staff. The Thunder Prison Dragon roared, preparing to attack, but Fong Lanbai quickly stepped in front of it. "This is my friend. We can't do this," Fong Lanbai explained. Su Qidong looked at it in confusion. "What is this? Why does it look like a dragon?" Fong Lanbai smiled. "It will be our strongest companion." Li Ruizha noticed the food and water in the room. "What's going on with these?" Fong Lanbai explained simply. "I had a dream that the apocalypse was coming, so I prepared some supplies. Wang Tsuanhui will turn into a zombie and infect you." Fong Lanbai handed them the crystal core. "Hold it and feel its presence." After the two did so, Su Qidong's eyes turned golden, and his aura became powerful. Li Ruizha's supernatural ability also manifested. His spatial abilities caused a large hole to appear in the bed in the room. Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "Su Qidong, your superpower is the lightning spear, and Li Ruizha, yours should be a space-based superpower." "Is this my special ability?" Su Qidong tried wielding the spear and felt a powerful force. Li Ruizha looked at the large hole in the bed. "Is this something I can control?" "Yes," Fong Lanbai nodded. "This is your spatial ability." "What about the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon?" Su Qidong asked. Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "It's another of my abilities." He then explained, "Absorbing crystal cores will allow you to advance in your level. You are now beginner-level ability users. Zombies are more active at night. Let's rest for the night and move out tomorrow," Fong Lanbai reminded them. He distributed the crystal cores he had collected that day to everyone, but he avoided many zombies along the way and was unable to collect too many crystal cores. Currently, apart from Fong Lanbai, who has advanced to the mid-stage, everyone else is still in the early stage. The Thunder Prison Demon Dragon was also in its early stages. Fong Lanbai gave it some crystal cores, which it quickly consumed. "Yao Yao, let's name it," Fong Lanbai said with a smile. Yi Qingyao thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it Fong Dai Dai. It'll take your surname." Fong Lanbai picked up the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon. "From now on, you'll be called Fong Dai Dai." The Thunder Prison Demon Dragon let out a soft cry, seemingly in agreement. Su Qidong patted its back. "This little guy is strong." Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "You'll know how strong it is tomorrow." He knew that the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon's power was far more than that. As night fell, Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao sat on the sofa, and Yi Qingyao fell asleep leaning against Fong Lanbai. Despite her power, she still needed to rely on him under the pressure of the apocalypse. Everyone else had also fallen asleep, while the Thunder Prison Dragon curled up on the ground. Fong Lanbai held Yi Qingyao in her arms, already planning their next move and laying the groundwork for their gathering place. In Beijing, just as dawn broke, Fong Lanbai stood in front of a tall building, overlooking the entire city. In the distance, energy fluctuations swept across a forest, turning the once lush green forest into a wasteland. A tremendous roar echoed through the forest, deterring nearby mutated beasts from approaching. It asserted its dominance. The Golden Glory Hotel where they were staying had 7 floors. Fong Lanbai decided to clean up the entire hotel first, using it as a refuge in the early stages of the apocalypse. Su Qidong summoned the lightning blade and went to the next room to knock on the door. The roars of zombies echoed from inside. Su Qidong glanced at Fong Lanbai, and after receiving permission, he directly pierced the door with his gun, the spear piercing the zombie's head. Li Ruizha used an energy ball to deal with the struggling zombie, while Yi Qingyao controlled another zombie and disappeared after being struck by lightning. Just then, the door next to us opened, and a middle-aged man came out. "Young man, could you take us with you? I have a wife and daughter with me." Fong Lambai replied calmly. "Sure, but you'll have to participate in killing zombies to support your family." The man nodded. Fong Lambai tossed him a cookie. "Wait here, I'll find you." After clearing the zombies from the 4th floor, Fong Lambai told them to wait there for further instructions. Then, he and Yi Qingyao went down to clear the 3rd floor. Fong Lambai gave the instructions. "Let's split up and clear the zombies. Adong, you and Li Ruasia clear upwards, Dai Dai follow you, and Yao Yao and I will clear downwards." The two acted separately. Fong Lambai and Yi Qingyao quickly dealt with the zombies on the 3rd floor, and the survivors who heard the noise came out. A middle-aged man stepped forward and said, "Young man, you're so capable. Could you give me some food?" Fong Lambai replied indifferently, "Go find your own food if you want it." The man said with displeasure, "You little brat, you have no manners." Then he turned and went downstairs. Fong Lambai ignored him and continued clearing out the zombies, breaking into each room and beheading them. "Blue and white, try my petals. I think they can restore your powers," Yi Qingyao suggested. Fong Lambai took the flower petal and put it in her mouth. Instantly, her energy was restored. "Yao Yao, your superpower is very strong. It really helped a lot." After recovering, they continued downstairs. There were no zombies on the 2nd floor, only bloodstains and drag marks. As they approached a room, a dark shadow suddenly flashed past, lunging straight for Fong Lanbai's neck. Fong Lanbai quickly used her prism to block it. It's a mutated orange cat, almost as big as a leopard, with fierce eyes. Lotus flowers appeared beneath Fong Lanbai's feet, instantly trapping the mutated cat. Then, Fong Lanbai threw a punch, leaving 2 bloody holes in the orange cat's body. The mutated cat retaliated angrily, slashing Fong Lanbai's arm. Fong Lanbai took a step back, gathering his longsword to prepare for a fatal blow. The orange cat pounced on Yi Qingyao again, and Fong Lanbai followed closely behind, slashing down with his sword and cutting off its claws. The mutated orange cat finally decided to stop fighting Fong Lanbai and charged at Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao saw the giant mutated beast charging towards her. She swiftly unleashed her crimson lotus palm, which exploded near the mutated orange cat's mouth. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Then, she summoned another lotus flower to completely envelop it, preventing the mutated orange cat from breaking through for the time being. Fong Lanbai swiftly drew his sword, piercing the heart of the mutated orange cat. The beast's body jerked violently, then finally stopped moving. "Yao Yao, are you alright?" Fong Lanbai asked with concern. Yi Qingyao squeezed Fong Lanbai's hand. "Any later, and this big orange cat would have eaten me." Fong Lanbai patted her head approvingly. "You did a great job." Fong Lanbai removed the crystal core from the mutated orange cat. Like zombies, the crystal core of mutated beasts helps with advancement. The two entered the room and found it filled with 20 or 30 zombie corpses. Clearly, the crystal cores had already been eaten by the mutated orange cat. Around noon, the group returned to their original room. "How did you fare?" Fong Lanbai asked. Su Qidong and Li Ruasia, covered in blood, sat wearily on the bed. Fong Dai Dai rubbed against Fong Lanbai's leg, indicating that he needed to return to the dark demon essence to recover. "We harvested over 70 crystal cores and encountered several powerful zombies, but I shot them all down with a single shot," Su Qidong said calmly. "We weren't injured, thanks to Dai Dai. Otherwise, we would have been injured, and we wouldn't have been able to move so fast," Li Ruasia added. Fong Lanbai nodded. "We encountered a mutated orange cat on the 2nd floor. It cleared out all the zombies on the 2nd floor, leaving only more than 40 crystal cores." Seeing the injury on Fong Lanbai's arm, Li Ruasia thought, "So quickly he has a late-stage Tier 1 mutated beast? With so many cats and dogs in Shanghai, isn't that dangerous?" Fong Lanbai shook her head. "There are very few mutated beasts that evolve quickly, so they are not that dangerous." Li Ruasia breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. If there were mutant cats and dogs everywhere, we would be finished." Fong Lanbai said in a deep voice, "Gather the survivors in the hotel. Those who are willing to kill zombies and get crystal cores together will have their supplies distributed to them. Those who are unwilling to contribute, as long as they don't get in our way, are fine with it. If anyone tries to steal supplies, teach them a lesson." Su Qidong and Li Ruasia nodded. "No problem." Yi Qingyao also nodded. "Lanbai, I'll listen to you." Fong Lanbai nodded. "Okay, let's absorb these crystal cores first to increase our strength." The group ate something and began absorbing the crystal cores. Yi Qingyao was the first to break through, reaching the mid-stage of the 1st tier. Soon, Su Qidong and Li Ruizha also broke through, and Fong Lanbai broke through to the late stage of the first tier, preparing to advance to the second tier. Fong Lanbai released Fong Dai from the Forbidden Item 004, gave it the remaining crystal core, and saw that its size had increased, reaching the late stage of the super first rank. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Li Ruizha went to open it, then turned back and said, "It's a man, carrying a large axe. He looks very fierce." Fong Lanbai stood up, already having made up her mind. Su Qidong also stood up, the blue-purple light in his hand flashing. Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "It's all right, it's our teammate." The door opened, and standing in the doorway was Chun Gang. Upon seeing Fong Lanbai, Chun Gang smiled and extended his hand. "I came to the Jinhui Hotel to look for someone, but I didn't expect to find you." Chun Gang gripped a massive, blood-red axe, his special ability, the blood axe. In his past life, he had used this axe to slay countless zombies. Fong Lanbai nodded. "Come in. It seems you've made up your mind. My name is Fong Lanbai. If you work for me, you'll get your share of the benefits." Chun Gang answered loudly. "Brother Fong, I'll follow you. From now on, if I go east, I'll never go west." Fong Lanbai looked at Su Qidong and Li Ruizha. "This is the strong person we met last night. He will fight zombies with us from now on." Li Ruizha reached out and grasped Chun Gang's hand. "From now on, we're comrades in arms." Chun Gang smiled and replied, No, I wouldn't dare." Yi Qingyao stepped forward with a smile. "My name is Yi Qingyao, and I am Fong Lanbai's girlfriend. Welcome to the team." Chun Gang nodded hurriedly and said with a smile, "Hello, sister-in-law. Brother Fong's woman is indeed beautiful and quite capable." Chapter 9. My name is Su Qidong. You came later, so call me Brother Dong. I'll protect you from now on. Su Qidong raised an eyebrow at Chun Gang, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Chun Gang sneered and stared directly at Su Qidong. "Why should I? If you beat me, I'll acknowledge you as my brother. If you lose, you'll obediently follow me as my underling. You big oaf, you can call me Brother Fong. Why can't you call me Brother Dong?" Su Qidong sneered and continued to provoke him. "I'll show you what I'm made of today. Come on, come out." Su Qidong said defiantly as he walked into the stairwell. Fong Lanbai did not stop him, which gave Su Qidong a chance to test Chun Gang's abilities. The two stood opposite each other in the corridor, the atmosphere tense. A purple light flashed in Su Qidong's hand, and a purplish-black spear appeared, with electricity flowing through its shaft. "I'll let you make the first move and see if you, Chun Gang, can withstand this." Chun Gang snorted coldly. Sensing Su Qidong's powerful aura, a flash of blood-red light appeared in his hand, and a giant axe appeared in his hand. The axe was taller than him, obviously indicating that it was very powerful. He strode forward and charged at Su Qidong, his giant axe slamming down. Su Qidong neither dodged nor evaded, but instead held his spear horizontally, ready to take the blow head-on. The powerful blow caused the spear to vibrate, and an electric current traveled along the axe to Chun Gang, instantly paralyzing him. Su Qidong seized the opportunity to swing the spear, its end striking Chun Gang. Chun Gang slightly shifted his body, the spear colliding with the giant axe, skillfully dodging the attack. Blood-red patterns appeared in Chun Gang's hand, and he suddenly swung his fist at Su Qidong's head. Su Qidong hurriedly dodged, but his fist struck the hotel wall, breaking through the 10-centimeter thick wall. The power was not to be underestimated. The two exchanged blows. Su Qidong's punches were faster, landing on Chun Gang's face and sending him staggering back a few steps. Then, Su Qidong, wielding a spear, thrust it at Chun Gang, lightning crackling from the spear tip as it struck Chun Gang's axe. He then exchanged another punch with Chun Gang, the force of which sent a sharp pain through Chun Gang's arm. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Su Qidong flipped over and kicked Chun Gang in the chest. Chun Gang was kicked back, and Su Qidong threw a gun. Lightning flashed, and the momentum was overwhelming. The electric current shocked everyone present. Before Chun Gang could react, he quickly held the giant axe horizontally in front of his chest. Boom! This blow sent Chun Gang flying, crashing heavily at the end of the corridor. Chun Gang gritted his teeth and looked at Su Qidong. "I lost. Thank you for showing mercy." Su Qidong stopped his attack, knowing when to stop. "From now on, you're my brother Dong. I'll listen to you." Chun Gang nodded. "From now on, we're brothers. No need to be so polite. You're very strong. If you were also at the mid-stage of Tier 1, I wouldn't have won so quickly," Su Qidong said smugly. Chun Gang had just awakened and was only at the early stage of the first rank, while Su Qidong was already at the middle stage, so there was a significant difference in their levels. "Haha, I'll wait for you to challenge me again." Su Qidong patted Chun Gang on the shoulder. Chen Gang smiled and said, I'm not in the right frame of mind today. Let's try again another day. Okay, I'll be waiting for your challenge, Su Qidong replied with a smile. Chen Gang had been working hard outside since graduating from high school. Although he had suffered a lot, he had almost never been beaten because of his strong physique. Today's 2 lessons left him full of resentment. It's time to gather everyone from the hotel together and expand our team, Fong Lanbai said. Chen Gang, go find some food. After we eat, we'll have everyone gather on the first floor, Fong Lanbai instructed. Yi Qingyao raised her hand, and 2 pale pink petals entered Chen Gang and Su Qidong's bodies. Her special ability had healing properties, helping the two to repair their injuries. Thank you, Sister Yao. This ability is really useful. I'll have to rely on you in the future, Chen Gang said gratefully, clearly valuing Yi Qingyao's healing abilities. With Xiao Yao's treatment, I can fight without restraint from now on. Su Qidong smiled and clenched his fist. Yi Qingyao looked at Fong Lanbai, the bloodstains from the battle unable to conceal her beautiful face. It's all right. We're all comrades in arms. It's only right. After tidying up, the group summoned the hotel staff to the first floor. Those who refused to cooperate were dealt with forcefully. The Jinhui Hotel was Fong Lanbai's first stronghold, and he would not tolerate interference from outsiders. The hall was filled with all sorts of people, some young people, some families. No one dared to speak loudly, clearly afraid of angering the powerful survivors. Fong Lanbai stood in front of the crowd and announced, My name is Fong Lanbai. We are all survivors of this hotel. We are all trying to survive in this apocalypse. Those who do not wish to follow us can leave now. I will not stop them. Fong Lanbai's words caused the crowd to fall silent. There were zombies outside, and no one was willing to risk leaving. As long as you dare to kill zombies, you'll get supplies. The more capable you are, the more you'll get. Those who dare to kill zombies, come before me, and I'll give you a chance to awaken, Fong Lanbai continued. Before he finished speaking, many people stepped forward, and a man wearing glasses walked out. I'm willing. I can do more, kill more zombies, as long as I can support my wife and children. Fong Lanbai nodded. As long as you have the ability, your wife and children will live well. I have 47 crystal cores. Whoever is willing to try might awaken superpowers like us. After Fong Lanbai finished speaking, several people stepped forward. Are there any risks involved in awakening? Someone asked. Yes, but the probability is very low. Even if you fail, you can still become an evolved being, stronger than an ordinary person, Fong Lanbai explained. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, none of them wanting to become a zombie. Chapter 10 Squad Formation. I'll take the risk. In this apocalypse, ordinary people will eventually be bitten to death by zombies, so I might as well take a gamble, said an ordinary-looking man with a face full of vicissitudes. Brother Fong, how do I awaken? I'll give it a try. Don't worry, I'll definitely follow your commands after I awaken, the man continued. Fong Lanbai grasped his hand. Okay, Dongzi, take him to the room to awaken. Su Qidong responded and left with the man. Fong Lanbai watched them, making sure there were no problems. The others began to waver, and 3 minutes later, one of them stepped forward. Brother Fong, give me a chance. I want to become stronger. All right, those who want to become stronger and are willing to follow me, line up now, Fong Lanbai said with a faint smile. Many people followed behind, mostly middle-aged men and some young women. The first 47 people can try to awaken, and the rest can go kill zombies to obtain crystal cores. Zombies are very weak, so be careful not to get caught. Once bitten, you will become a zombie and cannot recover. After Fong Lanbai finished speaking, he walked towards the place where crystal cores were absorbed. He saw the man from before standing next to Su Qidong, a flame igniting in his hand, and excitedly said, Brother Fong, I've awakened. What's your name? Fong Lanbai asked. My name is Ren Jinha. My wife and I came to Shanghai for tourism. She went out last night and didn't come back. I guess she's probably in grave danger. Ren Jinha was somewhat downcast. Fong Lanbai comforted him with a few words, saying that the apocalypse always leaves people displaced. With Su Qidong's help, 2 of the 47 people turned into zombies, which Fong Lanbai dealt with using prisms. Of the remaining 45 people, 17 awakened supernatural abilities, including Ren Jinha. One of the young, dark-skinned, and thin boys awakened a golden shield. After talking with him, Fong Lanbai learned that his name was Li Pingyan and that he greatly admired Fong Lanbai. There was also a girl who awakened the ability to transform into a werewolf. After transforming, she grew to be 2 meters tall, which scared everyone else away. What attracted Fong Lanbai the most was a refined and gentle man who, after awakening, wielded vines and possessed formidable attack power. Ruiz, could you please compile a list of these awakened ones and label each person's special ability? Fong Lanbai instructed. After Li Ruizhe agreed, he began to take notes. Fong Lanbai then instructed Su Qidong and Chun Gang to retrieve supplies and distribute them to these people. He didn't give any supplies to those who hadn't awakened their powers, as resources were limited. Shortly after, Li Ruizhe handed the statistics sheet to Fong Lanbai, which listed the names, ages, and special abilities of 47 awakened individuals. Fong Lanbai divided them into 4 teams based on their abilities and numbers, with Su Qidong, Li Ruizhe, Yi Qingyao, and Chun Gang serving as team leaders respectively. The number of members and their abilities varied in each team. Chun Gang was very grateful to hear that he had been appointed as the team leader and decided to prove himself for Fong Lanbai. Li Ruizhe was a little confused. Brother Fong, I don't quite understand. We are all very strong, so we may not need so many people. These people may become a burden to us. Fong Lanbai explained. In the apocalypse, having your own power not only allows you to do many things, but also to carve out your own path. This is an opportunity, not just a disaster. The group nodded and prepared to lead their teams to kill zombies and obtain supplies. Go find your teammates according to the list and get to know your members. We'll go kill some zombies later and bring back supplies so we don't run out, Fong Lanbai added. The others left in response, but Yi Qingyao stayed behind, sitting opposite Fong Lanbai with a hint of worry in her eyes. Lanbai, do you want to become a king in the apocalypse? Won't the authorities care if you do this? Fong Lanbai smiled and hugged her. Yao, the country is too busy taking care of itself to care about us. We are doing this to protect more people and continue the Chinese bloodline. Yi Qingyao relaxed slightly. Okay, I support you, but you have to promise me that you won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. I'm afraid you'll change. Fong Lanbai gently stroked her head. No, but if anyone threatens us, I will not hesitate to send him to meet the king of hell. Yi Qingyao nodded, kissed Fong Lanbai's lips, and then left the room. Fong Lanbai watched her leave, smiling in the room. In Chapter 11, Fong Lanbai knew that having her own power made many things simpler. It was difficult for a person to protect the people she wanted to protect, especially since family members could not always be by her side. As the team members gathered, Fong Lanbai led them to the first floor to organize the group. Each person was followed by more than a dozen people, and the team gradually took shape. Brother Fong, the integration is complete. We'll go kill the zombies once you give the order, Chun Gang said as he stepped forward. All right, remember before you set off, you must obey orders. Anyone who disobeys will be severely punished, Fong Lanbai commanded coldly. Yes, the team members responded in unison. The mission was to clear the zombies around the Golden Radiance Hotel and collect supplies. The team set off in a large group, but they encountered several zombies not far from the hotel. Su Qidong dealt with them in a few moves, giving the others no chance to participate. But these sounds attracted more zombies, and zombies kept pouring out of the surrounding buildings. The team members felt uneasy, as the surroundings were filled with the roars of zombies. Fong Lanbai climbed onto the roof of a bus and directed the 4 squads. Each squad guards a position, cooperate with each other, and kill as many zombies as come. The squad quickly took their positions as zombies attacked from all directions. Lu Gu, the only girl in the 3rd squad, showed no fear, transforming into a werewolf with sharp claws, swiftly tearing off the heads of the attacking zombies and displaying astonishing attack power. Some of the male team members felt ashamed upon seeing her bravery. The evolved beings wielded various weapons. Blunt weapons could only repel zombies, and to kill them, one needed sufficient strength. Zombies kept surging in. Fong Lanbai stood on the roof of the car, surrounded by 12-sided crystals, quickly clearing them away. Su Qidong wielded a long spear with ease, the zombies unable to withstand him, lightning and blood flying everywhere. Suddenly, a survivor was grabbed by a zombie and tried to cover his wound. Without hesitation, Chun Gang swung his blood axe, cleaving the man in 2 at the waist, and coldly warned, "This is what happens when someone tries to hide a scratch." The team members were shocked to see this, and exclaimed, "Yes." Amidst the waves of zombies, a faster-moving one leaped from the high-rise and charged towards Fong Lanbai and her group. Fong Lanbai immediately recognized it as a Tier 2 zombie. Encountering a Tier 2 zombie on the very first day of the apocalypse meant that if they didn't deal with it, their newly awakened team members wouldn't be able to withstand it. Dongzi, come with me to kill it. Yao, stand on the roof of the vehicle and protect the team members. Li Pingyan, stay by her side, Fong Lanbai commanded. Li Pingyan held the shield of light, which was stained with blood, clearly indicating that it had already played a role in the battle. Su Qidong brandished his spear and swiftly stepped onto the prism, joining Fong Lanbai. A black light flashed on Fong Lanbai's chest, and a half-human-sized Thunder Prison Dragon appeared beside him, its purplish-black skin crackling with lightning, exuding extraordinary power. Dai, help me kill that zombie. Fong Lanbai pointed at the charging second-tier zombie. Roar! The Thunder Prison Demon Dragon roared deafeningly as it pounced on the second-tier zombie, knocking it back several steps. The second-tier zombie was not to be outdone and quickly retaliated. Fong Lanbai swiftly released prisms, shooting them at the second-tier zombie. Although the zombie dodged some of the prisms, one still pierced its chest. The second-tier zombie's flesh was harder than the first-tier zombies. The prism didn't penetrate, but lightning struck down from above, slowing its movements. Fong Lanbai released the prism crystal again, stacking damage, while Fong Dai pounced forward, tearing the zombie's body apart with his dragon claws. The second-tier zombie was equally powerful. Its claws slashed a 20-centimeter wound on Fong Dai's back. At this moment, Su Qidong seized the opportunity to exert his strength, his spear piercing the abdomen of the second-tier zombie, crackling with lightning as it passed through its body. Fong Lanbai continued to manipulate the prism, rapidly tearing apart the zombie's internal organs. Seeing the zombie slow down, Fong Dai suddenly bit its head and yanked hard, causing the head to fall off. The second-tier crystal core was swallowed by Fong Dai. As it swallowed the core, Fong Dai became increasingly powerful, and it was estimated that it would soon evolve into the second tier. Well done, Dai. Go to the Dark Demon Essence to heal your injuries, Fong Lanbai said softly. After recalling Fong Dai, Fong Lanbai and Su Qidong returned to the battle. With their combined efforts, the Tier 2 zombies could no longer cause any trouble. The battle was nearing its end, with mountains of corpses piled up around them, and the team members were exhausted. Fong Lanbai ordered, "Everyone, collect the crystal cores and prepare to retreat to the hotel." Chapter 12, First Meeting. Fong Lanbai decided not to accept the crystal cores that the team members obtained themselves, so that they would feel that their efforts were valuable and that they would be more likely to integrate into the team. Crystal cores can be used to exchange for resources, such as food, water, and even weapons. Although there are currently no weapons available for exchange, judging from today's battle, the battle would be much easier if each team member had a suitable weapon. Shanghai, a highly developed city with towering skyscrapers and a high population density, has spawned an even larger number of zombies, making survival extremely difficult for survivors. After the apocalypse, many powerful figures from previous lives have begun to take action, and one of the most crucial resources, forbidden items, has attracted various factions. Fong Lanbai knew that despite the large number of forbidden items, he could not obtain them all, nor did he have enough energy to find the location of every relic. That evening, all team members returned to their rooms. Fong Lanbai did not restrict their accommodation, because there were currently few people, but as the number of people increased in the future, the rooms at the Jinhui Hotel would become the focus of resource competition. On the top floor of the Jinhui Grand Hotel, Fong Lanbai held a meeting with the 4 team leaders. The meeting room was extremely luxurious, featuring a large balcony and a 10-meter-long table. It was an empty room that Su Qidong and Li Ruizha had discovered during their cleaning. Today was really exhilarating. I killed a lot of zombies. I'll be even stronger tomorrow. Chen Gang laughed loudly. Su Qidong nodded in agreement. But we still have to take care of these team members today, in case they suffer too much loss. Yes, several team members have died. Fong Lanbai pondered, then looked at everyone. How many members have your teams lost? Su Qidong answered first. Our team has a total of 11 people, and 3 of them died in today's battle. Chen Gang continued. 3 of our team members also died. Li Ruizha and Yi Qingyao's teams suffered relatively few losses, with only 1 member dying each. Due to Li Ruizha's spatial abilities, he could greatly increase his team members' survivability through short-range teleportation and the sky-splitting blade. Yi Qingyao's Lotus skill protected her teammates, while Li Pingyan's Shield of Light made the team even safer. Fong Lanbai summarized, "Today was the first real-world test, and it's inevitable that some timid people will be eliminated. In the future, everyone will be more experienced, and there won't be so many casualties. In addition, we can't let our strength stagnate. Tonight, I will try to break through to the second tier, and the 4 of you should strive to enter the late stage of the first tier. Tomorrow we'll make a big push." The group nodded in agreement, and the brief meeting concluded. Fong Lanbai then instructed Su Qidong to persuade the other residents on the 7th floor to move out. They all left willingly, as they held considerable authority over Fong Lanbai. Next, everyone found rooms on the 7th floor. Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao shared a room. Fong Lanbai had taken a shower, and his bathrobe was tied around his waist, revealing his well-defined 8-pack abs. He held several crystal cores in his hand, surrounded by pale blue energy. As the power accumulated, the surrounding prisms became even sharper. Fong Lanbai has broken through to the second tier. This puts him far ahead of most evolvers and lays the foundation for his next plan. In the bathroom, Yi Qingyao, having just finished showering, was only wrapped in a towel, her wet hair hanging over her shoulders. Her fair skin and the glimpses of her cleavage made Fong Lanbai unable to look away. She gazed at him, her eyes filled with affection, and the atmosphere became ambiguous. Fong Lanbai sighed softly. Yao Yao, you know perfectly well that I can't stand this. The two embraced, and sparks of affection ignited instantly. The bath towel slipped off, and the tender moment seemed to be frozen in time. The next day, Fong Lanbai got up early, preparing to go out. Yi Qingyao wanted to go with her worriedly, but Fong Lanbai gently kissed her forehead. Don't you trust my abilities? Besides, there's Dai here, so don't worry. Yi Qingyao was relieved to let him go. Fong Lanbai discovered a large number of zombies inside the Jinhui Hotel and promptly cleared them away, deciding to resolve the internal threat to Shanghai ahead of schedule. The three Beast Kings of Shanghai had always been a threat. Although Fong Lanbai wanted to eliminate them, other forces were also watching, and if he were injured, other enemies would swarm in. Among them, the Demon Flame Lion King was particularly dangerous. This super-powerful Beast King used powerful demonic flames as its weapon and occupied a large area. Fong Lanbai knew that the power of the demonic flames would be of great help to him, and could also become the source of his second superpower. On the way, Fong Lanbai encountered several Tier 2 zombies. Although they were somewhat troublesome, he easily dealt with them despite being Tier 2 himself. He obtained 3 Tier 2 crystal cores, which he planned to leave for the other team members to help them advance to Tier 2. Along the way, Fong Lanbai encountered a large supermarket and decided to go in to collect supplies for the fourth team to exchange. The supermarket's roller shutter door was tightly closed, and he easily dispatched several zombies at the entrance with a few sword strikes. The sharpness of the prism had increased after Fong Lanbai reached the second tier, allowing him to easily kill the zombies. Chapter 13 The Zoo. Fong Lanbai easily inserted his long sword into the roller shutter door, slid it open. As soon as he entered, steel rods flew at him one after another, their sharp tips cutting through the air. He easily dodged one of the steel bars and wedged the other into the prism sword, then cut it off with the prism. Not far away, several people were hiding behind the shelves. When they saw Fong Lanbai come in, the steel rods in their hands were still stained with dried blood. The young man in the lead looked at Fong Lanbai and said in a flippant tone, "Brother, this supermarket is our territory now. Let's go find something to eat somewhere else." Two stylishly dressed henchmen stood behind him. One of the henchmen pointed at Fong Lanbai and said, "Fix our door, or don't blame us for being impolite." The young man in the lead chuckled and raised the steel rod in his hand. "See this blood? It's from someone as stubborn as you. I bet the zombies have already eaten the corpse." Fong Lanbai looked at them indifferently and chuckled. "I'd like to see how you plan to be impolite." Seeing Fong Lanbai's cold gaze, the leader felt a chill run down his spine. Not wanting to lose face, he charged forward, steel rod in hand. He'd only taken 2 steps when a flash of blue light pierced his heart, leaving him no chance to scream. The remaining 2 stood frozen in place, stunned by what they saw. Seeing their leaders so easily killed, they dropped their steel rods and turned to run. Fong Lanbai sneered and swiftly fired 2 prism crystals, instantly sending them to their deaths. Fong Lanbai would show no mercy to such a threat. The supermarket was occupied by the 3 of them. If Fong Lanbai hadn't intervened, they could have survived there for a long time. However, having missed the initial development window after the apocalypse, others would soon come and take over the place. Fong Lanbai noticed that Forbidden Item 004 seemed to be able to store items. Not only could Fong Dai enter, but items could also be stored inside. Therefore, he decided to store the supermarket supplies in the forbidden item and wait for the team to transport them back to the Jinhui Hotel. Fong Lanbai used black energy, and the resources in the places he passed through were quickly absorbed into the dark demon essence until Forbidden Item 004 was full. Mission accomplished, Fong Lanbai left the supermarket and embarked on her journey to Shanghai. The city had lost its former prosperity. Only Fong Lanbai and a few scattered zombies wandered the streets, and the ground was littered with gnawed corpses. Suddenly, Fong Lanbai felt the dark demon essence in his chest flicker. Fong Dai had broken through to the second level and wanted to get some fresh air. With a thought, Fong Lanbai conjured a half-human-sized, purplish-black Thunder Prison Demon Dragon. Its aura was stronger, its fangs sharper, and its wings could cover its entire body. The wounds from being scratched by the second-tier zombie had already healed. Fong Dai nuzzled Fong Lanbai, then spread its wings and flew into the air. Although it couldn't carry Fong Lanbai while flying, its running speed already surpassed that of ordinary people. Dai, can I ride you? Fong Lanbai asked, stroking the head of the dragon's head. Fong Dai let out a low growl, bending slightly to signal Fong Lanbai to come up. Fong Lanbai flipped over and mounted the dragon's back, indicating the direction. Fong Dai quickly ran towards the Shanghai Zoo. On the way, Fong Dai quickly weaved through the cars on the road without slowing down at all. Soon, they arrived at the Shanghai Zoo. The park was closed, surrounded by black iron bars shaped like long spears to prevent anyone from climbing over. Fong Lanbai easily severed the joints of the iron rods with the prism, and the spears fell to the ground. He then stored them in Forbidden Item 004. He retrieved about 50 spears, stored them away, and continued onward. The zoo was eerily quiet. The once bustling scene had completely vanished. Bloodstains were visible on the ground every few steps, but there were no corpses, indicating that there were clearly more mutated beasts than outside. They soon encountered a black panther, incredibly fast, which pounced on Fong Lanbai like a ghost. Fong's dark beam of light swiftly struck it, corroding half of the panther's body and exposing its internal organs. Fong Dai quickly dealt with it, tearing off its head and eating its crystal core to enhance its own strength. Fong Dai can now easily crush first-tier mutated beasts. Only Beast King-level mutated beasts can pose a challenge to it. With Fong Dai escorting them all the way, Fong Lanbai successfully passed through the zoo. Most of the mutated beasts they encountered were at or below the mid-stage of the first tier, so Fong Lanbai didn't need to lift a finger. When they arrived at the lion enclosure, the original lions had disappeared, replaced by a group of monkeys standing on the artificial hill. Upon seeing them arrive, the monkeys jumped around and made constant noises. One of the monkeys stood atop the artificial hill, clearly the Monkey King, its aura having reached the peak of the first rank, approaching the second rank. Chapter 14 Hunting the Demon Flame Lion King. The Monkey King seemed to sense the powerful and undisguised aura emanating from Fong Dai, and suddenly let out a sharp cry, squeak. This cry immediately silenced the entire monkey troop. Fong Dai stared intently at the Monkey King, ready to charge into the troop without hesitation at Fong Lanbai's command. The Monkey King's gaze swept back and forth between Fong Lanbai and Fong Dai, as if weighing something. Suddenly, the Monkey King pulled out several crystal cores from somewhere and slowly walked up to Fong Lanbai. Seeing the Monkey King approach, lightning crackled around Fong Lanbai, the current slicing through the air, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Fong Lanbai gently pressed down on Fong Dai, signaling it to calm down. He wanted to see what the Monkey King was up to. Based on the high intelligence and powerful talents displayed by the Monkey King, Fong Lanbai deduced that this Monkey King could not be an unknown being and might even have a hidden past. The Monkey King, at least 2 meters tall, squatted in front of Fong Lanbai, still taller than him even when crouched. It handed over the crystal core, then let out several excited squeaking sounds. Seeing Fong Lanbai accept the core, the Monkey King seemed even more excited, pointing into the distance, as if signaling Fong Lanbai to follow it. Along the way, the Monkey King led Fong Lanbai for about 10 minutes and finally arrived at an open space. From afar, they could see a group of lions. The most conspicuous male lion was engulfed in black and red flames, exuding a fierce aura, with taut muscles and a majestic presence. This was indeed the Demon Flame Lion King. Fong Lanbai's heart skipped a beat, remembering how the Demon Flame Lion King had slaughtered countless people with its immense power in his previous life, many of whom had been burned to ashes by the demonic flames because of their greed. Around the lion pride, animal remains were scattered everywhere, including many monkey corpses. The Monkey King had clearly anticipated Fong Lanbai's arrival and brought these crystal cores, likely intending to use them to fight the Demon Flame Lion King. The Monkey King looked at the Demon Flame Lion King, a flash of anger in its eyes, but it clearly dared not make a move, for fear of alerting the pride. Its whole body trembled, its fury overflowing. The Demon Flame Lion King has now reached the early stage of the second tier, which is equivalent to Fong Dai's level. It will not be easy to hunt it down, especially since there are several other lions beside it, 2 of which have reached the late stage of the first tier. It is unknown whether the Monkey King can handle them. The Monkey King pointed at the lion pride and whispered, "Whoosh." Fong Lanbai nodded, patted Fong Dai's head, and signaled it to attack. Fong Dai charged forward like an arrow, heading straight for the Demon Flame Lion King, while Fong Lanbai used the prism to clear a path for it. To Fong Lanbai's surprise, upon seeing Fong Lanbai launch an attack, the Monkey King suddenly roared, its body flashing with golden light, its size expanding, resembling an angry Vajra, charging towards the lion pride with astonishing power. Seeing that a creature dared to attack it, the demon flame Lion King was enraged, letting out a deafening roar, its demonic flames intensifying. Fong Dai fought against the demon flame Lion King. Although only half the size of the demon flame Lion King, its immense strength allowed it to knock the demon flame Lion King to the ground. Fong Dai opened its mouth and spat out a ball of dark energy, containing the corrosive power of lightning and darkness, which it then lunged at the demon flame Lion King. The demon flame Lion King was equally unyielding, its body wreathed in demonic flames. The red flames carried a sinister black aura, which quickly condensed into an energy wave that collided with Fong Dai's attack. The intense collision caused the surrounding creatures to involuntarily take a step back. Fong Lanbai, wielding a prismatic longsword and protected by a prismatic shield, fiercely battled the other charging lions. With a few strikes, Fong Lanbai killed a late-stage Tier 1 male lion. The other lions posed little threat, and the Monkey King fought several lions single-handedly, holding its own. It skillfully utilized the terrain, killing several mutated lions with a single punch. Its immense strength allowed it to maintain an advantage against the pride. Fong Lanbai pondered to himself that if the Monkey King could advance to the second tier, he might be able to rival the demon flame Lion King. Perhaps, the Monkey King's defeat in his previous life was precisely because his advancement was a little slow, which led to the extermination of his clan by the demon flame Lion King. Fong Dai had already fought the demon flame Lion King for several rounds and had many wounds on his body, one of which was burned by the demon flames and looked particularly serious. Once the demonic flames attach themselves, they are extremely difficult to extinguish, but the demon flame Lion King is gradually losing ground. Ignoring the burning pain, Fong Dai forcibly tore a large chunk of flesh from the demon flame Lion King's back and even feasted on it in front of the demon flame Lion King. The demon flame Lion King, of course, could not tolerate such provocation. With a roar, it prepared to devour Fong Dai. But at this moment, Fong Lanbai had already cleared out the remaining lion pack and, with the help of the prism, leaped into the air. The 12 prisms quickly coalesced into a giant sword, which flew toward the demon flame Lion King with powerful energy and the sound of wind breaking. Sensing the threat of the giant sword, the flame Lion King swiftly conjured a black energy shield. However, Fong Lanbai's all-out attack was far beyond the flame Lion King's ability to withstand. The giant sword sliced through the air, striking the flame Lion King's body with tremendous force. The black and red energy shield shattered instantly, pinning the flame Lion King firmly to the ground. The flame Lion King struggled a few times, then fell silent. If Fong Dai hadn't exhausted most of its power earlier, the shield the flame Lion King had conjured would never have been broken so easily. The once mighty Beast King was ultimately defeated. Fong Lanbai removed the crystal core from the corpse of the demon flame Lion King and held it in front of Fong Dai. Fong Dai thought it was a reward from its master and was about to swallow it. Just then, Fong Lanbai reached out and slapped it down, saying softly, "This isn't for you to eat. I told you to lick the blood off, it's dirty." Fong Dai helplessly licked away the bloodstains on the crystal core, and then Fong Lanbai wiped the saliva off its body with his hand. This method of handling was obviously the most suitable for Forbidden Item 004. If outsiders knew how Fong Lanbai treated this powerful forbidden artifact, they would probably be furious. Ordinary people would only want to worship forbidden artifacts, but Fong Lanbai treated it like an ordinary object. The Demon Flame Lion King is different from ordinary cores. It has a black and red appearance and feels slightly hot to the touch. It looks like an ordinary core is inlaid with a crown, making it look extremely extraordinary. Chapter 15, The Monkey King's Decision. Fong looked down at Fong Lanbai with a hint of resentment in his eyes. At this moment, the Monkey King, still in his Vajra form, walked over and respectfully squatted down next to Fong Lanbai, bowing repeatedly, clearly wanting to express his gratitude. Fong Lanbai patted its head, thinking to himself, "This monkey is quite sensible." He looked at Fong Dai and the Monkey King and said, "You two guard me and don't let anything get close to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Dai immediately squatted down not far from Fong Lanbai, focusing on guarding her. The Monkey King, on the other hand, seemed exceptionally clever and followed Fong Dai's example, guarding the other side as well. Fong Lanbai held the Demon Flame crystal core in his hand. The moment he touched it, he felt a scorching demonic flame rapidly spread from within his body, searing his entire form. The pain caused him to cry out in pain. The demonic flame burned his skin, and the temperature in the air instantly rose. Even Fong Dai and the Monkey King felt the change in temperature. Bang! Fong Lanbai's 12-sided prisms involuntarily burst forth from his body, swirling around him. Within the demonic flames, these originally ethereal blue prisms were gradually stained with black and red flame patterns. The burning pain intensified, and the marks of the demonic flames began to appear on Fong Lanbai's skin. At this moment, Fong Lanbai seemed to exude a strong, bestial aura. He couldn't help but cry out in pain again, his body and mind feeling as if they were being mercilessly burned, even his soul trembling. As time passed, the demonic flames gradually dissipated, and Fong Lanbai finally succeeded in absorbing the power within the demonic flame crystal core. An ordinary person would likely have succumbed to such pain, but Fong Lanbai endured it and ultimately conquered the demonic flames. As the flames disappeared, his body transformed from excruciating pain into a strange sense of comfort, as if he were being deeply nourished by a power. His shirt had long since been burned away by the demonic flames, revealing his well-defined muscles. Previously rather slender, he was now even more muscular, his physique exceptionally strong. Black and red markings appeared on his back. Upon closer inspection, they resembled the image of the demonic flame Lion King. This was clearly a sign that Fong Lanbai had comprehended the demonic flame ability. At this moment, Fong Lanbai stood still, with Fong Dai circling around him like a puppy, seemingly sniffing something. Dai, don't you recognize me? Fong Lanbai smiled as she looked at Fong Dai. Fong stared blankly at Fong Lanbai, its eyes filled with confusion, seemingly unable to believe that the person in front of it was its master, but it could still sense a familiar feeling from Fong Lanbai's tone. Fong Lanbai looked down at his muscular body, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to it. This muscular appearance was both novel and satisfying to him. Clearly, his future fighting style would need to change. The Monkey King remained in its Vajra form, clearly worried about Fong Lanbai encountering any unforeseen circumstances. Its talent was exceptional. The fact that it could maintain this state for so long demonstrated its intelligence and strength. However, Fong Lanbai had no intention of forming a contract with the Monkey King, as his special ability wasn't something like beast taming. If he could contract it, Fong Lanbai certainly wouldn't miss out on this powerful mutated beast. Fong Lanbai put Fong Dai back into the dark demon essence to allow it to recover from the injuries it sustained in the battle with the demon flame Lion King. Seeing that Fong Lanbai remained still, the Monkey King deactivated his Vajra form and took Fong Lanbai's hand, seemingly wanting to lead him back to his lair. However, Fong Lanbai refused its offer, simply replying, "I said this morning that I would be back by noon at the latest. It's already afternoon, and they'll definitely be worried." One of the biggest problems in the apocalypse is communication. In peacetime, a single message could solve the problem, but now the signal has long been destroyed, making communication impossible. Seeing Fong Lanbai preparing to leave, the Monkey King squeaked anxiously, seemingly reluctant to part with him. It stood there in thought for a while, then followed behind Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai turned to look at the Monkey King and asked with a wry smile, "Do you want to come with me?" The Monkey King nodded vigorously, clearly understanding Fong Lanbai's words. Fong Lanbai smiled. "All right, take the lion's carcass back to your tribe to eat. I'll come find you again later. Lead your tribe to expand, don't disappoint me." As he spoke, Fong Lanbai gently patted the Monkey King's chest. As for why he didn't touch the Monkey King's head, it was simply because the Monkey King was too tall for Fong Lanbai to reach. Fong Lanbai knew that the corpses of these mutated lions would help the Monkey King's clan grow rapidly. The Monkey King seemed to understand Fong Lanbai's meaning, awkwardly waved his hand, and then turned and left. Fong Lanbai continued walking towards the Jinhui Hotel, entering several shops along the way, trying to find suitable clothing. However, due to his overly developed muscles, almost none of the clothes fit, leaving Fong Lanbai somewhat amused and exasperated. Finally, he found the largest size garment, which, although bulky, was barely wearable. The change in his physique is truly remarkable. He went from a naive young man to a muscular heartthrob in an instant. On the way back, several zombies tried to attack Fong Lanbai, but Fong Lanbai wasn't used to her new ability yet, and with a single punch, she smashed the head of a second-tier zombie, splattering blood all over her. Looking at the bloodstains all over her body, Fong Lanbai couldn't help but feel sorry for her clothes. He ran even faster than before, choosing secluded paths to avoid encountering too many zombies. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Jinhui Hotel and saw two guards standing there. One of them looked at Fong Lanbai as he approached and asked, Brother, what brings you here? Fong Lanbai was slightly taken aback, not expecting that after walking all morning, he wouldn't even be able to get home. Judging from the situation, the guard was clearly not a member of the original 4th squad, otherwise he would have recognized him. Although Fong Lanbai's physique had changed, his face hadn't changed much. Fong Lanbai didn't answer, but walked straight up to the two of them and asked, "Which team are you from?" One of them, somewhat puzzled, asked, "How did you know we were in a squad?" Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "You'll know once you go and call your captain over." After discussing it, the two decided that one of the team members would go to find the captain, while the other would stay where he was and watch Fong Lanbai. A short while later, Chun Gang came down from the 2nd floor of the hotel. When he saw Fong Lanbai, he first composed himself, and, after confirming that it was indeed Fong Lanbai, he ran over and excitedly said, "Brother Fong, what happened? You look so different." The junior teammate next to him asked, "Boss, who is this?" Chun Gang smiled and patted the team member on the head. "This is my boss." The team member immediately realized that the person in front of him was not only their captain, but also someone of a higher rank than the captain of the 4th squad. Fong Lanbai and Chun Gang walked into the hotel together. Chapter 16: The Settlement takes initial shape. I ran into some trouble today, but my strength has improved. Fong Lanbai walked into the hotel and asked Chun Gang, "Are there any new survivors joining?" Chun Gang replied, "This morning, we gathered together, and Sister Yao said you went out, so we discussed it and decided to leave one team here to guard the construction base, while the other 3 teams continued to go out to kill zombies and take in survivors." Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "It's going well. How's the supplies gathering going?" Chun Gang smiled wryly. "There are more and more people, and the supplies are almost gone. Today we roasted that mutated cat and ate it. It tasted pretty good. Ren Jinha's superpower is really convenient. They should bring back some supplies today. Don't worry, Brother Fong," Chun Gang added. Fong Lanbai patted Chun Gang on the shoulder. "Come on, since you're free anyway, find a few people who can drive and come with me to collect supplies. Remember, be quick-witted." Chun Gang laughed and said, "Okay, Brother Fong, I've been holding it in for so long. It'll be ready soon." Fong Lanbai went down to the 1st floor and saw many women and children cleaning up the hotel, having already cleared away the corpses that had been killed by zombies. Many of them were survivors taken in from nearby buildings, seeking refuge here. Everyone had their own task. The evolved individuals guarded the hotel's perimeter, eliminating any stray zombies. Fong Lanbai went up to the 5th floor, where they stored their supplies. Several older women were organizing the supplies. Fong Lanbai reached out and placed the supplies he had brought back from the supermarket and the long gun he had acquired from the zoo aside. "These are the supplies I brought back. Please pack them up," Fong Lanbai said with a smile. Fong Lanbai trusted Su Qidong and the others, and since they had entrusted the task of organizing the supplies to these women, he didn't say anything more. Soon, Chun Gang led the 2 men to the 5th floor. "Brother Fong, these are our team members. The car is parked in the underground garage." Chun Gang pointed to one of the shorter men. "His name is Fong Hua, the same name as you, Brother Fong. He just awakened his superpower today, which can sharpen objects. It's quite useful." Fong Lanbai nodded, a thought suddenly occurring to him. The ability to sharpen objects was very useful, especially for spears, which would provide the evolved beings with more powerful weapons. "Hello, Brother Fong. Please take care of me in the future." Fong Hua quickly stepped forward to shake hands. "My car is in the garage, and I have the keys. You can take them if you need them." Another man in a suit looked disheveled, covered in blood, with several tears in his clothes. Chun Gang introduced him. "This is Jiang Feng, the lobby manager, an evolved being, and very strong in combat." Jiang Feng smiled sheepishly. "No, it's all just to survive." He continued, "Brother Fong, I live nearby and have accumulated some assets over the years. My car is also parked in the parking lot." Fong Lanbai looked at them and nodded. "Okay, you follow Chun Gang. Let's go get the supplies." The 4 descended into the underground parking lot, which was almost devoid of zombies. Jiang Feng and Fong Hua quickly eliminated a few zombies. Jiang Feng swiftly dispatched them with his short sword and then retrieved the crystal core. Fong Hua's attack method involved using sharpening objects to sever the zombies' hands, then hurling scraps of cloth like darts at their heads. Fong Lanbai was satisfied with the two's efficient teamwork, especially Jiang Feng, who, although he had no special abilities, was very decisive in battle. The 4 of them drove 3 cars. Chun Gang sat in Fong Lanbai's car because he couldn't drive. Fong Lanbai drove the way, easily crashing through the parking lot barrier and quickly driving onto the sidewalk, with the 2 cars following closely behind. 3 SUVs sped along. Fong Lanbai had deliberately chosen larger vehicles to collect more supplies. Along the way, whenever Fong Lanbai encountered zombies, he would ram them directly. The zombies on the vehicles were quickly dealt with by prism crystal, their heads pierced through like candied hawthorns. The prism, tempered by the demonic flames, became even harder, its blue and red light illuminating the night sky. Brother Fong, is this a new ability you just acquired? This flame is far beyond what Rinjin can compare to, Chun Gang asked in surprise. Fong Lanbai smiled and said, I just got it today, so I'm not very comfortable with it yet. As they approached the supermarket, the number of zombies on the road decreased. After parking, the four walked towards the supermarket and discovered that the original roller shutter door had been torn open, indicating that someone had forced their way in. You guys wait outside. I'll go in and deal with the zombies first. Don't make too much noise. Fong Lanbai gestured for the others to wait. After the others agreed, Fong Lanbai called out Fong Dai Dai just in case. Upon entering the supermarket, the corpses that had been at the entrance were gone, and a strong stench of blood filled the air, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place. Fong Dai Dai sneezed, clearly unaccustomed to the strong smell of blood. Fong Lanbai relied on Fong Dai Dai's sense of smell to walk towards the place with the strongest blood smell. Chapter 17: Mutant Zombies. A massive mountain of flesh lay piled in a corner of the supermarket, the stench of blood overwhelming the air. Its body was covered in blood, and scattered limbs and bits of flesh lay around it. The zombie was enormous, with short limbs, its head almost touching the ceiling, and it was still chewing something. Upon seeing living creatures, its eyes gleamed with greed, as if it had discovered a priceless treasure. Fong Lanbai recognized it as a mutated zombie, stronger and more disgusting than ordinary zombies. Its size and strength had reached the second tier, clearly indicating it had consumed a large number of living creatures. The mutated zombie ate living people, devouring them alive, a terrifying existence Fong Lanbai had never seen before. The zombie strode heavily toward Fong Lanbai. Though not fast, it was extremely agile, its belly bulging, knocking over the surrounding shelves. Its dark green skin was repulsive. Clearly, it wanted to devour Fong Lanbai and Fong Dai Dai. Fong Lanbai smiled slightly, preparing to test his newly acquired ability. Fong Dai Dai immediately let out a dragon's roar, and a thick bolt of lightning struck the mutated zombie's body. Although it only turned its skin black and paused briefly, it quickly recovered and continued to charge towards Fong Lanbai. The demonic flames in Fong Lanbai's hands surged, and the prism sword rapidly grew larger under the influence of the flames, slashing down. The mutated zombie tried to block with its short arms, but the prism sword only sliced through its flesh, wedging itself in the bones. Its bone density was extremely high, enough to withstand Fong Lanbai's attack. Fong Lanbai immediately drew his sword, while Fong Dai Dai used dark energy to tightly envelop the mutated zombie's body, dissolving its flesh. The mutated zombie, in pain, turned to strike Fong Dai Dai with its giant hand. Fong Dai Dai swiftly dodged. The blow struck the ground, shattering tiles and creating a powerful tremor. Fong Lanbai merged the prism's swords again, the 12 prisms forming a giant sword, which he plunged fiercely into the mutated zombie's abdomen. Demonic flames raged within its body, charring its flesh. The mutated zombie struggled in agony, trying to bite Fong Lanbai, but Fong Lanbai conjured a demonic flame longsword, plunging it into its mouth and sealing its breath. Eat as much as you want. The demon flame will provide plenty, Fong Lanbai said with a cold smile. The demon flame completely incinerated the mutated zombie, silencing it completely. Its body was burned to a charred black. Fong Lanbai continued his attacks, and the combination of the prism sword and the demonic flame quickly annihilated the mutated zombies. Finally, Fong Lanbai retrieved the crystal core. This second-tier mutated crystal core was more suitable for absorption than ordinary crystal cores. Fong Dai Dai leaned quietly against Fong Lanbai, secretly observing its master, seemingly somewhat confused. It realized that Fong Lanbai's strength was growing stronger and stronger, and it had even mastered the abilities of that lion. At this moment, Chun Gang entered the supermarket and saw the mutated zombie corpse. He exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness, Brother Fong, is this also a zombie? How come it's so big?" Fong Lanbai briefly explained the situation with the mutated zombies, then asked, "How did you get in? Where are the other two?" Chun Gang replied, "I heard some noise inside and was worried you might be in danger, so I had them keep watch. Anyway, it's just some scattered zombies. They can handle it." Fong Lanbai nodded. "Okay, let them in. Let them take as much as they can and fill the car." Chun Gang laughed and said, "All right, Brother Fong." In his heart, he was still thinking, How much credit did Su Chidong get this time? I was just guarding the house, and I managed to bring back several truckloads of supplies. The group began loading baskets of supplies onto the truck. Fong Lanbai was extremely efficient, carrying more loads at a time than the others. Soon, all 3 vehicles were fully loaded, leaving almost no space inside. Once full, they traveled smoothly back home, without any bumps or knocks. Back at the hotel, Chun Gang directed the people to move the supplies to the designated location. A number of survivors had already gathered in the hotel lobby. Fong Lanbai bumped into Li Ruizha on the way. Li Ruizha, with his head down, accidentally bumped into Fong Lanbai's chest. Looking up and seeing him, he exclaimed in shock, "Brother Fong, what happened to you?" Fong Lanbai laughed and said, "Don't be envious. This is a figure you'll never have in your entire life." "Brother Fong, you were already handsome enough. How did you become a muscle man?" Li Ruizha pinched Fong Lanbai's arm, and then collapsed after confirming. Fong Lanbai patted his shoulder. "Tell me how things are going now." Li Ruizha said with a bitter face, "The survivors around here have basically all arrived. Each team in the hotel has more than 30 people. We organized a wave of awakenings this morning, and some people have awakened their superpowers and have been assigned to various teams." Fong Lanbai then asked, "Who's in charge of logistics?" Li Ruizha was a little embarrassed. "My home is in Shanghai, not far from here. I just want to see my family and brought my parents over. I'm leaving them in my mom's care." "Brother Fong, don't worry, my mom is very reliable." Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "So it's Annie Ruizha. With her here, I can rest assured about the logistics." Chapter 18 adds another general. Tomorrow, Fong Lanbai plans to go find Yi Qingyao's parents. Finding them as soon as possible will put Yi Qingyao and herself at ease. That evening, everyone received food. No one got something for nothing, and everyone had their own task. The best food was naturally given to the combat team members. After all, whether on guard duty or going into battle, they were the ones risking their lives, and it was only right that they received it. Today, Su Chidong's team hunted down 2 mutated beasts, a mutated dog and a mutated rabbit. Both were quite large, especially the rabbit, which was nearly the size of a large dog. Su Chidong said the rabbit was more difficult to deal with than the dog, possessing immense explosive power and astonishing hind leg strength. If he hadn't paralyzed it with his lightning, the rabbit would likely have escaped long ago. More than 100 people formed a large circle. The atmosphere was relaxed. No longer afraid of zombies, they gathered together, chatting and laughing, boasting about how brave they were that day, and looking forward to sharing their prey. At this moment, Ren Jinhe looked anxious. He was the strongest fire-type ability user besides Fong Lanbai, and he was carefully controlling the fire. Fong Lanbai's demonic flames were too hot, easily burning to ashes, and also had the effect of scorching the soul. Fearing that it would affect the team members' health, he had to leave it to Ren Jinhe to handle alone, which was quite a hardship for him. The hotel's first floor was empty, with no rooms available. They moved the furniture aside slightly, just enough to accommodate the 100+ people. Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao sat at the head of the circle, occasionally feeling the gazes of those around them. Fong Lanbai suddenly had an idea. The Demon Flame Lion King's corpse was still there. Fong Daidai had eaten part of it, and he planned to use the rest to reward some of the stronger members, while also taking this opportunity to see the true strength of his team members. So he stood up. "See this Sphinx?" Fong Lanbai's voice drew everyone's attention. "This is what I hunted today. I plan to leave the rest of the meat for 10 people. This meat is very helpful for the evolution of awakened beings. Members of all 4 teams can come up and fight, and the winner can get one of the spots." As soon as he finished speaking, a broken lion's body appeared in Fong Lanbai's hand. The onlookers were surprised, but more than that, they were filled with desire for lion meat. In other words, everyone craved power. "We don't have any of this good stuff either. Can't we participate too?" Su Chidong said. Fong Lanbai smiled and took out a few crystal cores from his pocket, distributing them to several people. "This is a 2nd-tier crystal core." Li Ruizha took the crystal core and couldn't help but say, "Brother Fong, how come you've already killed so many 2nd-tier zombies?" Each person has 2 2nd-tier crystal cores, and the 4 team leaders have a total of 8 cores. For any team, dealing with 2nd-tier zombies would be quite difficult, yet Fong Lanbai obtained so many on his own. "It has to be my brother Fong," Chun Gang said with a smile. "How could brother Fong forget us? We really share the good fortune." Yi Qingyao took the crystal core, her brows furrowing slightly. She didn't know how Fong Lanbai could kill so many 2nd-tier zombies single-handedly, but it must have come at a great risk. She secretly decided that she would definitely accompany Fong Lanbai on her next expedition. As soon as Fong Lanbai finished speaking, many people became eager to try, and the atmosphere became even more enthusiastic. This opportunity was not only a good chance to improve their skills, but also a chance to appear in front of the team captains, paving the way for their future development. At this moment, a seemingly ordinary young man stepped forward and said to Lanbai, "Since no one is going to take the lead, I will be the one to lead." Fong Lanbai smiled and agreed. "Okay, welcome. The team needs a pioneer like him, and Fong Lanbai is quite satisfied with his attitude. Now it's time to see how strong he is." Su Chidong quietly approached Fong Lanbai and said, "This kid's name is Lu Jiming. His superpower is petrification, which is good for both offense and defense. He once single-handedly cleared out all the zombies in the building, dealt with the survivors, and brought them together. He's a very capable person. It took a lot of effort to subdue him if he wanted to fight me." Fong Lanbai immediately became interested. Someone who could single-handedly clear out zombies was clearly a very promising talent. As soon as Lu Jiming stepped onto the stage, several people stepped forward to challenge him, including Li Pingyan, Gu, and several other superhumans whom Fong Lanbai knew. Fong Lanbai assigned Li Pingyan to Lu Jiming. He heard from Su Chidong that Lu Jiming was very strong, probably stronger than the others, and he was worried that the others wouldn't last long. Li Pingyan was eager to try it out. After these few battles, he had developed a variety of combat methods for the Shield of Light. Chen Gang stood aside and presided. "Everyone else step aside. The first match will be between Li Pingyan and Lu Jiming. Remember, stop when you've made a point. No killing or malicious serious injury is allowed." After the two clasped their fists in greeting, Lu Jiming suddenly stomped his right foot, and stone spikes as tall as a person instantly rose from the ground beneath his feet. Li Pingyan hurriedly dodged to the side, his golden giant shield shining brightly as he prepared to fight. He quickly swung his shield, intending to engage Lu Jiming in close combat. The best way to deal with elemental ability users is to close the distance, but Lu Jiming was clearly not someone who could be easily defeated. Lu Jiming conjured a stone shield in his left hand, and his right fist was encased in rock, preparing to meet the attack. Li Pingyan's shield swung, but it was easily shattered by Lu Jiming's stone shield. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Jiming's eyes. He hadn't expected Li Pingyan's shield to be so sturdy. Immediately, stone spikes erupted from the ground again. Li Pingyan skillfully dodged them by slightly shifting his body, but Lu Jiming seized the opportunity to retreat, conjuring a rock dragon in his hand and shooting it towards Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan hurriedly raised his shield to block, but this attack was extremely powerful, and the golden light instantly knocked him back 10 steps. Lu Jiming continued his attack, and Li Pingyan struggled to block the stone spikes, eventually becoming exhausted. Finally, Lu Jiming swung the stone spikes, stopping them just in front of Li Pingyan's chest. Li Pingyan gasped for breath. "I lost. You're very strong." Lu Jiming helped Li Pingyan up and patted him on the back in a friendly manner. "It's okay. I really am too strong." Those around were speechless for a moment, but they had to admit that Lu Jiming's strength was impressive. His continuous attacks would definitely make him an important source of firepower for the team in the future. Chapter 19: Lu Jiming's highlight moment. The following battles were not as exciting. There was also a girl with the ability to use vines, who was very strong. Her vines were covered with sharp thorns. She fought Manhwa, the ability user who could sharpen objects. After a fierce battle, he still lost. The girl's vines were hard to defend against. The girl's name was Yang Ruhan. She was very beautiful, with long legs that were dazzling. She was also on Yi Qingyao's team, but compared to Yi Qingyao, she was still inferior. Yi Qingyao, who was already exceptionally beautiful, had an indescribable aura after awakening her superpower. The lotus flower between her eyebrows made Yi Qingyao seem like a fairy, making people reluctant to defile her. There was another girl named Su Shuer, who was also in Yi Qingyao's team. When she heard that the third team had a female captain, she chose to join the third team without hesitation. Her special ability was Ice Wings, a pair of wings made of ice, which were particularly beautiful. Various ice attacks came out one after another. Since she could fly, she was invincible and strongly secured one of the spots. After a battle that lasted nearly 2 hours, Ren Jinha's powers were restored in the end, and he went up and defeated one of the opponents, securing a spot. Lu Jiming fought 4 matches. Seeing that no one challenged him, he went to challenge others. He challenged 4 out of 10 people. If Fong Lanbai hadn't stopped him, he would have continued fighting. It was as if he had inexhaustible superpowers and endless energy waiting for him to use. The last 10 people were Lu Jiming, who said his special ability was the Lord of Rocks. Li Pingyan, the Shield of Light, is certain to secure a spot with his strength. It's just that Lu Jiming is somewhat overqualified. Gu, the Wolf King's special ability. Yang Ruhan, the supernatural Ghost King tongue. Su Shuer, with the superpower of ice wings. Zhang Kongming, from Chun Gang's team, was the only one from Chun Gang's team to make it into the top 10, which made Chun Gang a little embarrassed. His supernatural ability was wind-based, and his wind blades were fast, accurate, and fast, leaving his opponents somewhat helpless. He fought 3 matches in total and secured his spot. Right Wave, Li Ruijia's team, possesses a rare psychic ability. Currently, it can only interfere with the enemy's movements. It is unknown what other abilities it will have in the future. It aims to secure a spot. Hua Yi is an old man who looks to be over 50. He is part of Li Ruijia's team and has superpowers, including the Banyang Palm. At first, his opponents didn't want to fight him and wanted him to admit defeat, but in the end, they were taught a lesson. Then there's Rin Jinha, whose powerful fire-type ability allowed him to easily defeat his opponent who was originally guarding the position. The last one was given to him by Fong Lanbai. He was a pure healing ability user in the team, besides Yi Qingyao. His ability was the Healing Pool, which had extremely strong healing power. He was in Chun Gang's team. Chun Gang called him Little Fatty, but his real name was Wang Little Fatty. He had a very good temper and was always laughing. In his previous life, Xiao Pang followed Fong Lanbai, but later, during a battle with another settlement, he was assassinated by a user with the ability of Shadow. At that time, Xiao Pang had already reached the 4th level, with extremely strong healing effects. He could even heal from having his throat cut, and his vitality was like that of a cockroach. The assassin even ripped out his internal organs. Fong Lanbai felt extremely guilty towards Xiao Pang, who had saved so many people but couldn't save himself. Fong Lanbai asked Rin Jinha to roast the lion meat, and this time he worked much harder, since some of it was his own. At this moment, Lu Jiming stepped forward, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Fong Lanbai, and said, "Brother Fong, I want to challenge you. Although I've heard you're very strong, and I'm probably no match for you, I'd like to give it a try. Please give me a chance." Lu Jiming fought Su Qidong and was defeated. Su Qidong said that he couldn't beat Fong Lanbai, so he probably wouldn't be a match for Fong Lanbai. After hearing this, Chun Gang shouted, "You little brat, if you want to fight Brother Fong, you'll have to get past me first." He was about to get up and bump into Lu Jiming, but Fong Lanbai stopped him. It wasn't that Fong Lanbai didn't want him to go, but he was afraid that Chun Gang really couldn't beat Lu Jiming. He then stood up and said, "I promise you, if I lose, you'd better behave yourself from now on." As he spoke, he walked to the opposite side of him. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire hotel had reached a climax. Most of the people had never seen the strength of this person who was of a higher status than the 4 captains, namely Fong Lanbai. Some of those who had seen Fong Lanbai make a move also wanted to see a thrilling battle. Fong Lanbai said, "Come on, let's make our move." Fong Lanbai watched several of his fights and concluded that if he wasn't hiding anything, he could only manage 10 moves at most. Any more than that would be a sign of his lack of confidence. Lu Jiming didn't hesitate and launched countless stone spikes in an instant, wanting to see Fong Lanbai's attack methods. However, Fong Lanbai didn't move at all. As the stone spikes shot towards him, demonic flames rose in front of him, like a wall, evaporating the corpses. The stone spikes didn't make a sound when they hit the ground. Then the demonic flames dissipated, and Fong Lanbai charged towards Lu Jiming like a cannonball. Lu Jiming reacted quickly as well. Seeing the ferocious aura, 10 stone shields instantly appeared in front of him, trying to block Fong Lanbai's punch. Boom 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 bang. However, the stone shield shattered like thin ice when it was touched by Fong Lanbai's fist. It didn't stop until the 6th shield was hit. At this moment, the stone spikes rose up, but Fong Lanbai easily dodged them. Demonic flames surged, his physique was strengthened once again, and the demonic flame Lion King tattoo on his back emitted a red light. Sank in as he stepped on the ground, and Lu Jiming was covered in stone armor, his entire body enveloped in it. But would that even be useful? Fong Lanbai punched the thicker stone shield in front of him, shattering it. He then tried to punch Lu Jiming's chest, but Lu Jiming's right arm was covered with another layer of rock, blocking the blow to his chest. Bump! Lu Jiming was sent flying backwards by the blow, the rock in front of his chest shattered into pieces, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground, clearly suffering from internal injuries. There was an uproar. Lu Jiming was undoubtedly the #1 player besides the captain, yet he was beaten so badly that he couldn't fight back at all. I remember Fong Gu used to be able to control a lot of glass to fight. How come he's turned into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex now? The difference is so great not only because Fong Lanbai has reached the 2nd tier, but also because he has been strengthened by the demon flame. As for why he didn't use the prism crystal, was it necessary? Fong Lanbai hates 2 kinds of people the most in her life. Those who are pretentious and those who don't let them be pretentious. This also gave Lu Jiming a slight shock. He helped him up and said, "Go find little fatty for treatment. We have a mission tomorrow." Lu Jiming responded, deeply feeling Fong Lanbai's strength. The gap between them shattered his defenses, and he lost all his arrogance. Everyone present was stunned. Why was he so strong? It was a bit outrageous. But when they came to their senses, they were glad that they had come here and become a member of the team. Fong Lanbai also wanted to tell them that they had the strongest support, so that they would feel a sense of belonging here and be truly good to the base. Chapter 20 Boundary Breaking Gathering Place. Fong Lanbai greeted Little Fatty. Wang Xiaoping immediately understood, walked over with a grin, helped Lu Jiming up, and took him down for treatment. Given Lu Jiming's abilities, it wouldn't be unreasonable to give him a fifth squad after a period of observation. However, Fong Lanbai didn't plan to do so. Firstly, 4 squads were enough, and secondly, Lu Jiming's special abilities were more suitable for construction, and he would become the base's city defense team. Lanbai and was then led away by the chubby boy, his eyes filled with respect and admiration. Fong Lanbai held back, otherwise this punch might have killed him directly. Many people in the crowd were chanting Fong Lanbai's name, and this surging enthusiasm seemed to be trying to extinguish Fong Lanbai's demonic flames. Riding on this enthusiasm, Fong Lanbai was about to announce something important. Fong Lanbai pressed down with both hands, and the student's face now had a mature air about it. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I have an important announcement to make. Today, we will officially establish a survivor settlement, called the Boundary Breaker Settlement. I will be the head of the settlement, which will consist of 4 combat teams, a logistics department, and later, a city defense team, etc. You are welcome to join wherever you wish, all for the better development of our base." In the previous life, Fong Lanbai's gathering place was called Breaking Boundaries. In this life, it will continue its glory, and may even become more domineering. "Okay, Brother Fong, I support you." Before Fong Lanbai could finish speaking, Chun Gang stood up to support him. Then, unexpectedly, Lu Jiming, clutching his chest, said, "Okay, Brother Fong, I support you too." Then the scene was very positive. Almost everyone was cheering, and even the stairwell to the second floor was full of people. Everyone was full of expectations for the future. Fong Lanbai laughed from the bottom of her heart when she saw this. After everyone dispersed, the 5 of them went back to the top floor to continue their discussion. Chun Gang smiled and said, "Brother Fong, our power will definitely grow stronger in the future, and will save even more people." Li Ruasia then asked, "But won't the authorities interfere? Will they allow us to have our own team?" Fong Lanbai's red and blue eyes seemed to see through everything as she said, "The authorities are too busy dealing with their own problems to care. By the time they recover, we'll all be eaten by zombies." Su Qidong continued, "That's true. Our goal now is to become stronger. Once we become strong enough, nothing can hold us back." Fong Lanbai said, "Yes, strength is the key, but we also need to develop our own power. Another thing, which I mentioned earlier, is the city defense team, responsible for the construction and management of everything within the base. I think Lu Jiming is a good person. What do you all think?" Li Ruasia thought for a moment and said, "Lu Jiming is indeed strong, and his temperament seemed good today, but I still worry that he may not be able to shoulder great responsibilities." Although Li Ruasia can be quite quirky at times, he is decisive in handling matters, thinks about many aspects, and sometimes offers very meaningful opinions. Yi Qingyao parted her lips slightly and said calmly, "Yes, it was indeed a bit fast. Lanbai, this position is indeed very important, and we still don't know his background." Fong Lanbai smiled and said, Yes, I also want to see him for a while. Besides, the city defense team isn't in a hurry at all. Our territory is still uncertain." The others nodded in agreement. Su Qidong asked excitedly, "Xiao Fong, what are the plans for tomorrow?" Fong Lanbai looked out the window. Shanghai University is full of talented people. All the teachers and professors are top performers in their respective fields. We'll leave tomorrow at noon, and Yao and I will bring her parents back tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Yi Qingyao looked up at Fong Lanbai, whose beautiful features were full of warmth. She hadn't expected him to be preparing so soon. Seeing Li Ruasia's parents today inevitably reminded Yi Qingyao of her own parents. But Li Ruasia's home was nearby, and he himself possessed spatial abilities, allowing him to avoid most dangers. Yi Qingyao's home wasn't exactly on the other side of Shanghai, but it was practically halfway across the city. This not only increased the danger level significantly, but also caused delays, which naturally made Yi Qingyao uneasy. Yi Qingyao softly said thank you. Su Qidong also thought of his parents and family, but he came to Shanghai from another place to study, traveling hundreds of kilometers to get here. This made him regretful that he had come so far to study here. Fong Lanbai saw all this, but wasn't worried, because in her previous life, Su Qidong's parents were not only alive, but living very well. Moreover, it was Su Qidong's parents who took the initiative to come and see if their son was still alive. As for Chen Gang, he didn't even bother to ask. The breaking boundary gathering ground was his home now. If anyone destroyed it, he would fight tooth and nail to make them pay the price. Another short meeting has come to an end. Early in the morning, Fong Lanbai took Yi Qingyao and drove an SUV that she had borrowed from her teammates. She released Fong Dai in advance and let it stay on the roof of the car. Fong Lanbai wanted to get to the place where she found Yi Qingyao's parents in her previous life as quickly as possible. Fong looked around curiously, sitting on the roof of the car, enjoying the breeze. He was much bigger than yesterday, and although he was still in the early stage of the second tier, his strength had increased. Along the Huangpu River, it was still very dark, with about 2 hours until dawn. The reason for choosing this time was that they were afraid of missing the noon plan, and also because Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao's battle had just ended. Fong Lanbai, with his enhanced physical abilities, lasted longer than before, making it difficult for Yi Qingyao to finish. Yi Qingyao begged for mercy repeatedly before ending Fong Lanbai's first battle after his strength increased, her face flushed. This left Yi Qingyao, who had just gotten into the car that day, with slightly dazed eyes. Even if it means taking a detour along the Huangpu River, they can't afford to be held back by zombies. Right now, apart from the second-tier zombies that make Fong Lanbai pause slightly, the other zombies are no match for them. Those scattered zombies can't make the car stop at all. If a car blocks the way, Fong Lanbai just gives it a look, and Fong Dai unleashes a burst of dark energy that corrodes most of the car, which Fong Lanbai easily smashes past. Later, Fong Dai discovered that this thing wasn't going very fast, so it flew around in the air searching for zombies ahead, allowing Fong Lanbai to travel smoothly all the way. Fong Lanbai is probably the only one who would dare to drive like that in the apocalypse. When it got tired of flying, it went back to the roof of the car to rest for a while. After a while, it stuck its head to the window and licked the two of them, which made Yi Qingyao laugh. Fong Dai didn't seem particularly serious throughout the journey. Yi Qingyao's parents are politicians and kind people. Fong Lanbai is often taken home by Yi Qingyao for meals. Yi Qingyao's parents think Fong Lanbai is a good person and ambitious, so they agree to Yi Qingyao's relationship with Fong Lanbai. The main reason is that Yi Qingyao often speaks well of Fong Lanbai in front of her parents. Yi Qingyao has never been in a relationship before. She has always been a well-behaved girl since childhood. Even after dating in high school, she didn't talk about it until she went to college. Fong Lanbai drove around residential areas and commercial districts as much as possible, because if she got caught up in the zombie horde, it wouldn't be so easy to escape. Chapter 21, Finally Saving Parents. Yi Qingyao lived in a fairly upscale neighborhood, but it was still old-fashioned. Fong Lanbai drove his car straight into the entrance of the neighborhood, and the zombies on the road were sent flying by Fong Lanbai. Fong Dai bit off the zombie's head, and Fong Lanbai parked the car downstairs. In the past, they would have had to go through the underground parking garage, but in this apocalypse, there are still convenient places. Fong Dai, guard the stairwell and don't let any living creature up. Roar! Fong Dai responded. They then quickly took Yi Qing upstairs. The elevator was no longer working, but with Fong Dai guarding it, the zombies in the building posed no threat to Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao. Last night, Yi Qingyao had also broken through to the second level, becoming the second-level ability user in the boundary gathering area. This surprised Fong Lanbai. Perhaps Yi Qingyao really was the second-best superhuman after Fong Lanbai. Walked up 9 floors without even breaking a sweat. This is the incredible physical prowess of superhumans. He casually dispatched the zombies in the stairwell, then went to the door. Without knocking, he punched the door open. Bump! A large hole was punched in, and Fong Lanbai grabbed the hole with both hands, threw the security door aside, and entered the room, but there was no one there. This puzzled Yi Qingyao. She searched the room back and forth, calling for her parents, but there was no response. Yi Qingyao looked at Fong Lanbai, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling slightly, and said, "Lanbai, my parents aren't home. What should we do? Are they in danger?" Fong Lanbai hugged Yi Qingyao and gently comforted her. "Yao, there's no blood in the room, and it's not messy. Your aunt and uncle are definitely still alive." In Fong Lanbai's memory, he found Yi Qingyao's parents in a room in his previous life. They were not in any danger and even had some supplies. Perhaps they were just out of food and had no choice but to go out to get supplies. He then went outside, walked to the same floor, and knocked on the door to see if anyone was home, hoping that someone might be able to provide some clues. After knocking a few times and waiting a while, the door opened. Inside was a family. The man opened the door with a sharpened rolling pin in his hand, while his wife held a kitchen knife behind him. Yi Qingyao came up behind Fong Lanbai and asked anxiously, "Uncle Wang, where are my parents? Are they in danger?" The middle-aged couple breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yi Qingyao and replied, "Qingyao, weren't you at university? There are so many zombies outside. How did you get back?" Yi Qingyao hastily replied that she came to see her parents, then asked again if she had seen them. Seeing Yi Qingyao's anxiety, Uncle Wang quickly said, "This morning I heard the door open, and when I looked through the peephole, I saw your parents taking weapons and leaving." Hearing this, Fong Lanbai became even more certain of her thoughts, thanked Uncle Wang, and quickly pulled Yi Qingyao downstairs. Yi Qingyao asked, "Lanbai, do you know where my parents are?" After going downstairs, Fong Daidai waited at the entrance of the building, where there were more zombie corpses nearby. Fong Lanbai figured that there must be no supplies at home, so Yi Qingyao's parents had no choice but to go out and search. The nearest supermarket was the most likely place. He then asked Yi Qingyao to take him to the nearest supermarket, which Yi Qingyao said was called Jiaoding Supermarket. The supermarket wasn't particularly big, but it was the closest to his home. When we arrived at the Jiaoding Supermarket, the glass doors were tightly closed, and there were counters blocking the view from inside, so it was obvious that someone was inside. There were also several zombies howling at the door. As Fong Lanbai approached, it roared and tried to pounce, but Fong Daidai pounced even faster, pinning several zombies under the dragon's claws and turning them into charred remains. Then the supermarket door was opened, and some things inside were overturned on the ground. Lying on the ground was the corpse of a zombie, its head smashed to pieces, and the crystal core inside was gone. Fong Lanbai noticed a tightly closed room in the corner of the supermarket. She walked to the door and tried to open it, but the door was locked from the inside. However, this was no problem for Fong Lanbai. She inserted several prisms horizontally and cut off the place where the lock was, so that the lock no longer existed. With a gentle push, the less than 10 square meter space inside was packed with people. Many of them covered their mouths, afraid of making a sound and disturbing what was outside. When they saw that the person who came in was a person, they breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Dad, Mom." Yi Qingyao saw her parents inside from behind. Her parents squeezed through the crowd and hugged their daughter, but now was not the time for catching up. After explaining to my aunt and uncle, I prepared to leave. But an elderly man with thinning hair and half-gray hair came out, frowning, and said, "Young man, you've reunited. But what about the door? What will we do if the zombies come?" As soon as he finished speaking, the room used to store goods was filled with people talking, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Spit was flying all over Fong Lanbai's face. If it weren't for Fong Lanbai's strength, these dozen or so people would probably have slapped him, since it threatened everyone's lives. Fong Lanbai quickly explained, "I've killed all the zombies outside, so there's no problem for now." After saying that, he immediately left with Yi Qingyao's parents. Fong Daidai was still standing at the supermarket entrance, which startled Yi Qingyao's parents. They thought Fong Lanbai was quick, so they grabbed the two of them and tried to run away. Fong Lanbai explained, "Uncle Yi, Aunt Chun, you can think of them as part of my ability. They're called Fong Daidai, which means friendly." Fong Daidai also extended its dragon head at the opportune moment, allowing Uncle Yi and Aunt Chun to touch it. She quickly positioned the two of them on Fong Daidai's back, reminding them to hold on tight. Then she rushed back to the entrance of the building. Some of the zombies on the way were killed by Fong Lanbai's prism, while others were pierced by Yi Qingyao's lotus petals. More and more zombies kept rushing in. Many zombies heard the noise and clung to the windows of the rooms, howling. Many zombies fell from the upper floors, their bodies twisted and covered in blood, still howling as they rushed over. Fong Lanbai was in the driver's seat, Yi Qingyao was in the passenger seat, Uncle Yi and Aunt Chun were in the back, and Fong Daidai was still on the roof, constantly spewing dark energy at the surrounding zombies. The 12 prism crystals protected the area around the car, serving as the last line of defense besides Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao. The vehicle started, and the accelerator was slammed into the gas tank. With a loud bang, the zombies that were about to rush forward were blocked in front of the vehicle, and Prism stepped forward and cut them in half. They retraced their steps, encountering several close calls along the way, but in the distance, a pair of eyes were watching Fong Lanbai and her group. A slight smile played on his lips as he said calmly, "Very good, a worthy opponent." On the way, seeing that there weren't many zombies around, Uncle Yi couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Fong, is this your superpower? How did you find us?" Uncle Yi, whose full name is Yi Qiu, is an official, a minor one. He is usually amiable, But when something happens, he becomes old and stern. Aunt Chun, whose full name is Chun Guing, met Uncle Yi when they were young. Later, she became a senior executive in a company. Aunt Chun is ambitious and does not want to be a housewife. She wants to make her own career. Uncle Yi is very supportive of her and understands what his partner wants to do. Yi Qingyao has never caused her parents any worry since she was a child. She has always been very sensible and has become even more filial as she grew up. She even brought home a boyfriend. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is like half a son. The two of them like Fong Lanbai more and more as they look at each other. Moved me even more. The danger they risked to save the two of them was beyond words. Chapter 22 Ink Xian Turtle. Uncle Yi then asked, Xiao Fong, where are we going now? There are zombies everywhere outside. Fong Lanbai said, I've established a survivor settlement called the Boundary Breaking Settlement to provide a place for survivors to live. Yi Qiu smiled and looked at Chun Guing, saying, Xiao Fong has also made something of himself in these chaotic times. Fong Lanbai smiled sheepishly and said, No, everyone is building our base together. It's not really formal yet. Yi Qiu laughed and said, As the saying goes, troubled times produce heroes, and you are the hero of these troubled times. Chun Guing asked, Are we still far from the gathering place? As they walked along the Huangpu River, several water cannons suddenly shot from the side. Yi Qingyao sensed it first, and a lotus flower instantly bloomed from under the car, enveloping the entire vehicle. 3 water cannons struck the lotus petals. The water cannons were very powerful, and the blue and white prisms quickly condensed, forming a prism wall. Yi Qingyao's hasty defense was unable to completely block them. However, Fong Lanbai's prism blocked the attack, while Fong Daidai was busy clearing away nearby zombies in the air to ensure the vehicle's speed. But there was nothing they could do. After the vehicle was attacked and stopped, the zombies surrounded them faster and faster. Fong Daidai could only hold them off for a while, allowing Fong Lanbai and the other to focus on dealing with the thing in the Huangpu River. Fong Lanbai got out of the car and asked Yi Qingyao to protect her parents. She controlled several prisms to support herself and suspended herself on the river. The things in the water seemed unwilling to expose themselves, but Fong Lanbai could sense their presence. Demonic flames gathered in his hand, and one demonic flame bullet after another flew towards the river's surface. The moment they touched the river, water vapor rose. The beast in the water was probably also angered by Fong Lanbai's provocative action. A column of water shot up and hit Fong Lanbai, who tried to dodge. But the water column seemed to have eyes, constantly following Fong Lanbai. Helpless, he could only raise his demonic flames and confront it head-on. Water vapor filled the river, and the thick fog made it impossible to see anything around him. Demonic flames rose from the prisms, and the prisms coalesced into a giant sword of demonic flames. This is the first time Fong Lanbai has condensed all 12 prisms, which means that Fong Lanbai will unleash his full strength. His attack power is far greater than before, and his ferocious aura, like that of a savage beast, is released without any hindrance. He threw the demon flame greatsword into the air, and it quickly split into countless giant swords, their tips pointing directly at the river surface. Fong Lanbai's eyes burned with demonic flames as he said, without a trace of emotion, submit. In an instant, countless giant swords of demonic flames descended, striking the river surface and shooting into the Huangpu River. Sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from the river, Fong Lanbai returned the demon flame greatsword to his hand and charged forward. He dared not delay. The longer he delayed, the more likely things would go wrong. If anything happened to Yi Qingyao's parents, Fong Lanbai would regret it to death. Therefore, he unleashed his full power without hesitation, determined to kill the mutated beast in the river. As the water surged, a mutated beast emerged, its body angular like a pre-apocalyptic alligator snapping turtle, but its shell, at least 3 meters in diameter, was shrouded in water. If Fong Lanbai wasn't mistaken, this was Mo Mingzhao's first contracted beast, the Ink Xian turtle. Mo Mingzhao, one of the 12 stars, Beast King Star, founded one of the 3 major gathering places in the previous life of the Demon City, the Mingmi Gathering Place. If the previous life was more about cooperation with Qianli Daoyue, then the relationship with Mo Mingzhao was hostile. In the previous life, Xiao Pang was killed by the superhuman under his command. Unexpectedly, Fong Lanbai didn't cause him any trouble. Instead, he took the initiative to approach Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai's lips curled up slightly. Since it's been delivered, don't blame me for being impolite. The giant sword, wreathed in demonic flames, forcefully broke through the water curtain of the Ink Xian turtle and pierced its shell. However, the turtle's shell was exceptionally hard, and it could only penetrate 3 inches before it could not go any further. The black tortoise cried out in pain, looking as if it was about to dive into the riverbed. Fanlonbai wasn't about to let it have its way. She grabbed the black tortoise's tail with her bare hands, spun it around, and threw the several-ton black tortoise to the other side of the river. The black tortoise moved swiftly on land, its limbs attempting to burrow back into the river, but Fanlonbai had already arrived. The black tortoise flicked its long tail, sending a whooshing sound as it lashed out at Fanlonbai. If Fanlonbai were dumped, he might even kick the bucket on the spot. But Fanlonbai was not about to be hit by such an attack. He stepped into the air, the prism returned to his body, and the 4 small swords quickly pierced into the limbs of the Mo Xian turtle. Buzz, 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 buzz. The excruciating pain caused the Ink Xian turtle to scream in agony, its eyes filled with fear as it looked at Fanlonbai. Water swirled around its body, spraying out spherical water spheres that hurtled towards Fanlonbai. The demonic flames rose again, but this time not on Fanlonbai. Instead, the demonic flames rose beneath the Ink Xian turtle, enveloping its entire body. This time, the Ink Xian turtle screamed in agony once more. Ignoring the fact that its limbs were pinned to the ground by Fanlonbai's prisms, it struggled violently, blood flowing on the ground, and a gash cut by Fanlonbai's prisms. It rushed towards the river at an even faster speed, knowing that if it did not find a way to escape back, it would probably be burned to ashes by the demonic flames. Appeared on the body of the Ink Xian turtle, absorbing Fanlonbai's demonic flames. An extremely powerful water tornado attacked Fanlonbai, and the Ink Xian turtle used this water tornado to return to the river, disappearing without a trace as if it had sunk into the sea. This black tortoise has extremely strong vitality. As Mo Mingzhao's natal beast, it is extremely difficult to kill. Sensing that there is still a presence coming, he had no choice but to give up the pursuit of this black tortoise. Back in the car, I quickly started it and called Fong Dai Dai back. At this time, there were probably hundreds of zombies around. The huge commotion attracted a massive number of zombies, and zombies kept appearing around, including some mutated ones. Yi Qingyao's parents were somewhat frightened, sitting upright in the car and looking around. Fanlonbai noticed and said softly, "Uncle Yi, Aunt Chun, it's all over now. These zombies are no longer a threat." Yi Qiao said, "Xiaofang, you're so different. Are all of you guys capable of these movie-like abilities now?" Fanlonbai said, "No, there's a certain probability that different abilities can be awakened. If you want to try, I'll have you and Aunt Chun try awakening them when we get back. Maybe you can awaken powerful abilities." Uncle Yi continued, "Your Aunt Chun and I don't want to hold you back. We definitely need to keep up with the times. If we don't, we'll be left behind." Yi Qingyao turned to her parents and said, "This is no joke. Although the probability is very low, if you fail to awaken, even if Xiaofang can interrupt the awakening process and prevent you from becoming zombies, you will still suffer from after effects." Yi Qingyao's eyes were filled with worry. Uncle Yi calmly said, "It's all right, Yao Yao. Don't you trust your parents? They'll definitely awaken a powerful ability." Yi Qingyao tried to persuade them again, but she couldn't win against her parents. Uncle Yi and Aunt Chun insisted on trying to awaken their powers, and Yi Qingyao could only accept it. Fanlonbai continued, "Actually, there's no need to worry too much. As long as you guard your mind while absorbing the crystal core, the probability of becoming a zombie is very low." Chapter 23 Cafeteria, Turmoil. The high population density in Shanghai has resulted in a large number of zombies, which cannot be killed by just a few people. Clearing out the zombies in Shanghai is a difficult task. They made it back to the Jinhui Hotel without any major incidents, and even took a detour to make sure the horde of zombies following behind them was shaken off. The buildings near the Jinhui Hotel were also cleared out. Some of the base members lived in these buildings. Only the people who originally stayed at the Jinhui Hotel were allowed to live in the hotel, which was a symbol of their strength. Back at the hotel, Fanlonbai arranged for Uncle Yi and Aunt Chun to stay in a hotel room, personally setting up a place for them on the 6th floor, where it was considered safer. Fanlonbai taught Uncle Yi and Aunt Chun how to awaken their powers. In their previous life, the two had also strongly requested Fanlonbai to awaken them. At first, Fanlonbai refused no matter what, but the two elders were too persistent. They even threatened to kill zombies if they didn't awaken, which finally made them awaken. Fortunately, both of them successfully awakened. Aunt Chun awakened a common mental ability, leaning towards mental enhancement, while Uncle Yi leaned more towards logistics, possessing an ability that promoted plant growth. With Yi Qiu's ability at that time, the grain production of the boundary gathering area increased by at least 50%. Therefore, Fong Lanbai is not worried about Uncle Yi and Aunt Chen turning into zombies. Moreover, after awakening, her physique will increase exponentially, giving her more self-protection ability should any accidents occur. It was already 1 p.m. when they got back to the hotel. This time, Li Ruasia led 3 squads to guard the boundary-breaking base, while squads 1, 2, and 4 followed Fong Lanbai to recruit the survivors from Shanghai University. Fong Lanbai stood before hundreds of evolved beings, and everyone felt a sense of security and pride upon seeing him. Fong Lanbai stood before all the evolved beings, his voice echoing throughout the first-floor hall, and said, "This is our first external cleanup since establishing the boundary-breaking gathering ground. Can we achieve the greatest benefit with the least casualties?" Able. The roars of hundreds of people echoed in the hall, and a fierce fighting spirit burned in everyone's heart. Those who joined earliest were given long spears, the tips of which were sharpened by Fong Hua's supernatural power and emitted a cold light. Fong Hua is one of the few ability users in the 4 teams who has reached the late stage of the first tier. This is because Fong Hua has been continuously imbuing the spear with his ability for several hours. This sharpening ability can last for about 3 days on the spear. As the weapon is used, the sharpening will gradually weaken and eventually dissipate. Shanghai University is only about 2 kilometers away from the Jinhui Hotel. One team led the way, while the 2nd and 4th teams provided support from behind. Su Qidong charged ahead, and having broken through to the 2nd level, his spear was even more ferocious, crackling with lightning. But it wasn't just humans who got stronger. The number of 2nd-tier zombies also increased. However, the numbers were still the same. Various elemental attacks hit the zombies, and those zombies that could dodge these attacks were killed by the melee evolved humans. Overall, it was still quite organized, and there was no fear because of the large number of zombies. Fong Lanbai told the team leaders to take their time, while she went ahead to scout out the route. From the dark demon essence, and straddle it. Fong Daidai spreads its wings and glides between various tall buildings. With Fong Daidai's current abilities, it cannot carry Fong Lanbai for a long time, but it can glide between tall buildings to increase its speed. As expected of Forbidden Item 004, Fong Daidai, after the intense battle this morning, has devoured quite a few zombie heads and has now evolved to the mid-stage of Tier 2, even surpassing Fong Lanbai. From the high-rise buildings towards Shanghai University, what should have been a thriving scene was now lifeless, with not a single person in sight, only zombies roaming the campus. Upon entering the campus, Fong Lanbai's first priority was to find where there were survivors. She found one of the cafeterias, since most people would think of going to the cafeteria because there was plenty of food there, which would at least allow them to survive for a while longer. As Fong Lanbai had expected, a number of people had gathered in the canteen, sitting in a small, scattered group in a storeroom. One of the boys, a man with a small mustache who didn't look very bright, glanced around, lowered his voice, and said to the person sitting next to him, "We can't go on like this, or we'll all end up as zombie food for that guy Sun Ling sooner or later." A pretty girl sitting across from him said, "These past few days, Sun Ling has been coming to see me a lot. He said if I don't agree, he won't give us any more supplies. Xiaoqi, Sun Ling is too domineering. If he tries to force himself on us, we'll make him pay the price." The boy sitting next to the girl said that he had fair skin, narrow-set eyes, and looked somewhat innocent when he wasn't talking. He looked like a young heartthrob. He and the girl were holding hands tightly, so they looked like a couple. The girl's name was Chang Mingqi, and she was in a relationship with the boy who looked like a young heartthrob. After the apocalypse broke out, the group tried their best to find food in the cafeteria, but unfortunately, the cafeteria had already been taken over by a cafeteria worker named Sun Ling. For some reason, he was able to summon a wolf. The zombies that rushed into the cafeteria were torn to pieces by this wolf. It was very powerful. He also organized some of his own people, about a dozen people. They were all very strong. Sometimes they looked thin, but they had great strength. Most of them were physically strong, but there was one man named Yu Wenjia who had a ring in his hand that he could control to grow larger or smaller, and he could make the ring move back and forth in the air. These dozen or so people controlled the entire cafeteria, subduing the 100 or 200 people inside. No one dared to resist. To satisfy his own desires, Sun Ling deliberately withheld food from the female college students in the cafeteria. Some girls, unable to bear the hunger any longer, had no choice but to force themselves upon themselves for a chance to survive. Those who refuse will be driven out. If they go out now, they will most likely be devoured by zombies until nothing is left. Now Sun Ling has set his sights on the pretty Chang Mingqi, wanting her to be his girlfriend. In reality, being his girlfriend means sleeping with him, and she will be ruthlessly discarded after he's done with her. In this apocalyptic world, his desires were amplified to an extreme. If it weren't for the disaster, how could a cafeteria worker like him dare to dream of spending a romantic night with a female college student? He only dared to glance at the female college students a few times when handing them food, just to feast his eyes. The mustachioed man who spoke first said, "This can't go on, Lao Hu. Are you even a man? Your girlfriend is in danger. Are you just going to stand here and wait to die?" The handsome boy, named Hu Yang, was somewhat annoyed by what the other boy said, but dared not speak out. "Fan Wenbin, what can we do? You know how scum Sun Ling and his gang are. Last time, someone resisted and was beaten to death. Have you forgotten?" Fan Wenbin glanced at Hu Yang and said mysteriously, "Look what this is." As he spoke, a small figure appeared in his hand, resembling a knight, just like that, out of nowhere, in Fan Wenbin's hand. The people around were somewhat shocked. Chapter 24 Knight Fan Wenbin. The 5 people in the circle unconsciously shifted, trying to completely block what Fan Wenbin was holding. A glimmer of hope flashed in Hu Yang's eyes as he looked at Fan Wenbin and asked, "What happened? How did you acquire this ability?" Fan Wenbin whispered to the crowd, "I once saw that guy Sun Ling smash the heads of zombies and take something out of them. I didn't see him put it in his pocket, but he just held it in his hand and disappeared. I guess there must be a secret here, so I took the opportunity to climb over from the second floor of the cafeteria, killed a zombie that was stuck in the railing, and pulled out an irregular object that looked like glass. I held it in my hand, just like Sun Ling did. After a strange sensation, I discovered I could summon a set of knight's armor, and my physical abilities had greatly improved. Later, I secretly killed some zombies and obtained quite a few of these items, which is why I'm telling you all about it." Fan Wenbin spoke. He kept glancing around to avoid being overheard. Everyone was eager to try, and Hu Yang said, "Let us give it a shot. If we could all have your abilities, we wouldn't be afraid of that bastard Sun Ling." After Hu Yang finished speaking, Fan Wenbin took out 2 crystal cores from his pocket, then took off his shoes, which he hadn't worn for who knows how many days, and pulled out a few more from the holes in his socks. Holding them in his hand, he said to the group, "One for each of you. Hold them now, and we'll make our move tonight. We can't delay any longer. Think about the crystal core in your hand. That's how I am. I have that ability." The group looked at the glass-like object in Fan Wenbin's hand, exchanging glances and their lips twitching inexplicably. Hu Yang reacted quickly, snatching 2 crystal cores from Zhao Wenbin's pocket, one for himself and one for Chang Mingqi. By the time the other 2 realized what was happening, they could only take the ones Fan Wenbin had taken from his sock. Hu Yang pretended to need to use the restroom and asked the remaining people to go with him. The 4 men and 1 woman stood up and walked towards the restroom. The cafeteria worker who served food closest to them saw them all go to the restroom, tapping the ground repeatedly with his chopping meat, and asked with a frown, "What's wrong with you guys? Do you all have to go to the restroom together?" The cafeteria worker looked extremely arrogant, a far cry from his previous smiling demeanor, as if he was worried the students wouldn't come to eat. Fan Wenbin quickly stepped forward, forcing a smile, and said, "Brother Zhao, no. It's just that I wanted to resolve some issues and help Brother Sun persuade Chang Mingqi." Fan Wenbin winked at Brother Zhao again, and then subtly slipped a half-smoked cigarette into his hand. The man surnamed Zhao quickly put the cigarettes away. These days, cigarettes are a valuable commodity. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't have one every now and then. If others see this, they'll definitely come and try to get a share. Furthermore, if they could persuade Chang Mingqi, they would have a chance to get close to her once Sun Ling got tired of playing around with her. Thinking of this, he scanned Chang Mingqi's entire body with an aggressive gaze, lingering briefly on a few key areas. When Chang Mingqi saw his gaze, she couldn't help but shrink back behind Hu Yang. Hu Yang also noticed it, and his gaze sharpened a little, but he didn't dare to be too obvious. Seeing how sensible Fan Wenbin was, Brother Zhao waved his hand and told them to hurry up and go. The group hurried to the restroom, and once there, they held their crystal cores in their hands, feeling the changes in their bodies. Time passed slowly, and the 4 of them stood motionless in the toilet, which made Fan Wenbin very anxious. What if someone came later? At that moment, Fan Wenbin heard a sound coming from outside. "Lu Shuang, listen to me. This girl today is really hot, even more so than the ones from the past few days. From now on, she's mine, and I can only be with her." The man walking next to him said, "Is it really that exciting? The one who seduced me today was pretty good too. That waist, the way she swayed was so alluring." Upon hearing this, the man named Lu Shuang was also somewhat tempted. He put his arm around the other man's neck and said, "Oldly, that's not fair of you. Why don't you share your good stuff? How about we switch places sometime, and I get to try it too?" Hearing the 2 voices getting closer, Fan Wenbin quickly went out. Seeing them, He feigned politeness and said, "Brother Lu, just got back from your business? We've been so grateful for your care these past 2 days. If it weren't for you, we'd all be eaten by zombies long ago. We wouldn't have food and drink every day." The two men were pleased with Fan Wenbin's compliment. Lu Shuang patted Fan Wenbin on the shoulder and said, "You always speak the truth. If you ever need anything, just come to your brother Lu. There's nothing your brother Lu can't handle." Fan Wenbin continued, That's right. I have something really good to show you. I guarantee your eyes will light up after you see it." Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up, and they said, "All right, I'd like to see what could make our eyes light up. You wait here for us, we're going to the bathroom." Upon hearing this, Fan Wenbin quickly said, "This thing needs to be checked now. It won't work if we wait any longer." Lu Shuang was a little puzzled and asked, "What can't wait this long?" "No, I've been holding it in for so long. I need to hurry up and go. I'll wait here." Lu Shuang's words were firm. Fan Wenbin lowered his head, his mind racing, and said, "Okay, there's no rush. Brother, you guys go ahead, I'll wait here." After saying that, the two went into the restroom. Fan Wenbin secretly followed behind. Li Xiao saw them and said, "Hey kid, didn't you already go to the restroom? Why are you back in?" Fan Wenbin calmly replied, "No, bro, come in and look in the mirror. See if the wind has blown away my good looks." Li Xiao smiled and said, "Haha, okay." The two went inside and saw several people standing blankly in the toilet. Having already awakened, they immediately sensed something was wrong. As soon as they turned their heads, a knight wielding a heavy sword was already standing behind them. Li Xiao had just turned his head, and before he could even speak, he was pierced through the heart by a sword. As Lu Shuang walked inside, he thought to himself, "It's over." Then he punched the tall armor, making a loud bang. The knight took a step back, showing that Lu Shuang's power was very strong after awakening, but it did not cause any real damage to the knight. Lu Shuang was beaten so badly he was grimacing, thinking he was done for. This Fan Wenbin had been hiding his true intentions well. He shouted, "Fan Wenbin is rebelling. Help!" The knight stepped forward and slashed with his sword, but Lu Shuang dodged his vital points. Lu Shuang glanced at the awakened people beside him and thought to himself, "If I can take one of them hostage, I'll have a chance to live." Fan Wenbin sent out a great sword from the knight's hand, piercing Lu Shuang's head before Lu could take him hostage. "Lu Shuang has made quite a commotion. I reckon someone will be here soon." Fan Wenbin walked over to the group and wanted to pinch Hu Yang's butt, but he didn't dare, afraid of interfering with his awakening. "My God, hurry up. I don't remember taking that long. It's like my own father is driving me crazy. I can beat both of them. I can beat a dozen of them." Chapter 25 Fierce Battle. As Fan Wenbin expected, Sun Ling came immediately upon hearing the voice, followed by Yu Wenjie, a powerful user of the ring ability. A few awakened ones came up here in a scattered manner, while some students watched the excitement from other places. Sun Ling had a hooked nose and very sharp, even malicious, eyes. He was clearly not a good person. Sun Ling came up and summoned the wolf. A whoop! A fierce aura swept over. Although it was the alpha wolf, it looked more like a ball of energy than a living creature. If Sun Ling gave the order, this 2-meter-tall giant wolf would immediately launch an attack. But Sun Ling didn't rush to give the order. Instead, he looked at the knight's armor in front of Fan Wenbin with great interest and said, "I never noticed you before. I didn't expect there to be such a capable person in my cafeteria. Follow me, and we'll guard this cafeteria together. Then we can continue to expand outwards and take over the entire Shanghai University." "What? Do you think I can ignore what happened today?" Upon hearing this, Brother Zhao, who had received half a pack of cigarettes from Fan Wenbin, hurriedly said to Sun Ling, "Brother Sun, Fan Wenbin has been plotting for a long time. He's an ungrateful wretch. If we let him in, we'll kill him all sooner or later." Sun Ling didn't even glance at the man. In his eyes, people with superpowers were far superior to them. As long as he gave them enough, even a foolish college student like Fan Wenbin would have no choice but to obey him. Fan Wenbin didn't interrupt. For him, the longer it dragged on, the more advantageous it would be. Once they all woke up, would he still be afraid of these few good-for-nothings? Fan Wenbin straightened his back, his mustache seemingly bristling, and he strained to open his small, narrow eyes as he looked at Sun Ling, saying, "Brother Sun, look, he's still ostracizing me. What if they secretly sabotage me if I agree to your offer?" Sun Ling didn't say anything, but waved his hand. The wolf instantly pounced and bit off the head of the man surnamed Zhao. Everyone around was startled and subtly moved away from Sun Ling, afraid that they would be next. Sun Ling then looked at Fan Wenbin and said, "All right, I've given you plenty of face. Where's your sincerity?" Fan Wenbin said calmly, It's not that I acknowledge you as my boss. It's just that you're not worthy. Upon hearing this, Sun Ling's face flushed red, and he angrily said, You dare to play me? Kid, I'll make you pay. Then, the wolf rushed out instantly, so fast that people could only see a phantom. The knight's armor next to Fan Wenbin instantly disintegrated, tightly wrapping Fan Wenbin inside. Just a moment ago, he was a sleazy young man of 1.7 meters tall, but now he has become a knight of 2 meters tall. Fan Wenbin's superpower is really cool. His armor shines with a metallic luster under the sunlight. He holds a heavy sword horizontally in front of his chest. The giant wolf pounces, and the huge impact slams Fan Wenbin, who is wearing armor, into the wall, leaving cracks like spider webs on the wall. Fan Wenbin swung his heavy sword down, intending to strike the wolf, but the wolf was too agile and easily dodged Fan Wenbin's attack. It then swung its claw at Fan Wenbin, who tried to block with his hand but was still knocked back. He exerted force with his hand, pushing the giant wolf aside, and stretched out his leg to the wolf's abdomen, but the wolf dodged it. He kicked the wolf's ribs, and a wave of energy rippled out from the part that was hit. Seeing the momentum, Fan Wenbin wanted to press his advantage. He swung his greatsword upwards and slashed at the wolf's leg, cutting off a piece of flesh that fell to the ground and dissipated his energy. But don't forget, Sun Ling was never alone. The huge golden ring slowly magnified in Fan Wenbin's eyes. Bang! Fan Wenbin was knocked to the ground, and a golden light flashed in his head. Damn it, you ambushed me. Wait until your dad finishes dealing with this beast, then he'll deal with you. Fan Wenbin quickly stood up, gripped his longsword, and muttered to himself. A woo! The gaping maw lunged at Fan Wenbin, who held his heavy sword horizontally in front of his chest. The giant wolf bit the sword and shook its head from side to side, trying to shake the heavy sword off Fan Wenbin's hand. Fan Wenbin held the sword in his left hand, and his right hand gripped the giant wolf's neck like a vice. But Fan Wenbin was wrong. How could a wolf made of energy feel pain? At this moment, the ring flew over again and wrapped around Fan Wenbin's waist. Seeing that things were not going well, he decisively abandoned his heavy sword, retreated several meters, and grabbed the ring with both hands to prevent it from tightening and crushing him to death. The giant wolf pounced, its immense force sending Fan Wenbin crashing down the stairs, overturning tables and chairs all over the cafeteria. Damn, how can he be so strong? How can we possibly fight him? Fan Wenbin quickly got up, still gripping the ring around his waist with both hands, trying to forcefully remove it. But this was a battle, and Sun Ling was not about to give him the chance. He ordered another attack, not giving Fan Wenbin a moment to breathe. The giant wolf lunged forward and began to bite, biting Fan Wenbin's arm and forcefully tearing the armor off his body. Fan Wenbin then punched the giant wolf hard. Without a way to deliver a fatal blow to the giant wolf, this attack would be utterly insignificant to a wolf composed of energy. Fan Wenbin shouted, brother son, give me a chance. I've loved eating here since I was a kid. I love the food you serve me. Have you forgotten? Upon hearing this, Sun Ling's face turned even colder, and she said, I'm on a fixed salary. Do you want to work me to death by eating here every day? Hey, brother son, give me a chance to catch my breath. According to the rules of the underworld, it's one-on-one. How about we do it together? Sun Ling, too lazy to listen to Fan Wenbin's rambling, ordered the giant wolf to attack again. At this moment, Fan Wenbin's lips curled into a smile. Little son, you really have a chance, but you're useless. A heavy hammer appeared behind Sun Ling and slammed into his back. Sun Ling was sent flying, coughing up blood, apparently suffering internal injuries. Sun Ling hurriedly summoned the giant wolf back to his side. Turning around, he saw 3 men and 1 woman behind him. The man in front was quite handsome, but he was holding a large black hammer, which was rather unusual. The girl next to him is Changmingqi. She wasn't like this morning, but by the afternoon, part of her hair had turned purple, making her look somewhat eerie. Sun Ling was both amused and exasperated. No wonder you've been dawdling here. Turns out you had backup. What, you think a few useless guys can challenge me? Sun Ling said to the men standing behind him. You guys, hold them off. I'll be there after I've dealt with that kid. Yu Wenjie, you and I will take this kid down first. Yu Wenjie responded with a calm, okay. The group hadn't intervened in the previous battle, but now that Sun Ling had given them a look, they were a little hesitant and cautiously picked up their weapons to join the fight. Hu Yang said to the others, I'm going to help Aubin. You guys hold on. The group agreed, but it was their first time fighting, so they were inevitably a little nervous. However, the die was cast, and they had no choice but to go through with it. Chapter 26 Reappearance of Forbidden Items. Hu Yang raised his hammer, knocking back one of the charging men, and then faced Yu Wenjie's hoop. Ding ding. Bang bang. Hu Yang's hammer collided with the ring, making a loud noise. However, Yu Wenjie had already awakened, and the force from the ring made Hu Yang's arm tremble slightly. Hu Yang could only grit his teeth and grip the hammer in his hand even tighter. Fan Wenbin quickly used his heavy sword to block the attack for Hu Yang and stood beside him. Wearing knight's armor, Fan Wenbin was now a head taller than Hu Yang and could only look down at him, saying, "Brother, if you hadn't come, I really would have died here." Hu Yang laughed and said, "Here they are, let's take care of them together." Hearing this, Sun Ling laughed instead, scoffing, "Deal with us? He's just a newly awakened brat. He doesn't even know the difference in our strength." Fan Wenbin, holding a heavy sword in his right hand and his left hand exposed in the air, charged towards Sun Ling, but was blocked by the wolf. The heavy sword struck the giant wolf's shoulder, but did not penetrate it. The ring restrained the heavy sword, preventing it from advancing any further. At this moment, a person was quietly watching all this from the window of the second-floor cafeteria. It was Fong Lanbai who had just arrived. Fong Dai was flapping its wings vigorously at its feet, letting Fong Lanbai watch the commotion. Fong Lanbai arrived when Fan Wenbin and Sun Ling started fighting. Fan Wenbin was the #1 warrior under Qianli Daoyue in his previous life, and also Qianli Daoyue's strongest mouth double. With one mouth, he was invincible in the world. Had chatted with Fan Wenbin a lot before. Fan Wenbin was very outgoing, and his mustache and mouth made everyone laugh. This made Fong Lanbai and Fan Wenbin very close, and they often went out to kill zombies together. Fan Wenbin's gaze swept over the second-floor restroom, his eyes filled with anxiety. No matter the situation, he never forgot his purpose, to buy time. He knew he couldn't possibly defeat Sun Ling and Yu Wenjie. The only way to win was to stall for time, hoping they would awaken and come to his aid. If Fan Wenbin hadn't bought them that much time, even if he had been killed by Sun Ling's wolves, none of them would have been able to awaken. However, the current situation is still not optimistic. Sun Ling has been awakened for a long time, and the zombie crystal cores he has hunted in the past few days have all been forcibly taken into his hands. His superpower has reached the late stage of the first level. What puzzled Fong Lanbai was that Yu Wenjie's strength had also reached the late stage of the first tier. Logically speaking, given the few zombies they had killed, it was already quite good that Sun Ling had reached the late stage of the first tier. So where did Yu Wenjie obtain the crystal core? Judging from his special ability, it's just an ordinary ring, and it's even metal-based, yet it has a hint of dark aura. It seems that Yu Wenjie has a secret. If things had gone according to the course of his previous life, Fan Wenbin wouldn't have died this time. He later went to the north of Shanghai and established the Changfeng gathering place with Wu Feng. Fong Lanbai had never seen the people around him before, so he probably died in the battle. Fong Lanbai glanced at the pretty boy a few more times. Haha, the clear sky hammer? This apocalypse really has everything. That girl was no pushover either. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a ball of dark energy just like Fong Dai's, but its intensity and power were far inferior. The dark energy struck the group, corroding their skin and causing it to sizzle and dissipate. One of them howled in pain on the ground. The others watched this scene, not daring to step forward. They only dared to surround the three people, and none of them dared to be the first to attack. Fan Wenbin and Hu Yang were cooperating, but they were completely suppressed by Sun Ling and Yu Wenjie. The fact that the two, one in the early stage of Tier 1 and the other in the late stage of Tier 1, had not been defeated for so long already proved their strength. Even if that girl can take care of the rest of them, she probably won't be of much use in the battle. She's not familiar with her own abilities, and Fan Wenbin and Hu Yang will likely have to be distracted by dodging the energy ball she launches. Just as Fong Lanbai was about to step in and end this farce, a sudden change has occurred. Who was standing behind Sun Ling opened his huge mouth and bit off Sun Ling's upper body, leaving Sun Ling's two legs standing on the ground. A lot of blood flowed on the ground. Yu Wenjie had already returned to normal and was licking the blood from his mouth. He watched the two of them quietly, as if he hadn't done what had just happened. At this moment, the giant wolf had dissipated, turning into a stream of light that Yu Wenjie had sucked into his mouth. His aura surged, evolving from the late stage of the first rank to the second rank. With a chuckle, Yu Wenjie looked at the two with disdain. Finally, I've found an opportunity. The feeling of increasing strength is truly wonderful. You too, will you surrender yourselves, or will I have to do it? Yu Wenjie's laughter was somewhat maniacal, as if the two of them were already inside his stomach. Fan Wenbin and Hu Yang are still recovering from what just happened. It's simply unbelievable. They were standing there perfectly fine a moment ago, and now they only have two legs left. It's like a scene from a horror movie has actually happened in front of them. The fact that their legs didn't go weak from fright is a testament to their strong mental fortitude. Fan Wenbin recovered first and said to Hu Yang, "You go first. We definitely can't beat him. I'll hold him off. You take Chong Mingqi and leave quickly. Avenge me later." Fan Wenbin's expression has changed from its initial playful tone to an unusually serious one. Hu Yang didn't say anything, but took the hammer in his hand, showing Fan Wenbin with his actions that he wouldn't leave. This is human nature. Some people are only afraid of not surviving themselves, while others are willing to cover the fate of others. Fan Wenbin saw this, but didn't say anything. He had known Hu Yang for a long time and knew that once Hu Yang made a decision, nothing could change it. Fan Wenbin was the first to rush out. After fighting for so long, his armor was completely worn out, and a corner of his sword was missing. He raised his sword and slashed down, the heavy sword about to strike Yu Wenjia's head, but a hand held it tightly, preventing it from advancing an inch. The ring slammed into Fan Wenbin, sending him flying a great distance. He grimaced in pain, several of his ribs breaking as it struck him. Before Hu Yang could launch an attack, Yu Wenjia was too fast. It seems he had held back in the previous battle, otherwise he wouldn't have kept the two of them occupied for so long. A punch landed on Hu Yang's hammer, which then struck Hu Yang in the face, sending him flying. At this moment, Fong Lanbai realized that Fan Wenbin had probably escaped from here in his previous life and gone north. Hu Yang and some others were left here by Yu Wenjia. If Fong Lanbai is not mistaken, Yu Wenjia possesses a forbidden item, the Gu Devouring Fong, Forbidden Item 039. This forbidden item appeared on a corpse king in the West in his previous life, but unexpectedly it appeared at Shanghai University. This forbidden item is a perfect match for zombies. Devouring flesh and blood allows them to accumulate energy and increase their strength more quickly. Chapter 27, Slaying Yu Wenjia. It appears somewhat evil in humans. Yu Wenjia has clearly been blinded by his increased strength and has lost all sense of humanity. Some of the canteen survivors, disregarding the cannibalistic zombies outside, overturned things at the door and ran away. Just as Yu Wenjia was about to launch another attack to finish off the two, a demonic flame rose from beneath his feet. Fong Lanbai has made a move. If she doesn't, just like in her previous life, only Fan Wenbin will survive. Yu Wenjia quickly dodged, but his hands were still touched by Fong Lanbai's demonic flames, which spread wildly to other parts of Yu Wenjia's body like wolves that have smelled blood. Yu Wenjia released the power of the Forbidden Item 039 once again, swallowing the demonic flames. Fan Wenbin had a feeling that he was much stronger than Yu Wenjia. Not only was he stronger, but he was also incredibly handsome, and not some pretty boy like Hu Yang. His muscles were real. Judging from this, he should be someone who speaks out against injustice, a true hero. Fan Wenbin thought to himself, this is incredibly cool. Yu Wenjia looked at the person in front of him. His red and blue pupils revealed mystery, and the dragon-shaped creature beside him was staring intently at him. The powerful blood energy made his devouring fangs slightly frenzied, but the man's strength made him feel a little uneasy. He immediately changed his expression, forcing a smile as he said, "Young man, perhaps you've made a mistake? We have no grudge against each other. Why did you attack me?" Fong Lanbai didn't say anything, but called out to Fong Dai and charged forward without hesitation. His dragon claws, carrying dark energy, aimed directly at Yu Wenjia's face. Yu Wenjia's supernatural power quickly blocked in front of him, but with just one strike, it knocked Yu Wenjia's ring away, and the dark energy corroded a tiny hole in Yu Wenjia's ring. The difference in skill was already apparent in their very first encounter, not to mention the humanoid beast standing beside them, calmly watching them. Yu Wenjia knew he couldn't defeat Fong Dai by force, so he tried every means to deal with her. Fan Wenbin wondered how the ring, which was so powerful, could be so easily knocked away by the dragon. He couldn't understand why the difference between people was so great. Who is this guy? Why is he so strong? We thought Yu Wenjia was strong enough, but this super handsome guy just crushed us. We can't tell if he's friend or foe. What if he's got murderous intent and wants to kill us too? We'll be waiting to die? Fan Wenbin was thinking to himself, his mind racing. Fong Lanbai turned to the two of them and said, "Wait here, don't wander off." Fong Lanbai didn't want to cause any more trouble, so she decided to deal with this person as quickly as possible. The prisms flew up, and Fong Lanbai stepped through the air, quickly entering the battlefield's airspace. Demonic flames rose, the prisms gathered, and two more light swords were obtained. The addition of demonic flames made the swords burn at least twice as long. Sizzle. The raging demonic flames cut off Yu Wenjia's escape route. The cafeteria was now a mess, with broken limbs scattered everywhere. The people in the cafeteria had almost all run away, leaving only a few brave ones watching from afar. With a swing of the prism longsword, several meters away, the sword formed from demonic flames struck Yu Wenjia's shoulder, slicing off most of his shoulder and revealing the stark, white bones beneath. Yu Wenjia said through gritted teeth, "Brother, give me a chance. How can you let me go?" Fong Lanbai laughed upon hearing this and said coldly, "It's all right. I'll let you go see the king of hell." After saying that, the two long swords in his hands disintegrated and merged into a heavy sword, which, under Fong Lanbai's control, was suspended above his head. Yu Wenjia tried to run away after seeing this, but Fong Lanbai had already sat down on the ground. Then, after a flash of light, Yu Wenjia, with a large hole in his body, was left lying on the ground. Perhaps it was because of the forbidden item, 039, that Yu Wenjia still didn't die. As Fong Daidai stepped forward, the dragon claw crushed Yu Wenjia's head to pieces, and Yu Wenjia was finally dead. Fong Daidai looked disgusted as he wiped his dragon claws on the cafeteria floor. Beneath Yu Wenjia's body are two teeth, joined together and curved backward in a certain arc, with barbs attached. Unlike the white teeth of ordinary creatures, these are a bright red, seemingly designed to captivate you. Fong Lanbai stored the forbidden item, 039, into the dark demon essence, intending to study its wondrous uses later. Fan Wenbin stood there, unsure whether to approach or leave, and could only stand there blankly with Hu Yang. "Fan Wenbin, I see you have some talent. How about you follow me from now on?" Fong Lanbai looked at Fan Wenbin and said. Fan Wenbin realized that this was another person who had been won over by his own abilities, and he immediately felt relieved. He said, "Boss, no problem. I'm willing to follow a strong person like you, but I still don't know your name." Looking at the boastful and funny person from her past life, Fong Lanbai was surprised to see this side of him. Suppressing her urge to laugh, she tried to keep her tone calm and said, "My name is Fong Lanbai. Go and gather everyone in this cafeteria together. Meet with a man named Li Ruasia at the Jinhui Hotel near the school. That's our base. By the way, absorb these crystal cores. You're too weak right now. My place doesn't tolerate useless people either." After settling Fan Wenbin in, Fong Lanbai left. She still needed to eliminate some of the powerful zombies in Shanghai ahead of time to lighten the burden on Su Qidong and the others. Otherwise, if you get surrounded by zombies and suffer heavy losses, you'll be the one who feels the pain. Thinking that the second-in-command of Changfeng Gathering in his previous life had become his subordinate, Fong Lanbai couldn't help but smile. Wufeng would also be his sharpest blade in the future. Knight Fan Wenbin possesses formidable strength and will fight anyone he dislikes. Because he offended Wan Xingxing, the one who created the list of sun, moon, and stars, he failed to become one of the 12 stars. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be the most shameless. Fong Lanbai was at a loss for words to praise him. As a representative of the Changfeng Gathering place back then, he went to the capital to attend the wedding of Wan Xingxing's younger brother. There was a martial arts competition at the wedding. Normally, people would give Wan Xingxing some face at his wedding, especially since Wan Xingxing's younger brother was quite strong. But Fan Wenbin got carried away and quickly beat the groom into serious injury. What was supposed to be a lively wedding turned into a nightmare, with the groom being carried off for treatment before the ceremony was even over. How could Wan Xingxing possibly save face like that? After the incident, Wan Xingxing, upon hearing the news, rushed back from afar, demanding an explanation from Fan Wenbin. Fan Wenbin claimed he hadn't done anything wrong, only gotten into a fight. Before Fan Wenbin could finish speaking, Wan Xingxing couldn't help but start fighting with him again. But he gained nothing, and thus the relationship between Fan Wenbin and Wan Xingxing was completely severed, with no possibility of reconciliation. Later, during a conversation after drinking, Fong Lanbai and Fan Wenbin learned that Wan Xingxing's younger brother's bride was Fan Wenbin's first love. This made Fan Wenbin increasingly angry. He regretted coming, thinking he shouldn't have come. He had also drunk some alcohol and intended to teach the boy a lesson, but he went too far and caused this situation. Chapter 28 Official Intervention. Many awakened individuals have already appeared at Shanghai University. Therefore, Fong Lanbai saw many zombie corpses that had been killed on the campus of Shanghai University. Their heads had been cracked open, and their crystal cores had been taken away. At this stage, anyone who can reach the late stage of the first tier is considered a top-tier powerhouse. Someone like Yu Wenjia, who has the opportunity to obtain forbidden items, is 1 in 10,000. However, the gap between an ordinary second-tier person like him and Fong Lanbai is still very large. He killed Fong Lanbai with almost no effort. This is the strength of a Sun-Moon Star powerhouse. Moreover, Fong Lanbai is no longer the prism hidden moon from his previous life. He will only get stronger now. The zombies on the road continued to appear in droves, ever since I entered Shanghai University. For some reason, the zombies' rank had increased by a level, making it somewhat difficult for the 3 squads to deal with them. However, under Su Qidong's command, the 3 squads took turns engaging in combat, with 2 squads on the front lines and 1 squad resting. In this way, through the rotation of the 3 squads, the entire team steadily advanced, and the team's strength and coordination improved. The team was roughly divided into 3 tiers, with evolved individuals and some melee ability users at the forefront. Yang Ruhan's Ghost King Vine and Rin Jinha's Fire belong to the 2nd level. They are positioned slightly behind, providing fire support for the entire team and significantly reducing casualties. At the very center of the team were Yi Qingyao and Wang Xiaobang, who provided healing for the entire team. Yi Qingyao was even more comprehensive, with lotus flowers blooming at the feet of the zombies and inside their bodies. The battlefield wasn't large, so Yi Qingyao could take care of everyone and also provide healing for some of the wounded. The team now has 2 second-tier experts, Su Qidong and Yi Qingyao, and Chun Gang is also very close to 2nd tier and will probably break through soon. There are no fewer than 10 first-tier late-stage experts in the team. As long as it's not a large horde of zombies, nothing can stop this team from advancing. Now that Fong Lanbai has returned to the team's safety has greatly increased. Fong Daidai is always at the forefront of the densest zombie areas, relieving the burden on the other team members. Thunderous energy swept around, paralyzing the zombies. The team members behind them rushed forward and chopped off the heads of many zombies. Lu Jiming's performance in the team was still outstanding. He stood in the middle and rear of the team, and his strength was even better than last time. Then there's Su Shuer in Yi Qingyao's team. Her ice wings fly through the air. The ice crystals are incredibly sharp. They descend from the sky, pinning zombies to the ground and providing the team with a distant view to confirm their direction of advance. Su Shuer landed in front of Fong Lanbai, her ice wings retracting into her body. After awakening her ice wing ability, Su Shuer's originally pure appearance transformed into something more noble. As she spoke to Fong Lanbai, "Brother Fong, there's a group of people hunting zombies over at the playground. There are fewer than 10 of them. They're from the military, and they're carrying guns. Someone in that group saw me, so I came back." Fong Lanbai said, "All right, continue exploring the surrounding area. If you encounter any powerful creatures, don't fight them head-on. Come back and report first." Su Shuer blinked at Fong Lanbai and said yes. Before Fong Lanbai could lead the team forward to explore, those people arrived not far away. The leader was a middle-aged man with a pistol at his waist. His weathered face showed both composure and sharpness. His broad chest made him look exceptionally strong, and the remaining men, one by one, were armed with real guns and bullets, killing the nearby zombies. Currently, Tier 2 can't completely survive in a hail of bullets, but the Awakened's reaction speed is not to be underestimated. If they are far away, they can completely dodge several bullets, but if they are going to use an empty magazine, they are better at using firearms. The middle-aged man spotted Fong Lanbai immediately, his pupils contracting slightly. Sensing Fong Lanbai's aura, he stepped forward, shook hands with her, and said, "We belong to the Shanghai Command. I am the captain of this special operations team. My name is Zhou Ming." Fong Lanbai also sensed that all members of this team were evolved beings, and their ranks were not low. Except for Zhou Ming, the rest of the team members were all in the late stage of the 1st rank. This is one of the special operations teams established by the government after the apocalypse, specifically to investigate the situation of survivors for the Shanghai authorities and pave the way for the arrival of the army. Fong Lanbai shook hands in a friendly manner, pointed to the 100 or so people behind him, and said, "Fong Lanbai, these are the survivors I'm leading." Zhou Ming also saw the fighting power of Fong Lanbai's team. He had also seen Fong Lanbai's team clearing out zombies from afar. They were very strong. If he were to clash with them, his small team would not even know how they died. Moreover, the imposing aura of the strong young man in front of him was very oppressive. Zhou Ming smiled and said to Fong Lanbai, "Little brother, would you like to get a military rank?" Upon hearing this, Fong Lanbai replied as expected, "Brother Zhou, I'm just an ordinary student. I'm lucky if I can protect myself. As for military rank, forget about it." Zhou Ming, having spent half his life in the military, could see the ambition in Fong Lanbai's eyes. In the apocalypse, the power structure was being reshuffled, and as the saying goes, heroes emerge in times of chaos. The fact that he could build such a team in just a few days showed that this young man was no ordinary person. He said, "Young man, let me give you a heads up. In less than half a month, the authorities will be cracking down on the zombies in Shanghai. I hope you re-prepared." Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Zhou. We'll meet again sometime. At present, it is true that the official firearms can kill zombies, but as zombies evolve, second-tier zombies have the ability to seek advantage and avoid harm, and ordinary bullets cannot hit them. Even if they can, unless they hit the head, they have no effect on the zombie's movement. Tier 2 zombies yet, and the authorities can quickly accumulate crystal cores using firearms. However, after half a month, clearing them out won't be so easy. Zhou Ming is a discerning person. If someone like him could join the breaking boundary gathering area and equip the combat squads with firearms, the speed at which the 4th squad clears zombies would surely increase. However, firearms are all under official control, and obtaining them is not so easy. As Fong Lanbai pondered this, the column continued its advance. Su Shuer stepped forward and asked, "Brother Fong, the army will be here soon. Will they still allow us to have our own power?" Su Shuer asked with some concern, and her question was not without reason. During the zombie clearing activities these past few days, she had witnessed too much evil in human nature. In order to survive, some people ate their 3-month-old babies who had starved to death. There were also survivors who, relying on their status as evolved beings, forcibly took other people's wives and daughters and raped their wives in front of them to satisfy their lust. In the apocalypse, the evil of human nature is amplified infinitely, but in the boundary-breaking gathering place, everyone has their own things to do. Fong Lanbai has also explicitly prohibited such things from happening. If they were recruited by the army, life in the army might not be as easy as it is now. The longer I live in the boundary-breaking community, the more grateful I feel for choosing to join it. Chapter 29, Mutant Willow Tree. In coming to Shanghai University this time is to promote the boundary breaker gathering place. In time, word will spread among the survivors that there is a boundary breaker gathering place nearby, and that it is very safe there. This will attract the survivors to come on their own. Watching Zhou Ming lead his squad onto the military vehicle, Fong Lanbai said to the 3 squads, "We've arrived at Shanghai University now. Split up as squads and kill zombies. Collect crystal cores." Yes. No problem. The 3 teams then split into 3 groups and set off. Lu Jiming was then sent to Chun Gang's team to balance the team's strength. Lu Jiming didn't care about this arrangement. To him, killing zombies was the same everywhere. Fong Lanbai rides Fong Dai Dai and hunts down stronger zombies at Shanghai University. There are also many mutated beasts. There are many cats and dogs on the university campus. After the apocalypse, they have become ferocious mutated beasts. However, most of them are first-tier, and second-tier ones are very rare. So far, Fong Lanbai has only hunted 3 first-tier mutated beasts and 1 second-tier mutated beast. It didn't have any effect on Fong Lanbai, but Fong Lanbai still remembered that there was something powerful in Shanghai University. The campus is very green, with all kinds of shrubs and a pavilion in the lake. In summer, the pond is full of lotus flowers, making it a popular dating spot for young couples. Fong Lanbai and Yi Qing often come here to feed the mosquitoes. A small bridge spans the river, with willow branches drooping into the water on both sides. Many people came here before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse, the place became desolate, overrun by zombies, and devoid of human life. When Fong Lanbai arrived here, he immediately noticed something different. There were quite a few zombies hanging on one of the willow trees, while the other trees were normal. Zombies don't intentionally climb trees, so this situation could only mean one thing. This willow tree has mutated and is very strong, probably no weaker than the demon flame lion king. In his previous life, Fong Lanbai fought against the willow tree, but at that time he did not expand to Shanghai University. When they fought again, the willow tree was almost at the 4th level and had the ability to move, but it was not fast. Fong Lanbai and a group of strong people worked together to eradicate the willow tree. Otherwise, it would be one of the 10 most ferocious beasts. The willow crystal core among them is different from ordinary zombie crystal cores. It is not a one-time use item and is of great benefit to those with superpowers who are connected to plants. It can produce a drop of essence every 10 days, which can improve physical fitness and superpower strength. In some ways, the crystal core of this willow tree is even stronger than some forbidden items. This is also why Fong Lanbai came here, to eradicate this thing as soon as possible, otherwise it will be even more difficult to deal with later. The willow tree is rooted several kilometers underground, and its branches are as hard as steel bars. The regenerative ability of the branches is also strong, and the continuous attacks make it more like a war fortress. There were many zombies on the willow branches, almost drained of their life force, leaving no zombies nearby. It would only attack when a zombie got close. The energy within the zombie allowed it to evolve rapidly, reaching the mid-stage of the 2nd tier. Fong Lanbai raised a demonic flame in his hand and fired a demonic flame bullet. Just as it approached the willow tree, countless willow branches blocked its way, enveloping the demonic flame bullet and quickly dissolving it. The willow branches turned charred, but then a green light appeared, and the branches were refreshed. One by one, willow branches were inserted into the ground and rose from Fong Lanbai's feet, attempting to attack him. However, with Fong Lanbai's demonic flames amplifying his power, the willow branches remained unaffected even at such a distance. Fong Lanbai did not dodge, allowing the willow tree to bind him. Although the willow branches were not simple, the demonic flames were equally extraordinary. One by one, the willow branches turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. Fong Lanbai's magic runes flashed, and he rushed towards the willow tree by stepping on the prism. Fong Dai let out a dragon roar and rushed towards the willow tree in two different directions from Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai held two prismatic light swords and cut down the willow branches that blocked his way. This mutated willow tree had extremely strong vitality. Even if its branches were cut in half, it would not die. In his previous life, Fong Lanbai did not know how many times he had to use prismatic swords to kill this mutated willow tree. But now, as long as you burn it to ashes with demonic flames, it will be completely dead. Willow branches are flying everywhere, one by one as if they were free. If you are not careful, you will be thrown behind you and feel a burning pain. Even with Fong Lanbai's current physical strength, he feels pain. An ordinary person would probably have his bones broken directly. Fong Lanbai only has 2 hands, but the willow branches are endless. Only a fool would try to outlast a mutated willow tree rooted in the earth. Fong Dai's dark energy could completely corrode the willow tree. Lightning could strike it, but that was probably nothing to the willow tree, whose trunk was so thick that even 10 people couldn't hug it. The resilience of Fong Dai's dragon scales and the whipping of the mutated willow tree were nothing to him. Apart from being careful not to be controlled by the willow tree, Fong Dai was already in an invincible position. Fong Lanbai unleashed a burst of demonic flames, a flame as thick as a waist shooting towards the mutated willow tree's branches. The mutated willow trees along the way frantically tried to block the attack, and this was indeed the right thing to do. After they blocked the attack, Fong Lanbai's demonic flame attack no longer had the power it had at the beginning. The blow only left a charred patch on the mutated willow tree, without causing much damage. But this demonic flame was not just Fong Lanbai's doing. Taking advantage of the gap, Fong Lanbai's prism light sword disintegrated, and the heavy sword slashed down, cutting through countless willow branches along the way. It landed heavily on the branches of the mutated willow tree and cut into them. Then, the demonic flames flowed into the mutated willow tree through the prismatic heavy sword. Instantly, countless willow branches attacked Fong Lanbai, ignoring even Fong Dai. Under this offensive, Fong Lanbai had no choice but to retreat, otherwise it would be troublesome to get trapped. Fong Lanbai wanted to pull out the prism-heavy sword, but the willow branches wriggled and, even while resisting the damage, trapped the prism-heavy sword burning with demonic flames. Fong Lanbai could only retreat, muttering, "This thing is still so troublesome." Fong Dai came to help, catching Fong Lanbai in midair and landing her on the ground. Dark lightning orbs gathered around Fong Dai and shot straight toward the mutated willow tree to prevent being consumed along the way. The dark energy ball struck the branches, creating several large holes. This time, the mutated willow tree only partially repaired itself, indicating that Fong Lanbai's attack had caused considerable damage. "Fong Dai, take me with you." Fong Lanbai straddled Fong Dai and charged toward the mutated willow tree. A bolt of lightning paved the way ahead, and Fong Lanbai added demonic flames. His fist, as big as a bowl, struck the willow tree, creating a crater. Bang bang bang. Heavy punches rained down, and Fong Lanbai punched the willow tree directly. Fong Dai blocked the flying willow branches, and Fong Lanbai smashed a large crater into the willow branch, pulling out the prism-heavy sword. Fong Dai's dragon claws gripped the tree trunk, occasionally tearing off large chunks of bark. Dark energy flowed through the dragon claws into the mutated willow tree's body, wreaking havoc. Chapter 30. Someone's here. Fong Lanbai drew his heavy sword and thrust it into the tree trunk repeatedly. The demonic flames rolled and spread across the entire trunk, turning the willow tree into a fiery tree, filled with black and red demonic flames. Fong Lanbai and Fong Dai broke free from the mutated willow tree. The mutated willow tree was still struggling, and willow branches flew over, still trying to attack, but its attacks were much weaker than before and could not cause any harm to Fong Lanbai and Fong Dai. In less than 3 minutes, the branches of the mutated willow tree were slowly burned to ashes by the demonic flames, turning into a black mass on the ground. From the ashes, a hint of green shone through. This was the crystal core of the mutated willow tree. Fong Lanbai held the green crystal core in his hand. It was completely different from the crystal core of the demon flame Lion King. He could feel the violent energy and scorching heat within the demon flame crystal core. But as he held the mutated willow tree crystal core in his hand, its gentle aura washed over Fong Lanbai's entire body, slowly repairing the injuries he had sustained in the battle with the mutated willow tree. Just as Fong Lanbai was about to put the crystal core into the dark demon essence, the forbidden item, 039, the goo-devouring Fong, uncontrollably flew out of Fong Lanbai's hand, repelling and merging with the mutated willow crystal core. Then, it spun rapidly, with blood and green intertwined to form an energy vortex. Fong Lanbai and Fong Daidai were also thrown aside by this energy. The vortex grew larger and larger, forming a huge tornado on the spot, sucking everything nearby into the tornado and then disappearing. Fong Lanbai hadn't expected this situation to arise. It seemed that the goo-devouring Fong sensed the powerful life force of the mutated willow crystal core and tried to absorb it by force, but was met with fierce resistance from the mutated willow crystal core, which led to this situation. With such a spectacle, it's likely that any survivors from universities across Shanghai who dare to hunt zombies would come and see what's going on. At that time, Fong Lanbai feared the situation would become uncontrollable, so she could only restore her superpower on the spot to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. About 10 minutes later, the tornado gradually shrank, and the contents inside were revealed. It looked like a jade pendant, with blood red and green colors, each occupying half, making it visually striking. Fong Lanbai quickly stepped forward and put the jade pendant into the dark demon essence. Fong Lanbai had already sensed a lot of the surrounding aura, but out of consideration for Fong Lanbai and Fong Daidai, the auras of the two mid-stage second-tier cultivators were released without reservation, intimidating the surrounding prying eyes. Just now, thanks to this battle, Fong Lanbai successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the second tier. Call out. A blue arrow shot straight at Fong Lanbai's head. Prisms converged and were blocked by Fong Lanbai, but the force was considerable. Finally, someone couldn't resist any longer. Something that could cause such a huge energy fluctuation must be extraordinary. If they missed it, they would probably regret it later. Even with huge risks, someone was willing to take the risk. Several people came up from the window of the teaching building next door. One of them was carrying a longbow, and he was probably the one who had attacked Lanbai earlier. One of them walked up to Fong Lanbai. His blonde hair was particularly striking in the sunlight, but his face was rugged with defined features. He looked at Fong Daidai and said to Fong Lanbai, "Hey handsome, let me see what you think of that thing. I've never seen such a high-class gadget before." The boy also looked like a student from Shanghai University. He was followed by two people who were standing behind him. The one with the bow had thick arms, but he didn't have a bow or arrows on him. There was a fat guy behind him, who was also very strong, but it was impossible to tell what kind of superpower he had. Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "I'll just stand here. Come and get it yourself if you want." As he spoke, he waved his hands, gesturing for the person to come over. Roar, 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 roar. Fong stood there blankly in front of Fong Lanbai, lightning crackling around his body, his dragon scales gleaming in the light, his fangs flashing coldly, giving the three people in front of him a slight shock. The blond man clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I admit you're strong, but you're not the only one who's at the second tier." As soon as he finished speaking, a silver gate appeared in front of him, and a second-tier savage bear walked out. It looked even bigger than Fong Daidai, and its fat body jiggled. Roar, roar, roar. Boom, boom. The bear slammed its massive paws on the ground, producing loud thuds that demonstrated its power. I didn't expect this blond man to be a second-tier cultivator. It seems I underestimated him. The bear charged forward, followed by the fat man, whose body instantly grew larger, reaching a height of at least 3 meters and becoming a giant. It seems these three have some skill, otherwise they wouldn't have dared to be the first to rush up and grab it. Fong Daidai collided with the wild bear, its sharp claws striking its body. Although the wild bear was larger, it barely managed to stand up after being hit by Fong Daidai, with a claw mark left on its chest by Fong Daidai's sharp claws. The fat man had also arrived and was about to punch Fong Daidai, but Fong Daidai didn't even move his head. Dark energy surged from his body, and energy balls flew out one after another. The fat man dodged some of them, but 2 of them still hit him. The corroded fat man made a sizzling sound, and he grimaced in pain, yelling, "Damn it!" Fong Daidai held off the 2 men single-handedly without any effort. The man behind him raised his bow and a handful of arrows gathered in his hand, which he then shot at Fong Daidai. Fong Lanbai was not about to give up easily. She shot out her prisms, blocking the arrows. With Fong Lanbai's prisms blocking the way, not a single arrow could interfere with Fong Daidai. Fong Lanbai gathered demonic flames all over his body. The battle had already torn his shirt to shreds, so he simply ripped it off and threw it aside, revealing his solid muscles underneath. The demonic patterns emitted a red glow, adding a buff to Fong Lanbai. He drew his sword and charged toward the blonde man and archer standing behind him. Before he arrived, the demonic flames arrived first, and prisms shot toward the two men, leaving them no chance to fight back. The man used his bow to block Fong Lanbai's prisms, but he was still knocked far away. The bear and the fat man wanted to turn back to provide support, but Fong Daidai held them back, preventing them from returning. The archer rose swiftly, drew his bow, and shot. Wow, so fast. This arrow was even faster than before and closer to Fong Lanbai, quickly closing in on him. But Fong Lanbai was not without a countermeasure. The addition of demonic flames made Fong Lanbai's physique stronger, and he grabbed it with his hand. The demonic flames spread, and the arrow turned into a stream of light and dissipated. Fong Lanbai stepped forward with his sword, imbued with the energy of demonic flames, ready to stab forward. However, a thick tree branch suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking Fong Lanbai's sword. In the distance, stepping quickly through the trees and emerging quickly from the riverbed, emerged an elderly man with gray hair. He looked older than Hua Yi from Li Ruizhi's team. His eyes were sharp, and he appeared very energetic. Standing next to him was a young girl. The two of them together looked more like a female college student and her professor grandfather. The old man said to Fong Lanbai, "Young man, don't be impulsive and kill someone at such a young age. Give that thing to this old man. You're too young to handle it." Fong Lanbai didn't say anything. This old man clearly wanted to team up with the blonde man to kill him first, since they had no chance of getting anything from Fong Lanbai on their own. That's how he stepped in and saved their lives. Chapter 31. Do you like taking photos? Seeing that Fong Lanbai didn't speak, he said to the blonde man, "Young man, let's join forces and seize the goods first, then we'll figure out how to distribute them." The blonde man replied, "All right, we'll see who gets the spoils based on their own strength." The blonde man was also very confident in his abilities and immediately agreed. Seeing that the young man had agreed, the professor smiled and nodded, then turned to another direction and raised his voice, saying, "You few aren't planning to show up, are you? I'm afraid the few of us alone can't take down this kid." After he finished speaking, a pit appeared in the ground not far away, and a group of people walked out of it. The person in front was holding a hanging machete, and several others followed behind him, also holding various weapons. They looked like bandits. Judging from their appearance, they were not students. They were probably from Shanghai University after the apocalypse. It's worth noting that the one leading at the very front is a second-order unit. The man at the front, with a full beard, rested his knife on his shoulder and said, "Old man, you're pretty cocky. How did you spot us?" The professor's eyes visibly turned cold upon hearing the term old man, but he maintained his smile and said, "How we found you is none of your concern. We're going to seize that treasure now. Do you want to come with us? Or should we deal with you first before taking the treasure?" The professor's words were clearly threatening. The man laughed loudly, put his arms around the two people beside him, and said, "All right, you two better not shirk your responsibilities." Fong Lanbai just stared at the group of people. To him, they were already dead. It wouldn't matter how many more came. Fong Lanbai chuckled and looked at the old man, saying, "You must be a professor at the university. Why are you always doing such shady things?" The professor smiled and said, "I am indeed a professor at the university, but I don't necessarily have to do this kind of thing. As long as you hand that thing over to me, I guarantee you won't be harmed in any way." Fong Lanbai chuckled and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Come and fight. I'm too lazy to waste words with you." The professor's eyes and several branches shot out like arrows, along with the energy arrows fired by the archer. In front of Fong Lanbai, forming a prismatic shield. He held the shield in his left hand and a prismatic light sword in his right, with demonic flames rising around him. The rolling demonic flames directly burned the attacks in front of him into streams of air. Fong Lanbai chose the most conservative approach. After all, there were too many opponents, and he didn't want to be ambushed. Try to get as close as possible to the blonde man and take him down. Then Fong Daidai will be able to help you, since that bear and that fat man are too difficult to kill, with high defense and thick flesh. The girl next to the professor shot out ice crystals, which were unexpectedly ice-based. Fong Lanbai easily dodged them, and the demonic flames rapidly approached, the aura of a ferocious beast emanating from her body, pressing down on everyone present. These people felt a chill run down their spines, but they still gritted their teeth and came over. Fong Lanbai unleashed a burst of demonic flames, and soon, before they could dodge, they were caught in the attack. A tree that two people could hug rose from the ground, and behind it was an ice wall that barely blocked Fong Lanbai's attack. But Fong Lanbai had already achieved his goal. He punched through the ice wall and grabbed the blonde man by the neck with his bare hands. The blonde boy tried to run, but how could he possibly outrun Fong Lanbai? He threw out a shield with his left hand and blocked the arrow. He grabbed his neck with his right hand, and the demonic flames surged, burning him to ashes. Even as he died, the blonde man didn't understand why he was the only one targeted for killing. The bearded man arrived with his men, his machete falling. Fong recalled his prism shield, which quickly disintegrated. 3 prisms blocked his blade, while the rest were shot at the professor by Fong Lanbai. One of the prisms pierced through the ice wall and lodged in his shoulder, causing him to curse in pain, completely losing his usual professorial demeanor. Swung his prism light sword with his right hand, but the guy blocked it with his sword. The rest of the people threw things at Fong Lanbai, and he was surrounded in an instant. Demonic flames rose from beneath Fong Lanbai's feet, enveloping her. Those who saw the blonde man's dead state feared that the demonic flames would burn them as well. Roar, roar, roar. On Fong Daidai's battlefield, after the blonde man died, the savage bear also dissipated, leaving only the fat man. Originally, with the savage bear still there, thanks to its thick flesh and high defense, the two of them could have held off Fong Daidai. Now, with only the fat man left, he couldn't escape, and he couldn't win a head-on fight. He died under Fong Daidai's dragon claws. At this moment, Fong Daidai was like a war chariot, charging into the crowd, rampaging and crashing down. His dragon claws unleashed thunderous force, electrifying the people who stood still. After several battles, Fong Daidai's energy was much weaker than before. Otherwise, a first-level person would probably have no chance of survival. Only the bearded man managed to jump out unharmed. He immediately swung his knife at Fong Daidai's neck, but Fong Daidai didn't block it because he thought that this human's strength couldn't break through his dragon scales. He then swung his claw at him. Fong Daidai was wrong. The blade struck its neck directly, causing dragon blood to gush out. The bearded man kicked Fong Daidai on the head, dodging Fong Daidai's attack. The bearded man's strength was somewhat beyond Fong Daidai's expectations. Feeling the cut open on his neck, Fong roared in anger. Fong Lanbai also saw the strength of this bearded man. He didn't expect there to be such a strong person. He didn't have any special abilities, but he was no weaker than an awakened person with special abilities. It can only be said that such a strong person is 1 in 1,000. In any case, there is no such strong person in Fong Lanbai's boundary-breaking gathering place. But to say that this bearded man is stronger than Fong Daidai is impossible. You have to know that the forbidden item 004 is not something to be trifled with. The Thunder Prison Demon Dragon's strength is not something anyone can boast about. Although they had gone through several battles and consumed a lot of energy, they were still not someone that a slightly stronger minor character could defeat. Fong Lanbai ignored it. The professor watched as Fong Lanbai sent someone to their death with a single move, while he himself was casually injured. He stood behind the archer and his female student. He looked utterly pathetic, and Fong Lanbai despised him from the bottom of her heart, mocking, "Professor, come out and fight me. If you die in battle, at least I'll still respect you. Don't hide behind a woman." The professor remained unmoved, leaning out to argue with Fong Lanbai. "These are my tactics. Do I need you to teach me how to play?" Fong Lanbai didn't expect him to say such shameless things, so she didn't argue with him. All the prisms disintegrated and circled around him. One by one, the prisms spun rapidly around Fong Lanbai, each one imbued with black and red demonic flames. As they spun, they formed a ring, which slowly shrank and attached itself to Fong Lanbai's hand. Fong Lanbai smiled faintly and said, "Come on, stand together. Let's take a group photo." Cheese. The group sensed something was wrong and tried to run, but could they outrun the release of the blue-white prism's power? Boom. The seemingly small ring struck directly between the group, creating a huge crater. The female college student who had run the closest distance was instantly blasted to ashes. Then there was the archer, with 2 prisms stuck in his body, diagonally embedded in the ground. Half of his body was gone, and the demonic flames were still burning him. He would surely be burned to ashes in no time. That old man ran the farthest, was the oldest, and ran the fastest. Chapter 32: The Jade Pendant of Delusional Spirits. The old man was pierced in the heart by a prismatic crystal, and demonic flames burned on his legs, spreading upwards. He was clearly not going to survive, but he was still crawling forward. Fong Lombai walked over, kicked him, and said, "Look at you. I told you to stand still, but you wouldn't listen. It would have been over in one go, but you insisted on making me do it a second time." Yo. Fong Lonbai's attack seemed to have damaged his vocal cords, rendering him unable to speak. Fong Lombai then picked up the prism from his chest and plunged it into his neck, finally suffocating him completely. Fong Lombai has killed countless people, but he doesn't torture them. Death is the best release for those who threaten him. If they have murderous intent towards him, Fong Lombai will naturally not hesitate to kill them. On Fong Daidai's side, everyone except the bearded man had been killed by Fong Daidai, their corpses littering the ground. Fong Daidai was still fighting the bearded man, inflicting numerous wounds on him, but hadn't yet defeated him. When Fong Lombai arrived, the bearded man smiled and said, "You're very strong, brother. We'll meet again." As he spoke, a door appeared beside him, and he went inside. By the time Fong Daidai rushed over, the door had already disappeared. Fong stared blankly around, but the person had vanished without a trace. Fong Lombai sensed the residual spatial energy in the air. If he wasn't mistaken, it was him. At most, he was only at the second level, and his teleportation range wouldn't exceed the area of Shanghai. He never expected him to come to Shanghai. There's no point in chasing now. After a long battle, and the demon flame prism cannon from earlier, Fong Lonbai's superpowers have been almost completely drained, leaving him with no ability to pursue. Besides, there will be other uses for him in the future. Fong Daidai was also exhausted and laid down on the ground to rest. The continuous high-intensity battles had even worn out the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon's physique. Fong Lombai patted Fong Daidai on the shoulder, telling him to take her back to the Jinhui Hotel so that he could at least recover his superpowers first. Fong Lombai didn't want to remain powerless. This was the way to survive in the apocalypse, otherwise she wouldn't even know how she died. Yi Qingyao probably noticed the anomaly and sent Su Shuer to check the situation. Seeing the ice wing falling from the sky, she told Su Shuer not to worry about Yi Qingyao, that he was fine, and also told them that she would go back first. Fortunately, the journey back was uneventful. I entered the room directly through the window without alerting the guards. Fong Lombai slumped onto the sofa, took out the blood-green jade pendant from the dark demon essence, and held it in her hand. Even in his previous life, Fong Lombai had never seen anything like this. Forbidden objects, being the most overpowered existence in the apocalypse, were actually so interested in a crystal core, and instead of devouring it, they became something new. He wondered if the jade pendant was still considered a forbidden object now. Fong Lombai decided to take control of the jade pendant first and try out its new functions. Subsequently, the jade pendant became Fong Lonbai's second-tier equipment. As for the original characteristics of the goo-devouring Fong Lonbai was not worried. After all, Fong Lonbai still looked down on the idea of improving strength by devouring flesh and blood. Lonbai collected the jade pendant and left it on the back of his hand, leaving a mark resembling the pendant. After sensing the object, he realized that the pendant was called Wangling and should still fall under the category of forbidden items. Otherwise, Fong Lonbai wouldn't have absorbed it. As for whether it was still a forbidden item, 039, Fong Lonbai couldn't say for sure. He wondered what changes would occur after it fused with the mutated willow tree crystal core. Fong Lonbai tried to activate it like the dark demon essence. A flash of green light appeared, and 6 drops of green liquid appeared. This was the ability of the mutated willow crystal core, which he hadn't expected to retain. Fong Lonbai tried to absorb a drop into her body, and instantly, her entire body was enveloped by a gentle energy. Her internal energy was quietly increasing, and the energy she had consumed in the battle was now fully replenished. Boom! A surge of energy rose, and Fong Lonbai advanced 2 minor ranks today, thanks to this illusory spirit. However, this was Fong Lonbai's first time absorbing this thing, so the effect was better. This effect would not be seen again in the future. He patted Fong Daidai's head, making it open its dragon mouth, and controlled a drop to enter its mouth. Unlike Fong Lonbai, Fong Daidai recovered some energy, but its rank did not increase. Roar, roar, roar. Fong Daidai's purple eyes shone with excitement, indicating that Fong Lonbai wanted to absorb more. Fong Lonbai was a little puzzled. This thing was condensed from the mutated willow tree, killing countless zombies in the accumulation before the apocalypse. The energy inside was extremely high. Fong Lonbai felt that his body was already saturated after absorbing just 1 drop. He didn't expect that Fong Daidai could still absorb more. As expected of the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon, its physique is exceptionally strong. After absorbing the second drop, Fong Daidai only entered the late stage of the second tier. A powerful dragon aura swept over him, and it felt as if Fong Daidai's size had increased again. The Thunder Prison Demon Dragon's aura was on full display, and Fong Daidai was already taller than Fong Lanbai on the ground. The remaining 3 drops were definitely not enough for the important figures in the base. Fong Lanbai tried to continue pouring his superpower into the illusory spirit. After pouring in most of it, he felt that only a little bit of green liquid droplets had been produced in the illusory spirit. At Fong Lanbai's rate, it would probably take 10 of him to condense 1 drop. But don't forget the characteristics of the forbidden item, 039 Goo Devouring Fong. Fong Lanbai found a zombie corpse, threw it in, and felt the green energy increase slightly. He was right after all. After the two are combined, not only are the characteristics of the mutated Willow Crystal Core retained, but the ability of the Goo Devouring Fong is also retained. However, it will not directly enhance the host's strength, but will be transformed into this green pure energy. This can be considered a comprehensive upgrade of the original Goo Devouring Fong's abilities. If it had other abilities as well, with the capabilities of this Delusion Spirit Jade Pendant, it would probably be no problem to enter the top 10 forbidden items. Fong Lanbai wanted to check its other abilities and discovered that the Spirit Pendant could also be attached to his mind, and that it even had mental defense capabilities. This ability is incredibly useful in the apocalypse. Among superpowers, the most bizarre and difficult to defend against is mental attack. Although the Demon Flame has mental attack capabilities, it is not a defensive ability. Now, with this Spirit Pendant, Fong Lanbai's last weakness has been filled. This was truly an unexpected delight today. Otherwise, Fong Lanbai wouldn't have known how to deal with this forbidden item 039, the Goo Devouring Fong. It wasn't in vain that Fong Lanbai went through several great battles and acquired the delusional spirit. Perhaps in the future, this green droplet could be mass-produced, enhancing the strength of everyone in the boundary gathering area and putting them ahead of others. Once Fong Lanbai reaches the 3rd rank, that matter can be started. This time, Fong Lanbai will surely show his prowess. In his previous life, he was too conservative. With the strength of the boundary-breaking gathering ground in his previous life, his territory was still too small. Let them see what I'm capable of. Fong Lanbai looked out the window. After the apocalypse, the sun had turned blood red, as if it was about to drip blood. It was almost setting, and the whole world had turned dim and yellow, weighing heavily on the hearts of every survivor. Plans after Chapter 33. Shanghai University was somewhat difficult. The gains were enormous. The number of survivors surged, including some capable individuals. From now on, survivors in the vicinity will likely know that there is such a gathering place, which is powerful and can protect their safety. It was still evening at the top floor of the Jinhui Hotel, where the group gathered again. This time, Fong Lanbai specially invited Lu Jiming to sit at the very back. Then there's Yi Qingyao's father, Yi Qiu. Fong Lanbai assigned him to manage logistics and supplies, making him the highest-ranking person in logistics within the boundary gathering ground. In his previous life, Yi Qiu managed logistics perfectly, requiring no effort from Fong Lanbai, who trusted him completely. In today's battle, Lu Jiming reached the early stage of the 2nd tier before Chen Gang, becoming the fastest member of the breaking boundary gathering area to reach the 2nd tier. Although Chen Gang also reached the 2nd tier in later battles, he was still a step behind Lu Jiming. This made Chen Gang feel a little embarrassed, and he kept saying that he wanted to reach the mid-stage of the 2nd tier first. But this time the main purpose was to summarize the future base plan. Fong Lanbai spread his right hand, and the Wangling Jade Pendant appeared in his palm. He said, "This is the reason why I didn't meet with you today. As you all know, Fong Daidai is the forbidden item, 004, the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon. It's very strong. At the same level, apart from me, no one dares to say they can definitely defeat it." Fong Lanbai paused, then continued, "This thing is a combination of forbidden item 039, the Devouring Fong, and a mutated Willow Tree Crystal Core. Its current ability is to produce these green leaf droplets by devouring energy or anything containing energy." As he spoke, the remaining 3 drops appeared from the delusional spirit. Upon seeing this thing, everyone's expression changed. They carefully sensed the energy in the air. Su Qidong, who was closest to Fong Lanbai, said, "This thing has incredibly pure energy. It's much purer than the energy in the crystal core." Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "Not only that, this thing can not only be used as a crystal core, but it can also increase the upper limit of one's superpowers, making one stronger among those of the same level." Li Ruasia asked, "Brother Fong, since this is such a good thing, the conditions for its production must be very demanding, right?" Fong Lanbai nodded and said, "That's right. I've experimented. With my current energy level, It would take 10 of me pouring my own power into it to produce just one drop. Fong Lanbai continued. But it can not only use my own superpowers, it can also convert anything with energy into energy, such as the corpses of zombies. Li Ruasia immediately sat up straight and said, "That's great. In this apocalypse, the one thing we have no shortage of is zombie corpses." Everyone nodded. Lu Jiming slowly raised his hand and said, I'll collect the zombie corpses." Seeing him like this, Fong Lanbai guessed that he had never seen such a serious scene before and was a little nervous. Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "These are all secondary. Now, let's establish the city defense army. You will be the commander. Starting tomorrow, begin recruiting ability users from among the survivors who want to join the city defense army. Use your abilities to reinforce the surrounding areas we occupy to resist any possible zombie hordes." Lu Jiming was somewhat surprised to hear this, but he didn't refuse. He stood up and said to Fong Lanbai, "Thank you, Brother Fong. I will definitely work hard, and the breaking boundary gathering ground will definitely get better and better under my leadership." Fong Lanbai asked him to sit down. For some reason, seeing Lu Jiming like this gave her the feeling of a leader entrusting an important task to a newcomer to the company, even though Fong Lanbai herself was not very old. Fong Lanbai continued, "Let's get back to our previous topic. There are two reasons why I'm showing you this. One is that everyone will have these green droplets later. We'll establish our own system in the base, where people can use crystal cores to exchange for supplies and weapons for basic survival. When there's a large quantity of these, they'll be listed here for everyone to exchange. You can exchange them with Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi, could you please set up a set of exchange rules? The goal is to ensure that everyone can redeem it, meeting their most basic survival needs." Yichio nodded. For him, this was simply his job, and Fong Lanbai's politeness was a sign of respect. Fong Lanbai then looked at Su Qidong and said, "Dongzi, you should encourage the team to kill more zombies. If they encounter other survivors provoking them, let them see the rules of the boundary gathering ground." Su Qidong smiled and said, "You're getting more and more domineering. I like it, ha 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 ha." Fong Lanbai smiled helplessly and continued, "Another thing is that you can also see the abilities of forbidden objects. Each forbidden object has its own unique ability, which is strong and even quite bizarre. Therefore, we need to deliberately collect information in this area and report back to me immediately if we have any news. Chen Gang, I'm leaving this matter to you. Can you handle it?" Chen Gang patted his chest and said seriously, "No problem, Brother Fong. You can rest assured with my work." Fong Lanbai looked at Li Ruasia and said, "Ruiz, your spatial abilities are perfect for monitoring the base and conducting external reconnaissance. This task is entrusted to you." Li Ruasia flashed a smile, revealing his bright white teeth, and said, "Even Xiao Gang has no problem, so I have even less of a problem." Fong Lanbai nodded and said, "And Yao Yao, you'll be in charge of organizing the supplies and helping Uncle Yi." Yi Qingyao nodded, her beautiful eyes looking at Fong Lanbai. Yichio then said, "Xiao Fong, do whatever you want. Don't worry about the officials. I've been in that business for most of my life. I know the atmosphere there better than anyone. The reason they haven't done anything substantial for so long is because there are petty people stirring things up, trying to take advantage of the chaos and divide up the situation. They might even be fighting amongst themselves right now." Fong Lanbai responded, "Indeed, as Yichio said, the situation inside is a complete mess. Everyone is trying to take advantage of the situation to get promoted, and everyone is too busy taking care of their own interests and building their own power base to care about the ordinary people in Shanghai." Fong Lanbai never expected the Shanghai authorities to do anything. He believed he could only rely on himself. He would eventually let those official organizations come to him and let them taste the scorching heat of the demonic flames. It seems that Mo Mingzhao has already run into the officials. Although Fong Lanbai doesn't think much of his behavior, he has to admit that as one of the 12 stars, the Beast King Star, which has the strongest group combat power, does have some tricks up his sleeve. Once Fong Lanbai has finished dealing with the matter at hand, she will go and meet this old friend. And then there's Wu Feng. I wonder how he fared from the Monkey King's punch. Thinking of this, Fong Lanbai couldn't help but smile. 1,000 miles of swords and moon, 1,000 miles of swords and moon. His frost beam could kill an enemy before they even saw him, and its powerful attack forced anyone who faced him to be extremely cautious. Chapter 34 Transformation. After the meeting, Yi Qingyao wrapped her arms around Fong Lanbai's waist. The day's battle had left Yi Qingyao somewhat exhausted. She leaned against Fong Lanbai's chest, and Fong Lanbai gently stroked Yi Qingyao's hair. Yi Qingyao looked up, her big eyes staring at Fong Lanbai, as if they could speak, with a lotus flower in her pupils. Yi Qingyao said, "Xiao Fong, Today I discovered that my superpower can release a lotus flower that can attach to someone. I attached it to Xiaopeng. His superpower has a strong healing ability. Besides regenerating severed limbs, he can recover from even the most serious injuries. It can also assist in cultivating superpowers. I feel that he will be of great help to us. This lotus flower can save his life in dangerous situations. Fong Lombai replied. Yes, Little Fatty's abilities are very strong. I've never seen an ability user with stronger healing abilities than him. You did the right thing. He will be a great help to us. I was already planning to get started on this, but you reminded me again. Yi Qingyao exchanged a knowing glance with Fong Lombai and said, Little Fong, you seem to have a lot of energy today. As he spoke, he pulled up his pajama pants, revealing a glimpse of black underneath. Fong Lombai smiled and said, all right, Yao Yao, you really don't let me rest at all last night. As he spoke, he picked up Yi Qingyao, gently placed her on the bed, and kissed her fiercely. Instantly, a soft sensation came from his mouth. Several lotus flowers enveloped the lamp, leaving only a faint glimmer of light. The team had cleared out many of the nearby high-rise buildings and shopping malls. The 4 teams now had an average of over 100 members each, with veteran members leading new members to kill zombies. Each team had at least 2 veteran members to ensure the safety of the new members. The number of people in the settlement is increasing every day. Some are rescued by the combat teams, while others have come here on their own seeking refuge. Lu Jiming's city defense team has also recruited a lot of people and started to set up defensive measures for the settlement. With Lu Jiming's rock overlord ability and Feng Hua sharpening, they made new weapons for many team members. Although they are a bit heavy at the moment, they will be improved later. They can't become fat in one step. Universities in Shanghai joined the project. Some architecture professors and students were responsible for planning and design, and Lu Jiming would review the plans before handing them over to Fong Lombai for approval before implementation. Joining the city defense team also allows you to exchange for supplies, just like before the apocalypse. You get paid for your work, except now the currency is crystal cores. Fong Lombai has turned the Jinhui Hotel into an important central hub. Except for important team members, no one is even qualified to enter. It will be used to settle relatives in the future, otherwise it will become his weakness. The entire boundary-breaking settlement began to operate like a sophisticated machine, with everyone having their own responsibilities. Whether it's the 4 combat squads or the city defense team, they would deliberately pile up the zombie corpses in a warehouse, far away from the survivors' residences. After all, such a strong smell of blood would easily attract zombies and mutated beasts. However, Su Qidong was guarding that area, so there was no need to worry too much. Moreover, Fong Lombai's conversion speed was not slow. However, the prolonged use of the spirit pendant also took its toll on Fong Lombai, so she would rest to recover her superpowers. At the beginning, there were too many zombie corpses, and no one cared about them on the streets. Except for the mutated beasts that would eat them, no one would touch them. So there were a lot of corpses at the beginning, but fewer and fewer corpses were brought in later. After all, the combat team couldn't hunt down too many zombies. The wandering spirit devoured nearly 3,000 zombies, and half of them were left in the warehouse. Called the green droplets, life essence. Now, the life essence in the illusory spirit has reached 63 drops. It's not that Fong Lombai doesn't want to transform anymore, but staying in that place with such a strong smell of blood for a long time would drive him crazy. Fong Lombai planned to take out 40 drops to dilute and make water for the base's combat teams to enhance their strength. This will also help improve the strength of the base's combat teams. I told Li Ruizhou about it and asked him to get ready. Then someone brought a large vat, filled it with water, and summoned 40 drops of life essence from the spirit to infuse it, ensuring that everyone could drink a small cup. The current squad, a vast expanse of people, yet no one speaks. All eyes are focused on the vat, where 40 drops of life essence have brought the life force here to an unprecedented level. These team members all knew this was a good thing, and judging from Fong Lambai's expression, it seemed like it was about to be distributed, so they couldn't help but be excited. Fong Lombai pointed to the vat beside her and said to everyone, "You should all have felt this aura. This is water diluted with the essence of life, which is very helpful for leveling up. I hope that after you absorb it, you can make a better contribution to the breakthrough gathering ground. From now on, this life essence will be publicly available and transparent. Everyone can exchange it using crystal cores. We'll let Minister Yi know the specific timing later." Fong Lombai gestured to Chen Gang, who immediately understood and turned to shout, "Everyone line up. Everyone gets a turn. If anyone doesn't follow the rules, get out of the breaking boundary gathering area." After Chen Gang finished speaking, the team members immediately began to line up, which shows that Chun Gang still has some authority among the team members. There's enough water in this tank for the entire combat squad to have a small cup of water, so there's no need to worry about anyone not getting any. One by one they came, men and women separated. The men used one small cup and the women used another small cup. In this special time, where could they find hundreds of disposable cups? Leroy Asia was in charge of controlling it, so he didn't have to lift a finger. His spatial ability ensured that the amount was the same every time, so no one would complain. Some team members are about to break through, and with the help of this diluted essence of life, they can advance to the next level in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha, I've broken through. Eagerly anticipating the diluted life essence as they watch the people in front of them advance, waiting for their own levels to change. However, not everyone will level up, since this substance has been diluted and is not as potent as the original life essence. Many people did not advance, but they could clearly feel their strength improving. After absorbing the power, they thanked Fong Lanbai. Brother Fong, this thing is amazing. I feel like I've gotten stronger again. Brother Fong, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Many people are grateful to Fong Lanbai, because in the apocalypse, strength is the only thing that matters, and only by improving one's strength can one go far in the apocalypse. Fong Lanbai said it was nothing. Seeing that his base had become stronger, Fong Lanbai felt at ease and then let them return to the team. Chapter 35 Yuan Nannan. The boundary-breaking gathering grounds. Fong Lanbai dared to say that the boundary-breaking gathering grounds were now at the forefront. Although they could not yet catch up with the well-established gathering grounds in the capital, the boundary-breaking gathering grounds were developing rapidly. Stimulated by this life essence, some awakened individuals who were originally in the late stage of the first tier also reached the second tier, resulting in a qualitative change. Zhang Kongming, the ability user who uses wind blades, is a force to be reckoned with in terms of wind-based strength, having also reached the second tier. Then there's Yobua, a mental ability user who, stimulated by the essence of life, has also reached the early stage of the second tier. There are also Li Pingyan and Le Gu. These were the earliest awakeners. Li Pingyan's strength has also improved further. With a shield, he has come up with other tricks. To Fong Lanbai's surprise, besides those who had previously shown their talent, there was also a girl with the ability of blood-red chains named Yuan Nannan. After this, she also became a second-tier member. She wasn't there before, but recently joined the 4th combat team, or more accurately, recently joined the boundary-breaking gathering ground. After Yuan Nannan joined Chun Gang's team, Chun Gang was overjoyed. Who wouldn't like a teammate who is both strong and good-looking? The main reason was that Chun Gang had been feeling a bit frustrated recently, because all the female team members wanted to join Su Qidong's team. Although he was indeed handsome and good at fighting, he was just as good as Su Qidong. Yuan Nannan's arrival helped him regain his confidence. The girl was dressed in a black leather jacket, looking very capable. Her sharp eyes indicated that she was no ordinary person, and her decisive style of action was more like that of a soldier. As expected, the one in the south has already made his move. Fong Lanbai remembers that this person was always by her side, but she didn't expect him to be sent to the boundary-breaking gathering area to investigate the situation. Fong Lanbai thought to herself, "You delivered it yourself. It would be a real shame not to make good use of it." Thinking of this, he said to Yuan Nannan, "Hey teammate, come here for a moment. I have some questions for you." Yuan Nannan walked over calmly, lowered her head slightly, and said, "Brother Fong, what do you want?" Fong Lanbai thought to herself, "That's quite convincing." She continued, "Where are you from? I've never seen you before." Yuan Nannan paused for a moment, thinking, did he discover something? Why is he asking this? On the surface, however, he said calmly, "I work in Shanghai. I heard from other survivors that there's a place where people can break through barriers and survive, so I thought I'd join." Fong Lanbai smiled after hearing this and said, "Okay, how do you feel about this place?" Yuan Nannan continued, forcing herself to speak, "I think it's excellent, and a leader like you is very enlightened, allowing many people to have their own place to live." Yuan Nannan's words were heartfelt and not meant as flattery. Fong Lanbai actually wanted to ask how she compared to her master, but that would be too obvious, as there were still ways she could be of use to her. Fong Lanbai said, "All right, go ahead. Your superpower is very strong. Use it wisely." Fong Lanbai had no intention of teasing her anymore. She had other things to do. After all the team members had finished absorbing the essence, Fong Lanbai called some people into the conference room and gave each of them a drop of life essence, successfully helping them advance to a minor stage and causing their overall strength to surge once again. In Shanghai should have appeared by now. Fong Lanbai needs to deal with it. Otherwise, once it grows into a force to be reckoned with, the zombie horde will be a very unpleasant experience. Of the two great zombie kings in Shanghai, the other one is quite far from the boundary breaker gathering place, so let Mo Mingzhao deal with that. The zombie king that Fong Lanbai is going to find has a single word, qi. His ability is very strange, it is blood. When he is in a zombie horde, he is almost immortal and extremely difficult to deal with. It can drain the blood from a living being, turning it into a dried-up corpse, and is the most fearsome existence. Killing the zombie king isn't always the hardest part. The hardest part is dealing with the zombie horde. There are so many zombies surrounding the zombie king that it's difficult to even get close, let alone kill them. This time, Fong Lanbai planned to bring Yi Qingyao, Lu Jiming, Yuan Nannan, and lastly Fan Wenbin. Fong Lanbai gave him some special treatment, secretly giving him a few second-tier crystal cores and a drop of life essence, so that he could reach the second tier and be of help. Yuan Nannan was to drive, as Fong Lanbai had specifically suggested, since it was free labor and they might as well use it. The group rode in a large SUV, which was quite spacious. Along the way, many high-rise buildings in Shanghai had been reduced to ruins due to the battle. The once most prosperous city had fallen to such a state. In the distance, gunshots could still be faintly heard. After Fong Lanbai gave the order, they chose to avoid the area. Now was not the time to clash with the official organization. I don't know what level that Corpse King is at now, but it's definitely not low. It's at least the late stage of the second level. On the way, they encountered a second-order mutated zombie. Unlike the giant zombie they had encountered before, this zombie resembled a praying mantis, with its 4 forelimbs now shaped like scythes. If it weren't for Fong Lanbai's prism, the car would probably have been smashed to pieces. Fong Lanbai told Yuan Nannan and Fan Wenbin to get out. Yuan Nannan was responsible for killing the second-tier mutated zombies, while Fan Wenbin cleared out the other zombies for Yuan Nannan to ensure that she was not disturbed. Fan Wenbin didn't see anything wrong with it, and even thought that Fong Lanbai was creating an opportunity for him, so he worked even harder. He put on his knight's armor, wielded a heavy sword, and his attack power was at its maximum. He was much stronger than when Fong Lanbai first met him. At least now I'm more familiar with my abilities. When I slashed the zombies with my greatsword, some of the weaker zombies were cut in half. Fong Lanbai also took this opportunity to observe Yuan Nannan's superpower. The blood-red chain had nearly 10-centimeter-long spikes that scratched the deformed zombie, leaving bloody marks. The mutated zombie was extremely fast, and Yuan Nannan had to be careful not to get scratched by it. Whenever the mutated zombie was about to succeed, Yuan Nannan would choose to deal with the problem even if she didn't attack with the chain in her hand, and she fought very steadily. After all, they might have to fight each other in the future. Although Fong Lanbai might not think much of her strength, it's only the person behind her who can pique Fong Lanbai's interest. Yuan Nannan was a crucial figure in this battle against the Corpse King. His chains helped prevent it from escaping. Otherwise, if it had managed to get away, the subsequent retaliation would have been a major headache for Fong Lanbai. With the surrounding zombies, Fan Wenbin came to help Yuan Nannan, saying, "Nannan, I'm here to help you." Fan Wenbin swung his heavy sword horizontally, but the mutated zombie dodged it. He turned around, used the momentum, and swung his sword again. This time, the zombie didn't dodge it and struck the mutated zombie's forelimb. The mutated zombie's forelimb was tough enough that it wasn't cut off, and Fan Wenbin sent it flying far away. Fan Wenbin is usually a carefree and irresponsible guy, but he's actually quite strong when it comes to fighting. Yuan Nannan didn't let this opportunity pass. She used chains to entangle the mutated zombie, rendering it unable to move. Yuan Nannan then tossed it next to Fan Wenbin. The mutated zombie tried to dodge, but Fan Wenbin stabbed it in the head with a sword. Chapter 36: The Corpse King's Sneer. The mutated zombie was killed. It twitched a few times before falling to Fan Wenbin's sword. Fan Wenbin's armor was undeniably handsome. It gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. With his heavy sword in hand, the silver armor exuded a sense of weight, yet under Fan Wenbin's control, it didn't appear bulky at all. Especially after reaching the second tier, Fan Wenbin's armor became even taller, and his heavy sword became even sharper. Fan Wenbin took out the crystal core, and at this moment, he abandoned all his previous courtesy towards Yuan Nannan, shamelessly saying, "Nannan, I'll save this crystal core for you first, and give it to you when you grow up." Yuan Nannan was speechless, but there was no need to argue with her over a second-tier crystal core. She ignored him, walked to the driver's seat, and was about to drive off when Fan Wenbin quickly got in the car, still trying to curry favor with Fong Lanbai, saying, "Brother Fong, do you think I'm any better? I only used half of my strength just now." Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "All right, you'll lead the charge when we kill the Corpse King." Fan Wenbin immediately deflated upon hearing this. Although he didn't know what a corpse king was, it sounded very powerful. What if he were to die? However, he didn't dare to refute Fong Lanbai's words and only dared to respond softly, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Arriving at a place in the east of Shanghai, this was the territory of the corpse king in his previous life. In this area, there was practically no human. Fortunately, the three major gathering places in Shanghai suppressed him every now and then, otherwise the corpse king's territory would be even larger. Qi's three great corpse generals were all its confidants. From the day it gained its own consciousness and became the corpse king, it began to cultivate these three great corpse generals. These three great corpse generals led the corpse horde and were directly subordinate to Qi. These three corpse generals are Yu Li, a little girl who harbors extreme hatred for humans. Her sharp claws can easily tear open the skulls of superhumans and drink their brains, which is Yu Li's favorite food. Jiang Cha, an old man, is a zombie, but his abilities amplify all zombies, making him a key target for Qi's protection. Chun Pang is the same type as the first mutated zombie that Fong Lanbai killed, except it's a completely deluxe version. Its massive body doesn't affect its speed at all, and fighting it always feels like fighting a mountain of flesh. The three corpse generals each have their own abilities, which means that Qi's strength is not weak even in the whole of China. Apart from Shanghai, Qi would not have such limited power in any other place. Not only are the zombies powerful in Shanghai, but the city also produces an exceptionally large number of superhumans, and they are particularly strong. Upon arriving here, Fong Lanbai could sense the increasing density of zombies. If they weren't dealt with promptly, they might be bogged down here. Fong Lanbai summoned Fong Dai and sent it into the sky to find the zombie king. The view was better from the air, so he deliberately told Fong Dai to find a place with many and strong zombies. Fong Lanbai knew that Qi Gang, now the zombie king, would definitely have many zombies guarding the area to protect him. Fong Dai is highly intelligent and could understand what Fong Lanbai meant. He let out a soft roar, spread his wings, and took to the sky. Yuan Nannan was somewhat shocked. She had heard before that the leader of the Breaking Boundary Gathering Ground controlled a dragon, but the shock she felt at the scene was different from what she had heard. This man not only had unfathomable strength, but also a dragon of equal strength. Just by sensing that aura, Yuan Nannan knew that she was no match for this dragon. Arriving here, the Boundary Breaker Gathering Place gave her too many surprises, but also a lot of feelings of powerlessness. Should she really be enemies with these people? Perhaps befriending them is the best choice. Fong Lanbai and the others chose to walk forward to search. The zombies on the road seemed to want to block them, rushing forward one after another. At first, Fong Lanbai did not need to take action. Fan Wenbin and Yuan Nannan were responsible for fighting off the zombies, while Lu Jiming stayed by Yi Qingyao's side to provide remote support. With Lu Jiming's intervention, Yuan Nannan and Fan Wenbin were no longer hesitant to act. Lu Jiming directly attacked any zombies that were left unattended, piercing them with stone spikes, which made the two of them even more uninhibited in their attacks. The number of zombies around them was increasing, and the proportion of second-tier zombies was also increasing. It felt like the three of them alone were not enough. Yi Qingyao had just replenished the three of them's abilities, and now she also had to take action to control the zombies. Fan Wenbin was like a meat grinder. With a horizontal slash of his heavy sword, he instantly cut several zombies in half at the waist. His entire armor and the sword in his hand turned red, the armor soaked in blood. At this moment, a dark figure appeared. Fong Dai had returned. It had found an exceptionally powerful zombie. According to its description, even Fong Dai wasn't confident of defeating that zombie. It confirmed the direction. Fong Lanbai, having confirmed the direction with the prism beside him, plunged into the horde of zombies with demonic flames. The zombies blocking the way were instantly burned to ashes by the demonic flames that Fong Lanbai unleashed. Fong Lanbai said to the two men who were still fighting off zombies, "Charge in this direction." Yi Qingyao restored the supernatural powers within the group in time, and the group plunged into the horde of zombies like a sharp knife. Fan Wenbin charged at the front, with Fong Lanbai prism protecting him around him. The horde of zombies was too large, and the zombies that were killed were quickly replaced by more zombies from behind. Seeing this, Fong Lanbai said to Yi Qingyao, "Yao Yao, Lu Jiming, kill all the zombies in front of us." Yi Qingyao manipulated the lotus flower in her hand, and a lotus flower slowly appeared in her hand. Although it was not large, one could feel the powerful energy within it. It moved slowly through the horde of zombies ahead, and even when it encountered zombies along the way, it did not explode, which shows how strong Yi Qingyao's control over her superpower is. The pale pink lotus exploded amidst the horde of corpses, and the massive energy surge created a large void ahead, allowing the group to advance a considerable distance in an instant. Lu Jiming positioned the rocks on both sides of the road to prevent the zombies from chasing after them. Fong Lanbai took Fan Wenbin's place at the front. After saying a few words to a few people, Fong Lanbai jumped to the window next to the high-rise building and slipped inside. He couldn't be exposed outside anymore. It would be too obvious. The horde of zombies will only increase in number. The only way to limit its numbers is to use the terrain, and to keep Fong Dai following that shrew to prevent it from finding a chance to escape. Inside the high-rise building, it was Yuan Nanin's turn to shine. She swung the chain in her hand and smashed the zombie's head open. Only a few zombies could squeeze in. Their numbers were too great, and these few that managed to get in posed little threat to the group. Fong Lanbai and his group can almost be considered the strongest fighting force in the current apocalypse. Held back by the zombies surging in from a small door, Lu Jiming was in charge of building a stone bridge connecting the buildings, which would be broken after everyone had crossed to prevent the zombies from chasing after them. This has indeed made things much faster, and we are getting closer and closer to the Corpse King. Roar, 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 roar. Fong Dai was shouting in the air when the group walked onto the bridge. The bridge was only 100 meters across when several figures appeared on the building ahead. Laugh. His skin was red, with veins like lava on his body, and he seemed to be smiling. This aura is third order. Unexpectedly, this guy is even faster than Fong Lanbai, and has already reached the third level. Fong Lanbai moved the prism-shaped object around each person's feet and quickly said, "One person, stop right there." Before Fong Lanbai could finish speaking, that hand covered in sharp claws pressed down on the stone bridge. In an instant, the entire stone bridge shattered and fell down. Fortunately, Fong Lanbai reacted in time, and the group stood on Fong Lanbai's prism. Chapter 37 Battle between high-rise buildings. Even though they were dozens of meters apart, they could smell the strong stench of blood on Chi's body, which made them want to vomit. Boom. Fong Dai crashed into Chi like a shooting star, giving Fong Lanbai and the others time to find a landing spot. Fong Chumpeng quickly stepped forward, trying to block Fong Dai's impact, but Fong Dai's dive from hundreds of meters in the air was not so easy to stop. Chumpeng was knocked back at high speed, plowing a furrow in the ground. Fong Lanbai and her group quickly approached and stood in the same building as Chi. Fong Lanbai said seriously, "You few go and kill those 3 corpse generals. Be careful, that little girl is very fast, so watch out for her." He nodded heavily several times. Chi, barefoot on the ground, watched the dragon approach. With a swift movement, he rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, about to slap Fong Dai on the head. Boom. Fong Lanbai, possessed by demonic flames, pushed himself to the maximum load, and the force of this punch sent him flying into the wall. Fong Lanbai said coldly, "Did I tell you to do it?" Fan Wenbin stepped forward and led Na Chunpeng away, preventing him from disturbing Fong Lanbai's battlefield. Although this creature has reached the 3rd rank, it hasn't been long, and the gap between it and Fong Lanbai isn't particularly large. We must kill it here today, otherwise, if we fail this time, the Corpse King will be more cautious next time. Pebbles rolled over Chi's body. Chi, with a half-smile revealing his triangular teeth, actually spoke. "You are strong, but I am stronger." The Corpse King already possesses the ability to speak, and after reaching the 4th rank, he may completely master human language. The crimson veins on his body surged, and he could feel the power of this beast constantly rising. The sharp claws on his hands extended again, gleaming coldly. Buzz. The speed was too fast. Fong Lanbai didn't even have time to see clearly before he was approached. Sizzle. The sharp claws of the zombie king slashed at Fong Lanbai's prism. Although the claws were fast, Fong Lanbai's prism was even faster. The claws left scratches on Fong Lanbai's prism, which had never been damaged before. This showed the power of the zombie king's attack. The prism quickly adhered to Fong Lanbai's wrist. Bump. He punched Chi in the face again, knocking his face to the side and distorting his already ferocious features. The prism pierced his face, and before Fong Lanbai could deliver his next punch, blood gushed from his face, and he recovered as if he had not been attacked at all. Boom. Another punch landed on its stomach, knocking it back quite a bit. Fong Lanbai wasn't alone. Fong Dai's dragon claw, imbued with dark energy, struck Chi's body, and this blow was even heavier than Fong Lanbai's. It pierced through the wall and into the building next door, with Fong Lanbai prism stepping in pursuit. That sneer had already stood up, and his aura rose again. His body was no longer as red as it had been at the beginning. Stepping onto that floor, he burst out with a bang and threw a punch. Fong Lanbai dodged it, but another punch landed on her arm. This punch was harder than Fong Lanbai had expected, sending her flying. Fong Daidai caught her. The Corpse King used its own blood and has clearly become stronger. She used the momentum to step onto the building, causing it to dent. With immense power, it charged forward, its blood-red claws slicing through the air. Fong Daidai blocked the attack, but his dragon claws met it, leaving claw marks. Chi's attack speed was incredibly fast, and with several consecutive claw strikes, Fong Daidai felt the pain and bit Chi's shoulder. He released lightning energy, swung his dragon head, and flung Chi away. Fong Lanbai used the prism for leverage, his hand burning with demonic flames, and launched himself out like a missile. Chi was hit by this punch and landed on the battlefield of the corpse general and his men. Chun Pang forcibly withstood Fan Wenbin's sword and caught Chi. Jiang Cha had the appearance of a wise man, but a flash of bloodlust appeared in his eyes, and his aura instantly weakened. Fong Lanbai couldn't help but curse. "Are you trying to play nested dolls with me?" The demonic flames rose from beneath Jiang Cha's feet. Having already consumed too much energy, Jiang Cha was now powerless to resist and was completely burned away by the demonic flames. Boom! The snarl arrived, and Fong Lanbai was directly knocked away. The snarl's body had turned deathly pale. The snarl was now too powerful. It had not only received the full boost from Jiang Cha, but had also burned away its last bit of blood. Fong Lanbai's power has risen to an unparalleled level. His physical body is already invincible at the same level, so one can imagine how strong Chi is now. In the previous battle, Yoli was controlled by Yi Qingyao, and the lotus flower directly blew off one of its legs. The group then focused their fire and killed the corpse general. Jiang Cha is also dead, leaving Chun Pang, who is the most difficult to kill. Chun Pang is covered in wounds, including bloody marks from Fan Wenbin's slashes, bloody holes from the thorns on Yuan Nanin's chains, and stone spikes from Lu Jiming that he hasn't had time to pull out. Chi stood in front of Chun Pang, his entire body white. Even the veins on his skin were devoid of blood. He sneered and said, "Die." As Fong Lanbai charged forward again, his roar was already upon him. A net of darkness and lightning appeared before him. It was too fast. The lightning and dark energy slowed him down slightly, so that Fong Lanbai was not left without a chance to fight back. But then another claw struck, aimed at Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai tried his best to dodge, but he couldn't completely avoid it. The claws hiss left several claw marks on Fong Lanbai's abdominal muscles. The prisms shot out rapidly from behind, their surfaces engulfed in demonic flames, firing off like cannonballs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chi's body was very strong. The prism only went in a little before it lost power. The demonic flames followed suit and burned, but failed to attach. In that instant, 2 lotus flowers slowly enveloped its feet, and by the time it realized it, it was too late. Yuan Nanan tried to pull Chi's waist with the chains, but Chi was too strong. With a little effort, he could pull her away, so she had to give up. Another lotus flower appeared behind Chi, firmly absorbing it. Chumping wanted to do something, but Lu Jiming and Fan Wenbin held him back. In Fong Lanbai's eyes, demonic flames rose, like a demon god. Prisms gathered one by one above Fong Lanbai's head, forming a huge prism. The demonic flames burned, and the shadow of the demon flame Lion King faintly appeared in the prism. Bump! Zzz. The prism struck Chi's body instantly, causing it to scream. The huge energy fluctuations forced those around it to take several steps back before stopping, and the surrounding temperature instantly rose by tens of degrees. Fearing the Corpse King wasn't quite dead, Fong Lanbai unleashed almost all of her powers. After finishing, she nearly collapsed. She took a drop of life essence from her spirit and swallowed it, slowly recovering her powers. Fong Daidai lay behind Fong Lanbai, letting her lean against it. A large hole appeared in his chest, leaving only a little flesh connecting his upper and lower body. Remaining Chun Pang was slowly worn down by the combined firepower of the others. Lu Jiming wanted to retrieve the crystal core, but was startled back by Fong Daidai's roar. She said, half laughing and half crying, "I want to take it out and give it to Brother Fong." Fong Lanbai said to Lu Jiming, "Go and get it. It was originally our spoils of war." Lu Jiming took them out one by one and handed them to Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai put the crystal cores into the dark demon essence, stood up, and said, "We'll distribute these back home. Everyone deserves credit for killing this Corpse King. Let's each absorb 1 drop of this life essence to restore our abilities. Then we'll prepare to go back." As he spoke, he extracted the essence of life from the illusory spirit and floated it into the hands of the crowd. Chapter 38: The Whole Small Barbecue. Yuan Nanan was quite shocked to receive the life essence. She didn't expect to get such a good thing after coming out. It was worth the trip. You should know that among these people, she was the only one who had not absorbed a whole drop of life essence, but only a diluted solution of life essence. If even a diluted essence of life has such effects, imagine the power of a whole drop of it. Fong Lanbai collected the corpse of Qi into the dark demon essence, as well as the corpses of Chun Pang and Yu Li, and would use the delusional spirit to transform them later. Fong Lanbai burned Jiang Cha's corpse to ashes, but it didn't matter, as Jiang Cha's crystal core was still intact. This battle was incredibly brutal. This was the most serious injury Fong Lanbai had suffered since the apocalypse. Several of his ribs were broken, and his stomach was ripped open with a bloody gash over a foot long. Fong Daidai's chest and back were both torn to shreds by sharp claws, leaving them bloody and mangled. The others also suffered injuries of varying degrees. Fan Wenbin's armor was covered in dents and claw marks. Yuan Nanin's left arm was broken, making her the most seriously injured among them. Lu Jiming and Yi Qingyao suffered relatively minor injuries. A third-tier zombie king and 3 second-tier zombie generals. They killed countless zombies on their way here. This was the result of their battle. If Qi hadn't already reached the 3rd tier, this battle wouldn't have been so difficult. Even if Qi had reached the 3rd tier, Fong Lanbai was not afraid at all. He used all of his blood to strengthen Qi, and it was only then that Qi could barely suppress Fong Lanbai. It was also with Jiang Cha's assistance that Qi became so strong. On the way back, since Yuan Nanin couldn't drive, Lu Jiming had to drive. Fortunately, there were no powerful zombies or mutated beasts to bother them on the way back. After being picked up by the first combat team, Little Fatty immediately began treating the group. As a second-level healer, his healing was extremely effective. Fong Lanbai felt his wounds itching, and the scratches were slowly healing, while his broken ribs were being set. Fan Wenbin hugged the chubby boy and laughed. Little Fatty, you're such a treasure. Can you stay by my side from now on? Your brother Fan will definitely treat you well. Little Fatty was still all smiles, his eyes almost disappearing because of the fat on his face. Lu Jiming glanced at Fan Wenbin and said, You wish. Little Fatty is directly under Brother Fong, on the same level as us. None of us have the right to order him around. You're dreaming. Fan Wenbin paused for a moment, then chuckled awkwardly and said, I was just joking. With Little Fatty's treatment being so effective, how could he possibly only be serving me? Lu Jiming replied, That's good. Little Fatty waved his hand and said, It's no trouble at all. Just confine me if I can help. Su Qidong also rushed over. Seeing Fong Lanbai in such a disheveled state, he teased, What happened? What kind of opponent could have injured the strongest person in my boundary gathering ground so badly? Fan Wenbin stood up, tilted his head back, and said, We took down a 3rd-tier corpse king and 3 second-tier corpse generals. Dongzi, it's a good thing you didn't go, or you would have been scared to death. Fan Wenbin first arrived, he quickly became close friends with Su Qidong, thanks to his personality. Su Qidong said dismissively, I think you're the one who's holding Xiao Fong and the others back. Fan Wenbin let out a whoops and said, Bullshit. When I activated my power, that little thing was startled. Its small body couldn't withstand my heavy sword at all. Su Qidong, too lazy to listen to his boasting, asked Fong Lanbai, Little Fong, are you all right? Fong Lanbai said, It's a minor injury. It'll heal quickly. Su Qidong smiled and said, That's good. I just wanted to tell you something. Fong Lanbai stood up, grabbed a piece of clothing and draped it over herself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be appropriate to be shirtless like that. Let's go. After telling Yi Qingyao and the others to go and rest, Su Qidong and I walked and talked. Su Qidong said, Today, a squad from our team encountered a group of monkeys. They dropped the corpse and ran away without attacking them. That squad then brought back the mutated beast's carcass. Among them were mostly the corpses of 2nd-tier mutated beasts and a blue tiger that looked almost 3rd tier. The crystal cores inside these corpses had all been removed. Fong Lanbai smiled and said, Old friend, perfect timing. Let's roast that mutated beast tonight and have a get-together. Su Qidong, seeing that Fong Lanbai seemed to know something, didn't ask any further questions. He raised an eyebrow and said, All right. It's been a long time since I've had a drink. I haven't seen you hunched over in ages. Fong Lanbai laughed and said, Haha, you used to be able to drink a lot, but that's not necessarily true now. All right, then I'll wait and see. Su Qidong used to drink every day and was known as the Prince of Nightclubs. Back when they drank in the dorm, the 3 of them combined couldn't outdrink him. After gaining superpowers, the competition becomes about the total amount of energy and who can better counteract the effects of alcohol. Fong Lanbai has a good lesson to teach Su Qidong in this regard. Unexpectedly, The Monkey King is quite sensible. It seems that it has already occupied that area. It was even able to take down the Tiger King, who was at the late stage of the second tier. It seems that its strength is not weak now. The boundary-breaking gathering area is growing larger and larger. After taking over Shanghai University, it is already spreading to distant places. It is likely that it will come into contact with the Changfeng base of Wufeng. Feng Lanbai will also start to take over Wufeng and bring it under his own control. At that time, the strength of the boundary-breaking gathering area will be further enhanced. The collapsed high-rise buildings and construction debris around them were cleaned up by Lu Jiming's men, who then used his rock overlord ability to rebuild even stronger high-rises. Some houses were refined by the scorching and burning of Feng Lanbai's magic flames. Although the process was a bit complicated, Lu Jiming's rocks became harder and turned silver with a slight reddish tinge, making them look exceptionally noble. These better buildings will be for those with greater superpowers to live in, which will also reflect their special status and encourage them to work harder for the boundary-breaking gathering place. In a courtyard, many people were busy at work, and in the middle was a giant tiger about 5 meters long. If someone told you before the apocalypse that they were eating a whole roasted tiger, you would definitely not believe it, but this is the apocalypse. The courtyard resembles an old building, exuding a rustic charm. This courtyard was designed by Feng Lanbai in consultation with Lu Jiming, intended as her future residence. The meeting place for everyone has also been moved from the Jinhui Hotel to here. However, this time the long table is not a conference table, but a dining table. Ren Jinhe was invited to do the barbecue. Ever since he discovered that Ren Jinhe's barbecue was exceptional, he has always invited Ren Jinhe to do the barbecue so that everyone can taste his unique flavor. Ren Jinhe also took charge of planning this dinner party, making meticulous preparations, and said he would have an entrance ceremony. The fragrant roasted mutated beast meat was carried to the dining table by the team members that Ren Jinhe had called over. Otherwise, he alone really couldn't have moved this ton-heavy tiger. The wine collected from various supermarkets was placed on this long table. Chapter 39: The 10 Strongest. Ren Jinhe, holding a water bottle as a microphone, said with great enthusiasm, "Now, please welcome our first guest of the banquet, the Lord of Rocks, the commander of the city defense team, Lu Jiming." After speaking, Lu Jiming came out of the room, waved to the non-existent audience, and found his seat. Our second distinguished guest is a beauty from the world of ice and snow, the undisputed second strongest member of the 3rd Combat Squad, Icewing Su Shuer. Hearing Ren Jinhe's words, Su Shuer felt a little shy, and a blush appeared on her cold face. She nodded slightly to Ren Jinhe with her snow-white legs and slowly walked to her seat. Ren Jinhe's heart fluttered slightly under Su Shuer's gaze, but he quickly regained his composure and continued. The third distinguished guest is Li Pingyan, the strongest shield from the 3rd Squad, the Golden Shield. Li Pingyan walked out, his long legs carrying him, and greeted Ren Jinhe. He was dressed in casual clothes, and his originally dark and thin face was even less visible in the evening. When he smiled, only a row of teeth could be seen. Ren Jinhe smiled. This kid is usually very down-to-earth, honest, and even a little silly, but his contributions to the base are genuine. Next, please welcome the most influential healing-type ability in the boundary-breaking gathering area, the modern-day Hua Tuo, the one who can bring the dead back to life and heal flesh and bone. Wang Xiaopeng touched his nose sheepishly, jogged to his seat, and stared intently at the tiger meat, almost swallowing his tongue. Ren Jinhe continued. The 5th distinguished guest is Knight Fan Wenbin, who carries a great sword. Fan Wenbin grinned and came out, bowing as soon as he stepped outside. He walked over to Ren Jinhe, took the microphone, and said, "Thank you all for your support. I owe my success to you all, but please don't be arrogant. With both good looks and talent, I will continue to work hard." As he spoke, he walked over to the people who had already appeared and shook hands with them one by one, displaying the demeanor of a great man. Ren Jinhe rushed up and snatched the microphone away, otherwise this guy might have caused some more trouble. Fan Wenbin sat down, still feeling unsatisfied, and started chatting idly with Su Shuer next to him. Su Shuer replied to him in a half-hearted manner. Ren Jinhe continued. Next, please welcome the captain of the 4th Combat Team, Chen Gang, whose motto is "Blood Axe embodies ruthlessness," and whose battle symbolizes fearlessness. Chen Gang walked out of the house, waved, pressed his hands down, struck what he thought was a very cool pose, and walked down like he was walking a catwalk. Lu Jiming laughed. "Xiao Gang, I didn't realize you were so good at dancing." Fan Wenbin was almost out of breath at that point. Chen Gang awkwardly scratched his head and quickly sat down in his seat. Ren Jinhe couldn't help but laugh and continued. The seventh person next is the captain of the second combat squad, the spatial overlord, the unpredictable Lee Ruasia. Just as he finished speaking, Lee Ruasia suddenly appeared next to Rin Jinha, his double chin twitching twice, exuding a very sophisticated air. Fan Wenbin stood up abruptly and shouted, "Why? None of us used any superpowers to show off, so why are you acting like this? 1 point, get down here." Lee Ruasia laughed and said, "Who says you can't use superpowers? Just tell me, isn't it cool?" Fan Wenbin said, "Being handsome is fine, but being more handsome than me is not acceptable." Lee Ruasia sat down, snapped his fingers, and a mask appeared out of thin air in his hand. He handed it to Fan Wenbin, saying, "Put this on, you're disturbing me." Fan Wenbin glanced at Lee Ruasia sideways, then ignored him, letting him push his luck. Next up is Lei Chong, the captain of the first combat squad. He's unstoppable, handsome and intelligent, composed and sharp, known as the most charismatic man in the boundary-breaking gathering area, Suchidong. Suchidong walked out slowly. His dark complexion did not affect his good looks at all. His already sharp face became even more domineering after awakening his superpower. His eyes made people afraid to look directly at him, as if they were being pricked by needles. Wisps of lightning crackled beneath Su Chidong's feet. He was a man with his own sound effects. Su Chidong walked over to Rin Jinha's side, nodded slightly towards the dining table, exuding charm. Fan Wenbin, with his arm around Lee Ruasia, said disdainfully, "Good heavens, you can tolerate this. I can't stand it. Then you go ahead and do it. You go first, don't be shy." The two only dared to talk big. Fan Wenbin knew he was no match for Su Chidong. He was only at the early stage of the second tier, while Su Chidong was already at the late stage of the second tier. The difference in their levels was obvious. Fan Wenbin thought to himself, "Once I reach a higher level, I will definitely find him and have a go at him." Lee Ruasia was simply there to cooperate with Fan Wenbin. As for his strength, even Fong Lanbai couldn't figure out what Lee Ruasia's strength was. His spatial ability was too unpredictable, and it was hard to say who would win between him and Su Chidong. Next up is Yi Qingyao, the mistress of the boundary-breaking gathering place, a lotus in full bloom, capable of cutting through mountains, the captain of the third combat squad, whose every smile and gesture exudes charm, and who combines healing, control, and damage abilities. Yi Qingyao slowly walked out of the room, her smile seemingly drawing all eyes to her. The lotus flower between her brows was even more mysterious, as if it could attract people's attention. Even Su Shuer, standing next to Yi Qingyao, seemed like an accessory. The moment Yi Qingyao appeared, the entire dining table erupted in applause and cheers. They all held Yi Qingyao in high regard, as she had done everything during the battle, had received healing from her, and had blocked attacks for them, reducing a lot of unnecessary damage. This applause was well-deserved. Yi Qingyao smiled and nodded, then took the microphone from Rin Jinha and said, "Thank you everyone. I hope our gathering place will be even better in the future." "Good. Ooh. Sister Yao is absolutely right." Yi Qingyao's words excited the group even more, and they expressed their firm support for her. Rin Jinha continued, "Next up is the last one, and also the most authoritative figure in our boundary-breaking gathering ground, Demon Flame Prism, Fong Lanbai." Fong Lanbai walked out, her casual clothes giving off the feel of a high-end suit. As she walked over, you could feel a domineering aura emanating from her, making people unconsciously feel inferior. Her young face exuded a sense of composure and maturity. Standing next to Rin Jinha, who was twice the width of his shoulders, Fong Lanbai made Rin Jinha appear quite petite. Taking the microphone from Rin Jinha, Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "Today is our first get-together. Everyone here is a pillar of our Breaking Boundaries gathering. I wish you all continued growth and strength, and I wish the Breaking Boundaries gathering even greater success." Slap, 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 slap. A round of applause followed. Fong Lanbai's strength and ability were evident to all, and his reputation was unmatched in the Breaking Boundary gathering area. Rin Jinha's ceremony brought the barbecue atmosphere to a climax. Fong Lanbai sat down in the main seat and addressed the crowd. "Everyone here is an important figure in our boundary-breaking gathering. The boundary-breaking gathering will still rely on everyone's joint efforts in the future. I've been thinking, as the number of members in our 4 combat teams increases, perhaps we should also have our own titles. What are your thoughts?" Chapter 40, The 4 Great Legions. Su Chidong thought for a moment and immediately said, "As the first squad, our name must be grand. Otherwise, we would truly be unworthy of the title." Lee Ruasia immediately retorted, "What's wrong with the first squad? How is our second squad any weaker than yours?" "Ruai's strength is strength, and weakness is weakness. Let strength speak for itself. Seeing that Li Ruizha still wanted to say something, Fong Lanbai said, "All right, I know you're all strong. Use that energy to kill zombies. Think about it yourselves. What are you best at in combat?" Yi Qingyao continued Fong Lanbai's words, saying, "Our third squad is mostly skilled in defense and organization, so we're called Candle Lotus." Su Shuer replied, "Sister Yao, this name is so beautiful. We'll call ourselves Julien from now on." Li Ruizha's eyes lit up, and he said, "That's a great name, really cool. Let me think about it. Our team is actually quite well balanced, with all sorts of people. And since I have spatial abilities, I might as well call myself Void Traced. Then we'll name our first squad God Union, like gods, striking fear into the hearts of the enemy." Su Qidong pressed down on the table with one hand, which was indeed imposing. However, he accidentally pressed down on the bone that the chubby boy next to him had spat out while eating meat, which made him feel nauseous. Chen Gang thought for a moment, then frowned. He racked his brains, but could only think of War Wolf and Blood Tiger. Compared to them, he seemed rather rustic. He looked to Fong Lanbai for help. Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "Chen Gang, your team has a strong impact. Let's use the name Zhu Yin from mythology. It will make them even more ferocious and skilled in battle." Chen Gang gave Fong Lanbai a thumbs up and said, "Not bad. Thank you, Brother Fong." Lu Jiming, standing nearby, muttered, "That sounds really good. I wish I were in a combat squad too. It sounds so impressive." The others felt the same way, thinking that these four teams would continue to grow stronger in the future, and if word spread throughout the country, it would be even more impressive. They were all filled with envy. Fong Lanbai took out a beer, opened it, raised it in the air, and said, "Come on, let's clink glasses for a better tomorrow." They all picked up their wine bottles and bumped into Fong Lanbai. For everyone. For the sake of family. For the purpose of breaking boundaries and gathering places. For you. After several rounds of drinks, the bottles on the side were almost piled up like a small mountain. After awakening their superpowers, as long as they had the power, they could continuously neutralize alcohol in their bodies. However, the power was limited, and once it was used up, it depended on their individual strength. "Dongzi," call out, "aren't you supposed to be a heavy drinker? Lift your head, let me see." Li Ruizha, holding a bottle of liquor, called out to Su Qidong, who was slumped over the table, completely motionless. It wasn't that Su Qidong couldn't drink. It was just that he had been too arrogant at the beginning, which led Fong Lanbai and Li Ruizha to force-feed him. Seeing this, Chen Gang also joined in, and the three of them worked together to make him the first one to pass out. The second-tier tiger meat on the table. Superhumans are naturally good at eating, and after taking their first bite, they discovered that their superhuman abilities were slowly increasing, so they could eat even more, stuffing piece after piece of meat into their mouths. Yi Qingyao and Su Shuer drank less and did not participate in the farce. Su Qidong was unable to stand up and was dragged back by Ren Jinha. Fong Lanbai was also quite drunk and didn't care who was still unable to go back. Yi Qingyao helped her back. Su Shuer could only find the members of each team and send them back to their rooms one by one. Otherwise, if they were not in a good enough mind, they would not be able to find their own rooms and would not even know how they were eaten by zombies the next day. Fong Lanbai hugged Yi Qingyao, her face flushed, and kissed Yi Qingyao on the cheek, saying, "Yao Yao, I wish time could stand still here, so I wouldn't have to face everything." After saying that, he leaned on Yi Qingyao's shoulder. As the highest leader of the boundary-breaking gathering, Fong Lanbai was usually the busiest and had to review everything. Even if Su Qidong and Li Ruizha were more mature than their peers, they would still have some of the immaturity of young people and needed Fong Lanbai to advise them. He had too much on his shoulders. Tonight's gathering was the first since the apocalypse began, and everyone cherished this rare opportunity. Fong Lanbai was no exception, because the first thing he faced when he opened his eyes was zombies. Yi Qingyao gently placed Fong Lanbai on the bed, removed his clothes, revealing Fong Lanbai's steel-like muscles. The magic tattoos on Fong Lanbai's back seemed to come alive, and touching them filled one's mind with a burning sensation. The next day, everyone continued to perform their duties. Fong Lanbai was in the bedroom, holding the Corpse King crystal core in her left hand. Unlike ordinary crystal cores, this crystal core had a cool feeling when held in her hand. After carefully sensing it, it turned into a berserk state, and her spirit was being impacted. Fong Lanbai took out the crystal cores of the other 3 corpse generals, each of which was different. He tried to send them all into the illusory spirit to transform them and see if any changes would occur. In his previous life, Fong Lanbai had never obtained a Corpse King crystal core, but he had heard that Corpse King crystal cores were different from ordinary crystal cores and that absorbing them might cause positive changes to one's superpowers. However, Fong Lanbai did not want to take the risk. With Wang Ling around, at least the negative status of the Corpse King Crystal Core could be removed first, reducing the danger. Once the Corpse King's Crystal Core and the 3 Corpse Generals' Crystal Cores entered, they put up a strong resistance against the refining by the delusional spirit. But how could they escape the delusional spirit's control? The 4 Crystal Cores were firmly controlled by the spirit, and waves of energy constantly washed over them. Fong Lanbai kept urging the spirit to refine them. Under the spirit's influence, the Crystal Core slowly devoured the Ginger Tea's Crystal Core, and the Crystal Core continued to shrink. The Crystal Core turned into a small golden sword. Unlike the previous aura, the Corpse King's Crystal Core no longer had a cold feeling, but instead emitted pure energy fluctuations. The Crystal Cores of Yoli and Chunpang did not change much. Fong Lanbai took them out from Wangling. Absorbing the Crystal Cores of Yoli and Chunpang and feeling the changes in his own strength, Fong Lanbai, who was already in the late stage of the 2nd tier, directly broke through the bottleneck and reached the 3rd tier with the help of the energy of these 2 Crystal Cores. Fong Lanbai was definitely the first human to reach the 3rd tier. Apart from that chi, no other mutated beast or human was stronger. When Fong Lanbai tried to use the Corpse King Crystal Core to take another step forward, he couldn't absorb it. The Golden Sword didn't react. Fong Lanbai wanted to see what abilities the Golden Sword had. Perhaps it could grow bigger and become something like a forbidden object. Unfortunately, it couldn't. He couldn't possibly fight zombies with something the size of his little finger. Just as Fong Lanbai was wondering what use it might have, she unconsciously checked her mind and found that the small golden sword was imprinted there. Fong Lanbai had a premonition that this small golden sword might not be a weapon, nor could it be absorbed. If humans couldn't absorb it, then what about zombies? This thing originally belonged to the zombies. If you can control this golden sword, then you can control the zombies. In their past lives, no one had ever imagined that they could control zombies. Zombies might be a completely new species. If they could be controlled, would there still be any need to fear zombie hordes in the future? Perhaps this thing could create a Corpse King. Fong Lanbai still acknowledged its ability to grow stronger time and time again. It's a pity that this ability just disappeared. Chapter 41 Artificial Corpse King, Blood Emperor. But things are different now. This ability probably won't disappear. In fact, it might become stronger due to its fusion with the Ginger Tea's Crystal Core. We'll have to test this in practice to find out for sure. After reaching the 3rd tier, Fong Lanbai's Demon Flame Prism doubled in size, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The intense heat of the Demon Flame carried a scorching sensation that struck the soul. The Demon Flame could undergo further transformations, giving Fong Lanbai even more attack methods. Fong Lanbai left the boundary-breaking gathering area, which was now getting larger and larger. It took Fong Lanbai a while to encounter zombies. A group of zombies rushed towards them. Fong Lanbai killed all the 1st-tier zombies, leaving only a 2nd-tier early-stage male zombie. If his strength reaches the late stage of the 2nd tier, and if he uses the Corpse King Crystal Core to reach the 3rd tier, Fong Lanbai might still be unable to control it, which would be difficult to resolve. However, if it is only at the 2nd tier, Fong Lanbai has a way to deal with it. The stronger the zombie, the better, so Fong Lanbai kept this 2nd-tier zombie. Fong Lanbai did not cause it too much damage and used the prism to firmly trap it on the ground. The zombie roared and tried to move, but could a prism that had reached the 3rd level be easily broken? The prism showed no sign of moving. Come on, almost done. Let's see if you become the next Corpse King. Fong Lanbai summoned the golden sword, which, without Fong Lanbai's control, entered the zombie's brain like a stream of light. The zombie instantly stopped moving, and its roars quietly ceased. Fong Lanbai withdrew the prism back to his side and let the 2nd-tier zombie lie on the ground. About 10 seconds later, the 2nd-tier zombie began to change. Its originally hideous face began to return to normal. Except for its white eyeballs, it was no different from a normal person. The zombie's aura had reached the late stage of the 2nd tier. Suddenly, its eyes flashed, and it stood up, knelt down in front of Fong Lanbai, and spoke in broken Mandarin. Owner. Fong Lanbai thought that perhaps this would work, and said to the zombie, "Can you summon nearby zombies?" The 2nd-tier zombie remained kneeling on the ground and replied, "Yes, master." After saying that, it opened its right hand with its sharp claws, and waves of red ripples spread out. Fong Lanbai was on the roof of a 6-story building and could already feel the zombies below climbing up. Before long, the nearby zombies swarmed onto the roof. Fong Lanbai said, "All right, stand up and let me see your abilities." The 2nd-tier zombie stood up, its entire body almost identical to Chi's. Red veins crawled across its body like giant pythons. If it weren't for the fact that this guy's face already looked like a human's, Fong Lanbai would have really thought that he had resurrected Chi. Yes, master. Instantly, countless irregular red tentacles appeared from behind him, one by one, like skewering candied hawthorns, piercing through the zombies standing on the rooftop, sucking their blood dry, and throwing them downstairs. Bump! A surge of energy swept through, consuming a portion of its blood, causing its aura to surge dramatically, and the red tentacles on its back to become even more solid. The demonic flame prisms around Fong Lanbai coalesced, and a giant shield appeared beside her. Attack this shield with all your might. Yes. The second-tier zombie instantly turned white, just like when Chi had unleashed his full power. Its strength was terrifying. The red tentacles were probably a new ability resulting from the fusion with Jiang Cha. They looked very strong, and with the enhancement from Chi's blood, they were even stronger. It was practically an upgraded version of Chi. Boom. The second-tier zombie king concentrated its power and struck the prism shield. The powerful force actually knocked Fong Lanbai's shield away. If it weren't for Fong Lanbai's control, his prism would have been knocked to who knows where. This shocked Fong Lanbai. It seemed that this guy's strength was no weaker than that of Chi, who was already at the 3rd rank at the time. You have to know that this guy was only at the late 2nd rank. Fong Lanbai had the dual abilities of Prism Demon Flame and the assistance of Thunder Prison Demon Dragon, which enabled him to suppress Chi, who was at the 3rd rank, at the late 2nd rank. This was a huge surprise for Fong Lanbai. Perhaps he will become a mole in the future. Fong Lanbai said to the second-tier zombie, "All right, you're very capable. From now on, you'll be called Blood Emperor. I want you to go to the west to develop your own power. Report to me if anything happens. Also, you need to improve your strength." The Blood Emperor knelt on one knee and replied, "Yes, master. Is that your territory?" The Blood Emperor stammered. Fong Lanbai said, "Yes, we can't kill humans indiscriminately. That's my territory. We need to stay away." The Blood Emperor lowered his head and said, "Yes, master." Fong Lanbai then let the Blood Emperor leave. This time, Chi's crystal core was a truly unexpected gain for Fong Lanbai. He never imagined that the Corpse King's crystal core, combined with Jiang Cha's crystal core, could undergo such a transformation within the Wangling. Perhaps all three are indispensable for the existence of such a treasure that can control zombies. This golden sword is extremely rare. In my previous life, there were forbidden items that could control mutated beasts, but those were only for controlling mutated beasts and were fundamentally different from zombies. Mo Mingzhao's special ability is to contract with mutated beasts and make them completely obedient to him, thus making a name for himself in the apocalypse. Remembering Mo Mingzhao's obstruction last time, Fong Lanbai wanted to invite him for a good drink, and perhaps now it was time to put that on the agenda. The other stars and moon would never have imagined that their opponents were growing stronger and stronger. Fong Lanbai has already begun his plan, and when the time is right, it will play a decisive role. The boundary breaker settlement has been running smoothly. The biggest problems, food and water, were solved not long ago. Various ice, type, and water type ability users have built wells underground in the boundary breaker settlement and replenished them from time to time. Currently, it is enough for the basic needs of the people in the base, but it is still a bit difficult to take a bath. With the help of Lu Jiming and some earth-type ability users, a corner of the boundary-breaking settlement was reclaimed and planted with various crops. Yi Qiu's ability, with the continuous supply of crystal cores from Fong Lanbai, had reached the late stage of the 2nd tier, promoting the growth of large areas of crops. They even hired people to take care of it every day. These people were all eager to do it, because for these timid people, this was undoubtedly a better choice than going out to kill zombies. The number of people in the 4 legions is increasing every day, but it is not as easy to join as it was at the beginning. Only after a series of selections can one be qualified to join a legion. Some are exceptionally talented, some have strong combat talent, some have strong supernatural abilities, and they can also get the right to choose which legion to join. They may become a squad leader or battalion leader from the start, but these are the minority. The 4 legions now number around 500 men, each striving to increase their strength. The zombies outside are evolving rapidly, so they are working hard to become stronger. This apocalypse is also an opportunity to change their fate. Strong people can choose their own place to live, while those who are not capable can only live on the outermost layer of the boundary-breaking settlement. Occasionally, zombies will appear, and they can only live in fear every day. This is the way to survive in the apocalypse. Fong Lanbai cannot protect everyone. He can only do his part. Boundary-breaking gathering places do not harbor waste. Chapter 42, Finding Trouble. At the entrance of the boundary-breaking gathering place, many people lined up to enter. Hundreds of people come here every day, hoping to make a living here. Before the apocalypse, you might have been a minor official, a student, a small-time merchant, or even a fugitive. But here, you only have one title, survivor. These people, having been outside for a long time, dared not speak loudly and constantly looked around. Their caution was not without reason. Those who were careless would have died long ago. They looked at the intersection between the two buildings. Inside the buildings, they could see figures walking back and forth. Ahead were several combatants carrying long guns or short swords at their waists. The difference between inside and outside was like heaven and earth. There were also construction workers building on the road, creating a harmonious scene. The City Defense Army station here is Liu Jiming's City Defense Army. After a period of development, the City Defense Army has grown to a considerable number of people. Some are engaged in base construction, while others are responsible for guarding the city. The crowd is arranged into 3 lines, and each person is registered. These lists will eventually be placed in front of Fong Lanbai. The City Defense Forces asked a mother and child at the front, "What are their names?" "My name is Wang Lifong, and his name is Zhang Tutu." The young woman looked at the little boy clinging tightly to her leg beside her. In the apocalypse, such people are the hardest to survive. To put it bluntly, children are a burden in the apocalypse. The long journey had left the mother and son covered in dust and dirt, wearing various different clothes with scratch marks on them, presumably because they were wearing thick clothes and had escaped from being grabbed by zombies. The squad leader made a note on the table and continued, "Is it an awakened?" "A first-tier awakened one." The squad leader looked up at the mother, somewhat surprised, but said nothing. "Do you have superpowers?" "No." "What kind of job did you do before?" "I used to be a middle school teacher." "Okay, let's go in." A woman nearby waved and said, "Come over here, there are already quite a few women over there. Have your child stay with the teammate next to them. This is a necessary procedure." The child understood what the female team member said, and he hugged his mother's leg even tighter, since he was already clinging to her leg. The teacher knew there was no room for maneuver. She could only squat down and talk to the child. Another middle-aged man came over, squatted down, and tried to smile kindly. He handed the child a small piece of sausage covered in dirt, patted the child's head, and said, "Young man, come on, it'll be your turn to protect your mother from now on." When Zhang Tutu saw the sausage, she reached out to her mother and mumbled, "Mommy, here, have some." Wang Lifong tugged at the child in the direction of the middle-aged team member and urged, "I don't want to eat. Go quickly, your mother will be here soon." The middle-aged man looked up at Wang Lifong and said, "Don't worry, coming to the breaking boundary gathering ground was the best decision you ever made. These people will gather 10 men and 10 women, who will be taken to a place by a female team member, where they will take off all their clothes to check for scratches and prevent the possibility of zombies turning into corpses. This is a necessary step. Otherwise, you might let in a zombie without even realizing it." The middle-aged man picked up the little boy and walked to his place in the line. One survivor after another entered the boundary breaker gathering ground. The female team member chatted with Wang Lifong and asked, "Interested in joining our city defense army? The benefits are excellent. The commander is very easy to get along with, and he's a handsome young man." Wang Lifong was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect the atmosphere in the breakthrough gathering to be so good. It wasn't like the exploitation she had experienced before, where people would make you work indefinitely. Wang Lifong glanced at the young team member in her early 20s. She could sense that she was very strong, almost at the second level. She cautiously asked, "Can I have some rest time?" The young team member said, "No problem. It's very free and not tiring at all. If you come to the City Defense Army, join my team. It'll be absolutely fun." Wang Lifong was somewhat tempted. She could sense that the city defense captain was a very nice person, and she responded accordingly. "I'll think about it carefully, thank you." The female captain smiled nonchalantly and said, "No problem. My name is Xiongya. If you've made up your mind, just come to the city defense headquarters to register." Wang Lifong lowered her head slightly. After the apocalypse, she no longer easily trusted anyone. Leaving herself a way out was her way of survival. She concealed it. She possessed supernatural abilities. After the apocalypse, she was taken in by a very strong man. He didn't look fat, but he was incredibly strong. Her husband was strangled to death by him. He was no ordinary person. Under his control, no one dared to resist. He raped the women he had tricked into coming to him. Because she had been struggling to escape from the zombies, there wasn't a clean spot on her face, and her thick clothes obscured her figure. That's how she avoided his clutches. After accidentally awakening, she discovered that she could become invisible. She took a knife and slit the man's throat while he was asleep. After killing some zombies, she brought her child here. Can you guys hurry up? What are you dawdling about? Can you all just move on? We've been waiting for an hour. What a crappy place. It's so troublesome to even come here to get a meal. One of them, perhaps impatient, stormed up to the team members and reached out to grab one of them by the collar. The team member dodged the grab, and the man, quick to anger, threw a punch at the other member. That person was an awakened one, but the team members who came to guard the entire boundary-breaking gathering ground were no ordinary people. Using the force of the blow to neutralize the strength in his hand, he flipped over and threw the man to the ground. He stepped on the man's chest, making him let out a muffled groan. He drew his sword from his waist and stabbed it into the man's arm. Ah! The long-haired man cried out in pain as a bloody hole appeared, blood flowing down the wound. The team member said calmly, "You can leave now. The boundary breaker gathering grounds don't welcome you. This is a warning. Next time, it'll be your life." The long-haired man scrambled to his feet and ran away, terrified that the man would kill him. Blood flowed all the way. One of the team members chuckled. Of all people to mess with, he had to provoke the Devil King of our city defense forces. The skilled fighter is named Yulai. He's in his 30s, has been in the military for a long time, and after becoming an awakened, he's stronger than most people. The remaining people also behaved themselves. Some of them had originally wanted to wait and see, but the situation completely dispelled their thoughts, and they obediently lined up. A fat man walked over, holding a fire axe, patted Yulai on the shoulder, and said, "Yulai, your skills are getting better and better." Yulai smiled, his resolute face exuding authority without anger. He laughed and said, "It's nothing. He was too weak. Luckily, he ran into me. If he had dared to touch you, he might be in 2 pieces by now." The fat guy was named Yufeng, Yulai's older brother. He joined the army earlier than Yulai. The two looked nothing alike. Yufeng was very muscular and didn't lose any weight even after joining the army, but this muscularity did not affect Yufeng's physical fitness at all. Yulai, on the other hand, looked more rugged, but in front of his older brother, he was still a greenhorn. Yufeng and Yulai are typical awakened ones. They do not have superpowers, but they are stronger than those with superpowers. They have reached the 2nd level and are strong in the city defense army. As the 2 captains, they are quite prestigious in the city defense army. Chapter 43. Li Wenqing's thoughts. Of their parents were still alive during the apocalypse, and they were both at home after the apocalypse arrived. After awakening, they joined the boundary-breaking gathering and settled down in the boundary-breaking gathering with their parents. Gunshots rang out in the distance, growing louder as they approached. Soon, several armored vehicles arrived, their windows revealing black gun barrels. They stopped outside the checkpoint, and dozens of fully armed soldiers got out and stood in front of the vehicles. A man in a suit and tie stepped out of one of the vehicles. He looked to be a high-ranking official, but he was bald. One wondered if he was cold. Yufeng recognized that these were important figures from the Shanghai military region, wielding military power, and some of these soldiers were no less capable than himself. The man walked up to Yufeng and looked down at him, saying, "Are you the leader here?" Yufeng didn't speak immediately. He glanced at a female team member next to him, who disappeared like a gust of wind. Yufeng said, "I'm just a lowly city defense army captain. What do you mean by this? Do you have any ideas about our boundary breaker gathering area?" Yufeng's words were neither humble nor arrogant, and everyone stood up. The survivors stopped asking questions and reached for their weapons, creating a tense atmosphere. The man straightened his suit and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm from the Shanghai military region. My name is Li Wenqing. I'd like to discuss some matters with you." Yufeng said, "Okay, please wait a moment. Someone will be here shortly." Li Wenqing frowned and said, "Hurry up. I don't have that much time." The soldiers behind him advanced, seemingly trying to put pressure on Yufeng. They pointed their rifles at Yufeng's head. Although Yufeng was already at the 2nd level and could dodge some bullets at such a short distance, such strong firepower would turn him into a sieve. Yufeng did not back down. He knew that if he took a step back, he would bring shame to the breaking boundary gathering ground, and even his younger brother would look down on him. Yufeng calmly said, "If this is your attitude, you might regret it." Li Wenqing raised his hand, and the soldiers behind him lowered their guns, no longer pointing them at the city defense troops. "Okay, I'll wait 10 minutes." In less than 2 minutes, a large group of people arrived, with Lu Jiming and Li Ruizha at the front. They were immediately surrounded by people on both sides, and a group of people from the surrounding high-rise buildings looked down at them, waiting for a command to take them down. Li Ruizha stepped forward and shook hands, saying solemnly, "My name is Li Ruizha, and I am the commander of the Void Trace Legion at the boundary-breaking gathering ground. What can I do for you, sir?" Seeing this scene, Li Wenqing was momentarily unsure of what to do. He shook hands with Li Ruizha and said, Li Wenqing, from the Shanghai military region. Li Ruizha chuckled and said, "So you're planning to take over our breaking boundary gathering ground? I'm afraid you don't have the strength." Li Ruizha spoke very bluntly, saying that no matter what happened to the military, they would still attack. The soldiers closest to them raised their guns and instantly aimed them at Li Ruizha's head. Li Ruizha smiled and said calmly, "Fine, I'll count to 3. If you're still pointing a gun at me, don't blame me for being impolite." Li Wenqing's expression shifted, but he remained silent. He wanted to see where this young man got the confidence to speak like that. 3. The soldier glanced at Li Wenqing, waiting for his order. When Li Wenqing didn't speak, the soldier continued to point his gun at Li Ruizha. 2. With a single squeeze of Li Ruizha's hand, spatial energy surged, and instantly, the guns in the hands of the soldiers who were pointing their guns at Li Ruizha vanished, leaving them looking bewildered. They quickly reached for the pistols at their waists, only to find that even those pistols were gone. Li Ruizha looked at the soldiers and joked, "I've changed my mind. I'll count to 2, and then we'll attack. Since you insist on doing it this way, I'll just keep your guns safe for you." Li Wenqing was somewhat helpless. He hadn't expected the chubby young man to have such strange abilities. He pursed his lips and said, "It was wrong of us to raise our guns, and you've taken their weapons. Now, can we talk in private?" Li Ruizha's show of force worked, successfully intimidating Li Wenqing. Li Ruizha chuckled and said, "All right, I see Brother Li is quite sincere. However, our boundary-breaking gathering area has regulations prohibiting firearms from entering. We hope you can hand over your guns and ammunition for safekeeping." Li Wenqing paused for a moment, then said, "After handing over my weapon, I cannot guarantee my safety." Li Ruizha thought for a moment and said, "I'll reserve 5 spots for you. You can go in with them. The rest of you can stay put after handing over your weapons. This is the biggest concession I can make." Li Wenqing agreed, then called 5 people to step forward and stand next to him, while the rest handed over their guns and ammunition one by one. After collecting the items, Lu Jiming nodded to Li Ruizha. Li Ruizha smiled at Li Wenqing and said, "Welcome to the boundary-breaking gathering place." Li Ruizha led Li Wenqing and the others to the Jinhui Hotel. The hotel was no longer inhabited. It was now a large restaurant with a large conference table in the lobby for entertaining guests. Fang Lanbai and Yi Qingyao were already waiting at the table. When they saw Li Ruizha bring his people, they exchanged a subtle glance. He then stood up, a smile spreading across his handsome face, and said to Li Wenqing, "It's an honor to meet you. This must be my brother Li. I've heard so much about you, but I never expected you to come here today. I'm truly sorry for not welcoming you properly." He then feigned reproach, saying, "Ruiz, we haven't neglected this guest, have we?" Li Ruizha smiled and replied, "No, you wouldn't dare. As soon as Brother Li arrived, I immediately invited him over." The 5 soldiers who followed Li Wenqing in were all awakened once, 2 at the second tier and 3 at the first tier. This was the reason why Li Wenqing had them come with him. They had initially thought that the man's bizarre methods were the strongest in this broken boundary gathering place, but upon entering, they felt a violent aura pressing down on them, almost causing them to lose their footing. The man before them was practically a humanoid ferocious beast. He immediately gripped the gun in his hand, trying to reassure himself. Li Wenqing, being an old fox himself, also sensed the immense power of this realm-breaking gathering place. He chuckled, No, this must be Brother Fang. Since you call me Big Brother, it's not too much for me to call you Little Brother, is it?" Fang Lanbai quickly laughed and said, "Brother Li is joking. But Brother Li is getting more and more brilliant, truly worthy of being a big shot in our Shanghai military region." Li Wenqing knew that Fang Lanbai was alluding to his baldness, and his face immediately darkened. This was the most embarrassing thing for him. Normally, no one would dare to make fun of him like this. But since they were on someone else's turf, he couldn't very well make a scene, so he just smiled and said, "Brother Fang, you're too kind. Won't you invite me to sit down?" "Please sit down, Brother Li." Fang Lanbai and Li Wenqing sat down. Li Wenqing said seriously, "I came here today to discuss something with you. Our Shanghai military region is different from yours. Mutant beasts roam freely. We can use firearms to fight off zombies, but those mutant beasts are extremely cunning and have no base, which is very troublesome for us. The military's combat power is limited, and we don't have enough high-level combat personnel to deal with those mutant beasts." Fang Lanbai looked at Li Wenqing's forehead and asked, "Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Brother Li. You know the strength of our breaking boundary gathering ground. We don't have our own guns and ammunition, and we don't have many awakened ones. I'm afraid we can't be of much help." Chapter 44 Freebies. Fang Lanbai was implying to Li Wenqing that otherwise, why would Fang Lanbai do things for him if he didn't offer any benefits? Li Wenqing knew this kid was tough to deal with and wouldn't make a move without some benefit, so he immediately said, "Brother, I don't have much to give you. The military region has guns and crystal cores obtained through those guns. So, what do you want, brother?" Fong Lombai then smiled. "Brother, you're being too polite. We're practically family. Talking about this is too hurtful. It just so happens that I'm quite interested in these things, so I'm hoping you can indulge me." Fong Lombai casually pulled a piece of paper from under the table. It looked like it came from under the table, but it was actually taken from the forbidden item, 004. This was written by Fong Lombai long ago. It contained various weapons and armored vehicles. Now that firearms have entered civilian life, there is no longer a ban on guns like before the apocalypse. Many clever people have already infiltrated the police station and obtained police guns. Li Wenqing stared at the densely packed names of weapons, his lips twitching slightly. "Where am I supposed to get 10 armored vehicles for you? Plus all sorts of guns and ammunition. Are you planning a war?" Li Wenqing said helplessly. "Brother, it's not that I don't want to get it for you. It's just that you're asking for too much of this stuff." Fong Lombai said coldly. "If I'm not mistaken, that mutated Beast King is probably already at the 3rd tier. Li Wenqing nodded. Now it was Fong Lombay's turn to be shocked. Tier 3. Are there so many Tier 3 beasts now? Any random mutated beast can be Tier 3. What's the point of playing? Just find a hole and bury yourself." Fong Lombai was just trying to trick Li Wenqing. No wonder Li Wenqing wanted the breaking boundary gathering ground to solve the problem for him. He probably had no other choice but to find someone to take over. Fong Lombai stood up abruptly and said, "3rd tier? Are you kidding me, bro? You want us to go and die?" Seeing Fong Lombay's strong reaction, Li Wenqing quickly reassured him. "Brother, I'll double the price of what's on this piece of paper, as long as you get rid of it. I'll also send someone to help you." Li Wenqing quickly arranged for Fong Lombai to sit down. Fong Lombai thought to herself, "We still need too little. After all, it's a military region. Perhaps this is nothing to them." Fong Lombai, still frowning, said, "This is a death trap. How many brothers would we have to sacrifice to accomplish this? Add another 3,000 Tier 1 crystal cores. Brother, you really have to help your older brother with this." Fong Lombai reluctantly said, "All right, I'll try my best, brother. I hope you can send the goods quickly to increase our chances of winning. Then you won't need to send anyone to help us. I'll personally lead the team to settle this matter." Fong Lombai looked solemn, as if she really wanted to do this for Li Wenqing. Li Wenqing held Fong Lombay's hand and bowed slightly. "Thank you so much, brother. Those things will be delivered tomorrow. Thank you for your help." Fong Lombai smiled and said, "It's nothing. Since you've asked, how could I refuse? That 3rd-tier mutated Beast King is probably the Monkey King, the one who killed the Demon Flame Lion King with Fong Lombai at the Shanghai Zoo. He wanted to follow Fong Lombai, but Fong Lombai refused and told him to stay there and guard the place. Fong Lombai had thought that this day would come, but he didn't expect the Monkey King to be so helpful. Li Wenqing thought he had made a profit by simply telling the Monkey King that he could get these supplies for free, but Fong Lombai would never lose out. Fong Lombai was planning to visit the Changfeng settlement anyway, so he could just pass by and solve the problem. Li Wenqing then left, asking Li Ruizha for the gun as he left. Li Ruizha only returned a small portion to him, explaining that he was not yet proficient in using the ability and had accidentally lost it, promising to return it when he came to deliver supplies the next day. But Li Wenqing knew in his heart that he probably couldn't get this thing back. However, he thought that the 3rd-tier Beast King would be driven away soon. Even if he had overestimated Fong Lombay's strength, the Beast King would shift his attention and reduce his control over the Shanghai military region. Li Wenqing thought he had made a profit, but Fong Lombai profited even more. Fong Lombai only needed to inform her, and the problem was solved. Li Ruizha finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. "This bald guy, ha ha ha, brother Fong, you're really something. I never thought even a big shot from the Shanghai military region would be controlled by you." Li Ruizha placed his palms against the ground, his spatial energy surging within him, and dozens of identical Type 95 rifles appeared before him. He said excitedly, "Brother Fong, we can handle guns now, but there aren't many bullets." Fong Lombai smiled and said, "It's all right, we'll have them tomorrow. Go find some people who have handled guns before, and have the core personnel of the base learn first. Get everyone from the 4 legions handling guns as soon as possible. Starting now, they don't need to be as skilled as soldiers, but at least they need to have a certain level of accuracy." Looking at the gun on the ground, Fong Lombai couldn't help but pick it up and play with it for a while. The Type 95 rifle was exquisitely crafted. Which man could resist it? However, as his evolution level gradually increased, even if a group of them fired at him, they wouldn't be able to hurt him in the slightest. This was only because Fong Lanbai was willing to stand there and let them shoot. If Fong Lanbai wanted to dodge, given Fong Lanbai's reaction speed, he wouldn't even be able to touch a hair on his head. This type of gun, which hasn't been modified with crystal cores, can only deal with level 1 zombies. For level 2 zombies, it requires strong firepower to suppress them. He took out a pistol, opened the magazine, and saw that it was half empty. It seemed their journey here hadn't been peaceful either. They had confiscated half of their weapons, so it looked like their return trip wouldn't be so easy. However, given Li Wenqing's status, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to call in a helicopter, so his safety is not something Fong Lanbai is worried about. Li Ruasia then thought of something and said, "Brother Fong, let me go fight that third-tier mutated beast this time. I couldn't go to fight the third-tier zombie king last time, but I must go this time." Fong Lanbai laughed heartily. Li Ruasia's plan was about to fail again. "I'll go alone this time." If Li Wenqing knew, he'd probably be furious. Li Ruasia looked puzzled, his brows furrowed, and asked, "Huh? What does that mean, Brother Fong? I don't understand." Fong Lanbai said mysteriously, "I arranged for that third-tier mutated beast to be sent there." Li Ruasia's pupils dilated in shock. Lu Jiming beside him also moved closer, and Yi Qingyao, upon hearing this, pressed herself even closer to Fong Lanbai, wanting to find out what was going on. "Brother Fong, when did you become able to control a Tier 3 mutated beast?" Lu Jiming asked. Fong Lanbai explained, "It's not about control, it's more of a cooperative relationship." Then, mysteriously, he said, "You'll find out later." Upon hearing this, Li Ruasia narrowed his eyes and said, "I never expected this. I thought we made a killing, but it turns out we've made too much and given the stuff to the troublemakers." Lu Jiming also looked pleased. "Look at that old geezer. If we weren't strong enough, who knows what he might have done." Chapter 45, a newly renovated boundary-breaking gathering place. Over the next few days, Fong Lanbai spent his time in the boundary-breaking gathering ground resolving all sorts of troubles. Fong Lanbai's conference room was in front of the courtyard. It was also a small silver-red building. Yi Qiu had arranged for it to be grand and magnificent. The furniture was of unknown origin and was said to be top-quality mahogany. Just these few pieces of furniture were said to cost tens of thousands before the apocalypse. However, Fong Lanbai didn't seem to appreciate it. Yi Qiu even said, "Little Fong, you're now the owner of a base. You need to have some presence, or others will look down on you." Regardless, Yi Qiu was doing it for her own good, so Fong Lanbai wasn't impatient. Yi Qiu reviewed all the big and small matters in the base before discussing important ones with Fong Lanbai, which gave Fong Lanbai more time to do her own things. Yi Qiu was like a loving father, teaching Fong Lanbai how to handle things step by step, passing on his decades of experience in officialdom to Fong Lanbai. Even though Fong Lanbai had heard it once in his previous life, he still found it refreshing when he heard it again. Anchen also cared a lot about Fong Lanbai. She would let Fong Lanbai try some of her signature dishes and use her mental abilities to relax Fong Lanbai's mind and body. Aunt Chen's mental abilities were more focused on single-target attacks. She had tried it before and found that with her second-level mental abilities, she could easily turn a second-level mutated beast into an idiot, foaming at the mouth and barely breathing. Aunt Chen's abilities are in no way inferior to Right Wave of the Void Legion. You should know that Right Wave is the backbone of the Void Legion, which is enough to show Aunt Chen's strength. However, Aunt Chen has used her culinary skills to create a medicine that can calm the nerves. It can be supplied to the Legion, greatly reducing the harm to awakened individuals from facing psychic abilities. Not only Fong Lanbai has been busy lately, but everyone has been busy. We are currently at a crucial moment in the construction of the base, and everyone is doing their job. To Fong Lanbai's surprise, Yi Qingyao, despite being so busy, still took the time to plant lotus flowers around the small courtyard. A small river ran along the courtyard, and the only way to enter was through a small path. The lotus flowers were in full bloom, and they seemed to never wither. Since they bloomed, Fong Lanbai had never seen them wither. According to Yi Qingyao, these lotus flowers are manifestations of her supernatural power. As long as she lives, these lotus flowers will continue to bloom. This lotus flower is like a domain. Here, Yi Qingyao's strength will increase dramatically. Anyone who dares to fight Yi Qingyao here will pay a heavy price. This place is considered the most symbolic spot in the boundary-breaking gathering area. People in the boundary-breaking gathering area feel reassured as long as they see this circle of lotus flowers. It is also the most beautiful place in the entire broken boundary gathering area. The huge lotus flowers provide a lot of shade in the courtyard. Surrounding the cozy courtyard, it is filled with a warm atmosphere. Staying here for a long time makes people forget that they are still in the apocalypse. Fong Lanbai's strength was still at the early stage of the third rank these past few days. Once you reach the third rank, it's not so easy to improve your strength, so Fong Lanbai is consolidating his superpower. During this period, Fong Daidai also advanced to the third tier. After reaching the third tier, Fong Daidai officially declared its power as a forbidden object 004. Its entire size increased greatly, and its wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun. When it was at the second tier, it was still a bit difficult to fly with Fong Lanbai, which affected Fong Daidai's flight. But now, at least 5 or 6 people can stand on Fong Daidai's back. Fong Daidai likes to stay on the rooftop of the Jinhui Hotel. Its huge size makes Fong Daidai like to stay in the air. Fong Lanbai is too lazy to care about it. After all, nothing can threaten Fong Daidai's life. Besides flying in the air, Fong Daidai also likes to scare other people in the base. It flies into the air, quickly dives down, and raises a lot of black mist. At first, it would scare a lot of people. After Fong Daidai succeeds, it roars and flies into the sky. Sometimes it will do this several times a day. But after doing this many times, people are no longer afraid of it. Instead, they went about their own business. Only the children in the base would tirelessly seek out Fong Daidai to play. Fong Daidai would take them into the sky, sometimes throwing them into the air and catching them. At first, the parents were reluctant, but out of respect for Fong Lanbai, they let Fong Daidai do as she pleased. After a few times, when they found that their children had been safely returned, the parents felt relieved. After all, with such a powerful bodyguard, the parents were happy to have some peace and quiet. Li Wenqing arrived at the border settlement. More than 20 armored vehicles, followed by several large trucks, and thousands of soldiers escorted some supplies. All kinds of firearms were available. More than 20 armored vehicles were left behind. Thousands of sets of black military combat uniforms, assault guns, assault rifles, submachine guns, Type 88 sniper rifles, SV-98 sniper rifles, and grenades. All of these were written on Fong Lanbai's paper, and not a single item was given extra. This old fox Li Wenqing was also wary of Fong Lanbai. These things would eventually run out in this huge boundary-breaking gathering ground. Once the people of the boundary breaker gathering area rely on firearms, will they still be able to control Fong Lanbai? But the truth is he was wrong. The soldiers arrived without saying a word, simply placing the items at the entrance. It took over 1,000 soldiers half an hour to move them all. Fong Lanbai had already arranged where to put these items. The Zhuyin and Xinhe legions, along with the city defense forces, jointly led them to an underground armory in the boundary-breaking gathering area. The legion members coming and going had joy on their faces, knowing they were about to handle guns, and they worked even harder to move the weapons. 20 armored vehicles were neatly parked in the boundary-breaking gathering area. Soon after, the 4 legions and the city defense army changed into black combat uniforms, no longer looking like idle people in society, but like a real legion. The former active or retired soldiers began to teach the members of the city defense army and the 4 legions how to use firearms. The awakened ones have a level of control over their bodies that ordinary people cannot match, which is why they can adapt to the recoil of guns much faster. Among them were more than a dozen superhumans who were extremely proficient with firearms. They could hit the bullseye every time they touched a gun, almost without needing to be taught. Fong Lanbai gave them the strongest sniper rifles and distributed them to various teams. One of the team members, Lei Xia, was originally a retired Special Forces soldier who later joined the Zhuyin Legion. He never realized that he was a superhuman until he touched a gun and felt that the gun in his hand was a part of him. He also understood the composition of the gun. On the spot, he disassembled a Type 95 assault rifle and reassembled it, taking only 11 seconds. With the enhancement of the second-tier ability, one can hit a zombie's head from a greater distance, making them stronger than other gun-wielding ability users. After his abilities were discovered, he went from being a squad leader in the Zhuyin Legion to becoming the captain in charge of 10 squad leaders, second only to the Legion commander in status within the Legion. Chapter 46: The Unexpected Surprise, brought by Dolly. Those with greater strength naturally hold higher positions and enjoy more rights. As the saying goes, with greater positions come greater responsibilities. Chen Gang saw Lei Xia's strength and loyalty to the boundary gathering ground, which is why he promoted him directly. A few days later, thanks to this batch of weapons, the breaking boundary gathering area was completely transformed, and its strength doubled. 2 days later, Li Wenqing sent someone to urge Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai sat on Fong Daidai's dragon back. Fong Daidai's dragon back was unusually hard, so Fong Lanbai found a cushion and put it under his buttocks to make himself more comfortable. Riding the dragon in the sky was very enjoyable. When told to find the Monkey King, Fong Daidai immediately flew off in one direction. indicating that she remembered the approximate location of the Monkey King. Fong Lanbai felt the freedom in the air. Some mutated birds, sensing Fong's dragon might, didn't even dare to approach. There were no zombies to hinder them along the way, and they traveled much faster than before. Fong Dai flew very high. From the sky, she could only be seen as a small black. After reaching the 3rd level, Fong Dai truly became the overlord of the skies. Fong Dai flew in the sky, then lowered its altitude and arrived at a park. There seemed to be many mutated beasts in this place, surrounded by residential buildings. Fong Dai circled around and quickly found the Monkey King. The surrounding monkeys actually shot arrows at it. Unexpectedly, these monkeys could shoot arrows. Fong blue and white prisms surrounded Fong Dai, blocking the attacks for it. Roar! Fong Dai roared, unleashing a powerful dragon's might that forcefully pressed down on all the monkeys below with the pressure of a 3rd-tier dragon. The Monkey King roared, and the monkey troop stopped attacking. Fong Dai then landed to the side. The Monkey King ran over, causing the ground to shake. The Monkey King's size has increased considerably. When it was at the 1st level, it was tall and thin, but now it has thick muscles all over its body. When it stands up, it is probably as tall as a building. And this is when it doesn't use its superpowers. If it were to become the Angry Vajra, it would probably be even more muscular. The Monkey King rushed up to Fong Lanbai and surprisingly opened his mouth, saying, "Hello, friend, long time no see." Although it wasn't perfect, it was very fluent, better than what the Blood Emperor spoke. I never expected that the Monkey King could learn human language at the 3rd level. He's truly gifted. You know, Fong Dai can only roar right now. Fong Lanbai patted the Monkey King's thigh with one hand and said, "How have you been lately?" The Monkey King sat cross-legged on the ground, facing Fong Lanbai, while Fong Dai lay on the ground. The Monkey King, looking somewhat excited, said, "I am fine. I am very strong now, and my race is even stronger." Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "I can see that now. I didn't expect you to be so capable." The Monkey King raised his chin, somewhat smugly saying, "Of course, not a single human I've encountered can defeat me." As he spoke, a monkey approached with a plate of crystal cores and handed it to Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai took the plate and heard the Monkey King's deep voice say, "Please eat this. Thank you for helping me kill that Lion King." Fong Lanbai was somewhat surprised. This plate of crystal cores contained at least a dozen 2nd-tier crystal cores, as well as many 1st-tier zombies, filling the entire plate. This Monkey King is very pure-hearted and knows how to repay kindness. The corpse of that 2nd-tier mutated beast was delivered by the Monkey King's subordinates. The Monkey King continued, "By the way, I've given myself a name, Dolly, Great Strength. From now on, just call me Dolly." Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "Okay, my name is Fong Lanbai, and this is Fong Dai." Fong Lanbai pointed at Fong Dai and said, Fong Dai also sat up and tilted her head while staring at Dolly. Fong Lanbai stood up and said to Dolly, "Thank you for your hospitality. I'd like to talk to you about something." Dolly Monkey grinned, squeezing his entire face together. "Speak, Fong Lanbai. You saved our entire tribe. There's nothing we need to discuss with you. Those monkeys didn't know that, which is why they dared to attack you. All right, I want you to take your tribe to the northern mountains to develop. I'll come find you after I've finished dealing with my current matters." Fong Lanbai said to Dolly, "I just helped Dolly on a whim. I didn't expect to receive such a big surprise." He nodded vigorously and said, "No problem." The powerful roar carried far, attracting all the mutated beasts in the surrounding area. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A whoop. Different mutated beasts quickly gathered in front of Dolly. Dolly's forces included not only monkeys, but also wolves treading on flames, whose aura had reached the late stage of the 2nd tier, and several blue giant tigers several meters tall. It seemed that the giant tiger corpse that Dolly brought was killed after failing to resist. There were also more than a dozen monkeys with 2nd-tier strength. Some of them had bows made of wood. Fong Lanbai just tested the bow, and it could withstand a pulling force of several thousand kilograms. I don't know where Dolly got the materials. Dolly's power is undeniable. No wonder it gave Li Wenxing a headache. The power of this bow could easily shoot 3 miles away. Oh, and this too. Suddenly, Dolly thought of something and pulled out a small round piece from a corner. I got this from those humans. It can block my attacks, but I can't use it. In Dolly's hand was a small, golden disc. Upon closer inspection, Fong Lanbai realized it was a forbidden item from the Shanghai military in her previous life. I never expected that Dolly would get his hands on it. Forbidden item, 067, Lan Quan, a defensive forbidden item. When activated, it transforms into an all-around barrier to block all attacks. The stronger the superpower, the stronger the defensive power of this item. It seems that Dolly has put more pressure on the Shanghai military than just this. Li Wenqing remained silent about the forbidden item, indicating that Fong Lanbai was taking precautions. He knew that once the item fell into Fong Lanbai's hands, there would be no chance of getting it back. Dolly, you've really helped me a lot. This thing is very useful. With the addition of this forbidden item 067, Fong Lanbai will possess 3 forbidden items. However, the Lan Quan is not of much help to Fong Lanbai. The strength of the prism is no weaker than the defense brought by Fong Lanbai activating the Lan Quan, so this thing is somewhat useless to Fong Lanbai. Although Fong Lanbai doesn't need it, he has a more suitable candidate, Wang Xiaopeng, as a treasure of the boundary-breaking gathering ground. With the protection of this Lan Quan, Xiaopeng's survivability on the battlefield can be further improved, greatly increasing the team's sustained combat power on the battlefield. Dolly patted his monkey head. No, I'm just happy to be able to help you. Dolly is a humble monkey. Fong Lanbai then parted ways with Dolly, and a large group of mutated beasts marched away. With their strength, they would tear apart anything that blocked their path. Fong Lanbai hadn't forgotten that she had something to do, meet up with her old friend, Wu Feng. Flying in the air, one can see that the long wind gathering place of the dock wind is beginning to take shape, and awakened people are patrolling the border of the base with guns in hand. The Changfeng gathering place is characterized by its patches of white clouds. This is because one of the awakened individuals in the Changfeng gathering place has a unique ability. He can create harmless white clouds. Although they are not very useful, they can prevent others from spying on them from high above. The current gathering place of the long wind is not large, but it is not completely covered. Only a part of it is covered. Fong Lanbai directed Fong Dai to land directly in the very center of the Changfeng gathering area. Anyway, it'll be mine eventually, so why be so polite? As soon as Fong Dai landed, several superhumans surrounded Fong Lanbai, pointing countless guns at her. Fong Lanbai smiled. Good, quick reaction. Looks like Wu Feng did a good job. Retreat from the area where the winds gather. One of them spoke up. The man appeared to be around the 2nd rank in strength, and he held a Tang sword at his waist with one hand. Roar, roar, roar. Boom. Fong Dai's enormous size somewhat shocked them. Its dragon claws slammed into the ground, causing cracks to appear. I never imagined that the apocalypse would really change. Even dragons have appeared. Chapter 47 Forbidden Item 007 The Eye of the Sky Howling. A powerful surge of lightning filled the dragon's body, its terrifying aura causing non-combatants nearby to keep their distance. More people continued to arrive from afar, many of them carrying heavy firearms. The man seemed unwilling to start a conflict. He knew this person was too strong, and no matter how many people came, it wouldn't make a difference. Fong Lanbai said to the man, I'm a friend of Wu Feng's. I've come to catch up with him. That's not how friends act. Have him come to see me. Fong Lanbai's tone left no room for doubt. The 12-sided crystal was deeply embedded in the ground, and demonic flames rose. No one around dared to step forward. They had never felt so powerless. This man with red and blue eyes was very mysterious. The thunder dragon beneath his feet had menacing fangs. He dared not guarantee his own safety. Perhaps if he made any move to attack, the thunder would turn him into charred remains. Wait a moment, our leader will be here shortly. This person handled the situation relatively calmly, buying time to allow the crowd to move away. Flames appeared in Fong Lanbai's eyes, as if he was about to launch an attack. Those around him gripped their weapons or guns tightly, feeling that the weapons in Changfeng's settlement were superior to those in their own breaking boundary settlement. In the distance, at least 20 sniper rifles were pointed at their heads. These sniper rifles had such a long range that they were far superior to the sniper rifles in their own settlement. Boom, boom, boom. Several blades flashed, each a meter long, and the white blades sliced through the void. This Frostbeard blade is still as domineering as ever. Fong Lanbai smiled, with Prism Crystal standing in front of him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Wu Feng arrive and made room for him. Wu Feng appeared from the flash of the blade. After awakening, Wu Feng's eyes became even sharper. Those who were not strong enough felt a stinging sensation when they looked into Wu Feng's eyes. Wu Feng frowned. This person was very strong. He didn't expect that there would be a 3rd-level expert now. The dragon under his feet was also 3rd level. He couldn't defeat him. Absorbing the demonic flame, Fong Lanbai's figure and appearance have changed, and since I only met Fong Lanbai once at school, it's normal that I didn't recognize her. What have we, the Changfeng gathering place, done to offend you? Why are you harassing us? Wu Feng's expression was somewhat solemn as he sized up Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai smiled and said, being the master of such a large gathering place, you really have a bad memory. Do we know each other? Wu Feng was also a little confused. Why did these words make him sound like a heartless man? The day before the apocalypse, in the cafeteria of a university in Shanghai, Wu Feng instantly remembered that Feng Lanbai's behavior was indeed strange, but Feng Lanbai's appearance had changed too much. He had changed from a handsome young man to a muscular man with strange demonic patterns on his body, making him unrecognizable. How about we go somewhere else? Feng Lanbai looked at Wu Feng and said. Wu Feng glanced at Feng Lanbai with a cold, sharp look, his face expressionless, and said, okay. Then, the Feng Lanbai prism crystals surrounded Feng Lanbai, and with a wave of her hand, the soaring demonic flames dissipated. Wu Feng appears stern and unsmiling, but Feng Lanbai knows that his childhood experiences make it difficult for others to get close to him. Wu Feng also put away his knife, a cold glint in his eyes. The group followed closely behind the two, not daring to put away their weapons. This man was so dangerous, it was never too much to be careful. Feng Daidai followed Feng Lanbai closely. After Feng Lanbai entered the reception room of Changfeng Gathering Place, Feng Daidai quietly waited at the door. The reception hall at Changfeng Base is indeed grand. As soon as you enter, you get a sense of high-class style. The hall is magnificent, and although there doesn't seem to be much furniture, it doesn't feel empty at all. Before Wu Feng could speak, Feng Lanbai found a seat and sat down. Wu Feng was sitting not far away. Feng Lanbai put away her teasing smile, her expression turning serious, and said, let them all leave. There's no point in keeping them here. Wu Feng didn't speak, but slightly turned his head to look. A group of people holding guns, along with several second-tier ability users, had all gone out. Tapped the table with her right index finger, looking into Wu Feng's eyes. Wu Feng's eyes were not black pupils, but black with a silver tinge. Wu Feng appeared earlier. This was due to a forbidden object controlled by Wu Feng. The 1,000 miles of Moonblade was made possible by Wu Feng's cold and sharp blade and the spatial artifact. Otherwise, Wu Feng wouldn't have been able to return so quickly. Forbidden item, 007 Sky Howlai, Space Element. This forbidden item is the foundation of the name, 1,000-mile wind blade moon. From 1,000 miles away, the blade's light howls in, hence the name Sky Howl. Wu Feng looked at Feng Lanbai calmly, then couldn't help but ask, what do you want? Do you know something? Wu Feng was puzzled as to why Feng Lanbai spoke so strangely back then, as if he knew the apocalypse was coming. I do know something. I'm here to make a deal with you. Feng Lanbai leaned back in his chair, casually picked up a cup, melted it with demonic flames, and began to sculpt the shape of Wu Feng. What transaction? Wu Feng asked. I bet you're really frustrated right now. You built the base, but you can't fully control it, right? Wu Feng's eyes focused for a moment. Then he straightened his back slightly and asked, so what if it is? Feng Lanbai continued to hold the stick figure in his hand, chuckled, and said, I can help you kill them all. Feng Lanbai said it casually, as if it were a trivial matter. Wu Feng curled his lip. I know you're strong, but they are strong too. There are dozens of second-tier experts, and the Changfeng base has developed to this point thanks in no small part to them. Feng Lanbai smiled and said, Wu Feng, why are you starting to doubt yourself? Match for you. Is it because Wu Li is still with the military? The reason why the Changfeng base was built so quickly is because it was controlled by the military. The Shanghai military controls the Changfeng settlement, and Wu Feng is more like a puppet. Wu Feng stood up abruptly. Wu Li was his sister and his only relative in the apocalypse. He had kept it well hidden, but he never expected that Feng Lanbai would even know this. Are you going to use my sister to threaten me too? Feng Lanbai knew Wu Feng would react so strongly. This guy was practically a siscon. But then again, Wu Li was his only family. Don't get agitated. I can help you, but you have to join our boundary-breaking gathering. Wu Feng sat down, his tone softening. I'll do anything to keep my sister safe. In his past life, it was Feng Lanbai who helped Wu Feng solve this problem. Feng Lanbai knew where the military had hidden Wu Feng. Feng Lanbai smiled and said, I have no interest in you. As she spoke, Feng Lanbai tossed the frozen glass in her hand to Wu Feng. Wu Feng stared at the stick figure in his hand, lost in thought. Wu Feng asked, when do we make our move? Feng Lanbai had already reached the doorway, her shadow cast long by the sunlight. A calm voice rang out. Now, Chapter 48 Wu Li. Boom. The gust of wind smashed through the reception room door, arcing through the air before regaining its footing. Hurry up, he's going to destroy the Changfeng base. Those people waited outside the gate, not daring to get too close to Feng Daidai. Upon hearing the sound of the wind, the powerful figures from the Changfeng gathering place began to fire their guns, regardless of whether they could hit the target. Feng Lanbai slowly walked out from inside, surrounded by prisms. The bullets that were shot at him were either melted by the demonic flames or deflected by the prisms. Not a single bullet could hit Fong Lanbai. Didn't you eat? Hit him harder. One of the men shouted to the others, and various ice spikes, stone spikes, and flames came flying at Fong Lanbai. He was holding a stone statue, and a huge stone man appeared in front of him, rushing towards Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai gave a cold laugh. People from the military? Give them a try. The prismatic sword hovered above Fong Lanbai's head, its demonic flames spreading and its massive energy fluctuations stirring up clouds of dust. Boom. The prismatic greatsword was stuck in the crowd, and the demonic flames burned onto those people. A series of agonizing cries rang out, and no matter what they did, they could not extinguish the demonic flames. Their souls were being burned deep inside, and their bodies were turning to ashes bit by bit. The stone man charged forward, a gust of wind swept by, and the stone man's enormous fist was already close at hand. Fong Lanbai prism blocked it from the side, and even though the stone man's fist was even bigger than Fong Lanbai's, it could not move the prism by an inch. Let me see how hard you are. Fong Lanbai's lips curled up slightly. Demonic flames erupted from beneath the stone golem's feet. Fong Lanbai punched the stone golem in the chest, creating a large crater. Rock fragments tumbled to the ground, and the stone golem fell backward. The prism sword, already flashing with light, shot from behind the stone golem toward its head. This is just SOSO. The man holding the stone statue spat out a mouthful of blood, apparently suffering a backlash. Of wind arrived again, a blade of light tens of meters long slashing down. Fong Lanbai took the prismatic heavy sword made of prismatic crystals and blocked it in front of him. Ding! Fong Lanbai was pushed back, and Wu Feng's powerful strike was undeniably strong, directly knocking Fong Lanbai back. Fong Lanbai's prismatic heavy sword disintegrated, and he rushed forward stepping on a prismatic crystal. Fong Lanbai's speed was too fast, and he arrived in front of Wu Feng in the blink of an eye. Wu Feng's silver-black eyes gleamed. They were the eyes of Kong Xiao. Fong Lanbai thought to herself, I know you too well. Wu Feng. Fong Lanbai tried to grab Wu Feng's neck. But when he grabbed it, only spatial energy remained in Fong Lanbai's palm. The prisms around him shot towards a certain spot in an instant, which happened to be the place where Wu Feng had jumped through space. Wu Feng was startled, but the name Thousand-Mile Blade Moon was not given for nothing. In an instant, several slashes were unleashed, and several sharp blade beams appeared around Fong Lanbai, attacking where the enemy would have to defend. If Fong Lanbai did not withdraw his prism defense, he would have no choice but to withstand the blade beams. However, he still underestimated Fong Lanbai. Demonic flames appeared around Fong Lanbai like a storm, and the surrounding sword light was burned into nothingness by the demonic flames. Wu Feng wielded the Frost North blade, each strike landing on the blue-white prism. Bang, bang, bang. The frostbeam blade in Wu Feng's hand was so fast that the naked eye could only see a flash of light before the prisms deviated from their course, but it was still cut by two prisms that left bloody marks. Roar, roar, roar. After the battle began, Fong Daidai stayed here to hold off the arrival of reinforcements, hovering in the air and restraining the strongmen from the Changfeng settlement who came to support. The rocket launchers hit Fong Daidai's wings, but did not cause much damage. Hundreds of rocket launchers might not even hit one of them. Every now and then, Fong Daidai would unleash a violent bolt of lightning in midair. The small purple current landed and transformed into a large net that enveloped everyone. Many of the superpowered individuals who couldn't dodge in time fell straight down. Fong Lanbai glanced at Wu Feng, who nodded imperceptibly. Fong Lanbai immediately shouted, dazed. Fong Daidai immediately informed Fong Lanbai and flew towards her. Several prisms were randomly placed in the air, and Fong Lanbai used the momentum to jump onto Fong Daidai's back. Wu Feng then retorted, do you think it's that easy to run away? Wu Feng occasionally unleashed several blades of light, affecting Fong Daidai's flight, but the impact was minimal. Fong Daidai skillfully maneuvered through the air, always managing to evade these attacks precisely. After flying for a while, Fong Daidai arrived at a warehouse on the edge of the Changfeng gathering area. Fong Daidai slowed down his flight, and dark energy condensed in his mouth, as if he wanted to deal with the troublesome Wu Feng. The dark energy pierced through Wu Feng's body, but Wu Feng had already dodged it with his sky-howling eyes. The dark energy struck the small warehouse, instantly passing through the walls and corroding a large pit in the ground. The dark energy shining at the edge of the pit caused it to continue to expand. Inside was a pitch-black passage. Fong Lanbai went in without hesitation, followed closely by Wu Feng. Entering the room revealed a completely different world. Passing through a dark passage, one found a transparent room where a little girl lay quietly on the bed. The room was filled with all sorts of things, and various dolls made it feel very cozy. The group of soldiers with guns at the entrance saw someone coming. They raised their guns and fired, spitting fire. Fong Lanbai did not dodge, but used his prism to block the bullets coming one by one. Fong Lanbai slowly approached, each step seemingly treading on the hearts of those people. Seeing that it was futile, she thought of taking out a grenade from her waist and throwing it over. The prism had pierced their throats, and they fell to the ground with their eyes open. It seems that the military used many methods to make Wu Feng obedient, and even built a basement here to keep Wu Li under house arrest. Wu Feng saw that Shuang Bei's sword had slashed out, and the transparent glass was as thin as paper. He rushed in and hugged his younger sister. Someone must have drugged her when I first arrived. We're prepared to move her at any moment. It's nothing serious. Fong Lanbai looked at the little girl in Wu Feng's arms with her eyes tightly closed. In his previous life, Fong Lanbai sent people to search for several days in order to help Wu Feng rescue Wu Li. Unexpectedly, they found it in the Changfeng gathering place. It was only by chance that he remembered that the military had allowed Wu Feng and Wu Li to communicate, and then he wondered why a warehouse would have a satellite signal for communication. That's how we found this place. Wu Feng placed Wu Li in Fong Lanbai's hands, staring into Fong Lanbai's eyes, and said, I believe you. If there's even the slightest problem with Wu Li, I'll drag you down to hell even if it means my death. Fong Lanbai patted Wu Feng on the shoulder. She's practically the living ancestor of the boundary-breaking gathering place. She can't stand the slightest grievance. Wu Feng squeezed Wu Li's small hand, saying reluctantly, You should go quickly. The military's experts are already on their way. Fong Lanbai nodded, picked up Wu Li, sat on Fong Daidai's back, and flew into the sky. This was the result of discussions between Wu Feng and Fong Lanbai. Wu Feng cannot turn against the military yet, but without Wu Li's threat, the military will have to carefully consider its terms if it wants Wu Feng to do something. Looking at the little guy in her arms, Fong Lanbai had to admit that Wu Li and Wu Feng looked about 60% alike. They had baby fat, but their features were very defined, and they would definitely be very dashing when they grew up. Chapter 49 will give you a little shock. Wu Li slowly opened her eyes, and what came into view was an extremely beautiful curtain. Long black hair slightly covered her eyes as she gazed into the distance. Strong arms held her steadily in their embrace, giving her an inexplicable sense of security. Fong Lanbai sensed that she had woken up. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were fixed on him as she gently asked, Wu Li, are you hungry? Wu Li looked at Fong Lanbai and muttered softly, I'm not hungry. Fong Lanbai smiled and said, Are you afraid of me? Don't be afraid. I don't think you're a bad person. Wu Li sat up and said seriously, Perhaps it's because handsome people give off a sense of approachability, and Wu Li doesn't resist interacting with Fong Lanbai. I'm your brother's friend. He asked me to take care of you for a few days, and he'll come to see you in a few days. Fong Lanbai stopped teasing her, took out some food from the forbidden item 004, and put it in Wu Li's arms. Eat up, we'll be there soon. Wu Li didn't refuse. With her mouth full of food, she said, My brother can do it too. He often does magic tricks for me. Fong Lanbai patted her head. Your brother is very capable. Fong Lanbai was actually quite envious of Wu Li, who had such a lovely younger sister, while she herself was all alone. However, Uncle Yi and Aunt Chun gave her a sense of home, and Fong Lanbai treated them as her own parents. Wu Li curiously walked back and forth on Fong Daidai's body, showing no fear whatsoever. He even tried to pry off a dragon scale, but he was sure to fail. Fong Lanbai wasn't afraid that Wu Li would fall, as Fong Daidai would catch her, and besides, Fong Lanbai was watching from the side. Soon, Fong Daidai landed above the Jinhui Hotel and encountered Lu Jiming, who was leading the city defense army in building an offensive. Lu Jiming had a look on his face as if he had just heard some juicy gossip. Brother Fong, is this your child? He's so big already. The prisms, one by one, resembled steps, allowing Wu Li to slowly descend them. Fong Lanbai punched Lu Jiming in the chest. How could that be? I'm so young. Do I look like you? Lu Jiming exaggeratedly clutched his chest. Is this the child you rescued? Keep an eye on him for a few days, and you'd better do a good job, or your position as the city garrison commander will fall into his brother's lap. Lu Jiming, seemingly unconcerned, pinched Wu Li's cheek and said, How could that be? His brother is stronger than me. Before Fong Lanbai could speak, Wu Li angrily said, My brother is much more capable than you. Lu Jiming laughed heartily, squatted down, and said to Wu Li, All right, your brother is the best. Fong Lanbai smiled and said, "Don't take it lightly. There's a very high chance you can't beat him." After saying that, he left with Wu Li. Lu Jiming was somewhat surprised when he heard this. Since even Brother Fong said so, that person must be quite strong. He didn't expect that Brother Fong would go out to recruit strong people like him as soon as he left. He's really amazing. Fong Lanbai handed Wu Li over to Aunt Chen and asked Aunt Chen to take her to play with the other children at the base. Fong Lanbai went to take care of her own business, as there were still many things waiting for her to do at the base. The boundary-breaking gathering area, giving it a pre-apocalyptic feel. Apart from some necessary facilities being repaired, after all, the facilities in Shanghai were already quite complete. Thanks to the construction by the City Defense Army, the entire boundary-breaking settlement is like a fortress, using natural buildings to defend itself. Earth-type ability users fill the entire building, and between the buildings are fortresses. Members of the City Defense Army guard these places, and entry and exit must be verified before being allowed. Fong Lanbai also handed over the life essence to Yichio. The logistics department stipulates that 5 second-tier crystal cores can be exchanged for 1 drop. This price will change, because 5 second-tier crystal cores are not something that ordinary people can afford now. The effect of the essence of life is very significant the first time it is used, but it will be greatly reduced when used again. It does not have the effect of increasing the upper limit of superpowers as it did at the beginning, but it is still quite good for healing injuries. The stronger members of the Legion would pool their resources to exchange for a drop, because it could be a lifesaver in a critical moment, and no matter how expensive it wasn't excessive. A Legion only has 3 or 4 members, and their healing effect is extremely limited. Not all healing abilities are as strong as little fatties, so they don't play a significant role on the battlefield. Xiao Pang is almost always at the point of exhaustion of his superpowers. Injured team members come to Xiao Pang for treatment, and the accommodations arranged for him are always full. However, Xiao Pang will also collect a certain number of crystal cores to replenish his superpowers depending on the severity of his injuries. Fong Lanbai sat in her office, the mahogany furniture calming her down considerably. Notify one of the guards here to bring Little Fatty over. Soon after, Little Fatty arrived. His belly was already showing before he even stepped inside. Please sit down. Little Fatty didn't stand on ceremony and sat down opposite Fong Lanbai. Brother Fong, do you have any tasks for me? Fong Lanbai shook her head and placed the forbidden item 069 on the table. This is for you. Little Fatty opened his eyes as wide as he could and examined the object closely. Brother Fong, what's this? It's quite exquisite. Fong Lanbai glanced at the chubby boy and thought to herself, how can he be so clueless? This is forbidden item 069, Lan Quan. Little Fatty jumped up. A forbidden item. Is this for me? Brother Fong, this won't do. It's too valuable. I'm nothing. Give it to Brother Dong and the others. Little Fatty looked troubled, but he gripped Lan Quan even tighter. Fong Lanbai smiled calmly and said, Lan Quan isn't suitable for them, but they'll find someone else. Let's use him. Okay, Brother Fong, I won't let you down. Little Fatty held Lan Quan in his hand and looked at Fong Lanbai. Why are you looking at me? Absorb what I'm doing. Brother Fong, how do I absorb this? I don't know how. Fong Lanbai rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, I forgot to tell you, just drip a drop of blood on it. Okay. Little Fatty pressed his index fingertip against Lan Quan, and blood appeared, but it healed instantly. This little injury was nothing to Little Fatty. Lan Quan emitted a dazzling light, entered Xiao Pang's body, and disappeared. Give it a try, Fong Lanbai said to Little Fatty. Energy rippled and undulated, and a bright green energy shield covered the little fat boy's entire body. Come, let me test the strength of this Lan Quan. Little Fatty is currently in the late stage of Tier 2, so Lan Quan's strength is definitely not low. A prism appeared from between Fong Lanbai's eyebrows, imbued with demonic flames, and transformed into a stream of light that struck the energy shield generated by Xiaopang's Lan Quan. The moment it came into contact with Lan Quan, the demonic flames on the prism instantly adhered to it, but they did not burn through Lan Quan's energy shield. It seemed that Little Fatty activated it effortlessly. Although this was just a casual strike from Fong Lanbai, it was equivalent to a full force attack from an ordinary second-tier ability user. As expected of forbidden items, each forbidden item is equivalent to another superpower of the Awakened One. Although the ability is singular, it can achieve the ultimate in a certain aspect. This is what forbidden items are all about. In his past life, even a single forbidden item could cause countless people to fight tooth and nail for it, but now Fong Lanbai has casually given it to his subordinate. If other people knew that joining the boundary-breaking gathering offered these benefits, the boundary-breaking gathering would probably be overcrowded. Chapter 50 Ruins Turmoil. In its very first test, Lan Quan demonstrated its power as a forbidden object. Now, without third-tier attack power, it would be impossible to threaten Little Fatty's life on the battlefield. Little Fatty, I need you to do something for me. Can you do it? Little Fatty was still extremely excited and immediately said, Brother Fong, if you can give me something this important, I'll get anything done for you, no matter how difficult. Haha. Okay, Fatty, I'm going to establish a medical department in our settlement to treat the wounded combat personnel within the base. You'll be the department head. Whichever legion goes out, just apply to bring that many medical personnel. Any awakened individual with healing abilities among their special powers can join. Little Fatty patted his belly and said, No problem, I'll definitely get this medical department set up perfectly for you. Fong Lombai smiled and tossed something out. Little Fatty took it. It was a black and red object, like a token, and it was warm to the touch. A previous meeting, everyone agreed that Fong Lombai should produce something to prove his identity, which led to the origin of this demon token. This demon token is formed from demonic flames and cannot be imitated by anyone else. With this magic order, it can be proven that this is Fong Lambai's order, and no one in the base can disobey it. This way, they won't face any obstacles from the 4 major legions and the city defense forces. The commanders of the 4 major legions and Lu Jiming will also provide assistance, since it is a department of the same level as other departments. In the future, when they go out to carry out missions, they will still have to rely on the medical department to take charge. Little Fatty, carrying the magic token, immediately began constructing the medical department. The demon token can only exist for 3 days, after which it will automatically dissipate. The demon token can only be used twice. Last time, it was the construction of the research department in the boundary-breaking gathering place. A magic order was issued to accelerate the construction of the research department and study how crystal cores could be used for weapon manufacturing and daily life. In the previous life, the northern military region was at the forefront in this regard, and the crystal cores could even replace electricity in the previous life for the construction of facilities in various bases. Crystal core weapons can directly threaten the lives of high-level superhumans. Some superhumans in the base have awakened abilities related to brain enhancement. After awakening their abilities, they seem to go crazy, but their IQ increases dramatically. The head of the research department is a professor from Shanghai University named Ouyang Yutsai, who is nearly 70 years old. After attempting to awaken, he became extremely interested in crystal cores and some things that emerged after the apocalypse. Leading more than 30 people, they stayed in the research lab every day, conducting various research projects. Every day, someone would go in to deliver food and water. If it weren't for the fact that they could come up with some gadgets every few days, Fong Lanbai would really want to see what they did in there every day. I once overheard the person delivering the food complaining. Their face contorted in a grimace. Before I even went inside, a strange smell wafted over, almost making me throw up. It smelled like socks I'd worn for years had been soaking in a latrine and then left to rot for days. While this might be a bit of an exaggeration, it's enough to reflect the atmosphere of the research department. From then on, Ichio made it mandatory to go in and clean every now and then, so that they could be there to prevent research materials from being thrown away. But this also proves the selflessness of those researchers, who devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the exploration of the apocalypse. In the evening, Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao sat in the courtyard, surrounded by lotus flowers that swayed without wind. Fong Lanbai held his beloved in his arms, enjoying a moment of peace and quiet. Suddenly, waves of energy rippled outwards, and everyone felt them. Countless survivors were drawn to these energy fluctuations, their minds racing with thoughts of what might happen. Fong Lanbai thought for a moment, and then something came to mind. Yao Yao want to do something big. Yi Qingyao paused for a moment, looked into Fong Lanbai's eyes, and then said without hesitation, yes. This energy fluctuation comes from the collision of 3 ruins. These 3 ruins appeared in the same place, showing signs of fusion. This means that there are 3 forbidden artifacts in this fused ruin, and we must try to seize them. Such a commotion can be felt throughout half of China. It will be very lively. The fusion of the 3 relics means that there are no longer any requirements for entering the relics, and therefore no specific key is needed. In his previous life, Fong Lanbai helped Su Qidong seize the forbidden item 017, the divine sword of annihilation, in this ruin. The remaining 2 forbidden items were not obtained, and many people competed for them, with more than a dozen powerful individuals appearing. The reason there were so few of them was because they were controlled by the military region. If you're not strong enough, you simply can't break through their blockade, which also eliminates those weaklings who want to pass themselves off as capable. Yi Qingyao said gently. As long as you want, I'm willing to go through fire and water with you. Fong Lanbai kissed Yi Qingyao's forehead, her eyes filled with a smile. Such a strong fusion of relics could not have been caused by ordinary low-level forbidden objects. These 3 forbidden objects are all high-level forbidden objects, ranking among the top 36 forbidden objects. In addition to Forbidden Object 017, there are also Forbidden Object 011 and Forbidden Object 025, which are very high in the Forbidden Object sequence. Forbidden Item 011, Roashi Water Lily, is the first of the 3 forbidden items. The main reason Fong Lanbai failed to seize it in his previous life was that this forbidden item was not suitable for the people in the boundary-breaking gathering place, so he did not focus his attention on this forbidden item. Therefore, it was obtained by Lung Yutong. This forbidden item is very powerful. It practically secured Lung Yutong's position as a 12-star character. However, Fong Lanbai now believes that Forbidden Item 011 is more suitable for Yi Qingyao, as it can greatly enhance Yi Qingyao's sustained combat ability. Yao Yao, when the time comes, this Forbidden Item 011 will be the first gift I give you after the apocalypse. Yi Qingyao leaned closer to Fong Lanbai and gave a subtle, Thank you, blue and white. Fong Lanbai gently pinched Yi Qingyao's cheek, feigning reproach, and said, Why are you being so formal? You've already said thank you. Yi Qingyao giggled, her red lips curving upwards. Her stunning beauty still captivated Fong Lanbai, who had seen her countless times. Yao Yao, focus all your efforts on breaking through to the 3rd tier. We'll leave Mingdu in 3 days. Fong Lanbai gazed at the crescent-shaped red moon, recalling the Mingdu ruins fusion incident. Let me see how many moves you can withstand this time. Fong Lanbai was very confident in his strength. Ordinary 12-star warriors were no match for him. Fong Lanbai's physical strength has reached an unimaginable level. He is a 2nd-tier combatant, and very few can break through Fong Lanbai's physical body. This is Fong Lanbai's own pride. You can imagine how lively Mingdu will be then. Besides those who were already in Mingdu, those who sensed the energy fluctuations and dared to cross hundreds of miles are all the strongest of the strong. The golden sword in Fong Lanbai's mind stirred, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. In the distance, amidst a horde of tens of thousands of zombies, a man in a suit slowly opened his eyes. His blood-red pupils radiated a bloodthirsty light, and as if receiving some command, he looked towards the direction of Mingdu. I hope you won't disappoint me in this life. I've prepared many wonderful gifts for you. Chapter 51 Various Parties in Motion. Mingdu, what are your thoughts on this energy fluctuation? The group of generals standing beside him. The scene was very serious. One of the soldiers, who appeared to be younger and had a pair of bone wings folded behind him, said calmly, Whatever it is, anything that can cause such a commotion is worth checking out. One of the soldiers nodded solemnly and said, The zombies are getting stronger and stronger, and our weapons are doing less and less damage to them. Perhaps multiple evolutions are the mainstream in this apocalypse, and superhumans like Colonel Luo are the mainstream. The general took a sip of hot tea and placed the cup on the table. That's right, we can't fall behind. If someone else gets any of the treasures, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Right now, Xiao Luo, take your team of superhumans and go explore, the sooner the better. Colonel Nero bowed slightly and said, No problem. He turned and left, stepping out of the room, his bone wings unfurling behind him as he soared into the sky. Those who remained in the meeting room were still discussing the matter. What do you guys think of Ronaldinho? Little Luo, becoming a senior colonel in his early 20s, has a limitless future. This apocalypse presents him with an opportunity to rise to prominence. Listening to the flattery from his subordinates, he knew it was all just empty words. He knew his son best. Luo Sheng had some ability, but he was incapable of handling important responsibilities and was arrogant. If it weren't for his secret guidance, could he have reached the position of senior colonel? Luo Hong has risen to where he is today by relying on no one but himself. The apocalypse has further fueled his desire for power. He can barely manage all the troubles in the capital, so how can he have time to deal with Mingdu? Luo Hong was also very resourceful. After the apocalypse, he immediately reorganized the zombies within the army and then began to take in survivors. Those who resisted were killed by force, and this Mingdu settlement was established. Strongest settlement in Mingdu. Other settlements established by survivors are nothing compared to the Mingdu settlement. Luo Hong's own superpower level is not weak at all, and he has already reached the 2nd level. He also deliberately collects crystal cores. His son is about to become a 3rd-level superpower user. He has thousands of superpower users under his command. Luo Sheng's superpower user team is the strongest and has killed countless zombies. It must be said that Luo Sheng's fighting talent far surpasses his intelligence. Chuzhou, sister Yu, did you call me because of that energy fluctuation? A woman with a gentle face and a pleasant voice spoke to the figure on the stage from behind. The person on the platform was dressed in ancient costume, all in white. Her beautiful face was devoid of any emotion. The women below the platform were already very beautiful, but they paled in comparison to her. Her red lips parted slightly, her eyes gazing at the room before her. The room was already luxurious, with a huge crown-shaped throne rising from the ground. She slowly sat down. That's right, Meng Jingqi, I want you to come with me. A cool, clear voice came through, and just hearing that voice made one want to obey her. Good. This is the master of the feather gathering ground, Feather Ring. If Fang Lanbai were here, he would definitely recognize her as one of the 5 moons from his previous life, Nine Souls' venerable moon. The only powerful force in Chuzhou, its strength has made all those who have designs on the gathering place of Huayu pay the price. In Chuzhou, no other force can rival it. Her stunningly beautiful face, coupled with her unleashing of extraordinary abilities, made her an unparalleled force of nature. The earth-shattering energy she possessed left a lasting impression on all who fought against her. Yu Huayu's schemes are unparalleled. Yuan Nan Nan was planted by Yu Huayu in the breaking boundary gathering ground. If Fang Lanbai hadn't known that Yuan Nan Nan was Yu Huayu's subordinate, she really wouldn't have discovered it. Otherwise, given Yuan Nanan's strength and cunning, Fang Lanbai would definitely have let her access the secrets of the breaking boundary gathering ground. This is only part of Yu Huayu's plan. No one knows exactly how many people she has planted in other forces. Sister Yu, I can go check out that energy fluctuation myself. Why bother having you go personally? Meng Jingqi asked in confusion. The fact that this commotion has traveled so far gives me a feeling that this incident will cause a significant change in the situation. Although Meng Jingqi is not the strongest among those gathered in the rain transformation gathering area besides Yu Huayu, she is the one Yu Huayu trusts the most, so it is understandable that Yu Huayu brings Meng Jingqi along. Having a large number of people doesn't mean anything. Sometimes it just means losing your life in vain. Undercurrents are swirling, and various forces are taking action. It will be another grand event. The boundary-breaking gathering ground. Fang Lanbai was making final preparations. For this relic fusion, Fang Lanbai only planned to bring Yi Qingniao and the Blood Emperor. The boundary-breaking gathering ground needed to be built, and its construction could not be delayed. Moreover, Fang Lanbai was very confident in his strength. As expected, Yi Qingniao broke through to the 3rd level on the 2nd day, further improving her strength. Fang Lanbai can now absorb more than a dozen drops of life essence a day. Although his strength is improving slowly, it is solid. No one can use life essence so luxuriously except Fang Lanbai. No one else could absorb life essence like Fang Lanbai. Life essence contains too much pure energy, and to absorb it requires a strong physical constitution. No one can match Fang Lanbai's physical strength. Fang Lanbai's physical body alone is no weaker than any low-level forbidden artifact. At this rate of absorption, Fang Lanbai will probably break through to the mid-stage of the 3rd tier in just a few days. We are now more confident in the integration of these historical sites. Fang Lanbai wandered aimlessly between the various departments. Now each department had its own place. Whether it was the logistics department, the city defense army, or the 4 major legions, there were always people there. New survivors in the base could join any of them if they wanted. Fang Lanbai was recognized from time to time when she walked on the street, but not too often. Only those who followed her from the beginning could recognize her, since Fang Lanbai had not shown her face in public since then. As the settlement she had built gradually expanded, Fang Lanbai felt a sense of satisfaction and was also grateful that she was able to protect so many survivors. In the conference room of the Jinhui Hotel. This meeting room was newly built by Lu Jiming so that everyone would have a place to discuss matters in the future. Fang Lanbai waved his hand, and the demonic flames enveloped the entire room, preventing any energy from penetrating. Everyone was seated. The leaders of the 4 legions were Lu Jiming of the City Defense Army, Wang Xiaopeng of the Medical Department, Yi Qiu of the Logistics Department, and a very special organization, Fan Wenbin's Stealth Squad. Fan Wenbin's Stealth Squad is Fang Lanbai's personal guard, only taking orders from Fang Lanbai. They are responsible for intelligence gathering. The entire squad consists of only about 20 people, but each of them is an expert in stealth and gathering information. Fan Wenbin is different. He relies on his thick skin. But his abilities are genuine, and he has never disappointed Fang Lanbai in any task assigned to him. This is the entire leadership team of the boundary-breaking gathering. Although there are many young faces, their abilities are no less than anyone else's. Chapter 52 Thunder Eagle blocks the way. Yao Yao and I will be leaving Fada the day after tomorrow. You must have all felt this energy fluctuation. Yao Yao and I will go and investigate. Fong Lanbai looked at everyone and said, waiting for their response. It's definitely necessary, Brother Fong. Shouldn't you bring more people? Like me? Li Ruasia asked, seemingly still thinking about the third-tier corpse king from last time. Indeed, Mingdu is quite far. Our secret service's influence hasn't reached there yet. Fan Wenbin was unusually serious for once. Fong Lanbai said calmly, no need. The base still needs you to guard it. The boundary breaker gathering grounds are getting stronger and stronger, and the zombie horde will probably arrive soon. The base needs more people. Besides, it's more convenient if it's just me and Yao Yao, and with Dai Dai too. We can escape even if there's danger. Upon hearing Fong Lanbai's words, Su Qi immediately replied, no problem, don't worry about the base. With me here, even if there's a zombie horde, there's nothing to worry about. Fong Lanbai nodded and paused. After Yao Yao left, Su Schwerer took over as leader of the Candle Lotus. Also, after I left, at least 2 legions were stationed at the base every day to ensure the safety of the survivors within. We must make contact with other settlements, and when it comes to matters of interest, we cannot yield in the slightest. Also, we must guard against attacks from the Mingmi settlement. If they dare to extend their reach, cut them off. Fong Lanbai's words brook no argument. Yichio, sitting to Fong Lanbai's right, spoke. Leave the negotiations with the Shanghai military to me. I'm better suited to dealing with those kinds of people. That's what I was thinking too, Uncle Yi. Then I'll leave it to you. Yichio nodded. Fong Lanbai was also very decisive. She didn't dawdle after she finished speaking. Everything that needed to be discussed was discussed. Fong Lanbai used her experience to give some advice to the ministers, and the meeting ended in half an hour. Fong Lanbai felt quite at ease in trusting the task to them, as they were all people Fong Lanbai had met in her previous life, and each of them had their own set of methods for doing things. The next day, Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao embarked on their journey to Mingdu. The two chatted on Fong Daidai's back, while Yi Qingyao held a lotus flower in her hand, plucking the petals one by one, which floated in the air. Blue and white. We even said before that we'd come to Mingdu for a trip after graduation. Who would have thought that before we even graduated, the apocalypse would come? Yi Qingyao's exquisite face, her eyes lowered, and a sense of emptiness could be felt within her as she gazed at the sky. Fong Lanbai smiled faintly and comforted her. It's all right. Maybe Mingdu and the apocalypse will be a completely different story. Yi Qingyao nodded. The lotus mark between her eyebrows gave her an elegant air and made her less aloof. Fong suddenly stopped. Li 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 li. In the distance, the cry of an eagle came and blocked Fong Daidai's way. Strands of lightning crackled around its body, and it was even faster than Fong Daidai. This thunder eagle is already at the 3rd level of strength, and is probably the overlord of this area. It is estimated that Fong Daidai broke in and invaded its territory. Mutant beasts have a strong sense of territory, and if their territory is violated, they will fight to the death. If it weren't for the fact that their strength posed a threat to Lei Ying, it probably wouldn't have been a warning. Fong Lanbai couldn't bypass Lei Ying's territory. With Lei Ying's strength, his territory was probably hundreds of miles in circumference. If he went around it, it would probably take a lot of time. A single Tier 3 Thunder Eagle was not enough to make Fong Lanbai give way. Yao Yao, this Thunder Eagle is very fast. Try to control it. Yi Qingyao nodded and stepped off Fong Daidai. A lotus flower bloomed at her feet, steadily supporting her. Having freed Fong Daidai's fighting power, Fong Daidai flew straight away, knowing that the Thunder Eagle would protect its territory with its life. Like a bolt of lightning, the Thunder Eagle was unexpectedly faster. Fong Daidai's lightning-type ability was offensive, while the Thunder Eagle was speed-type. Its already extremely fast speed became even faster with the enhancement of its lightning-type ability. Fong Daidai slammed his dragon claw at the Thunder Eagle and was instantly knocked back several meters in the air before regaining his footing. A wall of demonic flames appeared behind the Thunder Eagle. It wanted to retreat, but didn't want to be hurt by the terrifying demonic flames. Just as it hesitated, Fong Lanbai swung his sword and arrived. The Thunder Eagle hastily defended itself, its claws clanging against the blue-white prismatic sword, but it failed to harm the Thunder Eagle. Lotus blossoms bloomed all around, forming a circular sea of flowers in less than 3 seconds. The Thunder Eagle tried to create distance, but it couldn't break through Yi Qingyao's lotus flower in a short time. The Thunder Eagle's sharp claws could even tear open the tough skin of mutated beasts, but it could only leave a trace on this soft lotus flower. Roar, roar, roar. Fong Daidai's dragon claws were imbued with dark energy orbs, and he chose to engage in close combat with the Thunder Eagle. The Thunder Eagle was very fast, and if Fong Daidai's attack caused cracks in the lotus cage and the Thunder Eagle escaped, it would not be so easy to catch it again. Lightning clashed with lightning. But how could the physical body of the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon be defeated by a mere Thunder Eagle? Under Fong Lanbai's control, the 12 prisms inflicted damage on the Thunder Eagle from time to time. The demonic flames burned on the wounds, causing the Thunder Eagle to let out a series of shrill cries. Fong Daidai seized the opportunity, and the huge dragon claw slammed down on the Thunder Eagle's head, about to bite it, when violent lightning surged out from the Thunder Eagle's body. Zzz. Even Fong Daidai, who possesses lightning attributes and has great resistance to lightning, was electrocuted and remained in place. Awoo. As expected of a Tier 3 Thunder Eagle, even Fong Daidai suffered from its powerful lightning. But what good was it? Could it unleash such a powerful lightning attack a second time? Pink light spots appeared from all directions, drifting in the sea of flowers. Even though the Thunder Eagle flew at top speed, it could not avoid the pink light spots. Gradually, all the pink light spots in the air adhered to the Thunder Eagle. Yi Qingyao landed on the lotus like a goddess, her toes lightly touching the ground, and the lotus mark between her eyebrows shone brightly. Boom! The Thunder Eagle was blasted and crashed onto the lotus blossoms, where it lay motionless. Fong Lanbai controlled the prism to extract the crystal core of the third-tier Thunder Eagle and threw it to Fong Daidai. The Thunder Eagle's lightning-type ability was so powerful that it would surely be of great help to Fong Daidai's lightning attribute. He stored the Thunder Eagle's corpse in the dark demon essence and said to Yi Qingyao, "We'll have roasted eagle tonight." Yi Qingyao chuckled and said coquettishly, "You never forget about food." Fong Lanbai laughed. Of all things, eating is the most important. Since Fong Lanbai's size increased, his appetite has skyrocketed, and he can now eat half a mutated beast in one meal. Although the Thunder Eagle is large, it doesn't have much meat. It's only enough for Fong Lanbai to eat a few times. And then there's Fong Daidai, that glutton. This Thunder Eagle is enough for one meal. Fong Daidai flew between Shanghai and Beijing for most of the day. Fong Lanbai did not let Fong Daidai fly at full speed, but kept her at a constant speed to avoid the danger of Fong Daidai becoming exhausted. Fong Daidai hovered above Mingdu, while the two searched for the entrance to the ruins on Fong Daidai's back. Fong Lanbai had already informed the Blood Emperor in advance through the golden sword that all he needed to do was sense the Blood Emperor's location. The ruins are supposed to open tomorrow morning, but it's important to find the location in advance, otherwise others will get there first. Chapter 53: Extorting Lone Star. A collision of energy emanated from the area, carrying the aura of the Blood Emperor, indicating that he was engaged in battle with someone else. Fong Daidai flew rapidly in that direction. Sizzle! The Blood Emperor's tentacles slashed a man in front of him, drawing blood. But behind that man was an abyss, seemingly bottomless. That abyss transformed into a star wheel in the man's hand, and the sharp blade struck the Blood Emperor, choosing to exchange injury for injury. A ray of sunset appeared on the man, and his aura surged. It seemed that his helper possessed supernatural amplification abilities. "Why are you stopping me, powerful one? Everyone has a share in the ruins." After reaching the third rank, the Blood Emperor's face was no different from that of a normal human, except that his eyes were gray. The Blood Emperor remained silent. He had been ordered to find the source of the energy fluctuations. This person seemed to have designs on this place, so he decided to kill him. Seeing that this person was dressed in black robes and had no intention of stopping, possessing extremely strong strength and unpredictable attacks, it was clear that they couldn't defeat him in a short time. They were already considering retreating. The inhabitants of the ruins had not yet appeared, and wasting their energy here was obviously not a wise plan. But then a small black dot in the distance slowly grew larger. A dragon. There was another person on the dragon's back. Sensing the dragon's aura, which was in no way weaker than his own, the powerful aura made him tremble. The person's face was expressionless, and his red and blue eyes were unusually strange. Even he couldn't see through the aura emanating from the dragon. The stunning woman behind him was no mere pretty face. Her strength was probably at the third rank as well. Where did this powerful figure come from? This made him feel uncertain, and he felt powerless knowing he would have to compete with her for the forbidden item tomorrow. The Blood Emperor stopped his attack when he sensed Fong Lanbai's approach. Roar, roar, roar. Fong landed beside the battlefield and roared at the two of them with a powerful aura. The oppressive feeling brought by this behemoth was not small. The Blood Emperor walked over respectfully and knelt on one knee in front of Fong Lanbai. "Master, the elite troops I brought will arrive tonight. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I came ahead of time. The man exploded. You're all together? The man was already a serious problem, but now his boss had arrived, who was definitely stronger. What if he couldn't leave today? He didn't want to risk his life here. Although his mind was racing, he remained outwardly calm and said, My name is Shan Yunlong, and I come from the southern military region. You probably also want to enter these ruins, right? Perhaps we can cooperate. Unexpectedly, I encountered the 12 stars as soon as I arrived. Lone Star, Southern Military Region, Shan Yunlong, one man, one abyss, the strongest in the Southern Military Region. Following behind him is also from the Southern Military Region, named Shan Yunhu, Shan Yunlong's younger brother. His ability amplifies extremely strongly, and with his amplification, Shan Yunlong's star wheel will only become stronger. Unlike Shan Yunlong, who had a serious expression, Shan Yunhu stared blankly at his surroundings. Fong Daidai was extremely interested in him, and if he wasn't afraid that Fong Daidai would crush him with her claws, he would have gone up to take a look. For Shan Yunhu, living is enough, death doesn't matter. He has a very stable mentality. This time, Shan Yunlong brought Shan Yunhu here because he wanted him to see the outside world and wanted to change his younger brother's personality a little. Cooperation? How do we cooperate? Fong Lanbai chuckled lightly, looking down at Shan Yunlong with a disdainful expression. Dan Yunlong hadn't expected this person to be so disrespectful, but he suppressed his anger and said, There will definitely be many people entering the ruins tomorrow. The more people, the more benefits we'll receive. We'll divide them equally. Dan Yunlong cautiously observed Fong Lanbai's expression. He had never felt so humble before, but when you're under someone's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. Do you think I need it? Fong Lanbai said with amusement, showing no respect for Shan Yunlong whatsoever. Dan Yunlong could no longer contain himself. He hadn't expected to be so humiliated and couldn't hold back any longer, saying, Don't push your luck. Fong Lanbai didn't say anything. He slowly got off Fong Daidai's back, arranged the prisms into steps, and walked up to Shan Yunlong. His aura rose with each step. Shan Yunlong didn't know whether to leave or fight. I stood there, not knowing what to do. Fong Lanbai walked up to Shan Yunlong, and demonic flames rose up. Behind him was the powerful phantom of the demonic flame Lion King, looking down at Shan Yunlong with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Hee. Just kidding, don't take it to heart. Dan Yunlong chuckled awkwardly, wanting to pat Fong Lanbai on the shoulder, but finding the demonic flame too hot, he could only awkwardly touch his head instead. I want your star wheel. Fong Lanbai's unquestionable words rang out. Dan Yunlong's mind was in turmoil. How could he know? Why? This was the Southern Military Region's biggest secret. I want your first-tier star wheel. You can keep the rest. Was nurtured within Shan Yunlong's body by his special ability. Each time he advances to the next level, a star wheel will be generated. This star wheel can increase the probability of survivors awakening their special abilities, which is the foundation of the Southern Military Region. With Shan Yunlong's star wheel present, the proportion of superhumans in the Southern Military Region is higher than in other gathering places. Shan Yunlong has now reached the 3rd tier and has 3 star wheels. Fong Lanbai only needs 1, since he can't push him too hard. Otherwise, he will incur public wrath and become the target of everyone's anger. Shan Yunlong was still pretending to be stupid. Star wheel, that's my special ability. How can I give it to you? Whoosh. The prism sword, wreathed in demonic flames, was pressed against Shan Yunlong's neck. Behind him, Dai closed in again, forming an encirclement around Blood Emperor and Yi Qingyao. Seeing this, Shan Yunlong conjured a star wheel in his hand, the ring covered with sharp teeth. I'm quite generous. I'll give it to you as a token of friendship. Dan Yunlong was still being stubborn, pretending to be innocent when he was clearly being robbed. Fong Lanbai took it and put it into the dark demon essence. He had just encountered Shan Yunlong, so how could he not try to get some benefits? Fong Lanbai smiled. In his previous life, he had coveted this star wheel for a long time, but never had the chance to obtain it. All right, you can go now. I wish you a successful trip to the ruins tomorrow. Dan Yunlong didn't say anything. His face was a little stiff, and he turned and left. Smoothly? It's already had a bad start. Dan Yunhu asked, Brother, that dragon is so cool. Can you go and steal it for me? Dan Yunlong slapped Dan Yunhu on the back of the head and said irritably, Steal my ass. If you steal again, you won't even have your underwear left. The energy from the ruins emanated from a small lake, which was about 20 acres in size and covered in lush greenery. Compared to the short plants before the apocalypse, the mutated plants were now much taller, creating large areas of shadow. Feeling the energy fluctuations in the small lake, one can be sure there are many mutated beasts within it. With grass and trees, it's practically a perfect ecological environment. and there must be plenty of powerful mutated fish. Instead of letting Fong fly at low altitude, when the ruins open tomorrow, this small lake will form an energy vortex, at which point we can enter the ruins. Chapter 54. Looking at each other across the distance. Xiaofeng, is this our helper? Yi Qingyao asked Fong Lanbai about the Blood Emperor's situation. The Blood Emperor's aura was somewhat like that of a zombie, and he had a strong smell of blood on his body, since Fong Lanbai had not told him about it. It is called the Blood Emperor, a corpse king created from the crystal cores of Qi and Jiang Cha. Zombies? Yi Qingyao was somewhat shocked. She hadn't expected that this helper was actually a zombie. Just by looking at his appearance, she couldn't tell at all. His delicate face made him look like a young man in his 20s. It's okay, he only listens to me now. Fong Lanbai sensed Yi Qingyao's worry. Controlling zombies was something she couldn't even imagine, especially since this was a powerful zombie king. The Blood Emperor stood quietly to the side. His intelligence was no different from that of an ordinary person, but he only obeyed Fong Lanbai. The golden sword made him extremely dependent on Fong Lanbai, and he would give up his own life to protect Fong Lanbai. Yi Qingyao didn't say anything more. She trusted Fong Lanbai completely, and since Fong Lanbai had said so, there must be no problem. Let Fong Dai fly to the rooftop of a tall building to rest for the night, and let the Blood Emperor wait by the lake for his horde of corpses to arrive. It is estimated that a conflict will break out with the people of Mingdu settlement tonight. This time, the Blood Emperor only brought Tier 2 zombies. Tier 1 zombies were too slow to travel in time, and besides, they would be useless anyway, just cannon fodder. There were many zombies on the rooftop, which Fong Dai easily killed. He connected them with prisms, processed the Thunder Eagle, and then roasted it over a fire. Fong Lanbai's demonic flames could only be controlled at the lowest temperature, which tested Fong Lanbai's ability to control his superpower. Otherwise, if the power was slightly greater, it would burn. Fortunately, the Thunder Eagle's physical body was strong enough. Otherwise, it would have been burned to nothing by Fong Lanbai's demonic flames long ago. Fong Dai has a special fondness for barbecue. Before Fong Lanbai had even finished grilling, he was already eagerly waiting on the side. The firelight flickered in the darkness, illuminating Yi Qingyao's face, making her look exceptionally beautiful. Yi Qingyao's snow-white skin was dazzling in the night, making her look less aloof and more gentle. Yi Qingyao is usually quiet, but when she's with Fong Lanbai, her eyes always sparkle. In the darkness, there is more killing. Luo Sheng led his team of superhumans into battle against the zombies under the Blood Emperor's command, vying for control of the lakeside. Luo Sheng's strength was genuine. He was able to hold his own against the Blood Emperor. His wings flashed through the air, and he twisted his body, calmly dealing with the Blood Emperor's tentacle attacks. Fong Lanbai watched the battle quietly from the rooftop. To her surprise, among the more than 30 second-tier zombies under the Blood Emperor's command, 2 mutated zombies were exceptionally strong. One of them was covered in venom sacs, and could instantly spew out a large pool of thick venom from its mouth. If it touched a wound, the wound would instantly turn green. The first attack caused Luo Sheng to suffer a great loss in the superhuman team, with several second-tier awakened individuals injured. The other is a metal-clad zombie, even larger than Chun Pang, which is an extremely rare metal zombie. Its body is covered in metal, and it is difficult for awakened individuals to break through its defenses with their swords and spears. Even if it is broken, metal will quickly be generated inside the metal-type zombie to cover its surface, and the claws on its hands will also be transformed into metal, becoming even sharper. The metal will also evolve as the iron-skinned zombie evolves. In my previous life, a zombie king was this type of mutated zombie, and it was virtually impossible for any awakened being of the same rank to fight against him. The rest didn't catch Fong Lanbai's eye for long. There were a total of over 30 second-tier zombies, and less than 10 mutated zombies. In general, mutated zombies are stronger than ordinary zombies, but they are rare because the Blood Emperor himself is a mutated zombie. However, the type of mutation is even rarer, and there may only be one of its kind, which is enough to demonstrate the power of the Blood Emperor. Luo Sheng couldn't find an opportunity to attack under the Blood Emperor's offensive. The occasional chances he had were insignificant to the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor's strength lay in his powerful regenerative ability. If he was at a disadvantage from the start, there was no chance of winning. That team of superhumans was also very strong. Although they cooperated with each other, there were too few second-tier experts, making it difficult to inflict limited damage. They only managed to find an opportunity to kill a few second-tier zombies, but they paid a bloody price for it. This thing is so troublesome. Luo Sheng cursed as he spoke. This was different from the zombies he had fought before. Even the strongest zombie king would be badly beaten by his bone wings. Why was this zombie king so strong? Everyone, prepare to leave. If the fighting continued, his team of superhumans would be wiped out. He then took to the air to harass the Blood Emperor and the zombies, helping his team of superhumans to retreat. Luo Sheng was very frustrated. Ever since the energy fluctuations appeared, he had been checking on it every day. Today the energy fluctuations were particularly frequent, so he had to check on it even in the middle of the night. He never expected to encounter such a strong horde of zombies. Generally, hordes of zombies consist of many first-tier zombies, but this horde only had second-tier zombies, which puzzled him. It was as if they were guarding this place. As expected of Luo Sheng, Fang Lanbai knew that he would definitely be there this time, since it was his old lair. Although this guy was not interested in power, his strength was enough to rank among the 12 stars. He is an upright and honest person who never resorts to underhanded tactics. Apart from being somewhat arrogant, he is one of the few opponents that Fang Lanbai acknowledges. Looking up into the distance, Fang Lanbai's eyesight was such that, without any obstruction, he could see several kilometers away. A figure in white stood at a distance, seemingly untouched by the apocalypse, gazing at each other across thousands of meters, each with their own thoughts. Nine Souls' venerable moon, the dream lover of countless men in her past life. She seemed to be born unapproachable. 3 of the 12 stars explicitly expressed their affection for her, even chasing the Beast King for thousands of miles just to obtain his fur to make her a beautiful dress. Luo Sheng even publicly stated that as long as Yu Huayu agreed to his pursuit, he would merge the Mingdu gathering place into the Huayu gathering place. It is said that he was hung up and beaten by his father for 3 days, but still did not change his mind. Yu Huayu never gave them a second glance, but she was willing to work with Fang Lanbai. She hinted at it to Fang Lanbai several times, so how could Fang Lanbai not know? However, she couldn't muster any interest when she thought of Yi Qingyao, who was infected by zombies. I hope that in this life, Yu Huayu can find the one she truly belongs to. Fang Lanbai knew that Yu Huayu was the biggest obstacle for her in this ruin, and a confrontation was inevitable. Sister Yu, do you know that person? I don't know him. He's very strong. We need to be careful tomorrow. Yu Huayu's emotionless voice rang out, an ethereal voice that echoed in the darkness. Sister Yu, with the 2 of us taking action, there's no one we can be afraid of. Meng Jingqi said nonchalantly. Although she knew that Yu Huayu wouldn't say it for no reason, she was still confident in herself. We should try to avoid direct conflict. It's disadvantageous for us. Okay, Sister Yu, I'll listen to you. Chapter 55, Entering the Ruins. As the first light of dawn fell, the energy waves in the lake became more frequent. Countless people were watching this place. Suddenly, the lake water rippled and slowly formed a whirlpool. The entrance to the ruins has appeared. The Blood Emperor, who was guarding the lake, stood up. As a zombie, he was not allowed to enter the ruins. If he blocked the entrance, he would definitely be surrounded and attacked. What he needed to do was to deplete these people's abilities as much as possible, thereby increasing Fang Lanbai's chances of winning the forbidden item. Everyone hid in the shadows, no one willing to be the first to step forward. But Luo Shengxian couldn't hold back any longer. He flew with bone wings on his back to the vortex, wanting to enter, but was stopped by the Blood Emperor. The mutated zombie with poison sacs and some zombies capable of ranged attacks attacked together, making it difficult for Luo Sheng to get close. Come out, everyone. You don't want anything to go wrong, do you? We need to kill this zombie before we can enter the ruins. Luo Sheng knew that he could not break through the horde of corpses on his own, and there were many powerful forces around him, so he wanted to join forces with them to break through the Blood Emperor's blockade. Dan Yunlong was the first to step forward. Only then did he realize that he was fighting a zombie. He had thought it was some kind of strange superpower, and Fang Lanbai became even more mysterious to him. But at this point, he had no way out. He could tell that Luo Sheng was very strong, no weaker than him, and with Shan Yunhu's assistance, there was a chance that he could force his way into the ruins. Have to explore these ruins. Even knowing that there are powerful figures like Fang Lanbai lurking in the shadows, we still want to gain the upper hand and enter the ruins faster. Jingqi, go help them. Meng Jingqi nodded, and a zither-like instrument appeared in her hand. She gently plucked the strings, and the resulting notes helped her rush to the battlefield. With continuous hand movements, the sound of the zither struck the Blood Emperor, hindering his movements. The 3 men's restraints made the Blood Emperor somewhat powerless. His whole body turned pale again, and his aura surged. He suddenly rushed towards Luo Sheng like a cannonball. This speed made it difficult for Luo Sheng, who was known for his speed and agility, to react. Bump! The Blood Emperor turned deathly pale, and his fist lashed out with tremendous force. Luo Sheng hastily raised his bone wings to block, but was forced back hundreds of meters. His internal organs were damaged, and he tasted a metallic sweetness in his mouth. Ripples blocked the Blood Emperor's path for a moment, but Shan Yunlong, holding the star wheel, unleashed a deep blue light that pierced the air, leaving 2 cracks on the Blood Emperor's back without a drop of blood flowing out. The zither music slowly entered the Blood Emperor's body, but it was immediately broken by the white fleshy substance on the Blood Emperor's body. The Blood Emperor gathered sharp claws in his hands and grabbed the ripples that bound him. No one knows how many times the Blood Emperor swung his claws, but the ripples shattered all over the ground. He grabbed Shan Yunlong's star wheel with one hand and punched Shan Yunlong in the stomach, sending him flying backward. Sizzle sizzle. Several bone spikes were firmly embedded in the Blood Emperor's sides. This attack was undeniably powerful, directly interrupting the Blood Emperor's offensive. Retreat. Fong Lanbai's voice rang in the Blood Emperor's mind. The Blood Emperor retreated swiftly, with various attacks from the zombies behind him covering his retreat. The 3 did not pursue further. They had achieved their objective. Luo Sheng flew in first, disappearing as he touched the center of the whirlpool in the lake. Shan Yunlong and Shan Yunhu followed closely behind. Yu Huayu, dressed in white, fluttered slightly and floated to Meng Jingqi's side, entering with her. Fong Lanbai ran at top speed on the prism, with Yi Qingyao following behind. Fong Lanbai left a tiny cluster of demonic flames at the entrance of the ruins and then entered the ruins. The entrance to this ruin won't be closed anytime soon, but with the Blood Emperor nearby, Fong Lanbai will know who's coming and be able to make some preparations. After a dazzling display, we arrived at the ruins, where a vast desert stretched before us, with yellow sand swirling in the air. Anyone who enters the ruins will be dispersed by the energy flow, so the most urgent task is to find Yi Qingyao in this vast desert. Had left a magic mark on Yi Qingyao beforehand, which allowed him to vaguely sense Yi Qingyao's location. Roar, 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 roar. Fong Daidai appeared in front of Fong Lanbai. With a flap of his dragon wings, yellow sand filled the sky. Yi Qingyao was located in the center of the ruins. Fong Daidai moved very fast. There were no extra buildings along the way. In the distance was a huge metal disc with some irregular bulges in the middle. The metal disc that flew in seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. It was hard to imagine how much manpower and resources it took to accomplish this. Compared to this enormous metal disc, Fong Daidai's massive figure looked more like a tiny black dot. After landing behind the metal disc, Fong Lanbai held the prism sword. The demon flame prism sword, which was usually invincible, was unable to cut through the metal disc. Arriving at a raised area, there was a star-shaped door. Fong Lanbai's supernatural power appeared in his hands, and he pressed it on the center of the door. The door instantly cracked into 4 parts. As soon as the door opened, a metal warrior appeared, wielding a heavy sword. As soon as the door opened, it seemed to be activated, swinging its sword to strike. Boom, 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 boom. The lightning beneath Fong Daidai's feet surged, instantly condensing into several lightning spears in front of him, which struck the metal warrior, interrupting his attack. Judging from the aura of these metal warriors, they should be at the 3rd tier. However, these metal warriors have not replenished their energy for a long time, making it difficult for them to fight for an extended period. Fong Lanbai and Fong Daidai worked together to dismantle the Tier 3 metal warrior into pieces, and inside its chest was an energy core the size of a fingernail. Similar to, but different from, crystal cores are a long way off for survivors who want to extract energy from them for use in crystal core weapons. Fong Lanbai could hardly explore the entire disc. He followed the path he remembered and encountered many metal warriors along the way, but did not get entangled with them too much. Blue and white. Yi Qingyao's voice appeared in the ruins. Fong Lanbai walked to an open space with only one passage around him. Yao Yao, where are you? Fong Lanbai looked around in confusion, but Yi Qingyao was nowhere to be seen. Blue and white. It feels like I'm in your local control room. There are control buttons everywhere. Yi Qingyao's voice echoed in the empty space. Fong Lanbai could vaguely sense Yi Qingyao's location, but there was nowhere she could get through. Fong Lanbai emerged from the only passage and, following the aura of the demonic seal, soon found the control room. Blue and white. After entering the ruins, I came to this place and have been exploring inside. I found this. Yi Qingyao held a seal-shaped object in her hand. The seal was grayish-white and didn't look particularly special. Fong Lanbai took it and held it in her hand. It was heavy, an irregularly shaped piece. The weight was beyond Fong Lanbai's expectations. It probably weighed over a ton. If this were used to make weapons, it would be an absolute gem for awakened ones. Yao Yao, where did you find this? Fong Lanbai asked. If we had a large quantity of this stuff, it could probably greatly enhance the strength of the boundary-breaking gathering ground. Chapter 56, Xianming Spaceship. Right here, I found it on the ground and picked it up. This place is a maze of interconnected paths, as intricate as a spider web, containing too many ancient ruins and high-tech artifacts for Fong Lanbai to handle alone. Fong Daidai flew around aimlessly. This place was surprisingly large, and Fong Daidai, with her size, could move freely inside. They arrived at a huge metal door, so heavy that it was difficult to open. They searched the door thoroughly and found a groove, similar in size to the seal. With a try-it-and-see attitude, Fong Lanbai put the metal door into the groove. A rumbling sound of surging energy filled the air as the heavy door slowly opened, revealing a giant missile-like object and small, transparent windows. The sky above is made of transparent glass, allowing you to see the endless yellow sand outside. It looks more like a means of transportation. I never expected that the stamp would be the switch for this place. The object was entirely grayish-white, resembling a spaceship. After circling around it, Fong Lanbai found the open hatch. It took him 10 minutes to complete one lap around the object, if the spaceship was made entirely of that gray metal. It's easy to imagine how important this thing is. It's probably the most useful item among these three ruins, aside from the forbidden objects. With this spaceship, it will be a great advantage for transporting people with superpowers and for getting around. The spaceship was filled with high technology, and Fong Lanbai didn't dare to touch it easily. The spaceship was divided into several parts, with a large part in the middle consisting of rows of seats, which seemed to be used to transport combat personnel. Blue and white, this thing is almost the size of a pre-apocalyptic aircraft carrier. Yi Qingyao was shocked. Indeed, with this, our boundary-breaking gathering ground would be significantly upgraded. Fong Lanbai looked around and saw many new things that she had never seen before. But how are we going to bring this spaceship back? This is indeed a problem. Fong Lanbai doesn't know how to manipulate something this big. Walking to the very front of the spaceship, you'll find the control room, which spans over 1,000 square meters, demonstrating the difficulty of operating the spaceship. The huge characters, Xianming, floated in the middle of the control room, with a delicate miniature spaceship inside, which was practically a model of the spaceship. Fong Lanbai stepped forward and held the model in his hand. I felt a connection established between my mind and the spaceship. The entire structure of the spaceship floated in my mind, and I could view the spaceship status from 360 degrees. This must be the spaceship's controller. Fong Lanbai's heart skipped a beat, and the spaceship instantly shrank rapidly, shrinking into this small model. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath their feet. Fong Lanbai and the others reacted quickly and didn't fall to the ground. This thing once again refreshed Fong Lanbai's understanding. Such a large object could be contained in this small model. The application of space was truly advanced. As for the functions and operation of the Xianming spaceship, that's a headache for the research department. They must be very interested in this high-tech thing. This thing probably wasn't discovered in its previous life and remained forever in the ruins. There are probably more things like this in the ruins, but the place is too big to find them all. The most important thing now is to find those 3 forbidden items. Fong Lanbai knows the location of Forbidden Item 017, the Divine Sword of Obliteration. The other 2 forbidden items were not discovered by Fong Lanbai. We can only wait for them to find them, and then it all boils down to one word: robbery. Fong Lanbai forbids anyone from touching these 3 forbidden items. The Divine Sword is in a circular room, which contains hundreds of various metal figures. However, after a long time, the figures have run out of energy and are unable to move. Most of them were severely damaged, but only 3 looked extraordinary. After Fong Lanbai brought them back in his previous life, he discovered that these 3 metal figures could be grown using energy crystal cores, which was extremely useful. Su Qidong carried it back by force, and only after a fierce battle did he dispel the opponent's idea. Forbidden Item 017, the Annihilation God Sword, has been acquired. This sword greatly enhances Su Qidong's abilities. Su Qidong's lightning spear is extremely domineering, and he has directly integrated the Annihilation God Sword into it. The Annihilation God Sword's annihilation attribute greatly enhances Su Qidong's combat power. Fong Lanbai hung the sword at his waist. When he tried to put the Divine Extinction Sword into the Dark Demon Essence, it produced a strong rejection reaction. Helpless, Fong Lanbai could only hang it on her waist. The God-slaying sword in one's hand, one can feel an intense sense of oppression. If Fong Lanbai were not strong enough, he probably wouldn't even be able to hold onto the God-slaying sword. As expected of a high-level forbidden artifact, it requires a certain level of ability from its wielder. This place consists of 3 ruins. Some things disappeared when the ruins merged, but the merging of these 3 completely different ruins produced some different things. Fong Lanbai remembered that there were several special sand plants in these 3 ruins, which could be called divine products. Only in ruins could such special plants grow. In its previous life, the military called it by the single character, Pok, Pa. Among awakened individuals, as long as they consume this herb, there is a high probability that they will advance their rank, making it a veritable cheat code. However, it seems that only 3 plants were found in the ruins. Lung Yutong found them and advanced to the mid-stage of the 3rd rank after consuming them, becoming the highest ranking ability user at the time. She brought Pa back to the Western military region and tried to cultivate it, but it was difficult to succeed. Yutong had probably already found the breakthrough, but Fong Lanbai had already reached the mid-stage of the 3rd rank, so even if he encountered Lung Yutong, he would not be at a disadvantage in terms of realm. Fong Lanbai will do everything in his power to obtain anything from these ruins, even at the cost of offending other military forces. At this moment, not only Fong Lanbai had gained a lot, but everyone else had also gained more or less. Luo Sheng was followed by 3 people, one of whom was a powerful figure from the Mingdu gathering place. Dan Yunlong and Dan Yunhu were next to Luo Sheng. After all, Luo Sheng and this guy had fought together, so when they met, they discussed how to act together and look out for each other. The metal beings in the ruins and the creatures in the desert are very powerful, and together they have a better chance of winning. His strength was not much weaker than Luo Sheng's. Compared to Luo Sheng's loud and boisterous manner, this person was more composed. His name was Cui Ming. He held a feather fan, dressed in gorgeous clothes, and had a fair complexion, making it easier for people to lower their guard. Luo Sheng and Shan Yunlong discussed that they would share whatever they could find, or divide things equally if possible. So far, there haven't been any problems with this temporary team. The two were still talking as they walked when they entered a massive, overlapping tower. At the top of the tower, a lotus flower several square meters in size emanated a unique aura. Luo Sheng and Shan Yunlong exchanged a glance, and almost instantly, they rushed towards the top of the tower. Seeing that Luo Sheng had wings and was faster than him, he activated the Starry Sky technique in his hand, and Luo Sheng was instantly pulled in, his bone wings spreading wide. He shouted, "Brother, I really like this forbidden item. Let me have it." With the amplification of Shan Yunhu's superpower, Shan Yunlong's superpower was significantly enhanced. A star wheel appeared under Luo Sheng's feet, and specks of starlight attached to Luo Sheng's wings. Cui Ming's feather fan floated in the air, and 3 tufts of feathers flew towards Shan Yunhu. Shan Yunhu's amplification was too strong, which was a hidden danger. But Shan Yunhu smiled, and the gray energy on his body instantly pressed down on Cui Ming, causing the feathers to lose their power and fall to the ground. Unexpectedly, this seemingly foolish Shan Yunhu had a hidden trick up his sleeve. He immediately decided to help Luo Sheng. Otherwise, if Luo Sheng was controlled by the enhanced star wheel, he probably wouldn't have a chance to turn the tide. Chapter 57 makes a powerful debut. Luo Sheng's expression also turned serious. This Shan Yunlong was no pushover. Bone spurs appeared on his hand, and a bone sword appeared in his hand, blocking the star wheel. At the cost of the bone sword breaking, the passive situation was resolved. Cui Ming arrived and temporarily stalled Shan Yunlong. "Go get it quickly." Luo Sheng was not upset by the embarrassing scene and flew up. As he approached the top of the tower, a snowflake appeared before his eyes, slowly growing larger. He knew something was wrong and wrapped his body in bone wings. Boom! Luo Sheng was blasted dozens of meters away, using the wall to absorb the force of the explosion, and looked around, searching for the unknown powerful figure. At the passageway, a man and a woman stood there at some point. The woman had a mysterious expression, and her long legs instantly caught Luo Sheng's eye. Originally intended to curse, immediately changed his words and said, "Beautiful lady, what's your name? Can we get to know each other?" All 3 groups stopped, refraining from making any rash moves. They all knew that the allure of this forbidden item was too great, and any mistake could mean missing out on it. The person who arrived was Lung Yutong, and the person next to her was Gu Chang'an. The 2 belonged to the Western military region. Gu Chang'an was also a strong contender for the 12 stars in his previous life, but his cultivation level was slightly lower, so he became the gatekeeper of the 12 stars. At this moment, Lung Yutong had already reached the mid-stage of the 3rd rank thanks to that immortal herb, and Gu Chang'an had also reached the early stage of the 3rd rank. If it weren't for the help of Break, Gu Chang'an probably wouldn't have been able to reach the 3rd rank at all. Lung Yutong surveyed the crowd present, her expression calm, and said, "Lung Yutong, from the Western military region, has come to retrieve this forbidden item. I hope you will all give me some face. Sure. How about we have a drink and talk first? Our Mingdu settlement and your Western military region have a very good relationship. Luo Sheng landed vertically on the wall and teased. Ridiculous. Since when did the Western military district become so powerful that it can take away this forbidden item with just a word? Dan Yunlong sneered. Everyone here is a discerning person. They have all seen or possess forbidden items. This forbidden item is so high in the sequence that no one has ever seen it before. No one is willing to give it up. Dan Yunlong chuckled and mimicked Lung Yutong's tone, saying, Dan Yunlong, Southern Military Region, if everyone can give us this forbidden item, we'll gain the friendship of the Southern Military Region. Luo Sheng laughed loudly and said, Your friendship is nothing. I'd rather forge a deep friendship with the Western Military Region. Xiaodong, let me go get your things for you. After saying that, he turned around and was about to fly up. Don't move. Stand there. Dan Yunlong and Lung Yutong shouted at the same time. This Luo Sheng is not simple-minded. He is not as frivolous as he says. If he gets his hands on it, given his speed and agility in the air, it would be really difficult to catch him. Okay. Seeing that the two were about to make their move, he felt a little uneasy. If they focused their attacks on him, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Luo Sheng sized up Lung Yutong's long legs. Her light blue shorts revealed a large expanse of snow-white skin. Her tall figure and excellent proportions made Luo Sheng exclaim in admiration. Gu Chang'an was extremely disgusted by Luo Sheng's gaze and immediately retorted angrily. If you look around like that again, I'll burn you alive and feed you to the zombies. As he spoke, white flames rose from Gu Chang'an's hand, revealing his fire-based supernatural ability. This fire was clearly extraordinary, filled with a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. It's absolutely laughable. When did this kind of person appear in Western communities? Luo Sheng remained defiant, his eyes filled with provocation. Gu Chang'an disdained to argue with him. I hope you won't scream when my white spirit flame burns you. The water lily of Ruashi slowly rotates at the top of the tower, creating faint ripples that have no effect on the commotion below. Forbidden Item 011, Ruashi Water Lily, produced in Ruins 011. It was originally produced from the spiritual spring in Ruins 011, and was formed only after exhausting the energy of the entire ruins. It was then swallowed by the desert during the fusion of the three ruins, becoming Forbidden Item 011. In her previous life, it was in Lung Yutong's hands, and was in no way inferior to the forbidden items in the top 10. Lung Yutong sneered, Whether I get it or not is not up to you. Frost and snowfall. In concentric circles beneath everyone's feet. Large snowflakes fell like rain. This was the domain Lung Yutong had unleashed after arriving, a domain unique to her. This woman is quite capable. Lung Yutong was preparing, so how could anyone else be chatting idly? An abyss appeared beneath Shan Yunlong's feet, and he led Shan Yunhu directly into it. The abyss continued to expand, with countless star wheels flying around indiscriminately. When it came into contact with the snowflakes, it produced a sound like metal clashing. Zzz. The power of the star wheel pierced through several snowflakes, carrying starlight, and struck towards Lung Yutong. Gu Chang'an unleashed his full power of white spirit flame, creating several white fire shields in front of him. The power of the star wheels was being countered, causing chaos in the arena. Lung Yutong's domain greatly restricted the agility of everyone present, and Lung Yutong and Luo Sheng were busy fending off the wildly flying star wheels. When Shan Yunlong reappeared, he was already in front of Ruashi Shuelian. Dan Yunlong could almost see himself taking control of this forbidden object. Did I tell you to touch my things? Boom. As the demonic flames descended, prisms stood upright all around, and the energy they generated moved everyone present. The violent aura struck their hearts like a heavy hammer. The arena was filled with demonic flames, and Lung Yutong's domain was instantly shattered. She was bent over, clearly having been impacted by the violent power. Shan Yunlong's eyes widened. Why are you here again? Fang Lanbai grabbed Shan Yunlong by the neck with one hand, and with her powerful strength, threw Shan Yunlong to the ground. Shan Yunhu appeared next to Shan Yunlong. Hey. Dan Yunhu chuckled, leaving Fang Lanbai somewhat bewildered, and kicked him to his brother's side. Gu Chang'an felt a chill run down his spine. His white spirit flame seemed so insignificant in the face of this blackish flame. Roar. Fang Dai followed closely behind, casually swatting the star wheel aside, and flew to Fang Lanbai's side with Yi Qingyao. Been rushing here since she heard the first roar, but the distance was too far, So she only arrived now. Fong Lanbai scanned everyone present, his domineering gaze making people afraid to meet his eyes, and Shan Yunlong even lowered his head directly. Yi Qingyao quickly climbed onto the Ruashi water lotus, slapped it with one hand, and blood-red color appeared. The ripples became more frequent and powerful. Yi Qingyao sat cross-legged on the Ruashi water lotus and used her special ability to control it. Luo Sheng looked at the crowd and said urgently, "What are you waiting for? Are you just going to watch them take down the forbidden item? There are so many of us, let's attack together." Everyone was tempted. Luo Sheng took the lead and rushed forward with his bone sword, followed closely by Lung Yutong, who slapped a huge black snowflake at Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai sneered. His upper clothes burst open in an instant, revealing his thick muscles, and the demonic patterns on his back seemed to come alive. "Did I tell you not to say anything?" Fong Lanbai stepped onto the prism, and in the blink of an eye, Fong Lanbai's fist was already at his face. How could it be so fast? Luo Sheng was slammed against the wall by Fong Lanbai like a bird with a broken wing. This punch was much more powerful than the explosion of a snowflake from Lung Yutong. Luo Sheng saw stars and hit the wall. I thought to myself, this is bad. Even if Luo Sheng's mind was not clear, he knew he couldn't slow down, and he forced himself to spread his wings and take flight. Chapter 58. Twists and Turns. Lung Yutong's black snowflakes had reached Fong Lanbai's feet, and the chill emanating from them dimmed Fong Lanbai's demonic flames. The prisms that were stuck in the ground flew into the air at high speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The black snowflakes were shattered, but did not dissipate. Instead, they turned into black mist. This was Lung Yutong's ability, the netherworld. Once this aura entered the body, it would likely destroy everything from the inside out. Bang! Roar, roar, roar. Fong Daidai's dragon body erupted with intense lightning, instantly covering the entire battlefield. Under Fong Daidai's lightning, the netherworld was reduced to nothingness. The prisms, imbued with demonic flames, arrived one by one in Fong Lanbai's hands, forming a prism longsword that easily neutralized the whirlwind brought by Cui Ming. Behind him was a star mark, forming a cross as it attacked Fong Lanbai's back. Shan Yunlong was determined to make a move and not let Fong Lanbai leave this ruin safely with the forbidden item. Fong Lanbai swung the prism-heavy sword behind him without even turning his head to block Shan Yunlong's attack. Demonic flames rippled in his eyes, and waves of invisible energy affected the minds of everyone present. Gu Chang'an unleashed several flying swords made of white spirit flames at Fong Lanbai, but Fong Lanbai twisted his body and easily dodged Gu Chang'an's attack. With one hand clenched into a fist, demonic flames surged beneath Gu Chang'an's feet. Gu Chang'an tried to forcefully counter it with his white spirit flame, but the white spirit flame was easily swallowed up by the black and red flames. Gu Chang'an could only dodge. Lung Yutong raised and lowered her hands, and tiny specks of light appeared in her hands. Fong Lanbai had to be cautious about Lung Yutong's preparation. The sword energy was about to strike, but a bone sword and a star will blocked it. Dan Yunhu was still grinning foolishly, while the gray energy between his eyebrows shot straight into Dan Yunlong's body, without any visible change in Dan Yunlong. But the next second, star wheels emerged from the abyss behind Shan Yunlong, and 9 star wheels slowly rose to the top of Shan Yunlong's head, bringing with them an extremely strong energy fluctuation. Clearly, they wanted Fong Lanbai to make a choice. No matter which attack Fong Lanbai chose to defend against, he would suffer massive damage from them. But they still underestimated Fong Lanbai. How could Fong Lanbai be driven to a dead end? The prism greatsword was thrown into the air by Fong Lanbai and disintegrated. One by one, the prisms disintegrated and then connected end to end. They form a circle in the air. Chi-chi-chi-chi. All the prisms pointed towards the center, and terrifying blue energy fluctuations converged, making Shan Yunlong feel uncertain. This is almost his strongest attack. If it gets neutralized, he'll really be going home. There's no hope of winning. Fong Lanbai slowly condensed demonic flames in his right hand, and the demonic patterns on his body emitted an eerie red light. A huge lion's head gradually appeared. Thinking about it carefully, it was 8 parts similar to the demonic flame Lion King. With his left hand controlling the 12-sided crystal and his right hand gathering demonic flames, his expression showed no sign of bravado. Boom, boom, bang. The 9 star wheels collided with Fong Lanbai's prism energy, and the huge energy fluctuations caused the area to tremble. 5 of the star wheels shattered instantly, which blocked Fong Lanbai's attack. The remaining star wheels also lost their star power, as they were completely dispersed by this energy. Lung Yutong soared into the air, and a huge snowflake-shaped object appeared behind her, half black and half white. The aura around Lung Yutong also became eerie, and strange patterns appeared on her long legs. With a flick of her hand, the snowflakes behind her shattered and reappeared in front of Lung Yutong. At this critical moment, Lung Yutong chose to switch from offense to defense, trying to block Fong Lanbai's attack. Zzz. From demonic flames, struck the black and white snowflakes, causing them to melt away and reveal a black and white mist that obscured Fong Lanbai's vision. This is what makes Fong Lanbai so powerful. The two superpowers can not only be combined when needed, but also separated when necessary, still maintaining formidable combat strength. It should be noted that Fong Lanbai achieved the name of Mei solely through the 12-sided crystal in her previous life. Fong Lanbai is now incomparable to her former self. Her strength has increased by several levels. Fong Daidai kept watching over Yi Qingyao, who was sitting cross-legged on the Ruashi water lily. Powerful forbidden objects always choose their own users, and Ruashi water lotus is no exception. The reason Fong Lanbai was able to absorb the forbidden item 004 so quickly was partly because Fong Daidai had just woken up, and the first person she saw was Fong Lanbai, which gave her a sense of familiarity and made the process exceptionally smooth. If one fails the test while absorbing forbidden items, one will suffer a severe backlash, and the very source of one's superpowers may be damaged. But with Yi Qingyao's strength and temperament, passing the test of Ruashi Water Lotus is not a difficult task. Fong Daidai stayed by Yi Qingyao's side the whole time, and no matter what methods Luo Sheng used, he did not leave her side for a moment. As long as he got close, he would experience the power of the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon's Claw. Luo Sheng and Cui Ming worked together, with Luo Sheng using Cui Ming's momentum to move faster in the air and dodge Fong Daidai's attacks. Roar, 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 roar. The extremely dense dark energy had become liquid, flowing down Fong Daidai's dragon claw and covering the entire tower. Lightning crackled overhead, bolts of lightning striking down. In this confined space, Fong Daidai truly displayed the Thunder Prison as the lightning strikes grew increasingly dense. Cui Ming was ultimately not as agile as Luo Sheng. He was struck by lightning and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. He struggled to his feet, took a pearl in his hand, and quickly swallowed it. His aura quickly returned. The object he had just obtained was found by Luo Sheng and Cui Ming in the ruins. After experimenting, they discovered that this pearl-like sphere could quickly heal injuries. He opened the feather fan in his hand, and the blades parted and shot towards Fong Daidai. Fong Daidai did not expect that this human would still have the ability to attack after being hit. In addition, he was casting Thunder Prison and could not dodge in time. Several of the feathers seeped into Fong Daidai's neck, causing a burning sensation. The sharpness of these feathers exceeded Fong Daidai's expectations. It should be noted that Fong Daidai's dragon scales were no weaker than any defensive artifact activated by a third-tier ability user. This shows how sharp Cui Ming's fan blades are, but even Cui Ming might not be able to launch a second attack like this. To injure a third-tier Thunder Prison Demon Dragon with the strength of a late-stage second-tier cultivator is already something to be proud of. The dragon's aura was released without reservation, and the fan blades inside Fong Daidai were forcibly forced out of his body. The enormous dragon wings covered a large area. Fong Daidai roared, and blue-purple arcs of electricity leaped across Fong Daidai's scales. The intensity of Thunder Prison was still rising. Dense dark energy emanated from beneath its dragon claws, and a thundercloud hung above its head, constantly emitting bolts of lightning as thick as a person. It left large scorched marks on the ground, and the dark energy on the tower slowly gathered, continuously shooting out dark energy balls in all directions. Previously been harassing Fong Daidai, now find it difficult to even get close to him. It seems like this dragon's energy is never going to run out. Luo Sheng used all his strength to dodge Fong Daidai's attacks. In this place, there were no blind spots for them to hide in. If he is not careful, a series of attacks will plunge him into an abyss of no return. Chapter 59, February 5 stars. At this moment, Luo Sheng was charred black all over. He had survived the Thunder Prison by sheer luck. His snow-white bone wings had turned charred black, and his arms had been grazed by dark energy balls. A bloody mess appeared, revealing stark white bones. Cui Ming fared even worse. Not as agile as Luo Sheng to begin with, he was hit multiple times and lay on the ground barely alive, his body emitting a burnt smell. Fong Daidai unleashed this massive attack, releasing most of its energy. Luo Sheng took Cui Ming into the air, having no intention of launching another attack. The muscular man, also at the third level, was far superior to me in both physical strength and superpowers. He knew that if it were a one-on-one fight, he would probably only get beaten up. He was the one who usually crushed others. As the strongest person in the Mingdu settlement, this was the first time he felt a sense of defeat in battle. And this dragon rider is no less powerful. If I hadn't been guarding that woman, I probably would have been torn to shreds by him. With those purple vertical pupils made me feel a little uneasy. Give me this forbidden item, and we can discuss it. Lung Yutong looked at the man in front of her. His strength was beyond her expectations, and she was not confident that she could defeat him. Whatever you want, as long as it's not forbidden, we can give it to you. Gu Chang'an's voice rang out. For the military, there was nothing they couldn't get. This forbidden item was, in their eyes, a sure thing. It was just that Fong Lanbai's strength was a bit too much. This forced them to adopt roundabout strategies. What I want are forbidden items. How many can you give me? Fong Lanbai said disdainfully. In the apocalypse, who would complain about having too many forbidden items? And such high-level forbidden items are even rarer, appearing only once in a lifetime. How could anyone possibly want to give them up? Even Lung Yutong, who always looked down on everything, looked somewhat anxious. If this dragged on any longer, the woman traveling with Fong Lanbai would have the forbidden item absorbed, making it even more difficult to snatch it back. But now there's nothing that can be done about Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai's methods are endless, and her powerful strength easily withstands all of her attacks. Dan Yunlong appeared on the other side, his expression even more grave. He didn't know if there was still any chance of leaving. He was somewhat relieved that he had been cowardly before the ruins began and hadn't tested Fong Lanbai's strength. Otherwise, he would have been beaten so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. How amazing you are! Hurry up and show us your hidden skills. Dan Yunlong shouted to Luo Sheng, who was flying in the air. Upon hearing Shan Yunlong's words, Fong Lanbai looked up at Luo Sheng in the air, while Luo Sheng looked away awkwardly. When did I say that? Don't give me that nonsense. Luo Sheng felt a little flustered under Fong Lanbai's gaze and immediately denied it. Lung Yutong, stop playing those little tricks of yours. Fong Lanbai's voice, devoid of any emotion, rang out. With a stomp of his foot, demonic flames swept across the surroundings, and the previously bare ground began to show signs of melting snowflakes. Lung Yutong has not given up yet. Her supernatural abilities are spreading, and she is secretly using her methods. However, Fong Lanbai sensed a slight energy fluctuation and neutralized it in advance. Lung Yutong, stop trying. I'm determined to have this Ruashi water lotus. Lung Yutong's expression grew increasingly cold. She was truly unwilling to give up. The forbidden item had a very high sequence and a high degree of compatibility with her. Giving up like this was simply too much for her to bear. A large pool of thick liquid droplets shot out, and when it reached the middle of the crowd, it exploded instantly, hitting everyone. With a wave of his hand, Fong Lanbai's demonic flames burned the incoming projectiles into a mist, which then spread outwards. This is poisonous fog. He's here. Fong Lanbai's demonic flames swirled and rolled, enveloping the poisonous creature until they dissipated, and the remaining people all took cover. Lung Yutong's 3 snowflakes quickly caught and absorbed the droplet, while Gu Chang'an's white spirit flames swiftly dissolved it. Ha ha, it's really lively here. A chilling laugh rang out, and several people walked out of the passage. The leader was Chao Yunxiao, followed by 3 others, all of whom exuded considerable power. Completely ignoring the stares of the crowd, he strode into the middle of them. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chao Yunxiao, the ruler of the apocalypse. Chao Yunxiao, the deadly poison star, is a superhuman among the 12 stars who is skilled in using poison. He calls himself the savior of the apocalypse and is famous for poisoning thousands of zombies. Fong Lanbai knew he had arrived, but she informed the Blood Emperor not to stop him. This guy had extremely strong group attack capabilities, and if one was not careful, one would be hit. Otherwise, the Blood Emperor's elite zombies would probably suffer heavy losses. There were 12 people in the arena, all of whom were at least late-stage Tier 2. Prism Hidden Moon, Square Blue, and White. Lone Star in the Sky, Shan Yunlong. Hunter Wing Star, Luo Sheng. Deadly Poison Star, Chao Yunxiao. Shua Shui Ming Xing, Lung Yutong. Also included are the yet-to-appear 9 Souls Venerable Moon, Feathered Rain, and Sound Tribulation Qin Star, Dream Jingqi. A total of 2 moons and 5 stars appeared here. Most of the powerful beings from the sun, moon, and star realms gathered in this fusion ruin. They are hard to find rivals outside, and are practically the ceiling of combat power in the entire China. Fong Lanbai stood atop the prism, looking down at Chao Yunxiao, and said calmly, "Are you going to block my way too?" Chao Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. He disliked being looked at like that. "So what if I block you?" Chao Yunxiao said disdainfully. Boom. Fong Lanbai didn't say anything more to him. A great battle was about to break out, and in an instant, he arrived in front of the deadly poison star. But what they encountered was the group brought by Chao Yunxiao. These three worked together seamlessly and were pure power-type awakened beings, barely managing to withstand a few punches from Fong Lanbai. After repelling one of them, before Fong Lanbai could follow up with an attack, the other two surrounded him and attacked with a strong gust of wind. Knock knock. But he didn't even touch Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai's prism spun around him, and when it hit the prism, he felt a pain in his hand. The prism remained completely still, as if it could predict where they would attack, thus blocking their attacks. Fong Lanbai punched a man in the stomach, instantly knocking him back. A prism fell from the sky, slicing the man in two. Fong Lanbai had controlled the prism in advance to block the blood from splattering on him. Overestimating one's abilities. Fong Lanbai said calmly, "Anyone who dares to attack me should be prepared to die." Chao Yunxiao was not idle either. He put away his playful smile and launched 3 poisoned arrows in an instant. The speed was so fast that even the air seemed to be infected, which shows how strong the poison was. Fong Lanbai avoided the confrontation. The others also joined in, knowing they couldn't let Fong Lanbai take these 2 forbidden items away so easily. Otherwise, they didn't know how strong this guy would be next time they met. A gigantic star wheel, a sky full of snowflakes, a white fireball, and a chilling bone sword descended from above Fong Lanbai's head. Just as Fong Lanbai's prism was about to make a move, it sensed a familiar aura, and a smile curved at the corner of its lips. Chapter 60 Ruashi and the Water Lily display their power. Light blue water ripples enveloped Fong Lanbai, and the thin layer of water ripples blocked all attacks. Yi Qingyao successfully absorbed the Ruashi water lotus, and the forbidden item 011 revealed its power for the first time. Yi Qingyao lightly touched the Ruashi water lily with her toes, and with one hand outstretched in front of her, water droplets slowly formed around everyone. Retreat quickly. Everyone sensed the immense power contained within those seemingly insignificant water droplets. But was Yi Qingyao's attack so easily dodged? These pale blue water droplets exploded instantly, and the powerful energy surge sent everyone flying several meters away. 2 streams of water flowed into Fong Lanbai and Fong Daidai's bodies, and the injuries they sustained in the battle were rapidly healing. Ruashi Water Lotus has extremely comprehensive abilities, making it a versatile forbidden item. It not only grants the user water-based abilities, but also greatly enhances their defensive capabilities as long as they are on the Lotus platform. Run out. Fong Daidai immediately understood that now that they had obtained the forbidden item 011, there was no point in leaving it here. Roar, roar, roar. Purple lightning condensed in Fong Daidai's mouth. Yi Qingyao amplified it at the right moment, and the energy of the lightning instantly doubled. The lightning, which was as wide as 3 people, was blocked by the others. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared, and the scattered arcs of electricity paralyzed half of anyone who came into contact with them. Everyone looked at this stunningly beautiful woman, whose every move exuded a cold and aloof aura, and whose face seemed to keep people at a distance. Absorbing the Ruashi water lotus, the aura around him became even more mysterious. Luo Sheng kept a close eye on Yi Qingyao, afraid of missing anything. Gu Chang'an was also amazed by Yi Qingyao's appearance. He had always thought that Lung Yutong beside him was absolutely beautiful, but he never expected that there was someone even more beautiful than Lung Yutong. At first, everyone's attention was on Fong Lanbai, and they didn't notice this stunningly beautiful woman. Now that she has made a move, it's likely that her original strength was also extremely high. Otherwise, how could she have so easily neutralized everyone's attacks with just the Ruashi water lotus? Fong Daidai quickly led Fong Lanbai and rushed out of there. The attacks came one after another. Ruashi Shuilian transformed from a lotus platform into a lotus flower, blocking Fong Daidai's path. The attack struck Ruashi's water lily, creating ripples. Damn, why is this lotus flower so hard? Chao Yunxiao cursed, but his attack did not cause much damage to Ruashi Shuilian. The usually ineffective poison was easily resisted by Ruashi Shuilian. Seeing that Fong Daidai was about to fly away, Lung Yutong shouted to the crowd, "Don't hold back any of your methods. Get your hands on the forbidden item, and then we'll fight over it." As Lung Yutong spoke, he threw a ring into the air. In a flash, the ring disappeared, transforming into a suit of bright silver armor. This thing is actually 4th tier. Unexpectedly, Lung Yutong had a backup plan. The puppet took a step in the air and rushed straight towards Fong Daidai, who was in midair. Fong Lanbai's expression changed. 4th rank, while he was only at the mid-3rd rank. Such a huge leap in realm. Even he was not confident of victory. However, this armor probably has its drawbacks. Without replenishing its energy, it would be difficult to fight for an extended period of time in these ruins. Immediately, the 3 drops of life essence were distributed among themselves to replenish the supernatural energy they had just consumed. Boom. One punch. The Ruashi Water Lotus began to tremble, and fists rained down, causing the Ruashi Water Lotus to shatter. Fong Lanbai stepped forward to meet him, punching the 4th-tier battle armor. Fong Lanbai prided himself on his immense strength, claiming that even pure strength awakeners of the same tier were far inferior to him. But this Tier 4 armor gave him a sense of powerlessness. An ordinary Tier 2 fighter probably couldn't even withstand one of his punches, but Fong Lanbai didn't dare to take a direct hit from the armor's punches. The terrifying force of the punch left Fong Lanbai with no advantage. Snowflakes appeared beneath Fong Lanbai's feet, and Fong Lanbai instantly felt her body become heavy. Bump! The 4th-tier armored warrior punched Fong Lanbai in the chest, but Fong Lanbai was not knocked away. A lotus flower enveloped the fist of the 4th-tier armored warrior. Fong Lanbai stepped on the chest of the 4th-tier armor, using the momentum to rush towards the people chasing behind him. The lotus flower exploded instantly, causing the 4th-tier armor to pause. Fong Dai quickly stepped forward, twisted his body, and his thick dragon tail whistled through the air. Even though the 4th-tier battle armor was prepared, it was still knocked back dozens of meters by Fong Dai's attack. A wave of dark energy was instantly released, completely covering the 4th-tier battle armor. Ruashi Water Lily appeared without warning at the feet of the 4th-tier battle armor, her petals enveloping it. The 4th-tier armored figure gripped 2 petals with both hands, using its powerful strength to pry open the Ruashi Water Lotus and escape from it. Fong Dai quickly rushed forward and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the 4th-tier armor. The powerful attack from before had not caused the 4th-tier armor much damage. Fong Dai and Yi Qingyao temporarily held off the 4th-tier battle armor, and Fong Lanbai turned around, and they bumped into each other. Xiao Yunxiao produced a sickle from somewhere. It was dark red, and its sharpness was evident just by looking at it. Fong Lanbai's prismatic sword clashed with the scythe, producing a clanging sound. Xiao Yunxiao, forbidden items are good, but they must be used by the right person. Fong Lanbai waved his hand, and his palm, wreathed in demonic flames, landed on Xiao Yunxiao's chest. Although Xiao Yunxiao instantly neutralized the demonic flames with poison, half of his heart was still visible, beating within it. In just a few rounds, Xiao Yunxiao was seriously injured. He felt a chill in his heart, realizing that he had overestimated his own strength. Shut up. Xiao Yunxiao's dark red scythe slashed through the air, emanating a killing intent. I was planning to wait until you were alone before picking it up, but it seems you're in a hurry than I am. With a casual flick of his wrist, Fong Lanbai knocked Luo Sheng's bone sword away and sent him flying with a punch. He then smiled lightly at Xiao Yunxiao. Looking at Xiao Yunxiao's increasingly gloomy face, Fong Lanbai's demonic flames protected him, melting the black and white snowflakes beneath his feet. If it were a one-on-one fight, I wonder how many sword strikes this savior of the apocalypse could withstand from me. Forbidden Item 024, Blood Scythe, the last forbidden item among these 3 ruins, renowned for its intense killing intent. Anyone struck by it will suffer cumulative damage once blood is drawn. This powerful characteristic was developed to its extreme by Xiao Yunxiao in his previous life. Combined with his own special abilities, as long as blood was drawn, victory was basically assured. After obtaining this forbidden item, Xiao Yunxiao believed that his 3rd-tier cultivation and the forbidden item would allow him to crush everyone in the ruins. However, he was powerless to fight back against Fong Lanbai's attacks. If it weren't for the fact that there were more of them, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand more than a few of Fong Lanbai's moves. Again, Xiao Yunxiao showed no sign of backing down, and his blood-red scythe left a long, bloody gash. Fong Lanbai's lips curled slightly, and the prism sword in his hand quickly disintegrated, with a sound of air being cut. Fong Lanbai had already closed in on Xiao Yunxiao, who was rushing up. He grabbed Xiao Yunxiao's arm with one hand, twisted it behind his back, and Xiao Yunxiao's arm broke instantly. He took the blood scythe and, like the god of destruction, hung it behind his back. The surrounding prisms were like a large net, neatly embedded in Xiao Yunxiao's ribs. The demonic flames rolled. Bump! Dan Yunlong used his star wheel to block Fong Lanbai's prism, and Luo Sheng quickly flew over from behind, taking Xiao Yunxiao, who had lost an arm, and retreated rapidly. Luo Sheng couldn't help but curse. What are you pretending for? If it weren't for the fact that we wouldn't have had a chance of winning if you hadn't died, I wouldn't have fucking saved you. Chapter 61 Acquisition of the Three Forbidden Items. Fong Lanbai's prism quickly changed direction and shot towards Shan Yunlong, whose face turned ashen and whose star wheel danced wildly. Just as the prism, imbued with demonic flames, was about to pierce his body, Lung Yutong appeared, holding two snowflakes in her hand, and quickly deflected Fong Lanbai's prism from its direction. As Gu Chang'an threw the snowflake, his white spirit flames quickly appeared, evaporating the snowflake and creating a large white mist that obscured Fong Lanbai's vision. Lung Yutong and Shan Yunlong quickly retreated, putting distance between themselves and Fong Lanbai. Haha, is this more like a 12-star system? The team's cooperation successfully averted Chao Yunxiao's inevitable death and also helped Shan Yunlong escape. Otherwise, they would fight one-on-one like they did in the disc just now, suspicious of each other, each hiding their own other tricks. Fong Lanbai will make them pay the price. The forbidden item 024 has been obtained. Chao Yunxiao must die, otherwise no one can use this blood scythe. If the aura of the divine sword of annihilation is the ultimate sharpness, then the blood scythe is the eternal killing intent, sending chills down one's spine. The endless killing intent emanating from the blood scythe simply by having it hanging on his clothes. Are you still going to stop me? If you back down now, I won't pursue the matter further, and we can discuss cooperation in the future. Fong Lanbai said calmly. In the apocalypse, you can't make too many enemies unless you have the courage to face the entire Chinese military force. Fong Lanbai believes that the boundary gathering grounds haven't developed to that extent yet. Bullshit. 3 forbidden items, and you plan to monopolize them all? What a huge appetite. Chao Yunxiao cursed, completely forgetting that he had almost died at Fong Lanbai's hands, and that Fong Lanbai had snatched his blood scythe, causing him even greater losses. Luo Sheng glanced at Chao Yunxiao. This idiot is really stubborn. He loves to stick his neck out. He'll definitely be the first to die. He knew he would definitely be under special scrutiny. Luo Sheng was a smart man, and he was unwilling to give up this forbidden item, especially since Fong Lanbai already had 2 on him. As long as you seize the opportunity, go up and grab one, and fly back to the Mingdu settlement at your own speed, you will be safe. Ultimately, it all comes down to greed. These 3 forbidden items are ranked extremely high in the sequence, far surpassing ordinary forbidden items. You're very strong. Join my Western military region. If you agree to join, I'll leave a mark on your mind, and you can have this forbidden item. Lung Yutong said to Fong Lanbai with great interest. Believe me, your Western military district won't last long. Fong Lanbai toyed with a cluster of demonic flames in one hand and said disdainfully, how arrogant. Don't think you can look down on everything just because you have some ability. Gu Chang'an said angrily. As the son of the commander of the Western military region, he certainly wouldn't allow Fong Lanbai to say such a thing. Flames that were burning behind him seemed to have encountered a natural enemy and instantly withered. Gu Chang'an dared not meet the aggressive gaze of Lanbai above and looked away. Dan Yunlong glanced at Fong Lanbai and whispered, I suddenly don't want the forbidden item anymore. I got a lot from the ruins this time. After speaking, the star wheel beside him grew larger, and a starry sky appeared in the middle of the star wheel, which then quickly transported Shan Yunhu through time. Fong Lanbai didn't move, watching the remaining people with great interest. My dad needs to see me. Let's hang out another day. As he spoke, he was about to unfurl his bone wings and rush to the exit of the ruins. Swish swish. The prism flew out, and Luo Sheng did not expect Fong Lanbai to launch a sudden attack. He narrowly dodged Fong Lanbai's attack, and in that instant, Fong Lanbai was already close. The prisms swiftly formed a great sword, which, with one hand gripping Luo Sheng's neck, pierced Luo Sheng's bone wing amidst his terrified gaze. It pierced through the extremely tough bone wings, preventing Luo Sheng from taking flight. It was thrown to the ground like a chick. I never said I was going to let you go. Luo Sheng stared at Fong Lanbai with terror in his eyes. He had never felt so close to death before. Don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. Luo Sheng retreated step by step. He knew that once he could no longer fly, he would never escape Fong Lanbai's grasp, and that would only hasten his death. Don't worry, you're still useful. You won't die so quickly. Fong Lanbai's smile was extremely ferocious in Luo Sheng's eyes. He never expected that the most dissolute hunter-wing star in his previous life would now beg for mercy. He only has himself to blame for his greed. After Shan Yunlong left, the group fell apart and no longer had the ability to fight against Fong Lanbai. Cui Ming, stand still, or I can't guarantee his safety. When Cui Ming heard his name called, he shuddered. He had been severely injured, and it was a miracle that he was still standing. Seeing that these people had lost their fighting spirit, and that only one fool remained. Lung Yutong was already considering leaving. There was no point in staying here. Chao Yinxiao panicked. He knew that Fong Lanbai would definitely attack him, and as long as he didn't die, the link with the blood scythe could not be broken. They are currently unable to withstand Fong Lanbai's attacks. Black snowflakes appeared under Chao Yinxiao's feet. Chao Yinxiao did not expect Lung Yutong to attack him. He tried to get away, but his feet seemed to be stuck, and he could not break free at all. At the critical moment, the green mist beneath Chao Yinxiao's feet quickly melted away the black snowflakes, turning them into a streak of energy that frantically fled out of the ruins. Demonic flames blocked his way, and a long sword descended from the sky, pinning Chao Yinxiao to the ground. Demonic flames surged from both hands, and a lion's head formed from the flames instantly engulfed Chao Yinxiao. Chao Yinxiao wanted to counterattack, and the thick venom in his hand attacked Fong Lanbai like a poisonous dragon. But Fong Lanbai was not unprepared. The demonic flames instantly enveloped the venom. This venom should be considered Chao Yinxiao's last trump card. It took the demonic flames several minutes to annihilate it. What changes will occur in the poison gathering ground he found it after his death? Lung Yutong and Gu Chang'an then quickly fled. Fong Lanbai did not pursue the matter further. Her goal had been achieved, and Lung Yutong probably had other tricks up her sleeve. Fong Lanbai did not want to do something that would be thankless and exhausting. Fong Lanbai alone successfully defeated 4 12-star powerhouses and several second-tier powerhouses. Shan Yunlong was seriously injured. Lung Yutong was slightly injured. Juming Duxing was left forever in this ruin, and Lai Kong Yixing became a prisoner. Having single-handedly suppressed 4 12-star powerhouses, Fong Lanbai knew that no one but himself could do it. Yi Qingyao and Fong Daidai worked together to exhaust the energy of the 4th-tier battle armor, leaving only the motionless armor, which Fong Daidai held in the dragon's claws. This 4th-tier dragon was undeniably powerful. Most of Fong Daidai's dragon scales were shattered, and his mouth was filled with blood, indicating he had suffered considerable internal injuries. Yi Qingyao's special ability was also about to be exhausted, and she successfully held off the 4th-tier battle armor. Fong Lanbai casually put the 4th-tier battle armor into the Dark Demon Essence. This item was considered the second most valuable thing in the ruins, after the forbidden items. This type of upgradable armor offers a significant boost to awakened individuals. Now only Luo Sheng and Cui Ming remain in the arena, and this man now holds their lives in his hands. Fong Lanbai summoned several life essences for Fong Daidai and Yi Qingyao to use, quickly restoring their combat power. This trip to the 3 ruins resulted in the successful acquisition of these 3 forbidden items. With these Tier 4 armors, we now have a total of 4 sets of armor that can be upgraded. There's also the Xianming ship, a deadly weapon on the battlefield. Chapter 62, entering the Ming capital gathering place openly and honestly. Dumbass, well done. Fong Lanbai stroked Fong Daidai's dragon head and praised him, saying that Fong Daidai had made a great contribution this time, cooperating with Yi Qingyao to forcibly hold back this 4th-tier battle armor. Roar! Fong Daidai was quite pleased. His dragon eyes narrowed slightly, and his huge dragon head rubbed against Fong Lanbai's hand. Perhaps you should celebrate later. A clear, cold female voice rang out, and Yu Huayu appeared not far away with Meng Jingqi. Why didn't you make a move just now? Fong Lanbai looked at the woman in white. Her beautiful face turned towards her and said softly. Yu Huayu was slightly taken aback. The other party's evaluation of Lanbai unconsciously rose a little higher. In such an intense battle, he was still able to be distracted and sense the surrounding atmosphere, which was truly admirable. Ascension Reign, the gathering place in Chuzhou. I'm not interested in those 3 forbidden items. Forbidden items may be powerful, but what's most important is finding what suits you best. Meng Jingqi looked at Yu Huayu with some confusion. Why was Sister Yu, who is usually so sparing with words, willing to explain to him today? But she didn't ask. So what's on your mind now? Are you interested in that Tier 4 battle armor? Hearing Fong Lanbai's blunt words, Yu Huayu felt a bit disappointed. Those men had all been so attentive to her appearance, as if they were afraid of not being able to talk to her. Unexpectedly, this guy remained unmoved, his red and blue eyes devoid of any extra emotion. Yi Qingyao behind Fong Lanbai. Yi Qingyao's appearance was in no way inferior to his own, and her strength was also extremely high. Was it because of her? We'd like to discuss a collaboration with you. Sister Yu has her eye on your ability to replenish supernatural powers. Meng Jingqi answered first. Why is Sister Yu, who is usually so decisive, willing to spend time talking here today? Upon hearing this, Fong Lanbai immediately realized that this guy had his eye on the life essence produced by Wang Ling. Unexpectedly, business started coming in even before this life essence was advertised. This is unique to our boundary-breaking gathering area. It needs to be exchanged for crystal cores. Fong Lanbai summoned the essence of life and used her supernatural power to control her flight towards the rain of feathers. Life essence is divided into different levels. Later, Fong Lanbai discovered that the power of life essence is related to the zombie's rank. The higher the zombie's rank, the stronger the life essence. The life essence condensed from the corpse of a first-tier zombie is called first-tier life essence. Fong Lanbai has already been able to mass-produce this first-tier life essence, which will be the main product sold in the next boundary-breaking gathering place. How much of this is there? Yu Huayu asked. As many as you want, we have them. Yu Huayu was somewhat shocked. It seemed that his strength was even greater than she had expected. However, her face showed no emotion. Okay, Shuzhou gathering place. I'll be waiting for you. Yu Huayu didn't say much and left with Meng Jingqi. The ruins won't close for a while, so go look for them now. You might find something good. Jiu Huzun, you were to make a move. Fong Lanbai might not be able to obtain these 3 forbidden items. Fong Lanbai knew her strength best. In their previous life, both being Wu Yu, Fong Lanbai had never seen her go all out. Judging from her aura just now, she probably already possesses a high-level forbidden item, which explains why she didn't make a move. This Nine Souls Venerable Moon has a grand plan for the world. When the time comes, I'll take you on Nan with me. Otherwise, she'll really think she's easy to manipulate. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman, Luo Sheng felt a pang of regret. If he hadn't been in such a sorry state, she might have witnessed his triumphant spread wings. Sister Yu, what's wrong with you today? Do you think this guy is really handsome and you're starting to have feelings for him? Meng Jingqi looked like she was looking on with a gossip in her eyes. No, the bigger picture is more important. The Ascension Feather Gathering grounds aren't strong enough yet, so how can we discuss such things? Yu Huayu's expression was quite calm, which made Meng Jingqi put away her gossipy thoughts, but Yu Huayu's eyes reflected the sunset over the ruins. Come on, take me to your father. Fong Lanbai gestured to Luo Sheng's blank back. Luo Sheng didn't dare to speak. He knew that Fong Lanbai wasn't killing him because Ming Du had something he wanted. Master, everything is normal. The Blood Emperor remained guarding the ruins, blocking countless scattered survivors and mutated beasts. Okay, you can go back now and wait for my notification. The Blood Emperor knelt on one knee before Fong Lanbai, responded with a yes, and led his elite horde of corpses away. The Mingdu settlement was built on a mountain, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. According to Luo Sheng, their Mingdu settlement had already withstood 2 zombie hordes, and both times they survived safely. From afar, you can see the city wall made of metal, and a heavy aura is overwhelming. Superhumans patrol everywhere on the city wall. As expected of a place founded by the military, it is indeed a place with strict discipline. Was taken into the dark demon essence by Fong Lanbai to recuperate, since they would need Fong Dai Dai to help them get back. Fong Lanbai was about to enter through the city gate, but Luo Sheng said that he had never walked through here before and always flew in directly. No one dared to stop him, but everyone in this settlement knew him. There were many people guarding the city gate, holding guns. Luo Sheng went straight forward. His appearance was too striking. Before he even got there, someone came up to greet him. Brother Luo, you've gone to kill zombies again, haven't you? You're really impressive. He was just a squad leader, barely holding a position. Seeing the extremely disheveled Luo Sheng and the dying Cui Ming, the squad leader assumed they had gone to kill zombies and hurriedly went forward to greet them. Luo Sheng glanced at him. He didn't recognize the man at all. He asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Zhang Jiahao." "Brother Luo, you really have a bad memory. Don't you remember? We were guarding the city wall together just a few days ago." Luo Sheng was speechless and rolled his eyes imperceptibly. There were so many people guarding the city walls, so if that's the case, then there are too many things related to him. "Open the door for me. I need to go in." Luo Sheng was too lazy to waste words with him. His immediate priority was to get rid of this killing god. Okay. Zhang Jiahao hurriedly went to arrange for the city gate to be opened, feeling somewhat suspicious. His gaze swept over a man and a woman behind him. The man had a sword tucked into his belt and a large scythe on his back, making him look like someone not to be trifled with. The woman was absolutely stunning. In the apocalypse, women are all focused on survival, so why would they bother to groom themselves? Yet, this woman didn't have a single speck of dirt on her body, which truly dazzled Zhang Jiahao. He didn't dare to look too long. He knew all too well the dangers lurking in the apocalypse. Although he couldn't sense the woman's presence, the one following Luo Sheng was no ordinary person. Upon successfully entering the Mingdu settlement, you will see the tallest building in the settlement, the Mingdu Tower, which is where the most powerful people in the settlement reside and symbolizes the highest authority in the entire Mingdu settlement. Walking through the streets of Mingdu, one inevitably attracts attention, mostly out of curiosity. They all know Luo Sheng, the strongest person in Mingdu, but who is following behind him? There is an elevator in the Mingdu Tower, which suggests that the power system has been restored. Chapter 63 Things to Note in the Next Life. Hey, isn't this my brother Luo? Who beat him up like this? Let's go have some fun tonight. As soon as I got off the elevator, I saw a quiet-looking man wearing glasses making a teasing remark. Get lost, and stop trying to make fun of me. Fong Lanbai recognized this person. His name was Lu Mingliang. He was a top-tier expert in the Mingdu settlement. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter and leave the Mingdu Tower so easily. No, brother Luo, call me next time you go out. Lu Mingliang stepped forward, put his arm around Luo Sheng, and raised an eyebrow as he spoke. At this moment, Lu Mingliang noticed Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao behind Luo Sheng, and his eyes lit up when he saw Yi Qingyao. He instantly abandoned Luo Sheng, saying as he walked, "Hello, beautiful lady. I'm Lu Mingliang, a second-tier ability user. Would you like to have dinner with me?" Lu Mingliang touched his shiny hair and struck what he thought was a very cool pose. Luo Sheng quickly grabbed him and whispered in his ear, "Are you crazy?" Then, he quickly bowed to Fong Lanbai and said, "He's had a bit to drink and is just talking nonsense. Don't mind him." "I didn't drink it. Don't pull me away." Lu Mingliang struggled violently. He was completely bewitched by Yi Qingyao. He had never seen such a beautiful woman even before the apocalypse. Slap. Lu Mingliang was stunned. Luo Sheng actually slapped him. Although it wasn't hard, it made him feel like he had lost face in front of so many people. "If you want to die, I won't stop you." Luo Sheng didn't want to stop him anymore. Lu Mingliang was simply courting death, and it was none of his business. Lu Mingliang couldn't wait to walk up to Yi Qingyao and actually tried to take her hand, completely unaware that Fong Lanbai was standing next to him. Gurgle. The moment he made his move, his outstretched right hand rolled to the ground. Luo Sheng looked helpless and watched quietly from the side. Ah! Lu Mingliang's screams echoed throughout the Mingdu Tower, leaving those nearby stunned. They never expected that someone would dare to make a move in the Mingdu Tower. "You fucking dare to ambush me." Lu Mingliang stared at Fong Lanbai, who was holding a giant scythe. He didn't even see when Fong Lanbai made his move. In the blink of an eye, his right hand fell to the ground. "Next time, it won't be your hand that falls." Lu Mingliang's body rapidly changed, expanding several times in size, transforming him into an upright tiger man. Lu Mingliang's special ability is Tiger Transformation. With his advanced second-tier level and powerful special ability, he can be considered a top-tier expert in the Mingdu gathering area. Lu Mingliang's left hand formed a claw, moving with incredible speed. The tiger's claw, half the size of an ordinary person's body, slammed down in an instant. He seemed to already see Fong Lanbai being torn apart by his tiger claws, and stared at Fong Lanbai with his mouth agape in a ferocious manner. But the result was completely different. Fong Lanbai swung the blood scythe and cut off his only right claw. Of the blood scythe, Lu Mingliang was instantly pierced through by the giant scythe and cut in two. Fong Lanbai did not absorb the blood scythe, so he could only rely on its sharpness. Otherwise, Lu Mingliang would have been injured by the second strike. "You, come over here and tidy up." At this moment, a group of guards protecting the Mingdu Tower had gathered in the main hall. They all recognized Luo Sheng and Lu Mingliang. But who were this man and woman, and why did they kill Lu Mingliang? Luo Sheng was still standing by and watching. Luo Sheng randomly pointed to someone and told him to come and clean up the bloody mess in the hall. By this time, the hall was getting increasingly crowded. Luo Sheng whispered to Fong Lanbai, "Let's go." He led the two through the crowd and walked away amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The Mingdu Tower is enormous, equivalent to several large shopping malls before the apocalypse. What happened? Did the trip to the ruins go smoothly? Luo Hong looked at Luo Sheng with a serious expression, ignoring the two people behind Luo Sheng. After all, there were so many awakened people in the Mingdu gathering place, he couldn't possibly know them all. For him, as long as Luo Sheng came back alive, that was enough. Any injuries on his body could be healed by the healing-type ability users in the Mingdu settlement. Luo Sheng was somewhat afraid to meet his father's eyes. He turned to look at Fong Lanbai and was about to speak when a hand was placed on his shoulder. "Luo Hong, I was right, wasn't I?" Fong Lanbai spoke calmly, leading Yi Qingyao to sit on the sofa in the conference room. The god-slaying sword and the blood scythe were placed on the ground beside them. Luo Hong looked at Luo Sheng. He didn't expect that the people Luo Sheng brought would be so reckless, not only calling him by his name, but also sitting down before him. But after years of wandering, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Don't even think about it. I hit your son. Luo Sheng stood behind Luo Hong. In Luo Hong's memory, Luo Sheng's aura had never been so weak. He usually had an attitude of, I am the strongest, and looked down on everything. But now he stands quietly beside me, head down, looking like he's done something wrong. So, what is your purpose in coming to my Mingdu gathering place? Looking at the young man, Luo Hong felt that he was not as ordinary as he seemed. He dared to come to the Mingdu Tower after defeating the strongest person in the Mingdu settlement. The Mingdu settlement is filled with all sorts of extremely powerful weapons. I don't believe he could dodge them. Why is he so arrogant? Is it really just youthful recklessness? Your son tried to steal my things, and I taught him a lesson. I wonder how you'll thank me. Fang Lanbai looked at Luo Hong with great interest. Luo Hong was a man who had experienced great things, and he exuded the aura of a superior. His general's uniform made him look particularly imposing. You hit my son and still dare to come to my Mingdu Tower? Looks like you're incredibly confident. Fang Lanbai smiled and said, General, I have a question for you. Luo Hong didn't say anything and led Luo Sheng to sit opposite Fang Lanbai. What do you think are the advantages of your Mingdu settlement? Luo Hong was somewhat surprised, not expecting the young man to ask such a question. Our Mingdu settlement boasts countless awakened beings and the most comprehensive weaponry and equipment. Fang Lanbai burst into laughter. Luo Hong's face darkened. This young man made him very uncomfortable. He acted very maturely in his interactions with him, which was not the behavior of a young person. Wouldn't the Southern Military District, the Western Military District, or other human survivor settlements have these things you mentioned? Luo Hong fell silent. He knew that these were the most basic things in the military region. He had them, so how could those other old guys not have them? I can help you. You should know that superhumans are getting stronger and stronger, and firearms are becoming less and less effective. Or you could ask your precious son. Fang Lanbai looked at Luo Sheng, who was standing to the side with his head down. Luo Hong slapped Luo Sheng on the head with considerable force, causing Luo Sheng's body to tremble. A booming voice rang out. Don't act like a coward. If you lose, lose willingly. If you die, die gracefully. Fang Lanbai's opinion of Luo Hong rose even higher. He was never content with his position and always knew how to be himself, which was very different from those who had great official power. This was also the reason why Fang Lanbai came to find him. Luo Sheng raised his head, said that his injuries were serious, and walked out. Luo Hong's face darkened. As fellow members of the younger generation, this young man in front of him held his own in conversation, but his son was arrogant and couldn't see his place in the world even with the smallest actions. Chapter 64 Luo Hong's Choice. General Luo, since you don't know anything about the ruins, let me tell you. Fang Lanbai looked at the general in front of her with great respect. This intense energy fluctuation was caused by the fusion of 3 relics, meaning there are 3 forbidden artifacts within these relics, and all of them are high-level forbidden artifacts. Fang Lanbai looked at the 2 forbidden objects on the ground, and Yi Qingyao also opened her jade hand, revealing a sky-blue lotus platform, which was the Ruashi water lotus. Luo Hong understood what Fang Lanbai meant, and his heart was filled with shock. This man's strength was beyond his imagination. There must be many people with strength like Luo Sheng in this ruin, yet he was able to obtain all the forbidden items. Such strength puts him ahead of all other awakened beings. Luo Hong was also very bold, daring to be alone with Fang Lanbai, but he wasn't without a backup plan. Fang Lanbai could sense a number of presences around her, which should be the safety guarantee that Luo Hong had provided for her. This room is being watched by countless people. It's likely that the strongest single-target weapons are already aimed at Fang Lanbai. General Luo, I have something for you. Fang Lanbai swiftly shot out a drop of first-tier life essence, which entered Luo Hong's chest. Luo Hong's expression changed. Fang Lanbai was too fast, leaving him no time to react. He angrily demanded, "What is this?" As soon as he finished speaking, his aura began to rise. He had advanced from the mid-stage of the second tier to the late stage of the second tier, which showed that Luo Hong's talent was also very strong. However, managing such a large Mingdu settlement makes it difficult to dedicate time to one's own cultivation. What is this? Luo Hong felt the changes in his body. Just a drop of water was enough to help him advance. If every awakened person received a drop of this, the strength of the entire Mingdu settlement would be raised by a level. Luo Hong thought this to himself, but on the surface he didn't show too much shock. The more interested people are in something, the more likely the price will be driven up, making it difficult to complete a transaction. This is one of my abilities. What I just used is called First Order Life Essence. The first boost is quite significant, and afterwards it subtly enhances the strength of my abilities, with excellent healing effects. Looking at Luo Hong's expressionless face, Fong Lanbai thought to herself, this old man is really good at keeping his cool. How much of this do you have? Can you mass-produce it? Luo Hong asked. This is a very important question. If there's only one Fong Lanbai a day, then it won't be very effective. That depends on how much you want, and how many tempting offers you can make. Fong Lanbai did not give a direct answer, wanting to see what Luo Hong could offer. Luo Hong knew he had to get his hands on this. He couldn't control whether Fong Lanbai would trade with others, but if someone else got it, the gap between them would widen. This stuff is only really useful the first time it's absorbed. Its healing effects afterward are negligible. Fong Lanbai sat up straight, raising her voice slightly, and said, not worth mentioning? The healing effect of this life essence can cure anyone who isn't crippled or has a broken arm or leg. Since General Luo says so, there must be even more powerful healing type ability users in this Mingdu settlement, right? Fong Lanbai joked that he knew healing abilities were extremely rare, and how could there be many in the Mingdu settlement? Luo Hong was just trying to lower the price. Luo Hong also knew that healing type ability users were rare, but if Fong Lanbai wanted too much, it would be a loss. What would you like? Luo Hong stared intently into Fong Lanbai's eyes, trying to put some pressure on her. I need your gun manufacturing methods, and the assembly line for all the parts. Fong Lanbai said nonchalantly. By controlling the manufacture of firearms, one can produce firearms in an endless stream without having to trade with other organizations. I can give you 30 drops of the essence of life from these things. Luo Sheng immediately said, too few. With so many awakened ones in our Mingdu gathering place, how can we possibly have enough? 300 drops. Luo Hong saw that this was too little and wouldn't elicit a significant reaction. Do you think my life essence is just plain water? And you've given me some technical skills, are you just going to take advantage of it for free? Fong Lanbai would never agree to that. They had to create the impression that this life essence was hard to obtain in order to sell it. I have a maximum of 50 drops. I don't have any more than that. If you can accept that, great. If not, I'll go to another military region. Luo Hong could tell that this guy didn't care at all who he traded with. He had no choice but to agree, and went out for a while, leaving Fong Lanbai to wait there. The conference room in this Mingdu Tower is truly luxurious. From here, you can overlook the entire building, and at the very top are various hidden weapons designed to deal with the mutated birds in the air. Nan Hanxin, how confident are you in delivering a fatal blow? Before Luo Hong stood a veiled woman in a black robe, shrouded in mystery, whose hoarse voice sounded unlike that of a woman. Luo Hong was not giving up. He sought out Nan Hanxin, who had awakened the shadow ability in the Mingdu settlement. Fong Lanbai's temptation was too great. He had several forbidden items on him. If they could get them, no matter who they gave them to, they would gain one more top-tier combatant. I'm not sure. His aura is very strong, and his physical abilities are unlike anything I've ever seen. Luo Sheng told me that when they were besieging those two, there were 3 others with similar strength to him, the weakest of whom was at least in the mid-stage of the 2nd tier. Luo Hong frowned and asked, and then? Then, several died, and many were seriously injured. Luo Sheng's bone wings were pierced by him. Even I couldn't pierce Luo Sheng's bone wings in an instant, and he easily took him down. Nan Hanxin paused for a moment and then said, his strength is almost despair-inducing. Luo Sheng has been beaten so badly that he's lost all his confidence. We can't afford to mess with someone like that. Nan Hanxin shook her head. Luo Hong also sighed. He never expected that the place he had controlled for half his life would now be helpless against a little child. If he could join the Mingdu settlement, our strength would definitely increase significantly. Nan Hanxin said with burning eyes, showing her great admiration for Lanbai's strength. Luo Hong said helplessly, as if he had lost all his strength. No way, he must have his own power base. Otherwise, what use would he have for these weapon blueprints? What lies before Luo Hong now is a vast treasure, but he lacks the ability to open it, and can only watch it slip away from him. As Luo Hong's personal bodyguard, Nan Hanxin usually remained hidden in the shadows, and Fong Lanbai sensed her presence just now. She was rescued by Luo Hong when she was a child. Her throat was burned, and there was no part of her body that was unharmed. It was Luo Hong who rescued her, taught her martial arts, and kept her by his side. After the apocalypse, he awakened his shadow abilities and became the strongest protector of Luo Hong. With Luo Hong's abundant resources, he became a 3rd-tier protector. He was almost second only to Luo Hong in the Mingdu settlement. When Luo Hong returned and saw Fong Lanbai still sitting on the sofa, he breathed a sigh of relief and had several stacks of white paper placed on the table, covered with dense data. I will send you those equipment and assembly lines. I hope you will keep your promise. Fong Lanbai stepped forward and put the items into the dark demon essence, then casually released a small bottle to Luo Hong. Chapter 65 Ice, Draped Deer King. From now on, come to the boundary-breaking gathering place in Shanghai to exchange for life essence, and then you can exchange it for high-level crystal cores. Fong Lanbai walked out of the conference room, then suddenly stopped, saying coldly, "Don't try anything funny in front of me, or I'll come and get it myself. Then, your life won't be something those few people can save." Luo Hong's heart sank. Fong Lanbai's strength had exceeded his control. Although he was confident in his own armed forces, Fong Lanbai's strength was undeniable, and he was unwilling to gamble. Fong Daidai appeared and flew away into the distance with Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao. Some of this life essence should be reserved for Dali. After all, Dali is a great help to me. Dali went to a mountain range in the northwest of Shanghai called Xishan. There, the mountains stretched endlessly, and there were hordes of mutated beasts, including countless powerful beast kings. If Dali can unify the Xishan mountain range, the strength of his species will surely reach a new level, making him the undisputed king of beasts, and he will definitely have a place among the top 10 beast kings. In the post-apocalyptic world, the Xishan mountains are rich in resources. For mutated beasts, it is paradise, but for survivors, it is hell, a place fraught with danger at every turn. But some lucky ones find special treasures and soar to great heights. Fong Daidai's injuries have almost completely healed under the dual healing of Yi Qingyao and the essence of life, and the dragon scales that were shattered by the 4th-tier battle armor have grown new ones. The newly grown dragon scales pushed off the original scales, revealing the more textured dragon scales inside. The purplish-black scales exuded an even stronger sense of power. Summoning the 4th-tier battle armor, Fong Lanbai carefully examined it. The 4th-tier battle armor was a soft white color and was a humanoid battle armor, about 2.5 meters tall. Fong Lanbai placed her hand on his head and sensed the spiritual imprint left by Lung Yutong. With a surge of mental power, Fong Lanbai destroyed the spiritual imprint left by Lung Yutong with even stronger mental power. It also left behind a magic mark. Unlike the mental mark that Lung Yutong hastily left behind, the magic mark left by Fong Lanbai was more solid. If Fong Lanbai had not died, even if this armor had fallen into the hands of the enemy, it would not have been able to be controlled. Fong Lanbai placed the crystal core in his hand, but it was absorbed in an instant. However, the armor did not react at all. Fong Lanbai only had dozens of 2nd-tier crystal cores in his hand, and not a single 3rd-tier crystal core. These dozens of 2nd-tier crystal cores allowed the 4th-tier battle armor to take 2 steps before it stopped again. The energy of this 2nd-tier crystal core is too low to support the combat of the 4th-tier armor, and it does not help to upgrade the armor's level at all. The dark demon essence could grow stronger, then this 4th-tier battle armor would certainly be even more so. However, this armor differs from the Metal Man in that it is an independent piece that can be directly deployed into battle. These metal figures all require awakened individuals to control them, and the requirements for awakened individuals are very high. Otherwise, they cannot even move the control levers inside. This metal figure is several meters tall, and that's why there needs to be enough space inside for the awakened to be stored. Go back and hand these 3 metal figures over to that old guy Ouyang Yucai, so he can study them. If these things can be mass-produced, the strength of the boundary gathering ground will be raised to another level. Xiaofeng, is Xishan Mountain just ahead? Ahead, mountain ranges rose abruptly from the ground, their majestic presence overwhelming. In this post-apocalyptic world, trees hundreds of meters tall were everywhere, making them virtually invisible from the air. Ample preparations for the growth of the mutated beasts, Fong Daidai's dragon roar echoed throughout the entire mountain range as he flew through the sky, causing mutated birds to fly around in disarray. Fong Lanbai's purpose was to tell Dali that he had arrived, and that he was not afraid even if some powerful mutated beasts came. With their strength, as long as the mutated beasts that came were not too strong, they would just be there to deliver crystal cores to Fong Lanbai. If Dali happens to be the beast king who occupies this area, then Fong Lanbai will also be able to run into Dali. Wah! Roar, 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 roar. As soon as Fong Daidai landed, various beast roars rang out. In less than a minute, a giant deer appeared in the distance. The deer was entirely ice blue and looked exceptionally noble. Fong Lanbai knew that this deer was ranked 6th among the 10 great beast kings. Named Ice, Frost Deer, it rules this place. It possesses extremely strong ice-type abilities and is also quite intelligent. In its previous life, it had many interactions with Fong Lanbai. A large herd of deer followed behind, with the Ice Deer King at the very front, its eyes gazing in a human-like manner in Fong Daidai's direction. The Ice Deer King did not launch an attack rashly. He could sense that each of the two humans and the dragon was no weaker than himself, and launching an attack rashly would only backfire. Sizzle! The Ice Deer King's antlers swayed, and a huge ice cone rose from the ground, appearing not far from Fong Daidai. This is a warning from the Ice Deer King, indicating that it does not want to start a conflict or is not confident in taking down these intruders. Fong Daidai certainly wouldn't stand idly by. He stood up straight, unleashing his dragon might, which pressed down on the deer herd. Many of the lower-ranking deer were so overwhelmed by Fong Daidai's dragon might that their legs went weak. The Ice Deer King followed immediately, and a layer of light blue ripples slowly isolated the dragon's might. Fong stared blankly at Fong Lanbai, clearly wanting to rush up and fight. With the Ice Deer King's demonstration, daring to show his abilities in front of him was tantamount to declaring war on the mutated beasts. Wait a little longer, more mutated beasts will come. Fong Lanbai placed one hand on Fong Daidai's body, indicating that there should still be powerful mutated beasts near the Shishan Mountains. Fong Lanbai noticed the claw marks on the Ice Deer King's body, which were clearly caused by other mutated beasts, apparently its mortal enemies. Muddy this water a bit more. As Fong Lanbai had expected, the sound of heavy objects crushing the ground began to come from the ground. A huge snake head appeared on the hill. The exposed snake head was as tall as a person, which gave people goosebumps. Its enormous vertical pupils stared intently at the Ice Deer King, its forked tongue constantly spitting out and then retracting from its mouth. This size is comparable to the Titanoboa of ancient times, and perhaps even larger. With its body coiled up, it would be tens of meters tall when standing upright. The Ice Deer King stared at the Titan Serpent without making any further moves. Its antlers turned into ice blue crystals, and a huge ice spike appeared on the Titan Serpent's head, crashing down hard. The Titanoboa was extremely agile and dodged in an instant. The ice shards grazed the Titanoboa's scales and stuck into the ground, covering a large area with a thick layer of ice. Some of the Titanoboa's scales were frozen, but this did little damage to its enormous size. Boom! When the Titanoboa charged, it was like a heavy truck, overturning and crushing everything in its path. The Titan Serpent and the Ice Deer King are old rivals, always fighting whenever they meet, but it's hard to say who will win. The Ice Deer King is more agile, and with the herd of deer behind him, it deals more damage to the Titan Serpent. However, the Titanoboa has a strong regenerative ability. Once it recovers, it will come to the deer herd to hunt deer for a treat. Chapter 66: Killing the Titan Serpent. The Titan Serpent charged into the herd of deer in an instant, but the ground had already been covered with ice by the Ice Deer King, making it difficult for it to control its direction. The largest deer beside it, with their antlers like sharp spikes, pierced the Titan Serpent's body effortlessly, but the damage was barely even an injury. The Titan Python swiftly turned its head, biting a Tier 1 deer, which was instantly swallowed whole without any effort. But the Ice Deer King's attack arrived as well, aiming at the Titan Serpent's abdomen, and several shards of ice shot into the Titan Serpent's body. Puff, puff, puff. The solid ice exploded violently inside the Titan Python's body, and snake blood gushed out instantly. The Titan Python lashed its tail at the Ice Deer King, but the Ice Deer King easily dodged it. The antlers lightly touched the scales of the Titanoboa, instantly freezing them. The Titanoboa tried to move, but unexpectedly, the frozen snake flesh shattered and fell to the ground as soon as it exerted force. The Ice Deer King's ice attribute ability is so terrifying. With such a strong ice-type ability, it's no wonder it can become one of the top 10 beast kings. If it weren't for the Titan Serpent's enormous size and its lack of greed in its harassment, it would have been frozen into an ice block by the Ice Deer King long ago. This Titan Python was also extremely strong. When a dozen mutated deer attacked him, he easily flung them aside. The attack by the deer herd left the Titanoboa with numerous wounds, but a closer look revealed that its wounds were slowly healing. No wonder it was able to hold back such a powerful herd of deer. In his previous life, Fong Lanbai had never heard of any Titan Python, only the Ice Dragging Deer King, one of the 10 great beast kings. Can only passively take hits from the equally Tier 3 Ice Deer King, and can only inflict very limited damage on it. This is the difference between a Beast King level beast and an ordinary mutated beast. Both are at the 3rd tier, yet their strengths are worlds apart. The Titanoboa had already swallowed 3 mutated deer and was preparing to retreat under the siege of the deer herd. The deer herd was no match for the Titanoboa's powerful size and could only try to inflict as much damage as possible on it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Titan serpent instantly turned its head, intending to devour the ice-draped Deer King. Its earlier retreat was merely an illusion for the ice-draped Deer King. It knew that as long as it consumed the ice-draped Deer King, the remaining deer herd was its own buffet, but the Ice Deer King had fought it so many times that it was bound to be on guard. A massive ice prism appeared before the Ice Deer King. The Titan serpent bit into the ice block, which was covered in sharp prisms, and its mouth became a bloody mess. They immediately prepared to retreat, their massive bodies moving with remarkable speed. Dumb, stop it. Fong Lanbai is determined to get the Titan Python's core. Fong Daidai can easily handle this kind of mutated beast. Fong Daidai couldn't wait any longer. With lightning enchanting him and the enhancement from the Thunder Eagle Crystal Core, Fong Daidai's speed and lightning intensity were further increased. In an instant, it pressed down on the Titan serpent, the dark energy on its claws corroding the Titan serpent's skin, the dragon claws digging deep into the snake's flesh. A flicker of excitement flashing in its purple vertical pupils as it watched the Titanoboa attack. With a flap of its dragon wings, it met the Titan serpent head-on. Lightning flashed in the air, and purple arcs of lightning filled Fong Daidai's entire body. He quickly changed direction and dodged the Titan serpent's attack. He seized the snake's head, biting down on the flesh behind it with his dragon mouth. The immense force lifted the Titanoboa, and dark energy flowed from Fong Daidai's mouth into the Titanoboa's body. White smoke billowed as the Titanoboa's flesh was being slowly corroded, causing it to writhe in agony, trying to shake off Fong Daidai. How could Fong Daidai possibly unleash his full power? Under the Titan Python's violent shaking, the flesh that Fong Daidai bit was torn off. The Titanoboa crashed heavily to the ground, raising dust everywhere. Before it could even feel its wounds, it focused on finding its way and prepared to flee. But with Fong Daidai in control, how could it possibly escape? Before Fong Daidai could even make a move, countless ice arrows appeared above the Titan serpent, and the water vapor in the air was condensed by the cold air. Countless ice arrows pierced through the Titan serpent, dissipating into its body. The chilling air made the Titan serpent feel completely frozen from the inside out. The Titanoboa felt that its body was not in as much pain, but the middle section was frozen by the Ice Deer King, making its body heavier and reducing its agility. Fong Daidai's lightning arrived shortly after, like a thunderbolt from the heavens, striking the Titan Python on the head with a bolt several meters thick. The Titan serpent, which was fleeing, had its head pierced by the lightning and lost its sense of direction, so it charged toward the Ice Deer King. But what it met was the ice spikes condensed by the Ice Deer King. The Titan serpent charged straight at them, and the sharp ice spikes pierced directly into the Titan serpent's body from the top of its head until it stopped moving. Fong Daidai stepped forward and pressed down on the Titan Python, declaring ownership of the spoils. The Ice Deer King wouldn't fight it for it. Although mutated beasts had changed a lot after the apocalypse, deer still didn't eat meat. Even the Titanoboa's corpse is useless. Killing it would be the greatest help to the deer herd. Fong Lanbai knew that without Fong Daidai's help, the Titan Python would also die after the Ice Deer King reached the 4th rank. At the 4th rank, both mutated beasts and awakened beings would undergo a qualitative change. For a beast king like the Ice Deer King, which is why he had never heard of the Titan serpent in his previous life. The Ice Deer King gazed at Fong Lanbai approaching slowly. A piece of its antlers suddenly fell off and flew towards Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai took it casually. The antlers felt cool and refreshing in her hand, cleansing her mind and spirit. This can be considered a gift from the Ice Deer King to Fong Lanbai. After all, in its view, it was Fong Lanbai who helped them solve the problem of the Titan Python. Otherwise, they would not know how long they would have been harassed by it. Yo, yo, yo. The Ice Deer King called out to Fong Lanbai a few times, preparing to lead its people back, but Fong Lanbai stopped it. How about following me? I can make your people safer. This Ice Deer King is highly intelligent, and its eyes gleam with a human-like light. It can understand what Fong Lanbai is saying. In the Shishan Mountains, it has had a lot of dealings with humans, but most of them would run away or attack its own kind. It's impossible for it to entrust the fate of its entire species to a human just because that human helped it once. Deer King was still hesitating. Fong Lanbai flicked her finger, and a drop of life essence arrived in front of the Ice Deer King. The Ice Deer King was startled and jumped away, but sensing the rich life energy within the small water droplet, it followed. Not only it, but other mutated deer also gathered around. This drop of life essence was condensed by Fong Lanbai using the corpse of a second-tier zombie, and the energy within it was incomparable to that of a first-tier life essence. Chapter 67 Beast Encirclement Valley. The Ice Deer King observed it carefully for a while and found that there was no extra energy fluctuation inside. It looked at Fong Lanbai, opened its mouth and swallowed it. A rich life energy enveloped the Ice Deer King, whose injuries from fighting the Titan Serpent were slowly healing. Deer King, having just entered the early stage of the third tier, instantly reached the peak of the early stage of the third tier and only needs to accumulate enough to reach the middle stage of the third tier. The Ice Deer King's ice-type abilities have been further enhanced, and its already translucent body seems to have been materialized from ice. The almost transparent antlers became increasingly solid, and with each step, a thin layer of ice was formed on the ground beneath its feet, demonstrating the Ice Deer King's exquisite control over ice. The deer herd was shaken and swarmed towards Fong Lanbai, eagerly watching to see when the essence of life would appear in Fong Lanbai's hand. Yo yo yo! A sharp and powerful cry rang out, and the herd instantly returned to the ice, wearing Deer King's back. The ice, wearing Deer King slowly walked up to Fong Lanbai, its proud head slowly lowering, its antlers touching Fong Lanbai's face. This is the respect shown by the Ice Deer King. Proud as it is, it never lowers its antlers. Its feet point to the sky, a testament to its pride as the king of beasts and the overlord of the Shishan Mountains. The Ice Deer King brought Fong Lanbai back to its territory, and Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao were stunned as soon as they arrived. This place is simply a paradise, with towering mountains piercing the clouds and surrounding the valley on three sides. Even Yi Qingyao couldn't help but say it was beautiful, carefully examining every detail of the place. In the middle is a large waterfall, with white waves cascading down and gathering into a pool below. Deer that look exactly like the Ice Deer King perch on the rocks in the pool. However, compared to the Ice Deer King, their auras were much weaker. Outside the valley stands a towering tree, which completely blocks the entrance to the valley. It is about 100 meters tall, and many deer play on it. This place is simply the ideal secluded retreat. Yi Qingyao sat on a rock by the pool. These deer were not afraid of people. Yi Qingyao picked some leaves and fed them to the deer. Her unintentional smile seemed to melt Fong Lanbai's heart, even causing ripples in the sunlight. Fong Lanbai followed the Ice-style Deer King as they strolled through the valley. The Ice-style Deer King couldn't speak, so Fong Lanbai could only roughly understand what it meant. Introduce him to his clan. Looking around, the Ice Deer King's clan has quite a few second-tier mutated deer, but there are only 2 mutated deer like the Ice Deer King that control the ice attribute. However, their strength is only at the late stage of the second tier, so they are not as impressive as the Ice Deer King. Like the Ice Deer King are rare, and their control over ice-type monsters is also different. At the end of the valley is a cave where many deer are playing. The cave is very spacious. Some does came over and nuzzled against the Ice Deer King, instantly pushing Fong Lanbai aside. A dozen or so does surrounded the Ice Deer King. I never expected that this Ice Deer King, who looks so noble, would have such a large harem. He licks this one and that one, as if afraid of wronging anyone. Some of the fawns are likely descendants of the Ice Deer King. As for how Fong Lanbai figured it out, aside from size, they all look exactly the same. The Deer King's herd was not weak either, including several giant mutated deer, whose size was almost as big as a heavy truck, and whose muscles were like riding dragons. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, a familiar roar came from behind. It was a powerful roar, and the deer herd immediately became alert, all of them tightly surrounding the cave in the valley. Fong Lanbai hurried out, and saw that the entire valley was surrounded by various mutated beasts. Dolly was in front of him, huddled together with Fong Dai. Dolly seemed to know what had happened, and when he saw Fong Lanbai come out, he went to greet her. I thought you'd been caught by that deer, so I brought my men to rescue you. Dolly scratched his head and said embarrassedly, It's all right, Dolly. It seems your power is developing quite well, exceeding my expectations. Fong Lanbai looked around. There were all kinds of mutated beasts. A third-tier golden-crowned eagle was circling in the sky. It was hard to imagine how Dolly had subdued this aerial overlord. The third-tier fox stood on Dolly's shoulder, its body only the size of Dolly's head. Its body was pink, and its fluffy tail had a white tip that swayed behind it. This fox's abilities are probably mental. Its eyes are covered in strange runes, and its aura of spiritual power is very strong. Upon hearing Fong Lanbai's words, Dolly became beaming and shook his body, seemingly quite satisfied with his subordinate. I was planning to come back in a few days to take over this deer herd, but I didn't expect you to do it so soon. The only remaining animals in this mountain range are the wolf pack. It seems that with Dolly's strength, It's only a matter of time before he takes over the Shishan mountain range. Ice Deer King walked to Fong Lanbai's side and looked at Dolly. He was also shocked. He did not expect that the monkey's power had become so strong. He was afraid that if it made a move, the clan would be slaughtered soon. Fong Lanbai became increasingly mysterious in its eyes. It never expected that even the Monkey King would obey this human. It seemed that it had made the right decision. Dear King, after I leave, you shall obey Dolly's orders and help him guard this Shishan mountain. The Ice Deer King glanced at Dolly and nodded slightly. Dolly, I'll go with you to wipe out that wolf pack. Are all your men here now? Fong Lanbai asked. Draped Deer King, this wolf pack refused to submit and was chased and killed several times by Dolly and his men. However, this Wolf King was very cunning and could lead his pack on long-distance raids in Shishan. Dolly has never had the chance to kill the Wolf King. He has also had contact with the Ice Deer King once, and it is indeed strong. If he could recruit it, it would definitely be extremely powerful. Moreover, this Ice Deer King is different from the Wolf King. It is easier to communicate with, stronger, and less hostile towards Dolly. That's the majority. Some of my men are still guarding our old base. Dolly answered. The fox on her shoulder jumped down and fearlessly leaped into Fong Lanbai's arms. Fong Lanbai held it in her arms like a little doll. It was so soft. Chirp, chirp, chirp. She moaned comfortably as Fong Lanbai touched her, rubbing her body against Fong Lanbai's hand. Fong Lanbai asked, How far is it from here to your territory? I need all the mutated beasts gathered here. Although Dolly was somewhat puzzled by Fong Lanbai's motives, he still said, I'll send the Eagle King back to inform all the beasts to come as soon as possible. Fong Lanbai nodded and said, Okay, as soon as possible. As Dolly looked up, the golden-crowned Eagle King above him descended rapidly, and the strong wind messed up Fong Lanbai's bangs. Upon seeing this, Fong Daidai immediately stood up and roared at the golden-crowned Eagle King. For Fong Daidai, nothing could be done that might affect Fong Lanbai. Moreover, even when it was flying, it would have an energy membrane to shield Fong Lanbai from the wind, and its landing was very stable. Fong Daidai absolutely would not allow such a provocative action to occur. Li. Chapter 68, The Amplification of Life Essence. The golden-crowned Eagle King was anything but weak. With its wings spread wide, it seemed as if a great battle was about to break out. It slapped the golden-crowned Eagle King's head with a powerful blow, the huge slap almost causing the golden-crowned Eagle King to lose its footing. Looking at Dolly, one sees Dolly staring at it with wide, angry eyes. This is my older brother. Show him some respect. The golden-crowned Eagle King was also somewhat bewildered, not expecting its leader to be so protective of this human. It immediately folded its wings and lowered its head. Fong Daidai also sat down and nodded at Dolly, seemingly implying that it had done a poor job. Go and summon all the beasts as quickly as possible. Dolly sent the Eagle King to deliver the message. With the Eagle King's speed, there was probably no place in the Shishan Mountains that it couldn't reach. My subordinate doesn't understand. Fong Lanbai, please don't be angry. He explained vigorously. Fong Lanbai waved her hand and said, I'm not that delicate. He led Fong Daidai to sit by the lake and exclaimed, No wonder the Deer King doesn't want to expand into Shishan. It turns out his territory is so beautiful. Fong Lanbai smiled and said, That's right. Once we're powerful enough, we'll delegate everything to our subordinates and retire here. Dolly laughed loudly, his voice like thunder, as if he could already see what was about to happen. Dolly, your human language is getting more and more fluent. Dolly was even happier to hear this and squatted down by the lake. Of course. Yi Qingyao sat by the blue and white lake. At this moment, the enchanting fox was already in Yi Qingyao's arms, making Yi Qingyao giggle. As the sunlight spills onto the small lake, various mutated beasts swim in it. It's rare to see carnivorous and herbivorous mutated beasts living together. Under Dolly's control, the carnivores' food sources are the zombies below the mountain and herbivores that do not belong to Dolly's forces. No human can cross Shishan Mountain. At that time, Shishan Mountain will truly become a forbidden zone for humans. The boundary-breaking gathering area is bordered by the powerful Shishan Mountain to the north, the Blood Emperor's zombie horde to the west, and the sea to the east. The mutated fish in the sea won't come ashore so early. Only the south side is the area that the boundary-breaking gathering area needs to guard. This was Fong Lanbai's scheme. He never took the forces in Shanghai seriously, whether it was the remaining 2 corpse kings or other human forces. In Fong Lanbai's eyes, they were not a problem. The Shanghai military region and Mo Mingzhao's Mingmi gathering place mutually restrained each other, allowing Fong Lanbai to enjoy some peace and quiet. The twin suns dominate the north, and Fong Lanbai is eager to fight them. In his previous life, The twin suns represented the strongest power in China, and the power of the capital city was growing day by day. Even Fong Lanbai had to admit that the boundary-breaking gathering place in his previous life was no match for the capital city. But this time, things might change drastically on this two-day day. Dali's strength is no weaker than any of the beast kings in his previous life. In the wrathful Vajra state, all his attributes are maximized, making him a rare mutated beast that can be so strong even without any attributes. That little fox had a very strong mental strength. According to Dali, he met this little fox when he first came to Shishan. He originally thought it was just a fox that hadn't mutated, but during a battle, it directly shocked all the baboons on the mountain, making them foam at the mouth and turn them into idiots. This is how Dali learned of its abilities. This fox spirit also loves to dart around on Dali. Although it is very intelligent, it is more playful. With proper guidance, it will be Dali's helper in guarding Shishan. The mutated beasts quickly surrounded the valley, with all sorts of mutated beasts everywhere, their roars and bird calls filling the air. Dali slowly stood up, his voice abruptly stopping, and all the mutated beasts were watching Dali's every move. Dali slowly made way for Fong Lanbai behind him, and Fong Lanbai stood in front of Dali. Do not resist this force. After saying that, a large ball of life essence exploded in the air, and specks of essence drifted in the air. The mutated beasts sensed this aura and all rushed to absorb it. A large number of mutated beasts are evolving, but most of them are at the first tier, and the second tier is very rare. This is all of Fong Lanbai's first tier life essence, which he will use to give Dali some assistance. With a flick of his hand, a drop of second-tier life essence flew to Dali's lips. Without hesitation, Dali absorbed the energy from the life essence. He gave the little fox another drop, and as for the Golden Crown Eagle King, he'd have to fight those mutated beasts for it. With the help of the second-tier life essence, Dali successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the third tier, but the little fox has not yet advanced, but like the Ice Deer King, it is very close to advancing. All the mutated beasts knew that this human could bring them great benefits, and they looked at Fong Lanbai with burning eyes, wanting to get closer to him. A violent aura swept out, and the mutated beasts froze in place. The benefits of the life essence made them forget the strength of the human in front of them. This domineering aura instantly calmed them down. Fong Lanbai said to Dali, "Let's go. There's no need for that wolf pack to exist anymore." With a wide grin, the fierce monkey roared, shaking the heavens. "Boss, come with me." The golden-crowned eagle spread its wings and flew into the sky, heading in one direction. Fong Lanbai carried Yi Qingyao onto Fong Daidai's back and flew into the sky. Although Dali cannot fly, its speed on the ground is by no means slow. It leaps between trees and swings across them with agility, and even ravines cannot stop Dali in the slightest. Of the golden-crowned Eagle King rang out a loud and clear cry. Dali heard it and rushed in that direction. After chasing for a long time and changing directions several times, it seemed that the wolf pack was also fleeing. But how could the golden-crowned Eagle King's pursuit be so easily shaken off? At a rocky cliff, Fong Lanbai spotted the wolf pack. The alpha wolf was still clearly visible, and it was a size larger than the others. The alpha wolf was a rare white wolf, looking exceptionally noble. The pack had caught up with them and bared its teeth at Dali and Fong Daidai who were approaching. There were actually 3 level 3 wolves in this wolf pack. No wonder Dali hadn't been able to take them down for so long. I'll say it one last time. Pledge allegiance to me, or the wolf pack will be wiped out today. The White Wolf King remained unmoved, leading his pack to form a circle. Above them was the golden-crowned Eagle King, and in front of him were Dali, Fong Daidai, and 2 extremely powerful humans. "Let's go," Fong Lanbai said calmly. Dali rushed out instantly, his body gradually growing larger as he walked, his fur turning golden and gleaming in the sunlight. The Wolf King, who was originally nearly 3 or 4 meters tall, looked small in front of Dali. Dali's 2 huge fists sent the wolf blocking his way flying. Blade released by the White Wolf King head-on. The several meter-long moon blade struck Dali's arm, causing Dali's body to pause for a moment. Fong Daidai arrived shortly after and, together with Dali, attacked the White Wolf King. Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao guarded the surrounding area, not letting any mutated wolf escape. The golden-crowned Eagle King soared in the sky, its golden feathers, sharp as swords, falling from the air and piercing through several mutated wolves. Some wolves tried to retreat, but were stopped by the golden-crowned Eagle King, whose speed was so fast that only a blur could be seen before one of the mutated wolves stopped moving. Chapter 69: The Tragedy of the White Moon Wolf King. A huge bloodstain appeared on the mutated wolf's body. Its eyes were wide open, Its internal organs were spilling out, and large patches of blood appeared beneath it. Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao watched the entire battlefield. Fong Daidai charged straight into the wolf pack. The ordinary second-tier mutated wolves were no match for Fong Daidai. Dali single-handedly suppressed the White Moon Wolf King and 2 other Tier 3 Wolf Kings. The White Moon Wolf King's Moonblade attack was extremely powerful, and its claws were illuminated by the moonlight. Even with Dali's physical strength, he would still be scratched with several bloody marks. The 3 mutated wolves circled around Dali, looking for an opportunity. Roar, roar, roar. Fong Daidai faced dozens of mutated wolves with great ease. Ordinary attacks couldn't even leave a mark on Fong Daidai's dragon scales. Along with the dragon's roar came several dark energy orbs, which were spotted by the White Moon Wolf King. Several moon blades failed to block them, and a 3rd-tier mutated wolf was hit before it could dodge. A woo. Struck by Fong Lanbai's dark energy ball, the mutated wolf's body was filled with immense pain. It tried to stand up, but the dark energy had already corroded one of its forelimbs. Dali seized the opportunity, and his huge fist followed closely. The wolf's head was smashed by Dali's 3 punches. The White Moon Wolf King's attack hit Dali, and blood flowed freely. But Dali didn't care at all. Without this 3rd-tier mutated wolf, the battle would be much easier. Even if he had to withstand the White Moon Wolf King's attacks, he would kill the mutated wolf. The White Moon Wolf King moved, leaving a moonlit shadow in the distance, as if it had never moved at all. It opened its fangs and bit down on Dali's neck. The timing was perfect, just as Dali turned around. The speed was so fast that Dali didn't have time to dodge. However, Dali had fought countless battles and was especially experienced in fighting mutated beasts. As if he had expected it, his thick right arm was stretched out in front of him and bitten by the White Moon Wolf King, its sharp fangs digging deep into Dali's flesh. Its left arm gripped the White Moon Wolf King's body like a giant clamp. He flung the attacking 3rd-tier mutated wolf away, easily defusing the crisis. He slammed his fists into the ground with great force, causing waves of energy to ripple through the earth. The ground began to vibrate irregularly, softening what was once a hard surface, making it difficult for the ground to withstand the impact. The White Moon Wolf King and the 3rd-tier mutated wolf also had to be distracted to maintain their own form. But the ground had no effect on Dali. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful punch to the head of the 3rd-tier Wolf King, sending it flying. Of course, Dali wouldn't let it go. Grabbing the wolf's leg, dragging it to the ground, and using it as a weapon, they smashed it at the White Moon Wolf King. The White Moon Wolf King was not so easy to deal with. He forcibly turned around in midair and jumped to the side. Fong Lanbai looked at the White Moon Wolf King. If it weren't for the White Moon Wolf King's arrogance, it would probably be an excellent helper. Its lunar abilities are very strong, with terrifying speed, powerful attack power, and a rare ability to coordinate among mutated beasts. From any perspective, it is an excellent choice. But I had never heard of the White Moon Wolf King in my previous life, probably because it perished for some reason. Its crystal core is probably an extremely rare lunar core, which is exactly what Fong Lanbai needs. The 12-sided crystal will be even stronger under its enhancement. Fong Lanbai hadn't made a move yet because he wanted to see what level Dali's strength had reached. Now it seemed that Dali's strength was unmatched among those of the same level. Although it lacks ranged attack capabilities, its agility makes close-quarters combat a breeze. Fong Lanbai stopped watching. This battle should end now. Yao Yao, trap it. Yi Qingyao held the little fox spirit in her arms, and the lotus mark between her eyebrows emitted a faint light. A lotus flower appeared beneath the feet of the White Moon Wolf King. The Wolf King moved, and a flash of moonlight appeared. It had been on guard against Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao, and the lotus flower made the White Moon Wolf King pause. But it didn't trap it. But don't forget, Yi Qingyao didn't come back empty-handed from this trip to the ruins. The enormous Ruashi water lotus enveloped the White Moon Wolf King. The White Moon Wolf King stood on its feet, wanting to break free, but found itself bound by streams of water. The White Moon Wolf King was decisive, unleashing several moon blades at himself without considering whether they would harm him. In an instant, Fong Lanbai arrived on the top of the White Moon Wolf King's head, and the intense heat caused the moon blade to dissipate. Prisms gathered above the White Moon Wolf King's head, imbued with demonic flames. You have one more chance. Submit to me, and I will spare your life. The White Moon Wolf King died, so he gave it a chance. A whoop. By the water flow of Ruashi water lotus, the White Moon Wolf King tried to bite through the water with its sharp fangs, completely disregarding Fong Lanbai's words. Drop. The prism sword, wreathed in scorching demonic flames, fell to the ground amidst the White Moon Wolf King's unwilling gaze, embedding itself straight into its neck, where it remained motionless. Fong Lanbai knew that the White Moon Wolf King was most likely unwilling to submit to others. Its pride would not allow it to live a life of ignominy. Fong Lanbai bent down and put the moon core into the dark demon essence. The body, which was pure white and without a single stray hair, was burned to ashes by the demonic flames. Fong Dai Dai and the Golden Crown Eagle King was also nearing its end, with a large number of mutated wolf corpses lying on the ground, as if a massacre had taken place. Fong Dai Dai was covered in wolf blood, the blood of those mutated wolves. To Fong Dai Dai, it was a one-sided massacre. Those mutated wolves couldn't even knock off Fong Dai Dai's dragon scales, let alone inflict any fatal damage. Fong Lanbai, your strength is still so great. The two of you working together are simply invincible. Dolly walked over and praised him. Even Yi Qingyao was amused by Dolly's words and patted the little fox in her hand. I wouldn't call myself invincible. I'm just average. I only used about 3/10 of my strength. Fong Lanbai gently squeezed her right hand and spoke in a forceful tone. I'll take the Wolf King's core with me. The rest is yours. From now on, Shishan is your territory. Fong Lanbai said. It's time to go. We need to help Dolly stabilize the rule of Shishan, and we can't waste any more time on the road. We need to return to the breaking boundary gathering ground. Leaping onto Dolly's back, Yi Qingyao tossed the enchanting fox in her hand onto Dolly's shoulder. The fox was extremely dissatisfied with Yi Qingyao's action and whimpered as it stood on Dolly's shoulder. Spread his dragon wings, he casually ate a few mutated wolf cores before leaving. As if it had thought of something, it pretended to fly past the golden-crowned Eagle King casually, then swung its wings forcefully, knocking the golden-crowned Eagle King aside. Roar, 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 roar. A threatening growl told the golden-crowned Eagle King not to block its path. The golden-crowned Eagle King didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Following Fong Dai Dai's force, it landed next to Dolly. He waved his hand vigorously and said with a smile, Bye-bye, Fong Lanbai. Remember to come often. Fong Lanbai smiled and waved goodbye along with Yi Qingyao. Chapter 70 The Shocked Crowd. On the return journey, nothing unexpected happened. Fong Dai Dai's flight remained stable, and the boundary breaker gathering ground could be seen in the distance. But further away, there were swarms of zombies, and the gates of the boundary breaker settlement were guarded by awakened ones. It seems that the zombie horde has already attacked the boundary breaker settlement once, with piles of zombie corpses forming small mountains outside the city walls. Lu Jiming led the city defense troops to repair the city wall, which was riddled with craters from the impact of the mutated zombies. Lu Jiming had already noticed Fong Dai Dai and called for her to land on the city wall. When the city defense soldiers saw Fong Dai Dai, they knew that Fong Lanbai had returned, and they cheered. With Fong Lanbai there, they were the backbone. In their eyes, Fong Lanbai had never encountered an opponent. Brother Fong, how did the operation go? Lu Jiming asked. It seemed that this zombie horde was quite large. Even Lu Jiming was covered in blood and his clothes were torn in many places. I'm fine with that. Tell me, when did this zombie horde arrive? Lu Jiming urged them to continue repairing the city wall, while Lanbai said, What zombie horde? It's nothing special. This horde has been here for 3 days. The first signs appeared the day after you left. Members from all 4 legions reported that the number of zombies in the surrounding area was increasing rapidly. Luckily, I remembered what you reminded me of before you left, Brother Fong. We started to reorganize the forces in the base and prepare for this zombie horde. Under the impact of the horde, our losses were not particularly great. Fong Lanbai nodded. This zombie horde was probably one of the 2 remaining zombie kings. It seems that after zombie King Qi died, the strength of these 2 zombie kings has further increased. This is using the boundary gathering ground as a springboard to further enhance one's strength and compete with another corpse king for territory. But Fong Lanbai will let him know what kind of thick iron plate he's looking for. This area is firmly defended by the Zhuyan Legion and the city's defense forces, while other legions are stationed in different locations, but none of them show any signs of being breached. Seeing that Fong Lanbai didn't speak, Lu Jiming continued. Fong Lanbai looked down at the tall city wall, feeling its heavy aura. The city defense troops and legion members were orderly guarding against the zombie horde. Managed the boundary-breaking gathering area very well while I was away. Well done. Now it's time for a change in Shanghai. Fong Lanbai said coldly. Tell them the meeting is in 2 hours, don't be late. Lu Jiming nodded. Brother Fong was as decisive as ever. In the conference room of Jinhui Hotel. Brother Fong, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I would have brought some men to look for you. Fan Wenbin gestured with his lips and said. If Brother Fong is in danger, with your meager skills, you'd just be easy prey. Li Ruizha glanced at Fan Wenbin and teased him. Fan Wenbin glanced at Li Ruizha. Recalling Li Ruizha's terrifying spatial ability, the spatial strangulation alone would be enough to give him a hard time. Alright, let's hear what Xiao Fong has to say. Yi Qiu stopped them in time, otherwise they might have argued for a long time. Fong Lanbai was the one in charge of this meeting, so let's see what Fong Lanbai does next. Fong Lanbai nodded to Yi Qiu, her voice slow and solemn. Let me first explain my situation. This energy fluctuation was generated by the fusion of 3 relics, and the sequence is extremely high. Chun Gang interjected. Doesn't that mean there are 3 forbidden items in this fusion ruin? Fong Lanbai placed the 2 forbidden items he was carrying on the table and solemnly said, "This sword is forbidden item 017, the Annihilation God Sword. Its unique annihilation attribute makes it extremely powerful. This is forbidden item 024, the Blood Scythe. Its damage doubles upon contact with blood, and its single target damage is extremely high." Then he pointed to the Ruashi Water Lotus in Yi Qingyao's hand and said, "Forbidden item 011, Ruashi Water Lotus, perfectly suited to Yao Yao, was absorbed within the ruins." Fong Lanbai introduced the 3 forbidden items one by one, and everyone's eyes never left them. They all knew that Fong Lanbai had given Xiaopeng a forbidden item to protect his life. They had all tried it and found it to be very powerful. At least in the short term, it would be difficult to break through Lan Quan's defenses. This is only a sequence 69 forbidden item. The blue and white items that Fong has brought out are all high-level forbidden items. The energy fluctuations were so intense that there must have been many powerful individuals present. The fact that Fong Lanbai was able to take down all 3 forbidden items from so many people shows just how strong he is now. For a long time, everyone was stunned. 2 extremely rare high-level forbidden items in the apocalypse were placed in front of them. Who wouldn't be tempted? Fong Lanbai's lips curled up slightly. He had already guessed this would happen. Then he took out the 3 metal figures that could grow. Fan Wenbin, soon someone will be replacing you as the head of the Secret Service. Before Fong Lanbai could finish speaking, Fan Wenbin jumped to his feet and said urgently, "Brother Fong, what did I do wrong? Why am I being dismissed?" Fong Lanbai pretended to be angry. "If you continue to be so undisciplined in the meeting room, you will really be dismissed. These 3 metal figures are all from the ruins. They can be upgraded in rank. We'll have the research department develop unique knight armor for our boundary-breaking gathering ground, and you'll be the commander of this knight order. As for these 3 battle suits, the strongest awakened ones will be selected from the entire boundary-breaking gathering ground to control them." Fan Wenbin's mindset changed, and he raised his head slightly. "The knights are directly under my command, and are the face of my boundary gathering grounds. Fan Wenbin, you may accept the order." Fan Wenbin quickly stood up, clasped his hands in a mock ceremony, and said, "I, Fan Wenbin, accept the order, Brother Fong. From now on, the knights will be ready to charge into battle without hesitation." Fan Wenbin is the perfect choice to be the leader of this knight order. His own special ability is that of a knight, and this knight order will definitely be a major feature of the boundary-breaking gathering place in the future. "Minister Ouyang, I'm entrusting the task of assisting the knight's development to you. Can you handle it?" Ouyang Yucai had a full head of white hair, but his eyes could still gleam with a sharp light. As a leading figure in the scientific research field, no one in the breakthrough gathering area could replace him in this regard. Ever since Fong Lanbai released the 3 suits of armor, Ouyang Yucai had been practically staring at them, only snapping back to reality when Fong Lanbai called him. I wonder what his expression would be if the Xianming spaceship were placed in front of him. He probably wouldn't eat for days. "No problem, Lord City Lord." Fong Lanbai continued. "Take out the star wheel borrowed from Shan Yunlong and hand it to Yi Qiu. This thing can increase the probability of survivors awakening superpowers, but the star power inside is limited. Uncle Yi, you can distribute it to increase the number of superpowered individuals in our base." Yi Qiu took the star wheel, and as soon as he got it, he could feel the rich star power coming from his hand. "Okay, no problem. There's also a Tier 4 battle armor, but its energy requirements are too high. It needs hundreds of Tier 3 crystal cores to support it in a single battle." Su Qidong teased, "Xiao Fong, you've really reaped quite a harvest." Chapter 71 The Contrast of Ouyang Yucai. It's indeed a significant amount, but it has offended quite a few powerful forces. However, with our strength, we have nothing to fear. A glint flashed in Chen Gang's eyes, and his deep, resonant voice rang out. "So what? Kill as many as they come." Fong Lanbai said cautiously, "They shouldn't be underestimated. Their strength is considerable. If they join forces, Even we might struggle to withstand their attack. We must proceed cautiously. Yichio nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. We still need to steadily improve the strength of our boundary-breaking gathering ground, forge alliances, and address our weaknesses. That's the way to survive." Chun Gang agreed with Yichio's words. Since Yichio arrived, he had personally handled many matters in the breaking boundary gathering area, making him the busiest person in the entire breaking boundary gathering area. When there are things they don't understand, Chun Gang and the others will ask for advice. He has a high reputation in the base, and everyone trusts him. He is showing signs of becoming the second-in-command of the boundary-breaking gathering ground. I don't need this annihilation sword, so I'll give it to Doomsday. His lightning spear can bring out the annihilation attribute of this sword to its fullest potential. Su Chidong was somewhat surprised and immediately accepted the forbidden item 017 handed over by Fong Lanbai. If you feel you are more suited to this forbidden item, you can speak up or directly challenge Doomsday. After all, the capable should take it. Fong Lanbai continued. I have no objection. The capable should take the position. I acknowledge Doomsday's strength. He is indeed powerful. Li Ruizha agreed, saying that Su Chidong's strength was indeed very strong, and his domineering lightning was invincible. Everyone in the settlement knew how powerful the commander of the Divine Union Legion was. Everyone agreed that no one was more suitable for the Divine Sword of Annihilation than Su Chidong. As Fong Lanbai had predicted, the Divine Sword of Annihilation was Su Chidong's forbidden item in his previous life. Who doesn't know the name of Su Chidong from the boundary-breaking gathering place, whose long spear pierces through all defenses? Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. But since you'll be fighting with a sword from now on, it'll take some getting used to. Su Chidong said excitedly. Fong Lanbai said mysteriously, why don't you try fusing it first, and then consider this problem? Su Chidong agreed, saying he would try to integrate the two sides after the meeting. I'll keep this blood scythe for now. When choosing forbidden items, select those that suit your needs. More isn't always better. Even a low-ranking forbidden item can be just as effective if it's suitable. Fong Lanbai explained that it wasn't that he didn't want to give away the blood scythe, but rather that none of the people were suited to it. Li Ruizha's spatial ability is more suitable for enhancing forbidden objects. The blood scythe will actually limit Li Ruizha's performance. Wu Feng's Sky Howling Eye is extremely suitable for Li Ruizha, as both are spatial attributes. However, the Sky Howling Eye is useless on Wu Feng. Yi Qingyao and Su Chidong already possess forbidden items. Chun Gang's special ability is the Blood Axe, and his fighting style is also aggressive, so he cannot unleash the true power of the Blood Scythe. Lu Jiming's Stone Overlord, even when paired with the Blood Scythe, wasn't very effective. You can't expect Little Fatty to use the Storm Power and charge into battle wielding the Blood Scythe. Xiaofeng, what do you think of this zombie horde? Yichio asked at the opportune moment. Fong Lanbai, as if she had expected this, smiled and said, this zombie horde is quite large, but it won't be difficult for us to hold it off. With the replenishment of these zombie crystal cores, the strength of our boundary-breaking gathering ground will increase once again. Survival of the fittest. Only the strongest survivors will live on. The strong will always be strong, and for the weak, it's also an opportunity for improvement. As long as they dare to fight, awakened ones will not lack crystal cores. This may sound cruel, but that's how the apocalypse is. Only by becoming stronger can you survive. Otherwise, how could the evolution speed of awakened beings keep up with that of zombies? Yichio nodded and said, indeed, if this zombie horde is only this strong, it won't be a big burden for our boundary-breaking gathering ground. In fact, it's an opportunity for the entire base. I need some high-level crystal cores. Low-level crystal cores don't provide enough improvement for ordinary weapons. They can only increase weapon strength to some extent. Currently, the experiments are only with second-level crystal cores. Perhaps using third-level crystal cores would be different. Ouyang Yutsai said seriously, the research department's work has been progressing steadily, and perhaps soon the awakened ones in the boundary gathering area will be able to use crystal core weapons. Fong Lanbai looked at Minister Ouyang. He had never disappointed her. Although he hadn't far surpassed other settlements, he had kept the scientific research level of the boundary-breaking settlement at the forefront. It should be noted that other gathering places are home to all kinds of top scientific research talents, but among the boundary-breaking gathering place, only Ouyang Yutsai has any reputation. His contribution alone is no less than that of any legion. He is truly a one-man army. All right, after this zombie horde, I will provide the research department with 5 Tier 3 zombie crystal cores for researching crystal core weapons. I'll leave that to Minister Ouyang. Fong Lanbai had great respect for Minister Ouyang and maintained a proper demeanor at the meeting. He had dedicated his life to scientific research and was an extremely pure person. Thank you, City Lord. The research department will certainly live up to your expectations. Ouyang Yucai also greatly admired this young City Lord. Although young, he was not arrogant or impatient at all, and led such a large settlement to move forward steadily. Ouyang Yucai had seen too many geniuses in his life, but most of them failed to achieve anything. However, Fong Lanbai was different. He had almost no weaknesses and was a genius. The meeting ended at night, and everyone was busy with their own things. Fong Lanbai followed Ouyang Yucai. Grandpa Ouyang, I have something to show you. Ouyang Yucai is nearly 70 years old, and it is no exaggeration to say that he is Fong Lanbai's grandfather. Judging from the city lord's expression, could it be that he still has some good stuff he hasn't brought out yet? Ouyang Yucai seemed to have guessed something. His hunched figure looked at the tall Fong Lanbai, who, under the moonlight, did not appear short at all. Grandpa Ouyang guessed right. Let's go. This place isn't enough space to maneuver. After saying that, he led Ouyang Yucai to an open space outside the base. With Fong Lanbai there, even though Ouyang Yucai was just an ordinary person, Fong Lanbai could protect him. Fong Lanbai smiled mysteriously, and a model of the Xianming spaceship appeared in his hand. A dazzling light flashed, and the huge spaceship appeared in front of the two of them, its massive hull shrouded in a large black shadow. No, this apocalypse has truly changed everything. Ouyang Yucai stared wide-eyed, then quickly stepped forward. He had been walking slowly just moments before, but now he was running faster than a young man, starting to explore the Xianming spaceship. I wonder if he'd already drooled over it. Lord of the city, was this also obtained from the ruins? Fong Lanbai nodded, used the Xianming spaceship model in her hand to open the hatch, and led Ouyang Yucai inside. This is where the difference between professionals and amateurs becomes apparent. As soon as Ouyang Yucai entered, he quickly explained the structure and flight principle of this thing. Even took the Xianming spaceship model from Fong Lanbai, placed it where it belonged, and began to observe the various buttons and controllers in the Xianming spaceship's control cabin. Who researched this? The energy conversion rate is just too high. Ouyang Yucai started studying on his own, leaving Fong Lanbai standing aside. Fong Lanbai was a little confused about whether giving him this opportunity was the right decision. Judging from the way he was acting, he probably planned to stay here. Under Fong Lanbai's insistence, Ouyang Yucai changed his mind and agreed not to delay the construction of the Knight's Order and the development of the crystal core weapon. Fong Lanbai then felt relieved to hand over the Xianming spaceship to Ouyang Yucai. Chapter 72 Night Raid. He then agreed to Fong Lanbai's request and contacted Lu Jiming to build a place in the underground of the research department to store the Xianming spaceship. Fong Lanbai didn't mention it in the meeting because she thought the fewer people who knew about the Xianming spaceship, the better. In the future, it might be a trump card that is not easy to reveal. Lord, with these ruins appearing one after another, the entire world is undergoing tremendous changes. We have this Xianming spaceship as a trump card, and other settlements will likely have them too. We must prepare early and be on guard. Ouyang Yucai's concerns were not unfounded. These ruins brought all sorts of crystal energy weapons, and no one could guarantee that other settlements wouldn't have hidden tricks up their sleeves. They didn't want to be caught off guard and end up in trouble. Don't worry, Grandpa Ouyang. No matter what, I will make our boundary-breaking gathering ground better and better. Ouyang Yucai smiled kindly, his slightly curved eyes revealing his appreciation for Lanbai. If there were more people like Fong Lanbai in this apocalypse, would there be so much killing? As for the leader of the Dark Division, Fong Lanbai already has someone in mind. Ouyang Yucai's granddaughter will soon come to the boundary-breaking gathering place. In her previous life, she died at the hands of the corpse King Qi during his attack. Otherwise, she would also be a famous powerhouse. Ouyang Yucai's granddaughter is named Ouyang Yunma. She didn't know that Ouyang Yucai was in the breaking boundary gathering place before, so she worked for Mo Mingzhao. When Ouyang Yunma came to find Ouyang Yucai, it was Ouyang Yucai's business how to keep her. Due to the zombie horde attacking the city, the nighttime defenses were more than doubled. The zombies were extremely active at night, with scattered zombies constantly wandering around the city walls of the boundary gathering area. They were easily killed by the guards. Occasionally, some stronger mutated zombies would appear, but they wouldn't cause much trouble. Experts from various legions would then appear and work together to kill them. In recent days, some of the corpses outside the city walls have been sent to a warehouse, while others, due to a lack of manpower, have been used as another line of defense, with guards setting up guns in front. Flames spewed forth, forming the first line of defense against the zombie onslaught. Once the zombies got close, these team members would pick up their weapons or use their special abilities to kill countless zombies. Therefore, Only a few zombies could withstand the onslaught of the awakened ones in front and the attacks of the ranged ability users behind and reach the city wall. Even if they couldn't stop these powerful zombies, there were still Legion experts who would step in and kill them. The zombie corpses outside the city walls were sent to Fong Lanbai's storage for absorbing spiritual energy. Too many had accumulated in the past few days, but with Fong Lanbai's increasing strength, the conversion speed of spiritual energy was already very fast. The boundary-breaking gathering place has now become a major feature. Although it has not expanded to other provinces, the forces in Shanghai are already aware of the life essence of the boundary-breaking gathering place. Even small factions would bring crystal cores to exchange for life essence. Just by trading these life essences, the breaking boundary gathering grounds obtained tens of thousands of crystal cores, making them one of the wealthier factions in the apocalypse. The zombies are coming. Prepare for battle. Outside the city walls, all sorts of zombies had appeared, having been spotted in advance by the Legion. Figures flickered on the city walls, and Su Chidong had already arrived. Looking at the endless horde of zombies, moving in dense, orderly fashion, with the howls of the zombies growing ever closer, Su Chidong's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. All the members of the Divine Union Legion were on high alert, their dark gun barrels pointed at the horde of corpses. Old Ren, any news about the Corpse King? Flames ignited in Ren Jinha's eyes as he searched through the horde of corpses. This was an ability that Ren Jinha had developed himself. When he first awakened it, it was merely a very ordinary fire-based ability. However, Ren Jinha's special ability seems to be somewhat different. He has developed other abilities and can be considered a first-class expert in the Divine Union Legion. This enhanced eye ability is one of Ren Jinha's skills, giving him a keen eye for detail, which has been the subject of much teasing from others. Not yet. That Corpse King is very cunning. He always shows himself and then immediately hides again. Hold the line. 3rd and 4th squads, attack first. The rest of the squads, wait for my orders. Bump, 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 bump. Bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and the zombies in front fell like wheat in an instant. The artillery fire hit the center of the horde, creating a huge crater. This is all thanks to the weapons and equipment Li Wenqing provided. Otherwise, countless more awakened would have died under the onslaught of this zombie horde. That Fong Lanbai brought back are already being manufactured at an accelerated pace. Before long, the breaking boundary gathering area will be able to use the weapons they have made themselves. Various elemental attacks struck the horde of zombies, causing massive damage. The superhumans on the city wall unleashed their individual abilities, unleashing different attacks upon the zombies. Commander, this horde of zombies seems to be larger than before. Ren Jinha said solemnly. The previous zombie hordes were on a completely different scale compared to this one, with zombies pouring out in an endless stream. Hold on with all your might. The zombies are trying to breach our defenses. Su Chidong also realized that the Corpse King wanted to break through from one place and enter the boundary gathering ground. Su Chidong held the lightning blade, and the spearhead, which had absorbed the power of the god-slaying sword, emitted a white light and looked exceptionally sharp, with purple lightning arcs spreading across the spear. Charge with me. Su Chidong landed in front of the horde of corpses like a thunder god, with the Divine Union Legion following behind him, and they collided fiercely with the zombie tide. With a flick of his spear, he annihilated the aura and sliced the zombie in front of him in two, including a second-tier mutated zombie. This is the domineering nature of the Annihilation Sword. Its Annihilation attribute makes Su Chidong's already powerful attacks even more powerful. Thunder Strike. Su Chidong planted the lightning blade in the ground, and lightning from the tip shot straight into the sky. Countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky, killing a large number of zombies. The smell of burning filled the battlefield. Old He, keep an eye on that Corpse King. Don't let it launch a sneak attack. Su Chidong shouted that from beginning to end, the Corpse King had never appeared, and no one knew what the Corpse King looked like. However, strength doesn't lie. There aren't many Tier 3 zombies, so if one does appear, be extra careful. With Su Chidong's strength, dealing with them shouldn't be difficult. A mountain of mutated zombies appeared from afar, exuding an oppressive aura. These heavy mutated zombies were the most difficult to kill, their formidable defenses often leaving opponents helpless. The aura of the leading mutated zombie had already reached the 3rd level, and its body, which was over 10 meters tall, was not afraid of any attack. The members of the Divine Union squad landed on him, but it had no effect whatsoever. Swish swish. The arrow streaked across the sky, heading straight for the mutated zombie's head. It was blocked by the zombie's arm, but the arrow became deeply embedded in its body. Commander, leave this fat idiot to us. The one who shot the arrow while stepping into the air was the captain of the second squad. He had narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes and a heroic air about him. He was extremely strong. Originally just an ordinary squad member, he gradually rose to the position of captain as his strength improved. With its late-stage second-tier strength, it forcefully broke through the defenses of a third-tier mutated zombie, which is quite impressive. Several members of the second squad followed behind, each stepping on a lotus leaf, as they rushed forward to meet the mutated zombie. The lotus leaf was also released by members of the second squad, who were responsible for controlling the flight of the second squad members and gaining an advantage in aerial combat. The lotus leaf always appeared steadily under everyone's feet, so as not to fall into the horde of corpses at their feet. Chapter 73 Fighting the Zombie Horde. Yen Ming, keep an eye on that corpse king. Su Chidong loudly reminded him. Although this mutated zombie is also a third-tier zombie, it could never be the zombie king. The zombie king is definitely still watching from the shadows. No. Yen Ming drew his bow and arrows, his slender hand lightly pulling back the bowstring, and several energy arrows shot out. A layer of poison adhered to the arrow in midair. This was Chi, a member of the small team who was skilled in using poison. Together with Yen Ming, they further increased the damage of the arrow. Chi-Chi's poison is different from ordinary poisons. It is a mental poison that usually adheres to the claws on the hands, interfering with the zombie's movements. The strength of the Divine Union second team is renowned among the 4 major legions. Captain Yen Ming's arrows are everywhere, with terrifying accuracy and attack range. The Lotus Leaf ability user in charge of controlling the entire scene was accompanied by a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, who stood on the same Lotus Leaf as him. The man with the buzz cut is called Li Pengwei, or Brother Li in the group. He looks like a middle-aged man, but he's actually only in his 30s. He has rock-type abilities and is responsible for protecting Qian Feifei's safety. He is also the owner of the Lotus Leaf ability. A flash of light appeared in their hands, and the Lotus Leaf landed steadily at their feet. Get out of the way. The man with the buzz cut pressed down with both hands, and a huge rock appeared on the head of the mutated zombie. Under his control, it slammed hard onto the head of the third-level mutated zombie. Bang! Gravel rolled off the mutated zombie. Roar, roar, roar. The mutated zombie held its arms in front of its eyes, while the human aimed the arrows at its eyes, one of its few vulnerable spots. It could only block the poisoned arrows as the boulder fell. A tall, slender young man with a long, narrow face quickly created distance, holding a short blade. He moved hundreds of meters away with incredible speed and landed steadily on a lotus leaf. The young man with the long, narrow face smiled faintly. Really meaty, but it's all right. Tanhui, go help the captain, stop showing off. Chi said disdainfully, his claws glowing green as he stepped on the lotus leaves and charged forward again. The mutated zombie casually picked up cars and hurled them at the 2 people standing in the distance, but they were blocked by Li Shuxing's stone wall. Then various zombies were grabbed and thrown over, allowing the awakened ones behind to quickly focus their fire and eliminate them. The remaining mutated zombies were not at tier 3, they still caused great trouble for the Legion members. The zombie horde gradually revealed its terrifying nature. Awakened beings get tired, but the zombie horde never stops flowing. Su Chidong threw his pistol and long spear, piercing through the 2 charging mutated zombies. The annihilation attribute within them wreaked havoc inside the mutated zombies, and the zombies that were still struggling stopped moving. Hold on a little longer, reinforcements will be here soon. With that, several annihilation guns struck, instantly killing the surrounding zombies. The already powerful attack became even more destructive in this horde of zombies. Surrounded by the corpses of zombies, Su Chidong had no choice but to charge into the horde to find and kill the powerful mutated zombies. The other squads of the Divine Union Legion also encountered various mutated zombies, barely managing to suppress them, while also having to deal with the zombies charging at them. Those dozen or so mutated zombies almost tied down dozens of powerful Legion members, their thick flesh making them difficult to kill. Boom. A loud bang came from behind the third-tier mutated zombie. The powerful energy fluctuation almost knocked him to the ground. A group of superhumans in black combat suits rushed over, each with a fiery red lotus flower on their chest. Yi Qingyao brought the elite Julian troops to help. The third-tier mutated zombie turned its head to see the location, clenched its fists, and slammed them down heavily. Boom. A golden shield blocked their way, and the group remained completely undisturbed. This golden shield belonged to Li Pingyan. As the second person in the Candle Lotus to advance to the 3rd tier, the defensive power of this golden shield was beyond question. The golden shield rippled slightly. Behind him, A werewolf standing upright charged up the arm of the third-tier mutated zombie, its claws digging deep into the flesh, rapidly lengthening until they almost touched the ground. This werewolf was none other than Legu, who came with Yi Qingyao to surround the horde of zombies. He reached for the eyes of the third-tier mutant zombie, but the zombie didn't have time to block. Its thick eyelids fell down, blocking Legu's attack. A giant Ruashi water lotus appeared above the head of the third-order mutated zombie, bound by countless streams of water. Legu retreated quickly, but the attack of the third-tier aberrant zombie had already arrived. A stone wall appeared in front of him, but it only made the third-tier aberrant zombie pause for a moment. The stone wall shattered instantly, Legu was knocked away, his werewolf form instantly ended, and he fell unconscious. Tanhui caught him and landed him on a lotus leaf. The veins of the lotus leaf slowly attached to Legu's body, healing her injuries. Legu paid the price of serious injury to divert the attention of the third-order mutated zombie. The mutated zombie was so large that even Ruashi Water Lotus, controlled by Yi Qingyao, couldn't hold it for long. But this was the moment he needed. Su Qidong quickly pushed off the ground and flew up, the lightning dominator spear hovering in front of him. The divine energy at the tip of the spear rapidly gathered, pointing directly at the third-tier mutated zombie. The supernatural power in the air condensed, and in just an instant, the divine energy had accumulated to its limit. Go! The phantom of the spear expanded countless times and shot towards the third-tier mutated zombie, tearing up countless zombie corpses. In just a moment, the mutated zombie froze in place, its large hole in its chest empty, with nothing visible at all. To others, it appeared as if Su Qidong's lightning blade had vanished instantly, and the mutated zombie had been killed. The aura of annihilation was still rampaging inside the mutated zombie's body, tearing the putrid flesh to shreds. Su Qidong, the Zombie King, is attacking in two places. This is just a horde of zombies. The high-level zombies are all with the city defense forces. Yi Qingyao shouted, not expecting the Corpse King to use a feint attack, but the strength of the boundary gathering ground was not something it could shake. Although this is not the main battlefield, most of the low-level zombies are here, and the Divine Union Legion alone cannot defend it. Brother Dong, didn't you notice there's only one hard-to-kill, level 3 mutated zombie here? Holding the golden shield, Li Pingyan casually crushed a second-tier zombie to death, while controlling his strength to avoid turning it into mincemeat, demonstrating his mastery of his power. The city defense troops have brought the Corpse King and 7 Tier 3 zombies with them. Su Qidong planted his spear in the ground, and arcs of lightning shot out, turning a large area into a no-go zone. Zombies couldn't get through and were instantly charred by Su Qidong's lightning. He took out a small bottle, poured a drop of life essence into his mouth, and restored his supernatural abilities. Alright, after I kill all these zombies, I'll go and meet that Zombie King. I didn't expect him to trick me. A glint flashed in his eyes, and a grin spread across his face. I wonder if Xiao Fang will keep it. This Corpse King was incredibly cunning. He launched a massive attack on Shinha with a large horde of corpses, hoping to make the boundary breaker gathering place believe that he was about to launch a full-scale attack on the city wall. Once the other powerful figures arrived to provide support, they led their elite troops to storm into the boundary breaker gathering ground, surrounding it from both inside and outside, and then charged into the boundary breaker gathering ground with the zombie horde. However, it underestimated the strength of the boundary breaking gathering ground. Fang Lanbai only sent one legion, the Candle Lotus Legion, to provide support, leaving the rest of the legions unchanged. In Fang Lanbai's view, if this was indeed a full-scale attack by the zombie horde, the 2 legions would be enough to hold out until reinforcements arrived. This also reflects Fang Lanbai's absolute trust in the 4 legions and his absolute confidence in his own strength. Chapter 74: The Helpless Ghost King. At this moment, the Corpse King was still shocked by Fang Lanbai's strength. None of the humans he had encountered had surpassed him in terms of cultivation level, yet this human's cultivation level was even higher than his own. Black and red flames burned on his body, and his attacks could not cause him any effective damage. This human's attacks were strong, but he did not make any effective attacks. It seemed that he was toying with him. The remaining 6 Tier 3 zombies were also blocked by the other powerful figures. Li Ruasia alone suppressed the 2 zombie kings. His empty blade appeared around the 2 Tier 3 zombies. If they were not careful, they would be hit, and their flesh would fly. Li Ruasia appeared around with a smile on his lips. Only when Li Ruasia made a move could the 3rd Tier zombie sense his location. They tried to react, but it was too late to withstand Li Ruasia's attacks. The 2 level 3 zombies were completely suppressed by Li Ruasia, and it was only a matter of time before they died at his hands. Fan Wenbin and Lu Jiming joined forces to trap 3 level 3 zombies. After reaching level 3, Fan Wenbin's knight armor became even more dazzling, radiating a brilliant light even in the darkness. He wielded his heavy sword with overwhelming force, slashing horizontally and downwards. With Lu Jiming's cooperation, 2 mutated zombies and 1 ordinary tier 3 zombie were suppressed. However, one of the mutated zombies seemed to be more troublesome, with 3 pairs of mantis-like forelimbs that made it a natural fighting machine. Fan Wenbin and Lu Jiming were injured, and even Fan Wenbin's strong armor was scratched with dents. Heavy sword, release. Fan Wenbin's heavy sword quickly disintegrated, and 2 Tang swords appeared in his hands. Lu Jiming's title of Lord of Rock was not for nothing. A huge rock rose from beneath his feet, slowly but explosively, enveloping the 3 zombies. Rock spikes emerged from it and pierced deep inside. The first to emerge was the 8-legged zombie, which shattered the rock with its sword and suffered the least damage. But Fan Wenbin's Tang sword followed closely behind, severing 2 of the 8-legged zombie's forelimbs despite the zombie's resistance. Lu Jiming's attack followed immediately. The giant rock dragon beneath his feet swallowed the mutated zombie whole, rose into the air, and shattered into pieces. The mutated zombie was powerfully crushed by the rocks. Fan Wenbin combined his Tang sword and Knight's greatsword, plunging them deep into the mutated zombie's brain, killing it instantly. By the time the remaining 2 zombies burst out of the rocks, this mutated zombie had already been killed, becoming the first zombie to die. The remaining 2 tier 3 zombies also met their fate of being killed. Chen Gang was confronted by the mutated zombie, which had never appeared before the survivors before. The mutated zombie was like an octopus, with several tentacles waving around, and a rotting head on its head with small eyes like black beans. Chen Gang's blood axe, heavy and powerful, cleaved towards the mutated zombie with a wave of blood, but was blocked by the mutated zombie, whose tentacles wrapped around the giant axe in Chen Gang's hand. They wanted to snatch the giant axe from Chen Gang's hand, but Chen Gang could wield the axe as easily as an extension of his own arm, and he was least afraid of close combat. The phantom of the blood axe in Chen Gang's hand swelled, and a bloody aura swept over it. It slammed down quickly. The mutated zombie tried to dodge, but Chen Gang's right hand swiftly grabbed the mutated zombie's body, ignoring the stench of its decay. "Did I let you leave?" Chen Gang's icy voice rang out, his eyes fixed on the mutated zombie with a fierce glint. At this moment, Chen Gang drew his blood axe, circled it around his waist, and used his left hand to catch the tentacle that the mutated zombie was pulling out. The blood axe phantom struck the mutated zombie, severing half of its body. Chen Gang's battles are always the bloodiest and seem to be full of danger. His superpowers are not particularly strong in front of the higher-ups, but he is still able to hold the position of commander of the Zhuyan Legion. It's definitely not because of his relationship with Feng Lanbai. He always manages to turn danger into safety in battle, something that can't be trained. His ruthlessness in battle always makes him feel like he's bathed in the blood of zombies. Although the battle was extremely dangerous, Chen Gang always handled it with ease. With a single stomp on the ground, a blood-red phantom appeared behind him, a huge humanoid phantom with its hands clasped together. The mutated zombie's tentacles blocked Chen Gang's bloody hand. Chen Gang jumped up with his blood axe in hand and chopped down heavily. The mutated zombie tried to block it, but Chen Gang's phantom had already merged with it and was slapped into a blood mist by Chen Gang's blood-red phantom. "What should I call you, Corpse King, Ghost End? Why are you targeting my boundary gathering ground?" This zombie king has extremely long claws on its hands, and its dark skin is extremely thin and weak. Yet, this very zombie commands mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their hands are stained with the blood of countless humans. How many more will die this time as they attack the Broken Realm gathering ground? "Ghost End, you call me Ghost End, not a bad name, but I'm more interested in your body." Guamo was the name given to him by the survivors. With the help of the White Moon Wolf King Crystal Core, Feng Lanbai has accumulated profound experience and has reached the late stage of the 3rd tier, a higher level than Guamo. The prism flew around Feng Lanbai's body at great speed, casually blocking Guamo's claws and making a series of sounds. "You should know that with your strength, I won't waste much effort before you perish here." Upon hearing this, Guamo felt a surge of anger, but what the human said was true. His strength was unfathomable, and his decision to attack this human was a mistake. The ghost stopped attacking. The human's strength made him feel powerless. None of the humans he had ever met had given him this feeling. "What do you want?" That Guamo could come up with a feint attack strategy shows that his intelligence is not much different from that of an ordinary human. This ghost Mo is far inferior to that Chi. He's just at the level of an ordinary Corpse King. You should know that Corpse King Chi was already at the 3rd tier when Fong Lanbai was in the late 2nd tier, causing Fong Lanbai a lot of trouble. Fong Lanbai smiled and said calmly, "You'll find out soon enough." The battle was nearing its end, with most of the zombies in the Divine Union Legion's territory. Although the zombies there were of higher rank, there were even more experts in the boundary-breaking gathering area, and all of these zombies were killed. Looking at the situation before him, Guamo knew that his life and death were now in the hands of this human. "I'd like to know which forces in Shanghai you've been in contact with." Fong Lanbai looked down at the ghost and said disdainfully. Guamo trembled slightly, not expecting that this human had already guessed it. Large and small forces in this city. As far as Fong Lanbai knows, the territory of Gimo is not close to the location of the boundary-breaking gathering place. However, they ignore the human forces next to them and instead bypass so many places to attack the boundary-breaking gathering place. Mo Mingzhao found me and said that if I take over the boundary-breaking gathering ground, he will help me devour another Corpse King. Fong Lanbai glanced meaningfully into the distance. He had already figured it out. "How can you guarantee he'll help you?" Fong Lanbai asked in confusion. He said this base is neither too strong nor too weak. "I think if I take over this base, my strength will be much greater, and then I'll even swallow up his territory." Mo Mingzhao and Guamo each had their own thoughts. If Mo Mingzhao could eliminate the boundary-breaking gathering ground with the help of the Corpse King, that would be even better. If not, he could at least weaken the strength of the boundary-breaking gathering ground. Chapter 75 Blood Puppet. However, both Ghost King and Mo Mingzhao underestimated Fong Lanbai's strength. "Brother Fong, why waste words with him? Just kill him. Do you think our boundary-breaking gathering ground is a place where you can come and go as you please?" At this moment, everyone gradually surrounded the Ghost King. Chen Gang looked at the Corpse King with disgust, and the blood axe in his hand flashed with blood light. "No need. I have plans." Gimo looked at the crowd and knew that if it did not submit today, it would probably die here. Hearing Fong Lanbai's words, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that this human wanted to use him. As long as he was still useful, he wouldn't die so quickly. Corpse King as if it were its prey, its lips moving slightly. "Here it comes." A figure in black robes came running from afar, with countless tentacles beneath its feet, and no obstacles in its path hindered it in the slightest. "Owner." The Blood Emperor quickly stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of Fong Lanbai. After the Blood Emperor's ruins, he expanded his influence to the west of the boundary-breaking gathering ground, and told Fong Lanbai through the golden sword that it had a new ability. Fong Lanbai then ordered the Blood Emperor to arrive quickly. Guamo could sense that this black-robed man was also a zombie king, but he was loyal to this human. The human's methods made him uneasy. "Is that him? He has a good physique." The Blood Emperor looked at Ghost End with great interest. "Relax your mind, or you'll die here today," Fong Lanbai threatened, glancing at the Blood Emperor, who quickly stepped forward to confront Guamo. "How can you guarantee my safety?" Looking at the Corpse King in front of him, Guamo had a vague sense of foreboding. At night, the Blood Emperor's scarlet eyes stared at Guamo, the red veins on his body rising and falling. "You had no choice." Fong Lanbai's voice rang out coldly. Seeing that the humans around him had surrounded him, he knew that if he didn't agree, he would probably be killed in an instant. "However, this Corpse King in front of me has its own consciousness, and it seems to be doing something inside my body to ensure that I obey it. Okay, I promise you." The Blood Emperor quickly stepped forward, and countless tentacles behind him swiftly enveloped Guamo. Several of the tentacles were pierced through Guamo several times without his knowledge. A heart-wrenching scream rang out as the blood in Guamo's body was rapidly drained, but he was now unable to speak and looked at Fong Lanbai in confusion. Guamo's originally dark skin turned pale, and he became still. The blood that had been drawn out by the Blood Emperor was slowly replaced with the Blood Emperor's own blood, and his dark skin became abnormally bloody. The Blood Emperor's aura weakened rapidly, indicating that this had greatly depleted his vital energy. Ghost's lifeless eyes quickly changed, transforming into the same blood-red pupils as the Blood Emperor. "All right, master." On Guamo's body disappeared, and he stood there motionless. This was an ability that the Blood Emperor had only recently learned about. Guamo had been refined into a blood puppet by the Blood Emperor. Lacking self-awareness, a puppet that only knows how to fight, and without the ability to control zombies, the Zombie King's strength is real. However, without consciousness and only able to fight, it is ultimately weaker. Fong Lanbai and Gue Momo had been waiting for the Blood Emperor to arrive so that he could relax and ensure the integrity of the blood puppet. This ghost must die, and it must die a worthy death so that it can help the Blood Emperor consolidate his rule over the surrounding corpse hordes. Is this Corpse King being controlled? I didn't expect it to have this kind of ability. Fan Wenbin looked at the Blood Emperor with some trepidation. This Corpse King's loyalty to Fong Lanbai had indirectly strengthened the power of the Breaking Boundary Gathering Ground. The Blood Emperor's abilities are also newly developed and have some flaws. The prerequisites for these abilities are too stringent. As long as Guemo makes the slightest move to refuse the Blood Emperor's absorption, the creation of the blood puppet will fail. Guemo never expected that Fong Lanbai hadn't intended to let him live from the very beginning. The zombie horde brought by the ghost and caused too many base personnel to die in battle, and Fong Lanbai could not allow him to live. Blood Emperor, continue developing the western part of the base with Ghost End. You take your men and completely wipe out that zombie horde. Afterwards, tally the casualties and report back to me. Give the team members who participated in this zombie horde battle some preferential treatment. Chen Gang, Liru Asia, come with me tomorrow to check out the Mingmi settlement. This isn't the first time Mo Mingzhao has targeted the boundary-breaking gathering ground. It seems he's still too confident in himself. The zombie horde brings not only crystal cores, but also a massive number of zombie corpses. The amount of life essence will surge rapidly after this horde. It's likely that this life essence could reach thousands, which would then be a huge amount of crystal cores. The zombie horde was almost over. With the support of the Shinha and Julian legions, the zombie corpses had piled up in heaps. Yi Qingyao's Ruashi water lotus can provide support to hundreds of people on the battlefield. Streams of water bloom on the battlefield, greatly reducing the pressure of healing and crowd control. Commander Yi is amazing. When will I be able to do that? Qian Feifei sighed. His superpowers could also heal and control the entire scene, but compared to Yi Qingyao, they were far inferior. Otherwise, he's the regimental commander, and you're just a team leader. Ha ha ha. Li Pengwei joked, leaving Qian Feifei speechless. You have the nerve to say that to me? We both have stone-based abilities, but Brother Liu is the leader of the city defense force, and you're just a captain. The two stood together and still couldn't resist bickering, afraid that the other might become a little arrogant. How about we have a little game when we get back this time, playing with 3 crystal cores? Tan Hui suddenly appeared beside the two of them, raised an eyebrow, and said, I don't want to play. Do you think I have too many crystal cores? I'd rather play with you. Qian Feifei said dismissively that when he played mahjong with Tan Hui, he would win 9 out of 10 times, and he had won a lot of crystal cores by playing mahjong. No, even 1 crystal core will do. Tan Hui was not giving up. It was rare to see people as bad as them. How could he let them go? The boundary-breaking gathering area are becoming more and more complete, and many entertainment venues have been opened for their leisure. Otherwise, after high-intensity battles, it is difficult to relax the tense nerves, and in the long run, the physical burden will be extremely great. Therefore, the establishment of entertainment venues is necessary. In the boundary-breaking gathering place, crystal cores have completely replaced money, and money is now just worthless paper. Li Ruasia and Chun Gang led a group of Legion members to quickly annihilate the zombie horde, officially resolving this nighttime zombie attack. As the Legion members returned to their rooms, the streets were filled with the cheers of survivors from the Boundary Breaker settlement, giving them a sense of protecting their homeland. Mom, when I grow up, I want to kill zombies too. A little girl with messy hair stood next to her mother and spoke. Okay, when you grow up, it'll be your turn to protect mommy. The residents along the road cheered for the hero who defended his home. Fong Lanbai smiled slightly, silently bypassed the main road, and returned to his small courtyard. This phenomenon is a good thing for a settlement, indicating that the survivors have a sense of belonging to the broken boundary settlement and have developed a sense of responsibility to protect it. The development of a settlement requires the support of its people. In the end, the most important factor is the survivors. Without the support of the survivors, the settlement will only fall apart more quickly. Chapter 76: The Gathering Place of Light and Shadow. Xiaofeng, weapon manufacturing is on track. With the weapon parts production line and the blueprints, we can now manufacture firearms and bullets. Yichio's face glowed with satisfaction as he spoke. With this replenishment of crystal cores, our base's strength has increased significantly once again. Luo Hong was quick to act, typical of a soldier. The various weapon parts production lines had already been escorted here by experts from the Mingdu gathering place. All right, Uncle Yi, then I'll trouble you to take good care of things. Fong Lanbai said politely. This is nothing. It's given me back the drive I had when I was young. a gathering place for the flickering lights. At this moment, there were also many people waiting to enter the Mingmi gathering place. Fong Lanbai, along with Li Ruizha and Chen Gang, were dressed in tattered clothes and mingled among them. Armed men with guns were maintaining order around them. Chen Gang leaned close to Fong Lanbai's ear and said, "Brother Fong, why don't we just charge in?" Fong Lanbai smiled mysteriously and said, "Mo Mingzhao has gone to such lengths to prepare this wonderful gift for us. How can we simply reciprocate with a simple gift?" Chen Gang smiled slyly. "It's still my brother Fong. I'll follow your arrangements." Chen Gang obediently followed behind Fong Lanbai. "Are you blind? Kneel down and apologize." When Chen Gang stepped back, Li Ruizha also subconsciously stepped back, stepping on the foot of the person behind him. When the man saw that Li Ruizha looked honest, he immediately started cursing. Li Ruizha didn't speak. He glanced at the guard standing beside him and, seeing that the guard didn't intend to interfere, looked at the man with interest. The clothes she was wearing were pieced together from two different garments, and she was wearing women's flared pants. She was also missing a tooth, and when she spoke, her mouth was churning with waves, as if she were just about to raise a fish. "What do you want?" Li Ruizha asked casually. Since the apocalypse, no one had dared to speak to him like that. Everyone in the Void Legion knew how formidable their chubby commander was. "I told you to kneel down and apologize to me. Are you deaf?" As he was about to grab Li Ruizha's neck, his hand vanished the instant it touched Li Ruizha's body, leaving no trace of blood. The cut was clean, and the hand seemed to have disappeared completely. "Hey bro, where's your hand?" As Li Ruizha spoke, he went up to support his arm, his face still showing shock. As Li Ruizha approached, the man retreated step by step, unable to understand why this chubby boy could be so strange. The surrounding crowd erupted in commotion, and a large area instantly cleared around Li Ruizha. Looking at Fong Lanbai and Chen Gang, who had retreated along with everyone else, Li Ruizha smiled helplessly. "I didn't do it. I really didn't do it." Li Ruizha opened his harmless eyes and looked at the guards with an innocent expression. "Don't resist. Come with me into the city." A soldier dressed in plain clothes, carrying a long sword, quickly organized his men and brought Li Ruizha into the Mingmi settlement. Li Ruizha did not resist. As for what he was taken there for, it was most likely to be for recruitment. The crowd quickly formed a queue, and the situation did not recur. "What's your name?" Fong Lanbai hunched slightly and said in a wooden voice, "My name is Godan." The person asking the question paused slightly, a flash of disgust crossing his eyes. Without asking Fong Lanbai anything else, he let him in. Looking at Chen Gang, and seeing that the two were together, he casually asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Yongdan, Sheep Egg." Fong Lanbai, standing behind that person, almost couldn't hold back anymore. "If you're going to make something up, at least make it believable. What kind of nonsense is this?" The man frowned, then casually picked up the long sword from the waist of the person next to him and slashed at Chen Gang's neck. As Chen Gang cried out, his legs went weak, as if he had been frightened. The long sword stopped at Chen Gang's neck, and he said calmly, "Go in." The man became suspicious of the two, as they didn't look alike and even had similar names. He wanted to test whether Chen Gang was an awakened one, but unexpectedly, Chen Gang's acting skills were quite good. The guard who was questioning them was only a late-stage Tier 1 warrior. Even if Chen Gang stood still and let him attack, it wouldn't cause him any harm. Without anyone leading the way, we entered the Mingmi settlement. Not far away, we could see some women dressed in distinctive clothes soliciting customers. "Handsome, how about we go upstairs and sit for a while? We just need some food." A woman who looked to be in her 30s, with a lot of powder on her face, came up and grabbed Chen Gang's arm. Chen Gang quickly shook him off, told him to get lost, and tried to leave. "No way, handsome. I have girlfriends too. They offer all kinds of services, but the prices won't be this high." Seeing that she wouldn't stop, Chen Gang threw her a crystal core. The mature woman saw that it was a crystal core. People like them only accepted food, and crystal cores could be exchanged for many things in the bright and dark gathering grounds. Most importantly, he could try to awaken. Looking at Chen Gang's back, he wondered what he was thinking. "Brother Fong, it seems Mo Mingzhao's management is inadequate. He's actually letting this kind of industry develop unchecked." Fong Lanbai looked at the street, where women of prostitution were soliciting customers everywhere. If they don't do this, they have no chance of survival. Fong Lanbai sighed as she spoke. "The reasons why I didn't bring my legion to attack the Mingmi settlement. The fault never lies with the common people. It lies with the rulers." Chen Gang seemed to understand Fong Lanbai's intention. This extinct fish colony spans the Huangpu River, which is home to numerous mutated fish species, explaining its existence. Mo Mingzhao is now at the 3rd level, and he can probably control 3 mutated beasts. The Mo Xian turtle is in the Huangpu River. I wonder if it still recognizes me. Although there are many shady industries in the Mingmi gathering place, its hardware strength is real. It has been going head-to-head with the Shanghai military for so long and has not been at a disadvantage in the slightest. Mo Mingzhao's strength should already be at the 3rd tier. Due to the limitations of his abilities, the contracted beasts cannot exceed Mo Mingzhao's tier. Therefore, apart from his natal summoned beast, the Mo Xian turtle, these 3 mutated beasts should all be at the late 2nd tier level. This is the Beast King star, one of the 12 stars in the previous life. Although it does not have an absolute advantage among those of the same rank, this ability becomes stronger as time goes on. It goes without saying how strong the 9 ninth rank contracted beasts are. In the realm of the sun, moon, and stars, a small realm often signifies a great deal, with vastly different levels of strength. This is one of the reasons why Mo Mingzhao can only be ranked among the 12 stars. Fang Lanbai never took Mo Mingzhao's strength seriously. He was a 12-star, and Fang Lanbai had fought 4 of them in the fusion ruins. At this moment, Li Ruizha was brought in front of a captain, and he looked at the captain with a grin. Tell me, what is your superpower? Tell me, and all of this is yours. The captain of the 2nd tier ability user team pointed to the sausages on the table and said, Thank you so much. You're a really nice person. But where's what you were looking for? Upon hearing Li Ruizha's words, he turned his head and saw that the sausage on the table had disappeared. When he looked at Li Ruizha again, his eyes were filled with deep solemnity. With his hands hanging at his sides and his right leg slightly back, his entire body was on the verge of exploding. Are you a top expert in the military? The 2nd tier ability user asked, but Li Ruizha did not answer. Instead, he put away his demeanor and said coldly, I want to see Ouyang Yunma. Chapter 77. Thank you for nurturing me. Answer my question first. Before the 2nd tier ability user could finish speaking, the surrounding team members were instantly knocked away, and their weapons disappeared. He found himself being choked by the fat man in front of him, his tall frame lifted into the air. He tried to use his superpowers, but couldn't lift his hands. Only then did he realize that something big was about to happen in the bright and dark gathering grounds. Do you need me to repeat myself? At this moment, Li Ruizha's chubby face transformed into a demon in his eyes, someone who could control his own life and death at will. Why was he so strong? Ouyang Yunma is with his team at Yunma Tower. He should be training his team right now. With Li Ruizha choking her, she spoke haltingly, her hands gripping his arm, unable to break free. Li Ruizha released his grip on his neck and said calmly, Lead the way, and you can try my superpower with your head. Fang Yimping was speechless. He had only wanted to recruit someone with strong superpowers, but he hadn't expected to offend such a jinx. Okay. He didn't know what the fat man's purpose was in seeking out Ouyang Yunma. That woman was extremely powerful. As the leader of the Yunma army in the Mingmi gathering place, her shadow abilities were extremely difficult to deal with. Even Mo Mingzhao was very polite to her, let alone a 2nd-level superpowered squad leader like him. He greeted her from afar, and she could only nod slightly in acknowledgement. Perhaps this fat guy is strong, but Ouyang Yunma is definitely not weak. If they were to fight, it's hard to say who would win. This is also why Fang Yimping was willing to take Li Ruizha to find Ouyang Yunma. With a wave of his right hand, Li Ruizha enveloped the entire room, trapping the team members inside to prevent any accidents from happening. At night, many areas in the Mingmi settlement are still lit up, which reflects their strength and fearlessness in the face of zombie attacks. The defending forces of the Mingmi settlement make up 1/3 of the total combat personnel. With 3 shifts in rotation, we can react as quickly as possible even when zombies attack. As he walked down the street, people would greet Fang Yimping, each arm, and while talking, his hands kept groping her. Brother Fang, why didn't you go to the flower pavilion for some fun today? Fang Yimping gave an awkward laugh and hurriedly replied, I have some business to attend to at Yunma Army. Upon hearing that he was going to Yunma Army, the man didn't say much, glanced at Li Ruizha a couple more times, and then left. At this moment, Fang Lanbai and Chun Gang had reached the tallest building in the Mingmi gathering place. Passers-by looked at the 2 people dressed in tattered clothes with undisguised disgust. Ruai should be close to finding Ouyang Yunma by now. Let's find Mo Mingzhao first and meet this old friend. Fang Lanbai said indifferently. How do we find it? This building is so tall. Should we ask someone for directions? Chun Gang touched the back of his head and asked. Fang Lanbai's lips curled up, and she said meaningfully, Of course that's how it is. The dark demon essence emitted a mysterious dark purple light, lightning flashed, and the dragon's might was released without reservation. The Thunder Prison Demon Dragon appeared, startling the passers-by. If a giant dragon suddenly appeared beside you, anyone would be terrified and run away in terror. Roar, 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 roar. As soon as Fong Dai Dai came out, lightning swept around the area, leaving the ground scorched and pitted. It's you again, Brother Fong. I've wanted to do this for ages. It's so humiliating. A blood-red phantom appeared behind him, slamming a giant axe into the ground, creating a shockwave that cracked the earth. Daring to cause trouble in the Mingmi gathering place is courting death. A long sword flew towards Fong Dai Dai's neck, but Fong Dai Dai didn't move. He blocked the sword with his dragon claw. Sizzle sizzle. The shockwave actually caused Fong Dai Dai to move slightly, and the long sword returned to the young man's hand. Fong Dai Dai's strength also slightly moved him. Was he a beast-taming type of superpower like Brother Amo? Then kill that man first, and the beast taming will collapse on its own. With a flourish of his sword, he charged straight at Fong Dai Dai at incredible speed. Almost instantly, the shockwave from the sword struck Fong Dai Dai. Immediately afterwards, he forcefully broke through Fong Dai Dai's lightning net, and the long sword slashed at Fong Dai Dai's dragon scales, causing cracks to appear on them. Fong Dai Dai's dragon claw came crashing down, carrying dark energy. If it hit, the outcome of the battle would be decided. With a flourish of the sword, a righteous character formed by a wave of energy instantly appeared, blocking Fong Dai Dai's dragon claw. The resulting energy wave rippled out into a huge circular wave of energy. Whoosh. In just a moment, taking advantage of this energy fluctuation, he, who was already extremely fast, quickly approached Fong Lanbai and thrust his long sword toward Fong Lanbai's chest. As expected, the person who awakened the beast-taming ability was just an ordinary person. What use is such strong beast-taming ability? Looking at the intruder, I saw that the man was actually laughing. Was this a relief before his death? Wrong. Boom. Fong Lanbai appeared in front of him almost instantly, without even using her superpowers, and threw a punch. Come. He swung his longsword back, not having time to unleash a shockwave, and used the sword in his hand to block the punch. The force was like being hit by a truck at 180 miles per hour, sending you flying. The internal energy entered his body, making his throat taste slightly sweet, which he forcibly swallowed back. Wow, that's powerful. Is it a physical enhancement ability? Or is it feedback from beast taming? Lu Shutzi thought to herself, I didn't expect such a strong enemy to come to the base. What is their purpose? Before he could catch his breath, an extremely powerful bolt of lightning and dark energy shot straight toward him. Lu Shutzi quickly drew 3 characters, withstanding Fong Dai Dai's attack. Bump. The enormous dragon claw magnified before his eyes and slammed him away. Just as the thunder was about to strike him, an umbrella appeared above him, grabbed his arm, and pulled him away from Fong Dai Dai. If I hadn't come, you would have died here. A silvery voice rang out, and a sapphire blue umbrella floated beside her. She looked like a miner, but the 2 weapons on her chest were quite extraordinary. Standing next to Lu Shutzi, she was no shorter than him, and her 2 plump, long legs swayed back and forth. Lu Shutzi felt somewhat uncomfortable. She struggled to pull her arm out of the 2 weapons and stood next to the woman with an unnatural expression. Shengwan Xinghui, be careful, they're very strong. Lu Shutzi patted the dust off her clothes and said with a solemn expression, I've told you so many times, just call me Xinghui. Calling me that makes you sound so distant. Shengwan Xinghui said coquettishly, can you manage without me nursing you? She opened the sapphire blue umbrella in her hand, and specks of blue light fell on Lu Shutzi, healing his injuries. Thank you for healing me. Lu Tiaozi's face turned ashen. He hadn't been this passive even when fighting that dragon. Fong Lanbai stood there, watching the 2 of them. For some reason, Fong Dai Dai also stood there, without making a move. No, you're making it sound like we're the villains. Fong Lanbai thought to herself, then asked the 2 of them, where is Ouyang Yunma? Lu Shutzi thought for a moment and then asked, what do you want with Ouyang Yunma? Boom. The lightning bolts fell rapidly, and Lu Shutzi and Shengwan Xinghui joined forces to resist the rain of lightning. You have no right to ask me questions. Fong Lanbai's emotionless voice rang out. Chapter 78, You've finally arrived. Lu Shutzi's face became even more unpleasant. He wanted to stall for time until other powerful figures arrived, but he didn't expect that Lu Shutzi would not give him the chance at all. If Ouyang Yunma were taken away, it would be a loss for the Mingmi settlement. He couldn't let Ouyang Yunma be put in danger. Look at this dragon. In this magical city, he is probably the only one who rides a dragon. He is Fong Lanbai, the city lord of the boundary gathering place. Unexpectedly, he was willing to lower himself and infiltrate the Mingmi gathering place. If his goal was to kill Ouyang Yunma, then he should be even less allowed to see Ouyang Yunma. He's too strong. It seems he doesn't want to attack us. If he wanted to, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold out until Shangguan Xinghui arrives. Lu Xuzi's mind raced as she tried to come up with a solution. Are you waiting for your useless city lord to arrive? Fong Lanbai smiled disdainfully. He didn't take Mo Mingzhao seriously at all. This place was the center of the Mingmi gathering area. Right now, he was probably observing somewhere. Lu Xuzi fell silent. Shangguan Xinghui, standing beside her, rapidly enlarged the umbrella in his hand, sending waves of energy toward Fong Lanbai. You're quite the actor. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you're a little pretty. Fong Lanbai didn't pay attention to this energy, but the moment it came into contact with Fong Lanbai's body, a feeling of weakness came over him, as if his body had gone through several battles. Break! Lu Xuzi slashed her long sword through the air, revealing a sharp and powerful break character as she attacked Fong Lanbai. The sharp sword energy sliced countless cracks into the air. Chun Gang never worried about Fong Lanbai, who blocked some other powerful figures from the Mingmi gathering place. While you're at it, please help Mo Mingzhao renovate the floor. Boom! The overwhelming force shattered everything in front of it, breaking through the fierce break mark, and all the negative effects on its body vanished. The two were propelled dozens of meters by this powerful energy, and the soaring demonic flames illuminated the high-rise buildings in the area where the lights and shadows gathered. Still not behaving properly. Perfect, I also love playing with swords. Fong Lanbai said calmly, and 12 prisms appeared around him, forming a prism-heavy sword. Demonic flames were added, and the demonic patterns on his body emitted a faint light. The aura of ferocious beasts swept over him. In Lu Xuzi's eyes, Fong Lanbai seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast, and his mere aura made him hesitate to approach. Sizzle sizzle. The prismatic greatsword slashed across the ground with a piercing sound. Shangguan Xinghui held the umbrella above his head, and specks of light appeared from under the umbrella. Some of them met Fong Lanbai, who rushed up, while others went around Lu Xuzi and entered his body. Let's go together. Shangguan Xinghui folded his umbrella and faced Fong Lanbai together with Lu Xuzi. Clang, clang, bang. Fong Lanbai's prismatic heavy sword struck Lu Xuzi's sword with such force that Lu Xuzi almost lost her grip on the hilt. Shangguan Xinghui was holding an umbrella. The opening and closing of this sapphire blue umbrella partially deflected Fong Lanbai's force. However, Fong Lanbai's demonic flames surged onto the umbrella handle, and it took a lot of supernatural power to blow away the demonic flames. Look at this sword. How can you block it so easily? Lu Xuzi held her sword in the air currents condensing on the blade, its extreme sharpness seemingly capable of piercing through everything. Go! Lu Xuzi shouted loudly, and his long sword was in front of Fong Lanbai in an instant. Fong Lanbai swung his prismatic heavy sword horizontally, and Lu Xuzi's sword tip pierced Fong Lanbai's heavy sword. The airflow from the sword blew the demonic flames on the prismatic heavy sword behind Fong Lanbai, and the force made Fong Lanbai take several steps back. It had considerable force, but unfortunately, it was largely ineffective. Fong Lanbai raised his prismatic heavy sword, bringing it down with a powerful gust of wind. Lu Xuzi and Shangguan Xinghui struggled to defend themselves, the heat of the demonic flames scorching them. The air around Lu Xuzi was almost completely burned away. S prismatic heavy sword quickly disintegrated, and he caught it with his left hand, slashing it horizontally. Lu Xuzi reacted first and quickly stepped forward, only to have her chest slashed open by Fong Lanbai's sword, revealing white bones inside, and large amounts of blood staining her clothes red. Little Su. Shangguan Xinghui's hand burst into intense light, dazzling Fong Lanbai. Shangguan Xinghui quickly took Lu Su and left. The blue light in his hand covered Lu Xuzi's body, trying to stop the bleeding, but the demonic flames spread on Lu Xuzi's body, and with his supernatural power greatly depleted, he could no longer dispel the demonic flames. By channeling all his supernatural powers, Shangguan Xinghui healed most of Lu Xuzi's injuries, leaving him with no ability to resist. He was essentially entrusting his life to Lu Xuzi. Boom! A giant water cannon rushed over, and Fong Lanbai casually swung his sword, cutting the water cannon in half. So, you finally decided to come out? Fong Lanbai smiled as she looked at Mo Mingzhao, who had appeared. Around him was the Mo Xian turtle, which was several times larger than him, and there was also a fox. However, the fox's claws were extremely sharp and gripped the ground. The fox was even taller than Mo Mingzhao next to it. It stuck out its tongue and licked its paws, its pink fur exuding a unique and eerie aura in the darkness. Fong Lanbai, what brings you to my Mingmi gathering ground? Today you'll pay the price. Mo Mingzhao still had a righteous look on his face. He adjusted his glasses and looked at Fong Lanbai with his narrow eyes. Fong Lanbai was speechless. With so many people watching in this gathering place of light and shadow, he still wanted to maintain his lofty image. You know better than I what you've done. Mo Mingzhao's glasses reflected light for a moment under the lamplight, and he squinted slightly. He and Gue Mo hadn't been in constant contact. They'd lost touch since making their deal. But he knew that Gue Mo's horde of corpses had left. How did Fong Lanbai know that Gue Mo's horde of corpses was related to him? I did nothing. All I did was protect the residents of our Mingmi settlement and safeguard their safety. Mo Mingzhao said with righteous indignation. Mo Mingzhao, you son of a bitch, do you even know how many people died in my boundary-breaking gathering ground because of this zombie horde? Seeing Mo Mingzhao's nonchalant attitude, Chun Gang was furious and couldn't help but curse. Further words are useless, Mo Mingzhao. Today, you must pay the price. With a thought, Fong Lanbai sent Fong Dai Dai swiftly plunging down from the sky, crackling with lightning. The violent lightning arrived before Fong Dai Dai. The Mo Xian turtle floated on its four webbed feet, forming spheres of water. In an instant, it retracted its limbs, head, and tail, transforming into a turtle shell shield that blocked Fong Dai Dai's impact. The red cloud fox instantly rushed onto Fong Dai Dai's back, but the lightning on Fong Lanbai's body surged rapidly, forcing it to leave. Chun Gang was blocking dozens of powerful figures around him, so he couldn't free up any hands. At that moment, a woman dressed in black casual clothes appeared in midair from a shadow. Immediately afterwards, Li Ruasia appeared next to the woman in a burst of spatial energy. Brother Fong, I found Ouyang Yunma. Li Ruasia waved to Fong Lanbai, but Ouyang Yunma's face turned serious as he looked at the man the fat man called Brother Fong. Her aura was already at the late stage of the third rank, and she sensed her violent aura as soon as she arrived. My grandfather is in the boundary breaker gathering place. A voice filled with icy coldness came from behind him, and Ouyang Yunma frowned slightly. He had thought that the fat man was already strong enough, but he did not expect that the city lord of this broken realm gathering place was even stronger. Chapter 79, Killing the Red Cloud Fox. That's right. Fong Lanbai smiled, looking at Ouyang Yunma, who exuded an icy aura, like a queen in the dark. The purpose of this trip to the Mingmi gathering place is twofold. First, to make Mo Mingzhao more restrained, and second, to take Ouyang Yunma away. Killing Mo Mingzhao would leave the Mingmi gathering without a leader, and many more people would die. Now is not the time to kill him. The Breaking Boundary gathering cannot accept such a large number of survivors. I can take you to see it. Come with me after it's over. Fong Lanbai, completely disregarding Mo Mingzhao's presence, was about to take away his general. Yunma, don't listen to what he says. I will do everything I can to find your grandfather. If he's in the Breaking Boundary gathering place, I will bring him back. Ouyang Yunma's formidable strength is exactly what the Mingmi gathering place needs. If Ouyang Yunma leaves, it will be almost impossible for Fong Lanbai to return, given his strength. Shut up. Fong Lanbai's prismatic heavy sword shot out, followed by a blood-red scythe, the forbidden item 024, the Bloodslaughter Scythe. The prismatic greatsword rapidly disintegrated in midair, revealing a humanoid form composed of prismatic crystals. Steady contact with the blood scythe. Although the shape of the prism was fixed, the little figure made of the prism did not have a hand to hold the blood scythe. But the blood scythe was tightly attached to the prismatic arm. In the air, the blood-red, murderous aura combined with the blue and white prismatic material, and the sharpness and killing intent merged. This prismatic man had used the blood scythe to its fullest extent. Fong Lanbai called it the Prism Warrior because after fusing with the White Moon Wolf King's crystal core, Fong Lanbai discovered that his mental power had greatly increased, allowing him to subdivide his mental power into several parts and control them separately. The blood scythe paired with the prism armor is a perfect match. This Prism Warrior is made of prisms, and every part of his body is a weapon, extremely sharp. As soon as they met, he completely suppressed the fox. This Prism Warrior is entirely controlled by Fong Lanbai, which requires extremely strong mental strength to do. Seeing that Fong Lanbai didn't take him seriously at all, Mo Mingzhao realized that the demonic dragon was suppressing the Mo Xian turtle and making it difficult for it to come to his aid. Even a late-stage second-tier mutated fox couldn't stop Fong Lanbai's Prism Man. I'm afraid that in less than 3 minutes, this mutated fox will be shredded into pieces by this Prism Man. Fong Lanbai's strength filled him with despair, and from beginning to end, Fong Lanbai didn't care whether he appeared or not. What if you're lying to me? Ouyang Yunma frowned. He was unwilling to give up this possible opportunity to find his biological grandfather. Since his parents' accident, his grandfather had raised him. He had also searched for him at Shanghai University, but to no avail. Later, he met Mo Mingzhao and joined the Mingmi gathering group. Mo Mingzhao agreed to help him search, but there was still no trace of her. She herself was also busy with tasks every day, doing things for Mo Mingzhao. Now it seems that if Ouyang Yucai really was in the boundary-breaking gathering place, and Mo Mingzhao really put in a lot of effort to find him, how could he not find him? Ouyang Yunma, please trust us. Grandpa Ouyang is doing just fine in the boundary-breaking gathering area. He's now the head of our research department. Li Ruizha also spoke up at the opportune moment. S intention in dismissing Fan Wenbin during the meeting. Ouyang Yunma's special ability was simply natural for reconnaissance and assassination, and her shadow stealth was so powerful that if he hadn't used spatial teleportation several times, he really wouldn't have been able to keep up with her. Seeing that Ouyang Yunma was still hesitating, Fong Lanbai immediately said, "If you don't cherish this opportunity, who knows when you'll see him again." Shangwan Xinghui was in Lu Xuzi's arms. Her supernatural powers had been completely drained, and she was now unable to use any of them at all. "Sister Yunma, will you come back?" Shangwan Xinghui saw through Ouyang Yunma's thoughts. For Ouyang Yunma, her joining the Mingmi gathering was to use Mo Mingzhao to help her find her grandfather. Now that she has news, she has to go and see for herself. Maybe. Ouyang Yunma hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head and replied. Fong Lanbai smiled. It was a foregone conclusion that Ouyang Yunma would leave with him, so now only Mo Mingzhao remained. On the battlefield, Red Cloud Fox, who was fighting the Prism Warriors, was covered in wounds, with not a single unscathed spot on his body. Most of his neck had been chopped off, and the blood on his body had almost stained his fiery red for crimson. This mutated fox made the blood scythe's aura even more violent, and the blood-red light on the scythe flickered as if it were alive. Mo Mingzhao, you will regret the decision you made. Fong Lanbai charged toward Mo Mingzhao like a cannonball. The Prism Warrior and the mutated fox were locked in battle when Fong Lanbai arrived. The Prism Warrior quickly disintegrated and returned to Fong Lanbai's hand. With the Prism Heavy Sword in his right hand and the forbidden item 024 in his left, the blood scythe seemed to come alive in Fong Lanbai's hands. At this moment, the blood scythe had been absorbed by Fong Lanbai. Although the Prism Warriors could not activate the blood scythe's properties, Fong Lanbai could. He thrust his prismatic heavy sword at the mutated fox, whose body was already strained and no longer as agile as before. A water shield appeared in front of them, blocking Fong Lanbai's prismatic heavy sword. Almost instantly, the demonic flames on the prismatic heavy sword dissipated the water shield. Before the mutated fox could even catch its breath, Fong Lanbai had already appeared above it, his right hand wielding the blood scythe, and before the mutated fox could see in horror, its head fell to the ground. Fong Lanbai. Mo Mingzhao gritted his teeth and shouted. He didn't have time to save his beast. The second-tier mutated fox was killed in almost a single exchange. For Mo Mingzhao, a cautious man, he would keep a mutated beast by his side to protect his safety. The mutated beast has not yet appeared. It is a trump card that Mo Mingzhao has kept for himself. Mo Mingzhao, I see you still have a few mutated beasts for me to kill. A massive demonic flame rose from beneath Mo Mingzhao's feet. Although he quickly dodged, he couldn't avoid being burned by the flame. Despite his strong beast-taming abilities, Mo Mingzhao was only equivalent to an ordinary third-tier awakener. Suddenly, Mo Mingzhao was enveloped by a giant tree, leaving no room for him. This was Mo Mingzhao's last tamed beast, and the tree could directly protect him inside, greatly ensuring his safety. This ancient tree is not strong in attack, but it has a variety of defensive measures, which greatly increases Mo Mingzhao's ability to survive. Lu Xuzi appeared beside Mo Mingzhao. By this time, his injuries had almost healed. He held his long sword horizontally, and the shockwave steadily supported Shangwan Xinghui's body. Ouyang Yunma, are you really going to go with him? What about Yunma Jun? A deep voice came from the ancient tree, and Mo Mingzhao asked unwillingly. We've always had a cooperative relationship. I helped you stabilize your base, and you helped me find my family. And what was the result? In the dark night above Ouyang Yunma, her expression was obscured, but her questioning voice echoed in Mo Mingzhao's ears. Stupid. Fong Daidai kept suppressing the Inkxian turtle, but the turtle's defense was too strong. Although the Inkxian turtle could not cause Fong Daidai any damage, Fong Daidai also found it difficult to kill the turtle. However, the tortoise shell was dented and charred from Fong Daidai's attack. Chapter 80 Sensation. Fong Dai instantly changed direction and ascended into the air, and a thunderous prison appeared around him. Each bolt of lightning was thicker than an adult's waist, striking the black tortoise's shell and creating ripples. Fong Lanbai leaped onto Fong Dai's back. The prism-heavy sword in his hand disintegrated. The 12 prisms formed a circle, slowly rotating, and the demonic flame in the center slowly condensed. Roar, roar, roar. Fong Dai's dragon roar, carrying a bucket-thick amount of dark energy, surged towards Mo Mingzhao's ancient tree, accompanied by Fong Lanbai's demonic flames. The ink Xian turtle used all its strength to break out of Fong Dai's thunder prison, and an extremely fine water shield appeared in front of the ancient tree. Boom! With a loud bang, everyone was thrown back by the energy wave. Lu Xuzi used the 3 characters to block the ancient tree and hurriedly led Shangwan Xinghui away from the center of the battlefield. The surrounding buildings were instantly destroyed by the shockwave, and the water shield shattered like glass. The Mo Xian turtle gave Mo Mingzhao a chance to prepare, with countless branches wrapping around and blocking in front of him, the dense foliage emitting a faint light. But how could Fong Lanbai and Fong Dai be so easily stopped when they joined forces? The branches of the ancient tree were pierced instantly, and Mo Mingzhao was seriously injured. His clothes were burned to shreds by the high temperature of the demonic flames. The ancient tree also died under this attack, leaving only the severely injured Mo Xian turtle. A talisman appeared in Mo Mingzhao's hand, and then disappeared into his hand. The ink Xian turtle vanished into thin air, and Mo Mingzhao fled in one direction at lightning speed. Even Li Ruizha using spatial teleportation probably couldn't catch up with him. That talisman was probably a product of the ruins. Fong Lanbai did not intend to kill him now. Mo Mingzhao's 2 beasts were killed, leaving only his own natal beast, whose strength would be difficult to recover in a short time. When the powerful figures in the surrounding Mingmi settlement saw that even Mo Mingzhao had fled, they immediately lost their fighting spirit and rushed to run in all directions. At this moment, the entire Mingmi settlement was in chaos. The fierce battle made them all feel uneasy, and it was likely that no one would be able to sleep tonight. Walk! Li Ruizha and Chun Gang quickly jumped onto Fong Dai's back, leaving Ouyang Yunma standing in place. Come on, maybe we'll be comrades in arms in the future. Ouyang Yunma glanced around with his dark eyes and instantly appeared next to Fong Dai. Let's go, I'll catch up. Ouyang Yunma said calmly. The fact that she didn't intervene during the battle earlier already proves her stance. If she had been there, along with the strong members of the Yunma army, Chun Gang and Li Ruizha wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long with so many awakened individuals. Even if each person attacked once, several people couldn't withstand it, but it still caused Chun Gang to suffer extremely serious injuries. Various wounds bled profusely, and he forcibly swallowed 2 drops of life essence to recover from his injuries. Li Ruizha was weak and listless. His injuries were not too serious. He had only suffered minor wounds. He stood up, supporting Chun Gang. Fong Dai's size wasn't large enough for several people to move around freely, so the 3 of them could only stand a distance apart. That was so satisfying, Brother Fong. Why didn't you chase after him and kill Mo Mingzhao? Chun Gang touched his wound, wincing in pain. Go after him. That guy's so fast. What if he has a backup plan? Li Ruizha pursed his lips and said. Ruiz's concerns are not unfounded. He might still have a backup plan. If he kills Mo Mingzhao now, the survivors of the Mingmi settlement will once again be plunged into dire straits. Fong Lanbai looked at the dilapidated buildings in the distance and said in a low voice. But it won't be long before this entire city is ours. The Shanghai military region at this time. Less than half an hour after the incident at the Mingmi gathering place, generals from various military regions in Shanghai were already holding a meeting in a conference room in Shanghai. Having clashed with the Mingmi gathering place so many times, they knew all too well the extent of Mo Mingzhao's methods and cunning. They had all experienced it firsthand. Now, the leader of this boundary-breaking gathering area, along with a few people, has completely wiped out the bright and dark gathering area. Their faces were extremely solemn. Such a situation had never occurred in their military before. Sitting at the head of the table was General Chun Yedong of the Shanghai military region, who was under 50 years old, yet held the highest position of authority in the region. A younger officer reported from the side. According to our informants in the Mingmi settlement, the boundary-breaking settlement launched an attack at night, led by leader Fong Lanbai, along with Chun Gang of the Zhuyan Legion and Li Ruizha of the Konghan Legion. The 3 top experts from the Mingmi gathering place, Lu Xuzi, Shangwan Xinghui, and Ouyang Yunma, were present, but Ouyang Yunma did not intervene. The reason for this is currently unknown. The entire battle was a complete rout, with no turning points whatsoever. Mo Mingzhao's 2 beasts were killed, but he escaped using a teleportation talisman. Lu Shuzi and Shangwan Xinghui were both seriously injured. The entire battle lasted no more than 20 minutes. After the young officer finished his report, he stood respectfully beside Chen Yedong. Chen Yedong remained silent, and the atmosphere in the room became heavy. Li Wenqing sat up straight and said, "This broken boundary gathering ground is already very strong, and Fang Lanbai's strength surpasses that of everyone in our military. He'll target Mingmi's group, and he'll target us next. Do any of you think you have the ability to stop him?" There were also many top awakened individuals from the military present, including Chu Wenyuan, the bearded man who fought Fang Lanbai when Wang Ling appeared. The military has accumulated quite a few third-tier experts over such a long period of time. They are the top experts in the Shanghai metropolitan area. Chu Wenyuan had fought against all the experts from the Mingmi gathering place, and he knew he wouldn't gain any advantage. However, Fang Lanbai and the other 2 caused chaos in the Mingmi gathering place. This forced him to reassess Fang Lanbai's strength. The group looked at each other, none of them daring to make a guarantee. All right, this boundary breaker gathering ground is indeed very powerful, but it won't be so easy for them to take over my Shanghai military region. Chen Yedong's voice was firm and resonant. Even the breathing of those in the arena could be heard clearly. "General Chen, perhaps I think our Shanghai military should change its approach." Li Wenqing's voice rang out leisurely, and he was the only one sitting in the entire room. "What do you mean? Are you questioning my decision?" Chen Yedong said with a frown. "I think we should concentrate our forces to take down this boundary-breaking settlement. We have weapons they don't, and our weapons are several times more advanced than theirs. They have just gone through a major battle and are currently very weak." As the second-in-command of the Shanghai military region, Li Wenqing had his own confidence after the apocalypse, and several awakened individuals with extremely strong supernatural abilities were loyal to him. Chen Yedong during the meeting. In his view, Shanghai can only have one overlord, and the right thing to do is to subdue these forces and clear out the zombies as soon as possible. Chen Yedong, however, is seeking cooperation. He has already reached an agreement with Changfeng Base, and several smaller factions are willing to join the Shanghai military region. Li Wenqing strongly opposed his decisions, but before he could openly rebel, Chen Yedong had already sensed that he had won over some mid-level officials in the Shanghai military region. Chapter 81 Finally reunited with family. Chen Yedong hasn't turned against him yet. The Shanghai military region is far from stable right now, and he doesn't yet have the ability to completely subdue Li Wenqing. Right now, we're not even sure of anything. We're not hostile to the boundary breaker gathering grounds, so why push away such a powerful ally? A lieutenant general with graying hair put down the documents in his hand, looked at Li Wenqing, and said, "This is Lieutenant General Li Chongqing, the most senior lieutenant general in the Shanghai military region. If he hadn't voluntarily retired, Chen Yedong wouldn't have been able to become the leader of the Shanghai military region. We must strike first and seize the initiative." Li Wenqing raised his voice, his gaze unwavering. "Why don't we see what everyone here chooses? General Chen, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to dictate everything?" Li Wenqing stood up, head down, a slight smile playing on her lips. Chen Yedong had a bad feeling. Looking at Li Wenqing's expression, it seemed that he wanted to use this incident to extricate himself from the situation. One by one, the officers stood up and stood behind Li Wenqing. In the brightly lit hall, the atmosphere was extremely cold. A third of the people present stood behind Li Wenqing, and no one knew what methods he had used. Only Chen Yedong's diehard supporters remained. "Li Wenqing, you really have some clever tricks up your sleeve." Chen Yedong's clenched hands trembled slightly. The zombies hadn't been completely wiped out yet, and problems had already arisen within Shanghai. This left him speechless as he faced Li Chongqing, who had supported him all along. "General Chen, do you see? This is the will of the people. Under my leadership, the Shanghai military region will become even stronger." Chen Yedong with a defiant gaze. "Li Wenqing, don't forget who put you in this situation." Chu Wenyuan stood up, gripped the large sword on his back, and the aura of a third tier evolved being swept over him. The awakened ones beside Li Wenqing didn't just stand there dumbfounded either. Several auras erupted, and a battle was about to break out. "Wait, Li Wenqing, take your things and leave. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Shanghai military region." Chen Yedong stood up, as if he had lost all his strength. Li Wenqing smiled, waved, and led the people behind him out of the conference room. From then on, the Shanghai military region split into 2 factions. "Thank you all for your trust. I will make Li Wenqing regret this." Chen Yedong bowed to everyone present, his eyes filled with murderous intent. General Chun, I believe the boundary breaker gathering place is worth courting. I've met Fong Lanbai. He's decisive and extremely powerful. Chu Wenyuan said, as he was the only one present who had ever fought with Fong Lanbai. I think so too. Perhaps the enemy of my enemy is my ally. Chen Yeting said seriously. Chu Wenyuan, since you were the one who proposed it, then you will be the one to contact the boundary breaker gathering place. Remember, your own safety comes first. Chu Wenyuan cupped his hands in greeting and replied, yes. The Shanghai military region meeting proceeded normally, unaffected by Li Wenqing's presence. At this moment, Chu Wenyuan returned to his residence, where he, as a third-tier expert, had his own private room. The Shanghai military district was devoid of any human presence, save for the distant wailing of mutated beasts. He opened the window, and a line of small characters suddenly appeared in his palm. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and exhaled a large plume of white smoke. This is interesting. The waters of Shanghai are getting deeper and deeper. He rubbed his beard, grinned, and revealed his yellow teeth. My lord, who do you intend to send to intercept Fong Lanbai? Li Wenqing glanced at the person in front of him and said calmly, ambush? Fong Lanbai took down Mo Mingzhao and his men in less than half an hour. They probably only suffered minor injuries. Who can stop him? The superhuman beside him replied, Sir, what should we do? Find Mo Mingzhao, take your men, and leave the Shanghai military region. The large troop drove out of the Shanghai military region without encountering any obstacles. Chen Yedong had already given the order to let Li Wenqing's men leave, so not a single soldier stopped Li Wenqing. The entire Shanghai military region was somewhat deserted, but those who remained were all Chen Yedong's men. Chen Yedong had long anticipated Li Wenqing's rebellion, and he had taken many measures, including keeping some of the secrets of the Shanghai military region under his control. Li Wenqing has informants, so why wouldn't he plant informants next to Li Wenqing? This magical city is really about to change. The boundary-breaking gathering ground, Chen Gang has recovered considerably thanks to Xiao Pang's treatment, and this time he dealt a heavy blow to Mo Mingzhao. Who is this? Little Fatty pointed at the beautiful woman in the black leather jacket standing next to the group. She exuded a murderous aura, as if getting close would deter anyone from approaching her with her sharp gaze. This is Ouyang Yunma, Ouyang Yutsai's granddaughter, whom Li Ruasia kidnapped. Chen Gang spoke to Little Fatty, but the last sentence was whispered in Little Fatty's ear. Ouyang Yunma looked in Chen Gang's direction, his eyes full of threat. Just as he was about to speak, Fong Lanbai's voice came. Wait here. I've already sent someone to fetch your grandfather. She nodded calmly. Ouyang Yutsai's figure appeared in the distance, and Ouyang Yunma beside him instantly disappeared from the spot, tightly hugging the grandfather who raised her. The previously icy aura instantly softened, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Ouyang Yutsai smiled from the bottom of his heart, his eyes now filled with tears, a stark contrast to his usual simple and dignified demeanor. Wah, Grandpa, I thought you were dead. Ouyang Yunma's sobs showed no sign of abating. After searching for so long without finding him, he couldn't help but think that his grandfather had died at the hands of zombies. The feeling of regaining what she had lost instantly overwhelmed her emotions, and even though she usually didn't show any extra emotion, she revealed her most vulnerable side at this moment. Okay, stop crying. You're still the same little crybaby you were when you were little. Grandpa is doing very well here. Ouyang Yutsai wiped away Ouyang Yunma's tears again and again with his sleeve, and said comfortingly. A long time passed before Ouyang Yunmo realized that Fong Lanbai and the others were no longer there, leaving the place to the grandfather and grandson. Momo, where have you been all this time? Ouyang Yutsai asked with concern. Ouyang Yunma stopped crying and explained to Ouyang Yutsai. Momo, come to the boundary-breaking gathering place. The city lord is very kind. He's the same age as you, but already very mature. Ouyang Yunma said in a low voice, but I still have the Yunma army at the Mingmi gathering place. It's all right. As long as they're willing to come, the city lord will accept them. You can rest assured about that. The city lord is truly a hero in this apocalyptic world. He's handsome, intelligent, and brave. It's a pity he already has a girlfriend. Otherwise, with my granddaughter's looks and qualities, she could easily become the city lord's wife. Ouyang Yutsai joked, which made Ouyang Yunma blame him. Since she grew up, Ouyang Yutsai has mentally compared every boy he meets to see if he is a good match for his granddaughter. Ouyang Yunma had heard too many such words, which is why he couldn't help but retort angrily. Chapter 82 Yunma enters the game. Grandpa was just saying it casually. Now my little granddaughter is all grown up and has her own ideas. Ouyang Yutsai patted Ouyang Yunma's head, and said with a kind expression. Subsequently, Ouyang Yunma took the initiative to find Fong Lanbai, promising that she would stay and that she would start from the bottom to prove her abilities. Fong Lanbai had expected this. Ouyang Yunma only cared about her grandfather. In the Mingmi gathering place, only Shangwan Xinghue and the Yunma army could be considered her friends. Her relationship with Mo Mingzhao was more about mutual exploitation, which is why she didn't hesitate to join the boundary-breaking gathering. This was largely thanks to Ouyang Yutsai, who praised the boundary-breaking gathering place highly, which dispelled Ouyang Yunma's idea of taking Ouyang Yutsai away. Ouyang Yunma, I know you. Your Yunma army is a good force. Fong Lanbai leaned back in his seat. He already knew Ouyang Yunma would agree to stay, so he waited there in advance. He praised her sincerely. The 4 legions under the city lord's command are invincible. Thank you so much for taking care of my grandfather during this time. I am deeply grateful. As he spoke, he knelt down on one knee in front of Fong Lanbai. From now on, I will dedicate myself to protecting the boundary breaker gathering ground. Fong Lanbai didn't stop her. Instead, she looked at her with great appreciation. Ouyang Yunma was extremely tall, with an oval face without an ounce of excess fat, and dark eyes devoid of any emotion. His body beneath the leather jacket exuded power, making him a true Grim Reaper in the darkness. Lord, I have men in the Yunma army who only obey my orders. I hope you can accept them. Ouyang Yunma lowered his head and spoke hesitantly. Normally, Fong Lanbai wouldn't accept so many people from the Mingmi settlement, since there's always some distance between them and the people from his own settlement, which isn't conducive to the unity of the base. That's why Ouyang Yunma tentatively inquired. Sure, I'll have Li Ruizha go with you. The 2 of you are highly mobile, and you can help each other out if you encounter danger. There are many experts in the Yunma army. As long as the issues of their loyalty and base integration can be resolved, these people will become another sharp sword in Fong Lanbai's hands. Ouyang Yunma, I'm letting you join, partly because of your abilities and partly because of your grandfather. I hope you'll do a good job and truly contribute to the breaking boundary gathering area. Although Fong Lanbai knew that Ouyang Yunma wouldn't be so indecisive, she still needed to give him a warning. Ouyang Yunma stood up, nodded heavily, and met Fong Lanbai's all-seeing gaze. His heart skipped a beat. Brother Fong, the number of people who have signed up at the entire base has already exceeded 500. This is after setting certain conditions. You must be at least at level 2 to participate. Otherwise, there will be even more. Fan Wenbin, looking triumphant, held a list in his hand and reported to Fong Lanbai. 3 of the strongest evolved individuals from the entire base will be selected to pilot the 3 growth armors. After these days of nurturing with crystal cores, the 3 armors have reached the 3rd tier. As long as there are suitable pilots, the boundary gathering ground will once again have 3 3rd-tier powerhouses. Fong Lanbai also tried it out herself. This metal armor greatly enhances the awakened one's abilities, both in defense and attack, placing it at the top level among those of the same rank. However, for those with superpowers, this metal armor is somewhat of a hindrance, preventing them from unleashing the full power of their abilities. That's why the focus was shifted to evolved individuals. As expected of something from an ancient ruin, its technology is far ahead of its time. Even after so many days of research, Ouyang Yutsai was unable to grasp its core essence and could only attempt to replicate the metal armor. The metal armor created was at most equivalent to the early stage of the 2nd tier, and it was extremely cumbersome, far inferior to the metal armor in this ruin. Fong Lanbai suspected that the Xianming spaceship had captivated Ouyang Yutsai, preventing him from focusing on the metal armor. Fong Lanbai spoke with Ouyang Yutsai, urging him to put more effort into it and speed things up. How many Tier 3 Awakeners are there here? Fong Lanbai asked. Now, those who can reach the 3rd tier of evolution are considered top tier. As expected, these 3 metal armors belong to 3rd tier evolutionists. This is interesting. There are 5 Tier 3 ability users in total, including a pair of brothers who belong to the city defense force. Their names are Yu Feng and Yu Lai. I know these 2 brothers. They're from the military, and each one is fiercer than the last. I wonder what Lu Jiming's reaction would be if they joined my knight's order. Fan Wenbin said in a cheeky tone. Fong Lanbai smiled helplessly. She had given Fan Wenbin too much help, but it was the same as all of them. She had just put these powerful evolvers together to unleash their full potential. You'd better do a good job too. Hone your abilities. If you can't handle these troublemakers, and I have to step in, then see how I deal with you. Fong Lanbai cautioned that these 3rd-tier experts were all outstanding individuals, and with the addition of this metal armor, their strength would likely increase rapidly. If Fan Wenbin couldn't control it, he would become a laughingstock in the entire base. Fan Wenbin was also very confident in himself, which put Fong Lanbai at ease. He was always very confident in his abilities. Get this event organized well. Many people from various areas will be willing to watch the competitions. Don't let anything go wrong. Don't worry, Brother Fong. I've arranged everything. This zombie horde, the large number of crystal cores further enhanced the strength of the boundary-breaking gathering area. Chun Gang was the first to complete the breakthrough to the mid-stage of the third tier. If we don't count Fong Dai Dai, he is the second mid-stage third-tier powerhouse in the boundary-breaking gathering area. This made Chun Gang feel proud, and the entire Zhu Yan Legion walked with their heads held high. From the Blood Emperor that the number of zombies had increased further. After fighting with several human settlements, no large-scale battles broke out, but the Blood Emperor's growing power had made them feel threatened. It's likely that these human settlements will soon launch an attack on the Blood Emperor. Fong Lanbai ordered the Blood Emperor to move towards the demon capital to temporarily avoid the battle. Fong Lanbai has been quite busy lately, so in her spare time, she takes Yi Qingyao for a stroll on the streets of the Boundary Breaker gathering area to experience the differences. The dream I had before the end times has come true one by one in this apocalypse. I have done a lot of things and made up for my regrets. Having been reborn and reached this point, Fong Lanbai, who rose from a student to the pinnacle of this apocalyptic world in her previous life, now has the upper hand and aims to do more than just occupy territory and become king. Fong Lanbai felt incredibly clear-headed at this moment. Having lived 2 lives, holding this real object in her hand gave her a feeling of being in another world. Yi Qingyao felt that Fong Lanbai had changed at this moment, instantly becoming taller and more imposing. Chapter 83: The Profoundly Established Chinese and Foreign Chambers of Commerce. Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao want to take a peaceful walk. They can't do so without making some changes to their body shape. Each time, Yi Qingyao would do something to Fong Lanbai's face, attaching some flesh-colored leaves to their faces to change their facial contours so that the survivors of the boundary gathering area wouldn't recognize them. At this moment, Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao arrived at a large restaurant in the boundary-breaking gathering area. After the boundary-breaking gathering area develops, all kinds of merchants will appear. This place was established by a powerful superhuman. He did not join any organization that gathered people in the realm of transcendence. The Huayang Hotel has quite a background, backed by the behemoth that is the Huayang Chamber of Commerce. It's considered a well-regarded restaurant among the boundary-breaking gathering places, selling dishes made with mutated beast meat and mutated plant food. Only awakened individuals can dine here. Eating here isn't cheap, but it has many benefits. The energy from the mutated beasts and plants is extremely beneficial to the awakened one's physique. Have you heard? Our city lord is truly amazing. He led Commander Li and Commander Chen to wipe out the Mingmi settlement. One of them, with a long sword hanging beside him and dressed in a pure black combat suit, spoke animatedly with the others beside him. You're only just realizing this, bro? We made the right decision to come to this boundary breaker settlement. I think the city lord could withstand missiles right now. Does anyone question that the boundary breaker settlement is the safest place in Shanghai? The person next to him quickly put down the half-finished water, pointed at the crowd, and said, now that more and more people are coming to the cross-border gathering place every day, aren't you planning to find a position here? One of them, with an oval face, asked the group. Do you think it's because I don't want to? Unfortunately, I don't have the strength. Although I've barely reached the 2nd tier, the Legion assessment is too difficult. I can't even pass the first practical test. You bet. A friend of mine awakened a powerful superpower and joined the Legion. Needless to say, the benefits are amazing. He lives in a single-room apartment, eats different food every day, and occasionally even gets to eat mutated beast meat. Everyone eagerly shared their aspirations for these organizations. Fong Lanbai sat at the table next to them, picked up a bite of food with her chopsticks, and put it in her mouth. These people are generally around the 2nd tier in strength, and they only come here to eat once in a long while. The current boundary-breaking gathering area are extremely strict. Unlike in the beginning, when anyone could join, there are now strict screening processes, all handled by the organization's leader. As far as Yi Qingyao's Candle Lotus Legion is concerned, 2nd tier strength is the basic requirement, and they must also have special abilities. Otherwise, they may need to be at a higher realm, otherwise they will not have the possibility of being selected. If only we had superpowers, but unfortunately, we're not destined for that. One person sighed and shook his head helplessly. There's no way around it. It's difficult for evolved beings like us to match the strength of awakened beings. Don't you know? In a few days, the base will be organizing the selection for the Knight's Order. Anyone who is an awakened can qualify to pilot a Tier 3 battlesuit. A small awakened being said, his eyes wide. When did this news come about? How come I didn't know about it? The boy with the oval face looked puzzled. Brother Zhou, you're always out killing zombies. You haven't been paying attention to this, have you? Awei and I have already signed up. Although we have no hope of getting into the top 3, it would still be pretty impressive to join the Knights. The short young man looked on with anticipation. People were coming and going in this place. Although it was long past lunchtime, people were still walking in. This restaurant was converted from a street-side chain supermarket, and it was quite a large place. A variety of aromas filled the diner's taste buds, making the place extremely lively. Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao stayed here for a while, and the most talked about topic was the upcoming Awakener competition. It seems everyone is extremely interested in that metal armor, which is normal. On the one hand, most people in the base are evolved beings without superpowers, making it easier for them to feel involved. Another point is that everyone dreams of owning a mecha. Just thinking about it makes it clear that the 3 metal armors personally brought out by the city lord must be the best of the best. Their status will likely be no lower than that of the captains of the 4 major legions, and they'll have whatever they want then. The entire boundary-breaking gathering ground was bustling with preparations, everyone eager to join in the excitement and witness a fierce battle, which would surely bring them great joy. Sir, your dishes are all served. A waiter dressed in red brought out a dish of stir-fried mutated wood shoots, and the aroma alone made you want to take a bite. The waiter had the words, Chinese and Foreign Chamber of Commerce, written on his chest, which looked like it was engraved with his supernatural abilities. The waiter was also quite good-looking, with a neat and capable short haircut, and was a first-level awakened person. This indirectly reflects the strength of the Chinese and Foreign Chamber of Commerce. If the treatment wasn't good enough, why would an awakened person be willing to work as a waiter here? This is the black gold card of our Chinese and Foreign Chamber of Commerce. The president specifically instructed you to accept it. The Chinese and Foreign Chamber of Commerce is grateful for your patronage. The waiter took out a black card with gold patterns that looked simple, yet elegant. Fong Lanbai smiled. He had brought Yi Qingyao here so many times that the president of the Chamber of Commerce had probably recognized him long ago and was willing to give him the black gold card. Okay, please thank your president for me. The waiter guessed that the person in front of him was probably not simple. The amount in this card could not be spent even if he spent a lifetime. Who could have such great power to make the chairman treat him like this? Please enjoy your meal. Don't hesitate to let me know if you need anything. Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao exchanged a smile when faced with so many dishes. They hadn't actually ordered this much. It was probably all specially delivered by the Huayang restaurant. Fong Lanbai was not surprised at all to be recognized. Yi Qingyao's disguise technique could only fool ordinary people. For those with strong abilities, they could sense the strength of Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao and use their brains to know it was him. Fong Lanbai knew that the Huayang Chamber of Commerce had opened numerous large and small clubs in various gathering places in his previous life, and its president, Zheng Zhuyang, was not only highly capable, but also had a handsome appearance that everyone who saw him praised. In her 30s, she possesses a unique charm. Her mature aura captivates every man's heart, and her alluring eyes can make one feel hot all over. That's probably why she recognized me, and that's why I got this black gold card. In front of me are made from the meat of second-tier mutated beasts, and they are quite expensive. Just this one dish costs several second-tier crystal cores, which is something that most people really can't afford. This led to the entire Huayang Hotel frequently having eyes cast their way, wondering which important person it was that they could perhaps make friends with, but after looking for a long time, no one could recognize who it was. Chapter 84 Firework Rose. They couldn't discern Fong Lanbai's strength. From the surface, he appeared to be just an ordinary person. Hey handsome, how about we grab a drink together? At this moment, a woman wearing a black dress walked over. She was fairly good-looking, and the large expanse of white skin on her chest drew everyone's attention. Her swaying figure was incredibly alluring. He walked up to Fong Lanbai's table, deliberately bent over, and inadvertently revealed his extremely deep cleavage, which made everyone around him almost put their eyes into it. This woman is just an ordinary person. She hasn't awakened to anything yet. She hangs out here hoping to use her looks to find a sugar daddy to support her. Fortunately, she was in a boundary-breaking settlement with strict discipline. If she were offended, the city defense team would let them know the consequences of ignoring the laws of the boundary-breaking settlement. Otherwise, given her appearance, it wouldn't be surprising if she disappeared one day. Unfortunately, she chose the wrong person. Fong Lanbai didn't even look up, saying in a completely indifferent tone, "No need." This woman was somewhat attractive, but compared to Yi Qingyao, she was completely outshone. If Yi Qingyao hadn't disguised herself so convincingly, she probably wouldn't have dared to test her. Seeing that Fong Lanbai remained unmoved, she awkwardly tugged at her long skirt and left. The manager of the Huayang Hotel didn't bother them too much, knowing that important people like him wanted some peace and quiet. Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao handed their black gold cards to the waiter in front of everyone. What's that? I've never seen it before. When did the Huayang Hotel start accepting credit cards? A middle-aged man with a beer belly looked puzzled and, not wanting to appear ignorant, lowered his voice and asked the people around him. I don't know either. That card looks unusual. It probably requires a lot of crystal cores to obtain. Anyway, it's none of our business. The man sighed, guessing that this must be a relative of some important person, otherwise how could an ordinary person have such a thing? After Ouyang Yunma arrived, he was appointed as the head of the Dark Department by Fong Lanbai within a few days. Initially, the Dark Division had many complaints, but Ouyang Yunma powerfully won them over, forcefully defeating the three shadows of the Dark Division and gaining their support. The three shadows of the Dark Division are the most skilled assassins and spies in the entire boundary gathering area, and their combat strength is the strongest in the Dark Division. However, Ouyang Yunma relied on his own strength to defeat three opponents single-handedly, appearing anywhere on the battlefield and forcefully eliminating the three figures. Ouyang Yunma's dark forces have infiltrated various gathering places and gained some initiative, but this has been short-lived, and they have not yet risen to a higher position. They also forcibly identified several spies from other gathering places. The secret agents intercepted the intelligence that was about to be sent out, and by following the clues, they captured them all in one fell swoop. Even Fan Wenbin, the former head of the Secret Service, praised him, saying that he did a better job than him. This Chinese Foreign Chamber of Commerce needs close monitoring. They are profit-driven, and intelligence about cross-border gathering places is likely within their business dealings. Fong Lanbai said, as if talking to herself. A voice came from the air beside Fong Lanbai. It was a mature and clear female voice. Yes, this is Tang Nuo, one of the three shadows of the Dark Division. He was originally the boss of a listed company in Shanghai and a successful person. After the apocalypse, he joined the Breaking Boundary Gathering and became one of the three shadows due to his special abilities and contributions. In the Boundary Breaker Gathering Ground, she was responsible for relaying Fong Lanbai's orders. Her special ability was extremely unique. She could hide herself in the mist. This transparent mist, like air, was invisible and intangible, making it her forte for reconnaissance. Lord City, the Huayang Chamber of Commerce is growing increasingly powerful on our territory. Shouldn't we put them in a position of authority? Tang Nuo's voice rang out from the side. No need. We can utilize this Chinese Foreign Chamber of Commerce. As long as we give it enough benefits, the value it brings us is considerable. We don't need to worry about it for now. Yes, I understand. Fong Lanbai pondered, then took Yi Qingyao's hand and continued walking through the boundary-breaking gathering place, as the fluctuations beside them gradually dissipated. Lanbai, Ouyang Yunmo really knows how to get things done. Xiaofeng, your judgment is still as sharp as ever. Yi Qingyao looked at the gathering place of the boundary breakers at night and said meaningfully, Haha, why do I detect a hint of jealousy in your words? Fong Lanbai smiled and looked at Yi Qingyao, whose appearance had changed. No, that's not true at all. I'm overjoyed to have such a capable expert in our settlement. Yi Qingyao pouted and said, the starlight of the night shining brightly in her eyes. A black and red rose slowly appeared in Fong Lanbai's hand, so solid it looked real, swaying in her palm. The rose was dazzling in the night. It seemed that even the lights on the side were obscured. Yi Qingyao's eyes curved into crescents as she looked at Fong Lanbai with the unique joy of a young girl. Yi Qingyao accepted the bouquet of roses. The demonic flames that usually burned everything were completely harmless in Yi Qingyao's hands. The petals of the demonic flame spun around the center, gradually slowing down until finally moving at an extremely fast speed, obscuring the flower's shape. Yi Qingyao stared intently at the rose, and 4 English letters slowly appeared at its heart, love. Yi Qingyao couldn't help but laugh out loud, lightly punching Fong Lanbai's chest. Her silvery laughter stirred a ripple in Fong Lanbai's heart. Thank you, blue and white. Yi Qingyao reached out and hugged Fong Lanbai. This little incident filled Yi Qingyao's heart with love. Yi Qingyao, like other girls, can be moved by small details and is no longer the cold and aloof leader of the Candle Lotus Legion. Seek turbulence in a peaceful life, and peace in the end times when disaster strikes. Perhaps in this apocalyptic world, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for a powerful figure like Fong Lanbai to have a harem of 3,000 beauties, but Fong Lanbai always adhered to his original intention and did not allow any woman to infringe on Yi Qingyao's position. Therefore, Yi Qingyao trusted Feng Lanbai completely and only supported and carried out the decisions Feng Lanbai made. Feng Lanbai was also grateful for Yi Qingyao's unconditional support and gave Yi Qingyao the greatest favoritism. A storm is brewing, and Shanghai is about to undergo a transformation. A colossal figure will rise from the demon city, bearing its fangs, causing all enemies before it to tremble in fear. An unexpected person appeared in the meeting room of the Boundary Breaker gathering place. Minister Yi, what is Lord Feng's attitude towards the cooperation I mentioned? Yi Qiu sat down in front of Chu Wenyuan. This bearded man looked rough and rugged, but when it came to matters of interest, he had no intention of backing down. Standing around were military experts brought by Chu Wenyuan, each fully armed, their menacing aura filling the reception room. However, Chu Wenyuan, who was standing in front of him, looked somewhat out of place with his bandit-like demeanor. The Shanghai military region? I heard that Li Wenqing withdrew with a large number of troops, greatly reducing their strength. Yi Qiu leaned back in his chair with great interest, surrounded by the awakened members of the Candle Lotus Legion led by Li Pingyan, who were there to keep him in check. Chu Wenyuan's eyelids twitched, and he was about to light a cigarette when Li Pingyan stopped him. Smoking is not allowed here. Li Pingyan's well-proportioned figure stood beside him, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. His aura was already fully unleashed even before he released his own. Chu Wenyuan reluctantly put the cigarette back into his pocket. Chapter 85 Tang Swordmaster, Wei Xing. You should know the strength of our boundary-breaking gathering ground. Perhaps merging with us is the right choice. Yi Qiu's tone was casual and ordinary, as if he were stating something perfectly normal. I heard that your boundary-breaking gathering is holding an Evolver competition. Perfect timing. I don't have any special abilities, and I'd like to go and observe. I wonder if Minister Yi could grant me the opportunity? Chu Wenyuan did not answer directly, but instead asked about the boundary-breaking gathering ground. Yi Qiu realized that he wanted to use this incident to demonstrate the strength of the Shanghai military region. Of course, no problem. Guests are always welcome. Please follow me. It seems that Chu Wenyuan was not entirely unprepared. He even knew that the breaking boundary gathering ground was building a knight's order. The selection competition for these evolved beings was held at the largest training ground in the boundary gathering area, which has a diameter of 200 meters and can accommodate thousands of people to watch. This place was built by Lu Zhiming's rock-type ability and several powerful earth-type ability users. The materials incorporated a unique alloy created by the research department, and its strength was such that even a third-tier awakened user could hardly cause any damage with a full-force attack. The competition had already begun, and since it wasn't outdoors, the entrance passage had already closed. However, Yi Qiu is considered one of the important figures in the boundary-breaking gathering area, so he does have this kind of privilege. The guards here are members of the City Defense Army and the Four Legions. The rewards for this event are very generous, so it has attracted many powerful people to maintain order. Dozens of second-tier ability users are guarding various positions in this training ground. Chu Wenyuan followed Yi Qiu, observing the surroundings. This boundary breaker gathering place did indeed have its merits. The people here trusted the boundary breaker gathering place immensely. No wonder that when the Shanghai military region publicly announced the location of its base, there weren't as many survivors as expected. It seems that this blue and white group is indeed quite capable, having built this boundary-breaking gathering place into a very respectable structure. Just walking on the road, one can encounter quite a few second-tier awakened individuals, a proportion that is exceptionally high. Territory of the boundary-breaking gathering area is almost several times the size of the Shanghai military region. It takes immense power to defend such a vast area. Chu Wenyuan was repeatedly shocked as he entered the training ground. The cheers of the crowd were deafening. The central area was divided into several zones, each with 2 evolved individuals fighting. Our base's strength is average, not comparable to official forces like the Shanghai military region. We would appreciate Colonel Chu's guidance. Yi Qiu led Chu Wenyuan to an observation room, a special observation room in the base that was not for sale to the public and not open to the general public. Yi Qiu said modestly, I wouldn't presume to offer guidance, but rather to learn from each other. Chu Wenyuan was right. The knight's selection competition had been going on for 2 days. Originally, there were more than 700 people, but after many rounds of elimination, there were less than 100 left. The weakest among them are all late-stage Tier 2, which is why Chu Wenyuan said they should learn from each other. Chu Wenyuan dared not imagine that if these more than 100 late-stage Tier 2 evolvers were to fight against the breaking boundary gathering, could the Shanghai military region hold them off? At this moment, Wei Xing, one of the 5 third-tier evolvers who had signed up, was engaged in battle. His opponent was a tall, late-stage second-tier evolver who wielded a heavy hammer with remarkable fluidity. Being hit by this heavy hammer would likely result in serious injury or death, but Wei Xing dealt with it with great ease. Despite the hammer-wielding evolved human's smooth attacks, Wei Xing always managed to dodge them perfectly. Holding an extended Tang sword, he continued to inflict wounds on his opponent without changing his expression. Boom! The heavy hammer slammed down in front of Wei Xing, and the enormous shockwave caused him to lose his balance for a moment. The opponent launched a powerful whip kick. How could an evolved being who had made it into the top 100 be defeated so easily? Wei Xing's expression remained unchanged. He held his Tang sword horizontally in front of him. Although he was knocked back by the enormous force, he did not suffer any additional damage. As a third-tier evolved being, Wei Xing's body had been strengthened several times over, so in terms of strength, he was in no way inferior to the heavy warrior in front of him. Switching from defense to offense, Wei Xing seized an opening in his opponent's defense and unleashed several slashes in an instant. Despite his opponent's best efforts to defend, the heavy blows were ultimately no match for the speed of Wei Xing's Tang sword. Wei Xing slashed his arm with a knife, instantly tearing his skin and causing blood to flow freely. Then, Wei Xing kicked him in the chest, sending his body flying backward uncontrollably. He managed to stop himself from moving by relying on his control over his body. But what met them were several blade beams from Wei Xing, the beams of which were so dazzling that they were blinding to the naked eye. Zzz. Bump. The opponent had no time to dodge, swinging his heavy hammer back and forth in an attempt to block the several blades of light, but the impact of the blades was too strong, causing him to lose his grip on the hammer and drop it to the ground. Instantly, the coldness on his neck chilled him to the bone. Wei Xing's Tang sword was already at his throat. If this were a life-or-death battle, he would already be dead. Wei Xing defeats Wang Pengkuan. The referee's voice rang out from the sidelines. These referees were the fastest and most responsive in the boundary-breaking area, responsible for protecting the players from being accidentally killed. Outside the arena, there are also healing ability users from the medical department responsible for treating injured evolved individuals. Even Little Fatty is personally overseeing the situation, all to prevent anyone from getting seriously injured during the competition at this base. Normally, there would be a cost for each treatment, but any injury sustained during a match can be treated. As expected of you. I'd heard you were strong, but I didn't believe it. Today, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Wang Pengkuan was pulled up by Wei Xing and spoke frankly, without the slightest affectation in his tone. You're strong too, but there's a gap in our cultivation levels. We'll fight again when you reach the 3rd level. Wei Xing's voice was as calm as his appearance, showing no sign of cheering for the victory, but instead he carefully analyzed the entire match. Chu Wenyuan watched the entire match between Wei Xing and Wang Pengkuan. From beginning to end, Wang Pengkuan had no hope of winning and was completely suppressed. Wei Xing not only has super fast reflexes, but his unique fighting skills are also the key to victory. I couldn't help but think about how I would deal with him if I fought him. The fact that countless people in the audience were chanting Wei Xing's name was enough to show how famous he was. It was said that in the gambling market run by someone, Wei Xing was a favorite to win the championship. Wei Xing bowed to the audience and went off the stage with Wang Pengkuan. However, he sat directly in the contestant's seat, while Wang Pengkuan still needed treatment. His entire arm was soaked in blood. If Wei Xing's knife hadn't slightly missed, half of his arm would have been cut off. Throughout the training ground, people kept coming up to fight. The dazzling array of battles made people's eyes dazzled, but the crowd's enthusiasm remained undiminished as they watched the matches with great interest. Chapter 86 Chu Wenyuan, whose back felt cold. Minister Yi, your boundary-breaking gathering place is truly teeming with talent. Chu Wenyuan couldn't help but sigh. Ha 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 ha. How does Colonel Chu prove this? Yichio smiled and asked. I never use flattery. Everything I say is from the heart. Chu Wenyuan took the large sword from behind him and gently stroked the blade with his calloused hands. Li Pingyan, standing next to Yichio, narrowed his eyes slightly. The moment Chu Wenyuan touched the knife, he actually felt a strong blade aura emanating from it. No wonder he was able to represent the Shanghai military region to break through the boundaries of the gathering place. His formidable strength is probably part of the reason. This must be Colonel Chu from the Shanghai military region. I've heard about him. Please forgive me for not greeting you sooner. A stunningly beautiful woman walked towards us. Just one glance was enough to prevent us from feeling any sense of disrespect, her noble aura emanating from her. With his thick, jet black hair, even Chu Wenyuan, who had seen countless beauties, was slightly taken aback. Li Ruizha and Fan Wenbin were also present, which made Yi Qingyao appear even more elegant. At this moment, Yi Qingyao resembled the mistress of a base, exuding an air of elegance in every gesture. Yi Qiu looked at his daughter with satisfaction, feeling as if his daughter had truly become a phoenix. Yi Qingyao called out to her father and nodded slightly. Chu Wenyuan was somewhat stunned as the three people in front of him looked at him and pressed down on him with extremely strong auras. Chu Wenyuan could only resist with all his might and try to remain calm. Fortunately, the pressure was only momentary, and Chu Wenyuan breathed a sigh of relief. No, it's your boundary-breaking gathering grounds that's been too kind to me. These two Legion commanders and a former head of the Dark Guard came to greet me. I'm quite flattered. Chu Wenyuan said politely, inadvertently wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. After a few polite exchanges, Yi Qiu suggested that Chu Wenyuan choose one of the top 3 teams from the Knights Order selection tournament to fight. Chu Wenyuan had the same idea. Watching the battle unfold, he felt a real urge to demonstrate the capabilities of the Shanghai military region so as not to be underestimated, and to complete the task assigned to him by Chen Yeding. Today's competition will come to an end, and the top 3 will be determined this afternoon, barring any unforeseen circumstances. That way, we can also find out more about Chu Wenyuan. Yi Qingyao and the other 2 maintained order in the training ground, intervening promptly when the competition was decided to prevent injuries or fatalities. Li Ruizha acted the fastest, almost instantly teleporting the loser off the stage. Of the 5 third-tier evolvers for advance to the finals, the brothers Yufeng and Yulai and Wei Xing, who is extremely calm during battles and always manages to defeat his opponents with minimal risk. The last one is Wang Xiaoling, a woman with an extremely rich variety of fighting techniques. She wields a long sword with unparalleled skill, defeating all those who underestimated her. Wang Xiaoling comes from the Dark Division and is a powerful figure that Ouyang Yunma brought back from the Yunma army. Another player who didn't make it to the finals was Li Ruabai, a man in his 30s who belonged to the Zhuyan Legion. He faced Yufeng before the finals and narrowly lost. Old Fan, who do you think will win the championship in the end? Li Ruizha and Fan Wenbin stood on the sidelines, looking at the 6 people resting on the side. No matter who wins the championship, they will all belong to my knights. Fan Wenbin said in a cheeky tone. Fan Wenbin's words only intensified Li Ruizha's heartache. Wei Xing was the captain of his Konghan Legion, and to have him sent away so suddenly was heartbreaking for anyone. But then I thought about it again. Yufeng and Yulai were both from the City Defense Army, and there were 2 of them. Losing 2 generals at once, Lu Jiming should be the one who is most heartbroken. I felt a little comforted. How did they all play? What were the draw results? Li Ruizha punched Fan Wenbin in the chest. Fan Wenbin looked at the paper in his hand. Yulai and Yufeng are both facing late-stage Tier 2 opponents, so there shouldn't be any major problems. I wonder who will win between Wei Xing and Wang Xiaoling. After hearing this, Li Ruizha also started to think. He wasn't sure if Wei Xing would definitely win. He had been the referee in one of Wang Xiaoling's fights, and her opponent had no chance to fight back at all, securing the victory almost immediately. Wang Xiaoling's swordsmanship is comprehensive and fierce, and her battle scenes are breathtaking. Wei Xing's playing style is relatively stable, and he often wins easily by seizing weaknesses. It's really hard to say who will win between these 2. Fan Wenbin didn't care at all. The top 150 in this selection competition could join the Knights, so the more intense the competition was today, the better. Look, they're getting ready to fight. This final was different from the previous matches. It was played 1 match at a time. Li Ruizha appeared in the center of the field, smiling as he looked at the audience below. The finals begin. Let's see who can be the first to possess one of these 3 metal armors. The first match is between Wei Xing from the Void Legion and Wang Xiaoling from the Dark Division. The 2 rose from the audience at the same time, exchanged a glance, and slowly walked onto the stage, standing in the center of the arena. The cheers from the audience were constant, and both players had their own supporters. The match begins. After the 2 were in position, Li Ruizha chuckled, announced the start of the match, and disappeared from the spot. Empty traces, Wei Xing. Wei Xing drew his Tang sword from behind him, his expression very serious. He had no intention of underestimating Wang Xiaoling. Wei Xing's Tang sword seemed to have been replaced. The pure black Tang sword exuded a chilling aura, and a crystal core was embedded in its hilt. This is the latest crystal core weapon developed by the research department. It greatly enhances the power of cold weapons and allows users to utilize the energy within the crystal core, significantly boosting the strength of evolved individuals. The Dark Division, Wang Xiaoling. The long sword was in hand, The blue-green sword was as light as a feather. Buzzing. With a thrust of her long sword, Wang Xiaoling was the first to strike, closing in on Wei Xing almost instantly. Sizzle. The Tang's sword was raised, changing the piercing direction of the longsword. Immediately following was the downward pressure of the longsword, a force that caught Wei Xing off guard. Amidst the clash of swords, Wang Xiaoling's fierce attacks forced Wei Xing into a passive position. He then exerted his strength and kicked Wang Xiaoling in the abdomen. Wang Xiaoling had no choice but to dodge, and taking advantage of the opportunity, she quickly retreated, not intending to give Wei Xing a chance to catch his breath. Netherblade. As Wei Xing's voice rang out, the Tang's sword in his hand began to gather energy. With a single slash, a huge black blade of light swept across the area. Wang Xiaoling swiftly unleashed several sword energies in the air with her longsword. The green sword energy blocked the blade's edge for a moment, and with a swift movement, she dodged the black blade's edge and approached Wei Xing at an extremely fast speed. The black blade of light struck the ground, cutting a crack in the ground. One can imagine how powerful Wei Xing's attack was. The long sword in her hand hummed and shattered, revealing two short swords in Wang Xiaoling's hands. Uft! Wei Xing couldn't dodge in time and was slashed on the wrist by the short sword, but in the critical moment, he punched Wang Xiaoling. The force of the punch entered Wang Xiaoling's body, causing her to stagger back several steps. Wei Xing's defense was extremely tight, and if Wang Xiaoling wanted to break the deadlock, she would have to trade injuries for injuries. At this moment, the short sword had refused into a long sword. It seems that the long sword in Wang Xiaoling's hand is also a crystal core weapon, and its craftsmanship is extremely exquisite. Chapter 87: The Establishment of the Knights. Try this trick again. A powerful energy fluctuation emanated from the long sword in Wang Xiaoling's hand. He quickly pushed off the ground with his right leg, threw the long sword into the air, leaped high, and kicked the hilt of the sword with his right foot. The long sword shot out, leaving a long blue-green streak in the air. The speed of the flying sword left Wei Xing with no time to react. He raised his black Tang sword and forcibly changed the direction of the blue-green longsword, but the huge impact was not so easy to neutralize. The long sword avoided the heart and pierced Wei Xing's shoulder. Hiss hiss hiss. The intense pain made Wei Xing wince, and Wang Xiaoling immediately followed up with a swift punch. Wei Xing endured the pain and used his left hand to catch Wang Xiaoling's punch. Using her strength, he lowered his center of gravity and flung Wang Xiaoling to the other side. Wang Xiaoling turned in midair, and just as her feet were about to land, Wei Xing swept her down with his leg. Wang Xiaoling lost control of her body and fell heavily to the ground. Just as she was about to get up, Wei Xing's Tang sword was already at her neck, and the fierce wind made her face sting. She lost. She hadn't expected Wei Xing to remain so calm after her successful attack, winning with a single blow. Been taught a lesson. Wang Xiaoling stood up and nodded to Wei Xing. Wei Xing drew the long sword from his shoulder, handed it to Wang Xiaoling, and gasped. Just lucky, just lucky. The blood from the hole in Wei Xing's shoulder kept flowing out. Such wounds are extremely deadly in battle. Wang Xiaoling's fighting skills were no weaker than Wei Xing's, but she was too impatient and gave Wei Xing the opportunity. A pool of green spring water descended from the sky, and a warm feeling filled Wei Xing's entire body. Wang Xiaoping had made his move, and the healing pool was working hard to repair Wei Xing's wounds. In this battle, Wei Xing has successfully secured a spot. Let's give a warm round of applause to this composed man before us. Li Ruijia's slightly embarrassed voice rang out, but it did not affect the commotion among the crowd. Wei Xing's name filled the entire training ground. He's truly amazing. Wei Xing is a born warrior. He can remain calm in any situation, which is extremely rare. Chu Wenyuan remarked with emotion. He chatted casually with Yi Qiu next to him, trying to get some information out of him, but Yi Qiu didn't reveal a single word. Yu Lai and Yu Feng won their next battles, but a small incident occurred. Yu Lai's opponent was a 16-year-old boy named Bai Yun, but his powerful strength almost caused Yu Lai to suffer a setback. His boxing skills were no weaker than Yu Lai's military boxing, and even had some merits. However, the gap between the third and second tiers is a huge difference that cannot be bridged by skill, and he was defeated by Yu Feng. Thus, the three contestants stood out and became the users of this metal armor. Fang Lanbai walked out from the side, followed by Yi Qingyao. Fang Lanbai's extremely strong physique and unforgettable face alone attracted everyone's attention. As soon as Fang Lanbai appeared, the entire audience erupted in cheers. Some of them had never seen the city lord of the Boundary Gathering Place before, but they had a premonition as soon as Fang Lanbai appeared. He was the legendary city lord of the Boundary Breaking Gathering Place. Yi Qingyao walked gracefully beside Fong Lanbai. The two of them standing together were a visual treat, no matter how you looked at them. I'm not the main character here today, they are. Fong Lanbai smiled and said, his chest gleaming with dark, demonic essence, as three metal suits several meters tall appeared in front of everyone. A gasp erupted from the crowd. This was the first time these three metal armors had appeared in public, all to enhance the reputation of the knights. Fan Wenbin leaped up from the side, his heavy armor covering his entire body, and landed in front of the three metal armors. Although he was not as tall as the three metal armors, and his silver-white knight armor shone with a bright luster, no one thought that the three metal armors were stronger than Fan Wenbin's superpower. Fan Wenbin slammed his great sword into the ground, instantly bringing the atmosphere to a climax. The Knights of the Boundary. The Knights of the Boundary. The resounding voices echoed throughout the training ground, and many people present felt a surge of warmth in their hearts, grateful to be able to gather in such a powerful place. The boundary-breaking gathering place reception hall. Lord City Lord, this is Colonel Chu from the Shanghai military region. Yi Qiu explained to Fong Lanbai that Yi Qiu usually calls him Xiao Fong, but when outsiders are around, he calls him City Lord. Yi Qiu said that this is the rule and cannot be changed. I know, do you remember me? Colonel Chu. Fong Lanbai took the tea offered by a teammate, took a sip, and stared coldly at Chu Wenyuan with her heterochromatic red and blue eyes. An unnamed aura pressed down on Chu Wenyuan. Even though Fong Lanbai did not release his own pressure, Chu Wenyuan felt like he couldn't breathe. I remember seeing him at Shanghai University before. Chu Wenyuan knew that Fong Lanbai was referring to the incident of the treasure fight, so he could only make up an excuse. Unexpectedly, Chu Wenyuan's expression suddenly changed drastically. A terrifying pressure descended upon him instantly, making him feel unable to resist. Colonel Chu, since you're unwilling to recall, then I'll help you recall. You dared to lay a hand on my belongings at Shanghai University. Did you think you were too strong? Or were you relying on the Shanghai military region behind you, believing I wouldn't dare kill you? Fong Lanbai said coldly. The soldiers behind Chu Wenyuan could not withstand Fong Lanbai's pressure and were forced to kneel on the ground. Came to the boundary gathering place with Chu Wenyuan were all top tier in the Shanghai military region, and almost all of them had their own special abilities, reaching the late stage of the second tier. However, they couldn't even withstand Fong Lanbai's pressure. Why is he so strong now? What has he been through during this time? His aura is no weaker than his master's. Lord, I made a mistake because I was confused before. Chu Wenyuan sat in his seat, his bottom already soaked with sweat, and explained to Fong Lanbai. He could sense that it would be very easy for Fong Lanbai to kill him, and it wouldn't take too much trouble at all. Moreover, he really dared to make a move. The aura emanating from Fong Lanbai dissipated, finally allowing him to catch his breath. The pressure emanating from Fong Lanbai was in no way inferior to that of Yi Qingyao and the other two. Is this the strength that allowed them to single-handedly defeat the bright and destroyed gathering place? It's truly despair-inducing. Whoosh. The superhuman behind Chu Wenyuan was panting heavily, as if he had just escaped death. What would you do if I told Chen Yeding your little secret? Chu Wenyuan looked up abruptly, his heart filled with shock. He met Fong Lanbai's heterochromatic eyes and felt as if those eyes had seen right through him. He couldn't understand how Fong Lanbai knew all this. Fong Lanbai didn't say anything, just quietly looked at Chu Wenyuan. Chu Wenyuan didn't know what to say. He felt like he had always been manipulated by Fong Lanbai. Lord, I agree to let Colonel Chu fight one of the top 3 finishers in the night selection tournament. Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Yi Qiu interjected at the opportune moment. No need to fight anymore. If Colonel Chu is itching for a fight, I can exchange a few blows with you. Fong Lan waved her hand, directly rejecting the fight. There was no need for this battle. Even if Chu Wenyuan won, it wouldn't prove anything. Chu Wenyuan was thinking too simply. Forming a large-scale alliance between two settlements is not so easy. No need. I know I can't last more than a few moves against City Lord Fong, so I'd better not embarrass myself. Chapter 88 Ruins of Nothingness. Even though Li Wenqing split off the Shanghai military region, a weakened camel is still bigger than a horse, and its strength should not be underestimated. In the end, Chen Yeding still thought Fong Lanbai was just a student who had luckily gained great strength, so he did not pay too much attention to her. The Shanghai military region is likely not optimistic, given the pressure exerted by Li Wenqing and the Mingmi gathering place. When Fong Lanbai saw Chu Wenyuan, she subconsciously thought that someone from Beijing had come. She did not expect that Chu Wenyuan was actually representing the Shanghai military region. Based on the unique spatial ability that Chu Wenyuan displayed when he left the Shanghai military region, Fong Lanbai concluded that Chu Wenyuan was not from the Shanghai military region. It seems that Beijing is in deep trouble, but they still managed to reach out to Shanghai. Chu Wenyuan doesn't know how Fong Lanbai found out. Even as I left, I was still sweating profusely. Xiaofang, you should have noticed the Shanghai military region's attempt to win them over, right? Yi Qiu asked tentatively. The Shanghai military region is thinking too far ahead. They expect the boundary-breaking gathering area to risk their lives for them, with just a few benefits. Aren't they dreaming? Fong Lanbai asked meaningfully. Uncle Yi, how much do you know about Chun Yedong? I don't know much about Chun Yedong, but I have had some contact with him. However, my position wasn't high enough for us to exchange more than a few words. Yi Qiu pondered for a moment. He is indeed extraordinary. Li Wenqing thinks he's all grown up, but the people who truly hold military power in the Shanghai military region are Chun Yedong's confidants. Chun Yedong's years of hard work are not so easily undermined. Fong Lanbai took the teapot and poured a cup for Yi Qiu. Uncle Yi, what do you think of our boundary-breaking gathering area compared to the Shanghai military region? Yi Qiu pondered for a moment, looked out the window, paused, and said, Xiaofang, our boundary-breaking gathering ground is far superior to the Shanghai military region in both the number and strength of its superhumans. However, the Shanghai military region has developed for so many years, and its scientific research speed is indeed faster than ours. You should have noticed it too. Chu Wenyuan's knife is probably made of a third-tier crystal core, and its sharpness is incomparable to that of a second-tier crystal core weapon. Fong Lanbai nodded. He had noticed it too. The research department has achieved significant results in developing second-order crystal core weapons, but its foundation is still not deep enough. It wasn't that Yi Qiu distrusted the research department. The department's achievement of so many research results in such a short time was already remarkable. There are quite a few superhumans in the Shanghai military region, which is why they failed to break through to the third-tier crystal core weapon. Ultimately, it's because the materials are insufficient to withstand the impact of the third-tier crystal core energy. Indeed, the development of the base has a long way to go. Fong Lanbai smiled frankly. Even if the Shanghai military region had more advanced weapons, with Ouyang Yucai's AI ability, catching up was only a matter of time. Moreover, the base has so many powerful individuals. The strength of superhumans will be further demonstrated in the future. They might even be a city in themselves. The Shanghai military region will be taken over by Fong Lanbai sooner or later. North of the capital, how's the zombie horde outside the city? Her golden eyes shone even in the sunlight, and her languid gaze swept over the newcomer. Her long, black hair cascaded down her back, adding a touch of mystery to her otherwise ordinary appearance. He had his right arm around a stunningly beautiful and alluring woman. The thin clothes she wore could not conceal the glimpses of her skin, and his hand, which had been wandering over her body, stopped when he spoke. Her soft body kept leaning against the golden-eyed man, her obvious breasts rubbing against his body from side to side, as if she was somewhat bothered by the golden-eyed man's stopped movements. The horde of zombies outside the city has receded, but the zombie king has left all our fallen awakened at the city gate. Faced with this scene that made one's nose bleed, he didn't think twice and lowered his head to speak seriously. The golden-eyed man reached into the already sparse clothing, kneading the snow-white mound, completely oblivious to the other people in the audience. Nothing's wrong. Keep watch and don't let your guard down. The man accepted the order and withdrew, glancing at the man on the throne before leaving, his eyes filled with deep fear. My lord, I want more. Long, slender legs without an ounce of excess fat stretched out, and her entire body almost draped over the man. Fine, even if you beg for mercy this time, I won't let you off. As he spoke, his well-defined fingers reached down, and the sticky sensation on his hand made a glint of light flash in his eyes. No wonder he has the power of lust. Ordinary women can't attract me like this. The golden-eyed man said with a sigh. My lord, come quickly. The woman's clothes were quickly pulled halfway off, and an unknown sound came from behind. This woman's superpower is unlike any other. It is an extremely rare lustful superpower that can quickly arouse a person's lust. Her already alluring figure and stunningly beautiful appearance, combined with her superpower, make it impossible for any man to resist such temptation. If Fong Lanbai saw him, she would recognize him as one of the twin sons from her previous life, who single-handedly suppressed countless mutated beasts in the north, representing the strongest individual combat power in China, and holding half of the capital's territory, Guyu. After a long while, Guyu stood up and slowly put on his clothes, while the woman with the lustful supernatural ability slumped in her seat. Fu Yuntao, you've really put in the effort in this area. Anyway, I really like this woman. His golden eyes were devoid of any emotion as he looked at the woman with disdain and slowly walked away. Fu Yuntao, one of the 5 generals of the capital, knew that Guyu was extremely interested in beautiful women and had sent dozens of them to him. Now he has even found a woman with the ability to sexually exploit him, trying to forcefully break down his body. It has to be said that Fu Yuntao is very resourceful. Lu Nanyang, go and find out what's going on in Shanghai. Remember, don't alert them. Lu Nanyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the city wall, slowly opened his eyes. His body was covered in the blood of zombies, and a scorching heat emanated from him. The blood congealed and was shaken off to the ground. Guyu's voice rang in Lu Nanyang's ears, but Lu Nanyang was not surprised. Yes. He said a few words to the awakened ones guarding him, then, along with several other ability users, boarded an armored vehicle and set off immediately. Guyu appeared here shortly afterward, gazing at the corpses of the awakened ones below. A slight smile played on his lips. Is this corpse king provoking me? With a single step, the Golden King ruins appeared behind him, its aura released without any concealment. A small black dot appeared in the distance, getting closer and closer. It turned out to be a zombie. The zombie had wings spread wide on its back and flew in from a distance. Its gray-green muscles were full of power. It stopped opposite the ancient island. The aura of this corpse king was actually at the late stage of the 3rd tier. Its bloodthirsty aura collided with the king ruins of the ancient island, and the energy fluctuations spread to the surrounding hundreds of meters. The superhumans on the city wall looked at the ancient island standing in the air, like a god, its sacred aura inspiring awe. Following behind the corpse king had also arrived. The aura of more than a dozen zombies pressed down on Guyu. Guyu's golden eyes swept across the entire scene, and he did not take these 3rd-level zombies seriously at all. Roar, roar, roar. The corpse king's roar was deep and hoarse. These 3rd-tier zombies rushed towards Guyu instantly, their claws about to strike him. Bite. Guyu's eyes shone brightly with golden light, and the 3rd-tier zombies around him were enveloped in a layer of golden energy, hovering in the air. Broken. The 4-tier 3 zombies surrounding Guyu instantly shattered, their body parts falling to the ground. Chapter 89, The 3 Great Families of the Capital. The illusory image of Wang Su behind him was suddenly absorbed into Guyu's body, and his arm was immediately covered with an ancient golden pattern. Boom. With a single punch, he knocked down the charging 3rd-tier zombie, creating a huge crater in the ground, and the 3rd-tier zombie's chest was dented. Bang, 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 bang. With a combination of punches and kicks, Guyu single-handedly subdued these dozen or so level 3 zombies. Zzz. The claws scratched at Guyu's body, making a piercing sound, but Guyu was not harmed at all. With a powerful kick, he sent the 3rd-level zombie flying hundreds of meters. They blocked the zombies in the simplest and most brutal way, without any unnecessary tricks. Boom. The 3rd-tier corpse king appeared behind Guyu without warning and knocked Guyu back with a powerful punch. Behind the ancient island, a golden royal ruin appeared, and the golden pupils emitted a stream of light that gradually intensified. That suits me perfectly. Guyu let out a wicked laugh. A massive golden royal ruin appeared above the corpse king's head. The corpse king felt immense pressure on his body. He spread his wings on his back, about to fly out, when the royal ruin instantly descended. The immense force caused the corpse king to plummet uncontrollably until it landed on the ground, its legs digging deep into the earth. The corpse king was also intimidated by Guyu's strength. He struck the king ruins with his long claws. With each attack, the king ruins would quickly recover, but its solidity would decrease. Roar, roar, roar. The corpse king's roar was somewhat hoarse, and its power was leaking out wildly. Under the corpse king's power, the ruins of the king were actually lifted up by the corpse king. Guyu kept a close eye on the corpse king, forcefully shaking away the surrounding zombies. He stepped onto the ruins of the king, and the immense force pressed the corpse king down beneath him. A huge cloud of dust rose from the ground as the corpse king was pinned down by the ruins of the king, and the surrounding zombies quickly rushed forward to meet it. Even Guyu wasn't confident he could withstand the attacks of these tier 3 mutated zombies, claws, poison balls, bone spikes, without taking any damage. Helplessly, Guyu retracted the wangshu beneath his feet, and golden bell-shaped shields appeared around him, blocking the attacks of these 3rd-tier zombies. The corpse king beneath their feet was thrown into the air. Due to being suppressed by the ruins of the ancient isle, even with the corpse king's physical strength, its 2 slightly bent legs were broken. Crunch. The corpse king's legs were forcibly straightened, and as it spread its wings, a piercing sound came from its chest. This guy's really tough. Even with Guyu's strength, He had to admit that the Corpse King's defense was truly high. The sound slowed Guyu's movements, and a zombie phantom appeared in front of him. The sound could actually obstruct vision. It was a truly strange ability. Guyu simply closed his eyes, threw a punch out of thin air, and sent one of the bladed zombies flying. He then kicked another charging zombie away. Boom. Appearing beside the zombie, he stopped its backward flight, grabbed its neck, and slammed it hard into the ground, sending dirt flying. The third-tier zombie was powerless against Guyu. It blocked several poison bullets and claws, its body was severely twisted, and it was beyond dead. Guyu casually threw it aside. The level 3 zombies that usually terrify survivors are like toys in Guyu's hands, easily broken if not handled carefully. At this moment, half of these third-tier zombies had been killed by Guyu, and the Zombie King's roar began to change, the blinding cry gradually dissipating. These Tier 3 zombies began to retreat rapidly, while the Zombie King continuously swooped down from the sky, causing trouble for Guyu and forcing these Tier 3 zombies to leave quickly. So you do care about your men after all. I thought you were going to send them all to me to kill. The domineering golden eyes looked at the Corpse King with a mocking gaze and stopped its attack. You're strong, but are all humans as strong as you? The Corpse King's hoarse voice came through. Before Guyu could reply, the enormous bone wings blotted out the sky and quickly took to the heavens. The Zombie King is intelligent. After this battle, it realized that Guyu's strength was beyond their ability to resist. The Zombie King will no longer confront Guyu head-on, and it will not be so easy to find an opportunity to kill so many zombies again. However, with most of the third-tier zombies perishing here, the zombie horde's strength has been greatly reduced, making it easier for Radiant Sun City to face zombie hordes in the future. Grown-ups. Guyu landed on the city wall, and all the superpowered individuals knelt before him. With Guyu there, Yaeyong Pavilion would be perfectly safe. Although the Corpse King has been repelled, it will likely not be satisfied. We still need to be careful. Every time Guyu made a move, Mu Hanyu was shocked. How could there be such a powerful superhuman in the world? Mu Hanyu knew that there were many people in the Gu family who opposed Guyu establishing his own household and wanted to control Guyu, this powerful superhuman. 2 of the 5 generals of the capital once tried to stop Guyu, but were easily defeated. As a result of Guyu, the Gu family's power in the capital was at its zenith. Guyu didn't want to go back to that old man's side. If it weren't for his own strength, the old man probably wouldn't even give him a second glance no matter what he accomplished. That makes sense, though. Guyu was merely a product of his father's chance encounter. He shouldn't have been in this world. The Yaori Pavilion is full of experts. Mu Hanyu believes that his combat strength is among the top 3 in the pavilion, but he cannot guarantee that he can withstand Guyu's full-force attack. Guyu is decisive and has strong execution capabilities. He has never treated these people unfairly, which makes the people in the base extremely loyal to him. Even some of the people sent by the Gu family to help Guyu are inclined to support him. The capital city, the Fu family. As one of the 3 major families in Beijing, their influence in the capital can be described as absolute, and they can even influence some of China's decisions. What did you say? The woman with the lustful powers has been sent back. Fu Yuntao paused, holding the calligraphy brush, then looked up and said in a somewhat surprised voice. The man below trembled uncontrollably, saying in a panic, "Sir, that woman has become an idiot." Hearing this, Fu Yuntao calmed down. He had tried this lust ability himself and forcibly raised his level to the 3rd stage. The temptation of this lust was already very strong. If someone hadn't stopped him, he probably would have been directly controlled by this lust. Guyu, is this your challenge to me? Interesting. Fu Yuntao picked up his pen, and drops of ink fell onto the paper, slowly revealing a portrait of a young woman. Even though it was just a watercolor painting, it was clear that the woman was extremely beautiful. Go, find this woman for me. Bring her back to me immediately when you see her, and remember, she must be alive. If she's even slightly injured, you can forget about having your head. The scroll fell into Jia Shichuan's hands, and he bowed his head and quickly promised himself that he would definitely find it. This situation is getting more and more interesting. I wonder how that old fellow Guyu will play this game. Fu Yuntao continued to raise his hand, writing one vivid character after another on the paper. Each character seemed to come alive, twisting and turning on the paper. Chapter 90 Lu Nanyang's Strength. Brother, your explosions are getting stronger and stronger. I can feel a powerful shockwave even from this far away. As soon as the zombie in front of Gu Songfei got close, a huge explosion blasted it away, leaving a large hole in its chest and scattering large pieces of rotting internal organs everywhere. A blood-red whip pierced through the zombie in an instant, and the 2 young men and women killed the 2nd-tier zombie effortlessly. The man and woman look 9/10 alike. At first glance, the twins are striking. Gu Songfei's mole is on his left temple, while Gu Qingru's is on her right temple. Upon closer inspection, they even have a slightly different feel to them. Ri getting more and more skilled with that blood whip. Gu Qingru walked over with her hands behind her back, a bouncy smile on her face. Bro, let's go blow up zombies. Blowing up zombies is more fun, Gu Qingru said with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Songfei's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Have you forgotten the last time we were surrounded by a horde of zombies? We almost stayed there and never came back." Gu Qingru stepped forward, shook Gu Songfei's arm, and said coquettishly, "Brother, okay, I'm not playing anymore." Gu Songfei's expression softened a little. These twin siblings have never joined any faction in Shanghai. With their special abilities, they have managed to live quite well in the city, resolving crises of all sizes without much trouble. Gu Songfei had considered joining some other forces, but the situation in Shanghai was complicated. The original 4 major forces had split into 5, and nearly 1 million survivors were under the protection of these 5 forces. The boundary-breaking gathering area is showing signs of becoming the leader, not only forcefully curbing the momentum of the bright and destroyed gathering area, but also sending the people from the Shanghai military region back in disgrace. I've heard that the breaking boundary gathering area and the long wind gathering area have a very good relationship. I wonder if this rumor is true or false. Gu Songfei thought that it wouldn't be too late to make a choice after this tense atmosphere had subsided, and then see if this boundary-breaking gathering place could continue. With their combined strength, they would be honored guests wherever they went, so there was no need to be too cautious in the wilderness. Passing through this abandoned high-rise building, all the supplies inside had been looted, leaving only the walls riddled with holes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 2 armored vehicles roared past in the distance, destroying everything in their path. The zombies they encountered could not stop for even a moment under their attacks. Seemingly noticing Gu Songfei and his sister, they slowly stopped. Gu Songfei did not retreat. They had encountered many other survivors and had dealt with military personnel. Their strength was definitely top-notch. Therefore, Gu Songfei did not show any fear. He simply began to circulate the energy in his hands, while Gu Qingru behind him, with her hands behind her back, released her blood whip ability. A man wearing a bulletproof vest stepped out of the car, followed by the others. His prominent cheekbones made him appear extremely irritable, and his imposing eyes swept over the 2 people in front of him. He paused slightly when he sensed their presence. The voice, accusatory and condescending, asked, "Which faction do you belong to?" Gu Qingru replied bluntly, "What business is it of yours what kind of power we are?" The evolved individuals behind Lu Nanyang were about to raise their guns to fire when Lu Nanyang stopped them. His body emitted a scorching aura for a moment before dissipating. He sensed the strength of these 2. Normally, he feared no one, but now that they had traveled a long distance and expended a lot of energy, he was afraid he wouldn't gain any advantage against them. Not wanting to delay the mission sent by Lord Guyu, she softened her tone slightly. "We came from elsewhere, just to inquire about joining a faction for self-protection. That's why we're asking you." Looking at the group's attire, their excellent equipment, and comprehensive weaponry, along with several other ability users behind them, Gu Songfei made up his mind. "We are from the boundary-breaking gathering ground, belonging to a small squad of the Divine Union Legion." Lu Nanyang fell silent for a moment. He said he was a member of the Divine Union Legion of the boundary-breaking gathering ground. Could it be that the Divine Union Legion had become so strong that all its members were at the 3rd level? If that were the case, how powerful would the boundary-breaking gathering ground be? Lu Nanyang thanked them and left with his men. Since these 2 were members of the Legion, they wouldn't come out alone. To be on the safe side, it was best to leave first. Lu Nanyang's mission is to investigate the situation in Shanghai, so let's avoid causing any unnecessary trouble. Nanyang left. Gu Songfei and Gu Qingru followed at a distance. There were many roads along the way that were impassable, and the sound of the armored vehicle attracted many zombies, allowing the 2 of them to keep an eye on it from a distance. "Brother, why are we following them?" Gu Qingru asked with some confusion. "This group is not simple. I want to see what they're up to," Gu Songfei murmured. Before long, the noise from the 2 armored vehicles attracted a large number of zombies, including a small, 3rd-tier zombie, which also allowed Gu Songfei to see Lu Nanyang's special ability. This Tier 3 zombie was extremely fast. As soon as it appeared, it smashed the window of the armored vehicle and dragged the evolved human traveling with Lu Nanyang out. Before the evolved being could even resist, its head and body had already separated. This 3rd-tier zombie looks like a mutated child, but the child no longer resembles a human at all, with sharp teeth protruding and claws that can easily pierce the skin of a second-tier evolved being. The team members reacted extremely quickly, drawing their guns and firing rapidly. The third-tier zombie reacted extremely quickly, swiftly escaping and using the surrounding zombie silhouettes to dodge the barrage of fire. The group quickly got out of the car. If they didn't deal with these level 3 zombies, they would probably cause them constant trouble along the way. You guys take care of the other zombies. I'll handle this tier 3 zombie. Lu Nanyang quickly issued the order, and cracks appeared on his arm. A scorching aura emanated from Lu Nanyang's body, and rolling magma adhered to his arm. Lu Nanyang rushed to the front, surrounded by countless bullets, and punched the ground with all his might. Cracks appeared on the ground, and lava rose from beneath their feet. The surrounding 5 square meters of ground were covered with Lu Nanyang's lava. The lower limbs of some zombies were burned away. The ground opened and closed rapidly, swallowed by the lava. The third-tier zombie swiftly dodged, its petite figure moving at lightning speed. In the process of dodging, it also managed to tear off the head of an evolved being. The ghostly figure was like the Grim Reaper. Seeing that the third-tier zombie was extremely fast and did not attack him, Lu Nanyang raised his hand, and several streams of magma appeared from the ground, blocking the third-tier zombie. The third-tier zombie paused. Lu Nanyang stood behind it, scalding lava flowing down his arm. Lu Nanyang's fist rapidly grew larger, his body pressed down, and seizing the opportunity, he punched the third-level zombie. The powerful attack knocked the third-level zombie back several meters, and the magma burned the zombie, producing sizzling black smoke. Roar! The zombie was blocked by lava behind it, so it could only face Lu Nanyang. It roared and then disappeared from the spot. Chapter 91. On the verge of explosion. ZZZZZ. The third-tier zombie appeared beside Lu Nanyang without warning. Lu Nanyang raised his hand to block it, and the sharp claws left several claw marks on Lu Nanyang's arm, which was covered in lava. Lu Nanyang reached out to grab the zombie, but the zombie moved and dodged, so Lu Nanyang could only release a lava bullet. Having landed a successful blow, the third-tier zombie retreated, waiting for an opportunity. Several other evolved beings surrounded it, forming a fan shape to trap the third-tier zombie inside. Lu Nanyang stepped forward. His speed was also extremely fast, and with his hands clasped together, a huge magma bullet was shot out from his hands. The third-tier zombie used a raised patch of ground nearby to try and jump out of the encirclement, but a beam of white light appeared. It was another ability user in Lu Nanyang's team who made a move, causing the third-tier zombie to pause for a moment. In that instant, Lu Nanyang raised his hand, grabbed the leg of the third-tier zombie, and threw it to the ground. But he showed no intention of letting go, and punched the zombie again and again with his right fist. The zombie was knocked into the ground, and its face was severely dented. The third-tier zombie tried its best to dodge, but Lu Nanyang held it firmly in his grasp. Its sharp claws scrambled across Lu Nanyang's arm. The scalding heat of the lava caused the third-tier zombie to resist violently, but Lu Nanyang's hand held it tightly, making it difficult for it to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Nanyang's arms, covered in lava, were extremely powerful. He grabbed the petite body of the third-tier zombie with both hands and exerted all his strength, tearing the zombie in two. Blood splattered all around, but the high temperature prevented the blood from sticking to Lu Nanyang. The third-tier zombie is dead. Brother, this guy is pretty strong. Gu Tsongfei and Gu Kangru lay on a tall building, watching the battle from afar. With their physical abilities as third-tier evolved beings, and their eyes having been enhanced several times, they could still see clearly from this distance. Gu Tsongfei nodded and said, "Indeed, their strength is extraordinary, their division of labor is clear, their cooperation is excellent, and their methods are extremely efficient." Lu Nanyang remained calm and collected after encountering the third-tier zombies, minimizing casualties. At this time, Lu Nanyang's battle had ended. With him joining the battlefield, those first and second-tier zombies were no match for him at all. He quickly killed all the zombies and moved away. The scene left behind countless zombies with their heads ripped off and the still warm ground, making it clear to anyone with eyes that an extremely powerful superhuman had appeared here. Who are you people? A group of neatly dressed people, each with a long spear shrouded in mist, quickly appeared from the surrounding area. Yen Ming and Rin Jinghe were sent to trade life essence with Changfeng Gathering Place. They were on their way back when they sensed a strong fluctuation and came to see Lu Nanyang and his group. "No way, we actually ran into the Divine Union Legion," Gu Tsongfei said to Gu Kangru, both amused and exasperated. "I never expected that my casually made-up identity would lead to this." Gu Kangru laughed heartily. Then we really do have a connection with the boundary breaker gathering place. Rin Jinhe observed the people in front of him. Having lived in Shanghai for so long, he had never heard of such a person in the city. Lu Nanyang also sized up the group of people. Since arriving in Shanghai, the two groups he had encountered were both led by third-tier awakened individuals. When did third-tier awakened individuals become so common? Lu Nanyang put away the third-tier zombie crystal core in his hand and silently used it to restore his superpower. He guessed that these people were probably planning to take advantage of the situation. Seeing Lu Nanyang's actions, Rin Jinhe made no other move. He had dozens of third-tier crystal cores and thousands of second-tier crystal cores. If it weren't for the fact that this person in front of him had some strength and he wanted him to join the breaking boundary gathering ground, he wouldn't have come to interfere. We are from the Divine Union Legion of the Boundary Breaking Gathering Ground. Which faction in this demon city do you belong to? Seeing that Lu Nanyang remained silent, Rin Jinhe tentatively asked. Lu Nanyang's heart was in turmoil. He hadn't expected to encounter people from the boundary breaking gathering area so soon. Had the strength of the boundary breaking gathering area become this powerful? No need. We have other things to do. We'll be going now. Lu Nanyang had already walked to the armored vehicle and stopped talking to Rin Jinhe. Rin Jinhe narrowed his eyes. These people didn't act like ordinary survivors. They probably wanted to find out about the boundary breaker gathering place. The atmosphere at the scene became increasingly tense. Gu Songfei and Gu Kangru quickly moved to the vicinity to observe the two groups of people who were on the verge of fighting. Brother, do you want them to fight? Gu Kangru asked in confusion, since Gu Songfei had brought her to this vicinity when they could have seen it clearly from a distance. Gu Songfei chuckled mischievously. Perfect. I want to see just how strong the Divine Union Legion really is, and to get a feel for the strength of the four major legions in this boundary-breaking gathering ground. Such a golden opportunity is rare. Instead of stopping her, Gu Kangru asked with interest, Brother, what are you planning to do? Do you need my help? No need, just watch. Gu Songfei casually picked up a small stone, imbued it with his explosive power, and with a unique, shimmering light, he channeled all his strength into his arm. The small stone shot into the Nanyang team like a bullet, exploding precisely in the middle of the group. Bang! The already tense crowd was instantly ignited, and all sorts of attacks appeared. Lu Nanyang stretched out one hand, and a huge wall of lava swept across, forcing everyone to quickly dodge. Rin Jinhe didn't know who launched the attack, but the two sides had already started fighting, and if he didn't intervene, the situation would be difficult to control. Rin Jinhe's third-tier fire-type ability appeared around them, shooting out fireballs one after another. Even if those people dodged them, the fireballs would still splash out several sparks, affecting everyone's movements. As the second Tier 3 ability user in the team, Yanming decisively retreated the moment the battle broke out, creating distance from the battlefield. His ice blue longbow appeared in his hand, and he fired more than a dozen arrows in an instant. Da-da-da! Bang bang bang! Machine guns roared. At such close range, both sides had firearms, but both had superhumans who could defend themselves, which was why Lu Nanyang released the magma wall. Before the bullets could even penetrate the magma wall, the intense heat within melted them. Not a single bullet could pass through it. But Yanming was different. The arrow in his hand was made of energy. This arrow was compressed to the extreme by Yanming's supernatural ability, and it was also wrapped with a layer of energy on the outside, just to pass through this magma wall. Chi did not poison the arrows. The terrifying temperature of the magma was too great for her mental poison to penetrate, so she simply conserved her supernatural power. Swish swish. The arrows pierced through the lava wall. Lu Nanyang's lava was indeed strong enough. Even though Yanming had made preparations, most of the arrows were still worn down. However, these dozen or so arrows still caught everyone off guard. Lu Nanyang swiftly grabbed several arrows, easily melting them in his hands. His face contorted with rage as he said in a deep voice, "Do you really think we're pushovers?" Chapter 92 Fierce Tiger Gang. Behind him, several superhumans began to charge up their energy before the magma wall was destroyed. Lu Nanyang slammed his arms into the ground, and several magma balls appeared in front of him. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Intense energy fluctuations emanated from the center of the battlefield, and the attacks of various superhumans began to clash, scattering the surrounding zombie corpses. The group spread out, and a thick plume of smoke appeared around them, obscuring their positions. Several magma balls flew over, and the group quickly separated. Large swathes of magma were in the middle of them, and the sparks that splashed out burned their skin. The two sides quickly clashed. While fighting, Lu Nanyang and Rin Jinhe still had the energy to release lava to interfere with the other members of the Divine Union squad. This made Rin Jinha feel slighted, so he unleashed his fire power, pouring out third-tier flames that enveloped Lu Nanyang. Even Lu Nanyang, who has a strong resistance to high temperatures, felt the temperature rising rapidly. He pressed his body down, lunged to gather strength, and swept his right leg horizontally. The force of this made Rin Jinha stagger back several steps, which he used to block, tingled with a burning sensation. The lava flowed onto Rin Jinha's arm, and the flames washed over it, colliding with the lava to neutralize it, but this also consumed a lot of his supernatural power. Rin Jinha sensed the formidable strength of Lu Nanyang. This magma ability was even more domineering than his own flames. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Poisoned his claws, and hid behind Lu Nanyang. However, Lu Nanyang's body was covered in solidified magma, making his defense extremely strong. When Chi-Chi attacked his back, his claws couldn't even break through his defense. First attack, Chi-Chi quickly retreated. However, Lu Nanyang reacted extremely fast, twisting his body and throwing a punch that sent Chi-Chi flying. The immense force caused Chi-Chi to fly uncontrollably backward, where he was caught by another evolved being. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's face turned pale, her features contorted in pain, blood kept flowing from the corner of her mouth, and a burning sensation came from her abdomen. Intense pain filled Chi-Chi's mind. A lotus leaf appeared beneath Chi-Chi, enveloping her, and specks of green light clung to her body. Unexpectedly, Lu Nanyang reacted so quickly, severely injuring Chi-Chi with a single blow. A third-tier ability user is much stronger than a second-tier one, and this punch was delivered by Lu Nanyang at full strength. If it weren't for Qian Duo being there and slowing down Chi-Chi's injuries, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The evolved being quickly led Chi-Chi away from the battlefield, took a drop of life essence from Yanming, and fed it to Chi-Chi, which made her complexion look a little better. Rin Jinha quickly stepped forward, flames clinging to his body, and engaged Lu Nanyang in battle. He felt somewhat guilty, thinking that if he hadn't been repelled by Lu Nanyang, Chi-Chi wouldn't have been seriously injured. As he spoke, he flipped over and slammed his elbow down, hitting Lu Nanyang's shoulder. But Lu Nanyang's special ability had never been afraid of close combat, and his movement technique seemed to have been trained. Seizing this opportunity, he executed an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming Rin Jinha heavily to the ground. Before Lu Nanyang could make his next move, several arrows had already grazed his hair. He couldn't dodge in time, and an energy arrow pierced through his arm before dissipating, leaving Yanming's superpower inside Lu Nanyang's body. Magma churned around Lu Nanyang's body, and the intense heat forced the energy that was raging within him out. The arrow was incredibly powerful, leaving 2 bloody holes in his arm, from which blood gushed out, but it was trapped in the magma on Lu Nanyang's body and evaporated into a blood mist. Rin Jinha swiftly retaliated, several flames appearing around him and striking Lu Nanyang's body. A powerful punch knocked Lu Nanyang down. Yanming seized the opportunity, and the dazzling crystal blue arrow was already fully drawn, passing through Rin Jinha's shoulder. Only Yanming would dare to make such a bold shot. If he's not careful, Rin Jinha won't see the sun rise tomorrow. However, since Yanming dared to shoot, he's confident he won't hurt Rin Jinha. Before Lu Nanyang could get up, his arms were crossed in front of his chest, and the molten lava was rolling around, the hard lava rock covering Lu Nanyang's arms. Zzz bang. The magma only blocked Lu Nanyang for a moment before being pierced through. The arrow pierced through Lu Nanyang's shoulder with undiminished force, penetrating several meters into the ground. Despite the pain, Lu Nanyang quickly got up. The magma on his body was no longer as intense as before. The arrow was aimed at his heart. If it hadn't been for the uneven surface of the magma that caused it to deviate slightly, the arrow would have pierced his heart. Bang, 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 bang. Boom. Rin Jinha didn't give Lu Nanyang a chance to catch his breath. He quickly stepped forward and started punching and kicking him. This time, Lu Nanyang was not suppressed. After blocking a few times, Lu Nanyang was knocked to the ground by Rin Jinha. Bang! A large sword appeared between Rin Jinha and Lu Nanyang. Turning his head, he saw a man who looked like an ancient general. In one exchange, a hard fist struck Rin Jinha, causing him pain. This is the fierce tiger gang. One of the evolved beings, with sharp eyes, exclaimed in surprise. The leader of that fierce tiger gang is a third-tier superhuman. Rin Jinha looked to one side and saw dozens of people appear on one side of the battlefield. The general drew his broadsword and stood next to the man. Wang Limeng, why are you doing this? The leader, dressed in military uniform, stood like a hoodlum, smugly stroking the arm of the puppet general beside him. Captain Rin, I'm here to discuss something with you. I heard you went to the Changfeng base to trade for life essence. You probably have quite a few crystal cores on you now. I'll borrow some flowers from you and pay you back in a few years. Wang Li said smugly, seemingly unaware of where he got the information about their mission, which appeared to be aimed at the crystal core. If the crystal core on his body were given to Wang Liming, an insignificant little force that dared to attack the breaking boundary gathering, any legion could easily wipe the fierce tiger gang out of the city within half a day. Aren't you afraid my Divine Alliance Legion will take action? While Ren Jinhe was stalling for time, he was thinking of a solution. Lu Nanyang was already troublesome enough, and now the fierce tiger gang had mobilized their entire force. It would probably be difficult to resolve this peacefully. The boundary-breaking gathering ground is a 3-hour drive away. By the time reinforcements arrive, their bodies will be completely cold. It's all right. I've already contacted Chongzhou City. As long as we hand over half of the crystal core, we'll receive protection. Captain Ren, you should just hand over the crystal core to me. Delaying things here is pointless. He then quickly gave orders to the puppet general. Unexpectedly, Wang Liming knew that villains die from talking too much. The martial arts puppet next to him rushed over quickly, its heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble, demonstrating the puppet's immense power. Flames rose from beneath Ren Jinhe's feet, and towering flames surrounded him. The general swung his broadsword down, but Ren Jinhe had no intention of resisting this heavy blow. Bang! The ground was cleaved with cracks by the broadsword. The general looked stiff, but his movements were extremely orderly, and he didn't reveal any flaws. Yan Ming's arrow struck the general, but only caused the general to shift his position. Suddenly changing direction, it shot towards Wang Liming, who was standing to the side. The best way to deal with this kind of summoning ability user is to kill him. Bite! One of Wang Liming's men blocked the arrow, but the force of the arrow dented the knife in the evolved human's hand. Chapter 93, Dream Girl, Yan Ming. Stone shields blocked Wang Liming's path, and at least 3 stone-type ability users guarded his side. It seems that Wang Liming is not a fool. Extremely concerned about their own safety, members of the Divine Union Legion suffered continuous injuries under the onslaught of the fierce tiger gang. Lu Nanyang was standing to the side, and Wang Liming also knew that they needed to join forces with this person to keep the Divine Union Legion in place. The puppet and Lu Nanyang launched an attack on Ren Jinhe together. Even with Yan Ming providing support from afar, Ren Jinhe still found it difficult to gain the upper hand. At this moment, a blood-red whip wrapped around the general's waist, abruptly stopping the puppet's movement and giving Ren Jinhe a chance to catch his breath. Captain, we're here. Gu Kangru pulled on her long whip, making it difficult for the martial arts puppet to attack. Gu Zhangfei quickly stepped forward and struck the martial arts puppet in the chest with his palm. The violent explosion sent the martial arts puppet flying. Captain, are you all right? Gu Zhangfei said in a serious tone. Ren Jinhe looked at the two people, his mind churning as he tried to recall their appearance, but he had no recollection of them whatsoever. He said stiffly, It's nothing. Both of them were at the 3rd tier of strength. They managed to knock away this puppet with such strong defense in a single exchange, so their strength must be considerable. Lu Nanyang, with a knowing look on his face, secretly retreated behind the martial arts puppet. With these two around, the balance of the battle had already begun to tilt. So they took the opportunity to retreat, exchanging glances with the evolved beings next to them and nodding subtly. Gu Kangru lashed her long whip at Wang Liming, but this time it was no use against the stone walls. Gu Zhangfei flicked his arm, and the long whip pierced the body of one of the stone-type ability users at an extremely tricky angle. Like a hook, she pulled out the stone-type ability user. In the user's terrified gaze, Gu Kangru raised her leg and kicked him. A sharp pain came from his chest as the long whip, stained with his blood, was swung out by Gu Kangru. Gu Kangru suddenly rushed behind him, seemingly having given up attacking him and preparing to launch a fierce attack on Wang Li. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief and was about to escape, he felt a chill on his neck, then was flung into the air, his vision went black, and he died on the spot. The corpse was flung towards Wang Liming, but was blocked in midair by several other stone-type ability users. Wang Liming sensed the woman's strength and quickly summoned the martial arts puppet back. Trying to give himself a sense of security, he was blocked by Gu Zhangfei. Each seemingly light strike was so powerful that even the puppet couldn't withstand it. The bronze puppet's surface was pitted and uneven, and even the sword in the general's hand would be blown away when it hit Gu Zhangfei's hand. This military puppet is extremely resilient. It's still fighting Ren Jinhe and Gu Zhangfei, just like before. This is the power of summoning abilities. The summoned inanimate objects feel no pain, and even if they are missing limbs, it will not affect their combat performance. However, compared to other types of summoning ability users, they are extremely easy to kill. That's why Wang Liming developed the turtle formation, which surrounds him in the middle, with several stone-type ability users protecting him. Despite the attacks from Ren Jinhe, Yin Ming, and Gu Tsongfei, the general returned to Wang Liming's side. The general puppet was still quite injured, with a small hole in his forehead. This arrow was Yin Ming's all-out strike. He had been looking for an opportunity for a long time before he succeeded, hoping to kill the enemy with one blow. Unfortunately, the martial puppet only took a few steps back before regaining its footing, and the battle was not affected at all. Wang Liming also called on the people around him to retreat quickly. He wasn't stupid. Most of the group had already gotten into the car and were just waiting for a chance to escape. There was no need for him to fight to the death here. However, the thought that 2 members of the Divine Union Legion had appeared out of nowhere and ruined his carefully planned scheme was a shock. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that the Shinhe Legion had stopped attacking, Lu Nanyang quickly led his men onto armored vehicles, and with the roar of engines, they fled the battlefield. Wang Liming also led his men in a swift retreat. The members of the Divine Union Legion wanted to advance, but Ren Jinhe stopped them, saying in a deep voice, "Let him go for now. Completing the mission is paramount. Our breaking boundary gathering ground won't swallow this insult. That son of a bitch Wang Liming. I'll wipe out the fierce tiger gang one of these days. How dare such a small force act so arrogantly?" These evolved beings were all holding their breath, but they also knew that the bigger picture was more important. "What's going on with you two? My Divine Union Legion doesn't have anyone like you." Ren Jinhe asked about the twins. Gu Tsongfei smiled and said, "My name is Gu Tsongfei, and this is my sister, Gu Kangru. We are survivors from Shanghai and have not joined any other forces. We took action just now because the fierce tiger gang has a bad reputation." Wang Liming allowed his men to act recklessly, and it was long overdue to teach them a lesson. This was the explanation Gu Changfei had prepared long ago, but the actions of the fierce tiger gang were indeed true. Wang Liming alone had forcibly coerced and lured dozens of internet celebrities and good-looking college students to become his concubines. Once he became emperor, his subordinates naturally followed suit. The fierce tiger gang had a bad reputation among the survivors, but its members were all awakened individuals who did not need other survivors to join them. They survived in this apocalypse by robbing and plundering. "You two are quite strong. Everyone says you're from my Divine Union Legion. Why don't you join us? Our legion is incredibly powerful, the top of the 4 major legions, and our legion commander is incredibly handsome. You're still single, aren't you? What if our legion commander takes a liking to you?" Ren Jinhe raised an eyebrow. These two were so strong, and they had risen through the ranks so quickly after joining the legion. They must be captains by now. Seeing Ren Jinhe's enthusiastic manner, the brother and sister exchanged a glance, both feeling as if they had entered a wolf's den. "Sister, and I prefer our freedom. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Ren." Gu Tsongfei declined, while Gu Kangru and Yin Ming started chatting. The two sisters had begun discussing which handsome men were in the breaking boundary gathering area. "Xiaoro, you have no idea how handsome our city lord is. Just one glance at him made me realize that joining the breaking boundary gathering ground was the best decision I ever made." Yin Ming's eyes were sparkling, and she looked completely infatuated. "Really? I love 8-pack abs." Gu Kangru stared at Yin Ming with wide eyes, as if trying to see something in her eyes. "Yes, last time the city lord came to make arrangements for the legion captains, his physique was practically a plus-size version. Those muscle men were nothing compared to the city lord. And another thing, you re from Shanghai. You must have heard that the city lord single-handedly took down the entire Mingmi settlement. Ah, I can't take it anymore. I want to serve the city lord for the rest of my life." The team members next to her seemed to have seen Yin Mo like this many times before, and were not surprised at all. It was hard to imagine that Yin Ming, the powerful 3rd-level ability user who was usually very strict with his teammates, would actually be the dream girl of City Lord Fong. "Sister Yin Ming, which department should I join to get closer to the city lord?" Gu Kangru couldn't help but ask. Seeing that his younger sister was about to be completely captivated, Gu Tsongfei quickly pulled her along, said goodbye to Ren Jinhe, and left. Chapter 94: Zheng Zhiyang's overestimation of his abilities. All right, stop looking at me like that. The city lord already has a girlfriend, so give up on that idea." Ren Jinhe couldn't help but say something when he saw Yin Mo's eyes shining. Yin Mo frowned upon hearing this and retorted, "I know, but that doesn't stop me from admiring the city lord. All right, let's go. Let's not risk any further complications." Ren Jinhe waved his hand. This mission almost failed, and he would probably be laughed at again when he got back. What he didn't know was where the person with the magma ability came from. Why is he so strong? Logically speaking, someone with such strength should be well known in Shanghai, unless he has never made a move. But the power of this magma ability is so strong, how could it be kept secret? There is only one possibility. He is from another force. It seems we must inform the city lord of this matter and let him make the decision. At this moment, opposite Fong Lanbai sat a woman dressed in luxurious clothes. Upon closer inspection, a hint of allure rose from her eyes. What do you want? Are you the president of the Chinese and Foreign Chamber of Commerce? Fong Lanbai leaned back in her seat, took a sip of a cup of hot tea, and looked at the mature woman in front of her with great interest. Zheng Zhuyang smiled, a smile that could launch 1,000 ships, and said, I never expected the city lord of this broken realm gathering place to be such a handsome man. So young, I'm quite fond of him. Zheng Zhuyang teased her. Today, she was wearing a gorgeous bodycon dress that accentuated her curves, and her rounded breasts were perky. She nodded slightly as Zheng Zhuyang moved. President Zheng, is this all you came to talk to me about? If so, you can leave now. Fong Lanbai remained unmoved. Although she was somewhat amazed by Chairman Zheng's impressive physique, she maintained a serious demeanor on the surface. Oh dear, Lord Fong, you're so young, yet you're as rigid as those old men. Zheng Zhuyang pretended to casually tug at her skirt and lowered her head slightly. The large expanse of snow-white skin was displayed in Fong Lanbai's mind, and a purple glint rose in her eyes. Stop using your superpowers and don't try to outsmart me. Fong Lanbai said nonchalantly, the purple light in her eyes shattering like glass, and Zheng Zhuyang's superpower was instantly destroyed. Zheng Zhuyang's Knight Enchantress purple control can destroy the spirit of awakened individuals and turn them into her puppets. She herself has extremely high spiritual power, and with a powerful superhuman controlling her, Zheng Zhuyang is able to control the Huayang Chamber of Commerce, which is full of experts. Her ability allows her to control one other ability user, giving her complete control over everything about them. However, regardless of their strength, she can only control one user at a time, which is somewhat similar to Mo Mingzhao's ability, except that Mo Mingzhao controls mutated beasts while she controls people. Zheng Zhuyang's move was undeniably powerful. He first used words to lower Fong Lanbai's guard, then used body language to draw Fong Lanbai's attention to him, instantly activating his mental power. Ordinary people would probably not be able to withstand Zheng Zhuyang's mental impact and would be controlled by her on the spot. She is already at the early stage of the third rank, and her Knight Enchantress purple control is at its peak. Ordinary third-rank people probably cannot withstand a wave of impact. If he could control Fong Lanbai, this boundary-breaking gathering ground would be hers. Under the protection of the boundary-breaking gathering ground, the Huayang Chamber of Commerce would probably develop rapidly. With Fong Lanbai, the strongest person in the apocalypse, what couldn't they do? Therefore, she was willing to take the risk, as the risk and reward were clearly proportional. She smiled helplessly. Although Fong Lanbai looked young, she had never underestimated her. To be able to establish such a large settlement in this apocalypse was not something that could be achieved with just strength. I never expected Lord Fong's supernatural ability to be so powerful. It actually crushed my mental energy. Zheng Zhuyang was definitely not as relaxed as she appeared. She tried her best to control Fong Lanbai, but her full-force Knight Enchantment purple control was shattered by Fong Lanbai, and she probably suffered a backlash herself. However, Zheng Zhuyang just endured it and did not show it. President Zheng, aren't you afraid of failing and me killing you? Fong Lanbai asked, looking at Zheng Zhuyang with a scrutinizing gaze. Zheng Zhuyang seemed confident that Fong Lanbai wouldn't kill him and mysteriously said, I have information, by my life. Fong Lanbai smiled, and a cluster of demonic flames quickly appeared next to Zheng Zhuyang's neck. The high temperature and mental impact of the demonic flames made her tremble. Not enough. Fong Lanbai's cold voice rang out, her eyes fixed on Zheng Zhuyang, as if she was about to make a move at any moment. Lord Fong, my life is worthless. It wouldn't be worth it if I were to defile your place. Zheng Zhuyang seemed completely unconcerned, shifting his body slightly away from the cluster of demonic flames. Tell me the news first, or you won't get out of here. Fong Lanbai said calmly, wanting to know what information the Huayang Chamber of Commerce had. Lord Fong, you must have also acquired quite a few forbidden items. A few days ago, during the fusion of the three ruins in Mingdu, you forcefully suppressed several third-tier experts and brought back all three forbidden items. Zheng Zhuyang seemed to be imagining the scene of fighting in the ruins and said with some excitement. Continue. Seeing that Fong Lanbai remained unmoved, she continued. As far as I know, the three ruins last time were occupied by various forces, Mingdu, Chuzhou, the Western Military Region, the Southern Military Region, Yindu, and Lord Fong's boundary-breaking gathering ground. Am I correct? Zheng Zhuyang said confidently that this was information she had obtained after spending a lot of manpower and verifying it from multiple sources. Fong Lanbai couldn't help but look at Zheng Zhuyang with newfound respect. It seemed that the Huayang Chamber of Commerce was more powerful than she had imagined. She wondered what Zheng Zhuyang would say next. I know about Forbidden Item 008. City Lord Fong should know that the higher the sequence of a forbidden item, the stronger its ability. The sequences of those 3 forbidden items are not as high as this one, 008, right? Zheng Zhuyang wanted to see Fong Lanbai's reaction, but she was wrong. Fong Lanbai didn't react much, which surprised her. She knew that Fong Lanbai possessed the highest-ranking forbidden artifact in the current known sequence, 004. But who would complain about having too few forbidden items? Fong Lanbai was certainly interested in Forbidden Item 008, but he not only knew what Forbidden Item 008 was, but also when and where Ruins 008 appeared. For others, this information might really be worth their lives, but for Fong Lanbai, it was somewhat of a waste. President Zheng, if I'm not mistaken, you've already made contact with several forces. What's your purpose in muddying the waters? Seeing that Fong Lanbai remained unmoved, Zheng Zhuyang was somewhat surprised. Seeing that Fong Lanbai saw things very clearly, his opinion of Fong Lanbai rose even higher. Indeed, other forces are also very interested in this forbidden item, 008. Zheng Zhuyang said matter-of-factly. Boom. In an instant, Fong Lanbai grabbed Zheng Zhuyang's neck with lightning speed, and before she could react, she was lifted up by Fong Lanbai. One of her high heels fell to the ground during the struggle, revealing a fair and delicate foot that thrashed helplessly. Her hands gripped Fong Lanbai's arm, but the arm was too strong and had no effect whatsoever. Give me one reason not to kill you. Fong Lanbai's tangible killing intent surged into Zheng Zhuyang's mind, leaving her, who was originally extremely mentally strong, completely blank. Chinese and Foreign Business Association. A feeling of suffocation rushed to her brain. She sensed Fong Lanbai's killing intent. As Fong Lanbai released her, she fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 95: The Promise on the Eaves. Her face was flushed red from being unable to breathe, and she knelt helplessly beside Fong Lanbai's legs. She never expected that her biggest bargaining chip would be useless to Fong Lanbai. I want 30% of the shares in the Chinese and Foreign Chamber of Commerce. In addition, the latest news from the Chinese and Foreign Chamber of Commerce will be prioritized for the cross-border gathering area. Fong Lanbai's unquestionable voice rang out. As one of the largest chambers of commerce at the beginning of the apocalypse, the Huayang Chamber of Commerce brought extremely high economic value, which could basically greatly enhance the strength of the boundary gathering area. Furthermore, the intelligence system of the Chinese and Foreign Chambers of Commerce is extremely powerful. Not only do they have spies in various gathering places, but they also have all kinds of inside information. They have made a fortune just by selling this information to various gathering places. Ahem, Lord Fong, the Sino-Foreign Chamber of Commerce isn't something I can control alone. Zheng Zhuyang slumped to the ground. She knew that Fong Lanbai was probably interested in the Huayang Chamber of Commerce. He could see that the Huayang Chamber of Commerce had great value. That's not my concern, Chairman Zheng. Which is more important, your life or the Sino-Foreign Chamber of Commerce? Fong Lanbai squatted down, looking at the helpless appearance of the mature woman in front of her. If it were any other man, he would probably be captivated by her and manipulated by her. Lord Fong up. Fong Lanbai pressed 2 fingers onto Zheng Zhuyang's forehead, and a demonic flame mark appeared in her mind. This domineering aura made her dare not move at all. She was afraid that Fong Lanbai could blow her head open in an instant. Having come all this way to the boundary-breaking gathering place, how can we not leave a souvenir? Fong Lanbai joked. Let's go. I'll go to Ruins 008. Zheng Zhuyang, still shaken, put on her high heels and clutched her chest, saying hesitantly, Lord Fong, let me remind you, the tallest tree in the forest catches the most wind. After saying that, she looked at Fong Lanbai's back with a complicated expression, touched the lingering warmth on her forehead, and walked out in her high heels. Fong Lanbai knew that Zheng Zhuyang was reminding him that he was too high profile and had offended many forces, which had probably already caused the situation to deteriorate, and many people were looking for an opportunity to give him a fatal blow. A siege of several settlements. Fong Lanbai wasn't afraid at all. Ever since his rebirth, he had never been afraid. He had made ample preparations for all of this, and he still had much more to do. I'd like to see who will become the sacrificial lamb for my boundary-breaking gathering place. Fong Lanbai looked at the territory of the boundary breaker gathering ground. A surge of pride welled up in his heart, and an invisible wave emanated from him. A moment later, Ouyang Yunma pushed open the door and entered. He was still the same as before, only less indifferent, with a more relaxed expression. He strode over to the blue and white conference table and nodded slightly. City Lord, I heard you have something important to discuss with me. Go ahead and speak. Fong Lanbai poured Ouyang Yunma a cup of tea and asked her to sit down and talk. Lord, news from the Dark Guard indicates that ever since Mo Mingzhao was defeated last time, everyone in the Bright Extinction Gathering has been living in fear and is on the verge of collapse. Yet Mo Mingzhao has not taken any substantial action. Ouyang Yunma took a sip of tea, seemingly having just returned from outside, and continued speaking. Mo Mingzhao is gathering the powerful figures from the Mingmi gathering place. It seems he's planning to leave. Fong Lanbai pondered for a while. The current situation was becoming increasingly complicated. In her previous life, Mo Mingzhao had never abandoned the territory he had painstakingly built and fled. Some of the things she had done had greatly changed the course of the apocalypse. We can no longer use the mindset of our past lives to see things, as this would only limit Fong Lanbai's understanding, and over-reliance on memories of past lives would only backfire. Ouyang Yunma, you and Li Ruizhou will lead a group of experts to intercept Mo Mingzhao and make sure he is killed. On Fong Lanbai's hand, and the blood scythe appeared in Fong Lanbai's hand as he handed it over. The blood scythe, combined with Ouyang Yunma's special ability, will greatly increase its destructive power, making her a true assassin of the night. The reason why the blood scythe is only being handed over to her now is twofold. If it had been given to Ouyang Yunma as soon as she joined the Breaking Boundary Gathering, the people probably wouldn't have said much, but they would definitely have some objections in their hearts, though they wouldn't dare to voice them. But handing it over to Ouyang Yunma now is a good opportunity, and it also provides an extra layer of insurance for this operation to kill Mo Mingzhao. Lord, this is forbidden item 024, give it to me? Ouyang Yunma stared blankly at the blood scythe. You are more suited to this blood scythe than I am. Use it well. My connection with it has been severed. Don't disappoint me. Ouyang Yunma knelt on one knee. Thank you, City Lord. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Ouyang Yunma had previously worked for Mo Mingzhao, but was used by him, which made Ouyang Yunma completely disappointed in Mo Mingzhao. Fong Lanbai had his reasons for sending Ouyang Yunma to make the move. Ouyang Yunma was extremely good at hiding, and his assassination skills were top-notch. With Li Ruizhou by his side, Mo Mingzhao had no chance of escaping. Ouyang Yunma hesitated, as if he had made a great decision. City Lord, if Shangwan Xinghui and Mo Mingzhao leave together, could you spare her life? Fong Lanbai waved her hand. Go ahead. If possible, bring Lu Shuzi back with you too. Ouyang Yunma breathed a sigh of relief, then thanked him, drank the tea in his hand in one gulp, took the blood scythe from Fong Lanbai's hand, and disappeared from the spot. Fong Lanbai was left alone in the office again. Looking at the table in front of her, names appeared on the table one by one. The power dynamics within China are incredibly complex. Without a single leader to unify the situation, it will ultimately crumble from within. Zombies, mutated beasts, and human forces only constitute a part of this. They face too many enemies. With continuous internal strife, can Chinese civilization continue to exist? Fong Lanbai muttered to herself, as if she had thought of something, and there was some struggle in her eyes. The gathering place of light and shadow. Shangwan Xinghui, will you leave with Mo Mingzhao? Lu Shuzi gripped his long sword, a gentle breeze brushing his forehead and blowing his dark hair back. Gazing at the flickering city walls in the distance, he tentatively asked Shangwan Xinghui beside him. Shangwan Xinghui sat on the edge of the roof, her legs dangling in the air, radiating an aura of freedom that infected everything around her. Upon hearing Lu Shuzi's words, Shangwan Xinghui frowned. Call me Xinghui. Call me Xinghui. I told you, wherever you go, I'll follow you. Shangwan Xinghui stood up from the eaves and, without any hesitation, grabbed Lu Shuzi, preparing to jump off the roof. Where to? Lu Shuzi grabbed Shangwan Xinghui and asked. I know what you're thinking. Let's go together, don't leave me behind. Lu Shuzi was stunned, staring into Shangwan Xinghui's eyes and at his surprised face. Even the breeze beside her seemed to stop. Xinghui, Lu Shuzi wanted to say something, but the words stuck in her throat and she couldn't get them out. Didn't you always dream of becoming a wandering knight-errant? I'll go with you. I'll be your little sidekick, and I'll do all the dirty work and tiring things. Shangwan Xinghui's eyes was etched into Lu Shuzi's heart, and she seemed unable to forget it. Lu Shuzi snapped out of her daze, seemingly having figured something out, and met Shangwan Xinghui's undisguised gaze. All right, come with me. I've had enough of this place. Having said that, the longsword in their hands floated beneath their feet. The sword energy emanating from the longsword prevented the two of them from falling off, allowing them to fly at incredible speed. They didn't look back at the gathering place where the light and shadows gathered. All they cared about was where their hearts were. Chapter 96, Unexpected Changes. What? The boundary-breaking gathering ground won't accept it? And they even want to annex my Shanghai military region. Chun Yeting slammed his hand on the table, and even though he used most of his strength, it still cracked the table in several places. Commander, the Mingmi gathering area has launched a large-scale attack on our Shanghai military region. The Major General beside Chun Yeting saluted and said in a deep voice, the Mingdu settlement has also sent a message saying that if our Shanghai military region is willing to merge into the Mingdu settlement, he will retain the positions of everyone in the Shanghai military region. Li Chongying stood to the side, and even though he was somewhat hunched over, he still gave people a sense of security. Commander, I know a bit about Luo Hong. He's quite ambitious and probably playing a very long game. All these events made the commander of the Shanghai military region somewhat lose his head. If the Shanghai military region didn't take action, it might not be able to survive. Send Li Xiaofeng to make contact with Mingdu and focus all his efforts on defending against the attack from the Mingmi gathering grounds. The Mingmi gathering grounds are currently at their last gasp. Wear them down. As for the breaking boundary gathering grounds, don't provoke them for now. Unless they awaken powerful superpowers, they're just a gathering of students and won't last long. Chun Yeting said nonchalantly that he still believed that only technology could solve this apocalypse. Chun Yeting had already made up his mind. Compared to these civilian forces, he was more willing to trust the Mingdu gathering place. Suddenly, the air beside them cracked open, and a powerful spatial force swept out. A man emerged from the spatial rift, his sharp features stinging the eyes of the man. Commander Chun, it's been a long time. The newcomer was none other than Wu Feng, who appeared in the Shanghai military region without warning, and no one in the Shanghai military region was able to detect him. Wu Feng, why aren't you defending against the zombie horde at Changfeng Gathering Ground? What are you doing here? Chun Yeting spoke without any politeness, but he felt a chill in his heart. Wu Feng was extremely powerful and could appear next to him without anyone noticing. If he had any designs on him, the strongmen of the Shanghai military region probably wouldn't have time to save him. Since Wu Li disappeared, Wu Feng's behavior has become increasingly audacious, making him feel that Wu Feng's actions are becoming more and more uncontrollable. Commander Chun, the zombie horde has been repelled, and the zombie king has been injured by me. It's unlikely they'll attack again anytime soon. However, a large swarm of rats has appeared in the Changfeng settlement, injuring hundreds of survivors. Looking into Wu Feng's sharp eyes, Chun Yeting sensed that he might have other intentions behind his words. Wu Feng, then I'll trouble you to put in the effort. I'm confident that a swarm of rats won't be able to stop you. Wu Feng smiled, said nothing more, swung his sword horizontally, and left. This Wu Feng is getting more and more outrageous. Without us, would there even be a place where the winds gather? That Wu Feng had left, the major general standing nearby couldn't help but say something. The Shanghai military region did provide support to the Changfeng settlement, and Chun Yeting always regarded the Changfeng settlement as a weapon in his hands. However, a series of subsequent events left the Shanghai military region in a precarious situation, and it stopped taking care of the Changfeng settlement. It even arranged for the Changfeng settlement to block the zombie horde for the Shanghai military region, withdrawing all troops stationed at the Changfeng settlement and taking away all scientific research results. Wu Feng has already harbored ulterior motives. Chun Yeting's gaze was sharp as he spoke calmly. Li Chongying nodded. Sacrificing the pawn to save the king is a good strategy. I don't think Wu Li's disappearance was accidental. After Feng Lanbai attacked the Changfeng settlement that day, Wu Li mysteriously disappeared. I suspect that Wu Li was taken away by Feng Lanbai, but I don't know if it's related to Wu Feng. Chun Yeting seemed to have thought of something, prompting the major to quickly implement the decision. Yi Teng, this blue and white formation is not as simple as it seems. Never underestimate your enemy. Li Chongying offered a timely reminder. Chun Yeting nodded. He would still keep Li Chongying's words in mind. The Shanghai military region. Captain, what exactly is our mission? Why are we attacking the Shanghai military region? None of our base's top fighters have come. The man wearing the combat uniform of the Mingmi gathering grounds spoke to the captain beside him. Mind your own business. Just do what I tell you to do. Finish quickly so you can go back and enjoy yourself. Drooling, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a half-smoked cigarette, brought it to his nose, took a deep, thoroughly enjoyable drag, and then put it back in his pocket. The team member's eyes lit up as he greedily stared at the half-smoked cigarette that had been put into his pocket. Slap. What are you looking at? I only brought this one with me. The captain slapped the team member on the head, and his eyes became clear. In this battle in Shanghai, it would be good enough if we could just survive. What more could we ask for? Faced with powerful superhumans, ordinary people cannot withstand a single blow, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Elder brother. Wu Li opened her arms and rushed into Wu Feng's arms. Even the usually expressionless Wu Feng smiled. Ever since Wu Li came to the boundary-breaking gathering ground, Wu Feng had often come to the boundary-breaking gathering ground to see his only sister. Wu Li, have you been behaving well these days? Wu Feng stroked Wu Li's head, looking at him with affection. If it weren't for the circumstances, he would have liked to keep Wu Li by his side forever. But during her time at the boundary gathering place, she seemed noticeably more cheerful. Wu Feng had a difficult childhood, and he didn't want Wu Li to go through the same thing. Ask Brother Blue and White. I've been very obedient, and I've made a lot of friends here. Wu Li's eyes sparkled, showing that she had been doing well during her time at the boundary-breaking gathering place, which reassured Wu Feng. Looking at the brother and sister, Feng Lanbai couldn't help but feel envious. When Wu Li first arrived at the boundary-breaking gathering place, he was a little reserved and timid, and was always guided by Aunt Chun. Aunt Chun also liked this sensible little girl very much. Her face was delicate and beautiful, just like Wu Feng's. Her eyebrows and eyes were just like Wu Feng's. She had a high nose bridge and bright phoenix eyes, but she still had some baby fat. Later, under Aunt Chun's care, he gradually became more cheerful and got along well with the other children at the center. Wu Li is quite obedient. Feng Lanbai said something in response, and couldn't help but smile. Wu Feng said to Feng Lanbai, "Thank you for taking care of me. I'm leaving now. What are the arrangements this time?" Wu Feng asked. Chanfeng Gathering Ground is now considered another base of the Breaking Boundary Gathering Ground. Once the plan is implemented, Chanfeng Gathering Ground can be officially merged into the Breaking Boundary Gathering Ground. Since Chun Yedong is waiting, let's give him a hand. Starting tomorrow, the Breaking Boundaries Knights will attack the Shanghai military region, and the 4 legions will carry out a purge of Shanghai. Get ready over there. Once I've finished what I'm doing, I'll come find you and deal with the zombie horde and rat horde. Wu Feng agreed. He hadn't expected Feng Lanbai to make a move against Shanghai so soon. However, Wu Feng never thought that the boundary-breaking gathering would be defeated. Based on his understanding of the boundary-breaking gathering, he believed that this battle would not be too difficult. Does Li Chongqing need my help? Wu Feng, holding Wu Li's hand, asked. No need. Li Chongqing is a smart man. Let this dog that bites its master go somewhere else. It's time for Shanghai, which has been stable for so long, to come to an end. Chapter 97 Blocking Mo Mingzhao. Feng and Wu Li, Wu Feng stepped into the void and left the boundary gathering place. Brother Blue and White, when is my brother coming next time? Wu Li jogged to Feng Lanbai's side, took Feng Lanbai's hand, looked up at Feng Lanbai, and asked. It'll be soon, not long. Wu Li, do you want to go play with Dai Dai? I feel like Dai Dai has grown up again. Feng Lanbai smiled, took Wu Li's hand, and left the place amidst Wu Li's expectant gaze. Since its founding, the Knights Order has become a powerful organization second only to the 4 major legions in terms of its ability to break through boundaries. Every evolved being dreams of joining the Knights Order one day and having their own armor. However, there are a large number of evolved beings, and those who can join the Knights are the elite of the elite. The number of Knights is fixed, and only when someone dies in battle or suffers an incurable injury can these substitute members become official members of the Knights. Therefore, becoming a member of the Breaking Boundary Knights is extremely difficult, but this process ensures that the quality of the Knights is extremely high. They are selected from hundreds of thousands of survivors in the Breaking Boundary Gathering area, and they are the best of the best. Commander, I heard we have a mission. At this moment, upon seeing Fan Wenbin appear at the Knights training ground, Yu Feng stepped forward, put down the giant crystal axe in his hand, and said with some excitement, Haha, this is our first mission since the formation of our Knights Order. We must do it well, make a name for ourselves as the Breaking Boundary Knights Order, and not let all the investments we've made in our base go to waste. Fan Wenbin was unusually serious for once, and the members of the surrounding knights gathered around him. Yu Feng, Yu Lai, and Wei Feng stood at the front, and many of them were sweating profusely. Commander, don't worry, the brothers' training hasn't been in vain. Yu Feng smiled nonchalantly, his eyes narrowing into slits. Exactly, we can't wait to get into battle in our armored vehicles. Yu Lai was also standing nearby, shrugging his shoulders, eager to try. This is our knight's first battle. We must win it and show them that we are no weaker than the 4 great legions. Fan Wenbin's words brought everyone's emotions to a climax. War! 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 The crowd's loud voices echoed throughout the training ground, their high morale demonstrating their determination. They desperately needed a battle to prove the Knights' strength and demonstrate the glory of the Breaking Boundaries Knights to the outside world. Mo Mingzhao, did you expect us to be here today? Li Ruizha held a sky-splitting blade in his right hand and raised it to slash at Mo Mingzhao, but a vortex from the mouth of the ink Xian turtle neutralized the sky-splitting blade. For streams of water beneath his feet supported his enormous body, and several water shields appeared around him, blocking the sudden appearance of Ouyang Yunma. Clang, clang, clang. Countless slashing sounds rang out, each time the blood scythe struck the same spot precisely, the blood-red mark growing ever darker. With a loud bang, the water shield shattered instantly, and the water flowed onto the ground, catching Mo Mingzhao on his back. As Ouyang Yunma rushed in, he was knocked aside by a flying white tiger with fleshy wings, leaving a dark shadow behind before disappearing. This flying white tiger is a mutated beast that Mo Mingzhao has newly contracted. He had never known that there was such a powerful mutated beast in Shanghai before. He wondered why Mo Mingzhao was able to find it. Judging from the flying white tiger's high cultivation level, already at the 3rd rank, how did the heavily injured Mo Mingzhao manage to contract this powerful mutated beast in such a short time? To the two's surprise, on the ground, the powerful members of the Dark Force and the Void Trace Legion were fighting against the powerful members of the Bright and Dark Gathering Ground. The powerful members of the Void Trace and the Dark Force were cooperating with each other and not letting go of any awakened one who followed Mo Mingzhao. Victory was only a matter of time. A huge vortex appeared beneath the feet of the flying white tiger. Sensing something was wrong, the flying white tiger tried to flap its wings and take off, but found that its claws could not move at all, and a bloody spot appeared in front of it. Zzz clashed with the blood scythe, the scythe twisting to pull the white tiger's claws in front of it. Its body swayed like a crescent moon, and the blood scythe plunged fiercely into the flying white tiger. A water shield appeared, offsetting some of the white tiger's attack power. The spatial vortex beneath his feet gradually disappeared. Seizing the opportunity, he turned around and dodged Ouyang Yunma's attack. Ouyang Yunma, it seems you're quite valued by Fong Lanbai. He gave you the forbidden item 024, which he painstakingly obtained. Don't let City Lord Fong down. Mo Mingzhao stood on the shell of the ink Xian turtle, one hand in his pocket, and said in a silent tone. Ouyang Yunma didn't speak. In response, he was met with Ouyang Yunma's attack. This black tortoise has extremely strong defense and is skilled in water-based abilities to control the entire field. Without dealing with it, the flying white tiger will have a hard time killing it. Mo Mingzhao, at the 3rd rank, can control 3 mutated beasts, but only 2 have appeared so far. It is unknown whether he has contracted a 3rd one. Mo Mingzhao, you don't seem worried about your safety at all. Li Ruizha asked tentatively, and with a swift movement, he appeared beneath the ink Xian turtle. He clasped his hands together, and an extremely powerful spatial ability surged forth, pressing him down beneath the ink Xian turtle. Sizzle sizzle boom. A bright yellow talisman appeared beneath the ink Xian turtle, and a yellow barrier enveloped it. Although Li Ruizha's attack broke the talisman, it did not harm the ink Xian turtle. The black tortoise descended rapidly, seemingly trying to forcefully pin Li Ruizha down. But how could Li Ruizha be attacked so easily? He vanished from his spot and stood in the air with Ouyang Yunma, who had just fought the flying white tiger. Fong Lanbai only sent the 2 of you. That's really underestimating me. Mo Mingzhao said dismissively. Mo Mingzhao's methods are endless, making him a truly troublesome opponent. What a joke, Mo Mingzhao. Stop being so stubborn. You're going to die here today. Li Ruizha echoed, saying that Mo Mingzhao didn't take them seriously. So how could Li Ruizha and his companion possibly care about a stray dog? They exchanged a glance and moved simultaneously. The flying white tiger in the air, unable to catch sight of the 2, was slightly stunned. Instantly, several sky-splitting blades slashed down in front of them. As the several sky-splitting blades slashed past, the flying white tiger retreated swiftly, dodging them. Just as it regained its footing, dark barriers rose around it. It tried to escape, but found that it couldn't break through the defenses of these black barriers, which made it uneasy. Li Ruizha's attack was merely bait, causing it to fall into the dark domain barrier that Ouyang Yunma had prepared in advance. This dark domain barrier was created by Ouyang Yunma in conjunction with the blood scythe. As long as the flying white tiger steps into the barrier's range, Ouyang Yunma will instantly close the net. This dark barrier also possesses the superimposed properties of the blood scythe. Normally, people trapped in a barrier would want to break through it and escape, but this dark barrier is different. If the same spot is hit a second time, the defense of that area will continue to increase. Originally, this move was intended for Mo Mingzhao, but now, cutting off his arm is the key. At this moment, a huge black cube in the air trapped the two of them and the flying white tiger inside, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Mo Mingzhao's expression changed, and he commanded the Mo Xian turtle to attack the black cube. The black tortoise used all its abilities to strike the dark domain barrier, even ramming it with its massive body, but to no avail. Chapter 98 Familiar Spatial Energy. The dark domain barrier, the flying white tiger was powerless against the attacks of the two, and its neck was slashed several times by the blood scythe. Li Ruizha appeared and disappeared without warning. Whenever he did, Li Ruizha knew that some part of his body was about to start hurting again. Roar, 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 roar. The terrified voice whimpered, hoping its master would come to save it, but what it received was Li Ruizha's palm, a light palm strike that landed on its chest, the immense force causing it to crash into the dark domain barrier. He could barely resist either of them, let alone the two of them together. The flying white tiger had no chance to fight back. He tried his best to leave marks on the two of them, but he missed every time. If it weren't for his extremely strong mutated beast physique, which allowed him to dodge the two men's attacks with his fleshy wings within this dark domain barrier, he would probably have been killed long ago. However, it will soon no longer have this opportunity. Li Ruizha suddenly appeared above the flying white tiger. A rune under his feet rotated, pressing the flying white tiger down. Where the tiger's feet touched, flesh and blood gradually disappeared. Li Ruizha's attack provoked a fierce resistance from the flying white tiger, which sent Li Ruizha flying. However, Li Ruizha easily dodged it, grabbing the flying white tiger's wing with one hand and slashing down with a huge empty blade in his hand. The flying white tiger's wings were mostly cut off, the cut was clean and unobstructed, and a lot of blood flowed out. It subconsciously wanted to fly, but found that it could no longer fly and its body could hardly maintain its balance. Before it could make a move, a streak of blood appeared beneath it without warning. Now that it had lost its wings, it could hardly dodge Ouyang Yunma's sudden attack. Repeated stacking of the blood-killing effect resulted in extremely high damage from Ouyang Yunma this time, and the flying white tiger's head fell to the ground of the dark domain barrier. The flying white tiger has fallen. Mo Mingzhao froze. The connection between his mind and the flying white tiger instantly severed. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and his mental sea was shaken several times in a short period of time, making Mo Mingzhao dizzy. The dark domain barrier suddenly trembled, and Mo Xian turtle quickly retreated with Mo Mingzhao. The dark domain barrier seemed to have never existed, leaving behind a trace of dark energy. The corpse of a white tiger with broken wings fell from the sky, and Li Ruizha threw the tiger's head over. The crystal core inside had already been taken back by Li Ruizha. Mo Mingzhao, say it again, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. Li Ruizha grinned and said loudly. Mo Mingzhao's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected his contracted beast to be killed instantly, without even a chance to rescue it. He had underestimated the strength of Li Ruizha and Ouyang Yunma. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Yunma's attack power exploded to such a high level after obtaining the forbidden item 024, which explains why Li Ruizha's attacks are so unpredictable. At this moment, the scales of victory had completely tipped in favor of the opponent. Mo Mingzhao looked up, keeping a close eye on the actions of the two, suppressing the turmoil in his mental sea, and thinking of a countermeasure. The headless corpse of the flying white tiger fell to the ground, and the powerful figures following Mo Mingzhao also realized that things were not going well. Many of them were thinking about how to escape this situation. Clang, click. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Swords clashed, and the powerful figures in the boundary gathering area wielded crystal core weapons developed by the research department. Once they reached the third rank, they could immediately go to the logistics department to receive a third-rank crystal core weapon, or even have one specially crafted and customized. A Tier 3 crystal core weapon costs 10 Tier 3 crystal cores in the boundary-breaking gathering area, but those who are armed personnel in the boundary-breaking gathering area receive a significant discount. This is a benefit that Fong Lanbai provides to the personnel in his base. And the Void Legion members in this battle were all equipped with crystal core weapons specially made by the research department, giving them a significant advantage over the people from the Bright and Destroyed Gathering Grounds in terms of hardware. However, some powerful individuals in the Mingmi Gathering Place possessed several talismans. Although they were not as powerful as those in Mo Mingzhao's possession, they still played a crucial role in the battle. The spatial runes in Li Ruijia's hand twisted and were imprinted on his hand before disappearing from the spot in an instant. A palm struck the top of the Ink Xian turtle's head, and the huge energy fluctuation caused the water flowing around the Ink Xian turtle to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. Each time Li Ruijia appeared, his spatial teleportation left the Ink Xian turtle no time to react, forcing it to rely on its extremely strong defensive shell to block Li Ruijia's attacks. A bloody shadow appeared behind Mo Mingzhao, and the blood scythe had already reached him. Mo Mingzhao moved with lightning speed, and a water tornado appeared beneath his feet, blocking the blood scythe. Ouyang Yunma flipped over, and the blood scythe in his hand flew out like a blood moon, breaking through the water shield on the surface of the Ink Xian turtle and stabbing straight into the Ink Xian turtle's thick tail. A whoop! The immense force that pierced the black tortoise's tail did not diminish at all, sending the black tortoise flying to the ground. Li Ruijia followed the momentum and struck Mo Mingzhao's head, his palm imprinting on the water spout. Spatial energy surged, and the water spout disappeared. Then, he punched Mo Mingzhao in the face. Even though Mo Mingzhao had the support from the black tortoise, Li Ruijia's attack was far from simple. Mo Mingzhao was thrown into the air. With a loud boom, the violent explosion caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely painful as the spatial energy frantically tore at his body, as if countless vines were pulling at every piece of his flesh. A highly condensed stream of water propelled the Bloodslayer's scythe out of its body, along with a large amount of blood, staining a large area of the ground red. The blood of the Ink Xian turtle also made the Bloodslayer's scythe even more crimson. The black tortoise suffered several cuts from the blood scythe, with flesh flying everywhere and one of its feet stained crimson with blood. Several streams of water, like flowing sleeves, steadily held Mo Mingzhao back. Li Ruijia used his two sky-splitting blades to slash at the water, but the gentle sensation made it impossible for the sky-splitting blades to cut through it. The current pulled Mo Mingzhao in front of him. At this point, Mo Mingzhao had been beaten unconscious and could barely open his eyes. At this moment, he suffered severe internal injuries, and spatial energy was raging within his body. Wah! The black tortoise's wailing sound was like the tolling of an ancient bell, desolate and sorrowful. Mo Mingzhao stroked the black tortoise's shell one last time, his own life flashing through his mind. Several powerful figures from the Mingmi gathering place forcibly broke through the encirclement, trying to take Mo Mingzhao away, but under Ouyang Yunma's blood slaughter scythe, none of them could get close. Li Ruijia appeared in front of the Ink Xian turtle, his right hand outstretched, and a spatial imprint spread out in circles. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow to Mo Mingzhao, a huge energy fluctuation suddenly exploded outwards, centered on Mo Mingzhao. Even Li Ruijia had to step back to avoid being affected. As this energy appeared, Ouyang Yunma forcibly broke through the spatial energy and entered it, but it was already empty. Mo Xingwei and Mo Mingzhao disappeared from the spot, and Li Ruijia and Ouyang Yunma both saw a trace of unease in each other's eyes. This is teleportation. Li Ruijia frowned and said with unease, "Who is blocking my efforts to break through the boundary and gather here?" Ouyang Yunma murmured in confusion. "We will resolve this matter and report back to the city lord as soon as possible." Li Ruijia spoke very quickly. Chapter 99 Factory Mutation. In this apocalyptic world, there are still such powerful space-type ability users. Ouyang Yunma said with some surprise, standing next to Li Ruijia with the blood scythe in his hand. This spatial ability is extremely powerful. Their strength is probably no less than mine. Li Ruijia paused, then spoke with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "It seems someone doesn't want our boundary gathering ground to gain control of Shanghai so easily." At this moment, only the corpses of dozens of awakened beings remained in this place. However, the number of powerful individuals from the boundary-breaking gathering area was relatively small compared to those from the bright and dark gathering area. Southern Shanghai. Boom. A massive energy surge emanated, instantly creating a huge crater in the Tiger Gang's territory. In the center of the crater lay a blood-red axe, its ferocious aura sending chills down the spines of the Tiger Gang members. The Tiger Gang's headquarters building was blasted into a large crater, and many people were injured by the aftershocks of the attack, their cries of pain filling the air. Anyone who dares to resist must be killed, and the survivors must be brought back. As Chun Gang's voice rang out, countless members of the Zhu Yan Legion rushed forward. Those who dared to block him could not withstand a single round against the Zhu Yan Legion. The Zhu Yan Legion has always been known for its tough fighting style, and the aura emanating from these members made the members of the Fierce Tiger Gang tremble with fear. "Commander, Wang Liming isn't here." A team member stepped forward to report that it seemed Wang Liming had heard the news and fled. Chen Gang snorted coldly. "He can't escape. The Dark Guard has already gone to hunt him down." After saying that, he rushed out quickly, grabbed a speed-type ability user who was trying to run away, and threw him directly into the building. The user accurately embedded himself in the steel bars of a building, struggled a few times, and then stopped moving. The Fierce Tiger Gang had many strong members, with nearly 100 second-tier awakened individuals alone. However, they appeared so vulnerable in front of the Zhuyan Legion. Almost every attack resulted in countless deaths and injuries among those awakened individuals. Wang Liming is really generous. He left all the beauties he captured here. It seems he left in a hurry. One beauty after another walked out, some of whom had been tortured by Wang Liming and were somewhat dazed when they came out. The entire building belonging to the Fierce Tiger Gang has been modified, with all the windows sealed off by stone-type ability users, preventing any extra light from getting in. Wang Liming's concubines were all kept under strict guard, and probably haven't seen the sunlight since they entered this den of thieves. The awakened members of the Fierce Tiger Gang were also accomplices. Wang Liming would generously give away his concubines that he had grown tired of to his subordinates in order to increase their loyalty to him. Soon, all the strong men of the Fierce Tiger Gang were killed. Chen Gang entered the central building of the Fierce Tiger Gang to take a look. There were countless rooms that had been modified, and an indescribable stench hit him right in the head. These rooms were used to house Chen Gang's concubines, and each room was numbered, which also represented the number of each woman. If any of his subordinates performed well or paid Wang Liming some crystal cores, they could choose any room to enter and begin their beastly behavior. When Chen Gang entered, he could still see some women numbly maintaining a certain posture, completely naked, their bodies covered in bruises. The small room was filled with food scraps and excrement, their eyes vacant, showing no hope of survival. Chen Gang was furious. He had only heard that the Fierce Tiger Gang was searching for survivors everywhere and would bring back any beautiful women they found. But he never imagined that the Fierce Tiger Gang was a living hell. The women who were brought back probably never imagined that a single thought could lead them to hell. Chen Gang frowned and ordered the female members of the Zhuyan Legion to take all the women back to the settlement. He wondered if they could make it out. Perhaps death was a relief for them. Move forward. The zombies on the road could hardly stop this well-equipped legion. Some other smaller factions, upon seeing the actions of the Zhuyan Legion, chose to join directly. However, as they passed a factory, an unexpected event occurred. Yang Xingze of the Zhuyan Legion led his troops to be the first to charge in. Yang Xingze is one of the captains of the Zhuyan Legion. His special ability is a bronze bell that can be used for both offense and defense. He is a top expert in the Zhuyan Legion. Just as Yang Xingze climbed through the window, a vine as thick as 3 people's waists was swung at him. Yang Xingze instantly unleashed his supernatural power. The bell enveloped Yang Xingze completely, and when the vine struck the bell, it produced a loud hum, and the immense force even knocked back the heavy bell. Team leader. A giant mutated dog pounced, and Yang Xingze's teammates quickly came to his aid, unleashing a barrage of supernatural abilities. Ice arrows, fireballs, and rocks blocked the mutated dog. But the mutated dog had no intention of dodging. These attacks had no effect on it at all. Some of the fur on its body was burned off, and even its skin showed no abnormality. The mutated dog's large mouth bit into the ancient bell, and it shook its head violently, knocking the bell off Yang Xingze's head. Yang Xingze was not about to give up. The ancient bell emitted a heavy sound, which, under Yang Xingze's control, enveloped the mutated dog. A hint of dizziness crept into the crimson eyes. The ancient bell rapidly rose above the mutated dog and then plummeted at an incredible speed. The mutated dog adapted quickly, its claws gripping the wall as it dodged to the side. Only then did Yang Xingze get a clear look at the factory. It was a corner of the factory with a huge tree. The walls were covered with vines from that tree, and countless large and small mutated dogs were crawling on the ground. At a rough glance, there were no less than 100 of them. Chen Gang quickly entered the Zhuyan Legion from all sides and saw the scene inside the factory. The factory had a strong smell of blood, as well as a special fragrance. With the giant axe in hand, Chen Gang's expression remained unchanged. Team 1, attack from the flank. Teams 3 and 4, along with me, will attack from the front. Team 2, stay put and protect the healing type ability users and the wounded. Fire type ability users, burn that tree to the ground. Chen Gang quickly issued orders, and the Zhuyan Legion members swiftly launched their attack, demonstrating exceptional execution capabilities. Wah! Woof woof. Woof 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 woof. The sounds of barking and growling filled the entire factory. The enormous mutated dog king had reached the mid-stage of the third tier, and the giant tree on one side of the factory was also at the mid-stage of the third tier, making them a formidable force. Chen Gang's blood axe flashed with a bloodthirsty light, casually cleaving the two charging second-tier mutated dogs in two before rushing towards the third-tier giant tree. Chen Gang knew that this mutated tree was strange. The fact that so many mutated beasts were willing to stay beside it meant that something was attracting these mutated dogs. This allowed them to achieve a symbiotic relationship. The zombie and mutated beast corpses next to the giant tree must have been hunted down by these mutated dogs. The reason these mutated dogs wouldn't eat the corpses is probably because the mutated tree offered them something better. The mutated giant tree also sensed Chen Gang's intention, and countless vines flew down, the thinnest of which was as thick as an adult's waist. Chapter 100: The Fruit of the Mutant Tree. A blood-red phantom appeared behind Chen Gang, and he charged forward to meet the attack of the mutated giant tree. He carved a path with his giant axe, but the mutated dogs around him were extremely agile and kept harassing Chen Gang. Although they would be chopped in half by Chen Gang if they were not careful, they were still fearless and continued to block the Zhuyan Legion from getting closer to the giant tree. The further you go into the factory, the more you see the severed limbs of countless zombies and mutated beasts. The branches of the mutated giant tree are stained with blood, and some even have dried-up corpses hanging on them. Even now, Chen Gang still can't figure out what kind of tree this mutated tree came from. The trunk is extremely thick, with intricate vines and branches that extend all the way to the factory roof. The trunk of this giant tree has countless branches that cover the roof, indicating that this mutated giant tree has undergone a very high degree of mutation. The closer Chen Gang got to the tree, the more he felt its immense size. Vines spread across the factory walls, concealing the massive pieces of equipment around it. Standing not far from this tree, its thick trunk is like a giant pillar. It would take 20 or 30 people to encircle it, and even 50 people might not be able to. A strange fragrance gradually intensified as the Zhuyan Legion approached, likely emanating from the mutated giant tree. This fragrance calmed the minds of the Zhuyan Legion members as they entered their bodies, while their internal supernatural powers surged continuously. It seems this fragrance can slowly boost the body's energy. No wonder these mutated dogs are so determined to protect this mutated tree. Despite the Zhuyan Legion's attacks, the mutated dogs around them continued their fearless charge. The giant mutated dog king, surrounded by several captains of the Zhuyan Legion, had one of its hind legs broken. Under Yangsheng's ancient bell, its mouth was knocked crooked, and several teeth were spat out along with blood and foam. The number of mutated dog corpses in the factory was increasing. Although the mutated dogs attacked frantically, they could not cause any real trouble under the orderly attack of the Zhuyan Legion. Occasionally, an awakened individual who was bitten by a mutated dog would be protected by other team members and pushed aside, where the ability users in the medical department would do their best to treat them. Of the fire-type ability users of the Zhuyan Legion, the flames could not stay on its branches for long. The branches twisted together, and the flames were forcibly extinguished, causing it no great damage. The dozen or so fire-type ability users in the Zhuyan Legion were generally only at the second level, and their fire damage was insufficient. If Fong Lombai were here, the people present would probably be able to enjoy a fire tree performance. Soon, under the attack of the Zhuyan Legion, all the mutated dogs were killed and lay scattered on the ground. The mutated dog king was also smashed to death by a heavy hammer. Upon closer inspection, the dark hammer revealed some patterns that shimmered with a unique light. The hammer was held by a boy with a fair complexion. Despite his somewhat weak appearance, when he swung the hammer, even the mutated dog king had to give way. This handsome young man is none other than Hu Yang, who joined the boundary-breaking gathering place along with Fan Wenbin. Unlike Fan Wenbin, although he is not as strong, his strength is not to be underestimated. He fought his way out of the Zhuyan Legion with his Haoyan hammer and became one of its captains. Having been through the baptism of blood and fire, her fair skin became more textured, her eyes were sharp and confident, and she was completely transformed. After removing the mutated dog king's crystal core, he and Yangshengza went to support Chen Gang. This mutated giant tree was very troublesome. Although Chen Gang was not afraid of this mutated giant tree at all, the branches and vines of the mutated giant tree regenerated at an extremely fast speed. Often, just as Chen Gang cut off the branch in front of him, a large number of branches would surge forward, making it difficult for them to reach him. "Commander, keep charging forward, we're here for you." Yang Xingze and Hu Yang arrived with their men, relieving much of the pressure. Chen Gang shouted, "Good. You've really put me through this." The blood-red shadow behind it shone brightly, and its violent aura pressed down on the mutated giant tree. The branches in front of it were blocked by a large bell. The ancient bell rang, and the movements of these branches slowed down. The awakened ones behind quickly stepped forward, and the sky was filled with all sorts of superpowers, instantly creating a large, open space in front of them. Chen Gang seized the opportunity, and the blood-red phantom behind him, wielding a giant axe, swung down at the mutated giant tree with unparalleled momentum. The mutated giant tree also sensed the danger, and countless vines and branches formed a large net, trying to block Chen Gang's attack. But how could Chen Gang's well-prepared attack be so easily blocked? Before the blood-red giant axe even touched the net, the sharp axe blade had already cracked the net. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blood axe broke through the vine net and cleaved fiercely into the trunk of the mutated giant tree, sending a flood of branches rushing towards Chen Gang. The members of the Zhu Yan Legion stood guard all around, and branches fell like rain, carpeting the ground with branches. The branches that had originally blocked the roof and windows were now almost gone, and some sunlight shone through, bringing a touch of dawn to the factory. Chen Gang plunged his blood axe into the mutated giant tree, the trunk so thick that the axe sank deep into it. He dodged the whipping of the surrounding vines, his blows landing on the trunk, making it appear almost insignificant. Boom! With a deafening roar, the mutated giant tree was snapped in half under the siege of the Zhu Yan Legion. The surrounding branches lost their strength in an instant and fell to the ground like rain. "Commander, it's finally dead. This mutated tree was the biggest I've ever seen in the apocalypse." Hu Yang stepped forward, leaning against the handle of the Haotian hammer with one hand, and looked at the cross-section of the mutated giant tree that had been cut down, and sighed. "Indeed, this thing is really troublesome." Yang Xingze chimed in, and the ancient bell behind him slowly shrank back into his hand, where he hung it on his collar. "This mutated tree still has some fruit." Chen Gang found several palm-sized fruits in the tree canopy. It seemed that these fruits were extremely beneficial to mutated beasts. He wondered if humans could eat them. Chen Gang planned to take it back to the research department for further study. He didn't intend to just pop the fruit into his mouth casually. This pack of mutated dogs is quite strong. There are many remains of other mutated beasts around, but mutated cats are the most numerous. A rough look suggests there are probably dozens of mutated cat heads. It's likely that this giant mutated tree watched them fight and found the strongest group. Hu Yang looked around and analyzed the situation. These mutated dogs are sheltered by this mutated giant tree, and this mutated giant tree allows the dogs to grow even faster. There are still quite a few mutated dogs in the factory. If they continue to breed, their numbers will likely become uncontrollable. Chen Gang said in a deep voice. "Have the team members rest where they are. They can absorb any of the crystal cores they want. We'll continue our advance in 2 hours." At this time, the 4 major legions of the boundary-breaking gathering grounds were expanding outwards without any concealment, which made some forces uneasy. Chapter 101 Chun Yedong retreats. Chun Yedong paced back and forth in the command center of the Shanghai military region, his brows furrowed as he looked at the holographic projection of Shanghai's terrain in front of him. "Commander," after the bright and dark gathering was disbanded, "the Breaking Boundary Knights launched an attack on us, and our remaining legions were no match for their onslaught." A major stepped forward to report that there was a bloody gash on his waist that was constantly bleeding. Chun Yedong gritted his teeth. He never expected that the boundary-breaking gathering place would suddenly attack him. This was precisely when the Shanghai military region was at its weakest. Some combat personnel had already gone to the Mingdu assembly point and would not be able to return in a short time. The messages sent to the Changfeng gathering point went unanswered. Were they really going to abandon these people from the Shanghai military region? A nightly order of several hundred men had forced him into this predicament. Only then did Chun Yedong realize the true strength of the breaking boundary gathering ground. Hundreds of second-tier knights in armor, ordinary guns and cannons could hardly hit them. Even if they hit their target, these powerful guns could only leave a faint white mark on the knight's armor. Lead the remaining combat personnel, quickly gather all the supplies that can be carried, and retreat towards Mingdu. Chun Yedong dared not gamble. He was unsure whether there were still people from the 4 major legions on the way, or if Li Wenqing was watching him like a hawk. If he fought the breaking boundary gathering ground to the death, that old fox Li Wenqing would probably not hesitate to come and take a bite. He lost this round. Why was the strength of the boundary-breaking gathering place so formidable? Why launch an attack at such an opportune moment? Chun Yedong couldn't understand. The Changfeng gathering place had also disappeared without a trace. Could it be that Fong Lanbai was launching attacks on several forces simultaneously? Chun Yeting's mind raced. He took the sidearm from the hand, got into an ordinary armored vehicle, and drove off in different directions with several other armored vehicles towards Mingdu, leaving the area. In the distance, the knight's armor, rising high, faced several superhumans from the Shanghai military region, holding its own against them. Perhaps only when faced with the facts would Chun Yeting admit his shortcomings. Looking up at the soldiers rushing about, fearlessly defending the last piece of territory of the Shanghai military region, a shadow flashed by, and before the soldier, holding a submachine gun, could even see where his opponent was, his throat was mercilessly slit. The sharp broadsword was planted horizontally in the ground, shaking back the powerful members of the Dark Division of the Boundary Gathering Ground. Chu Wenyuan quickly jumped onto the armored vehicle, gripping the roof tightly with one hand, and left with the flow of traffic. The surrounding soldiers displayed exceptional discipline, retreating in an orderly fashion. A heavy sword fell from the sky, and Fan Wenbin descended from above, followed by Wei Xing in his armored vehicle. Wei Xing's armor had reached the mid-stage of the third tier, and the Dark Tang's sword in his hand cleaved a small part of an armored vehicle in half, leaving an extremely clean cross-section. Countless superhumans pursued him from all sides, but Wei Xing was like a fighting machine, his Tang sword flashing as he deflected countless bullets. Fan Wenbin, your knights are going too far. A roar came, and a huge fist appeared beside Fan Wenbin. Fan Wenbin blocked it with his heavy sword, and the huge impact made Fan Wenbin take a step back. A major general, his body covered in swirling runes and his eyes glowing red, stood in front of Fan Wenbin, his muscular physique visible beneath his taut military uniform. This is Chai Yanbei, the top expert of the Shanghai military region. At just over 30 years old, he has already become the youngest major general in the Shanghai military region and is one of the strongest in the region. Chu Wenyuan held a large knife in front of him, blocking the two people in front of him. General Chai, I respect you as a man of principle, and I don't want to kill you. But if you insist on obstructing me, don't blame me for being impolite. Fan Wenbin raised his heavy sword, the tip pointing directly at Chai Yanbei, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Fan Wenbin's knight ability wasn't as imposing as the relic armor, but he was still 3 meters tall, looking down at the powerful figures from the Shanghai military region. General Chun has treated me well. I wouldn't do such a thing. Come on, let me see how much strength you, young man, still have to offer. After speaking, the runes on his body quickly converged into his hands, unleashing the power of a mid-stage third-tier cultivator. The golden runes did not lose their luster even under the sun. He slammed his fist into the ground, creating ripples like water, and rushed toward Fan Wenbin at an extremely fast speed, his golden fist stirring up gusts of wind. Boom! A tremendous force struck the heavy sword in Fan Wenbin's hand. Fan Wenbin flipped the heavy sword in his hand, pressed his body down, and swung the heavy sword upward, knocking Chai Yanbei back. The knight's armor soared into the air, hurtling towards Chai Yanbei at breakneck speed, his heavy sword thrusting straight at him. For several rounds, Chai Yanbei was relentlessly suppressed by Fan Wenbin, unable to inflict any significant damage. However, Chai Yanbei's special ability was also extremely suitable for close combat. Fan Wenbin's heavy sword struck Chai Yanbei, but Chai Yanbei managed to block it. Covered by the runes was extremely powerful in both attack and defense. Chai Yanbei was repeatedly knocked away by Fan Wenbin, and the terrifying shockwave from the heavy sword made Chai Yanbei's arms tremble uncontrollably. Chu Wenyuan faced off against Wei Xing. From the very beginning, he had longed to fight Wei Xing and wonder what it would be like to fight against a calm and collected master of control. Chu Wenyuan took the sword from his back, and his entire aura changed. Wei Xing rarely launched the first attack. The Tang sword, which was magnified several times, was still so smooth in the hands of this third-tier battle armor, without a single flaw. The armor blocked Wei Xing's Tang sword strike, but the power was stronger than he had imagined. It seemed that the armor had greatly enhanced Wei Xing's abilities. Perhaps if Wei Xing didn't fight Chu Wenyuan with his armor, the battle would still be somewhat uncertain. But now, if it weren't for the constant interference from snipers in the distance, Chu Wenyuan probably wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. Wei Xing's Black Tang sword was like a black hole, absorbing the surrounding energy. With a single strike, he cleaved a gash in Chu Wenyuan's broadsword, sending Chu Wenyuan flying dozens of meters before he came to a stop in the rubble. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and he couldn't even hold the knife, which fell to the side. He kept spitting blood, and his chest was covered in black marks. This knife had directly caused Chu Wenyuan serious injuries. Wei Xing had no intention of giving Chu Wenyuan a chance. On the battlefield, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. He drew his sword and charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Chu Wenyuan tried to get up, but found that his arms were not strong enough to support him. He smiled resignedly. Boom! Several bone spikes shot towards Wei Xing, forcibly stopping his movement. A black dot in the distance rapidly enlarged, and upon closer inspection, a person dressed in a golden robe quickly approached and landed in front of Chu Wenyuan. With a faint smile on his face, an extremely strong aura emanated from him. Wei Xing, inside his armor, sensed this person's presence and his expression turned solemn. Who are you, and why are you interfering in the affairs of my boundary-breaking gathering ground? Wei Xingzhong's powerful voice rang out. The man retracted his bone wings and handed Chu Wenyuan a drop of potion, which was the first tier life essence. He then looked at Wei Xing in front of him and admired the armor. Mingdu, Luo Sheng. Chapter 102 Chuzhou City. I'm taking these two with me. Luo Sheng's light, airy voice reached Fan Wenbin's ears, seemingly unconcerned about the people in front of him. Such arrogance. I'd like to see how you plan to take him away. Before Wei Xing could speak, Fan Wenbin, upon hearing this, sent Chai Yanbei flying with a single sword strike and said disdainfully. Using the momentum, Chai Yanbei landed next to Luo Sheng and said without any politeness, "Little brother, do you have any more? Give me one." The runes on Chai Yanbei's body became dim, and several bloody wounds inflicted by Fan Wenbin were still bleeding. That's all. I only had one left, and I only gave it to him because he was dying. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been willing to part with it. Luo Sheng pursed his lips and said helplessly. Fan Wenbin's heavy sword fell from the sky like a meteor. Luo Sheng instantly grabbed Chu Wenyuan, who was barely able to stand, and pulled him back. The immense power of the heavy sword shattered the ruins on the spot. Zzz. Fan Wenbin's heavy sword disintegrated in midair and returned to his hands, transforming into a two-handed Tang sword. Wei Xing swiftly launched an attack from one side of the three. His Tang sword was extremely fast, and several flashes of light, accompanied by the blade, slashed through the air. Luo Sheng held several bone spikes in his hand, which acted like short swords, to block Wei Xing's Tang sword. He flipped over and kicked Wei Xing's armor in the abdomen. The immense force caused Wei Xing to collapse instantly. From another angle, it looked like the armor, which was at least 5 meters long, was kicked away by Luo Sheng, demonstrating Luo Sheng's formidable strength. Luo Sheng wanted to press his advantage, but Wei Xing stuck his single blade into the ground, twisted his body, and his huge fist grazed past Luo Sheng. Both of them retreated more than 10 meters before stopping. In a single exchange, Wei Xing was at a disadvantage. Luo Sheng's attacks were flawless, and he did not linger in the fight, quickly retreating back to the two men's side. "Excuse me, gentlemen," Luo Sheng said in a low voice. Before the two could react, Luo Sheng grabbed them by the armpits and sent them flying into the sky. Fan Wenbin swiftly took to the air, his Tang swords poised to strike, but Luo Sheng unfurled his bone wings, using Fan Wenbin's momentum to propel himself forward once more. Fan Wenbin tried to give chase, but found the guy flying too fast. He couldn't catch up at all, so he simply landed. "I'll go to Mingdu sooner or later. Commander, these awakened ones are heading towards Mingdu. It seems the Shanghai military region is going to merge with Mingdu." Wei Xing hung the Tang sword in his hand at his side and looked at the place where Luo Sheng had left. Fan Wenbin looked at the territory of the Shanghai military region, his mind seemingly lost in thought. "What's the situation with the battle?" Fan Wenbin suddenly turned his head and asked. Wei Xing paused for a moment, then, as if knowing what Fan Wenbin was asking, replied, "Commander, we instructed them before we came that we should avoid killing if possible." Fan Wenbin nodded. "The city lord is right. They are all heroes, but circumstances forced them to act against humanity. Modern China should not turn its swords against humankind." Wei Xing looked at Fan Wenbin with some surprise, not expecting that the usually carefree Fan Wenbin would have such insights. "Southern military region. I knew Fong Lanbai had big ambitions. I should have given him a good beating the last time I saw him." "I'm so arrogant," Shan Yunlong said. Shan Yunhu, who was standing next to him, looked up at Shan Yunlong, met his slightly threatening gaze, and then lowered his head again. "That boundary breaker gathering ground has already taken over the demon capital and won't make any further moves anytime soon. The real question is, what should we do with the vermilion bird?" Xie Yufei from the southern military region slammed his pen down and addressed Zhang Tuhuan, who was at the head of the table. "Old Xie, didn't I say we don't need to worry about the vermilion bird? As long as we don't expand in its direction, it won't bother us. Dan Yunlong seemed somewhat numb as he spoke, as if he had said the same thing many times before. To snore beside my bed. Xie Yufei has an extremely loud voice. Even a slight increase in volume sounds like a shout to others. All right, I won't argue with you. Go talk to old Zhang. If he tells me to go, I'll leave without a second thought. Shan Yunlong pointed at Zhang Tuhuan and gave up arguing with Xie Yufei. We can now see that superhumans are becoming increasingly powerful. Some possess abilities that are even comparable to a fully equipped army. Zhang Tuhuan spoke slowly, and everyone who had been arguing stopped and listened attentively to what Zhang Tuhuan had to say. But we can supplement our knowledge from other sources, such as forbidden items. The forbidden item 101 we possess, the seal, allows us to know about other places, which is enough to demonstrate the power of forbidden items. As he spoke, Zhang Tuhuan glanced at Shan Yunlong seemingly unintentionally. Shan Yunlong looked at the slippers on his feet with a stiff expression, as if struck by lightning. Forbidden Item 101. The seal is one of the forbidden items controlled by the Southern Military Region. It is a huge mirror. If the controller knows the exact location of a place, many images can flash on the seal, which can be considered a different kind of spying. Therefore, during these few days of reconnaissance, the Southern Military Region learned about the general situation in Shanghai. This seal isn't something you can use casually. It was contracted by a second-tier awakened individual. Every time it's used, the user instantly falls into a deep sleep, and upon waking, they immediately faint after using the seal. This shows how difficult it is to use this seal. Even the second-tier awakener, under the training of the Southern Military Region, has reached the third tier. However, he will still faint when using it, but he can hold on for a little longer. In the Southern Military Region, it's truly a case of charging for 2 hours, using for 2 minutes. However, the forbidden artifacts we possess are not of a high rank, so going forward, steady development and searching for ruins is the key. I feel that ruins are not infinite. Once one is developed, there are fewer left. Therefore, it's best to avoid provoking those mutated beasts and to primarily cooperate with the surrounding forces. Upon hearing Zhang Tuhuan's words, Shan Yunlong raised his chin slightly and looked at Xie Yufei. Xie Yufei glanced at Shan Yunlong's expression and then looked at Qin Tuhuan. Shan Yunlong, Shan Yunhu, you two continue to clear the surrounding area. Kill all the zombies, avoid Bianxiao, and be extra careful around Wangqing. The zombie king there is extremely powerful, so don't provoke it for now. Monitor its movements. Zhang Tuhuan issued a series of tasks, which Shan Yunlong nodded in agreement. Then came some matters concerning the development of the Southern Military Region, which were not under Shan Yunlong's jurisdiction. His thoughts gradually returned to his room. With his legs crossed, he reached down with one hand to pick at the dirt under his fingernails and flicked it onto the ground. A female officer next to him subtly placed a pen on his nose and moved slightly away from Shan Yunlong. The meeting was rather urgent, so everyone quickly dressed and rushed over with their tasks at hand. Shan Yunlong walked out of the star wheel, rubbing his eyes and muttering something. Chuzhou territory. The people of Chuzhou live on the banks of a river, and you can see many people on boats fishing for mutated fish from the water. There are many aquatic superhumans in Chuzhou, so it is more convenient to develop the river's surface in this environment. The mutated fish have a stronger reproductive capacity after the apocalypse, so there is no need to worry about them becoming extinct. However, these awakened individuals only dare to hunt in the waters within the Chuzhou territory, where they are protected by the city of Chuzhou and their safety is relatively guaranteed. Further afield, third-tier mutated fish begin to appear, and if any humans appear on the river, they would likely be overturned instantly. City Lord. He knelt respectfully on one knee below the stage, his eyes filled with some doubt, a beauty mark at the corner of his eye, as he looked up at the figure in white on the stage. Chapter 103 Annexation of Changfeng. Shanghai is already in breaking boundaries grasp. Those forces in Shanghai cannot withstand breaking boundaries iron hoofs. Yu Huayu's ethereal voice drifted over as she stepped off the stage. After a long absence, Yuan Nannan felt that Yu Huayu's aura had become even more profound and unfathomable. City Lord, the boundary breaker gathering grounds are growing stronger and stronger, and Fanglan Bai is practically unmatched. I'm afraid. Yuan Nannan was recalled by Yu Huayu. With her strength, she should have been given an important position in the breaking boundary gathering ground, but Chun Gang did not promote her for a long time. Yu Huayu guessed that Fanglan Bai had seen through her, but did not take her seriously. The boundary breaker gathering ground is powerful, but with so many forces around it, there's bound to be some who won't stand for it. We don't need to be the first to stick our necks out. Yu Huayu gently touched Yuan Nanin's forehead with her jade finger, and strands of supernatural power entered Yuan Nanin's head to check if there was anything abnormal in her body. After you return, you and Meng Jingqi will lead the Feather Army and settle in Dingyuan. Lord, now that the Shanghai military region has merged into Mingdu, they're likely to make some big moves. Shouldn't we set up defenses here? Yuan Nanan asked in confusion. Chuzhou and Mingdu are only 100 miles apart. Luo Hong probably won't be content with Mingdu. Going south to Shanghai? I doubt he has the guts. Going north to Beijing? The three major families have deep foundations, and Mingdu doesn't have that capability. No matter how you look at it, Chuzhou is the best choice. Yuan Nanan didn't understand why Yu Huayu would place the most powerful Yu army in Chuzhou and Dingyuan. Mingdu, someone will cause him trouble. Yu Huayu spoke calmly, and Yuan Nanan nodded, no longer questioning Yu Huayu's decision. In her opinion, Yu Huayu's plans for the world involved many factors, so she naturally didn't ask any more questions. In Chuzhou, Yu Huayu is revered as the Feather Goddess. Among the people, it is said that she is the reincarnation of the Feather Goddess, sent to save the masses in the end times. In the end times, people urgently need a kind of faith to have the motivation and confidence to survive. This has led to the legend of the Chuzhou Feather Goddess spreading throughout the area around Chuzhou. The dramatic changes in Shanghai, the boundary-breaking gathering area forcefully occupied the city, causing a stir among all the surrounding forces. The overwhelming power of the boundary-breaking gathering area made them all think about their own situation, fearing that they would be the next target. In Changzhou, Xuanqing, and Liangshan, several large and small forces urgently gathered their awakened members and moved them away from the Magic City area, fearing that the cleanup of the boundary breaker gathering place would affect them. At the gathering place of Long Winds, Fong Lanbai looked at the sky shrouded in mist, her heart feeling as if it were filled with these white clouds. Only at the gathering place of Long Winds could such a sight be seen. From now on, there will be no more Long Wind gathering place, only Broken Boundary City. Fong Lanbai stood atop the prism. The last zombie king of Shanghai was in the zombie horde ahead. As if sensing Fong Lanbai's presence, the zombie horde's attack slowed down. Fong Lanbai could clearly feel the decrease in firepower at the Changfeng settlement. It seemed that the Shanghai military region hadn't left anything good for the Changfeng settlement. Large numbers of zombies continued to charge, but many superhumans on the city walls kept attacking downwards. Various attacks landed on the zombie horde, and countless zombies fell to the ground. The zombies behind them kept rushing forward, with no possibility of retreating. The Long Wind settlement used the two collapsed buildings as natural foundations to build city walls, with clouds and mist covering them to prevent zombies from seeing the condition of the walls. Can we find the location of the Corpse King? Wu Feng beside her, a sly glint in her eyes. Fong Lanbai knew that Wu Feng's forbidden item 007, the Eye of the Sky Howl, did not have the ability to enhance eyesight over a wide area. Fong Lanbai wanted to see how Wu Feng would handle the situation. Dockwind hasn't fully developed the abilities of Forbidden 007. Wu Feng's eyes flashed with silver light, and his broadsword appeared out of thin air. A blank space appeared in front of him, and the sword light disappeared into it. Roar, roar, roar. A gap appeared above the zombie horde, and countless huge blades of light sliced the zombies in front of him to pieces without any hindrance. The appearance of the zombies caused a commotion in an instant. He had fought with this zombie horde several times, and the number of zombies who died at Wu Feng's hands alone was no less than tens of thousands. He truly deserved the name of Thousand-Mile Blade Moon. The Corpse King would not tolerate Wu Feng's wanton slaughter. Before Wu Feng could launch another attack, several zombies crawling on the ground blocked Wu Feng's blade. The sharp blades on their arms met the blade and withstood Wu Feng's attack. Front of the zombie horde at an extremely fast speed, blocking the blade light that Wu Feng had suddenly appeared from different directions, temporarily slowing down the death of the zombie horde. The appearance of the mid-third tier mutated zombies greatly reduced the death of the zombie horde. Wu Feng's blade aura was extremely powerful, often requiring several mutated zombies to block it. This was also the Zombie King's idea. Although it held back these few high-level zombies, it released the other zombies to attack the city. Wu Feng, let me give it a try. Fong Lanbai smiled, and the prism beside him rushed into the void of Wu Feng at lightning speed. Wu Feng understood instantly. The third-tier mutated zombie was still waiting for Wu Feng's next attack when a void appeared. This time, it wasn't Wu Feng's blade that came. Instead, blue-white prisms flew in at an extremely fast speed. Several prisms pierced through Wu Feng's void and instantly surrounded the zombie. Blade's edge and the blue-white prisms of the Wu Feng were too much for it to withstand. Several prisms pierced through its body, and it died in the horde of corpses in a single encounter. Wu Feng's sky howling eyes and Fong Lanbai's prism. Wu Feng relentlessly reaped the lives of high-level zombies amidst the horde of corpses. With an unlimited supply of life essence, Fong Lanbai's extraction speed has increased as his rank has risen, and the conversion of first-tier zombie corpses can now be done instantly. One life essence has also decreased somewhat. It costs 5 Tier 1 crystal cores in the boundary-breaking gathering area, and 6 to 8 in other gathering areas. This is inevitable. As the rank of awakened ones increases, Tier 1 life essence can no longer meet the needs of the strong. Therefore, not only has the price of Tier 1 life essence decreased, but the boundary gathering place has also begun to sell Tier 2 life essence. The Chinese and Foreign Chamber of Commerce is responsible for external sales. The chamber will bear all unexpected events during transportation. The life essence collected by the chamber from the boundary-breaking gathering place will be sold at the original price. This was Fong Lanbai's firm requirement. Although it reduced the profits of the Huayang Chamber of Commerce and required them to subsidize the awakened ones to escort them, the fact that the breaking boundary gathering ground entrusted the life essence to the Huayang Chamber of Commerce also let other forces know that the Huayang Chamber of Commerce had sided with the breaking boundary gathering ground. The influence of the Chinese and Foreign Chamber of Commerce has been enhanced once again, and it is showing signs of becoming the most prestigious chamber of commerce in the surrounding area. At this moment, one of the zombies in the horde grabbed Fong Lanbai's prism to avoid it. The sharp claws made a sizzling sound when they touched the prism. "It's here." Fong Lanbai looked up at Wu Feng, who instantly understood. He slashed his broadsword in the void in front of him, and the eye of the void unleashed terrifying energy, creating an extremely deep void mark that was large enough to allow a person to pass through. Fong Lanbai stepped in at lightning speed, appearing on top of the zombie's head in the next second. He stepped on the zombie's outstretched tentacle, causing large cracks to appear in the ground. Fong Lanbai caught the flying prism, which was coated with demonic flames, and streaked through the air in several streams of flame. He flipped over and caught the flying prismatic light sword. Several prismatic blades shot straight at the Corpse King, but the Corpse King still managed to dodge them at a tricky angle despite their extremely fast speed. Chapter 104 Luo Hong's Ambition. Fong Lanbai's prismatic sword slashed at the Corpse King's shoulder. The Corpse King tried to dodge, but it was too late. The extremely sharp prismatic sword sliced off a thin piece of flesh, revealing the black flesh and greenish-blue blood inside. This zombie was covered in several corpse skins. While dodging Fong Lanbai's attacks, the corpse skin on its head was cut open, revealing a woman's face underneath. This was the last zombie king in the Demon City, known in its previous life as Demon Face. It has to be said that the masked zombie was the most human-like zombie Fong Lanbai had ever seen. There was no sign of a zombie on its face at all. If it weren't for the several corpse skins hanging on its body, it could easily blend into a human settlement. When the demon mask saw that Fong Lanbai had discovered it, it turned around and was about to disappear into the horde of zombies when a huge silver eye appeared from the ground. It was Wu Feng's Sky Howl Eye that created this forbidden zone. The demon mask tried several times, but it couldn't escape at all. The zombies that were originally charging around Fong Lanbai all surrounded him after he appeared. Fong Lanbai controlled the prism, keeping his figure above the zombie horde and passing through the airspace of the dock without any hindrance. Several blade marks appeared around the demon mask. The enormous attack power was far greater than the blade light that Wu Feng had used on the city wall before. The fierce aura made it impossible for the demon mask to resist. Its body was blasted several meters away by the enormous attack power, and some of its wrists and feet were cut off. Blue and white prisms appeared all around, enveloping the demonic flames. The high temperature of the demonic flames burned several places on the demon's body. Under the combined attacks of Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng, Mo Mian had no power to retaliate. If Mo Mian hadn't been agile enough and focused solely on surviving without thinking of attacking, he would probably have died long ago under Wu Feng as Frostback Blade. Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng, when they unleashed their full power, would be enough to overwhelm even the 10 Corpse Kings, let alone this demon mask. In his previous life, Shi used his powerful strength and the 3 great corpse generals under his command to gradually compress the corpse hordes of Gui Mo and Mo Mian, which is why Chi was able to become one of the true top 10 corpse kings. The demon's injuries worsened, a sharp screech rang out, and its entire body was torn apart, its once slender frame becoming extremely thick, its roar shaking the heavens. Roar, 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 roar. His entire body was incredibly heavy, with bulging muscles, resembling a demon god. This is the second face of the demon mask, and it is because of this ability that she is called the demon mask. Fong Lanbai's expression remained unchanged. He transformed his demonic mask, abandoning his speed in exchange for a formidable defense. The demonic mask charged swiftly towards Wu Feng, bracing itself against Wu Feng's enormous, transparent blade. In its view, as long as Wu Feng was killed, the Forbidden Zone would collapse on its own. Wu Feng swept forward with a fierce aura as he held his frost beam blade horizontally. Demon Mask took a step forward, and the ground cracked like a spider web as he rushed towards Wu Feng. Boom! Wu Feng held his frost beam blade horizontally, his aura of man and blade as one forming a barrier. Demon Mask's fist struck the barrier, and energy fluctuations rippled through the air. Wu Feng opened his eyes, his silver eyes imprinted on Demon Mask's body. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The demon felt its body being constantly squeezed, and when it tried to move, it found that it was impossible to move even an inch. Almost instantly, the frost beam blade in Wu Feng's hand slashed down, falling before the horrified eyes of the demon. The demon mask, its body cleaved in two, fell to the ground. The void dissipated, and a plate-shaped crystal core emerged from the demon mask's body, drawn by the wind to his hand. Demon mask, fallen. Fong Lanbai watched from the sidelines. Wu Feng's strength was still so formidable. The demon mask's defensive form was almost instantly killed by Wu Feng. Presumably, if the demon mask hadn't never appeared during the attack, it would have been killed by Wu Feng long ago. Wu Feng looked at Fong Lanbai, about to throw the crystal core in his hand, when he heard Fong Lanbai's words. Keep it, you killed it. The airspace disappeared, and zombies below piled up continuously, trying to attack the two. The zombie horde surged in, and the demon-faced man's corpse was quickly devoured by the other zombies. Fong Lanbai stepped onto the prism and returned to the city wall. Without the Corpse King's command, the zombie horde's offensive became chaotic and no longer posed any threat to the Changfeng settlement. That rat swarm has been developing in the Changfeng settlement for a long time. First, relocate the survivors from the Changfeng settlement, and then slowly eliminate them. Okay, what are your plans for the next step? Wu Feng sheathed the knife in his hand into his body, his white trench coat fluttering in the wind. Fong Lanbai smiled, her heterochromatic red and blue eyes looking at Wu Feng, a smile playing on her lips. You should call me Lord City Lord. Luo Hong, what do you mean? Chun Yeting slammed his hand on the table, his eyes flashing with a fierce light as he stared intently at Luo Hong sitting opposite him. Luo Hong took the paper handed to him by his subordinate and slowly wiped the water off the table. Commander Chun, don't overreact. You should know that your Shanghai military region no longer exists. What gives you the audacity to speak to me like that? Luo Hong's tone was full of threat. Only then did Chun Yeting realize Luo Hong's purpose. The merger of the Shanghai military region into the Mingdu gathering area was a pretext. In the Shanghai military region was seized, and even the people in the research lab were taken away by him under various pretexts. Luo Hong, you're not the only one who can come to the Shanghai military region. Chun Yeting spoke angrily, but he knew that the Shanghai military region was no longer qualified to compete with the Mingdu gathering place. Too many awakened ones had been lost in the battles in Shanghai and on the way to Mingdu, and the Shanghai military region's strength was no longer what it used to be. Chun Yeting looked at Luo Hong helplessly. He knew that he had lost again, and lost so thoroughly. He never expected that Luo Hong, a soldier, would do such a thing for profit. Seeing Chun Yeting off, Luo Hong summoned Luo Sheng. For some reason, ever since the last battle to merge the ruins, Luo Sheng has become a different person. He has started to take the initiative to engage in various affairs of Mingdu, and is no longer as cynical as before. He no longer takes the tasks given to him lightly. Luo Hong saw this, and knew that it was probably that battle that made him realize the gap in skill. Commander, haven't we pushed Chun Yeting too hard? Although the Shanghai military region is stronger than before, it still has many powerful superhumans. Luo Hong asked Luo Sheng to sit down, and then slowly spoke. When we're not alone, just call me Dad. Luo Hong glanced at Luo Sheng, then patted him on the shoulder. I know Chun Yeting. He's ambitious and knows that China can't afford any more infighting. The world is already falling apart. He'll do anything that benefits China, and I admire that. But in this chaotic world, only self-interest matters. I've dedicated half my life to China. It's time for me to do something for myself and for you. Hong handed Luo Sheng a black folder, gesturing for him to open it and take a look. This black folder contains the Shanghai military region's research on crystal cores. It covers everything from the manufacture of crystal core weapons to the research on crystal cores themselves, as well as the causes of the formation of mutated zombies. This research from the Shanghai military region is enough to save the Mingdu settlement a lot of trouble. I had heard before that the Shanghai military region had extremely strong scientific research capabilities, but I never expected that they would have developed so many things in just a few months. Chapter 105 Huaxia Conference. Scientific research has always been a strength of the Shanghai military region, but we are not far behind. By combining our strengths, our Mingdu settlement will definitely be able to take the lead over other settlements. Luo Hong's chest brimmed with righteous indignation. Luo Sheng looked at his father and smiled slightly. He knew that this old man said he was doing it for himself, but in reality, he wanted to lay a solid foundation for him in this apocalypse and do more for himself. Even with more and more gray hair on his head, he would still hold meetings until dawn without ever letting up. He often told himself, the end times are a nirvana. Once you get through it, you will be reborn. You've met the people in Beijing. What were your impressions? Luo Hong took the documents from Luo Sheng, handed them to his subordinate, and asked. There are many experts here. Among those who came, there are 3 third-tier experts. According to them, the capital city is in contact with multiple large forces at the same time, so their strength is probably not simple. Luo Sheng's expression became more serious. Although he was not afraid of those people, the capital city, the former capital of China, was full of talented people, and the development of the capital city would probably exceed everyone's expectations. It seems the council still exists, and it's probably extremely powerful. I just wonder how powerful they are. Luo Hong nodded and said that the 3 major families in the capital had profound foundations. Even though no news of them had been released since the apocalypse, the glimpse they had revealed had already shocked everyone. You will lead the 1st Armored Corps towards Changzhou, breaking through the border first. Changzhou has treacherous terrain. If they dare to break through, we will make sure they suffer a significant loss. Ignore those forces in Changzhou. They're all insignificant nobodies. Just go ahead and do what they want. Luo Hong touched the ring on his hand and pointed with one finger at the map projection beside him. If the breakthrough settlement comes to attack, we must not blindly defend to the death. Fighting to the death with the breakthrough settlement is something fools do. What we need to do is try our best to restrict their development and defend Zhenjiang. Luo Sheng nodded. It was clear from all aspects that the development of the breaking boundary was unstoppable, and early intervention was necessary to ensure the safety of Mingdu. Dad, what about Chuzhou in the west? The feather god there is extremely powerful. Recently, I discovered that there are even followers of the feather god in our Mingdu. Luo Hong nodded thoughtfully. You find followers of the winged god in the Mingdu gathering place. Deal with them secretly. At the same time, I will have the entire Mingdu create momentum for you, and the monks of Pontal Mountain will announce to the outside world that you are the reincarnation of the winged god. With Mount Pontua as your witness, it will definitely be more useful than that feathered god. Luo Sheng nodded. This was indeed a method. The divination and fortune-telling of the monk Hongi of Pontal Mountain were very mysterious. With him involved, it would definitely be easier for the people to believe. After the apocalypse, Pontua Mountain sheltered countless survivors, making its name extremely famous among them. With their testimonies, the people would surely side with Luo Sheng, and the title of Feather God would crumble on its own. Surrounded by Changzhou, Huzhou, and Fuqing, holds an extremely important strategic position, blocking the western side of Shanghai. Fang Lanbai had the Blood Emperor's zombie army deployed here early on. Over time, this area has become a bloodbath. Apart from zombies, no human survivors have appeared here. Countless high-level zombies have gathered here, blocking the throat of the city. Luo Hong believed that this massive horde of corpses was restricting Fang Lanbai and making it difficult for him to expand outwards. In that case, why not just hand over the demon city to Fang Lanbai? But how could he possibly know that the formation of this blood-red domain was man-made? At this time, a number of people arrived at Yari Pavilion and waited quietly in the main hall. My lord, the council sent the Gu family to contact you, presumably for the Chinese council meeting a month from now. Mu Hanyu stood respectfully in front of Gu Yu. Although Mu Hanyu was tall, he did not feel any pressure standing next to Gu Yu. Instead, he was overwhelmed by Gu Yu's solid aura. I know, who is it? Gu Yu gently stroked the jade pendant in his hand, seemingly uninterested in the capital. The visitor is one of the 5 generals of the capital, Bei Yin. As Mu Hanyu spoke, he took the jade pendant from Gu Yu's hand. My lord, what is this? I'll go see him. Forbidden item 087. Roaming. Here you go, I don't need it. Mu Hanyu took the jade pendant from his hands trembling slightly. Before he could speak, Gu Yu's voice came again. With him, your strength will be no weaker than those 5 generals. Head north to Huairou. and be sure to take over Huairou district before the Fu family. Mu Hanyu nodded emphatically. Gu Yu had entrusted him with this forbidden item. He was likely facing a number of enemies. My lord, I will certainly take Huairou. Gu Yu took a step forward, a domineering golden light flashed, and he disappeared from the spot, but his eyes became even colder. Your Gu Yu really has a lot of influence, not staying with the powerful Gu family, but establishing such a place. Bai Yin leaned against the wall between the buildings, with several powerful superhumans behind him, their auras released without reservation. Gu Yu's golden eyes swept across them indifferently, and no one dared to meet his gaze. What benefits did the Gu family give you to make you work for them? Bai Yin, unfazed by Gu Yu's gaze, calmly stated. The council has invited you to the upcoming China conference. All powerful forces will participate. I'm just here to deliver a message. After all, none of the people the Gu family sent before returned alive. Bai Yin delivered a letter to Gu Yu, boarded a flying carpet with strange patterns, and left Yaori-go. The envelope in his hand bore the unique seal of the parliament. Upon opening it, he found it was indeed an invitation from the parliament, inviting Chinese forces to join the powerful forces of China. It's likely that this meeting was orchestrated by the three major families of parliament in an attempt to extract something from other forces. The council possesses a large number of prohibited items, and its subordinates are likely extremely powerful. He himself doesn't care, but if the council were to attack the Sunrise Pavilion, could the Sunrise Pavilion withstand it? The answer was in Gu Yu's heart, but he absolutely had to go to the Chinese parliament, as it would be a good opportunity to meet the powerful figures from other forces. At this time, the Broken Boundary City was officially established, and the four legions carried out a carpet-bombing campaign against the zombies. The Blood Emperor arrived here, took over the remaining zombies in the Demon City, and introduced them into the Blood Domain. The Blood Emperor's zombie horde grew stronger once again. During this time, a zombie king attempted to attack the Blood Domain, targeting the hundreds of thousands of zombies under the Blood Emperor's command. However, the Blood Emperor had countless high-level zombies under his command, and the king was easily repelled. This made Fong Lanbai realize that the surrounding corpse kings were probably very interested in the Blood Domain, especially the twin corpse kings of Pujiang not far away, who were the second of the 10 great corpse kings, and whose terrifying strength made all the corpse kings tremble. These twin zombie kings are different from other zombie kings. Zombies like the fresh flesh and blood of awakened humans, but these twin zombie kings especially like the flesh of zombie kings. Wherever the twin corpse kings reside, they appear wherever other corpse kings appear. Their immense power is such that even ordinary corpse kings cannot withstand more than a few rounds before becoming part of their strength. Chapter 106 initially taking shape. The twin zombie kings appear together, but they are actually symbiotic. The two zombie kings share one body and can separate when necessary, each using one arm and one leg. Both have the combat power of 10 zombie kings. However, the Blood Emperor was not afraid of the twin corpse kings. Even if it was difficult to defeat the twin corpse kings, he would not become food for them. Blood Domain's mutated zombies are extremely powerful, many of them possessing the combat strength of ordinary zombie kings. Moreover, with the zombie king Guamo, Blood Domain's strength is no less than that of any small human settlement. If Fong Lanbai hadn't organized the Blood Emperor to launch a large-scale attack on those small human settlements, the Blood Domain would have doubled in size. Breaking Boundary City is still ongoing. The Rat Swarm in Changfeng Gathering Area has been designated by Fong Lanbai as the highest-level mercenary mission in Breaking Boundary City, with a high reward of crystal cores. As long as you bring back the corpses of the mutated rats, you can go directly to the Mission Delivery Center in Breaking Boundary City to collect the reward. Driven by the high commissions, countless powerful individuals flocked to the Changfeng Gathering Place to hunt down the rat horde. In less than half a month, most of the mutated rats had died at the hands of the awakened ones. A late-stage Tier 3 Rat King appeared and was tracked down by Wufeng, who directly dealt with the rat horde. The strength of this rat swarm lies in its sheer numbers. The Rat King's combat power is not strong. Although he has the late stage of the 3rd tier, his actual strength is only at the early stage of the 3rd tier. By this rat swarm, rat meat, rat swarms, and mutated beast cores became the norm. Yi Qiu even started raising mutated rats, which had an extremely fast reproductive rate, even surpassing their pre-apocalyptic reproductive rate. This rat meat is also edible, and it tastes just like beef. It's chewy, has a very high energy content, and is easier to raise than the mutated poultry from before the apocalypse. Therefore, almost all awakened individuals can eat mutated rat meat, which improves the diet of the base's inhabitants. The Shanghai Military Region, which had split off from Li Wenqing, fled far away, retreating from the south of Shanghai to Tongning. The entire city of Shanghai is now encompassed by the Breaking Boundary and renamed Breaking Boundary City. The Changfeng gathering place is now covered by it, and the Awakened Ones have been reorganized and assigned to the 4 major legions. Let Wu Feng lead a group of powerful superhumans to form the Thousand Tribulation Squad. This squad is composed entirely of powerful superhumans, almost the strongest superhumans in the entire Changfeng settlement. In other words, they are Feng Lanbai's personal guards. Wu Feng had no objections. He had also been fighting Feng Lanbai these past few days, but he always felt that Feng Lanbai hadn't used his full strength to defeat him. Moreover, the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon hadn't appeared yet, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was fighting 2 ferocious beasts. What's more, this guy had already reached the 4th tier before him, making it even less likely that he could defeat him. In response, Feng Lanbai would always say after each battle, "Brother, you still need to practice." Although Wu Feng thought he was being pretentious and wanted to beat him up, the truth was that he couldn't beat him at all. Since the establishment of Broken Boundary City, everyone in Broken Boundary City has been busy with work. The transformation of various ruins requires countless Earth-type ability users to carry out infrastructure construction, and new high-rise buildings are rising from the ground every day. After the apocalypse, various superpowered individuals emerged. For a 3rd-tier Earth-type superpowered individual, building a tall building would only take 2 hours. Its strength is even greater than that of the high-rise buildings before the apocalypse. The Broken Boundary City also has its own unique style. At the center of the city is a small island in a lake, and in the lake is a courtyard with traditional Chinese architectural style. Broken Boundary City all live here. According to the architect of Broken Boundary City, if all these courtyards were filled, they could house thousands of people. This courtyard is a symbol of status and prestige. To live here, even a small courtyard of 100 square meters costs tens of thousands of 1st-tier crystal cores. Therefore, most of them are gifts from Feng Lanbai. Few people can afford to buy them. The scenery on this island in the lake is extremely beautiful and worth the price. In the morning, you can see lotus flowers in the lake when you open the window, and mutant fish in the lake are jumping among the lotus leaves. The sunlight shines on the lake's surface, and the brilliance it reflects warms your heart. 4 wooden arched bridges sit in the lake, arranged in the 4 cardinal directions, perfectly embodying the Chinese people's emphasis on symmetry. The main buildings in Broken Boundary City are all 4 or 5 stories high. After the apocalypse, a large number of humans died, so Broken Boundary City is no longer as crowded as before, and there is plenty of space for people to live in. The city's order is maintained by the City Defense Army, which is also the largest organization in the entire Broken Boundary City. They are spread throughout the entire Broken Boundary City. As long as a battle begins, the City Defense Army will arrive at the scene within 3 minutes. They may even bring out hidden experts like 3rd-tier powerhouses. If you encounter members of the 4 major legions, they might even help you seek justice. Therefore, Broken Boundary City is known by survivors as the safest city, not only because it is extremely safe inside the city, but also because it is very safe outside the city. The massive city wall was made of a special metal developed by the research department, mixed with Lu Jiming's unique rock-based supernatural abilities, making the city wall even more sturdy. The moat outside the city is bottomless, filled with mutated fish that the Blood Emperor brought back from Minghu Lake. Unlike the mutated fish in the lake in the city, the mutated fish in the moat are exceptionally ferocious and possess such strong vitality that they did not die even after being captured by the Blood Emperor from Minghu Lake and transported for hundreds of kilometers. Whether it's a zombie or a human who falls in, they will be attacked by this mutated fish. Dolly from the north provided a lot of information, thoroughly investigating the human forces in the Shishan area. It was the Golden Eagle King who delivered it, riding a little monkey. This little monkey, like Dolly, could talk, but it was only at the 2nd level, probably a descendant of Dolly. The mutated Golden Eagle came down and forcibly plucked several of its tail feathers before letting it go. The tail feathers were the most precious feathers of the Golden Eagle, and Feng Daidai had noticed this, which was why he specifically chose to pluck the tail feathers. To the north of Shishan is Kuanqing, and further west is Pontoan Mountain. The surrounding forces are not too strong, so it's a place where human survivors band together for warmth. Besides Mingdu further north, the thing that Dolly feared most was the bald man on Ponta Mountain, one of whom, a monk, made him feel threatened. The entire Shishan mountain range is under Dolly's control, and his power is growing stronger. Dolly's strength is also constantly increasing. He even discovered a spiritual spring in Shishan, which is extremely beneficial to improving his strength. Dolly's mutated beasts continuously transported the spiritual spring to Broken Boundary City, taking away a portion of its life essence with them as they left. Fong Lanbai tried the so-called spiritual spring, and it was indeed beneficial for improving strength. However, how could the spring water flowing from the mountain possess such pure energy for no reason? Afterwards, Fong Lanbai asked Dolly to search for something in the mountain that gave the spring water such energy. Fong Lanbai was right. After receiving the news, Dolly immediately sent several pangolins to dig for the spring. They discovered a relic in the mountain. Fong Lanbai immediately led his men there. As long as it is a relic, no matter what its sequence is, its value is extremely high. Chapter 107 Forbidden Objects. Forbidden Objects. Forbidden Objects. The ruins were shaped like copper coins. The copper coins shimmered with a bronze light as they were washed by the spring water, remaining in place. When the spring water passed through, the ordinary spring water turned into a magical spring. Upon learning of the discovery of the ruins, Fong Lanbai immediately mounted the golden eagle that had brought the message and, regardless of whether it agreed or not, headed towards Shishan. When Fong Lanbai arrived at the ruins, he realized it was Ruins 093. Upon entering, he found nothing inside. The blue soil beneath his feet was extremely soft. If he stepped on it, his feet would sink in. At first glance, all that could be seen was blue, giving Fong Lanbai a sense of helplessness, until a creature living in this blue soil appeared. It looked like a slime, translucent and gray, continuously emerging from the blue soil. It seemed that Fong Lanbai's actions had interfered with them, forcing them to find another place to live. This slime had no offensive power and was rolling on the ground. Fong Lanbai wanted to test whether the cave where the slimes lived was there, so the 12 prisms acted like a highly efficient drill, carving out a huge pit in the ground. More and more slimes appeared around Fong Lanbai, surrounding him. At some point, the slimes began to approach and slowly attach themselves to Fong Lanbai's body. Fong Lanbai didn't even notice this process. Logically speaking, he should have noticed when the first slime attached itself to him, but the blue mud kicked up by the prism drill bit interfered with his vision. Time passed slowly, and a huge crater appeared in the ground, with only slimes continuously appearing on the ground. The sharp prisms swirled up countless blue clods of dirt, inevitably colliding with the slime in the process, but the slime's soft body couldn't even cut through the prisms. The dark magic essence on his chest became scorching hot, bringing Fong Lanbai back to his senses. He realized that he had been standing there for a long time without knowing when, and his body was covered with slimes. Fong Lanbai tried to move, but found that the slime didn't move at all, and she could feel that there was a continuous stream of slimes covering Fong Lanbai's body. The blue soil covered Fong Lanbai in a thin layer. If Fong Lanbai's senses hadn't been sharp enough to detect that the blue soil was slowly moving, he wouldn't have realized that the blue soil was actually slime. It was slime that had entered Fong Lanbai's body and was obstructing his normal senses. Boom! A massive pillar of demonic flame shot into the sky, and the surrounding slimes, unable to withstand the intense heat, were instantly melted, turning into wisps of gray smoke and dissipating. The blue soil on the ground continued to melt, revealing the original appearance of the ruins. These tiny blue slimes covered the entire ground. It's unimaginable how terrifying their numbers must be. Knowing that slimes are afraid of fire, Fong Lanbai imbued himself with demonic flames to prevent the slimes floating in the air from entering his body. Unexpectedly, the seemingly safe place was actually fraught with danger. A slight misstep could lead to being surrounded and killed by those slimes. Fong Lanbai continued searching for forbidden items in the ruins and discovered that the slimes in one place were unusually large, which suggested that this was the location of the forbidden items. They melted all the slimes and found the forbidden item 093, the concentration jade, within them. This forbidden item 093 is in the slime pile, where the slimes are more than twice the size of those slimes in other areas. The ability of this mind-concentrating jade should be to protect the mind of its holder. The growth of this slime and the formation of the spiritual spring outside are both related to the energy in this ruin. Although the concentration jade has no offensive capabilities, it is extremely useful to Fong Lanbai. Mental attacks are hard to defend against, and with the concentration jade, Fong Lanbai's mental defense capabilities have increased rapidly. Fong Lanbai took away the forbidden item 093, the relic 093 disappeared. This incident at Ruin 093 also served as a wake-up call for Fong Lanbai. After the apocalypse, all sorts of crises emerged, leaving survivors defenseless. Who would have thought that the seemingly harmless slime would almost cause Fong Lanbai to capsize in a ditch? From then on, Fong Lombai possessed 3 forbidden items. Forbidden Item 004, Dark Demon Essence. Forbidden Item 039, Delusional Spirit. And Forbidden Item 093, Concentrating Spirit Jade. After Fong Lombai reached the 4th rank, he officially entered the status of an intermediate awakener, and his strength surpassed that of the past. Not long after, under Fong Lombai's long-term training, and with a lot of combat and life essence feeding, Fong Daidai also entered the 4th rank. Thunder Prison Demon Dragon was perfectly embodied in Fong Daidai. His enormous dragon body exuded power, and purple arcs of electricity flashed across his purplish-black scales. His purple vertical pupils scanned everything around him, and his dragon wings spread out, blotting out the sky. His sheer size alone was enough to make any enemy lose the will to fight him. Fong Daidai didn't like staying in the dark demon essence, so Fong Lombai simply let it hunt for itself outside the broken boundary city. Fong Daidai's huge size was no longer suitable for the city, but Fong Lombai still left it a place on the island in the middle of the lake, enough for it to have a place to rest when it came back from its wanderings. After reaching the 4th tier, Fong Daidai also granted Fong Lombai some special powers, which could only be manifested in actual combat. However, one could sense a faint trace of dragon might emanating from Fong Lombai. Poji City stabilized. Fong Lombai immediately dispatched Wufeng's Thousand Tribulations squad to search for known ruins. Since the appearance of ruins was completely unpredictable, Fong Lombai only knew the locations of 2 nearby ruins that would open soon. These are Relic 036 and Relic 041. All 3 prohibited items are located in East China, which is relatively close and therefore poses a low risk. Since Fong Lombai did not possess either of these 2 forbidden items in his previous life, he was unaware of the situation within the ruins and could only advise Wu Feng to be careful. Fortunately, although the Thousand Tribulations squad lost several members, they still managed to bring back both forbidden items. As long as the deceased superhumans had families, they would receive generous compensation. Even if they did not have families, their names would be engraved in the history of Broken Realm City and preserved thereafter. Forbidden Item 036, Frost Crystal Moon Longbow. In its previous life, this forbidden item was in the hands of a superhuman. With his unique eye enhancement and this powerful forbidden item, he was considered a first-rate powerhouse. Ruins 036 is the most dangerous of the 3. The elves inside are divided into 2 factions. One faction does not welcome humans at all, while the other faction remains neutral towards the appearance of humans, neither helping nor hunting them down. Wu Feng used the spatial teleportation ability of the Sky Howling Eye to obtain the forbidden item 036 and quickly retreated. Although they were still caught up, the pursuing elves were at the 5th rank. It was only because a few members of the Thousand Tribulations squad stayed behind to cover their retreat that Wu Feng and the others were able to successfully bring out the Frost Crystal Moon Longbow from the exit of the ruins and escape. Ruin 041 contains ruins similar to the 3 fusion ruins. The Thousand Tribulations squad discovered some special uses for crystal cores within them. This civilization is entirely composed of crystal core technology, and it is likely that electronic technology will be replaced by crystal core technology in the future. This civilization's crystal core technology is extremely advanced, with various crystal core weapons emerging one after another. Therefore, in addition to bringing back the forbidden item 041, the Emerald Core Crown, the Thousand Tribulations squad also brought back some high-tech crystal core products, which greatly promoted the development of crystal core technology in Breaking Boundary City. Chapter 1085 Generals and 2. This allowed Breaking Boundary City to enter the crystal energy era ahead of schedule, using crystal cores as energy sources. Different superpowered individuals performed their respective duties, maximizing the role of their superpowers in Breaking Boundary City. The timeline of the previous life had been disrupted by Fong Lombai. In the previous life, Fong Lombai was still unable to unify the demon city until he reached the 5th level. But now, less than a year after the apocalypse, the 3 major forces in the original demon city have been annexed. This drastically altered the timeline of her past life. Fong Lombai can only use her past life's memories as a reference now. Everything Fong Lombai has done has already caused a serious butterfly effect, so developing step by step is the only way forward. Broken Boundary City has extended beyond Shanghai, bordering Tongxiang and Changshu. During this time, they have encountered other smaller forces and had some friction, but no one is willing to clash with the behemoth that is Broken Boundary City. The establishment of Broken Boundary City, several helicopters, and a military aircraft arrived over the city. Fong Daidai spread his dragon wings and rushed up instantly, his huge size no less than that of the military passenger plane. The lightning energy in his mouth slowly condensed. If these people had even the slightest thought of attacking, that lightning bolt would probably strike them. Within the broken boundary city, among them was a black-haired youth dressed in white casual clothes, whose explosive muscles could not be concealed even by the loose clothing. His heterochromatic red and blue eyes seemed to be able to see through the airplane window. The faint aura emanating from the man made the counselors from Broken Boundary City's eyelids twitch. Behind the man with heterochromatic eyes, a man and a woman wore exquisitely crafted golden combat suits, unlike clothing that would exist after the apocalypse. There were no flaws on them, and the golden spears beneath their feet gleamed with sharpness as they effortlessly stepped into the air. The woman standing next to the man was breathtakingly beautiful at first glance. Her silk robes fluttered around her, giving her an ethereal, fairy-like appearance. Pale blue water lilies rippled beneath her feet, the ripples seemingly able to penetrate the aircraft and reach them. Explain your purpose, or you can stay here. Fong Lanbai's voice seemed to reach directly into their ears, causing the counselors in the cabin to shudder. We are from the Capital City Council. I am Lin Jingshua, and I am here to deliver the invitation to the China Conference. This is the intention of the head of state, and we hope that City Lord Fong will attend this conference on behalf of China. Lin Jingshua stepped out of a helicopter and appeared to be floating in midair. Snowflakes slid down his feet, and the surrounding temperature turned cold. He frowned slightly as he felt the intense heat emanating from Fong Lanbai. A letter, carried by snowflakes, landed steadily in Fong Lanbai's hands. Fong Lanbai opened the letter in his hand. The gist of it was that China was in grave danger, and that he hoped all Chinese citizens would attend the upcoming Chinese conference. The handwriting on the letter was vigorous and powerful, showing the demeanor of a great man. Just by looking at the words, one could feel the heroic spirit of the person who wrote the letter. The letter also mentioned that the establishment of the Broken Boundary City sheltered nearly 1 million survivors and was a meritorious achievement of China. It is likely that the council has always maintained a wait-and-see attitude towards Shanghai, otherwise they would not know so much about it. The strength of the Capital Council is beyond doubt. The 5 generals of the capital are all exceptionally capable, and the 3 major families of the capital each have 10 counselors, making them the top fighting force in the capital. And then there's the other one of the 2 powers in the capital, though it's unclear whether it counts as part of the capital's influence. The capital's strength has always been ahead of other settlements. But I absolutely have to attend this China conference. Judging from the process in my previous life, all the major powers will bring out their best offerings to share. If I don't go, I'll probably suffer a loss. I shouldn't refuse free benefits. Fong Lanbai might even run into an acquaintance, the space elemental expert who rescued Mo Mingzhao. He really wanted to meet him and see where he got the courage to rescue someone Fong Lanbai was determined to kill right under his nose. Okay, I'll attend the China conference. Please give my regards to the leader. Fong Lanbai smiled faintly, and Lin Jingshua nodded. He had completed his mission and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Staying with Fong Lanbai made him feel very unsafe. I didn't expect even you to be afraid. As soon as Lin Jingshua entered the cabin, a playful voice rang out. It was Sidu Junwen, who was stroking his pink dagger and speaking in a cheeky tone. Unlike someone else, who doesn't even have the courage to go out. Lin Jingshua implied that Sidu Junwen would mock him whenever he had the chance, and he wouldn't tolerate it, showing no mercy in his words. TCHO. Sidu Junwen pursed his lips and continued to examine the short knife in his hand. Didn't the Jiang family give you any forbidden items to use? Oh dear, I knew I shouldn't have taken them out, sorry. Lin Jingshua went to get a bottle of water and casually tossed one to Sidu Junwen. Sidu Junwen caught it steadily with his small dagger, without letting the sharpness of the dagger cut the bottle. Oh, Lin Jingshua retorted, mimicking Sidu Junwen's tone. He also envied the forbidden items in Sidu Junwen's possession, but unfortunately, in the Jiang family, forbidden items were not yet available to him. They had encountered many forces, but the only one that could make them so wary was this city covered in white clouds. He had no confidence in defeating any of the people standing in front of him, and even the demonic dragon was a 4th-order mutated beast. The city lord, who was in charge, seemed unfathomably powerful to him, and he had no intention of making an enemy of him. Fong Lanbai had no intention of keeping them. The fact that the leader valued them so much was already a great honor for Poji City. Fong Lanbai had no intention of being enemies with the capital, at least not for the time being. If we can get some benefits from the leader, it will be extremely beneficial to the development of Broken Boundary City. It is impossible for a country that controlled such a vast country before the apocalypse not to have some trump cards up its sleeve. China has been divided into countless large and small forces, and very few of them obey the capital. Even many military regions keep their distance from the capital. In this apocalyptic world, who doesn't want to rise to the top in one step? The leader has controlled China for so many years, and instead of forcibly reclaiming it, he chose to take a roundabout approach and develop himself. He understands human nature better than anyone else, and in terms of cunning, even Tin Fong Lanbei might not be able to match him. Under his checks and balances, the three major families in the capital did not engage in open infighting and were able to maintain a cooperative relationship. 4 of the 10 members of the council were heads of state, which ensured that they had a voice when making important decisions. Even amidst the impact of the apocalypse, and despite the underhanded actions of some individuals, the leaders were still able to maintain their high positions. Lord, these must be people from the capital. Su Qidong, standing behind him, asked. Dressed in a golden combat suit, he exuded an air of authority. His refined features and bronze skin gave him a unique aura. Fong Lanbai nodded, stroking the dragon head that was nudging towards him with one hand, and said calmly, All right, the China conference still has some time to go. Prepare well. It seems our broken boundary city isn't famous enough yet, understand, Dongzi? Su Qidong raised his hand, clenched his fist, and revealed a set of pearly white teeth. No problem. However, I still need to go to Changzhou. No problem. I'll be waiting for you to come back. Chapter 109 Undercurrents. Xiaofang, I sense 3 third-tier experts and the aura of a forbidden artifact within that spaceship. Yi Qingyao stepped on the Roashi water lotus, and the silk beside her moved without wind, touching the Roashi water lotus. This was one of Yi Qingyao's other attack methods. The Roashi water lily took on a different use in Yi Qingyao's hands, and even the pale blue lotus leaves took on a pinkish hue. I sensed it too. There are countless powerful individuals in the capital, and the 3 major families control many forbidden items. It's not surprising that they possess forbidden items as well. Fong Lanbai held Yi Qingyao's hand, stepped onto Fong Daidai's back, and looked down at the entire broken boundary city from the air. The demon city, which was difficult to conquer in her previous life, now seemed to have been conquered very easily, which made Fong Lanbai sigh. However, to the east of Broken Boundary City lies the boundless ocean, representing countless powerful mutated fish and a wealth of opportunities. It is likely that marine fish are the most profitable species in this apocalypse. Humanity survives in the cracks, and the number of survivors is constantly decreasing. Mutant beasts, ferocious zombies, and mutated fish from the ocean that may come ashore at any time are everywhere, as well as powerful beings from other regions. Humanity may truly perish in this internal strife, but Fong Lanbai is confident he can end this chaotic world. Breaking the boundary city is just the first step. Next, we will start competing with many forces for cities and counties, expanding our territory. Even if the capital tries to stop us, we will kill them without hesitation. Since the establishment of our broken boundary city, we haven't been able to let the people have a chance to celebrate. Yao Yao, go and make some preparations. Any form is fine. It can be considered as a warm-up for the upcoming new year. Fong Lanbai rubbed Yi Qingyao's hand and whispered in Yi Qingyao's ear. Xiaofang, you seem to be getting more and more mature. Although you weren't naive before, well, I don't really know, you've just become more reliable. Yi Qingyao only showed her girlish side in front of Fong Lanbai, making Fong Lanbai's heart itch and unconsciously kiss the beauty's lips. The soft feeling touched Fong Lanbai's heartstrings. Yi Qingyao felt a warm sensation in her mouth, a faint smile on her lips. She closed her eyes and let Fong Lanbai's large hands roam over her body. Changzhou has been quite unsettled lately. After Lu Xuzi and Shangwan Xinghui left Shanghai, they traveled a winding road and finally arrived in Changzhou. There was a powerful force in this place, but as long as Lu Xuzi and Shangwan Xinghui did not cause trouble, there was still a place for them to survive in this apocalypse. Upon entering Changzhou, Shangwan Xinghui's impressive figure and beautiful face immediately caused trouble. A group of evolved beings surrounded them. It seemed to be the Changzhou forces. Little sister, come to your brother, let me take good care of you. The lewd voices of those people kept coming from all around, but Lu Xuzi stood tall and didn't care about them at all. I don't want to kill anyone, and I'd have to change clothes too. It's too much trouble. Lu Xuzi glanced at the people around her. This group of people must have been used to being arrogant and domineering in Changzhou, so they didn't care at all. After all, this was their territory. Wow, what a big mouth you've got. Having a little sister watching over you really makes a difference. And carrying a sword, huh? Trying to be a swordsman. The people around burst into laughter, brazenly scanning Shangwan Xinghui's body from head to toe. In this apocalypse, it's too difficult to find a clean woman, and this beauty has such a great figure. Wouldn't it be a waste not to press her down and have some fun with her? Shangwan Xinghui was hiding behind Lu Shuzi. Her two peaks were flattened. She, who usually killed zombies without blinking an eye, now looked pitiful. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Shuzi, as if she was looking forward to what Lu Shuzi would do. Seeing that Lu Shuzi remained unmoved, the group of people didn't mind killing her. It was just another life on their hands. A group of people surrounded Lu Shuzi, but before they could launch an attack, an extremely strong shockwave blew them all away, raising dust in the air. The aura of a mid-stage third-tier expert was unleashed, and only then did they realize what kind of being they had provoked. Dust billowed up, obscuring their surroundings. They could only grip their weapons tightly for a sense of security. Huangwen felt a little guilty, but they were still several second-tier experts. Even if they couldn't defeat this third-tier expert, they could at least escape. However, things didn't go as he expected, and screams kept coming. Uft! Blood splattered on his face, and the warm breath completely shattered his mental defenses. He picked up his short sword and ran off in one direction. But he clearly overestimated his speed. Before he could take more than a few steps, he found a sword tip protruding from his chest. His vision went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. As the dust settled, several corpses appeared on the ground. Lu Shuzi wiped her sword on one of the corpses' clothes and placed it behind her. Lu Shuzi, your swordsmanship is getting more and more impressive. It seems I'll need your protection from now on. Shangwan Xinghui hopped over to Lu Shuzi's side, her ample bosom making Lu Shuzi's eyelids twitch. She forced herself to remain calm and said, "Let's go, into the city." Inside Changzhou, various vendors sell all sorts of things: food, weapons, half-eaten bread, and guns. These vendors form several streets, and the city of Changzhou doesn't care. They let them sell whatever they want as long as they pay a stall fee. This place is considered the central hub of various gathering places, so there are many merchants. Just like the small stalls and vendors before the apocalypse, all kinds of shouts and calls are constantly ringing out. Lu Shuzi knew it. An old man pulled her aside, his eyes filled with worry. "Son, buy some of this, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it." The old man pulled a tattered piece of toilet paper from his pocket, and inside were some pills. Before the curious Shangwan Xinghui could pick it up and take a look, Lu Shuzi pulled him aside. "What's this?" The old man said. "It looks like some kind of treasure. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Shangwan Xinghui asked in confusion. "Let's go. There are many more treasures ahead. One more won't make a difference." Lu Shuzi quickly made up an excuse to brush it off, because he saw the words aphrodisiac on the pill. "Hurry up and leave with Shangwan Xinghui, otherwise it will be incredibly embarrassing if she sees this." Lu Shuzi could vaguely sense that many powerful figures had appeared along the way, and she felt something was wrong, but she asked Shangwan Xinghui to find a place to stay. It's impossible for such a place as Changzhou to have so many powerful figures. There's only one possibility. Other forces are targeting Changzhou. However, it was still unclear which faction it was. All Lu Shuzi knew was that she had to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, if she got involved in this battle, she would probably be in grave danger. The sounds outside the window continued into the night, which must be a characteristic of Changzhou. Shangwan Xinghui had been surrounded by zombies all the way here, which made her, who loves excitement, feel stifled. Hearing the lively scene outside made her want to go out and have some fun. "Lu Shuzi, don't be so nervous. We're leaving tomorrow, so let's have some fun at the party tonight, okay?" Shangwan Xinghui moved closer to Lu Shuzi, and the unique fragrance emanating from him wafted into Lu Shuzi's nose, making him somewhat tempted. Chapter 1: Tenmingdu appears. Seeing that Lu Shuzi was still hesitating, Shangwan Xinghui continued, "It's all right. With our combined strength, even if something happens, we can get out of there unscathed." Lu Shuzi hesitated for a moment, but still agreed to Shangwan Xinghui's request. "However, you must listen to me on certain matters and cannot act on your own," Lu Shuzi said seriously, smoothing out the wrinkles on her clothes. Her gaze swept across the window, and she noticed an unusual aura emanating from the building across the street. "Yao Ya, what is the meaning of this gathering place in Mingdu?" Qian Zhongtong looked at the group of awakened ones in front of him, his right hand unconsciously clenching. Yao Ya, as the leader of the Mingdu Ability Legion, had reached the 3rd level of strength. Moreover, behind him were a group of awakened ones from the 1st Legion. If Mingdu were to openly attack Changzhou, there would be no way for Changzhou to stop it. The city of Changzhou would probably already be surrounded by Mingdu's 1st Legion. Yao Ya touched his bald head, then casually picked up a mutated grape he had brought from Changzhou and stuffed it into his mouth. The scars on his face reflected his bravery. Qian Zhongtong, I don't like beating around the bush. Today, your Changzhou city either merges into Mingdu, or I'll help you merge into Mingdu. Ma Zixuan, standing behind Qian Zhongtong, immediately stepped forward, his extremely violent aura instantly pressing down. The bowl on the table was shattered into powder by this aura, and the mutated grapes inside rolled all over the ground. Ma Zixuan pointed at Yaoya and said angrily, Yaoya, do you really think there's no one else in Changzhou? As he was saying this, he was about to step forward and test Yaoya's strength, but Qian Zhongtong stopped him. I'd long heard that Ma Zixuan of Changzhou was no ordinary opponent, and seeing him today, he certainly lives up to his reputation as a worthy adversary. Yaoya sat on a chair in Changzhou City, without making any unnecessary movements, only looking at Ma Zixuan with a slightly appreciative gaze. The hawking sounds outside the window did not affect the atmosphere among the crowd. Yaoya, I need some time to consider this in Changzhou. Please give us some time. Qian Zhongtong frowned, but spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. Wait until you've communicated with the other factions and found refuge. As soon as Yaoya finished speaking, the window of the attic suddenly shattered, and more than a dozen awakened individuals entered through the window. They were all dressed in black and their faces were covered, so their appearances could not be seen. At this moment, Yaoya and Qian Zhongtong both thought that these were the other side's people, and their hearts tightened. These people were not ordinary, and the scene became somewhat tense. Yaoya quietly sat up from the chair, clenched her hands, and her supernatural power quietly appeared in her palms. Sizzle. A horizontal blade slashed towards Yaoya, but Yaoya raised his hand to block it, producing a sound like metal clashing. A shockwave appeared in Yaoya's hand and passed to the black-clad man's arm. The shockwave made the man in black's hand go limp, and he almost dropped the knife. The scene quickly descended into chaos as the three forces instantly engaged in battle. The group of men in black appeared to consist only of evolved beings, and none of them appeared to be using superpowers. The pavilion collapsed during the battle among the awakened ones. Dust filled the ground. The hawking outside stopped abruptly, and many people fled away from the center of Changzhou, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Who are you, and why are you blocking the progress of Mingdu? Yaoya realized at this moment that this group of cowardly individuals were not Qian Zhongtong's men at all. There were quite a few awakened beings in Changzhou City, and they quickly surrounded the area. Upon seeing the situation, the First Legion of Mingdu, which was outside the city, decisively rushed into the city. The entire city of Changzhou was thrown into chaos. Various supernatural abilities appeared, and the once relatively smooth roads began to become full of potholes. The fire spread throughout the city, and shouts echoed through the streets and alleys. Many survivors grabbed their belongings and rushed out of the city, while others could only choose to hide from the various forces that were rushing into the city. The awakened ones of Changzhou clashed with the First Legion of Mingdu. Although Mingdu only sent one First Legion, it was still the First Legion and held its own against Changzhou. Waning, Changzhou is no longer safe. Let's leave quickly and avoid being caught in the crossfire of this battle between the two major powers. Su Kaiju held Li Weiniang's hand with one hand while quickly checking the situation outside the window. Su Kaiju and Li Weiniang traveled south from the north to find their son in Shanghai. Although the journey was fraught with danger, Su Kaiju was extremely powerful, having reached the third rank, while Li Weiniang was weaker, only at the mid-second rank. The two worked together and were able to escape unscathed even when facing a horde of zombies. It was clear that they had not had an easy time along the way. Their clothes were tattered and covered in blood, whether from the zombies or themselves, it was unclear. The First Legion of Mingdu has arrived here, and anyone who tries to stop them will be killed. Lu Shuzi and Shangwan Xinghui strolled through the streets. The battle had broken out too suddenly, and there were awakened ones fighting everywhere. Lu Shuzi had no choice but to find a direction and lead Shangwan Xinghui away from Changzhou City. Bang! A giant firebird hurtled towards the two running figures, but Shangwan Xinghui's sapphire blue umbrella appeared in midair, deflecting the giant firebird. The extremely high temperature burned everything around to ashes. Shangwan Xinghui felt the temperature of the umbrella handle rising continuously. He lightly touched the umbrella with his finger, and a blue light enveloped the firebird, which slowly melted away. Why are you attacking us? Lu Shuzi slashed his sword in front of him, a sword aura carrying his body as he looked at the woman standing on the rooftop, his tone tinged with anger. The deserters from Changzhou, what I hate most are cowards. The flames in Li Tingji's hands flickered continuously, several small flames dancing in her palms. With one foot planted in front of her and her arm resting on her leg, she exuded a heroic aura against the backdrop of the night. We're not from Changzhou. You're making enemies like this tomorrow. Aren't you afraid of incurring public wrath? In Shangwan Xinghue's hand quickly retracted, shrinking and hovering in her hand, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Li Tingji didn't say much, and a huge cluster of flames shot over. Lu Shuzi didn't say anything more either. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he was too lazy to say anything in the face of the unreasonable behavior of the Mingdu settlement. The sword in her hand had already unleashed several sword energies, directly cleaving the flames in two. The powerful figures from the surrounding Mingdu settlement quickly surrounded her, unleashing a barrage of attacks with broadswords and flying blades. Lu Shuzi flicked 2 fingers across her longsword, and a powerful gust of air instantly blasted away the surrounding awakened individuals. This surge of energy completely destroyed the surrounding damaged houses, and the powerful figures from the Mingdu settlement were shaken away by the internal force, with the scarlet blood involuntarily flowing from the corners of their mouths. Not bad. It's enough to pique my interest. Boom. With a single punch, he dispersed the green energy released by Shangwan Xinghue, felt his body become heavy, and his superpower instantly swept over his entire body, burning away the scattered green light around him. It collided with Lu Shuzi, who rushed up, and a huge energy wave appeared in the sky above Changzhou City. Yaoya looked up at the sky and thought to himself, this is Li Tingji's aura. Could it be that there are still experts in Changzhou City who have blocked Li Tingji's reinforcements? Although the people around him were all experts from the Legion, they were still in Changzhou City, and there were also awakened people from Changzhou rushing here. He didn't know what these men in black were planning, and the situation seemed to be developing out of control. Chapter 111 Li Tingji, in danger. However, as the strongest legion in Mingdu, the First Legion has thousands of awakened individuals and 3 third-tier ability users. Changzhou is gradually finding it difficult to resist the fierce attacks of the First Legion. Ma Zixuan's strength surprised Yaoya. She didn't expect there to be such a master in Changzhou. It was good that Qian Zhongtong had found a good subordinate. Yaoya's shockwaves reverberated towards Ma Zixuan, shattering rocks along the way. The awakened ones around them dared not approach the two's battle range, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Ma Zixuan's control over his body has reached an incredibly terrifying level. His superpower is simply muscle control, but even such an ordinary superpower has been developed to its extreme by Ma Zixuan, to the point that even Yaoya's shockwave power cannot destroy his physical body. White gas continuously emanated from Ma Zixuan's body. It was the shockwave force that he had forcibly expelled from his body. He was panting heavily. He threw a boulder that Yaoya had thrown at him, but before he could exert any force, the boulder exploded. The immense force sent him flying backward, and he managed to regain his balance by grabbing onto the eaves of a nearby building. The group of men in black had disappeared without a trace, far from the battlefield. The man who fought Yaoya did not use any special abilities throughout the fight, leaving Yaoya unable to figure out who he was. At this moment, to the west of Changzhou, Si Tianyuan of the Mingdu First Legion led 300 awakened ones toward the center of the battlefield. The extremely powerful pupil technique caused all the Changzhou awakened ones who dared to resist to fall to the ground with lifeless eyes. A red silk ribbon tied up their long hair on their foreheads, and no one could stop their gaze. Si Tianyuan looked at a certain place. After traveling over 1,000 meters, his superpower allowed him to see awakened ones at a certain distance. By seeing the energy within the awakened ones, he could pinpoint the enemy's location and see the awakened ones constantly moving within Changzhou City. He quickly made a decision and led the hundreds of awakened ones behind him to give chase. At this time, the awakened ones appearing in Changzhou must be suspicious. Bai Yunhua led his awakened under his command to prepare for a change of battlefield. Yu Shen's order was to interfere with Mingdu's attack on Changzhou. What he had to do was to try to restrain Mingdu's awakened as much as possible. In Changzhou City, only Ma Zixuan can contend with the 3 superhumans of the First Legion of Mingdu. Even Qian Zhongtong's strength is not up to par. Although it is unknown why the other 2 third-tier superhumans have not yet appeared, he has done enough. Without revealing their identities, they should try to disrupt Mingdu's attack as much as possible. Who was leading his men to search for the Mingdu team, suddenly felt double. Sensing something was wrong, he bit his tongue, and the pain made him more alert. With focused eyes, he saw a man with a red silk ribbon tied around his head right in front of him. He swung his long sword, but the man was right in front of him, yet the sword missed its mark. Si Tianyuan, the most troublesome superhuman in the First Legion of Mingdu, whose eye technique is impossible to defend against, is also the opponent that Bai Yunhua least wanted to encounter, but unexpectedly, he has taken the initiative. A sharp pain shot through his stomach, and Bai Yunhua was sent flying, crashing into a wall before coming to a stop. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and just as he was about to look up to see the battlefield clearly, he was overcome with dizziness. He felt an extremely strong energy approaching him. He had no choice. If he didn't use his superpower, he would die at Si Tianyuan's hands. His life was more important. Raising his eyes, his gaze cleared, and an extremely strong light appeared in Bai Yunhua's eyes. Wings wrapped around him, blocking the energy wave shot from Si Tianyuan's eyes. The wall behind him could not withstand this powerful attack and collapsed with a crash. Bai Yunhua from Chuzhou. The black cloth covering Bai Yunxing's face was transformed into nothingness by Si Tianyuan's supernatural power, revealing Bai Yunxing's face, which Si Tianyuan recognized. I didn't expect that the Feather God would also be interested in Changzhou. I just don't know if your Chuzhou can withstand the attack from my Mingdu. Si Tianyuan smiled and said jokingly. The Awakened Ones led by Si Tianyuan were already engaged in battle with the Awakened Ones from Chuzhou. Si Tianyuan had 300 Awakened Ones under his command, 3 times more than the Awakened Ones from Chuzhou led by Bai Yunhua. With such a numerical advantage, the Awakened Ones from Chuzhou inevitably fell into a disadvantageous position. However, the Awakened Ones in Chuzhou knew they had no advantage, so they used the terrain to their advantage and engaged the Awakened Ones in a drawn-out battle, trying to avoid direct combat. Do you really think Chuzhou is afraid of your Mingdu? After the Feather God descends, your defenses will be utterly vulnerable. Bai Yunhua's white wings fluttered behind him as he spoke with complete disregard, his eyes filled with reverence for the Feather God. Si Tianyuan and Bai Yunhua clashed repeatedly. Although Si Tianyuan's pupil technique made Bai Yunhua react somewhat slowly, Bai Yunhua, after activating his superpower, had a pair of extremely strong wings on his back, allowing him to dodge Si Tianyuan's attacks in the air. Whoosh 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 whoosh. With the aerial advantage, Bai Yunhua had the initiative to attack. Countless feathers fell from the sky. A glint flashed in Si Tianyuan's eyes, and the feathers stopped in midair. Si Tianyuan moved swiftly, grabbed the feathers in front of him, and shot them back at an extremely fast speed. What a joke! When have I, the winged god of Mingdu, ever been afraid of you, the feathered god? The battle between the two broke out in the west of Changzhou, and the entire city was engulfed in flames. The battlefield was divided into several areas, and the small city of Changzhou became a battleground for several major forces. It's too late to leave now. Lu Xuzi drew her sword and charged forward swiftly. Facing the hundreds of awakened individuals led by Li Tingji, the two of them held their own. Shangguan Xinghui, who combined offense and defense, single-handedly held off the artillery barrage in front of them, giving Lu Xuzi and Li Tingji the opportunity to fight one-on-one. Flung behind Lu Xuzi, a stream of air swirled around Lu Xuzi, carrying away the few bullets that were fired at her. They lost their impact and fell to the ground. Li Tingji also sensed the formidable strength of the two people in front of her. She had never encountered such power before. Her flames could not even get close to their bodies, and their swordsmanship was simply too much for her to handle. Even though she was already considering leaving, the man in front of her didn't seem to be planning to let her go. Sizzle sizzle. Lu Xuzi swiftly slashed the 3 firewolves released by Li Tingji with a few sword strikes, then stepped forward with her sword raised. Li Tingji waved her hand, and a burst of flame blocked Lu Xuzi's sword. However, the huge airflow instantly blew the flame in the opposite direction, and Li Tingji was also blown away from the rooftop to the ground by Lu Xuzi. Li Tingji crashed heavily to the ground, the pebbles embedded in her body by the force of the impact, and the pain washed over her mind like a tidal wave. After she got up, a sound of bones breaking echoed through her body. The airflow entered Li Tingji's bones and shattered her arm. Lu Xuzi's sword descended from the sky, its tip aimed directly at Li Tingji's forehead. Before Lu Xuzi's attack could land, an extremely strong gust of air directly impacted Li Tingji's body, slamming her heavily to the ground. She tried to unleash flames, but the air extinguished them. Chapter 112 now. Lu Xuzi and Shangguan Xinghui joined forces. They could even hold off Fong Lanbai to some extent, let alone Li Tingji. Seeing the sword tip already in front of him, and unable to move due to the turbulent current, he gave a bitter smile. Only then did he realize how strong the two people in front of him were. He never expected that there were such powerful figures in Changzhou. Bite! A streak of light flashed past, flying toward Lu Xuzi at an extremely fast speed. Lu Xuzi had no choice but to raise his sword to defend himself, but the speed of the streak of light was too fast. Even though he held his sword in front of him, he had no time to make any other defensive moves. The immense force struck Lu Xuzi's sword, sending her flying backward instantly. Lu Xuzi planted her long sword in the ground, creating a crack more than 10 meters long, before stopping herself. Her right hand, which held the sword, trembled slightly as she looked at the winged man who had descended from the sky. Li Tingji, if you fail to distinguish the enemy again, you will be relieved of your post in the First Legion. Luo Sheng's voice was full of authority, completely unlike his previous lowly demeanor. Li Tingji, who had been saved by Luo Sheng, showed no excitement at surviving a disaster. Instead, she knelt on one knee and hurriedly apologized to Luo Sheng. I am willing to accept any punishment. Luo Sheng appeared like a king descending to earth, his bone sword radiating a chilling aura, the skull on the hilt emitting mournful cries that sent shivers down one's spine. Xinghui from the original Mingmi settlement, right? It was all a misunderstanding. Why don't you go to the Mingdu settlement and settle down there? You'll have a safe place. Luo Sheng smiled. At this moment, he seemed like a true strongman, extending an invitation to the two without holding grudges. Never mind. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Since it's a misunderstanding, we'll be leaving now. Lu Shuzi spoke calmly, but Luo Sheng in front of him was putting a lot of pressure on him. The bone sword in his hand was probably a forbidden item. With just one strike, his arm was penetrated by the coldness of the bone sword. The #1 expert in Mingdu lived up to his name. Shangguan Xinghui walked to Lu Shuzi's side and subtly took her hand, the faint energy slowly dispelling Lu Shuzi's chill. A warm feeling filled half of Lu Shuzi's body. She felt something else appear in her hand and instinctively tried to pull it away, but it was tightly grasped by a soft, boneless hand. All right, if you two wish to join a faction in the future, the gates of the Mingdu settlement will always be open to you. Luo Sheng spoke sincerely. He was already quite good-looking, and now, suspended in midair, his huge bone wings gave off a great sense of pressure. He exuded the aura of a king and had the demeanor of a strong man. Lu Shuzi bowed in farewell, the sword hanging beside her held horizontally in front of her, and flew away into the distance with Shangguan Xinghui. Mo Mingzhao is really lucky. I wonder what kind of power his master possesses. Luo Sheng muttered to himself. Go and guard outside the city. With that, he threw a life essence to Li Tingji and flew towards the center of Changzhou City, disappearing from the spot in an instant at an extremely fast speed. The fight between Yao Ye and Ma Zixuan continued, and both of them sustained several wounds. Yao Ye had several broken ribs and bloody scratches on her arms from the stone fragments. Ma Zixuan's arm hung limply at his side. With every movement, immense pain shot through his arm. Yao Ye's shockwave had shattered Ma Zixuan's arm. Many powerful figures from Mingdu killed the awakened ones of Changzhou City. They all surrounded Ma Zixuan, which created an opportunity for Yao Ye to unleash this full-force attack. The fall of Changzhou was inevitable, and Ma Zixuan alone could not possibly save the city. A huge crystal sphere appeared in front of Bai Yunhua. Si Tianyuan's expression changed drastically. He recognized it as one of the 9 souls of the Feather God. He never expected that the Feather God would give one of his souls to Bai Yunhua. He had no chance of resisting the Feather God and turned to run away, but would Bai Yunhua give him that chance? The blue crystal ball rose into the air, and a huge energy fluctuation came. Before Si Tianyuan could run 10 meters, countless huge streams of water shot out in all directions, and many of them hit his back. Si Tianyuan was sent flying far away like a dead fish. The blow sent him flying hundreds of meters, smashing through all the houses along the way. A chill ran down his back, and a patch of crystal blue ice appeared behind him, freezing his blood. The Feather God's soul was terrifying. With a single strike, most of the people in the surrounding Mingdu settlement were killed, and Si Tianyuan was beaten half to death, lying on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. The remaining Mingdu awakeners quickly led Si Tianyuan away, fearing that Bai Yunhua would use the Feather God's power again. As the Mingdu awakeners disappeared into the distance, Bai Yunhua's vision went black and he collapsed. The Feather God's power was not so easy to use. At this moment, Bai Yunhua had already been backfired by the Feather God's power. The power in his body was fighting against the Feather God, barely keeping him alive. He had consumed too much power and fainted. Boom. The chilling bone sword was planted in the center of the battlefield, and a cold aura permeated everyone's hearts. Yao Ye swallowed her heart. With Winged God here, it meant that Changzhou would no longer have a chance. Winged God. Yao Ye bowed slightly, looking respectfully at Luo Sheng in front of him. Luo Sheng was the strongest superhuman in Mingdu. Any tricks he used were insignificant in the face of absolute strength. Yao Ye, you did a terrible job. Despite enemy interference, you still haven't been able to take them down despite having a fighting force several times larger than theirs. Luo Sheng slowly descended before everyone, his powerful aura striking Qian Zhongtong's heart like a hammer, leaving him with no thought of resistance. Luo Sheng didn't care about the people in front of him at all, and spoke coldly. I don't care what kind of winged god you are. Ma Zishuan roared, and threw a punch at Luo Sheng. To his surprise, Luo Sheng didn't even turn his head. The punch hit his bone wing without making a sound. It has some power, but it's still too weak. Luo Sheng slowly turned around, looking down at Ma Zishuan, and threw a punch as well. Ma Zishuan had no time to react and was sent flying into the distance by Luo Sheng's punch. He had dug 2 deep furrows in the ground. Although he had taken Luo Sheng's punch, all of his ribs were broken, and bright red blood kept flowing from his mouth, soaking a large area of his shirt. Ma Zishuan wanted to step forward, but Qian Zhongtong stopped him and shook his head. From now on, Changzhou City will be incorporated into the Ming capital's settlement area. Does anyone have any objections? Luo Sheng's voice resounded around him, and none of the awakened beings in Changzhou City dared to look up and meet his gaze. Just as Luo Sheng was about to get up and fly away, an extremely powerful bolt of lightning struck him. This intense sense of danger forced him to draw the bone sword from the ground and use it to block in front of him. I, the Breaking Boundary City, have objections. A deep voice rang out, and a large number of awakened individuals quickly appeared, surrounding the battlefield. Su Qidong held a gun in his right hand, and crackling lightning appeared at the tip of the gun. The awakened individuals on the scene felt their bodies go numb. The Divine Union Legion, Su Qidong. Many powerful members of the Divine Union Legion surrounded the area, and their formidable aura made the Mingdu Legion's experts feel uneasy. Did Changzhou, which wants my boundary-breaking city, even ask for my opinion? Su Qidong's domineering voice rang out, his contempt for Luo Sheng undisguised. When did Changzhou become part of your broken boundary city's territory? Luo Sheng, holding a bone sword, ascended into the air, his cold and solemn aura colliding fearlessly with Su Qidong's thunder. Now, Su Qidong's lips curled into a smile, and the aura of annihilation gathered in the long spear in his hand as he thrust it forward. Chapter 113 Su Qidong versus Luo Sheng. The extreme sharpness made Luo Sheng dare not take it head-on. He spread his bone wings and quickly flew into the air. His cold and fierce aura swept across the entire area, and the awakened people around him quickly moved away from the battlefield. Luo Sheng smiled helplessly. No wonder he was that person's subordinate. Their styles of doing things were so similar. This is a battle between true powerhouses. Even a minor aftershock could be fatal. Just Su Qidong's shot, imbued with an aura of annihilation, made Yaoya, who was nearby, feel extremely threatened. As someone with the ability to vibrate, he already possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities, but this shot made him feel like he couldn't withstand it. They retreated to the side with the others, and the awakened members of the Divine Union Legion quickly surrounded them, their powerful auras forcing them to retreat. The neatly dressed Divine Union Legion in front of them formed a stark contrast to their disheveled appearance. Moreover, this was the Divine Union Legion, which had always been regarded by outsiders as the legion with the strongest attack capability in Breaking Boundary City. Even the intact First Legion of Mingdu would not have any confidence against the Divine Union Legion. It should be noted that the First Legion of Mingdu is the strongest legion established by the Mingdu military region in the apocalypse. Its members are all awakened, and its numbers are several times that of the Divine Union Legion. The Divine Union Legion's reputation has already spread around the Broken Boundary City. Ordinary legions are simply no match for it. Luo Sheng and Su Qidong had already clashed several times, and a fierce battle broke out in the air above Changzhou City. The violent energy even made the ruins of houses on the ground tremble. A chill followed by thunder arrived. Luo Sheng's attack methods were very different from those in the fusion ruins. This was probably due to the forbidden item in his possession. It must be said that this bone sword was extremely suitable for Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng was already skilled at using bone swords in combat, but this bone sword was even more bizarre than his own. The chilling aura it carried made Luo Sheng's attack methods more unpredictable and impossible to defend against. However, Su Qidong wielded the most violent thunder, and Luo Sheng's energy could not penetrate his body at all. Relying on his extremely fast speed, Luo Sheng continuously attacked Su Qidong, his bone sword striking the hilt of Su Qidong's spear with a series of ear-piercing sounds. Holding the bone sword, Luo Sheng's aura continued to rise, like a king descending. The originally pale bone wings on his back turned black, and an extremely powerful aura emanated from Luo Sheng. A wisp of black smoke emanated from the bone sword in his hand, further increasing his already extremely fast speed. Su Qidong also sensed Luo Sheng's difficulty in dealing with him. He thrust his lightning spear straight into the sky, with purple lightning flashing continuously in the air. This single strike affected the heavens and earth. A huge bolt of lightning descended from the sky at an extremely fast speed, striking Luo Sheng, who was rushing towards him. Yaoya felt a tingling sensation throughout her body. She hadn't expected the battle to have affected this area. She wondered if Winged God could withstand this attack. As expected of the leader of the Divine Union Legion, his control over the power of thunder has reached such a terrifying level. Within that bolt of lightning, the powerful lightning continuously assaulted Luo Sheng's body. Luo Sheng's bone wings enveloped him, minimizing the damage from the lightning. Zzz. Luo Sheng flew out from the lightning bolt, the deep black already spreading to half of his bone wings. Sizzle sizzle. Luo Sheng rushed towards Su Qidong at lightning speed, his speed even greater than before. His bone sword struck Su Qidong's lightning spear, and the chilling aura on the bone sword intertwined with Su Qidong's annihilation aura. Centered on the two of them, waves of energy appeared in the sky above Changzhou. Is this all the Winged God is capable of? Su Qidong suddenly exerted force, adding lightning to his fist, which collided with Luo Sheng's punch, causing both of them to retreat dozens of meters. You'll find out. Luo Sheng held the bone sword in front of him, unperturbed, and calmly responded to Su Qidong's provocation. He flicked his hand, and wisps of lightning appeared in it, making Luo Sheng's hand feel slightly numb. Su Qidong gently clenched his fist, and the chilling aura on his hand was torn apart by the power of thunder. He twirled his spear, and a Thunder Dragon appeared before him. The aura of annihilation attached to the Thunder Dragon made it extremely fast, and it also carried an extremely sharp aura. With such imposing power, anyone who stood in its way would likely be easily torn apart by this Thunder Dragon. The other awakened individuals in Changzhou had already retreated again and again, but they were still affected by the terrifying power of the thunder and the chilling aura. Yaoya felt a chill run through her body and her skin went numb. This was the strength of a top-tier expert. They were both at the third rank, but their strengths were worlds apart. The Divine Union Legion has already clashed with the Mingdu Awakeners. Under the Divine Union Legion's fierce attack, the Mingdu Awakeners have been forced to retreat again and again, unable to withstand the Divine Union Legion's offensive. If it weren't for the reinforcements from some of the Mingdu Awakeners outside the city, the entire Mingdu First Legion on the scene would probably have been killed. Yaoya was hit in the stomach by an arrow, which shattered, and blood flowed continuously from the hole, making Yaoya's face pale. As expected of the Divine Union Legion, they have many experts. We still don't know where Li Tingji and Si Tianyuan are, or why they haven't appeared yet. If the two of them were here, they might be able to fight. Yaoya frowned and shattered the countless arrows that shot at him. A large red cauldron crashed into him from the side. He had no time to dodge and could only take the hit. The vibrations were applied to the cauldron, producing a deep, resonant sound. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yaoya was sent flying by the cauldron. His arms went numb. The impact of the cauldron was transmitted to him. Even though he used his shockwave to offset some of it, his internal organs were still shaken and he saw stars. At this moment, an energy wave emanated, and the battle between the high-rise buildings in Changzhou continued. The outcome of the two battles would determine the ownership of Changzhou, captivating the hearts of everyone present. Luo Sheng smiled slightly, flung the bone sword in his hand into the air, and clasped his hands together, like a skeleton king. The bone sword continued to grow larger, as if it were controlled by an extremely powerful being. The enormous phantom of the skeletal king shot the bone sword in its hand toward the Thunder Dragon. Sizzle sizzle boom. The bone sword and the Thunder Dragon collided, creating a huge spherical energy ball with the king's bone sword inside. It was surrounded by lightning and transparent streams of light, and then it exploded. The huge shockwave made the entire earth tremble, and the massive energy fluctuation forced both of them back. This sword suits you perfectly. Su Qidong unconsciously remarked that this sword had at least doubled Luo Sheng's strength. Although he felt that its sequence was not as high as his own Min Shin's sword, it had unleashed tremendous power in Luo Sheng's hands. Luo Sheng said nothing. Under his control, the bone sword streaked through the air and returned to his hand. He snorted coldly and said, "You are strong, and you are qualified to fight me. Withdraw from Ming capital." With that, he swung his sword, and a huge crack appeared in the ground, lying between Yaoya and the Xinhe Legion, leading the Mingdu First Legion out of Changzhou. Chapter 114, The Ownership of Changzhou. Su Qidong didn't pursue them. Changzhou was already in his hands. On the surface, Mingdu Gathering Place and Poji City were still cooperating. Now was not the time to break off relations. Moreover, Mingdu had already lost many awakened beings in Changzhou and suffered a great loss, so it was already a pretty good result. Qian Zhongtong's gaze swept over the ruins before him, and he felt as if a gust of wind had swept through his heart, leaving him feeling empty. In the face of these powerful forces, his efforts seemed like a joke. The city of Changzhou, which he had painstakingly built, was destroyed in an instant. His life was easily in someone else's hands. His arms hung limply at his sides, numb from the shockwave caused by Yaoya. As Su Qidong descended from the sky, Qian Zhongtong could already feel the violent power of thunder even before he got close, and quietly awaited Su Qidong's instructions. Don't be nervous. My Broken Boundary City has never mistreated any meritorious official. From now on, Changzhou City will be under the jurisdiction of Broken Boundary City, serving as its outpost. You will remain the lord of Changzhou City. Su Qidong looked at Qian Zhongtong, silently protecting him behind him, and calmly confirmed the fate of the people from Changzhou. The small city of Changzhou was not even worth mentioning by Poji City. The main reason the Divine Union Legion came to Changzhou this time was to find Su Qidong's parents. Defeating Mingdu was just a side matter. Fong Lanbai knew that Su Qidong's parents were both powerful and would be fine, so she hadn't sent anyone to search for them. Now, she figured that the uncle and aunt should arrive in Changzhou City in the next few days, so she sent someone to meet them. The Divine Union Legion searched the entire city of Changzhou and easily found the two individuals. Su Kaiju and Li Weining were still wondering why these people looked at him as if they had found a treasure when a group of people rushed up. The two of them did not hesitate to fight back. Along the way, they had experienced countless battles, and their first move was aimed at the life of the Shinha team member. If the team member had not reacted quickly, he would probably have been killed instantly. Unexpectedly, the team leader's parents were also so powerful. Everyone thought to themselves, like father, like son. One of the younger team members was the first to react and immediately shouted, "Your son is looking for you." These words made Su Kaiju and his companion pause, turning to stare intently at the teammate. Su Kaiju, in his rock giant form, immediately charged forward, asking, "Really?" Seeing that the team members around them didn't intend to attack the two, they withdrew their superpowers, their eyes slightly moist. Since the apocalypse had been over, they didn't know if their son was still alive. They relied entirely on the last glimmer of hope in their hearts to travel south, hoping to find a glimmer of hope in Shanghai. "Yes, Uncle Su, the one fighting in the sky just now was your son, the commander of our Divine Union Legion," the team member said excitedly. Su Kaiju's eyes welled up with tears. He and Li Weining exchanged a glance, and both saw relief in each other's eyes. They had seen the two men fighting in midair just now, and they had never seen their terrifying strength before. They couldn't believe that their son was one of those two powerful figures. "I'll take you to the commander. He specifically told us we absolutely had to find you, or he'd give us extra training himself." "That's right. Uncle, you really need to keep a close eye on them. If the commander hears you, you're finished." Were chatting and laughing gleefully nearby, indicating that Su Qidong had often harmed members of the Shinha Legion. After Wu Feng joined Breaking Boundary City, Su Qidong, itching for a fight, sparred with him a few times, but rarely won. Wu Feng's forbidden item 007 was too strange, making it extremely difficult for Su Qidong to fight him. From then on, Su Qidong became even stricter with himself. Originally, there was only Li Ruasia who could fight him to a draw. With more and more experts in Breaking Boundary City, Su Qidong also felt the danger. He didn't want others to say that the leader of the Breaking Boundaries First Legion was a weakling. So he often led the members of the Divine Union Legion in extra training, making everyone experience both pain and joy. Is Qidong really that powerful now? It seems our worries about him were unnecessary. That kid is living a much more comfortable life than anyone else. Su Kaiju and Li Weining were surrounded by members of the Shinha Legion along the way, who wanted to know about the embarrassing things their usually serious leader had done in the past. However, Su Kaiju kept his mouth shut and chatted with the Shinha Legion members about the Broken Boundary City. "Dad, Mom." Even when facing his parents, Su Qidong could no longer contain his emotions. If Fong Lanbai hadn't assured him that his parents would be all right, he would have gone north to look for them long ago, instead of waiting until now. Su Qidong suppressed his tears. There were still so many members of the Divine Union Legion present. He was afraid he would be laughed at in the future. He put the lightning blade into his body and hugged his parents tightly. The members of the Divine Union Legion wisely walked away, not wanting to disturb the family's reunion. "Qidong, you look different. You're fairer than before." Li Weining wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, looked at her son, and said gently. After Su Qidong awakened his superpower, he advanced several times, which caused subtle changes in his posture and facial features. His temperament was also completely different from before, so it's no wonder that Li Weiniang said that. Qidong has really made something of himself. He's got the flair your old man had in his youth. Su Kaiju held Su Qidong's shoulders with both hands, his eyes full of admiration, as if he wanted to see through Su Qidong. Mom and Dad, you can enjoy your retirement in Broken Boundary City from now on. Your son is capable of handling things on his own now. As long as you stay in Broken Boundary City, you'll be safe. Su Qidong said confidently that as long as they were in Broken Boundary City, he could protect his parents' safety to the greatest extent possible. This was his confidence in Broken Boundary City. This time, everything went well. There were too many variables. I didn't expect Chuzhou to interfere as well. It seems they don't want my Ming capital to become too powerful. I also didn't expect the remnants of the Mingmi gathering place to be in Changzhou. Why couldn't even Li Jiejia take down these two? Luo Hong's eyes were sharp as he calmly analyzed the situation. A setback was nothing out of the ordinary for him. There are no invincible armies on the battlefield. This incident gave him a renewed understanding of the strength of the Broken Boundary City. He never expected that a Divine Union Legion could defeat his strongest army so easily. Even Su Qidong could fight Luo Sheng to this extent. According to Luo Sheng, the outcome between him and Su Qidong was still uncertain. He dared not imagine how strong Fong Lanbai had become. Was he really incapable of defeating him? Father, superhumans are far too important. In this battle, our weapons are far too limited in their effectiveness against superhumans. We should focus more on training them. Luo Sheng analyzed that only crystal core weapons can pose a threat to superpowers now, and pre-apocalyptic thermal weapons are no longer very effective. This is a problem. Double the benefits for people with superpowers again, with stronger individuals receiving better treatment. Luo Hong immediately implemented the measures and instructed the officers beside him to carry them out. Luo Hong was always decisive in his actions. If he believed something was right, he would implement it immediately. Procrastination was not in a soldier's nature. There's also the search for forbidden items. It's clear that all the major powers value these items highly. The appearance of any forbidden item will trigger a bloodbath. However, forbidden items aren't easy to obtain. There are too many variables within the ruins. Sometimes, even if you manage to bring a forbidden item out of the ruins, you might not be able to take it with you. We just need to know who has the forbidden item. Of course, the search for the ruins must continue. Luo Hong glanced meaningfully at Luo Sheng, who nodded in agreement. Luo Sheng has changed too much, both in terms of strength and temperament. A king has quietly arrived. Chapter 115 Forbidden Object 028 Audion Golden Thunder. As major powers in China continue to expand their influence, so do the zombies and mutated beasts. Survival of the fittest makes them stronger, allowing humanity to survive in the cracks. Perhaps even a swarm of tiny flying insects before the apocalypse could kill an ordinary person. Fong Lanbai knew this, and curbing the development of mutated beasts and zombies had always been a very important point. To this end, Fong Lanbai established the Mercenary Association in Broken Boundary City as a subordinate department of the Logistics Department. The Mercenary Guild's mission has always been to hunt down mutated beasts and zombies. As long as they bring back the corpses of mutated beasts or zombies, they can get a certain amount of crystal cores as a reward. These corpses will be transported to a special warehouse and eventually become drops of life essence. But bringing back the bodies means needing transportation. Otherwise, it's really not worth sending a group of superhumans out of the city for just 1 or 2 bodies. Li Ruijia's spatial ability played a crucial role at this time, forcibly compressing a space into a special stone that could store inanimate objects. With the processing of the research department, these stones were made into rings, becoming the spatial rings seen in previous fantasy novels. These special stones are extremely rare. They were brought to Fong Lanbai by Zheng Zhuyang, and Li Ruijia discovered their usefulness. However, compressing a space into this stone is not an easy task. Currently, adding 1 cubic meter of space to that stone is at least 10 times more difficult. Therefore, Li Ruijia only creates 1 cubic meter of space stone, which is then made into rings by researchers and sold in the boundary-breaking gathering area. These spatial rings have also appeared in the apocalypse, mostly brought out by people from ruins. Although the space is larger than that of the Broken City, the number is too small. Most people still choose to carry important things with them, since the crystal core is not very big. Dark Demon Essence has the ability to store items. As Fong Lanbai's rank increases, the space of Dark Demon Essence also becomes larger and larger, reaching several hundred cubic meters, which is much larger than any other storage item that has appeared before. This vast space, Fong Lanbai, can only be used to store corpses. The Wangling is constantly generating life essence. Apart from these corpses, the dark demon essence, like the spatial ring, can only store inanimate objects. Apart from Fong Dai Dai, no living thing can survive in it. However, Fong Lanbai discovered that as his strength increased, the dark demon essence gradually began to generate energy. Perhaps when the dark demon essence reached a certain level, this space would become a small world. The convenience of spatial rings has made them the most sought-after item among awakened ones, as having one greatly improves their lives. However, not everyone can afford to wear one. Li Ruasia couldn't possibly do nothing all day but make rings. That would be a waste of his talent. Therefore, Breaking Boundary City only releases 50 spatial rings each day, exclusively for the awakened ones within the city. Some powerful awakened ones do not join the organizations of Breaking Boundary City, dislike being bound, and make a comfortable life by being mercenaries. These spatial rings are used to send mercenaries back to the Mercenary Association. Some powerful mercenaries even have several rings, which can be considered another symbol of their strength. There are two types of missions in the Mercenary Guild: official missions issued by the base and missions issued by others, which must be reviewed by the Mercenary Guild before they can be issued. These missions can involve anything, from finding treasures in the deep mountains to recruiting awakened individuals, or even just killing a powerful mutated beast. The variety is dazzling. If you accept a task but fail to complete it within the specified time, the task will be reassigned and placed for a suitable person to take it on again. This is the Mercenary Association. It's a project that gradually improves the various facilities and departments within the base, and the construction of the base is nearing completion. The streets already resembled the scene before the apocalypse. If it weren't for the towering city walls in the distance, people would probably think they had entered a peaceful era. The four legions continuously absorbed and incorporated surrounding towns. Faced with their overwhelming strength, the mutated beasts and zombies all died at the hands of the four legions. During this time, the Zhuyan Legion encountered the Twin Corpse Kings once, and after a brief encounter, the Twin Corpse Kings decisively chose to stay away. The Twin Zombie Kings' horde wasn't large, but its strength was extremely high. Unlike other hordes, the Twin Zombie Kings' horde only numbered in the hundreds, and all of these hundreds of zombies were high-level zombies. Under the leadership of the Twin Zombie Kings, they were constantly on the move. The absence of Tier 1 zombies as cannon fodder means that the Twin Zombie Kings' horde will only decrease, not increase. As for why the Twin Zombie Kings only have these few zombies, no one knows. That's why the Twin Corpse Kings are so careful, searching everywhere for other Corpse Kings to devour. This is the Twin Corpse Kings, one of the 10 Great Corpse Kings. On the other hand, the Twin Zombie Kings can be seen as relieving some of the pressure on humanity. However, no force would allow them to devour zombies everywhere. If the Twin Zombie Kings' power becomes uncontrollable, who knows how many humans will become food for their hordes of zombies. Fong Lanbai wasn't worried about the Twin Zombie Kings. If they dared to come, Fong Lanbai wouldn't mind having another Zombie King Crystal Core in his possession. Fong Lanbai has reached the 4th level and officially become a mid-level ability user. Fong Dai Dai is also at the 4th level. Fong Lanbai can't think of anyone who can withstand his attack. With the Huaxiao Conference drawing ever closer, all the major gatherings are stepping up their efforts to enhance the strength of their top superhumans. The powerful figures in Breaking Boundary City have already reached the late stage of the 3rd rank and are making every effort to break through to the 4th rank. Fong Lanbai told everyone that whoever reached the 4th level first would be invited to participate in the China Conference with him, as a form of incentive. They had also heard a lot of news from the capital, and all wanted to see the capital, a place teeming with powerful people. They could only grit their teeth and look for an opportunity to break through to the 4th rank. Fong Lanbai was not idle either. He came to Xuanqing, southwest of Shanghai, which is where Ruins 028 appeared. Ruins 028 is an active warplane. In the previous life, it was open for 10 days. Countless powerful people entered Ruins 028, but many died or were injured. Caught between several forces in that dimension, it wasn't until the last 2 days that a lucky individual found the forbidden item 028, the arrogant Golden Thunder. This lucky person was one of the 12 stars in his previous life, the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Star, in Chuanjing. Without a doubt, he succeeded. He made the right gamble. With the strength of a second-tier evolved being, he entered Ruins 028, obtained the forbidden artifact 028, and his strength soared. He secretly slipped out of Ruins 028, thus beginning his legendary life. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Yasukawa Kei is undoubtedly the biggest winner of the opening of Ruins 028. If he hadn't looked down on Jinlei, Yasukawa Kei wouldn't have achieved the title of one of the 12 stars. he would probably have just disappeared into the crowd as an ordinary passerby. Although in Chuanjing's development of the Aoni gene lei was only a part of it, it was enough to show the power of the Aoni gene lei, which is why Fong Lanbai was willing to come here in person. Chapter 116, The Great Melee Outside the Ruins. Fong Lanbai wanted to try adding a forbidden item to Fong Daidai, since Fong Daidai was originally a forbidden item, and Fong Lanbai had never tried adding a forbidden item to a forbidden item before. If possible, Fong Daidai's strength would probably increase again, but this time Fong Lanbai is not only facing human powerhouses, but also the natives of that plane. At the third or second tier of human strength, many were equivalent to the sixth or seventh tier of awakened beings. This is why the death rate of awakened beings in Ruins 028 was extremely high. They were simply no match for those natives. Since the ruins opened, thousands of awakened beings have entered one after another, and almost half of them have died inside, which is enough to show how dangerous Ruins 028 is. No one knows where in Chuanjing found the arrogant Golden Thunder. Fong Lanbai wants to find in Chuanjing, and then sees the arrogant Golden Thunder after he finds it. This is also the safest approach. If Fong Lanbai changes the course of events, and in Chuanjing fails to find Aoni gene lei, then he will probably have to find him himself. But this was a last resort. The risks were too high. If they weren't careful, even Fong Lanbai could die at the hands of the natives. Recently, there has been activity at Ruins 028, and the forces around Chuanjing have quickly received the news and are searching for the entrance to Ruins 028. Brother Chong, the fluctuations from the ruins this time are stronger than before. I think the ruins are about to open. Saturday, Lulu's eyebrows danced with excitement as he lowered his voice and spoke with barely suppressed enthusiasm, constantly looking around at his surroundings. Chuanjing has not been occupied by any single force. Mutant beasts and zombies still exist within the city, and a huge swarm of termites occupies a large area, which is still expanding, causing great trouble for the survivors of Chuanjing. What are you so happy about? Haven't you noticed how many people have come to Chuanjing lately? Let's find a chance to go in, grab some things from the ruins, and leave as soon as possible. Our lives are more important. As for those forbidden items, we can't touch them at all. Chong Wei said irritably, squatting in the ruins of a building, chewing on a pale piece of bread, and muttering to himself. He's only survived this long because he's been careful. If anything unusual happens, it'll be hard to find Chong Wei. He knows that just being alive in this apocalypse is good enough. What more could he ask for? If only I found a forbidden item. It would be great to find a treasure in the ruins. Last time, that guy Wang Erbing knocked a knot off in the ruins, and then sold it in the Mingdu settlement for 22nd tier crystal cores. He even came to show off to me. Saturday, Lu said irritably, taking the small half of bread that Chong Wei handed over and taking a big bite. This time, let's hurry into the ruins. I traded a space stone from the wandering merchant for a broken realm city. Let's try to fill this space ring this time. Chong Wei touched the stone hanging inside his sleeve, which calmed him down a bit. This thing must require quite a few crystal cores, right? On Saturday, Lu reached out to touch Chong Wei's sleeve, but Chong Wei slapped his hand away. The price of these space stones has increased several times in the past few days. I exchanged all our crystal cores for them, hoping to break even in one go. Oh no, what if we lose money? Saturday, Lu's eyes widened, and his voice unconsciously rose. It's all right. Don't you trust your brother Chong? Chong Wei pressed him down. His words were quite effective. Zhou Lulu didn't say anything more. Originally, Chong Wei had obtained most of the crystal cores, and besides, Chong Wei had never treated him badly. Fong Lanbai stayed quietly on the roof, overlooking the entire Chuanjing. Fong Daidai had been given the dark demon essence, and now Fong Lanbai had to wait quietly for in Chuanjing to appear. In Chuanjing, there are many people who share the same thoughts as those two, but this time, Ruin 028 will teach them a profound lesson. As night approached, Fong Lanbai waited quietly in a tall building, observing the activity. He estimated that Ruin 028 would open in another day. More and more people gathered around, and Fong Lanbai could sense that there were many powerful individuals among them, as well as acquaintances. It seems the news of Ruin 028 has spread far and wide. He concealed his presence to the extreme and disappeared into the night once again to avoid being discovered. We're doomed, bro. We're so close to Broken Realm City. What if Fong Lanbai comes? Dan Yunlong stood up from the ground, sighed, sat down again, looked up at Shan Yunhu, and said uneasily, "Brother, are you scared?" Dan Yunhu couldn't help but smile. The two of them had come all the way from the southern military region, afraid of missing the best time to enter the ruins. With the help of Su Karen's superhuman speed and Shan Yunlong's star wheel, they made their way here. Now the two of them have used most of their superhuman abilities. However, Shan Yunlong felt a little scared when he thought that Fong Lanbai's broken boundary city was not far away. No way. I want to see what his strength is like now, lest I take him down in one move. Dan Yunlong immediately became serious and spoke as if it were a serious matter, but his tone sounded somewhat blustering. Look at your cowardly appearance. I want to see if the city lord of this wretched city is some kind of legendary god. Su Karen said skeptically, looking at Shan Yunlong with disdain. Ever since Shan Yunlong went to Mingdu to participate in the battle for forbidden items, he has mentioned Fong Lanbai's name from time to time. In the southern military region felt that Shan Yunlong was exaggerating. How could someone have such a powerful superhuman? If it's really that powerful, then let's stop playing and go wash our necks. All right, Su Karen, you go first, I'll cover for you. Dan Yunlong immediately pushed Su Karen to be listed. He was more than happy to have someone take the lead, fearing that Su Karen might change her mind, so he immediately said, Brother, remember to enhance your sister Su's abilities when the time comes, so she can show off her skills. Don't hold me back. Su Karen sat down on the ground. A breeze blew by, clearing away the dust. She then placed a tattered piece of clothing on top of the ground before sitting down. Dan Yunhu smiled helplessly. Dan Yunlong was always like this, with a quick mind. He took out 2 pieces of dried meat and handed them to the 2 men respectively, saying, It's all right, as long as you're back alive. With my star wheel and her divine speed, who can catch up with us? Shan Yunlong smiled freely, his slightly long hair trembling slightly. The energy fluctuations of the ruins continued to increase, and the awakened ones around them all retreated a distance, fearing that the energy fluctuations would affect them. Inevitably, they would run into each other, and many people would secretly make their moves with the intention of eliminating some of their opponents first. But those who dare to enter the ruins are hardly easy to deal with. A battle ensued, and as more and more people gathered around, some of the awakened ones were inevitably caught in the crossfire. It's unclear what sparked the fire, but a massive brawl involving dozens of people broke out in Xuanqing. Everywhere you look, there are battles between awakened ones. Apart from the awakened ones who came with you, anyone around you could potentially get a hit from you. Even though some people sensed something was wrong and wanted to retreat, there were just too many area of effect attacks. In order to survive, they could only try to find a way to stay alive. Within 3 minutes, no fewer than 10 corpses lay on the ground. Chapter 117, The Wandering Merchant. Fong Lanbai watched the chaotic battle from afar. The awakened ones in this battle were basically the ones who would enter Ruins 028 tomorrow. It was likely that after this battle, the number of awakened ones entering Ruins 028 tomorrow would be reduced by more than half. But this is for the best, as it saves them from being tortured to death by the natives in the ruins. There were also awakened ones watching the chaotic battle from the sidelines. As more than half of the awakened ones died, the battle gradually came to an end. The awakened ones who should have been killed by the shockwaves from Ruins 028 died at the hands of their own kind. Lulu, are you alright? Chong Wei frowned as he looked at the tortoise shell curled up in place and asked. Saturday's superpower is a giant tortoise shell. This dark green tortoise shell has extremely strong defensive capabilities. When placed on the ground, it can accommodate 2 people hiding inside. This is also why Zhou Lu has survived until now. After sensing the fluctuations of the ruins, Chong Wei decisively chose to leave, but unfortunately, he was inexplicably drawn into this chaotic battle under the influence of the huge energy fluctuations. After being knocked away by an attack, a series of area of effect attacks followed. Helpless, in order to protect himself, Zhou Lu released his superpower, and the turtle shell completely covered him. Having survived the battle, Chong Wei's clothes were tattered and torn, his upper body barely showing any clothing except for a few scraps of fabric hanging from his body. His chest was charred black. He clutched his chest as he approached Zhou Lulu. The hem of his clothes was slightly dirty. Saturday Lu put away his tortoise shell, patted the dust off his body, and his dark, thin skin became even more difficult to spot in the darkness. Chong Wei quickly left the place with Zhou Lulu. He didn't expect that such a large-scale battle would break out before they even entered the ruins. If it weren't for their special abilities, they would probably have become one of the corpses here. Chong Wei reached into his pocket and took out a small bottle containing termites. These termites were very small and looked like pre-apocalyptic creatures, and they were very active in the bottle. Chong Wei closed his eyes, holding the bottle in one hand. Slowly, the charred marks on Chong Wei's chest disappeared, and a mesmerizing feeling filled Chong Wei's heart. His wounds gradually healed. The termites began to scurry wildly inside the bottle, as if they were in great pain. When Chong Wei opened his eyes again, there were hardly any termites left in the bottle. They had all died inside. Chong Wei opened his eyes. His aura had almost fully recovered, and the charred marks on his chest were gone, revealing his yellowish-black chest. Apart from his tattered clothes, his strength had almost returned to normal. This is Chang Wei's special ability, damage transfer. In battle, it is extremely insidious. Once he gets close enough to touch you, the situation can turn around instantly. I almost died. Those bastards, they all attacked me. If it weren't for the scapegoat next to me, I would have been in real trouble today. Chang Wei felt a wave of fear. After he and Zhou Lulu separated, although they weren't in the center of the battle, they weren't far off, which resulted in Chang Wei receiving a lot of attacks. With lightning-fast reflexes, he grabbed the arm of the awakened one beside him, transferring all the damage to him. Under this double blow, the awakened one died on the spot, allowing Chang Wei to survive the first round of attacks. Chang Wei has survived until now because he is more ruthless than others. Only the living deserve to talk about other things. Let's find a place to rest and observe the situation. Xuanqing is in too much chaos right now. As Chang Wei spoke, he led Zhou Lulu into the darkness. Fang Lanbai watched the entire battle, trying to find Xuanqing, but unfortunately, he wasn't there. When the ruins erupted, the energy was so great that even Fang Lanbai would have been seriously injured if he had tried to withstand it, let alone the survivors below, who were mostly only at the second level. The preparations for Ruins 028 have been underway for several days, and it's estimated that many powerful individuals will be present. However, since Fang Lanbai has personally come, it's unexpected that many of them will be doing odd jobs, for free, no less. The next day, the surrounding atmosphere continued to intensify, and there were quite a few people who wanted to be among the first to enter the ruins. During this time, Fang Lanbai sensed many familiar auras, indicating that this time it would be quite lively. Fang Daidai had been trying to get out of the dark demon essence. Fang Lanbai pressed it down, and Fang Daidai's appearance here, with his size and aura, would probably immediately become the focus of the entire Xuanqing. As expected, Ruins 028 will open tonight. Fang Lanbai, wearing a cloak, was bored during the day, so he wandered around Xuanqing. Several forces were located in this area, but these forces were too weak for Fang Lanbai. It's not worth Fang Lanbai's time to take action. Perhaps he can only get some good stuff from the powerful figures who come here. Inside a relatively well-preserved thatched hut, a person also wearing a cloak stood in front of him, with a table of moderate size in front of him. Underneath the cloak, a black mist shrouded the area, obscuring even Fang Lanbai's face. Xuanqing is nothing like Broken Boundary City. Zombies still roam the streets, and there are even Tier 3 mutated zombies. The only one who dares to be here so openly is this awakened one whose gender is unknown. The cloak was covered with intricate patterns that, upon closer inspection, resembled the design of an altar, yet were not quite the same. Such people also appear in Broken Boundary City, wandering throughout China. They are considered an organization, but their organization is somewhat special because it has no leader and no one knows how one joined. These itinerant merchants appear in various places. Wherever there are many people, you will find them, and you can buy many good things from them. Fang Lanbai walked over slowly, hoping to have the opportunity to get to know these wandering merchants. Sensing someone approaching, the wandering merchant seemed unwilling to speak. Fang Lanbai glanced under the cloak, but still couldn't make out his face. Mask. Forbidden item 045, conceals form and hides aura extremely well. This forbidden item is very special, being one of the few forbidden items that can be divided into several sub-forbidden items. Even Fang Lanbai couldn't tell whether the wandering merchant in front of him was wearing the real forbidden item 045. Do you have anything good? Take it out, and let me see. Fang Lanbai said calmly, without any extra aura, just like an ordinary person. Without further ado, the wandering merchant produced 4 items, one of which was a piece of parchment. I don't think you lack anything. This is the best thing I have here. A faint sound emanated from the room, its gender and emotional state unreadable. The longbow of the elves in Ruins 036 can only be drawn by a 4th-tier evolved being. The wandering merchant was a man of few words, unwilling to utter a single extra word. He never expected that this pure white bow, without a single flaw, was something from Ruins 036. It must have been obtained by some human who entered Ruins 036. Chapter 118 begins. This thing probably costs a lot of crystal cores to buy. It's a bow that only a 4th-tier evolved being can draw, so its power is probably extremely strong. It's a good piece of equipment, but Fang Lanbai can't use it. Space, or 100 cubic meters. The spatial ore was placed on the table, taking up most of it. No wonder it had a storage space of 100 cubic meters. The exact locations of the Tier 3 Swiftness Rune and Ruins 008. The wandering merchant remained motionless, then produced the 4 items from somewhere and began speaking rapidly, giving Fong Lanbai no chance to reply. None of these 4 items, 1 Eastern and 1 Western, 1 blue and 1 white, are useful. The 3rd-tier speed talisman should be the same as the one Mo Mingzhao used back then. I didn't expect the wandering merchant to have it too. Mo Mingzhao. During the Huaxia conference, I hope the person who saved you can protect you. I need information on the awakened ones who have come to Xuanqing this time. Fong Lanbai tentatively asked if the wandering merchant had any news about Yasukawa Kaguya, which would save Fong Lanbai a lot of trouble. 10 third-order crystal cores. The wandering merchant put away what was in front of him, his tone remaining unchanged. Fong Lanbai paused, not expecting that this wandering merchant actually had some. He flipped his hand and symbolically grabbed 10 third-tier crystal cores from his pocket, placing them on the table. For Fong Lanbai now, there are as many tier 3 crystal cores as he wants. On the way from Poji City to Xuanqing alone, he killed more than 10 tier 3 zombies. Speak, tell me everything you know. Fong Lanbai walked into the thatched hut, which was empty except for a few haystacks, probably made of mutated grass from Xuanqing. Fong Lanbai sat down on one of them, waiting for the wandering merchant to speak. As far as I know, Xuanqing has recently seen an increase of 23 third-tier awakened individuals and over 680 second-tier awakened individuals. The wandering merchant turned around, not minding Fong Lanbai entering the thatched hut, and said to Fong Lanbai, Yasukawa K's location from the wandering merchant. This wandering merchant was like a robot, completely inflexible, giving Fong Lanbai whatever she wanted. I want that bow. I've collected enough crystal cores. Just then, a group of people arrived outside. The man at the front, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, placed a blue bag in front of the homeless merchant, and his strong voice rang out. The wandering merchant didn't check if there were enough crystal cores in the bag. He put the bag away and placed the white bow on the table. The man noticed Fong Lanbai, but without thinking much of it, he took the bow and left with the group of awakened individuals behind him. It seems they are also awakened beings preparing to enter Ruins 028. Choosing to exchange for that bow was probably a preparation, since that bow is not cheap and they didn't even have a bow and arrows. Fong Lanbai sensed the strength of the leader, mid-stage of the 3rd rank, which was quite strong and considered high among the awakened people in Xuanqing. As for whether he had any special abilities, Fong Lanbai had no way of knowing. Having obtained nothing from the wandering merchant, Fong Lanbai simply set up a simple table next to him and took out a variety of supplies from the dark magic essence, including food and drinks. Soon, Fong Lanbai filled a large rock in front of them with things, and the ground was also covered with supplies, as well as various drinks and alcoholic beverages. More importantly, there's the life essence, the 2nd-tier life essence. This is something that can only be obtained through the Huayang Chamber of Commerce, and the quantity is extremely limited. It's likely that it will be even more sought after before the ruins open. These items were collected by Fong Lanbai in the early days of the apocalypse and have been stored in the dark demon essence, so there's no fear of them expiring or spoiling. So Fong Lanbai wanted to use these things to attract Xuanqing's attention and, incidentally, learn about the awakened ones who came here. There are still many people coming to the place next to the wandering merchant. The news of the wandering merchant's presence has spread far and wide. It's not far from the ruins, so the flow of people is quite large. Soon, the first person tentatively walked over. After all, Fong Lanbai didn't even have a signboard in front of him, so he wasn't sure what to do. But looking at the Zhonghua cigarettes on Fong Lanbai's stall, he felt a little tempted. Are these things for sale? The awakened one, with his hair tied up in a bun, asked tentatively, while a short blade was clutched in his pocket. Speak, what do you want? Fong Lanbai deliberately lowered his voice, and the cloak covered half of his face. He found some scraps of cloth to wrap around his face to prevent others from noticing. How much is Zhonghua cigarettes? 1 second-order crystal core per box. Cigarettes are rare nowadays, especially this one, which is a Huazi brand. It's not expensive at all, and it's very rare to see cigarettes in such complete packaging these days. The man immediately reached into his pocket, took out a handful of crystal cores, and pressed them onto the stone slab. 10 boxes, please. Keep the change. After saying that, he took 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and left. He picked up a small pebble, precisely rubbed it against the cigarette butt, and it lit instantly. He then took a satisfying drag. Before long, Fong Lanbai's stall was surrounded by people. Fong Lanbai told them to put the crystal cores in a small pile, and then she took a bottle of BC calcium milk and drank it. These days, even itinerant merchants have competitors. It's been a while since I've had Kobe. Give me a bottle to try. 2nd-tier life essence from the Boundary Breaker Gathering Ground. How could he have such a thing? Second-tier life essence is extremely rare. Generally, few people would have ulterior motives when dealing with items like these that have few crystal cores. After all, there are still quite a few zombies lying on the ground, and it looks like this person is responsible for them. Nobody wants to risk getting into trouble. The essence of life was placed closest to Fong Lanbai, so no one dared to tamper with it. One of the awakened beings, thinking himself clever, threw a glass bead-like object into the crystal core pile. Fong Lanbai discovered it, broke one of his arms, and threw it aside. Everyone immediately fell silent for a moment. This aura, it felt like it belonged to the fourth rank. No wonder they dare to open a shop here. Their strength alone is enough to deter many people. Fong Lanbai kept an eye on the approaching people, but never saw in Chuanjing. In the end, it was already dark when not only survivors arrived in waves, but also zombies, though they were all low-level zombies. Fong Lanbai casually flicked a few small stones, and those low-level zombies had bloody holes in their foreheads, still holding their BC calcium milk. As night fell, Ruin 028 was about to open, and Fong Lanbai had no interest in selling anything here anymore. Arriving at a tall building, one of the few buildings in Xuanxing that hadn't collapsed, they found a third-tier mutated zombie hiding inside. It was incredibly fast, and countless awakened beings had died at its hands, but Fong Lanbai had easily dealt with it. Ruin 028 is an open space that appears normal to the naked eye, unlike any other place. However, once you get close, you can sense the violent aura emanating from it. In that open space, streaks of light flashed by, rapidly circling around a certain spot, emanating waves of spatial energy. The awakened individuals in the vicinity all felt this intense spatial aura. Boom. The spatial energy continued to condense, and after reaching a certain point, it suddenly exploded. Fong Lanbai felt the extremely strong energy fluctuation, which pushed him back a step. Ruins 028, now open. Chapter 119 People and Horses. Countless awakened beings instantly appeared around them, rushing towards the huge spatial energy sphere and vanishing the moment they touched it. A steady stream of awakened individuals emerged from all around, each afraid of falling behind the others. Fong Lanbai jumped down from the high building and observed the awakened ones entering the ruins from a distance. Even though they were moving extremely fast, Fong Lanbai could still see their faces clearly. Waves of awakened individuals entered Ruin 028, but Fong Lanbai never saw Yasukawa K's figure. Fong Lanbai definitely has to go into Ruin 028. If Yasukawa K hasn't appeared by then in 5 days, Fong Lanbai will have to go in and find him himself. Fong Lanbai looked up and saw the two brothers, Shan Yunlong and Shan Yunhu, as well as a short-haired woman. Fong Lanbai's lips curled up. He had run into an old friend, Meng Jingqi from Chuzhou City, next to Yuan Nannan, who's wearing a leather jacket. Yuan Nannan disappeared a month ago, and Fong Lanbai had already guessed that Yuan Nannan knew that Fong Lanbai was suspicious of her. Unexpectedly, she was sent by Yu Huayu to search for Ruins 028. Now that Chuzhou knows the news, there's no reason why Mingdu shouldn't know. It's just that the people from Mingdu haven't shown up yet. I heard from Su Qidong that Luo Sheng obtained a forbidden item and is very powerful. I didn't expect that things had changed in my previous life. In my previous life, Luo Sheng was considered one of the weaker ones among the 12 stars and did not have any forbidden items. But now his strength is actually able to fight Su Qidong to a standstill. It seems that Luo Sheng in this life can no longer be judged by the standards of his previous life. This forbidden item did not appear in his previous life. I wonder where Luo Sheng obtained it from. Judging from Su Qidong's description, this bone sword must be of a high grade, and it demonstrated great strength in Luo Sheng's hands. A counselor, Fong Lanbai looked at Ruin 028 and muttered to himself. This is Kong Shan-yun from the capital, one of the 10 counselors. Fong Lanbai had dealt with him in his previous life. He is one of the 6 counselors under the leader and is considered a relatively loyal awakened one. Several awakened individuals followed behind him, presumably all of the leader's people. It seems there's news from the capital as well. The current powers are paying more and more attention to forbidden items. As soon as there is news of a forbidden item, they will probably rush there immediately. After all, a forbidden item can greatly enhance an awakened person, and the abilities of forbidden items are also very diverse. No power wants to fall behind other powers. Fong Lanbai stood guard here, leaning against the corner of the wall, quietly sensing the aura of the awakened ones outside. The wandering merchant's information was quite accurate. A large number of people had already entered Ruins 028. There was a slight breeze in Xuanqing at night. After the commotion subsided, there was only endless darkness. It had been an hour since any awakened beings had entered. Fong Lanbai kept observing the awakened ones entering the ruins. Yasukawa K had not yet appeared. After concentrating intensely, Fong Lanbai gradually became somewhat tired from the dark demon essence and took a bite. He relaxed a little. Now everyone who was supposed to enter the ruins had gone in. The rest were either awakened people who hadn't arrived yet or awakened people who wanted to wait before entering. Like Fong Lanbai, they were guarding not far from the ruins. As day and night alternated, many weak awakened individuals sneaked in. I even saw a first-level awakened individual go in. I wonder what he was thinking. Was he going to deliver takeout? 5 days passed, and Yasukawa K still hadn't appeared. Fong Lanbai couldn't wait any longer and had to rely on herself. She stood on the prism and rushed towards the ruins at top speed. The moment Fong Lanbai touched the ruins, she felt enveloped by a strange energy. She focused her mind and prepared to face the dangers within the ruins, for there was no room for complacency. If the races guarding the entrance to the ruins are ambushed, the chances of survival are slim. A blankness appeared before him. Then he opened his eyes and a sense of crisis instantly arose. Prisms appeared instantly, and the demonic flames in front of him exploded instantly. Clang! An arrow had already reached Fong Lanbai's eyes. Prism was suddenly knocked back, and Fong Lanbai managed to grab it with both hands to deflect the force. Before them stood enormous trees, a primeval forest. Looking towards the direction from which the arrow had come, a horse as tall as a man stood in the distance, but its upper body resembled that of a human. Centaur. Holding a bow in his hand, and seeing that Fong Lanbai was unharmed, he turned and ran away at an extremely fast speed, disappearing from Fong Lanbai's sight in a few leaps. Even Fong Lanbai couldn't achieve the force of that arrow. Picking up the wooden arrow, there was a sticky, transparent, gelatinous liquid on the arrowhead. Without a doubt, it was some kind of venom. It seemed that this place belonged to the Centaur tribe. It seems that the races of this world have noticed the arrival of humans and have begun to attack indiscriminately. That arrow just now, if one did not have the strength of a third-tier cultivator, would probably have been pierced through instantly. The forest looked extremely dense, with trees hundreds of meters tall everywhere. There were constant animal sounds in the distance, and birdsong overhead. However, the birds had 2 pairs of wings and were fiery red all over, a species that Fong Lanbai had never seen before. It flew far away, not noticing Fong Lanbai. Judging from its size, its strength must be considerable, so it's best not to provoke it. There were bloodstains in many places in this forest, the scent of humans. There were no corpses left, so it seems they were eaten by some kind of creature. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A leopard-like creature suddenly swooped down from the tree, retracting its wings and pouncing on Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai did not dodge, and suddenly a huge black-purple dragon appeared in front of him, heading towards the leopard-like creature. Roar, roar, roar. Fong Dai went straight for it. This flying leopard was already big enough, but it was still a size smaller than Fong Dai. Fong Dai pounced on it instantly, pressing her dragon claws onto the leopard's head and releasing lightning in an instant. Zzz. A massive electric current surged through the leopard's body. Despite its violent struggles, it couldn't escape Fong Dai's control and was pinned down by the dragon's claws. Soon there was silence, and a burnt smell wafted over, followed by the aroma of roasted meat. Fong Dai instantly killed the mutated leopard. It seemed to be around the level of a third-tier mutated beast. It was too sudden. The leopard didn't even have time to react before Fong Dai turned it into roast meat. Fong Dai took a bite, but the charred leopard probably only tasted bitter. Fong Dai stopped eating after one bite, and the huge dragon head rubbed against Fong Lanbai. It was howling loudly, apparently tired of being in the dark demon essence. Fly up there and see if there's anything going on. Fong Lanbai jumped onto Fong Dai's back, grabbed one of Fong Dai's dragon scales to stabilize herself, spread her dragon wings, and flew almost vertically into the sky. Several vines suddenly lashed out, but Fong Lanbai's prism instantly severed them. Fong Lanbai then grabbed a section of the vine and held it in his hand. The vine's strength was equivalent to that of a second-tier mutated plant, not particularly strong. A burst of demonic flames burned the vine to ashes. Chapter 120 Encountering Danger. Only after flying high into the sky could Fong Lanbai see a corner of this world. Before her was an endless forest with no end in sight. This caused Fong Dai to fly up, not knowing where to fly. Fong Lanbai scanned the surroundings and could see many mutated birds, but due to Fong Dai's imposing presence, they dared not approach. Looking down from high above, all you see is green. You can't see anything on the ground. Dumb, fly this way. Fong Lanbai chose a direction and was about to set off when he sensed an extremely strong energy fluctuation approaching. A small black dot in the distance was slowly growing larger. Fong Dai also sensed it and growled, seemingly sensing danger, releasing his aura without reservation. However, Fong Dai showed no intention of making a move. In the past, Fong Dai would probably have already looked at Fong Lanbai and wanted to rush up. Li 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 li. A sharp bird cry rang out, filled with a domineering tone. The black dot grew larger and larger. Fong Lanbai, standing on Fong Dai's back, was ready to make a move. This bird was probably up to no good. Fong Lanbai also saw the bird clearly. It had ice blue feathers all over its body, and its crystal clear eyes were full of domineering power. It rushed over without slowing down at all. Its wings were spread out, and it was even larger than Fong Dai. Before I knew it, all the birds around me had disappeared, and the forest had become unusually quiet. The surrounding temperature dropped several degrees instantly, and as the large ice blue bird got closer, even Fong Lanbai had to release his demonic flames to resist the cold. The large ice blue bird and shot directly at Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai's prism shot out instantly, trying to block the ice crystals. Even the demonic flames rolled onto the prism, trying to melt the ice crystals. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The blue-white prism spun rapidly in front of me, but was instantly repelled the moment it came into contact with the ice crystal. Fong Lanbai's face darkened. He hadn't expected that he couldn't even withstand the ice crystals for a moment. Moreover, the temperature around him had probably already dropped below zero before the ice blue bird even got close. Only the demonic flames made Fong Lanbai feel slightly warm. Dazed, let's retreat. Fong Lanbai was exceptionally decisive. This ice blue bird was clearly far stronger than Fong Lanbai, at least at the 5th or even 6th rank. Damn it, I should have stayed at that height. Fong Lanbai frowned, muttering regretfully. This big bird was probably the overlord of this area. Fong Dai's unreserved release of his aura was seen as a provocation by the bird, which is why it launched an attack directly. Fong Lanbai told Fong Dai to fly towards the exit of the ruins. As long as they could reach the exit, the large ice blue bird would never be able to get through. Seeing that the large, icy blue bird was about to leave, it exerted force with its wings and sped up even more. Fong Lanbai was on Fong Dai's back, the prism spinning rapidly, the demonic flames attached to it, and huge energy fluctuations came from it. Fong Lanbai's own prisms were transformed into energy waves, and when they collided with the demonic flames, huge energy fluctuations were generated. Fong Lanbai had no intention of hiding anything. This large, ice blue bird truly made Fong Lanbai feel a life-or-death crisis. If it caught up with him, he probably wouldn't have a chance to survive. The red and blue mixed energy wave merged into a powerful dragon, twisting its body as it charged towards the ice blue bird. This was Fong Lanbai's strongest attack since the apocalypse. This dragon alone consumed nearly half of Fong Lanbai's superpower. Fong Lanbai did not expect that this attack would cause any damage to the ice blue bird. He just wanted to buy time so that Fong Dai could fly to the exit of the ruins as soon as possible. The giant bird showed no intention of dodging. A hint of disdain flashed in its crystalline eyes. With a bird's cry, the dragon froze in front of the giant bird, turning into an ice sculpture, and the demonic flames within were easily extinguished. The demonic flames, which were known for their indestructibility, were utterly insignificant in front of the ice blue bird. With a gentle flap of the bird's wings, they were reduced to fragments and fell to the ground. Fly fast. Dumbass, I don't want to die. Fong Lanbai shouted helplessly. The big bird is getting closer and closer. It's only 300 meters away now, and it's getting closer and closer. Fong Dai also sensed the approaching danger. The aura of the ice blue bird suddenly pressed down on Fong Dai, making his wings almost smoke. His wings were crackling with lightning as he flew rapidly towards the exit of the ruins. Fong Lanbai could only unleash attacks intermittently, trying to slow down the large, icy blue bird and increase her chances of survival. I never expected to encounter such a huge crisis as soon as I arrived at Ruins 028. It was a hellish start. Fong Lanbai's demonic flames did not cause much damage to the ice blue bird, only causing it to turn its body to dodge. However, most of the demonic flames were melted away, and Fong Lanbai's prisms did not even have a chance to get close to the ice blue bird. The surrounding temperature continued to drop. Fong Lanbai had confirmed that the ice blue bird was definitely at the 6th rank, or even higher. Although Fong Lanbai was only at the early stage of the 4th rank, he wouldn't be so powerless if he were at the 5th rank. Only the 6th rank could make Fong Lanbai so embarrassed. Ice crystals instantly appeared around Fong Dai. Fong Lanbai thought to himself that something was wrong. He didn't expect that he would be within the attack range of the big bird when he was still 100 meters away. Ice crystals instantly adhered to the body of the man and the dragon. Fong Lanbai was covered in demonic flames, which tried to melt the ice crystals. However, although the ice crystals were slowly melting under the scorching of the demonic flames, the speed was too slow. It would probably take tens of minutes to melt the ice crystals. Before Fong Lanbai could increase the intensity of the demonic flames, the surrounding ice crystals suddenly exploded, and a chill rushed straight into Fong Lanbai's internal organs, making him feel his body being destroyed by the cold air. Fong Dai, who was standing at the foot of the ice crystal, was also not in good condition. Although he had used lightning to protect himself and had a layer of dark energy attached to him before the ice crystal exploded, he was still blown apart by the energy of the ice crystal explosion. Several places on his body were frozen, and he couldn't help but shudder and cry out in pain. But Fong Dai was still flying with all its might. It knew that it was now a race against time, and if it slowed down, it and its owner might die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The large blue-white bird flapping its wings grew louder and louder, and its huge claws were about to strike. With only a few dozen meters to the exit of the ruins, Fong Lanbai, using Fong Dai's strength, leaped towards the exit. In the instant of midair, she recalled Fong Dai into the massage essence and ran at high speed on the ground, dodging the feathers shot by the large bird. The 12 prisms spun rapidly, causing the demonic flames to form a barrier around Fong Lanbai, reducing the impact of the feather. Bang! Even a single feather was almost half the size of Fong Lanbai. The enormous impact sent Fong Lanbai flying, bringing him closer to the exit of the ruins. Using the prism to deflect the direction, he finally reached the exit. Chapter 121 Bloodthirsty Vine. As Fong Lanbai emerged from the ruins, a feeling of relief washed over her. She gasped for breath. The spot where the feather had struck her still throbbed with pain. "I'll really get my hands on you someday, you damn bird." Fong Lanbai cursed under her breath as she slowly walked to the side. It was definitely not possible to go in now. That bird probably hadn't left yet. If that bird ended up guarding the entrance to the ruins, Fong Lanbai would just have to accept her bad luck. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a powerful being as soon as he entered the ruins. No wonder so many awakened beings died in Ruins 028. Just look at that 6th-tier ice bird. Fong Lanbai couldn't think of anyone who could contend with it. Centaurs, flying leopards, ice birds, so many beings have already appeared in this world. How can the awakened survive? Perhaps there are even stronger beings, but Fong Lanbai just hasn't encountered them yet. Fong Lanbai did not see any awakened ones at the entrance of the ruins. Perhaps they had already gone far away, or perhaps they had been eaten by these ferocious beasts. Fong Lanbai already had a guess. This world should be a primeval forest, with orcs making up a large part of it, as well as ferocious beasts that roam the forest. He wondered what the strength of those orcs was. Fong Lanbai was resting in a small building 100 meters away from the ruins. He had only been inside for less than an hour when the bird chased him out. Fong Lanbai was both amused and exasperated, but he was already lucky to be alive. Half a day later, the sky gradually darkened. Just as Fong Lanbai was using her life essence to heal herself, she suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. The movement seemed to indicate that someone was heading towards the ruins. Fong Lanbai tentatively peeked out and noticed the newcomer, which piqued his interest. View of Yasukawa. At this moment, Chuan Jing was walking quickly towards the entrance of Ruins 028. He was wearing a military green coat, the source of which was unknown. He looked like an ordinary survivor, and his aura was only at the 2nd level, which was completely different from the world-destroying heavenly punishment Thunderstar in his previous life. Given his current level, it would be difficult for him to even join one of the 4 major legions of Broken Boundary City. It's hard to imagine that he would actually obtain the forbidden item 028 in the Ruins 028, a place teeming with experts. Fong Lanbai quickly stood up, concealed his aura, and rapidly approached the entrance of the ruins. Just as Chuan Jing was about to touch the ruins, Fong Lanbai appeared behind him, his right hand imprinted on his back, a small purple dragon within a purple 6-pointed star. Yasukawa K was instantly sucked into the ruins. Even if he could sense the dragon seal on his body, he would only think it was because of the ruins. He couldn't check the abnormality of his body at all. There was a difference of 2 major realms between him and Fong Lanbai, let alone a dragon seal. Even if Fong Lanbai dislocated his arm right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to react. That's the difference in strength. This is the power that Fong Dai shared with Fong Lanbai. As long as Fong Lanbai has this dragon seal, he can sense Chuanjing's location at any time, which is even more useful than Fong Lanbai's magic seal. The ice bird should be gone by now. so it won't affect Yasukawa K's search for Forbidden Item 028. Fong Lanbai can relax now. As long as he's careful, Fong Lanbai will still have an easier time surviving than other awakened ones. There must be a lot of good stuff in this ruined 028, and Fong Lanbai has no intention of letting it go. Fong Lanbai now felt like he was fishing, using the heavenly punishment Thunderstar as bait. Who could do that? As long as Chuanjing obtains the arrogant golden lightning, even if Fong Lanbai is a step too late, and it is absorbed by him, Fong Lanbai is confident that he can kill him and make the arrogant golden lightning ownerless again. Fong Lanbai waited another half hour, then revisited Ruins 028. After experiencing the same feeling, she returned to the primeval forest. Fong Lanbai prepared for battle, her whole body tense, guarding against any possible attacks. All she saw was green, but the imagined attack did not come. The place is still the same as before, except that the coldness brought by the 6th-tier icebird has disappeared. Fong Lanbai saw the direction the 6th-tier icebird had come from and walked in the opposite direction. Fong Lanbai didn't want to experience that feeling of escaping life and death again. Summon Fong Dai Dai and tell him not to release his aura, but to fly under the tree canopy. The tree canopies are huge, and the distance between them is enough for Fong Dai Dai to fly over. As long as he keeps a low profile, he should not attract the attention of powerful creatures. Fong Dai Dai also knew that the purple vertical pupils were still watching, indicating that she was quite frightened just now. After all, that 6th-tier icebird was too strong, making Fong Dai Dai feel powerless to resist. As Fong Dai Dai flew, the surrounding environment changed. The tree trunks were not as thick as before, but there were more vine-like plants, and the bloodstains on them seemed to be still very fresh. Fong Lanbai sensed something was wrong, so she let Fong Dai Dai land, and they moved forward slowly together. There were some sounds on the way here, but it was eerily quiet here, with only the sound of Fong Dai Dai's dragon claws stepping on the ground and leaves. Ugh, 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 ugh. A weak sob came from the air, a groan accompanied by a sense of helplessness from not being able to speak. Fong Lanbai searched for the source of the sound, which seemed to come from all directions. Fong Lanbai looked along the blood-red vines that were wrapped around the tree, and saw that there were also blood-like threads wrapped around them. In the distance, a huge, blood-red flower stretched out on the ground, with countless blood-red vines extending from it, swaying gently in the wind. Fong Lanbai wanted to retreat, so he touched Fong Dai Dai's body beside him. Slowly retreating, Fong Lanbai had heard that in Ruins 028 there was a dangerous patch of bloodthirsty vines, some of which were even equivalent to 5th-tier superhumans. Ordinary people who stepped into it would never be able to escape. The groans I just heard must have come from the awakened ones who were controlled by the bloodthirsty vines. Once entangled by these vines, all living beings are drained of their blood and left to await death in endless fear. Fong Lanbai was unsure if he had attracted the attention of the bloodthirsty vine, so he could only slowly retreat and withdraw from its attack range. However, deep in the forest, Fong Lanbai could still vaguely see a standing humanoid creature, but its huge size did not seem to be human. What puzzled Fong Lanbai was why the bloodthirsty vine didn't attack the humanoid creature, or perhaps the humanoid creature had already been drained of its blood. Fong Lanbai had no idea. Fong Lanbai discovered it early and didn't go too deep. She safely led Fong Dai Dai out of the area. Otherwise, if they had been trapped in the territory of the bloodthirsty vine, their chances of survival would have been slim. Fong Lanbai chose to change direction and encountered a snake along the way. It was even larger than the Titan python he had encountered in Shishan. This snake had 3 heads, each of which seemed to have its own independent thoughts and cooperated quite well, equivalent to a 4th-tier mutated beast. Fong Lanbai chopped off the snake's head with a single sword strike. The snake's skin was extremely tough, making it a good material for combat suits. Its toughness was so great that even a 3rd-tier crystal core weapon probably couldn't cut through it. After Fong Lanbai peeled it off, he put it into the dark demon essence and took it back to the research department. The snake skin was so big that it could easily make a whole set for the base's high-ranking officials. Chapter 122 Facing the Centaur Clan's Powerful Warriors. This Ruins 028 is full of treasures. Not long after we left, Fong Dai Dai became unusually excited, staring at a spot in the distance as if trying to sense the strange aura there. Roar, 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 roar. Fong Dai Dai let out a few excited roars, then growled in a low voice while aiming in a certain direction. Fong Lanbai realized that something had probably attracted Dai Dai, and it was quite beneficial to Dai Dai, otherwise Fong Dai Dai wouldn't be so excited. Regardless, Fong Lanbai definitely had to go and see, otherwise it would be a wasted trip. However, Fong Lanbai took Fong Dai Dai back and walked to the location Fong Dai Dai indicated. Fong Daidai's large size makes her easily exposed, and moreover, after reaching the 4th tier, the dark demon essence has undergone some changes, allowing Fong Daidai to provide assistance to Fong Lanbai within it. Fong Lanbai moved swiftly among the trees, without a single leaf falling. The number of beasts around him was increasing, and Fong Lanbai could already sense that many creatures were nearby. Fong Lanbai did not provoke any monsters, and so far no extremely powerful monsters have appeared. The beasts in this world are somewhat similar to the beasts in Chinese mythology. Fong Lanbai felt that the appearance of these beasts was in line with the direction of the mutation of the beasts after the apocalypse. There were all sorts of creatures, from 3-headed snakes and winged leopards to insects with only one mouth. Fong Lanbai didn't encounter anything like the 6th-tier ice bird he had met before. Fong Lanbai moved swiftly among the trees, with prisms surrounding him and occasionally appearing under his feet. He stepped on them, rapidly approaching the distance. What is this? Fong Lanbai saw a large group of people gathered together in the distance, talking about something. Fong Lanbai slowly approached, and stopped when they were about 300 meters away. It wasn't that he didn't want to get closer, but that he had already been discovered by the Centaur tribe. There seemed to be about 7 or 8 of them. The centaur in the lead was more than twice the size of the smallest centaur and was holding a huge wooden bow and arrow. In the blink of an eye, the centaur in the lead had already shot several arrows. Fong Lanbai knew something was wrong when the giant horseman looked over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This arrow looks extraordinary. It must be made of a special material, with a jade-like white color throughout. The centaur's arrow is extremely powerful, so fast that Fong Lanbai had no time to dodge it. One by one, the prisms quickly assembled in front of Fong Lanbai. This time, Fong Lanbai still defended with all his might. This was only one centaur. If all the centaurs started shooting arrows at him, how would he deal with it? Several arrows struck Fong Lanbai's prism. Although the prism was repelled by the immense force, it gave Fong Lanbai a chance to dodge. He casually collected the arrows into the dark demon essence. These arrows looked like valuable items, so he decided to take them. Thanks. Turning his head, Fong Lanbai gave a thumbs up. He could feel the force behind it. If these men only knew how to shoot arrows, Fong Lanbai was confident he could take them down. He turned and quickly retreated, but the man and horse neighed and led his men to chase after Fong Lanbai. Damn it, this is never going to end. Do they really think I'm one of the other awakened ones? Fong Lanbai couldn't help but say that he had been getting thwarted ever since he arrived at Ruins 028, and he never expected that these people would also treat him like an easy target. The strongest centaur should be considered a 4th tier, but Fong Lanbai has never been afraid to fight against someone of the same tier, even if he has helpers. As he fled, the prisms on his side quickly assembled, and a prism greatsword appeared in Fong Lanbai's hand, with demonic flames swirling around it. A fire dragon was casually tossed behind Fong Lanbai. The giant trees along the way were easily pierced, but the fire did not spread further. It seems that these trees are also extraordinary, otherwise they would have been burned into fire trees by the demonic flames in an instant, rapidly closing the distance between them. Although this giant centaur was enormous, it was extremely agile and easily dodged the fire dragon. However, several centaurs behind it were grazed by the fire dragon, and the immense pain caused them to roll on the ground, rubbing themselves back and forth, trying to extinguish the demonic flames. Fong Lanbai quickly approached, and the distance between them was already very close. Instantly, countless sword arrows shot towards Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai twirled his prismatic heavy sword, and the force was even greater than before at such close range. Fong Lanbai's hand trembled slightly. With her incredible speed, Fong Lanbai dodged countless arrows, and the arrows that fell to the ground were easily collected into her dark demon essence. Their arrows must be limited to prevent them from picking them up and using them again. Fong Lanbai rushed forward instantly, his prismatic heavy sword blazing with demonic flames. The demonic flames appeared behind the group, blocking their retreat, but they didn't seem to have any intention of retreating. The leader of the group even had a hint of contempt in his eyes. Boom! The prism greatsword slammed down on the giant centaur's bow. Although Fong Lanbai did not cut the arrow in half, the immense force slammed the huge arrow into the giant centaur's shoulder. The man grinned and muttered something before throwing a punch at Fong Lanbai. The punch was incredibly powerful, and the surrounding men rushed over, wielding bows and arrows, and began to thrust them at Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai dodged the punch, kicked the giant centaur in the face, and used the momentum to retreat. The giant centaur was almost flipped over by Fong Lanbai's kick. A furious neigh rang out, and the horse charged straight at Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai guessed correctly. The centaur tribe used archery as their means of attack, and also had strong physical abilities, but this was nothing to Fong Lanbai. He was least afraid of physical strength. After reaching the 4th tier, Fong Lanbai's physical body was further enhanced. It's no exaggeration to say that now, even if a sniper rifle were fired at Fong Lanbai at close range, he would not suffer any harm. This was Fong Lanbai's confidence in his physical body. The prism heavy sword disintegrated, and he quickly arrived above the group of people. Fong Lanbai placed one hand on the ground, and a huge dragon seal appeared beneath their feet, just like the dragon seal that had been imprinted on Chuanjing before. However, the dragon seal did not contain a small dragon. Instead, it contained a completely blank, menacing aura that instantly pressed down on the group, covering an area of several hundred meters around them. These people also sensed something was wrong and wanted to follow the giant horseman towards Fong Lanbai, but lightning kept surging from the ground. With each step Dark took, he could feel the horse's hooves being burned. Several people had already been struck down by lightning and were mostly melted away by the dragon seal on the ground. Dodge the lightning within the dragon seal. Fong Lanbai had already encountered the giant centaur. The immense force caused a gust of wind to rise around them. After Fong Lanbai deliberately created an opening, the giant centaur's front hooves were instantly swept away by Fong Lanbai the moment they landed. Chapter 123: The Demon Dragon's Imprisonment. It then crashed heavily to the ground. Fong Lanbai wouldn't give it a chance to get up again, stomping on it and raining down punches. The giant horse was indeed very strong, and Fong Lanbai almost couldn't hold it down. It tried to pick up the longbow next to it and smash it at Fong Lanbai, but Fong Lanbai dodged it. Fong Lanbai retreated to his side, grabbed his front hoof, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Fong Lanbai then slammed his elbow down, and the large centaur's front hoof bent at a 90-degree angle in the opposite direction. By simply cutting off one of its front hooves, its hope of survival is completely extinguished. The intense pain caused the centaur to neigh, and it drew an arrow from its back and shot it at Fong Lanbai. The jade arrow instantly reached Fong Lanbai, and a layer of demonic flames appeared on Fong Lanbai's body. A black and red flame lion head directly bit the arrow, rendering it powerless. In the distance, within the enormous dragon seal, the people and horses were still dodging the lightning that appeared on the ground, their faces showing terror, and they were muttering something unintelligible. Unaware that the prismatic heavy sword in the sky had slowly disintegrated into several short swords, Fong Daidai's unique aura appeared on the prismatic short swords. His dragon might leaked out, and his momentum rose to its peak. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The prismatic short sword pierced through the centaur, leaving several gashes in its chest. Although these centaurs had the lower bodies of horses, their vital organs, such as the heart, were still human. The prismatic short sword shattered their internal organs. Only the smallest centaur remained standing in the dragon seal, its entire attention focused on dodging the lightning. For a moment, it was unaware that the other centaurs had died, and a helpless expression appeared on its slightly immature face. Prism returned to Fong Lanbai's side. The giant centaur was quite tough, and although Fong Lanbai pinned it down and beat it up, it showed no signs of fatigue except for some bruises. After firing all the arrows behind him, he could only charge at Fong Lanbai. His huge fist was thicker than Fong Lanbai's waist. He put down the prism sword and swung it fiercely, severing half of the centaur's arm. At this moment, the prism sword had turned a faint purple. In addition to the enhancement of the demon flame, it also had the attack power of the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon. Otherwise, with the defensive strength of this giant centaur, its arm would not have been so easily severed. The giant centaur was somewhat terrified. This was the first time Fong Lanbai had seen fear on its face. It had to be said that it was a born warrior, with powerful physical attributes that allowed it to face any enemy head-on. Perhaps it had forgotten that one of its front legs had been broken by Fong Lanbai. As it retreated, it lost its balance and almost fell to the ground again. Fong Lanbai saw resentment on its face. Fong Lanbai seized the opportunity, and several prisms pierced the sky, shooting straight into its belly. Holding the prism sword, rolling lightning surged like a river. Before Fong Lanbai's prism sword could reach its body, a bolt of lightning struck its body directly. The numbness and pain made it unable to dodge for a moment. Boom! The demonic flames and lightning devoured it, and after a long time, only a charred body appeared on the ground. This large centaur, which was at least equivalent to a 4th-tier ability user, died without any doubt in Fong Lanbai's hands. The little centaur in the distance had already discovered the deaths of its other kin and was crying out helplessly. Suddenly, it noticed that the frequency of the lightning attacks was slowly decreasing and even gradually dissipating. It glanced at the powerful creature in the distance and found that it was not looking at it. Then it fled frantically in one direction. Fong Lombai smiled. There must be more than just these centaur experts. Letting this little centaur go was also to find the centaur's main camp. This little centaur is not as fast as the other centaurs, so Fong Lombai can easily keep up. Moreover, even if Fong Lombai follows behind, it definitely won't be able to find Fong Lombai. Fong Lombai used a prism to pry open the heads of these centaurs, trying to see if there were any crystal cores like those of zombies. Apart from their horse bodies, these centaurs looked exactly like humans. However, the human bodies of these large centaurs were already longer than Fong Lombai's. What a fine bow. I wonder what kind of tree these arrows are made from. Fong Lombai picked up the bow and arrow of the large centaur. This bow and arrow could not even cut through Fong Lombai's prism, which showed that it was extremely tough. The bow of this large centaur is somewhat different from the bows of other centaurs. You can clearly feel the difference just by holding it in your hand. Fong Lombai tried to pull it, but could only pull it halfway. Like the centaurs are born archers, and they have extremely stable control over their strength. He collected the arrows into the dark magic essence, and with a burst of demonic flame, burned the corpses of the centaur warriors to ashes before chasing after the little centaur. Fong Lombai moved quickly through the forest and soon spotted the little centaur. There were quite a few powerful monsters in the forest, but the little centaur was clever enough to dodge them all. Although it was a little centaur, its strength was already at the second level. With its extremely fast movement speed and accurate shooting, it was not afraid even if it encountered a monster of the third level. After running wildly through the forest for about 2 hours, it was getting dark, but the little centaur dared not stop at all. Finally, they arrived at the centaur tribe. This place was obviously quite large in the forest. A circle of tall trees surrounded the centaur tribe. The centaurs had modified the tree canopies to make steps. This circle of huge trees formed a natural city wall, with wooden towers everywhere, which made it convenient for the centaur warriors to defend against attacks from outsiders. Judging from this, the centaur tribe in this world is quite large, with at least 1,000 centaurs living in this area. When the little centaur reached the wooden tower, he was immediately greeted by centaurs who spoke some words that Fong Lombai could not understand, presumably about Fong Lombai. Before entering the centaur tribe, Fong Lombai quietly observed everything. Now that she knew where the centaur tribe was, as long as she got away from here, Fong Lombai was confident that she could escape the centaur tribe's pursuit. Fong Lombai was about to retreat when she sensed in Chuanjing's location. Unexpectedly, she found herself in front of the centaur tribe. It seems we have no choice but to venture into this centaur tribe, Fong Lombai murmured. In Fong Lombai's perception, and Chuanjing was no different from before. Fong Lombai didn't know how he managed to infiltrate the centaur tribe without being discovered. However, it is still unknown whether he has found Ao and Ijin Lei. Looking at the centaur tribe in front of me, there were wooden towers everywhere, and centaurs were observing everything around them from the top of each tower. There were also centaurs on the ancient trees. Given the centaurs' keen senses, infiltrating them would be harder than climbing to heaven. Yasukawa Kage must have other methods. Otherwise, if the centaurs discovered him, he would only be killed. Chapter 124, Using One Tiger to Devour Another. Those goblins are coming soon. Let's see if the centaurs or the goblins are stronger. Fong Lombai remained atop the dense canopy, her aura completely concealed. Footsteps approached from below, accompanied by a woman's voice. If the goblin priests discover those centaur arrows, given their vengeful nature, they'll definitely bring their goblins to settle the score. It all comes down to my sister Ran. How come I didn't think of using one tiger to devour another? Dan Yunlong narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with anticipation for the battle between the centaurs and the goblins. Meng Jingqi, standing to the side, frowned and said indignantly, "These goblins are awful. If Nanan hadn't saved me, I might have been taken away by them. Just looking at the drool drooling from their mouths, I wanted to kill them all." Meng Jingqi and Yuan Nanan arrived at Ruins 028. After experiencing some attacks from monsters, they found that these monsters were not very strong. So they split up to search for the treasures and the most important forbidden item 028. Unexpectedly, not long after, they encountered a group of goblins that appeared in the novel. These goblins were greedily devouring the corpses of monsters lying on the ground, with blood smeared on their mouths. Upon noticing Meng Jingqi's arrival, he sniffed the air, his brutal appearance instantly turning lewd, his narrow eyes fixed on Meng Jingqi's lower body, as if trying to find something. Meng Jingqi showed no mercy. A Guzheng appeared in front of her, and Meng Jingqi slowly floated into the air, waves of sound washing over the goblins. At first, Meng Jingqi was able to cope, but the number of goblins around her increased, and they became stronger, making it difficult to inflict significant damage on them. When Ming Jingqi tried to leave, she was surrounded by goblins. At the critical moment, Yuan Nannan arrived and, with the help of a blood-red chain, managed to open a path through Ming Jingqi's pursuit, allowing them to escape the goblins' clutches. Yuan Nan patted Ming Jingqi on the shoulder to comfort her. After the two groups met, no conflict occurred. Considering the level of danger in Ruins 028, it was clear that sticking together would give them a better chance of survival. Therefore, they decisively chose to act together, believing that only by surviving could they be qualified to search for forbidden items. Su Karen then thought of provoking a war between the centaurs and goblins in the vicinity. The two races were originally close to each other and had fought countless battles, large and small. If you kill the goblins and place some centaur arrows there, the goblins will be able to start a war between the two races once they discover it. Fong Lanbai listened quietly to their conversation from above. She hadn't expected to find a goblin race here. Fong Lanbai knew something about this race. In novels, they were usually depicted as lewd creatures who would reproduce with any female and give birth to male goblins. Why hadn't he encountered these goblins? No. The creatures Fong Lanbai couldn't see clearly near the bloodthirsty vine must have been goblins. Why they weren't attacked by the bloodthirsty vine, Fong Lanbai had no idea. On this night, there was no moon in this world, and it was pitch black. Fong Lanbai remained silent in the dense canopy of trees, but he had no intention of hiding. Shoo shoo shoo. The tree canopy overhead suddenly made a sound, startling everyone, who quickly retreated to the surroundings. Hello, long time no see. Fong Lanbai jumped down from the treetop and greeted everyone. Holy shit. Dan Yunlong jumped to the side in a flash, about to shout out, but Su Karen covered his mouth. You're so close to the centaurs here, do you want to die? Su Karen whispered a reminder, staring fiercely at Shan Yunlong. With Su Karen covering his mouth, Shan Yunlong stared wide-eyed as if he had seen a ghost, pointing at Fong Lanbai and making muffled noises. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Fong Lanbai, this is Fong Lanbai. Dan Yunlong spoke softly to Su Karen and slowly retreated behind her. Yuan Nannan was also shocked. She never expected to see her former boss here, which made her so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. Don't be nervous, Shan Yunlong. Why are you so nervous about meeting an old friend? Fong Lanbai shrugged and said with a wry smile that he wanted to walk over, but the crowd unconsciously backed away, leaving him standing still. No, no, no. Big brother, please don't come any closer. I'm really scared. Seeing Shan Yunlong's pathetic state, Su Karen pinched his arm hard, and Shan Yunlong hissed and squinted. Su Karen was about to speak when Fong Lanbai spoke first. Yuan Nannan, when did you join the Chuzhou settlement? Has my broken boundary city mistreated you? Fong Lanbai's tone was unquestionable, filled with dissatisfaction with his subordinates. His eyes, which gleamed with a dangerous red light in the darkness, made Yuan Nannan feel somewhat guilty. Yuan Nannan remained silent, but Ming Jingqi stepped forward. What's wrong? Do I, Nannan, need your permission to go wherever I want? That won't be necessary. In this apocalypse, a good leader is needed to survive to the end. However, anyone who dares to leave my broken boundary city must bear its wrath. I wonder if your Chuzhou settlement is confident it can withstand broken boundary city's attack. Fong Lanbai's tone left no room for negotiation, and Ming Jingqi remained silent. Poji City was currently at its zenith, and being so close to Chuzhou, attacking Chuzhou would be a significant blow to Poji City. For Poji City in the Mingdu settlement in the middle, and they might even join forces with Poji City to launch an attack on the Chuzhou settlement. Ming Jingqi was not confident. Looking at Fong Lanbai in front of her, she and the Shan Yunlong brothers knew Fong Lanbai's strength all too well. Fong Lanbai was only stronger now. If he wanted to make a move, few people present would be able to escape. Fong Lanbai, I have elderly parents and young children to support. Why don't you let us go? Dan Yunlong stood cautiously behind Su Karen and spoke. I'm not interested in your lives. I'm here simply to gather some information. Su Karen looked solemnly at Fong Lanbai in front of her. She had previously thought that Shan Yunlong was exaggerating, but when the city lord of Poji City actually stood in front of her, she realized how much courage that took. The man's mere presence exuded an immense aura of power, pressing down on her with a fierce, beastly aura that also carried a hint of dragon might, making her completely unsure of how to attack him. What information? I'll tell you. Su Karen stood in front of Fong Lanbai, a blue sword hidden behind her arm in her sleeve. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. I just want to know about the situation of Ruins 028 that you encountered. We can exchange information, and perhaps there will even be opportunities for cooperation. Su Karen was somewhat tempted. If Fong Lanbai acted with them, They would have a better chance of surviving the attacks from the centaurs and goblins. However, if he were with Fong Lanbai, he himself would be the biggest threat. Chapter 125 White Centaur. You should know that I've already shown you more than enough sincerity. Fong Lanbai raised his voice slightly. He knew that there was more than one way to obtain information about this relic. If they didn't want to exchange information, Fong Lanbai would have to resort to extreme measures. Su Karen understood the meaning behind Fong Lanbai's words, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Okay, you go first." Su Karen was wary. If Fong Lanbai found out about this information and simply turned around and left, they would really be helpless and would have to suffer in silence. I only fought the centaurs, not the goblins. I only learned about the goblin race and the numerous bloodthirsty vines from your conversation just now. That's all the information I have. As Fong Lanbai spoke, he took out the bow of the giant centaur to prove that what he said was true. It's your turn. The group looked at each other and finally asked Su Karen to explain the situation. We encountered numerous attacks from powerful monsters, as well as mutated plants. Furthermore, the goblin race possesses a special ore, and some goblins wield staffs made from this, or greatly enhancing their strength. As Su Karen spoke, she took out a small blue stone from her pocket and placed it in her palm. The stone, about the size of a fingernail, was extremely dazzling in the darkness. This is it. This, or can enhance the attack power of water-type goblins. Fong Lanbai listened to what Su Karen said. In her previous life, she had never heard of goblin ore. It seemed that it would be difficult to take the ore from the goblins, and many awakened ones would die because of it. It's just unknown whether other forces are aware of the existence of this, or, with this, or, the attack power of elemental ability users is greatly increased. Adding these ores to crystal core weapons would probably greatly enhance the strength of awakened users. If they could control these ores, the strength of the settlement would at least double. However, how to smuggle the ore out of the ruins and how to take it away from the Goblin's Guard is a very difficult problem. We'll work together, and if we succeed, we'll split the profits according to our contributions. Fong Lanbai decisively chose to act with them. The benefits Su Karen mentioned were enough for Fong Lanbai to take the risk. They hesitated because Fong Lanbai's strength was too great, making them feel like they were out of control. However, with Fong Lanbai joining them, the success of this operation would increase by at least half. All right, I trust the character of the Lord of Broken Boundary City. Su Karen was not one to back down easily. After discussing it with the others, she immediately agreed. Fong Lanbai nodded and asked, "Are there any other awakened ones who know this news?" Meng Jingqi then said, "There was a man named Duan Xuanru who claimed to be a subordinate of Kong Shangyun, the chief counselor of the capital. He was an Earth-type ability user and very strong. However, most of the people he brought died in the Goblin Siege, and he himself was injured. I don't know if he's still alive." Fong Lanbai remembered the name Kong Shangyun. In his previous life, Kong Shangyun was one of the 5 moons, Kong Cheong Jingyue, who possessed extremely strong spatial abilities. Chu Wenyuan served under him, and it was also Kong Shangyun who rescued Mo Mingzhao. He appears to be the sharpest blade under the leader's command, but in reality, he has long established his own power in the desolate county, and the county lord Wang Enhong is his puppet. He has long harbored rebellious intentions towards the leader. Kong Shangyun is extremely cunning and scheming. Fong Lanbai is no match for him. However, if Fong Lanbai sees him in the capital, he will make Kong Shangyun pay the price. Kong Shangyun has interfered with Fong Lanbai's plans several times, so he cannot be allowed to live. We're strong enough. It would be difficult to move more people. Those goblins aren't so easy to deal with. A ring of starlight rippled out from beneath Shan Yunlong's feet, sensing the creatures nearby. Find a place to hide. A lot of goblins have come. As everyone was talking, Shan Yunlong suddenly reminded them. They then immediately led everyone to the cliff north of the Centaur tribe to observe the goblin offensive. If the 2 tribes were to engage in a large-scale battle, they would attack the goblin stronghold without hesitation. The centaurs reacted faster than Lanbai and his group. The number of centaurs on the giant tree wall increased rapidly, and they drew their bows and arrows, aiming them at the forest in front of them. The goblins came from the other side of the forest, causing the trees to sway. They made no attempt to hide and launched countless fireballs and ice balls at the Centaur city walls. Most of the attacks were shot down by the centaurs before they even reached the Centaur tribe. Flames spread across the other side, and only then could Fong Lanbai see the goblins clearly. Just as Fong Lanbai had imagined, they had pointed snouts and monkey-like faces on their necks, sharp noses, and narrow eyes. Some goblins were carrying staff, like clubs, while others were huge goblins carrying enormous wooden ropes as they charged towards the Centaur tribe. It's clear that this isn't the first large-scale battle between these two races, and both sides have some experience in dealing with each other. It's clear that goblins are stronger, given their diverse attack methods and sheer numbers. Their various attacks make it difficult for centaurs to cope. It's only because centaurs have such fortresses, as well as long range and accurate archery, that they would have a real hard time dealing with the goblin race. A group of white-clad centaurs appeared on the centaur city wall. These centaurs wielded jade bows similar to those of the large centaurs from before, possessing formidable offensive power, and attacked the goblins wielding staffs. These goblins caused the most damage to the walls and became the centaurs' primary target. They usually pierce through several goblins before sinking into the soil, and some arrows are even poisoned. Once they injure a goblin, it will quickly fall to the ground. But goblins have no shortage of numbers, and there's a constant stream of goblins pouring out of the forest. Those white centaurs are like royalty among centaurs. Compared to ordinary centaurs, they are better archers and stronger. Su Karen explained to Fong Lanbai. How many goblins are there? How many have come out? Fong Lanbai asked. If there are many goblins attacking the centaurs, it means that only some young goblins remain in the goblin territory, which is when the goblin territory is at its weakest. I'm not entirely sure either, but we can give it a try. Su Karen saw that his plan had successfully brought the goblin tribe and the centaurs together, which meant that the plan was a success. Even without any prohibited items, as long as we can get these ores, this trip will still be profitable. After seeing Fong Lanbai appear, everyone assumed that Fong Lanbai had obtained the forbidden item and stopped talking about it. Su Karen led the way, her superhuman speed granting her incredible speed. Occasionally, she would boost the speed of those behind her. To her surprise, Fong Lanbai was able to keep up steadily behind her, not slowing down at all. Chapter 126, Facing the Goblin Priest. Even at night, the primeval forest remained extremely dangerous. They encountered numerous monsters along the way, but unsurprisingly, they all died quickly under the group's combined attack. Su Karen did not use her sword. Although she had joined forces with the others, she still needed to keep a backup plan in order to survive longer. That ice sword was Su Karen's forbidden item, Forbidden Item 071, Frost Condensation Sword. This sword allowed her to firmly hold the position of the number 1 awakened in the southern military region. Coupled with her superhuman speed ability, enemies often died in front of her before they could even see her movements. As the group moved through the forest, Fong Lanbai followed closely behind Su Karen. It was clear that Su Karen's speed was incredibly fast, more than twice as fast as that of ordinary speed-type ability users. Su Karen slowed down to prevent everyone from falling behind. Otherwise, Fong Lanbai would have had a hard time keeping up. Along the way, everyone deliberately kept their distance from Fong Lanbai, and Shan Yunlong even led Shan Yunhu to run even further away, as if they were afraid that Fong Lanbai would make a move against her. Upon arriving at a dark lake, Su Karen deliberately avoided the lakeside. Fong Lanbai could sense that danger lurked beneath the calm waters, and the surrounding trees showed obvious signs of damage, indicating that a battle had taken place here. The closer they got, the stronger the sense of crisis became, and the group quickened their pace to move away from the lake. Along the way, there were some goblins on the road, which Shan Yunlong spotted in advance. He circled around them and decisively avoided them. If these goblins knew that they were going to raid their base, they would definitely speed up and rush back. They were not confident in facing this goblin army. They ran like this for half the night, encountering countless mutated beasts along the way, and the group was quite exhausted. Finally, we arrived at the goblin territory, which was nestled against a large mountain. The view behind the mountain was unknown, with huts of all sizes built haphazardly, and some goblins lying on the ground fast asleep. Compared to the centaur's defenses, the goblin territory seemed rather haphazard, with only some simple wooden fences around it, but it was clear that the goblin race was exceptionally numerous. There were quite a few people lazing around, sleeping in the trees, who had their throats slit by Fong Lanbai's sword. Find a weak point in the defenses and attack. Fong Lanbai whispered to the others, then quickly headed towards the goblin territory, with everyone quietly following behind. The goblin territory consisted of crudely built thatched huts, but it was clear that the goblin clan had a very strict hierarchy. Many of the huts housed goblins, and the various sounds were quite loud even at night, including fighting and goblins eating, creating a noisy scene. Waves of goblins poured out of the gate and headed towards the centaur territory. Having finally found a place with fewer houses, where there should be the fewest goblins left behind, Fong Lanbai nodded to the group and rushed towards the thatched hut. They rushed to the first thatched hut, where a goblin was sleeping. The moment Fong Lanbai entered, it opened its eyes, and before it could even stand up, it was instantly killed by the combined fire of the group. Quickly scanned the thatched hut, but found no trace of the mineral. He searched through many huts, but they were all inhabited by low-level goblins. There was also a hut guarded by dozens of goblins, which Fong Lanbai thought might contain something. Inside were various female creatures, as well as humans who had entered the ruins. Because humans had smooth and delicate skin, they were the most favored by these goblins. Just now, a large goblin was engaged in breeding activities. Those female awakened beings were now living a life worse than death, their faces numb and their bellies slightly swollen, a testament to the goblin race's powerful reproductive capabilities. Dozens of goblins quickly charged towards Fong Lanbai and his group. The goblins guarding the hundreds of female creatures here were not weak at all, with the lowest being at the 3rd rank, making it very difficult for the group to deal with them. With Fong Lanbai's prism drill bits spinning at high speed, a path was forcibly opened, leading everyone out. Everyone once again felt Fong Lanbai's immense strength. Even a 4th-tier goblin couldn't withstand more than a few moves from him. After we broke through, the goblins here couldn't stop us. Once we found the ore, we activated the dragon mark on our backs and transferred it to the others. Fong Lanbai shouted, and casually chopped off the head of the nearest goblin. He then held his right hand in front of him, and a purple dragon seal rapidly enlarged, blocking the fireballs launched by the goblins in the distance and giving everyone a chance to run. Good. Now that things have come to this, this is the only option. As long as they find the ore, with everyone's strength, they should be able to break through the goblin siege. These goblins are not that strong anymore. Most of them are still immature goblins, which gives Fong Lanbai an opportunity. They quickly searched in one direction, stepping on the prisms. Since they had already been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. They ran quickly on the prisms, and in the gaps between their movements, they could even pick up the staffs on the ground and store them in their dark magic essence. Rushing towards a huge thatched hut, the southern military region troops also broke through the goblin siege. With the amplification of Shan Yunhu's superpower and the addition of Su Karen's speed, Shan Yunlong's star wheel once again demonstrated its powerful strength. The power of Shan Yunhu's ability lies in his ability to fully transfer his power to Shan Yunlong, allowing Shan Yunlong to briefly enter the 4th-tier state. A gigantic star wheel appeared before them, its surface shimmering with starlight. A profound aura emanated from the star wheel, unleashing immense power in the goblin's territory. The 5-meter diameter star wheel instantly carved a path through the goblin, leaving not even a trace of it in its path. This is the strength of Lone Star. In its previous life, it was one of the 12, and none of them were easy to deal with. With the help of the divine speed, Shan Yunlong, wielding 2 star wheels, wiped out all the goblins blocking his way and left with Shan Yunhu, with Su Karen following closely behind. Meng Jingqi's side. In the face of such a large-scale battle, Meng Jingqi's zither music can play a maximum role. Every wave of sound that hits the goblin will make it pause for a moment. Yuan Nan swung her blood-red chains, tearing apart a large patch of goblin flesh. Unlike the goblins that died at Shan Yunlong's hands, the goblins in front of Yuan Nan would be killed by a few swings of the chains. Like skewering candied hawthorns, the chains pierced through the goblins, eliciting a chorus of wails. The surrounding goblins hesitated, for the death of their kind was far too gruesome. Even their skin had been torn away by the bloody spikes of the chains, revealing the flesh beneath. Fong Lanbai had already rushed into the huge thatched hut and was about to open the curtain to see what was inside. Boom. The massive energy fluctuation directly blasted Fong Lanbai away. This time, Fong Daidai forcibly emerged from the dark demon essence without Fong Lanbai's permission, blocking part of the impact for Fong Lanbai. Ah! The sharp pain in her chest made Fong Lanbai's mind unusually clear. Fong Daidai was also knocked to the side, and some of the dragon scales were shattered and fell to the ground. A petite goblin emerged from behind the curtain. Unlike the other goblins, this goblin had sharp eyes that allowed Fong Lanbai to see through its thoughts. It held a purple staff in its hand. Fong Lanbai couldn't fathom its strength at all. No wonder there wasn't a single goblin guarding such a large thatched hut. It turned out there was such an old monster. Cough, cough, cough. He took out the 3rd-tier life essence from the dark demon essence and poured it into his mouth, then tossed a small bottle to Fong Daidai, who swallowed the bottle whole. This must be the goblin priest Su Karen was talking about. His strength is truly formidable. Chapter 127. Finally obtaining the ore. Although its strength is not comparable to that of a 6th-tier ice bird, it is still at the 5th tier. Now that the goblin priest has been alerted, if it is allowed to interfere with others' search for ore, it will probably be difficult to find the ore again. Only Fong Lanbai was qualified to fight it. Since reaching the 4th rank, Fong Lanbai had never properly seen himself at full strength. He happened to encounter this goblin priest and wanted to give it a try. Stupid. Dai quickly understood Fong Lanbai's meaning and flew towards the goblin priest. A dense layer of dark energy enveloped his entire body, minimizing the damage caused by the goblin priest. Gurgle la la gurgle 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 gurgle. A voice that Fong Lanbai couldn't understand came from the goblin priest's mouth, and the amethyst staff in his hand emitted an eerie light. The surrounding goblins seemed to have heard some signal and surged from all sides. It was only because most of the goblins left that Fong Lanbai was able to be dragged down by so many goblins. The 12-sided crystals flew from all around Fong Lanbai, piercing through the bodies of countless goblins, and formed a long sword in Fong Lanbai's hand. With the long sword in hand, Fong Lanbai's aura suddenly became fierce, and the soaring demonic flames instantly burned the approaching goblins to ashes. The goblin priest, realizing that Fong Lanbai was targeting him, showed no sign of panic. His amethyst staff emitted a dazzling purple light, and the surrounding goblins, sensing this light, had their narrow eyes glow purple as well, their auras becoming even more ferocious. I didn't expect this goblin priest to have a group buff ability, but so what? From Fong Lanbai's hand. As Fong Lanbai brushed it across the prism sword, the prism sword instantly turned black and red. A lonely and violent aura swept over the area, and the goblins around them paused, feeling the scorching heat surging from their bodies. Bang 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 bang. The surrounding goblins instantly turned into balls of demonic flames, which even spread to the goblins around them. Fong Lanbai slashed down the goblins that surged towards him, then charged toward the goblin priest with his sword. It was clear that the goblin priest was only a regular 5th-tier cultivator, whose main ability was to amplify other goblins. He might be a match for him. Perhaps those ores are in the huge thatched hut behind us. Boom. The prism sword struck the goblin priest's scepter, and besides being hard, it felt as if it was being sucked in. Fong Lanbai flipped over, and a huge ball of demonic flame rose from beneath the goblin priest's feet. This time, Fong Lanbai seized the opportunity when the goblin priest was off guard and was determined to burn it to ashes. Unexpectedly, the amethyst scepter in the goblin priest's hand directly absorbed his demonic flames into the scepter and returned them intact. Just what is this amethyst? Not only is it so hard, but it can also contain demonic flames. In Fong Lanbai's hand, blocking the demonic flames in front of him. He never expected to be able to feel his own attack one day. The huge impact made Fong Lanbai a little tired. The goblin priest didn't stay in place any longer. He leaped into the air, disappeared, and reappeared behind Fong Lanbai, striking Fong Lanbai on the back of the head with his amethyst scepter. The goblin priest couldn't help but reveal a ferocious smile, but dragon scales appeared behind Fong Lanbai, blocking his attack. Fong Lanbai turned around and swung his sword, forcing the goblin priest to dodge. Looking at the dragon that had blocked their people, they saw that it had disappeared from the spot, and the humans in front of them were now wearing purplish-black dragon scale armor. Their long sword had also turned purplish-black. Its blade had doubled in size, and it was covered with sharp barbs, making it look extremely lethal. His aura surged once more, suppressing the surrounding goblins and preventing them from advancing. Dense lightning and dark energy spread from the human, and massive bolts of lightning descended from the sky, killing countless goblins before they were devoured by the dark energy, blocking the advance of the goblins behind him. This is the ability that Fong Dai gave to Fong Lanbai after reaching the 4th level, which fully amplified Fong Lanbai's superpowers. Moreover, Fong Dai's abilities can all be used by Fong Lanbai. In other words, Fong Lanbai now also has lightning and darkness attributes, and his attack power has increased by more than a little bit. The goblin priest held the amethyst scepter horizontally in front of him, completely blocking Fong Lanbai's oppressive aura. Then, his agile body began to take the initiative to attack. Fong Lanbai was not afraid of it at all. With Fong Dai's boost, Fong Lanbai's strength had at least doubled. Holding the prism dragon sword, countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, attacking the goblin priest directly. As expected, the amethyst scepter absorbed the lightning. Then, the goblin priest instantly appeared in front of Fong Lanbai and simply slashed downwards. Although it wasn't very fast, it was difficult for Fong Lanbai to dodge. This is the power of space. Could it be that there are space-type goblins, or perhaps the amethyst scepter? Fong Lanbai guessed. But the prism dragon sword in his hand quickly met the amethyst dragon sword. Demonic flames and dark energy clung to it, thick and violent. Upon contact, Both Fong Lanbai and the goblin priest were forced back, dragon sword in his hand, but couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Fong Lanbai turned and rushed towards the huge thatched hut. Since the goblin priest had been blocking him from entering, there must be something inside. He had to see it with his own eyes. A dark dragon, exuding an aura of darkness, was flung out by Fong Lanbai, briefly blocking the goblin priest. Fong Lanbai rushed inside instantly. The scene inside was no different from the previous thatched hut, with some simple furniture. Fong Lanbai quickly scanned the area and saw several stones the size of human heads on a table in the corner. There appeared to be 3 pieces, some with fire attributes and others with water attributes, along with 2 green fruits. Fong Lanbai's dragon scale armor flashed a few times, and he could sense Fong Daidai's eagerness, which suggested that the fruits were very attractive to him. Last time, Fong Daidai discovered a treasure but was stopped by the Centaur tribe, and the matter was eventually dropped. This fruit should be the one that Fong Daidai smelled before. This, or blocked the scent of the fruit. No wonder Fong Daidai didn't smell it. After collecting all of these items into the dark magic essence, the goblin priest had already reached the door. Seeing Fong Lanbai in front of the table, he instantly rushed back, stabbing Fong Lanbai in the chest with his amethyst scepter. The immense force shattered Fong Lanbai's dragon scale armor. In the thatched hut, and none of the goblins around dared to enter the huge hut. At this moment, Fong Lanbai suddenly felt the dragon seal being activated. It was the dragon seal on Meng Jingqi's body. It seemed that they had found the ore. Without the slightest hesitation, and seeing that the goblin priest was about to charge again, Fong Daidai quickly shed his dragon scale armor and flapped his wings to rush in the direction Fong Lanbai pointed. Some goblins tried to climb onto Fong Daidai's body, but their claws were corroded by the surging dark energy on Fong Daidai's body. Chapter 128 Enviable Gains. The goblin priest followed closely behind. Although he couldn't keep up with Fong Daidai's speed, he couldn't lose him either. When he sensed the direction Fong Daidai was flying in, he roared angrily. These ores were the goblin race's sustenance. Without the ores, the goblin's strength would decline rapidly. Many goblins owe their powerful attack capabilities to this ore. If these humans take them away, how will the goblin race survive in this forest? Fong Daidai rushed towards the dragon seal at top speed. Along the way, the number of goblins decreased, indicating that many goblins in the tribe had indeed been summoned by the goblin priest, which greatly reduced the pressure on Meng Jingqi and the others. This direction leads to the high mountain that the goblin tribe relies on. Could it be that this mountain is a mine, and the goblins discovered these ores and established their tribe here? As you can see, there are some thatched huts at the foot of the mountain, connected to a dark cave entrance. Many goblin corpses are lying there haphazardly, so it seems that Meng Jingqi and the others are already inside. Fong Lanbai put Fong Daidai back into the dark demon essence. Although the cave entrance was not small, it was still too restrictive for Fong Daidai. The goblin priest followed behind, and Fong Lanbai quickly entered the mine. Once they reunited with the others, the goblin priest wouldn't be able to do anything to them. There were many torches in the dark cave, which were enough to make out the path. Searching for the direction of the dragon seal, and going around one fork in the road, they finally saw the group. The people from the southern military region had arrived, and were with Meng Jingqi and the others, collecting the ores with one spatial crystal core after another. We need to hurry, the goblin priest is almost here. Looking at the raw minerals in front of them, all of them were colorful. Could it be that this mountain was made of these minerals? Originally, everyone thought that the minerals were only a small part and was wondering how to divide them. Now, they could only see whose spatial ring had the largest space. As he spoke, Fong Lanbai found a spot and quickly began using dark demon essence to collect the ore. In terms of space size, Fong Lanbai had never seen a storage space larger than the dark demon essence space. Fong Lanbai placed one hand on the rock wall, and a huge hole appeared. Shan Yunlong glanced at Fong Lanbai unintentionally, and his eyes widened in surprise. No, is that right? Looking at the small piece of ore that he had painstakingly cut out with the star wheel, he realized that his 3 spatial rings were almost full, and even combined they didn't contain as much as Fong Lanbai had collected in one go. He instantly felt like he had missed out on hundreds of millions. In the blink of an eye, a large pit had appeared on the ore wall, several times larger than all the ore they had collected. Boom! The goblin priest had arrived. Seeing everyone frantically fighting over its ore, a huge energy fluctuation emanated from it, and the amethyst scepter in its hand suddenly emitted lightning and demonic flames, even more powerful than the one released by Fong Lanbai. The immense force sent everyone flying back several meters, and the entire mine began to tremble. Much of the ore was shattered by the goblin priest's attack. Hurry, get out of here. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to escape. As he spoke, Fong Lanbai shot out several prisms, knocking all the or off the goblin priest's head. Taking advantage of the goblin priest's moment of evasion, he rushed toward the exit. The dark demon essence area. His gains alone were many times greater than the combined gains of everyone else. If he hesitated for even a moment, he would be blocked by these goblins in the mine and trapped there to die. Dan Yunlong and Su Karen cooperated and reacted extremely quickly. After colliding with the goblin priest, they rushed through the exit and closely followed Fong Lanbai. Meng Jingqi, who was playing the zither, was a step too slow and was struck by the amethyst scepter in the goblin priest's hand. She was instantly seriously injured and was dragged away by Yuan Nanan. There were still many goblins on the road at the entrance. Upon seeing the group, they immediately launched various attacks at them. These goblins are clearly stronger than before. It's likely that some of them have returned from the battlefield with the centaurs. If this drags on any longer, everyone will die here. The goblin priests also caught up. Apart from Fong Lanbai, no one else could withstand a single blow from the goblin priests. Even Fong Lanbai could only barely block the goblin priest's attacks after borrowing Fong Daidai's strength. The amethyst scepter in the goblin priest's hand was too strange. Not only could it perfectly replicate Fong Lanbai's abilities and return them with even more powerful attacks, but it could also allow the goblin priest to perform short-distance spatial displacement. Such abilities were truly no less than any forbidden artifact. Fong Lanbai wielded a combination of prismatic heavy swords, unleashing countless bolts of lightning and spreading demonic flames. He forcefully withstood the surrounding attacks, slaying all the goblins in front of him and clearing a path. Several enormous fireballs appeared. Just as Fong Lanbai was about to dodge, a star wheel unfolded beside him, and the fireball disappeared into the star wheel. Fong Lanbai turned to look at Shan Yunlong, who stood up straight as if he had been electrocuted, and quickly looked away. A gentle breeze enveloped everyone. It was Su Karen's superhuman speed ability that allowed them to quickly move outwards. Meng Jingqi's zither music rang out around them, halting the goblins' movements on a large scale and giving everyone a chance. Yuan Nanan's blood-red chains blocked the goblin priest's attack, but she was knocked back by the energy and felt a sweet taste in her throat. They were almost at the exit when the sight outside left them feeling helpless. An endless tide of goblins was still surging into the cave entrance. Unexpectedly, the goblins who were attacking the centaurs returned so quickly. Perhaps the goblin priest had already been calling for the other goblins when everyone first attacked them, which is why they didn't appear. However, many of these goblins' attacks landed on the goblins inside the cave, and large numbers of goblins were killed by their own kind, which indirectly reduced the pressure on everyone. Soon, Fong Lanbai saw a turning point in the situation. Countless arrows shot from all around, and centaur figures appeared one after another. Countless arrows accurately pierced the goblins' heads and shot them into the ground. Dan Yunhu's amplification once again fell on Dan Yunlong. Starlight burst forth from Dan Yunlong's hands, and several star wheels appeared around him. They spun at high speed, frantically reaping the lives of goblins. Blood splattered everywhere, and fragments of goblin corpses were scattered all over the place, making the scene extremely bloody. Fong Lanbai's demonic flames swept over instantly. The surrounding goblins tried their best to stop the spread of the flames, but they were impossible to extinguish and seemed to be growing larger. Fong Lanbai charged out instantly, with the others following closely behind. There were also many centaurs outside, constantly firing arrows around them. A huge white centaur appeared nearby, its pure white fur still dazzling and sacred in the night. An arrow, like a cannonball, landed on the ground, knocking back the surrounding goblins. Its incredible speed prevented the goblins' attacks from landing on him. Within Fong Lanbai's body became scorching hot, indicating that Chuanjing was nearby. Now it was Fong Lanbai's turn to be dumbfounded. Why couldn't Chuanjing mingle with the centaurs? Why would the centaurs accept Chuanjing, a human, among them? Chapter 129 Yasukawa K, the White Centaur? But the current situation doesn't allow Fong Lanbai to think too much. He can't get trapped in the goblin encirclement. Now that he has the ore, there's no need to drag things out with them here. As soon as they emerged from the mine, the Southern Military Region personnel immediately took action. Shan Yunlong's tiger amplification instantly fell on Su Karen, and his divine speed ability was pushed to its limit. With the star wheel in Shan Yunlong's hand protecting him, he quickly rushed outwards. After obtaining the goods, the simple cooperative group disbanded completely. Now, their main goal is to survive and safely smuggle the ore out of the ruins. The goblins surrounding Fong Lanbai were already struggling against the centaur's arrows, which gave Fong Lanbai the best opportunity. The prisms around him spun rapidly, crackling with lightning, blocking the goblins from charging at them. The centaurs did not attack them. Compared to Fong Lanbai and the other humans, they hated these goblins more. Some attacks landed on Fong Lanbai, but did not cause him much damage. A thin layer of energy enveloped Fong Lanbai's entire body, released by Fong Daidai, increasing Fong Lanbai's defense. Fong Daidai's armor transformation increased his defense even more, and it was a comprehensive boost. Under Fong Daidai's enhancement, Fong Lanbai's strength was comprehensively improved, and he was able to temporarily advance 2 minor realms. This is why Fong Lanbai was able to go toe-to-toe with the Goblin Priest for a few rounds. However, this is a forbidden item 004. The power of Dark Demon Essence is difficult to maintain for a long time. Fong Daidai simply cannot maintain the armored form for an extended period. Perhaps it will increase as Fong Daidai's abilities improve, but not now. A sword mark sliced through the giant ice spike in front of him and rushed forward. Among the goblin horde, Fong Lanbai saw a goblin a head larger than the others. It looked to be the height of a normal human and, apart from the colorful feathers on its head, looked no different from the other goblins. That aura was even stronger than that of the Goblin Priest. His arms were covered in several elemental ores, which could unleash attacks combining several elements. His physical body was so strong that it could shatter arrows shot by centaurs. Appears to be the leader of the goblins. If the Goblin King had remained in the tribe, these men would probably be beheaded by now. Fong Lanbai charged outwards quickly. There were so many goblins around that Fong Lanbai felt overwhelmed. These goblins were truly elite, stronger, and more ferocious than the goblins that stayed in the tribe. Bang! Before Fong Lanbai could react, the goblin's attacks nearly knocked her off her feet. A burning sensation ran down her back. Without even turning her head, she quickly parried the attacks from the surrounding goblins and charged forward. Stepping on the prisms, it sped through the air. A goblin tried to grab Fong Lanbai's prisms, but its claws were severed, and the fallen claws were casually stuffed into the mouth of a nearby goblin. Fong Lanbai was about to rush out of this place. When the people around him saw Fong Lanbai approaching, they shot at him without hesitation. The arrow pierced the darkness and struck the dragon seal released by Fong Lanbai. A flash of lightning followed, and the arrow was cleaved in two and fell to the ground. Having chosen a direction, Fong Lanbai quickly rushed towards the bushes to the side. As long as he got away from here, the goblins and centaurs would only focus their attention on each other. The golden lightning arrow arrived in front of Fong Lanbai in an instant. Its dazzling light was particularly blinding in the dark night. The golden arrow struck the dragon seal that Fong Lanbai had released, and the domineering golden lightning directly swallowed the purple arcs of electricity on the dragon seal, and then released even stronger energy. The demonic flames surged forth instantly, melting away the golden arrow. Looking up at the direction from which the arrow had come, only a golden figure quickly disappeared. View of Yasukawa. This arrow was formed from the arrogant golden lightning, capable of devouring Fong Daidai's lightning. Only the forbidden item 028, arrogant golden lightning, could do this. If Fong Lanbai wasn't mistaken, the figure resembled a centaur. Why couldn't Chuan Jing transform into a centaur when he was human before entering the ruins? What was the reason? Could this arrogant golden thunder possess other abilities? Fong Lanbai is determined to obtain it, therefore Chuan Jing must die. Unexpectedly, he dared to attack me first. Could it be that he discovered the dragon seal within me? With his right fist clenched, he crushed the arrogant golden lightning that had invaded his body. It seemed that Chuan Jing had absorbed the arrogant golden lightning, and his strength had increased several times over. As expected of the arrogant golden lightning, its domineering power was indeed the strongest lightning. In this life, the heavenly punishment thunder star has no need to exist. Fong Lanbai's expression darkened. He moved away from the goblin tribe. The centaur and goblin tribes were sworn enemies, and both tribes were very strong. Neither could defeat the other in a short time. However, since the centaur tribe had come after them, they would definitely make the goblin tribe pay the price. It must be said that Su Karen's plan was brilliant. The ore from the dark magic essence could make at least tens of thousands of elemental scepters for ordinary goblins. The goblin priest was clearly heartbroken and wanted to hunt down the group, but he was stopped by the centaurs. In just a few breaths, Fong Lanbai disappeared from sight. Fong Lanbai didn't go far. If he remembered correctly, there was a large patch of bloodthirsty vines not far from the goblin tribe. Fong Lanbai wanted to test why the bloodthirsty vines weren't attacking the goblins. If he could use the bloodthirsty vines, the defensive capabilities of Broken Boundary City would be enhanced once again. After knocking out a lone goblin, Fong Lanbai easily caught the half-human-sized goblin in his hand. took out a drop of third-tier life essence to replenish her internal energy. This battle had been quite taxing, with several major battles having depleted most of her internal energy. After reaching the 4th rank, a special energy officially appears in the body of the Awakened One. Survivors call it crystal energy. Once the Awakened One breaks through the 4th rank, there will be an energy transformation, and the entire body will be changed. At this time, they can no longer be called human, but should be called new humans. Fong Lanbai's crystal energy is two-colored. It is blue when the prism is used, but turns black and red after using the magic flame. The goblin in my hand struggled incessantly. It was probably just an ordinary goblin, with no special attack methods except for its sharp claws and teeth. Upon arriving at the bloodthirsty vine's territory, Fong Lanbai threw the goblin in his hand directly at it. Instantly, several vines pierced through the goblin. It shriveled up at a visible speed, and the goblin that had been struggling violently gradually became still. It seems that not all goblins are immune to the bloodthirsty vine's attacks, so Fong Lanbai had no choice but to give up. After finding a place to rest and recovering most of his abilities, he sensed the location of the dragon seal within Chuanjing's body and went there. At this time, the goblin tribe was still fighting with the centaur tribe, and Yasukawa was still not far from the goblin tribe. Chapter 136 Thorder, Bloodthirsty Vine. Even at night, Chuanjing was still quite recognizable. His arrogant golden lightning was especially dazzling in the darkness. Just as Fong Lanbai had thought, Chuanjing was actually a human. Could it be that there were some unknown things about the heavenly punishment Thunderstar from his previous life? The white horse carried the upper body of Yasukawa, who held a longbow formed from the arrogant golden lightning. Golden arrows shot towards the goblin tribe in the distance, with extremely strong destructive power. When they landed in the goblin horde, large numbers of goblins were directly electrocuted and charred, killed by the powerful force of the arrogant golden lightning. Yasukawa should be at the 3rd tier of strength now, yet he was able to inflict so much damage on the goblins, which shows how much the golden lightning of arrogance has enhanced him. There were many white centaurs surrounding Yasukawa, seemingly surrounding him, and even the powerful white centaurs were protecting him. The Goblin King sensed Yasukawa's presence and quickly approached him. In his view, this centaur wielding a golden longbow was probably the successor to the next centaur king. If he could kill him in advance, the centaur race would definitely suffer a great loss of strength. However, while the Goblin King was indeed strong, the Centaur King was not weak either. He landed from the side, quickly knocked an arrow, and shot it at the Goblin King. In less than a breath, he had fired several arrows, blocking all of the goblins' escape routes. Just from the sheer force of the arrow, Fong Lanbai knew he couldn't stop it. The force had reached at least the 6th level. Member of the Goblin race, the Goblin King was naturally not someone to be trifled with. The aura on his body rapidly enhanced his physical form, causing his entire body to swell to twice its size. The arrows were knocked to the ground with a huge explosion as soon as they reached the Goblin King. The goblins around the Goblin King were instantly blown away, and it was unknown whether they would survive. Fong Lanbai watched the battle between the two kings quietly, wondering how Chuanjing had managed to get the Centaur King to protect him, as if he were afraid that Chuanjing would get hurt in the slightest. Why could Chuanjing grow a horse's body? What exactly did he go through? Fong Lanbai frowned as she watched Chuanjing's actions from a distance on the battlefield. The centaur's senses were extremely sharp, and Fong Lanbai dared not get too close. Otherwise, if the centaurs discovered that she had feelings for Chuanjing, they would probably come after her immediately. Fong Lanbai bypassed the centaur warriors and arrived at the goblin tribe's side. He killed several different types of goblins, wanting to find out why the bloodthirsty vine wouldn't attack them. Could this be the work of the goblin priest? The goblin priest's methods are truly bizarre. He should be able to control the bloodthirsty vines so they don't attack goblins. Fong Lanbai was dragging 3 goblins along with him. One goblin was holding a fire or staff, and the other was holding a short blade. There was also a giant goblin with many animal teeth and hides hanging from its waist. It was the strongest of the 3 goblins, with the strength of the 4th tier. If it hadn't been seriously injured, Fong Lanbai would have had a hard time taking it down. Fong Lanbai searched the 3 goblins for a while, trying to see if there was anything there. He found a seal on the giant goblin. The wooden seal seemed to be stained with blood, and the aura it gave seemed to be that of the goblin priest. Fong Lanbai already had a plan in mind. They grabbed the 3 goblins and headed towards the location of the bloodthirsty vine. The bloodthirsty vines glowed with a blood-red light at night, exuding a dangerous aura. The goblin that Fong Lanbai had just thrown in was already dead, turned into a dried corpse on the ground. The bloodthirsty vines had retracted and gathered in the flowers. Fong Lombai first threw the two goblins over. As expected, the bloodlust instantly wrapped around the two goblins, and the spikes quickly pierced into the goblin's body, constantly sucking the goblin's blood. The entire bloodlust vine became even more bloody, constantly flashing bloodlight like a pulse. He then forcefully threw the giant goblin over, leaving the wooden seal on the goblin's body. Fong Lombai wanted to see if it was because of the seal. As expected, even when Fong Lombai threw the goblin's corpse next to the bloodthirsty vine, the bloodthirsty vine did not attack the goblin. It seems Fong Lombai's guess was correct. The bloodthirsty vine is located to the south of the goblin tribe, guarding the tribe and blocking many of the forest monsters. Vines surrounding the trees did not attack Fong Lombai, as if they ignored his presence. We hadn't explored the bloodthirsty vine territory in depth before, but now we can finally see what it's like. Perhaps due to the presence of the bloodthirsty vine, the trees in this area are taller than those in other places. Because of the bloodthirsty vine on the ground, the entire ground is blood red, and there are also many exposed white bones in the soil. The flowers of this bloodthirsty vine bloom in many places, with countless tendrils extending from the flower stamens and inserting themselves into the soil, seemingly emerging from nowhere. These bloodthirsty vines are generally of the third rank or higher. This huge bloodthirsty vine area is a natural barrier. To pass through this area, one must have at least the strength of the 6th rank. The deeper Fong Lombai went, the colder his back became. It seemed that these bloodthirsty vines were watching him, trying to drain him dry. However, they seemed to sense the wooden seal and did not attack him. Otherwise, Fong Lombai would probably have had a hard time escaping from here. The bloodthirsty vines on the ground were becoming increasingly dense, and Fong Lombai was afraid of stepping on them, so she could only watch her step. The flowers of the bloodthirsty vine around them grew larger and larger, and the aura seemed to have reached the 5th level. The vines of the bloodthirsty vine became thicker and thicker, and the thorns on them became sharper and sharper, emitting a terrifying cold light. Logically speaking, if the bloodthirsty vine grew on its own, it wouldn't have grown to such a large size. Otherwise, no creature would dare to set foot here. Perhaps this is the bloodthirsty vine raised by the goblin clan, otherwise it wouldn't have recognized the seal. This bloodthirsty vine has become so powerful is probably the result of long-term breeding by the goblin race. The white bones on the ground explain everything. Apart from the bloodthirsty vine, no other living creatures have appeared. A gigantic, bloodthirsty vine appeared before Fong Lombai. Its aura must be at least 6th tier. Unexpectedly, this goblin priest actually raised a 6th tier bloodthirsty vine. It seems that this goblin clan is not simple. With these bloodthirsty vines, the goblin clan is already invincible. As long as there is danger, they can hide in these bloodthirsty vines, and the centaur clan will definitely not be able to break in. This might be the goblin priest's trump card. Fong Lombai tentatively approached and found that the bloodthirsty vine did not attack him. He boldly stepped on the prism, wanting to see what was in the flower's stamen. The 6th order bloodthirsty vine was covered with sharp thorns. Fong Lombai dared not move. Fong Lombai's body was like paper in front of the sharp thorns of the bloodthirsty vine. These thorns would penetrate Fong Lombai's body without any resistance. Stepping on the prisms, I reached the edge of the bloodthirsty vine. Inside, besides several bloodthirsty vine, there was a tiny bloodthirsty vine flower clustered in the middle. Chapter 131, The Treasure Reappears. Seemingly sensing Fong Lombai presence, the bloodthirsty vine and the small bloodthirsty vine flower swayed, trying to climb onto Fong Lombai's body. Fong Lombai didn't dare to move rashly. The thorns of the small bloodthirsty vine had not yet grown, and they clung to Fong Lombai's arm, causing some itching. This should be a small bloodthirsty vine flower, not yet fully grown. It was cultivated by this 6th order bloodthirsty vine, so it might grow faster. Fong Lombai gripped the wooden seal in his hand even tighter, and cold sweat kept appearing on his palms. He slowly bent down and picked up the small bloodthirsty vine, observing the movement of the 6th order bloodthirsty vine. Fortunately, it only moved slightly and did not pay attention to Fong Lombai's actions. This little bloodthirsty vine only has 3 bloodthirsty vines, which are constantly wrapping around Fong Lombai's body. Fong Lombai carefully returned to the ground, keeping a close eye on the movements of the 6th tier bloodthirsty vine. She hadn't expected the goblin priest's item to be so useful. Even though Fong Lombai took the small bloodthirsty vine flower with her, she wouldn't be attacked. They'd managed to fleece the goblin and quickly left the area with the little bloodthirsty vine, encountering no obstacles along the way. Unexpectedly, the goblin clan not only brought Fong Lombai a huge amount of elemental ore, but also gifted him this little bloodthirsty vine. If this little bloodthirsty vine can be cultivated, it will probably be of greater help to Fong Lanbai than those ores. As long as there is enough blood for the bloodthirsty vine to absorb, it can grow very quickly. Zombies are ready-made blood bags. What Fong Lanbai has no shortage of is zombies. As long as Fong Lanbai wants, there are countless zombies. It will just delay the production of life essence. However, the life essence of Broken Boundary City has accumulated a lot, enough to sell for a long time, so during this period, the zombie corpses can be fully supplied to this bloodthirsty vine. However, how to control it is a problem. The center of that wooden seal should have been infused with the blood of a goblin priest, because Fong Lanbai sensed the aura of a goblin priest on that drop of blood. But why could the blood of a goblin priest calm down the bloodthirsty vine? This little bloodthirsty vine probably hasn't absorbed any blood yet. Fong Lanbai cut her finger and dripped a drop of blood onto its stamen. In just a moment, Fong Lanbai felt that the little bloodthirsty vine had become dependent on him. Although it clung to him tightly as before, he could clearly feel that the little bloodthirsty vine had become dependent on him. Unexpectedly, Fong Lanbai's accidental success in gaining the bloodthirsty vine's allegiance to him made him eager to test the potential of this little bloodthirsty vine. The sky was already beginning to lighten. In this forest, there was no shortage of demonic beasts. Fong Lanbai quickly found a white tiger and killed it. Judging from its strength, this white tiger was at least at the 3rd rank, but it did not last long against Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai placed the small, bloodthirsty vine on the white tiger's wound. The small, bloodthirsty vine quickly absorbed the white tiger's blood like a sponge, and the bloodthirsty vine deeply penetrated the white tiger's body. The aura of the little bloodthirsty vine was increasing at a visible rate. After about an hour, the white tiger, which was at least 7 or 8 meters long, had been drained dry by the little bloodthirsty vine, leaving only a shriveled corpse. Its aura also reached the 2nd level, and several more bloodthirsty vines sprouted from the flower. The thorns on the bloodthirsty vines also became hard, no longer as soft as before. This little bloodthirsty vine has initially gained offensive power. The original bloodthirsty vines had grown to several meters long, and a few small flower buds had begun to appear on them. Seeing this patch of blue and white, one could understand that the huge patch of bloodthirsty vines might only have that 1/6 level bloodthirsty vine, and the other lower-level bloodthirsty vines had all grown from that 6th-level bloodthirsty vine. The domineering nature of the bloodthirsty vine race is already evident. A single bloodthirsty vine, under the cultivation of the goblin race, has already provided great protection for the goblins. After reaching the 2nd level, this little bloodthirsty vine began to have offensive capabilities. The thorns on the bloodthirsty vine became exceptionally hard. It seemed to know that its thorns had offensive power, so it did not tightly wrap around Fong Lanbai as before, but instead attached itself to Fong Lanbai's body. The bloodthirsty vine swayed casually among the petals. It couldn't return to the soil to take root yet, but it would naturally find its place after the ruins were exposed. With less than 2 days until the ruins close, Fong Lanbai has no intention of continuing to improve her strength with the bloodthirsty vine flower. This bloodthirsty vine flower cannot be absorbed into the dark demon essence. It can only cling to Fong Lanbai's body. Originally, the flower was only the size of a palm, and the bloodthirsty vine was only the thickness of a little finger. Now, after reaching the 2nd tier, the bloodthirsty vine flower is half a meter tall, and the bloodthirsty vine is already thicker than Fong Lanbai's arm, beginning to resemble a killing machine. Yasukawa Kei can't be killed yet, but he'll eventually leave the ruins. Once he's out of the ruins, his life will no longer be under Yasukawa Kei's control. There are many resources in this ruin, and Fong Lanbai is searching through it. However, he dares not explore too far, as the monsters in this place are too powerful. If he is not careful, he will perish here. Not far away, Fong Lanbai sensed a fluctuation, like superhumans fighting. Fong Lanbai also encountered many awakened individuals who had entered, but most of them were corpses or just fragments. The weaker one's strength, the harder it is to survive in these ruins. Fong Lanbai concealed his aura and approached. Here was a towering rock wall, casting shadows. There were no huge trees at the foot of the rock wall, only some short grass, and there were many traces of battle on the ground. There were still many corpses of awakened beings on the ground. Kong Shangyun quickly climbed up the rock wall. His arms had turned into beast claws, and he easily and firmly gripped the rock wall as he climbed up. Fong Lanbai looked up at the top of the rock wall. He hadn't noticed the cluster of extremely bright red fruits growing there when he glanced at it earlier. But with just one look, Fong Lanbai knew that these fruits were extraordinary. As for what they were used for, Fong Lanbai didn't know. He would get his hands on them first. As Kong Shangyun got closer and closer to the fruit, a huge golden scale appeared at his feet. Kong Xiangyun's expression changed drastically. Even if he didn't want to take the fruit, he wanted to leap into the air to stop the scale from locking on. But it was too late. Kong Xiangyun had already been drawn to one side of the scale. In the center of this golden scale was a disc-shaped container that was transparent. The scales of order? It seems even this scholar couldn't resist. According to Meng Jingqi, Xuanru was injured by goblins, and almost all of his men were killed. The fact that he dares to attack Kong Xiangyun now is probably because this fruit is extremely attractive. As one of the 10 counselors, Kong Xiangyun naturally knew Duan Xuanru. Duan Xuanru was a subordinate of Chief Counselor Kong Yangtian. His ability to use the balance of order was said to be able to fight anyone of the same level. In the past, he was certainly not afraid to fight Duan Xuanru. But now everyone around him is eyeing him covetously, and this blood-red fruit is extremely useful. If someone else gets it first, what will be the point of all the effort he put into killing so many people? Will he just be doing all the work for someone else? Duan Xuanru, get this fruit first. If the leader finds out you laid a hand on a member of parliament, even Kong Yangtian won't be able to protect you. Chapter 132, The Balance of Order. My orders were to bring back all the treasures, not to share them with you. Duan Xuanru maintained control of the balance of power, saying nonchalantly that he had no intention of compromising with Kong Xiangyun's statement. A dozen or so awakened ones suddenly emerged from beneath his feet. They weren't just Duan Xuanru's people, but also some other scattered awakened ones. It was clear that quite a few were lying in ambush nearby. This was the most humans Fong Lanbai had seen since entering the ruins. Duan Xuanru's face also darkened. He hadn't expected there to be so many awakened individuals on the side. Originally, he had managed to hold Kong Xiangyun back, and with Lu Zhiyong's strength, taking down Kong Xiangyun's subordinates would have been no problem at all. But now, with so many scattered awakened individuals, he was not so sure what to do. But the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. Suddenly, the scales of order emitted 2 beams of light, which quickly enveloped the 2 of them. Kong Xiangyun, of course, knew what Xuanru's supernatural ability was. This balance of order can cause both sides to lose their superpowers and fight only with their physical constitution and martial arts skills. However, this balance of order still has many limitations. Some superpowers themselves greatly enhance the physical constitution of superpower users, so it can only be effective against specific types of superpower users. Duan Xuanru stroked his mustache and charged at Kong Xiangyun. He knew his own abilities better than anyone, so he was familiar with all kinds of fighting techniques. The short knife at his waist was something he had prepared for himself. Although Kong Xiangyun cannot use his special abilities, his abilities greatly enhance his physical constitution, making him equivalent to a 3rd-tier evolved being. In particular, his strength is almost equivalent to that of a strength-type awakened being. This ability cannot be stripped away by Duan Xuanru's scales of order, so he is not afraid of Duan Xuanru's attacks. Kong Xiangyun wanted to resolve the matter quickly. Too many of his men had already died in the ruins. If things continued like this, and all the awakened ones he brought died, how could he go back to see the leader? The golden scales slowly converged, transforming into a battle arena. As long as Duan Xuanru did not actively disarm them, Kong Xiangyun would not be able to leave the scales. It was clear that Kong Xiangyun was a soldier. His moves were extremely concise, yet powerful, striking Duan Xuanru with a dull thud. Duan Xuanru was different. He wielded his short sword with great agility. Although he took several punches from Kong Xiangyun, he still managed to leave several bloody marks on Kong Xiangyun's body. Below, Lu Zhiyong was fighting against several awakened ones alone. No wonder Duan Xuanru dared to appear despite being injured. Lu Zhiyong was wielding a large hanging sword with immense strength. One of the ability users had already had half of his body cut off by him and was lying on the ground, bleeding heavily, his fate unknown. Several awakened individuals were struggling to withstand his attacks, but they did not fall. Zhou Lulu and Chang Wei had been watching them fight and wanted to sneak up the rock wall from the side to get the fruit. As a result, Lu Zhiyong discovered him and slashed at him with his knife. If Lu Lulu hadn't quickly released his tortoiseshell ability, Chang Wei would have died under Lu Zhiyong's knife. But Lu Zhiyong's strength was too great. The force directly broke Lu Lulu's left hand that was holding the tortoiseshell, leaving it limp and hanging at his side. Lu Lulu's dark face was contorted in pain. Chang Wei quickly reached out to Zhou Lulu, sharing some of the damage with him. "Brother Chang, I'm all right now. Find a way to kill him." Lu Lu hurriedly called out, and the awakened ones under Kong Xiangyun's command quickly stepped forward, wanting to inflict more wounds on Lu Zhiyong. "Kill me? You think you can?" Upon hearing what Zhou Lulu said, Lu Zhiyong pushed back the people in front of him and said disdainfully that in his opinion, Zhou Lulu and Chang Wei were just two ordinary second-level awakened individuals. How could they possibly harm him? Chang Wei didn't say anything, but kept circling around Lu Zhiyong, looking for an opportunity to kill him. If Zhou Lulu and Chang Wei left now, they would definitely be attacked by all the awakened ones. If they joined forces with Kong Shanyun's men to deal with Lu Zhiyong, then they would be fine. This was the unspoken rule that was silently followed in this struggle for the fruit. It seems Kong Yantian has begun to openly defy the leader. He's certain the leader needs his power. Fong Lanbai squatted down to watch the battle. The counselor was still quite capable. Even without his superpowers, he was not someone Duan Xuanru could withstand. Let's start by collecting some interest from Kong Yantian. Fong Lanbai had no intention of watching this farce anymore. She slowly walked out, showing no intention of launching a sneak attack from behind to gain the upper hand. I'll take these red berries. Do you have any objections? Fong Lanbai's slightly flippant tone came as he slowly walked over from the side and came to stand in front of the group, no more than 5 meters away from them. Everyone froze, completely bewildered. Was this guy an idiot? Why should I give it to you? What's the point of us fighting here then? Just putting on a show? Chang Wei looked at the man who had suddenly appeared. The man's heterochromatic red and blue eyes looked somewhat familiar to him, but he couldn't quite place him. He just felt that things were getting more and more complicated. Roll. Lu Zhiyong didn't waste any words. Seeing Fong Lanbai suddenly appear and speak so arrogantly, he slashed at Fong Lanbai with his knife. The strike was swift. Lu Zhiyong seemed to see Fong Lanbai cleaved in two, and a ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. Boom. Fong Lanbai suddenly moved and appeared right in front of him, so fast that he couldn't even react. Before he could make a move, a sharp pain shot through his hand, and the large cleaver fell to the ground. His right arm was severed, and he was lifted into the air by Fong Lanbai. A third-tier awakened being, the strongest on the ground, was easily defeated by Fong Lanbai. Do you have a problem with that? Fong Lanbai spoke calmly, and no one around dared to make a sound, all of them shocked by Fong Lanbai's powerful strength. Why is he so strong? Who is he? Just as Lu Zhiyong was about to speak, a prism pierced his neck, rendering him unable to utter a sound. Fong Lanbai casually tossed it aside, then covered it with a burst of demonic flames, instantly igniting Lu Zhiyong. What about you? Fong Lanbai asked the awakened ones with a smile on his lips. To them, his smiling face was like a demon, and none of them dared to speak, for fear that they would lose their lives if they said the wrong thing. Several prisms shot into the sky with astonishing momentum, forming a dragon head in the air, and crashed violently into the Xuanru's scales of order. Boom! A massive amount of energy appeared in the air, and the balance of order was shattered without any surprise. The two people in the air quickly fell down. Duan Xuanru couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The balance of order was forcibly destroyed, and he, who was already injured, was seriously injured again. Is this Counselor Kong Shangyun? I've heard so much about you. Fong Lanbai clasped his hands in a fist and nodded slightly. This must be Chief Counselor Kong Yangtian's subordinate. I'm truly sorry for the intrusion. Duan Xuanru breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw that the man was Chief Counselor Kong Yangtian, but the man's strength made him uneasy and he was not sure what he meant. Who are you? Chapter 133 Bloodwing Fruit. Duan Xuanru was somewhat surprised. I'm a subordinate of Counselor Kong. Kong Shanyun sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from Fong Lanbai and silently activated his supernatural power. You know I work for Representative Kong, so why did you dare to lay a hand on me? Aren't you afraid Representative Kong will hold you accountable? Duan Xuanru's voice was more questioning, and his eyes were more assertive, indicating that he was very confident in Kong Yangtian's reputation. The man before him was quite powerful. If he could persuade him to join him in dealing with Kong Shanyun, obtaining the blood-red fruit would be a sure thing. This was Duan Xuanru's plan. You're all that matters. You don't need to worry about anything else. Fong Lanbai was too lazy to say anything more to him. After all, he wouldn't live much longer. Such arrogance. Being able to take down Lu Zhiyong shows you have some ability, but don't be too cocky. The chief counselor's power is beyond your imagination. Duan Xuanru narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lu Zhiyong's corpse. Lu Zhiyong was just an ordinary third-tier awakener, not a top-tier combatant. Kong Yangtian had many people stronger than him under his command. Boom. Before Duan Xuanru could speak again, Fong Lanbai was already in front of him, punching him in the chest. A demonic dragon mark appeared on his chest, and the speed of the attack was so fast that he couldn't react at all. He felt as if a large truck had hit his chest, and then he couldn't breathe. He was knocked to his death with one punch. Duan Xuanru was sent flying more than 10 meters away. His heart was shattered by the demonic dragon seal, and he was beyond dead. Kong Shanyun, who was standing nearby, gasped in shock. This person's strength was terrifying. Even he hadn't seen how Fong Lanbai got there before Duan Xuanru was killed. Looking at the spot where Fong Lanbai had been standing, the dents in the ground were enough to show how strong Fong Lanbai's body was, even stronger than that of a mutated beast. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Lanbai swiftly leaped onto the rock wall and took the blood-red fruit with her. Kong Xiangyun, looking helpless, waved his hand dismissively. Brother Chong, who is that? How come he's so amazing? Lu Lu and Chong Wei had already secretly left when Lu Zhiyong was killed. There was nothing they could do. That man with heterochromia was too strong, and they simply didn't have a chance. In the face of absolute power, all methods are futile. His heterochromatic red and blue eyes, and the raging demonic flames, can only belong to Fong Lanbai, the city lord of Broken Boundary City. Chong Wei's eyes were filled with longing for the other party's blue and white strength, and he said in a deep voice, Lord of Broken Boundary City, I never imagined we'd be able to get so close to such a powerful figure. This trip to Ruins 028 was truly worthwhile. Chong Wei looked up at Zhou Lulu and asked, Lulu, have you ever felt wronged following your brother Chong? Saturday Lu didn't expect Chong Wei to suddenly ask him, but seeing Chong Wei's firm eyes, he immediately nodded, then quickly shook his head after realizing what was happening. I'm planning to go to Breaking Boundaries City. Want to make a bet with me? Second-tier awakened individuals like Chong Wei and Zhou Lulu, leaving Xuanqing and traversing 100 miles to reach Poji City was no less dangerous than engaging in a life-or-death battle with a third-tier awakened individual. With almost no chance of winning, Zhou Lu fell silent. He and Chong Wei had always been quite cautious about their lives, and he never expected that Chong Wei would take such a big risk. Saturday paused, his dark skin gleaming in the sunlight, his eyes becoming as resolute as Chong Wei's. Okay, I believe you, Brother Chong. Lulu on the shoulder with a relieved expression. Fong Lanbai held the blood-red fruit in her hand and counted them. There were 12 in total, not many, but enough for Fong Lanbai to experiment with. Fong Lanbai found a first-tier rodent, forcibly stuffed a fruit into its mouth, and trapped it in the dragon's seal. He wanted to see its reaction. Just as Fong Lanbai threw the first-tier rodent into the dragon's seal, a pair of wings suddenly sprouted from its back, and the stench of blood instantly filled his nostrils. The blood-red wings suddenly stretched out on the back of the gnawing rat, seemingly out of control, and crashed around the dragon's seal at a speed faster than some mutated birds. However, after a short while, the rodent was soon lying on the ground, dazed, and its blood wings disappeared. Fong Lanbai went forward to check and found that the rodent had lost most of its blood and had fainted due to excessive blood loss. If we hadn't known that this rodent had fainted, it probably would have run out of blood very quickly. It seems this fruit can form a pair of blood wings, a very good ability. If used well, it is extremely effective for chasing and escaping. There are still 11 left. If they can be successfully cultivated, it will be another major trump card. However, the side effects are quite significant. At the exit of the ruins, Fong Lanbai chose to go out early to stake out in Xuanjing, not giving him any chance. Enveloped by a spatial force, Fong Lanbai returned to Xuanqing. There should already be awakened ones emerging. This time, Fong Lanbai did not hide, but chose to wait directly at the exit of the ruins. Before the ruins close, Yasukawa Kei would definitely come out here. Fong Lanbai wasn't in a hurry and summoned Dai Dai to lie on the dragon's back. Fong Dai Dai's dragon scales remain cold even under sunlight, forming a natural ice bed. Hey, stand there. Throw this thing over here so I can take a look. Two people suddenly emerged from the exit of the ruins. They looked like they had been through a lot of fighting inside the ruins. Their clothes were tattered, and blood was seeping from their wounds. The two awakened beings had just emerged from the ruins when they were startled by Fong Dai Dai's enormous size. Their slightly relaxed nerves tensed up again, and they were about to dodge to the side and create distance from the dragon when they saw a person lying on its back. Hurry up, or I can't guarantee what I might do to you. Fong Lanbai was still lying on Fong Dai Dai's back, her eyes still closed. Fong Dai Dai, of course, knew what Fong Lanbai meant. Her huge head was facing the two of them, and her dragon might was released without any hindrance. Faced with Long Wei, the two of them had no intention of resisting. They hurriedly threw their spatial rings over, which landed steadily in Fong Lanbai's hand. Just as they were about to leave, having suffered this injustice in silence, the spatial rings were thrown back. After checking them, they found that nothing was missing. Let's go, there's nothing good here. The two people's spatial rings mostly contained the teeth and claws of monsters from the ruins, which they probably intended to sell to the merchant guild. The most valuable item was a goblin scepter, a scepter made of fire tribute ore. This stuff had already piled up into a small mountain of dark magic essence, and Feng Lanbai didn't even bother with it. After the man left, a shadow appeared beside him. Ouyang Yunma appeared there. After not seeing him for a few days, Ouyang Yunma's aura had become even more profound. He was already 1.8 meters tall, and his round and straight legs were captivating. He was still wearing a leather jacket, which showed off his physique. Lord of the city, Commander Yi was worried about you and sent me to meet you. Feng Lanbai shook her head helplessly, not expecting Yi Qingyao to still be so worried about her safety. Chapter 134. The situation is turmoil. How have things been lately? With the Huaxia conference approaching, all major forces are displaying their strength, hoping to have more say in the conference. Before Feng Lanbai entered the ruins, the Dark Division had already detected that the major forces were eager to make their moves. A large-scale war among awakened beings may soon begin. It is inevitable. Although none of the surrounding forces dared to attack Broken Boundary City, development remains the key, and understanding the changing battle situation is what a leader should do. The city lord is right. After its defeat in Changzhou, Mingdu quickly recaptured the surrounding towns and further expanded its territory. Based in Nanjing, the Ming dynasty took control of the area extending north to Huai County. During this period, the Ming dynasty's 2nd and 3rd legions clashed with the Chuzhou army at Wuyang Mountain. The specific details of the battle are unclear, but after that, the Ming dynasty never again deployed troops towards Chuzhou. Ouyang Yunma gave a comprehensive account of what had happened during this period, while Feng Lanbai sat up from Feng Daidai's back and analyzed the situation step by step. Yu Huayu Feng Lanbai knew better than anyone that not only possessed the strength of Mei, but also the strategic vision to conquer the world. Mingdu's desire to swallow Chuzhou was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Huayu should now be advancing westward, and Anjuan City should have already been captured by Yu Huayu. Chuzhou is just a stepping stone for Yu Huayu, as can be seen from Yuan Nanin's layout in Shanghai. Yu Huayu has been planning this for a long time, starting from the early days of the apocalypse. Mingdu estimated that he suffered a considerable loss in the battle with Chuzhou, which made Luo Hong realize the strength of the Chuzhou stronghold. He had no choice but to change his approach to recapture the city and county. Mingdu deliberately avoided the direction of Poji City, and for the time being, there has been no major friction with us. In addition, when the Zhuyan Legion was gathering Guangjuan, they encountered the Twin Corpse Kings. Chun Gang covered the retreat of his men and was seriously injured. However, thanks to Xiao Pang's treatment, he is now out of danger. Unexpectedly, the Twin Corpse Kings appeared in Guang County. As expected of the strongest among the 10 Corpse Kings, even the Zhuyan Legion could not stop the Twin Corpse Kings. It seems that the Twin Corpse Kings are still active in this area. They are probably interested in the Blood Emperor and want to find an opportunity to devour him. After everyone agreed, the Thousand Tribulations squad then began to hunt down the Twin Corpse Kings. However, these Twin Corpse Kings have some tricks up their sleeves, and they are probably still in the process of being hunted down. In the battle between the Zhuyan Legion and the Thousand Tribulations squad, half of the Twin Corpse Kings' horde of corpses was killed. Ouyang Yunmo reported to Feng Lanbai in clear and distinct words. Feng Lanbai casually took a bottle of water from the dark demon essence and tossed it to him, gesturing for him to sit down and continue. Ouyang Yunma didn't stand on ceremony. She had been in Xuanqing for over a day without drinking a drop of water and was indeed a bit thirsty, so she sat on Feng Daidai's tail. Even sitting on Feng Daidai's thick tail, Ouyang Yunma's long legs could still touch the ground. The sunlight shone on Ouyang Yunma's face, casting a shadow. His stunning profile made Feng Lanbai turn her head to look. I can't leave until I get my hands on Contraband 028. How far has the Dark Guard infiltrated the capital? Feng Lanbai has invested a lot in the Dark Division and has high hopes for it. Since Ouyang Yunma took over the Dark Division, it has developed very well and has infiltrated various forces. However, the situation in the capital has been consistently hampered, mainly because the power dynamics in the capital are complex and intertwined. It is difficult for even one member of the Secret Service from the 3 major families to obtain a position with real power. The heads of the 3 major families are all seasoned veterans, making it difficult to obtain information about them from this perspective. Ever since the last time our secret agents were discovered, those 3 major families have become even more vigilant, making it very difficult for them to infiltrate. Ouyang Yunma shook his head. The capital city was indeed a tough nut to crack. These members of the Secret Service who were sent to infiltrate were all assassins of the Secret Service. Ouyang Yunma would plant the blood-killing seal on them in advance, and they would die instantly as soon as it was activated. As expected, the blood-killing seals of those members of the Dark Guard shattered after a few days in the capital, with the longest lasting no more than 11 days. It's all right, it was expected. Okay, go back and tell Uncle Yi to stop all foreign trade activities related to the essence of life, and to declare that the essence of life can only be used to supply ourselves, so we had to cancel the trade. Fong Lanbai's lips curled into a smile, then he thought of something. Have someone inform the Blood Emperor to lead 3,000 first-tier zombies to wait 5 kilometers outside of Broken Boundary City. Also, tell Yao Yao not to miss me too much. Fong Lanbai said with a mischievous grin. Ouyang Yunma had been listening attentively to Fong Lanbai's instructions, but Fong Lanbai's sudden remark caught her off guard. Good heavens, 0-frame start. How is that supposed to be defended? Very well, Lord City Lord. Ouyang Yunma smiled helplessly, then disappeared into the shadows. The situation in China is constantly changing, and even with the current strength of Poji City, it dares not say that it can sweep across the world. Fong Lanbai waited quietly, sensing Luo Sheng's presence. It seemed Luo Sheng had the same plan as her, and had decisively retreated upon seeing Fong Lanbai, as she was of no use to him here. It seems Luo Sheng has really changed. Fong Lanbai was also a little puzzled. Could it be that he damaged Luo Sheng's brain last time? Just as Fong Lanbai was waiting, the people from the southern military region came out. It was clear they had been through a major battle. Their spirits were low. Upon seeing Fong Lanbai, they gave a helpless smirk. Shan Yunlong asked, "What do you want?" As he spoke, he raised his hands above his head. Shan Yunhu next to him also raised his hands like Shan Yunlong. Only Su Karen looked to the side, but dared not make any extra movements. We're old friends, so I should definitely get some special treatment. If you have anything good, just give me a share. Fong Lanbai looked at Shan Yunlong's expression and said with a wry smile, then gathered the awakened ones who had just emerged from the ruins together, waiting for him to take a look. Dan Yunlong took out a purple crystal the size of a baby's fist from his spatial ring and threw it over. Fong Lanbai caught it without thinking, feeling a little wistful. Little dragon is still so sensible. He was extremely interested in this amethyst. The goblin priest's amethyst scepter was incredibly powerful, and its strange abilities left Fong Lanbai at a loss as to how to deal with it. This amethyst, however, did have some research value. You can leave now. Fong Lanbai waved his hand, signaling that Shan Yunlong and the others could leave. He looked up at the rows of awakened ones standing around him, many of whom had bought things from Fong Lanbai's stall and no longer recognized him. The third-tier awakened one who had taken the white longbow from the wandering merchant was also among them, but he was not as domineering as before. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, lowered his head slightly, and dared not meet the blue and white eyes above him. What about you? Fong Lanbai's heterochromatic eyes swept over the crowd, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Fong Dai, standing beneath his feet, unleashed his aura without reservation, pressing down on the awakened ones in front of him. The powerful dragon's might made even some second-tier awakened individuals unable to stand firm. Here, this is mine. This is all I have. Chapter 135 Heavenly Punishment Thunderstar, False. Some people hurriedly took things out of their pockets or spatial rings, afraid that if they were too slow, they would be slapped to death by Fong Dai. Prisms were laid out in front of them, forming a table. Everyone placed their items on the prisms. The awakened one was also honest and placed several items on the prism, including the longbow he had obtained from the wandering merchant. Fong Lanbai didn't care whether they released all of their loot, because the greatest treasure had already arrived. View of Yasukawa. Having just emerged from the ruins, upon seeing this giant dragon, and then looking up to spot Fong Lanbai's figure, they immediately reacted, their bodies crackling with golden lightning, and without the slightest hesitation, charged in one direction. Can it run now? Fong Lanbai put all these things into the dark demon essence. Fong Dai immediately understood and instantly stirred up a gust of wind, soaring into the air. And Chuanjing still had Fong Lanbai's dragon mark on his body, so not only in this world, Fong Lanbai could sense his location. It has to be said that Chuanjing's strength is now several levels higher than when he entered the ruins. He has now reached the early stage of the 3rd rank, which shows how much the arrogant golden lightning has improved him. With the blessing of the arrogant golden lightning, Chuanjing's speed was already faster than that of a typical 4th-tier warrior, but it was still not enough in front of Fong Dai. With a few flaps of its dragon wings, it caught up with Chuanjing, who was running at high speed on the ground. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Yasukawa Kei decided to ask the opponent, Lanbai, to attack him in order to try and save his life. At this moment, he had already recognized Fong Lanbai's identity as the Lord of Broken Boundary City, and the iconic demonic dragon was the symbol of the Lord of Broken Boundary City. He was determined to seize that sliver of hope. In the ruins, he managed to become a centaur by chance, and even gained the Centaur King's approval. He could do whatever he wanted in the ruins. The Centaur King even gave him the Centaur's sacred artifact, the forbidden item 028, the arrogant golden lightning, to absorb. However, he was not safe even among the Centaurs. The Centaurs were divided into factions, and from the moment he appeared, the other young Centaurs began to suppress him in secret. Although the Centaur King supported him, he wanted the strongest Centaur and did not stop the other Centaurs from targeting him. Before absorbing the Centaur's sacred artifact, he was just an ordinary second-tier awakener. Although he later reached the third tier, he was no match for those powerful Centaurs. The targeting he faced in the past few days was already overwhelming, let alone the one-on-one challenges that followed. He thought he was the chosen one, soaring to great heights after entering the ruins. However, one crisis after another forced him to leave the ruins and return to Xuanqing. Otherwise, he would have definitely chosen to stay in the ruins as a centaur. He had considered who the man who appeared in the ruins might be. He figured it was just some powerful force. As long as he eliminated them all, no one would know that he had obtained the forbidden item. Once he grew stronger, no one would be able to threaten him anymore. But to his surprise, the first man to attack him was so strong that he easily deflected his deadly arrow, forcing him to retreat quickly back to the protection of the Centaur tribe. Fong Lanbai did not release the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon at the time, so Xuanqing did not recognize who it was, but felt that he seemed to have heard of such a superpower somewhere before. And Xuanqing held a golden leaf in his mouth, replenishing his arrogant golden lightning. He quickly ran towards the alley of Xuanqing, trying to shake off the giant dragon. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, but Xuanqing did not dodge at all, enduring several bolts of lightning head-on. The moment his body was enveloped in lightning, the arrogant golden lightning quickly made contact with Fong Daidai's lightning and then directly devoured it. As expected of the arrogant Jin Lei, the more I look at him, the more my heart flutters. Fong Lanbai couldn't help but sigh at Jin Lei's arrogant demeanor. Roar, 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 roar. With a dragon roar from Fong Daidai, a cage quickly rose beneath Xuanqing's feet. To prevent Xuanqing's arrogant golden lightning from having any unexpected effects, the cage Fong Daidai released this time was entirely composed of dark energy. Bang, bang, bang. Yasukawa K punched the dark cage again and again, the golden, arrogant lightning constantly eroding the cage, devouring each other with the dark energy, neither able to defeat the other. The raging, arrogant golden lightning flashed continuously within the dark cage, emitting a crackling sound of electricity. Could it be that the Lord of Broken Boundary City would target someone as insignificant as me? And Xuanqing roared, his eyes glaring at Fong Lanbai, filled with resentment. A figure landed in front of the cage, his heterochromatic red and blue eyes meeting Yasukawa K's, and a violent aura instantly swept out. Blame it on yourself for absorbing the forbidden item 028, therefore you must die. Fong Lanbai gave Xuanqing no chance at all. Demonic flames ignited from the dark cage, and the scorching heat surged up instantly, spreading around Xuanqing. Even with the protection of the arrogant golden lightning, he could not withstand the scorching heat of the demonic flames. Several prisms streaked across the sky, flying towards Xuanqing from all directions. Xuanqing was already having a hard time dealing with the demonic flames, and the prisms made it impossible for him to resist. Soon, the prisms slashed several wounds on him. Blood seeped from the wound, but was quickly evaporated by the heat of the demonic flames. Yasukawa K quickly took out several fruits and stuffed them into his mouth, and his aura began to surge instantly. The arrogant golden lightning instantly filled the entire dark cage, and the violent power directly broke through the dark cage, quickly fleeing into the distance. Looks like this guy got a lot of benefits from the centaurs, Fong Lanbai murmured. Just by looking at the change in Xuanqing's strength, you can feel how powerful the fruit he put in his mouth is. Fong Lanbai quickly chased after him, while Fong Daidai intercepted him from the air. Although Xuanqing's speed increased significantly, it was still not as fast as Fong Lanbai's. With the addition of the demon flame, Fong Lanbai could even leave afterimages. With the assistance of the prism, no terrain could slow down Fong Lanbai. Fong Daidai quickly caught up with Xuanqing in the air, swooping down from the sky with a sky full of lightning. The huge impact instantly slammed Xuanqing into a small, dilapidated building. There were still a dozen or so zombies in the building, but they were of low rank and were torn to shreds by the energy from the collision of Aoni Jin Lei and Fong Daidai's lightning. Dust filled the air, but Xuanqing still didn't give up on escaping, hoping to use the dust to get away. He touched his chest and felt a tearing sensation in his heart. The side effects of forcibly boosting his strength with those special fruits were kicking in. But Yasukawa K had no time to adjust. He quickly jumped out of the area, unleashing his arrogant golden lightning, which tore the rubble on the ground into dust once again. Before he could take 2 steps, a tremendous force struck him, and his neck was gripped tightly, slamming him hard into the ground before he could even react. Several prisms pierced his chest in an instant. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he could no longer utter a word. Heavenly Punishment Thunderstar, fall. Fong Lanbai threw Chuanjing to the ground, and a golden arc of electricity slowly condensed on Chuanjing's corpse, turning the arrogant golden lightning back into an ownerless object. Chapter 136 Return. Dumb girl, try to absorb it. Dai immediately knew that this was something given to him by his master, and without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward. He swallowed the arrogant golden lightning in one gulp, and in just a moment, golden lightning covered Fong Daidai's body, and a shrill roar came from Fong Daidai's mouth. Fong Daidai's innate lightning was expanding wildly with Ao Nijin Lei, vying for dominance within Fong Daidai's body, and her entire body was being frantically flooded with lightning. An extremely strong electric field spread out from Fong Daidai, forcing even Fong Lanbai's physical body to stay away to avoid being accidentally injured. Violent lightning bolts shot out from the edges of the dragon's wings, affecting the entire city of Xi'an. Almost everyone felt the powerful pressure, and many chose to stay away, thinking it was some ferocious beast descending upon the world. A colossal creature descended upon Xuanqing, and numerous mutated termites swarmed towards it. In their eyes, this dragon had invaded their territory, a provocation against them. Having dominated Xuanqing for so long, no creature has dared to provoke them. Termites the size of small cars kept surrounding the area, but the enormous electric field in front of them made them dare not approach the behemoth, which was attacking all living creatures around it. Even zombies are swallowed up by the termite swarm. It seems that these termites have devoured a lot of survivors and zombies in Xuanqing. The development of this termite colony is quite remarkable. Fong Daidai's absorption of the arrogant golden lightning was nearing its end. The purplish-black dragon scales on his body had turned half golden, and his aura had become even more violent. If he had resembled a Western dragon before, he now looked more like a fully grown 5-clawed golden dragon. The purple vertical pupils turned gold, and the forbidden item 004 was successfully enhanced with the forbidden item 028. Fong Daidai's lightning attribute was already stronger than the dark attribute under the blessing of the Thunder Eagle Crystal Core. Now, with the blessing of the arrogant golden lightning, it has become even more powerful. It is likely that lightning will become Fong Daidai's main means of attack in the future. Fong Lanbai reached out, and the arrogant golden thunder appeared in his hand. A slight smile appeared on his lips. The arrogant golden thunder was finally in his grasp. The mere existence of the arrogant golden lightning was enough to make Yasukawa K one of the 12 stars, demonstrating that the arrogant golden lightning was far more powerful than 028. For awakened beings, its usefulness was even greater than some of the top-ranking forbidden items. Golden electricity crackled and pulsed in Fong Lanbai's hand, like a small snake, spiraling and coiling around him with the movement of his fingers, nimbly rotating around him. The lightning field gradually dissipated. The termite swarm began to stir and surge toward Fong Daidai, who was atop a pile of ruins. A sniper rifle slowly materialized in his hand, a manifestation of the arrogant golden thunder. However, in the ruins, Chuanjing materialized the arrogant golden thunder as a longbow to make it more like a centaur. This sniper rifle was exactly what Fong Lanbai had imagined a military sniper rifle to look like, even with a scope. Fong Lanbai tried to aim, the golden crosshair pointing at the head of the termite at the front. Bang! A bolt of golden lightning shot out instantly, creating a large hole in the termite's head. The arrogant golden lightning raged wildly inside the termite's body. The third-tier termite struggled a few times, emitted wisps of black smoke, and died instantly. Fong Lanbai tried to enhance the bullets of the arrogant golden lightning with demonic flames, but unexpectedly the power became even greater. Demonic flames and arrogant golden lightning are inherently repulsive, so once they enter the termite's body, the termite has no chance of survival. One termite after another was killed by Fong Lanbai, unable to get close to him. With Fong Daidai also present, the ant colony posed no threat at all. For the countless survivors in Xuanqing, termites were like the Grim Reaper. But in Fong Lanbai's eyes, these termites were merely experimental subjects for testing the power of his arrogant golden thunder. Logically speaking, as long as Fong Lanbai's internal crystal energy is unlimited, Fong Lanbai's sniper rifle will have unlimited firepower. All fear stems from insufficient firepower, and the termite swarms that stretch as far as the eye can see are constantly dying. In the end, the termite colony began to retreat. The enemy in front of them had caused heavy losses to the colony, making them no match for them. The 12 prism shimmered in the air, and countless threads could be seen flashing on the ground. In no time, the prism placed all the termite crystal cores in front of Fong Lanbai. This was Fong Lanbai's ultimate control over the prism. After carefully collecting the crystal cores, I jumped onto Dai Dai's back and quickly flew towards Broken Realm City. It had been more than 10 days since I had returned to Broken Realm City, and it seemed that there were many things waiting for me to deal with. The termite corpses on the ground were left in Xuanqing. Fong Lanbai was too lazy to take them. He also left some first-tier termite crystal cores with him, leaving them for some clever awakened individuals. Perhaps this would lead to the emergence of more powerful individuals to deal with this apocalypse. Fong Daidai's speed was significantly faster, and he encountered many mutated birds along the way, which were noticeably stronger than Fong Lanbai before entering the ruins. The number of third-tier mutated beasts had increased significantly. This was the apocalypse, and the survivors' situation was like rowing against the current. If they didn't move forward, they would fall behind. Fong Lanbai has recently felt that he is about to break through to the mid-stage of the 4th rank. He is confident that he will reach the mid-stage of the 4th rank before the start of the Huaxia Conference. As for the other sun, moon, and star powerhouses, most of them should be at the late stage of the 3rd tier now. Fong Lanbai doesn't know how many 4th-tier powerhouses will appear when the Huaxia Conference begins. However, Fong Lanbai didn't care. As long as he broke through to the mid-stage of the 4th rank, even if he reached the 5th rank, Fong Lanbai was confident he could make a run for it. With several powerful forbidden items in hand, Fong Lanbai alone was equivalent to a small team. The Tier 4 armor brought out from the fusion ruins can also be put into use. The research department has developed the Night Order armor based on this Tier 4 armor and those wearable armors. After returning this time, the Tier 4 armor can be put into battle. Fong Lanbai was also deliberately collecting 4th-tier crystal cores. Apart from the 4th-tier crystal cores he had absorbed, Fong Lanbai planned to put all the remaining ones into the 4th-tier battle armor as one of his trump cards. The group from Ruins 028 acquired a considerable amount of resources, which the Breaking Boundary City will need time to digest. The recapture of cities and counties will have to be slowed down, as recklessly occupying cities and counties will only cause other settlements to turn their attention to the Breaking Boundary City. Before the Huaxia Conference, Fong Lanbai did not plan to send out the 4 legions. He only needed to guard the border of the Poji City's sphere of influence, and no other settlement would dare to provoke Poji City. From afar, one could see the clouds and mist swirling around Broken Boundary City, a magnificent city rising from the ground. Survivors were constantly registering to enter the city at the gates. The surrounding cities and counties had all been recaptured by Broken Boundary City, and many survivors chose to come to Broken Boundary City to make a living. The entire Broken Boundary City has developed rapidly, and various superhumans have demonstrated their unique abilities. All departments have been selecting the best members during this replenishment process to make the Legion even stronger. The bloodthirsty vines wrapped around Fong Lanbai's body. They were initially curious after reaching a high altitude, but then became uneasy, constantly moving and tightening their grip on Fong Lanbai's arms. Soon, this bloodthirsty vine flower will rapidly improve. To prevent it from disobeying his commands after its strength increases, Fong Lanbai planted a dragon seal on it. This dragon seal is different from the previous dragon seals. It is completely imprinted on the heart of the bloodthirsty vine flower and is composed of demonic flames and arrogant golden lightning. As long as Fong Lanbai wants it, the dragon seal in the bloodthirsty vine flower's body will be released instantly. Chapter 137: The Swaying of the Bloodthirsty Vine. Fong Lanbai did not enter the Broken Boundary City, but instead came to the zombies brought by the Blood Emperor. Owner. The Blood Emperor knelt before Fong Lanbai. During this time, the Blood Emperor had led his horde of corpses to become the largest horde in the eastern region. His own strength had reached the peak of the 3rd tier, and he was about to break through to the 4th tier. The Blood Emperor's appearance will become more and more like a normal human being. His blood vessels will be covered by fresh flesh and blood. Once the Blood Emperor reaches the 4th level, his appearance will completely become that of a normal person. After choosing a location 3 kilometers outside of Broken Boundary City, Fong Lanbai placed the bloodthirsty vine on the ground. The moment it touched the ground, the bloodthirsty vine took deep root. Several bloodthirsty vines kept touching Fong Lanbai, and you could feel that it was happy to be in contact with the earth again. On Fong Daidai's back, Feeling the arrogant and violent aura of the golden lightning, it was initially very scared. The dragon mark on its body gave it a deep-seated fear of Fong Dai Dai, and it kept tightly wrapped around Fong Lanbai. Now that it's in the soil, it relaxes a little, and dozens of bloodthirsty vines sway continuously. Blood Emperor, have these zombies pour all their blood into the bloodthirsty vine flower. The Blood Emperor recognized the bloodthirsty vine's abilities. This must be why his master had sent him with so many zombies. If they were higher-level zombies, the Blood Emperor would have sent them to their deaths, and they would have resisted. These first-tier zombies are the best nourishment. They have no independent thought and are completely unable to refuse the Blood Emperor's orders. One after another, first-tier zombies stepped forward, were pierced by the bloodthirsty vine. Their blood was quickly drained, and then they were thrown aside. Fong Lanbai certainly wouldn't waste these corpses. Summoning the forbidden item 039, the delusional spirit, transforms these zombie corpses into first-tier life essence, which is then fed back to the bloodthirsty vine flower. Under this stimulation, the bloodthirsty vine flower's strength increases rapidly, and each bloodthirsty vine becomes even thicker. Above sprouted several small bloodthirsty vine flowers, which, under Fong Lanbai's direction, began to be arranged around the Broken Boundary City. This would become the strongest shield for the Broken Boundary City in the future. The bloodthirsty vine flower continued to grow larger, soon reaching several meters in height and several meters in diameter. It pierced the soil, and more bloodthirsty vine flowers sprouted from the distance. Outside the Broken Boundary City, which originally only had some mutated plants, large patches of bloodthirsty vine flowers began to emerge from the soil. Feeding on these 3,000 Tier 1 zombies, the bloodthirsty vine reached the mid-Tier 3 level, and further advancement would not be so easy. Vines have now surrounded half of Broken Boundary City. As their strength increases, the bloodthirsty vines will soon be able to envelop the entire Broken Boundary City, at which point the city's defensive capabilities will be raised to another level. Master, should we bring in some more zombies for further training? The Blood Emperor asked Fong Lanbai, looking at the bloodthirsty vine's powerful growth rate. It was quite surprised that it had such a domineering ability to increase its strength by absorbing blood. If there was always blood, wouldn't the bloodthirsty vine's strength continue to increase? No need. Rapidly increasing strength in the short term would be detrimental to the future development of the bloodthirsty vine flower. Fong Lanbai touched the main vine of the bloodthirsty vine. The thorns were already 30 centimeters long, which showed how thick the bloodthirsty vine had become. What's the situation in Yang City lately? As the center of various forces on the west side of Taihu Lake, Yang City has always been in the vortex of power struggles, and the local forces in Yang City are not to be trifled with. Of Pontoa Mountain above, underhanded tactics from both the open and the covert, oppression from various awakened organizations below, and occasional attacks from the Blood Domain zombies. Yang City remains as stable as Mount Tai, thanks to its geographical location. The major powers are unwilling to let Yang City fall into the hands of other powers, and have secretly resisted it several times. Otherwise, with Yang City's strength, it would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of the major powers. Yang City remains the same, but there are now some powerful figures from other forces. It seems that Yang City also has some cooperation with the Japanese. With the Blood Emperor's current appearance, if he were to tidy himself up a bit, it would be impossible to tell that he is a zombie. Therefore, the Blood Emperor often gathers intelligence in the surrounding area. Zombies are originally transformed from humans, so they quickly learn about human knowledge. Those Japanese people had very distinct features, making it easy for the Blood Emperor to spot them. Unexpectedly, Japan has already begun to infiltrate China. This nation, which is hated by all Chinese people, has an extremely strong ability to adapt. In my previous life, Japan provoked China to fight several wars while I watched from the sidelines. Due to the distance, Japan had negotiated with the city of Hakkai, but they couldn't even get into the city and could only move inland. His appearance in Yang City now is probably another indication that he has ulterior motives towards China. Sato Yuma from Japan was a master swordsman, his combat prowess approaching the level of a 12th-star warrior. In his previous life, he had instigated numerous wars in China. The current Yang City is undoubtedly a huge vortex, and no one wants to get caught up in it, yet no one has to get involved. Fong Dai Dai brought Fong Lanbai back to the island in the middle of the lake, where they soon met the others. Yi Qingyao had prepared a large table of delicacies for Fong Lanbai in advance and invited everyone to welcome her back. A warm current flowed through Fong Lanbai's mind, and sweetness welled up in her heart. Pontoa Mountain. Mount Pontoa is controlled by monks. After the apocalypse, they awakened supernatural abilities related to Buddhism, claiming to save all living beings and lead the survivors to escape from the sea of suffering. Pontoa Mountain is located at the center of several powers. Because the monk Hongyi of Pontoa Mountain advocates self-stability, Pontoa Mountain has hundreds of superhumans and has never gone down the mountain to launch a war. As a result, the other powers no longer have any suspicion of Pontoa Mountain. Apart from the fact that the surrounding hills were originally the territory of the monks of Pontoa Mountain, the monk Hongyi of the city at the foot of the mountain never interfered too much, but he took in all the survivors who came down from the mountain. Bei Yin descended from the strange carpet. Just looking at Pontoa Mountain, he could feel how easily it could be defended and difficult to attack. The huge temple on the mountaintop could survey everything below. Bei Yin has not encountered a single zombie or mutated beast on this mountain. They have probably all been killed by the monks on the mountain. The vast Pontoa Mountain is so powerful that not a single mutated beast can be seen, which shows how formidable Pontoa Mountain is. Under the leader's instructions, Bei Yin and Su Ning invited Pontoa Mountain to participate in the Huaxia conference. Initially, Bei Yin wondered how powerful the monks on this mountain could be to receive an invitation to the Huaxia conference. However, after arriving at Pontoa Mountain on the strange carpet, Bei Yin changed his mind. As soon as they entered the Pontoa Mountain territory, they could feel an aura pressing down on them. It seems this monk Hongyi is quite powerful. I hope our trip goes smoothly. Su Ning's tone was somewhat heavy. Although the two were confident in their abilities, they had come to someone else's territory after all, so it was best to be careful. Su Ning's slender fingers traced across a nearby tree, instantly establishing a connection with it and activating the mutated tree to her advantage, thus leaving herself some escape route. Chapter 138 Trip to Pontoa Mountain. My Buddhist name is Huihai. Are you two benefactors from the capital? A monk came down from the mountain. Bei Yin couldn't see how he got down, but he took one step at a time and arrived in front of the two of them at an extremely fast speed. Aside from being bald, the monk dressed just like a normal person, wearing a casual sweatshirt on top and ripped light blue jeans on the bottom, without a single extra wrinkle. He looked very energetic, and his well-proportioned figure didn't show that he was a victim of the apocalypse. Bei Yin and Su Ning exchanged a glance, surprised that the monk knew they were coming. They hadn't informed Pontoa Mountain beforehand. They immediately replied, "That's right, Master. Are you a monk from Pontoa Mountain?" Bei Yin asked tentatively, mainly because the monk Huihai was dressed so fashionably that he was unsure if he was a monk from Pontoa Mountain. "Master Hongyi is my teacher. He sent me to meet you two benefactors." Huihai seemed to know what the two were thinking, and with a smile in her clear eyes, she explained, "Come with me. Your master will be waiting for you two from now on." The temple on Pontoa Mountain exudes grandeur and magnificence, with its enormous hall supported by several red pillars about 2 meters in diameter. Carpet that Bei Yin had taken back emitted a faint fluctuation, the aura of a forbidden object. Unexpectedly, there were forbidden items on Pontoa Mountain. I really underestimated Pontoa Mountain. There were many survivors coming and going around. When they met Monk Huihai, they all greeted him kindly, and Huihai responded to each one. The surrounding mountains have likely been absorbed by Pontoa Mountain, and many survivors live in low-lying houses. Everywhere you look, you can see Buddhist monks sitting cross-legged on the mountainside chanting scriptures, and their auras are clearly not weak. Upon entering the central hall of the temple, an elderly monk dressed in a red robe sat cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes. He appeared to be no more than 50 years old, with remarkably bright eyes. "Please sit down. You two have come from afar. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality." The monk Hongyi stood up, his eyebrows slightly curved, gesturing for the two to sit down. Monk Huihai poured a cup of water for Bei Yin and Su Ning, and stood respectfully behind Monk Hongyi. "I know the purpose of your visit. I only have one question." Bei Yin was somewhat surprised. The aura emanating from Monk Hongyi was noticeably stronger, but Bei Yin could sense that Monk Hongyi harbored no ill will towards them. "Ask away, master. We will not hide anything from you that we know." When Bei Yin met the eyes of the monk Hongyi, he felt that the gaze could see right through him. "Do you think there's still a way out for China?" Bei Yin thought of countless questions about interests or news from the capital, and he had prepared his answer, but he did not expect that Monk Hongyi would ask such a question that seemed to have no right answer. "The way out. Following the leader's instructions is the way out." Bei Yin replied that, as a former soldier, his only way out was to wholeheartedly contribute to China. This was his answer. "If I said that many people will die, including you and me." The monk Hongyi continued to ask questions, his gaze fixed on the two counselors in front of him. Bei Yin was slightly taken aback. Death seemed neither far nor near. Too many people had died since the apocalypse. If he were to die one day, he wouldn't be surprised. If my death could end this apocalypse, I would do it without hesitation. Master Hongyi's eyes deepened, and the wrinkles on his face became even more pronounced. Good. The monk Hongyi fumbled around in his robes for something, then handed Bei Yin something that looked like a temple model. Take this back to the leader and tell him it's a gift from me. As he was about to get up, Bei Yin quickly stood up as well. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip. Just as he was about to speak, the monk Bei Hongyi spoke first. I won't go to the capital. I've wasted my life and haven't been able to reach such a place of heavy karma as the capital. My Pontoa Mountain is only dedicated to saving all sentient beings and doing my part for China. Seeing that the monk Hongyi was already planning to leave, Bei Yin decided not to disturb him any further. Esteemed guests, let me show you around Mount Pontoa. Monk Huihai stepped forward, intending to lead Bei Yin and Su Ning away, but Bei Yin replied, "Forget it. Our mission is over. Let's leave as soon as possible." Bei Yin summoned a strange carpet and flew away from Pontoa Mountain with Su Ning. "Bei Yin, what is this? It doesn't seem any different." Su Ning held the temple-like object and examined it closely, feeling that it was just a wooden souvenir. "I don't know either. We should take it back to the leader as soon as possible. Although Pontoa Mountain won't be coming to Beijing to attend the China conference, at least we know that Monk Hongyi is a good monk and won't hinder our efforts to reform China." Su Ning gazed towards Pontoa Mountain, unsure if she had heard what Bei Yin said. The monk Hongyi did not seem as relaxed as he appeared. "Mingxin, how are the survivors doing lately? Have there been any more fights?" Standing behind the monk Hongyi had delicate features and fair skin. At first glance, he could be mistaken for a woman, except that one could clearly see the Adam's apple on his neck. "Those survivors have become increasingly restless lately, demanding that we feed them. Even the people in our monastery don't go hungry, and they're still not satisfied." The monk Mingxin looked extremely dissatisfied, his brows furrowed, and he appeared quite angry. "Mingxin, I bestow upon you the Dharma name Mingxin, so that you may understand the ways of the world, purify your mind of demons, and calm your restless nature." Master Hongyi's tone turned stern, and several golden Buddhist chants emanated from his body. Master Mingxin stepped forward and interrupted Master Hongyi. "But Master, why save those ungrateful people down the mountain? They have no sense of gratitude. Our temple is already strong enough. Only Buddhism can save all sentient beings." Mingxin was not afraid of Hongyi's Buddhist chants at all. The aura he released subtly overshadowed Hongyi's aura. For some reason, after Mingxin released his aura, Hongyi's aura disappeared instantly, as if he had suddenly lost his power. He took a step back to steady himself. Seemingly realizing that her reaction was a bit too extreme, Mingxin quickly supported her master's arm, her eyebrows and eyes drooping. Mingxin didn't want to hear her master say anything more. Before Master Hongyi could speak, Mingxin had already said goodbye and left, leaving Master Hongyi alone in the same spot, gazing at the Buddha in front of him, as if trying to find the answer in the Buddha's eyes. He closed his eyes, and a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared before him. Countless souls were wailing, blood stained the rivers and mountains, swords were everywhere, and there was only endless slaughter. Suddenly opening his eyes, Monk Hongyi gasped for breath and quickly leaned against a pillar. Streams of light flowed into Monk Hongyi's body, finally stopping the turbulent sea of his mind. A figure appeared at the corner of the temple, quietly watching everything. This figure was none other than Mingxin, who had returned. Chapter 139: The Past of Guyu. In the capital city, the Gu family compound is a grand residence. Only the three most powerful and influential families in the capital could afford such a large compound, and many powerful figures guard this area. Since the battle in Huairou district, Yari Pavilion has remained silent. I don't believe that this battle truly hurt Yari Pavilion. Fu Yuntao sat in front of an old man, looking at the paper and pen in front of him with great interest. "Fu Yuntao, the leader needs Guyu's combat strength. That's something you and I both know. But by doing this, aren't you just making Guyu even more wary of the capital? Or do you think you're stronger than Guyu?" Guyu narrowed his eyes slightly. This Fu Yuntao was not as easy to deal with as Fu Zhaohai. He was not old, but he was steady in his work and was the next generation successor of the Fu family. It has to be said that Fu Zhaohai had a good grandson. The son helped the Fu family, which was on the verge of collapse, to its feet. Next, the grandson will lead the Fu family to develop rapidly in this apocalyptic world, and they are showing signs of becoming the leader of the three major families. Patriarch Gu, our Fu family has taken over Huairou as the leader. How could we be blamed by the leader? Besides, I have a way to get Guyu to block the beast tide from the north. Fu Yuntao said meaningfully, which aroused Guyu's interest. He knew his grandson best. No one could force him to do anything he didn't want to do. It wasn't possible before, and it's even less possible now. The beast tide in the northern forest was already a major headache for the leaders. The seemingly endless tide was surging wildly southward, and the capital city was right in front of it. Firearms were of very limited effectiveness against the beast tide, and there was no longer enough manpower to manufacture weapons after the apocalypse. If it weren't for the three major families sending awakened individuals to stop them, the beast tide would probably have flooded into the capital. If Guyu could be sent to suppress the beast tide, the leader would certainly receive benefits from the Gu family. What do you want? Guyu asked tentatively. Since Fu Yuntao said that, it means he is confident. I just don't know how he can get his stubborn grandson to obey orders. Fu Yuntao calmly picked up the pen beside him, extracted all the ink from an ordinary ballpoint pen, and quickly sketched a picture in the air. A young woman appears in the scene, trapped in a cage. She seems to sense the image projected by Fu Yuntao and stares intently at Fu Yuntao on the other side of the screen. Lu Fushuang. She's still alive? Guyu's voice suddenly rose. He finally understood why Fu Yuntao was so confident that Guyu would agree. Lu Fushuang was Guyu's classmate, and the two had always harbored feelings for each other. Not long after they confirmed their relationship, Guyu found out. At that time, the Gu family was weak and under pressure from all sides. It was necessary for Guyu and Jiang Shiyun of the Jiang family to form a marriage alliance. Guyu tried his best to promote this marriage alliance, but it was met with strong opposition from Guyu. Guyu was abandoned by the Gu family. From childhood to adulthood, the Gu family never gave him any extra help. Now, they wanted him to get engaged to a woman he had never met. In his opinion, this was simply absurd. But for the Gu family, Guyu's resistance was completely ineffective. They didn't even need to search for him. Under a barrage of threats, they even caused Lu Fushuang's family to have a car accident. Faced with a behemoth like the Gu family, ordinary people have no right to choose. All of Guyu's communication equipment was replaced, and Lu Fushuang was sent to the south by Guyu. She was threatened that if she dared to appear in front of Guyu, her family would die because of her. As a result, Guyu and Lu Fushuang never met again for several years. In order to vent his dissatisfaction, Guyu chose to leave the Gu family after marrying Jiang Shiyun, and even treated the Gu family coldly. Guyu didn't care about Guyu's opinion at all. Guyu's existence was a mistake in itself. If he hadn't been unwilling to let his own grandson suffer the injustice of a marriage alliance with the Jiang family, he would never have thought of Guyu at all. After the apocalypse, his own grandson would either turn into a zombie or be infected. Among the younger generation of the Gu family, only Guyu was left. However, Guyu awakened such a strong superpower that there was no one in the capital city with a stronger superpower than him. Guyu had been trying to mend the relationship between the grandfather and grandson, hoping to gain some more benefits from Guyu. However, after several negotiations, not a single awakened person was able to return alive from the Sun Pavilion. This made Guyu realize that his relationship with Guyu had reached an irreconcilable point. He had considered finding Lu Fushuang, but with China being so vast, finding one person was like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, it was highly likely that Lu Fushuang had already died at the hands of zombies, so Guyu gave up the idea of searching for her. Unexpectedly, Fu Yuntao was able to find Lu Fushuang. Now Guyu believed that Guyu would definitely obediently go to guard the beast tide in the north. Without Guyu, Yari Pavilion, even if it was near the capital, would just be a piece of cake to be divided up by others. You and your father are both despicable people who will stop at nothing for the sake of results. Guyu couldn't help but say this, which sounded like what she really thought, making her even more wary of Fu Yuntao. You're the same. You use the same tactics on your own people without any mercy. Fu Yuntao also knew something about what had happened before. He played with the pen in his hand and drew one picture after another. Guyu has never been a member of the Gu family. There were just some things I had to do. Guyu was somewhat displeased and told someone to see the guest out. Fu Yuntao walked out of the Gu family compound with a smile on his lips. Jia Shichuan stepped forward to greet Fu Yuntao and whispered, "Sir, several superhumans wearing various blue-faced, fanged masks have appeared in Huairou district. They are extremely powerful and have already killed dozens of our superhumans. We still have no information about them." Jia Shichuan's voice reached Fu Yuntao's ears. His tone was somewhat impatient, but his voice did not leak out at all. Fu Yuntao pondered for a moment. He had never heard of such a powerful figure in Yari Pavilion. Could it be that someone else had designs on Huairou district? If it was simply targeting the Fu family, Fu Yuntao couldn't think of any enemies the Fu family might have. What are the characteristics of those people's special abilities? Fu Yuntao frowned as he walked slowly down the streets of the capital. Jia Shichuan, who was half a step behind him, answered Fu Yuntao's question immediately. Sir, most of the awakened ones who saw these people are dead. Only a few can remember some characteristics, but their descriptions are unclear. There were no obvious external injuries on the corpses, so it should be the work of psychic ability users. Fu Yuntao frowned. If a few people could kill dozens of powerful superhumans from the Fu family, it meant that those mysterious masked men were extremely strong. There had never been any masked strongmen before. Tell the awakened ones in Huairou district to behave themselves a little better recently. Jia Shichuan responded and continued. I've heard that the city lord of the demon capital Breaking Boundary City has broken through to the 4th rank and will be attending the China conference. Many people believe that the city lord of Breaking Boundary City is the strongest superhuman. What do you think, sir? Chapter 140 Dark Clouds over the capital. I've heard that too. The demon capital has been absorbed into the Broken Realm City, and no surrounding force dares to clash with it. They all avoid it like the plague. Fu Yuntao never expected that such a powerful figure would emerge from Shanghai. Judging from the rumors, he seemed to be even more formidable than Guyu. Whether it's a dragon or a tiger, we'll find out at the China conference, and then decide how to respond. Throughout the capital, patrolling guards were a common sight, and it was thanks to these guards that fights were rare in the capital. After the apocalypse, the capital city was transformed into a magnificent city by the leader. The entire capital city was surrounded by high city walls, which withstood several sieges of zombies. As for how these city walls were built, no one had any recollection of it. It seemed that the city walls had already appeared when they woke up. The political center of the capital. Wearing ordinary black-rimmed glasses and a meticulously tailored black suit, he appeared even more mysterious and noble in the twilight behind him. His eyes were slightly narrowed as he carefully read the paper in front of him. The words written on the paper were vigorous and powerful, showing no sign of aging. He capped his pen, making a clinking sound on the table, and glanced around the empty room, his calm eyes filled with an air of complete control. He held the red temple model in his hand, studied it for a while, and then solemnly placed it in the groove on the table, his brow furrowed with a sense of awe. He is the absolute #1 figure in all of China, controlling the entire capital city despite being an ordinary person. Under his checks and balances, the 3 major families maintain a delicate balance. He is skilled in political maneuvering and single-mindedly dedicated to making China go further. Anyone who stands in front of him will feel deep respect. They dispatched awakened ones to attack the zombie horde from 3 sides, reclaiming the city and county at minimal cost. They recognized the potential of awakened ones at the beginning of the apocalypse, vigorously cultivated them, saved millions of survivors, searched for mutated plants, and personally inspected the growth of each mutated plant to prevent more survivors from starving to death. His numerous achievements are countless and have earned him the respect of all Chinese people. He presided over the Chinese conference and advocated for the survival of more survivors, lifting the gun ban and airdropping supply boxes. At this moment, it was as if he was playing the same game of chess with countless people, and only a few could truly play against him. We did not obtain the forbidden item 028. After Kong Shanyun knocked on the door and received permission, he pushed the door open and entered, his words filled with resentment. It's all right. I suspect the city lord of that Broken Realm City was also there. He got it, so there's no need to blame yourself. The city lord of that Broken Boundary City is incredibly insightful and has an exceptional grasp of the overall situation. He is a rare talent, and few can rival him in either strength or strategy. With the China conference approaching, eliminating these parasites within the city is of utmost importance. #1 gave Fong Lanbai a great deal of affirmation. Although he had never met Fong Lanbai, #1 could glean some insights from Fong Lanbai's various actions. It seems that #1 had already guessed that Fong Lanbai would head to Ruins 028. Although Kong Shanyun felt somewhat guilty, he couldn't turn back time and could only do as much as possible. Shanyun, how long have you been with me? #1 looked kindly at Kong Shanyun in front of him and asked. Kong Shanyun nodded slightly, seemingly recalling for a moment, and said, I've been with you since my 2nd year in the army, and I owe my position as a member of parliament to your guidance. For many, this apocalypse presents an opportunity. Your awakening of powerful abilities is a stroke of luck. Even without me, your achievements would certainly be remarkable. #1 highly praised Kong Shanyun, who had followed the leader before the apocalypse and had already achieved the rank of colonel at a young age, setting a record as the youngest colonel in China. He recognized Kong Shanyun's potential and kept him by his side, grooming him as his right-hand man. In this vast capital city, there aren't many people I can completely trust, but you're one of them. Thank you for your trust. I, Kong Shanyun, will certainly not let you down. Kong Shangyun immediately gave the leader a proper military salute. For him, the leader's words were nothing short of a reassurance. The situation is very unpredictable now, but I still haven't found anyone I can entrust my life to. The old man looked somewhat forlorn. Kong Shangyun wanted to say something, but was stopped by raising his hand. The heads of the three major families are too attached to their clans. Given the opportunity, they will not hesitate to annex the other two. But I do take a closer look at Gu Yu from the Gu family and Fu Yuntao from the Fu family. Gu Yu's strength is exceptional. As long as he can maintain his peak strength, he can easily keep the three major families in check. However, his style seems a bit stubborn. He only works for himself and is not very useful. Fu Yuntao of the Fu family is indeed thoughtful and capable, but he's not exactly above board. He thinks he can hide the things the Fu family has done for me, but I don't want to cause any unpleasantness at this critical juncture. He looked somewhat haggard, and his tone was a bit harsh. Kong Shangyun refilled his cup with tea at the right moment and listened quietly to what the ordinary old man had to say. I've said so much in one go. I'm getting old. I've been a bit long-winded. Number 1 said with a self-deprecating laugh. You are the backbone of China, with a ruddy complexion, clearly a long-lived person, a true example of someone who is still vigorous in old age. Kong Shangyun followed up on the leader's words with a tactful and practical reply. At this time, the capital city was filled not only with conversations, but also with countless scenes of singing and dancing. In the venue in the capital, many scantily clad women swayed their bodies freely, their breasts bobbing to the rhythm of the music, surrounded by various exquisite delicacies and sake unique to the post-apocalyptic world. These items are all valuable in the apocalypse, yet they are carelessly placed here. However, there was only a male figure, and a mountain-shaped phantom behind him kept surging into the man's body, restoring his spirit and strength. He had been gone for an unknown amount of time, but he showed no sign of stopping. His clear, golden eyes swept over all the women present, and the emptiness in his heart was slightly filled. Who is this powerful awakened one? It's almost the 4th day, and there's still no sign of it stopping. What kind of superpower has it awakened? A waiter carrying tea said to another person who came over, his eyes full of envy. He had been a waiter here for so long, and had never seen anyone take away most of the red maidens. How many crystal cores would that take? Who knows? I heard it's a big shot from a powerful family in Beijing, someone we have no connection with. It's just a pity about my little Zhu. She's been out for days now. Where am I going to spend my salary? The waiter downed the rest of his tea in one gulp, looking somewhat indignant. Chapter 141 Red Swallow Pavilion. What are you two talking about? A middle-aged woman in a brightly colored floral cheongsam walked from the other end of the corridor. Her demeanor was elegant, and she possessed a certain charm that lingered. Her willow leaf eyebrows were slightly furrowed. If I hear you speaking ill of our guests again, you'll be leaving right now. There are plenty of people outside who will do the deed. The two waiters were a little startled, not expecting that Sister Yu had heard them. The waiter carrying the tea glared at the other one, thinking to himself, if he hadn't been speaking so loudly, how could Sister Yu have heard him? On the surface, they all hurriedly lowered their heads and admitted their mistake, saying, We wouldn't dare, Sister Yu. We were just saying it casually, please don't take it to heart. After Sister Yu left, the two argued for a few moments, and then hurriedly left to make arrangements for other guests who had come to the place. After Gu Yu took away most of the courtesans, many people who arrived found that the quality of these courtesans was significantly lower, which made them angry. Upon inquiring, they learned that a powerful figure had taken most of the courtesans away to the VIP room on the top floor. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, the hundreds of women in the Red Swallow Pavilion in the capital city each had their own unique characteristics. Those who came here for entertainment were not only high-ranking officials and nobles, but also survivors with some power or background. In the past, some people might not care if they couldn't see the red-clad women they liked for several days, thinking that someone who could take away so many red-clad women couldn't be a nobody, and it was better not to cause trouble. But some people just couldn't swallow their anger. When they heard the waiter bring out today's menu, which was mostly empty and didn't include the red-clad lady they wanted, they couldn't hold back any longer. He raised his hand and slapped the waiter across the face. Damn it! What kind of family heirloom does he have to dare keep so many prostitutes around? A crisp sound rang out in the hall, causing everyone present to turn their heads to look. The waiter had been slapped to the ground, and when he tried to stand up, he was kicked to the ground by the person. The waiters in the Red Swallow Pavilion are all awakened ones, precisely so that they won't be accidentally killed by awakened ones in such a situation, since the difference between awakened ones and ordinary people is still very large. The well-dressed man walked up the winding stairs towards the top floor. Several waiters came up and tried to stop him, but they were arbitrarily knocked to the ground. Sister Yu arrived quickly. Instead of stopping him, she stood by the fence and said, "Captain Li, you need to know that Hongyan Pavilion is a property of the Fu family. You need to understand the consequences of doing this." The well-dressed man was one of the captains of the capital's patrol team, named Li Yuhuan. His strength had reached the mid-stage of the 3rd rank, and he was a regular at the Red Swallow Pavilion. Sister Yu did not step forward to stop him. As long as Li Yuhuan dared to do it, even with the patrol team as his backer, the Fu family would make him pay the price. Besides, the people on the top floor wouldn't let him come back alive, so why should Hongyan Pavilion risk offending the patrol team to stop Li Yuhuan? What consequences could there be? I don't believe the Fu family would turn against my patrol team over such a trivial matter. Li Huanyu was blinded by rage. At this moment, driven by lust, he only wanted to find the top courtesan of the Red Swallow Pavilion as soon as possible and relax his body. There were quite a few members of the patrol team who came with Li Huanyu. They were all following behind Li Huanyu, along with some guests who were extremely dissatisfied with the person on the top floor, wanting to teach him a lesson. The waiter had already stood up to greet the guests who were walking in through the main door, but his eyes kept glancing resentfully at the figure walking down the stairs. After Sister Yu gave her reminder, she left without lingering, directing the later guests to another hall, as this hall might be undergoing renovations soon. Li Huanyu had reached the top floor. After passing through a winding corridor, he arrived at the largest room inside. The door was inlaid with countless golden patterns, and the words Yuhua were written on the door. Just by looking at it, one could feel the luxury of the room. Melodious voices inside reached Li Huanyu's ears, fueling his anger. He felt it was a provocation from that person. Li Huanyu walked faster and faster, about to kick open the door, but before he could kick it, he felt a sudden sharp pain inside his body, forcing him to stop. The people behind him were puzzled. Had Li Huanyu chickened out? They called out in confusion, but Li Huanyu couldn't answer them at all. He just bowed his head, his body trembling slightly. But he was, after all, a 3rd-tier awakened being, and his powerful strength allowed him to hold on for a moment. Just as he was about to release his special ability to alleviate the pain, a blinding golden light shone on the people around him with a bang, and they felt their skin being burned. Blood and flesh splattered on the faces of those nearby. Their eyes widened in shock, and before they could even wipe the blood off their own faces, a few quick-thinking individuals immediately shoved the others aside and ran away on all fours. They hadn't run more than a few steps when they crashed hard into a golden barrier. They punched the barrier again and again, but it was all in vain. At that moment, they wished they could kill the version of themselves that had chosen to go upstairs. They now realized how pathetic they were. If Li Huanyu could kill them instantly, then probably none of the people present would be enough for him to kill. Their only option was to find a way to shatter the golden barrier. The door behind them had opened at some point, and the long-haired man was still pulling up his pants. His golden eyes inadvertently lifted, and everyone was stunned by those eyes, retreating continuously. The women behind the man stood one by one, a sea of white against his eyes, many of them barely concealing their private parts with their clothes, but the men had no time to appreciate it. This has really ruined my good mood. Why did it have to be this time? Guyu raised his eyes and spoke, and the men immediately knelt down, crying, "My lord, spare our lives." It was all Li Huanyu's idea. We were tricked into coming here. Ruins behind them slowly grew larger, and the aura of the ancient island also gradually increased. A hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. She removed the jade-like fingers from her body, put on her clothes, and strode towards the corridor, her gaze never falling on those people. Those people felt the pressure on their chests increasing, and as their breathing gradually slowed, it suddenly exploded. The women standing at the door also unconsciously held their breath, frightened by the scene. "My lord, did you have a good time?" Sister Yu was already waiting for Guyu at the end of the corridor, bowing slightly, showing her magnanimity. "Pretty good." Guyu casually tossed a crystal core to Sister Yu and walked down without looking back. Although there was no blood on his body, the strong smell of blood still spread quickly. Guyu didn't take the stairs. Instead, he leaped directly from the rooftop and landed steadily in the hall. His golden eyes lingered on the person who had just entered. Chapter 142, Fu Yuntao's Schemes. "Guyu, what do you think of the women of my Red Swallow Pavilion?" Fu Yuntao entered from the doorway, a smile playing on his lips, his hands outstretched, asking Guyu with great interest about her feelings. Guyu lowered his eyes slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in them. "Explain." Fu Yuntao took the initiative to find Guyu, but he never chatted with Guyu for more than a few words. Having dealt with Fu Yuntao so much, Guyu still knew what he meant. Fu Yuntao glanced at the waiters standing beside him. The waiters quickly reacted, found wooden tables and chairs, and set them up in the hall, closed the door tightly, and asked everyone in the hall to leave, leaving only Fu Yuntao and Guyu there. Have a seat. There are some things I think you might be interested in. Guyu looked at Fu Yuntao with disdain. He didn't have time to waste with Fu Yuntao. Seeing that Fu Yuntao was still blocking his way, he walked straight past him. If you don't want to regret it for the rest of your life, then go ahead. I won't stop you. Fu Yuntao seemed very confident, his eyes full of self-assurance, and he raised his chin slightly towards the wooden armchair. Guyu looked at Fu Yuntao's face. The light shone on his face, and Fu Yuntao's temperament was naturally gentle and refined. His well-fitting clothes made him look like he was wearing haute couture. But in Guyu's eyes, it all seemed so hypocritical. If you can't give me an answer today, I can't guarantee I'll do anything to you. Guyu pulled out the chair and sat down. There was no other sound around him except the sound of the chair. Are you aware of the recent masked man incident in Huairou district? Guyu looked into Fu Yuntao's eyes and said nonchalantly, I don't know. Is there anything else? Guyu was getting impatient. It was Fu Yuntao who had arranged for him to spend his days in Hongyan Pavilion. Now he was asking him about what had happened during this time, which meant that the masked man was giving Fu Yuntao a headache and was trying to get information out of him. Just mentioning it casually, don't be in such a hurry. Recently, a lot of online celebrities from before the apocalypse have come to Beijing. If you like, I'll send them to you right away. Fu Yuntao said with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, several images appeared in front of him, slowly rotating in front of Guyu, one after another beautiful pictures appearing in front of Guyu. Didn't I say that? Guyu's voice suddenly amplified, and his aura poured out, causing Fu Yuntao's body to tremble and his eyes to gradually turn ashen. He hadn't expected that Guyu's strength had actually improved somewhat despite his nightly revelry these past few days. The solid aura made Fu Yuntao secretly release his special ability to resist it. I already said, send over any beautiful women you can find. Do I need to say it again? Fu Yuntao forced a smile as the camera sped up. Guyu casually glanced at the pictures Fu Yuntao had drawn. Among them, one picture puzzled him. Most of these pictures were photos of beautiful women or pictures of their figures. Most of the backgrounds are bright and vivid, clearly photos taken before the apocalypse. However, one scene stands out from the others. A woman in a light blue top is in a dimly lit room. It's a full-body profile shot, and although her features are quite distinctive, the style of the image is quite different. Guyu felt an inexplicable familiarity with this woman. He stared at her face for a moment. Then his pupils suddenly trembled, and he released his aura without reservation. The ground instantly caved in, and the tables and chairs were crushed into powder without any surprise. Guyu charged towards Fu Yuntao in an instant. Even though Fu Yuntao was prepared, he was still knocked back by Guyu's huge impact. A landscape painting appeared behind Guyu, with a huge river gushing out from it, causing Guyu's figure to pause for a moment. The golden ruins appeared at the foot of Guyu, its momentum reaching its peak instantly, radiating golden light, and the water flow could not even get close to Guyu. Various mountains emerged from the painting, seemingly materialized, their heavy aura sweeping over the viewer, attempting to trap the ancient island in the middle. However, the moment they touched the ancient island's boundless ruins, they were easily shattered, turning into streams of light and returning to the painting. Guyu had already arrived in front of Fu Yuntao, and several ink brushes appeared in front of Fu Yuntao, shooting towards Guyu like arrows. Fu Yuntao had hoped to catch his breath while Guyu was dodging, but the several ink pins that struck Guyu did not allow him to stop for even a moment. A silver mirror appeared on Fu Yuntao's chest, emitting a dazzling light in an instant. Guyu punched Fu Yuntao, and Fu Yuntao, struck by the blow, shattered like a mirror on the ground. On the side of the ancient island, a silver mirror appeared. Fu Yuntao walked out of it unharmed, only slightly out of breath. Guyu, she's safe now, but if you continue to interfere, her safety is uncertain. As Fu Yuntao spoke, several paintbrushes around him continued to operate rapidly. In just a moment, several huge beast-like creatures appeared around Fu Yuntao, and their ferocious roars caused the entire Red Swallow Pavilion to tremble. Guyu calmed down a little, but his eyes, filled with golden light, showed no emotion. Tell me what I want you to do. Guyu calmed down, his voice trembling slightly, and Wang Su returned to his body behind him. The scene quickly spiraled out of control. The entire main hall of the Red Swallow Pavilion was completely destroyed, with several large holes in the wooden floor and the main door easily broken down. If Fu Yuntao hadn't helped control the battle fluctuations of Guyu during the fight, the entire Red Swallow Pavilion would probably have collapsed by now. Guyu had been searching for Lu Fushuang since the apocalypse. Especially after his strength improved, The Gu family was no longer a force that made Guyu feel powerless in front of him, but the results were minimal. He didn't even know where she last appeared before the apocalypse, so he had no way to find her. Seeing that face that haunted his dreams again shattered his numb heart. After being controlled by Fu Yuntao, Guyu didn't even need to think about what Fu Yuntao would use him to do, but he was willing to do anything to bring her back to his side. Guyu swept away his anger, replaced by unprecedented calm. He couldn't show too much concern, or Fu Yuntao would only make more outrageous demands. If you agree to one small condition, you'll be reunited with her soon. Speak up, and stop touching those fancy but useless pens of yours. Guyu's eyes were full of disdain, but Fu Yuntao wasn't annoyed at all. I never thought that Guyu, who changes women more often than clothes, would care so much about one woman. He had spent a lot of effort finding women for Guyu, and he knew all too well how many women Guyu had slept with. To hold off the Northern Beast Tide after the Huaxia conference, I can let you see her today. I trust your character, Guyu. Ancient island of Beast Tide to the north also knows a lot of information, but I didn't expect the conditions to be like this. The Gu family must have reached a consensus with the Fu family. I wonder what benefits the leader will give the Gu family. Good. Guyu agreed. No matter how terrifying the Beast Tide was, Guyu had no choice but to accept it. The Gu family is indeed straightforward. However, Lu Fushuang is poisoned, and even I can't cure her. I can only delay the effects. She'll have to come to me periodically for the antidote. I guarantee she'll be fine. Chapter 143 Haitong District's Overtures. Upon hearing Fu Yuntao's words, Guyu could no longer hold back. How could he not know that this was Fu Yuntao's way of controlling him? He claimed that Lu Fushuang was already poisoned when he found her, but given Fu Yuntao's character, how could he really entrust Lu Fushuang to him? Boom. An invisible golden phantom slammed into Fu Yuntao, shattering all the beasts around him. His defenses were as good as useless against Guyu. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and Fu Yuntao felt a chill run down his spine. Guyu's strength remained as formidable as ever, truly deserving of being the strongest person in the capital. Once Guyu leaves and removes this thorn in my side, I will no longer have any concerns about what I do. Guyu had already taken a step forward, breaking through the landscape, painting in front of Fu Yuntao. His feet left the ground, and he looked down at Fu Yuntao from above. Fu Yuntao wanted to break through this pressure, but found that he couldn't move at all. Every part of his body was being suppressed. Fu Yuntao, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? You should know that's not a difficult task for me. The ancient island ruins of nothingness had already reached Fu Yuntao's head. The power of the golden ruins continuously invaded Fu Yuntao's body, and Fu Yuntao could only struggle to resist. The absolute strength of the ancient island made Fu Yuntao feel shocked, but since Fu Yuntao dared to face the ancient island alone, it meant that he was confident. Guyu, I can tell you're pretending not to care, but your true feelings are obvious to me. A maniacal smile appeared on Fu Yuntao's face. He never did anything without being sure of success. As the strongest of the younger generation of the Fu family, he had enough trump cards to ensure his safe retreat. After the Huaxia conference, I will go to Tongzhou to oversee the Beast Tide. I will meet Lu Fushuang this afternoon. Guyu's tone was full of threat. Fu Yuntao was wrong. The ruins of nothingness and the Golden Eyes Guardian were not so easily threatened. After saying that, Guyu left without looking back. Fu Yuntao was finally able to catch his breath, and his face gradually turned gloomy. Guyu's strength was simply too difficult to control. He thought that even if he couldn't defeat him, he wouldn't be defeated either, but the result was a crushing defeat, which made him see Guyu's power once again. Fu Yuntao suddenly transformed into a silver mirror, shattering into pieces on the ground. He emerged from another silver mirror, his aura returning to its previous state, as if he had never experienced this great battle. Guyu knew that Fu Yuntao possessed many life-saving items, so he only wanted Fu Yuntao to know that there were many people stronger than him, and that being too arrogant would only lead to his own death. That silver mirror was one of Fu Yuntao's trump cards, Forbidden Item 020, the Silver Mirror of Rewind. As long as a mark is left in the Silver Mirror of Rewind, one can return to the previous state, making it a veritable cheat code in battle. With this forbidden item, Fu Yuntao's survival ability is greatly improved. Fu Yuntao is already extremely strong, and with this forbidden item, there are only a handful of people who can threaten his life. With the Huaxia conference imminent, Poji City has been inactive since it brought Changzhou, Guangjuan, and Qingxian under its control. Su Qidong led the Xinhe Legion to guard Changzhou, blocking the throat of Mingdu, while Chun Gang led the Zhuyan Legion to guard Anji County. The Twin Corpse Kings are active in this area, which was also at Chun Gang's request. To enhance the combat strength of the Zhuyan Legion, Hua Yi of the Konghan Legion and Lu Gu of the Julian Legion were incorporated to deal with the Twin Corpse King's attack. To the south of Anji County is a mountain range known as the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. If Fan Lanbai remembers correctly, one of the 10 Great Beast Kings is located in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. Improving the Zhu Yan Legion's combat strength is inevitable. The Huihai Port, north of Poji City, is close to 3 ports, which are occupied by Ru Xinhao. Fan Lanbai has not yet taken action against these ports. Ru Xinhao's forces are not weak. He has used many means to bring several ports under his control. He has many experts under his command. Even Luo Hong deliberately avoided the 3 major ports in Haitong District, which shows that these 3 major ports in Haitong District are a tough nut to crack. During this time, Ru Xinhao sent someone to deliver a large gift to Fan Lanbai, which was considered an attempt to make good relations. After leaving Shanghai, Li Wenqing went north and, relying on half of the Shanghai military region's combat power, forcefully occupied a port with various firearms. For a period of time afterward, Ru Xinhao manipulated things within Li Wenqing's forces, causing Li Wenqing's power to disintegrate from within. With the combined efforts of inside and outside, Li Wenqing was unable to withstand Ru Xinhao's attack and died tragically on his escape. Ru Xinhao returned the weapons he had taken from the Shanghai military region to Poji City intact, intending to establish good relations with Poji City. Near Broken Realm City to Fan Lanbai for free, which made Fan Lanbai admire Ru Xinhao's courage. He stood out among several forces and fought countless battles, and then directly gave away a port to Broken Realm City for free. The mutated fish in this port can feed at least half of the survivors in Broken Boundary City, which is equivalent to directly giving Broken Boundary City a mine. Outside Broken Boundary City has reached the late stage of the 3rd tier. Around the time of the Huaxia Conference, it may reach the 4th tier. No creatures can approach the area where the bloodthirsty vine is located. From a distance, there are only countless bloodthirsty vine on the ground. With the flesh and blood of zombies, the trees outside the city have also grown rapidly. From the sky, you can't see the ground at all. Following the example of the goblin priest, Fan Lanbai created some tokens that contained his own scent. However, these tokens were only valid for 1 day or less. In the bloodthirsty vine forest, there was a path that would not be attacked by the bloodthirsty vine, which was convenient for survivors coming to Breaking Boundary City. The city defense forces guarding this road can only be described as luxurious. 2nd-tier warriors are the norm, and 3rd-tier awakened warriors can be seen everywhere. It would be wishful thinking for outsiders to try to break in from here. Moreover, there is the boundary-breaking city wall, which can be described as an insurmountable barrier. In recent days, several battles have broken out in Yang City. Although they are not large in scale, they have had a significant impact. Chai Yanbei appeared in Yang City and fought against several experts from the city. By the time the city lord arrived, the battles had already ended, and Chai Yanbei had left. It seems that the Shanghai military region is already looking for its next foothold. There are too many powerful forces around, and the Shanghai military region is not confident in its ability to contend with them, so it can only set its sights on Yang City. Yang City is centrally located, offering both offensive and defensive advantages, and its territory is quite large, enough to accommodate the entire Shanghai military region. However, given that Yang City is located in the vortex of various forces, it would be quite difficult for the Shanghai military region to occupy Yang City under the noses of these forces. Therefore, they could only send Chai Yanbei to probe the situation first. The city lord of Yang City, Wan Siyue, alone was enough to stand alone. He had secretly made interest with the Japanese, and Sato Yuma helped Wan Siyue solve a lot of troubles. Wan Siyue dared not openly discuss his cooperation with Japan. Otherwise, given the temperament of the Chinese, his Yang City would be destroyed even faster. Chapter 144 The Sharpest Knife in Japan. Lord, we have sealed off the entire city of Yang and are not allowing anyone to enter. Shi Cheng knelt on one knee in front of Wan Siyue, his eyes full of respect. Wan Siyue's status in Yang City was no less than Fan Lanbai's status in Poji City. It was precisely Wan Siyue's generosity towards his subordinates that made Yang City almost united, and other forces could not invade it at all. What is the attitude of the survivors outside? Wan Siyue asked Shi Cheng to sit down, had someone pour him a glass of water, and gestured for him to speak slowly. Just as you guessed, although other forces have found it difficult to infiltrate, it has also angered the survivors who are trying to avoid the zombies, who spend their days shouting and cursing outside the city. Shi Cheng paused, glancing at Wan Siyue's expression. I don't know where this news came from, but the survivors are saying you're a traitor and unworthy to be the lord of Yang City. Wan Siyue's face turned ashen. As a true Chinese, he would never have cooperated with the Japanese unless he had no other choice. But if it weren't for these Japanese, with his few awakened followers, he would not have been able to remain unscathed under the shadow of these forces. Do you believe me? Wan Siyue paused for a long time, his cloak billowing behind him without wind, his broad figure looking somewhat forlorn, and he almost gritted his teeth as he uttered those words. Shicheng quickly put down the cup in his hand and stood up. City Lord, without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. We've never doubted your decisions. We just didn't want you to bear the blame. Shicheng frowned, his square face appearing extremely formal, seemingly a staunch supporter of Wan Siyue. Wan Siyue looked out at Yiyang City from the balcony, seemingly lost in thought. After beckoning Shicheng to leave, he pushed open the door and entered the room alone. With yellow skin and loose clothing, he was no different from other survivors, but his demeanor was somewhat different. His neat buzz cut made his facial features even clearer, and his stubble and hair connected, giving him a somewhat wild look. A samurai sword was tucked into his waistband, its sharpness barely concealed even in its sheath. This person was none other than Sato Yuma, the leader of the Japanese in Yiyang City. He was extremely powerful and had at least helped Wan Siyue withstand several waves of attacks from other forces. As for what Sato Yuma was planning, Wan Siyue didn't know, but he felt that Sato Yuma's plan was not as simple as it seemed. The zombie horde from the west has arrived. Do you need our help? Sato Yuma's Chinese is quite good. At least he can make Wan Siyue understand what he wants to express. Wan Siyue only knows that Japan wants to have a piece of land in China, but they don't dare to do it openly, so they found him. No need. Yiyang City can handle those zombie hordes. But if they find out you're in China, there will be no shortage of powerful warriors coming. Wan Siyue's tone carried a hint of threat. Sato Yuma sat in his chair, rubbing his stubble with the back of his knife, making a rustling sound. You don't need to worry about that. Although there are many strong people in China, there are only a few stronger than me. They won't come. Didn't you want to fight strong opponents? Wan Siyue still didn't look at Sato Yuma. I heard that the China conference is about to be held. There will definitely be many strong opponents then, enough to give you a good fight. Upon hearing Wan Siyue's words, Sato Yu looked at him as if he were a fool. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? There are so many powerful figures in the capital. There's an old Chinese saying, a wise man submits to circumstances. I don't want to die in vain. Wan Siyue's lips twitched involuntarily. Could it be that all Japanese people can speak this Chinese phrase? I didn't expect you to be so afraid of death. Wan Siyue lowered his voice slightly. If your Japan only had these kinds of strong individuals, you wouldn't pose any threat to China. Wan Siyue glanced at Sato Yuma indifferently, but focused all his attention on listening, wanting to hear what Sato Yuma would say. My Japan has countless powerful warriors. Although there aren't many imperial envoys like myself, there are still quite a few other imperial envoys on our land. In order to come to your China, we have mobilized sacred artifacts and suffered countless casualties as imperial envoys crossed the ocean. Sato Yuma raised his head slightly, seemingly very confident in the strength of his hometown. It seems there are not many strong people like Sato Yuma in Japan, but their strength is definitely not weak. Just thinking about the countless mutated beasts in the ocean makes Wan Siyue feel a chill. Sacred artifacts? I think they're inferior to our forbidden treasures from China. Why don't you take them out and see if your sacred artifacts from Japan are as powerful as our forbidden treasures from China? Wan Siyue spoke provocatively, which made Sato Yuma narrow her eyes slightly. Wan Siyue, are you looking down on Japan? Don't forget, without us, could your Yiyang City have been defended? Sato Yuma's eyes turned dangerous, and the katana in her hand flashed with a chilling light. Wan Siyue felt enveloped by endless killing intent. It seemed that Sato Yuma was no ordinary fool. It's nothing. I'm just a little curious about what your sacred object looks like. Wan Siyue also secretly gathered his supernatural power. Even though the battle was taking place at such close range, Wan Siyue was not confident that he could survive against Sato Yuma. However, Sato Yuma was only trying to intimidate Wan Siyue. If he really killed Wan Siyue, the force that would occupy Yiyang City would not be someone as easy as Wan Siyue. News has come from our spies in Suizhou that the Western military region has been split up by Lung Yutong. Lung Yutong has led a large group of awakened ones to break away and establish themselves in the areas of Hanzhou, Dajuan, and Guananjuan. The Gu family's power has been largely wiped out. If it weren't for the intervention of other forces, the Gu family would probably have been wiped out from the Western military region. Ouyang Yunma arrived in front of Feng Lanbai, and small black characters appeared before Feng Lanbai, which was the unique way the Dark Division transmitted messages. This method can only be mastered by trusted confidants of the Dark Division. Unless one's control over energy surpasses that of Ouyang Yunma, it is impossible to detect this form of information transmission. There are no more than 20 people in the entire Dark Division who can transmit messages in this way, and they are all top-notch experts in the Dark Division. Lung Yutong is definitely not content with being restricted by the Western military region. However, choosing to launch this attack before the China Conference and become the focus of all of China is not her usual style. Perhaps there are other reasons? She has instructed the Secret Service to continue following up and keeping track of the progress of the investigation. Fong Lanbai pondered Lung Yutong's motives and realized that she would never do such a thing. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Lord City Lord, Minister Ouyang wants you to visit the research department. He says he has a surprise for you. Ouyang Yunma blinked her big eyes. It seemed that Ouyang Yutsai had revealed some information to her. All right, no need for such formality, I'll go now. Fong Lanbai said, about to stand up. The only thing that could make Ouyang Yutsai say it was a great surprise was the Xianming spaceship. It was probably because Ouyang Yutsai had made a breakthrough in the development of the Xianming spaceship. Chapter 145 Golden Wings. The Boundary City, the territory of the research department, increased further, and the style of construction was entirely built by the research department's own people, full of technological sense. The very center of the research department is a stadium-like venue, which is the department's largest research center. There are at least 500 researchers there, all of whom are leading figures in the scientific community. Some of them have even awakened superpowers that enhance their brain power, which is a tremendous boost to their research. Fong Lanbai also provided the greatest assistance to the research department, and various crystal core weapons were produced here. No less than 1,000 crystal core energy cannons have been installed on the city wall, and crystal core firearms have also been armed in the hands of various departments. Each of the 4 legions is equipped with a custom-made crystal core weapon whenever needed. If not needed, they can apply to exchange it for other types of crystal core weapons to assist in the battle. A typical Tier 2 crystal core weapon requires at least 10 Tier 2 crystal cores to acquire, and that's the internal price for Legion members, which shows just how difficult it is to manufacture such a crystal core weapon. Fong Lanbai rode in a special crystal energy vehicle toward the research department. The driver was Tang Nuo, one of the 3 shadows of the dark side arranged by Ouyang Yunma. As the boss of a listed company, she had an absolute mature and sophisticated demeanor. Compared to Ouyang Yunma's youth, Tang Nuo was obviously more charming. She must have a meeting today, so she's dressed quite formally. A white shirt paired with a black pencil skirt that accentuates her perfect figure, black stockings tightly hugging her long legs, and her loose hair exuding a unique fragrance. Lord of the city, you seem to be having a lot of free time lately. Tang Nuo joked, then smiled brightly, revealing 2 small, shallow dimples, which made her, who was originally full of aura, seem even more surprising. It's just the calm before the storm. As for you, I'm attending the China Conference in a few days, so I'm giving you a break, Fong Lanbai, sitting in the passenger seat, replied in kind. The crystal energy car driven by Tang Nuo does not require foot control and has no unnecessary decorations, making it more simple and elegant. With Tang Nuo, this mature and sophisticated woman, by our side, the journey wasn't boring at all. Finally arriving at the research headquarters, Ouyang Yunma was already waiting at the entrance, with Yi Qingyao's father, Yi Qiu, standing beside him. Thank you for waiting, my 2 great contributors. Yi Qiu single-handedly managed the affairs of the Department of Life and also served as the Deputy City Lord of Broken Boundary City, responsible for matters within the city. As for combat, Yi Qingyao handled everything. Fong Lanbai stepped forward and shook hands with each of them. Many people from the research department were watching from both sides. When it was time to be formal, Fong Lanbai was never ambiguous. No, don't bother with the formalities, come on over. Ouyang Yutsai looked at Fong Lanbai with admiration in his eyes, but it was a pity that Ouyang Yunma, that blockhead, didn't know how to make use of his advantages. On the one hand, she was extremely envious of Yi Qiu for having snagged such a wealthy husband, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Upon entering the research headquarters, the journey was unimpeded, with various metal doors, each several meters wide, opening one by one. These were all metals developed by the research department, capable of absorbing the power of superhumans and reducing vibrations. Even a 4th-tier superhuman attacking at full strength might not be able to break through them. Uncle Yi, I heard that you alone can produce enough mutated plants to feed hundreds of people every day. You are truly a great contributor to our broken boundary city. In addition, the scale of your captive mutated chickens is already large enough to trade with other settlements. Fong Lanbai couldn't help but praise. With Yi Qiu leading the plant-based logistics personnel, The food production of the entire Broken Boundary City has at least doubled. Although Yi Qiu can't fight, he has maxed out his logistics attributes. I'm still craving the mutated corn that Minister Yi brought me last time. Ouyang Yucai chimed in, seemingly still savoring the taste of the mutated corn. Alright, stop flattering me. Don't forget, Minister Ouyang is the main character today. Yi Qiu steered the conversation back to the purpose of his visit to the research department. Ouyang Yucai laughed heartily, his previous absorbed demeanor vanishing, and unconsciously quickened his pace. Alright, this time you'll definitely be in for a surprise. Unbeknownst to them, the group had already arrived at the very center of the research department. Ouyang Yucai placed his handprint on the base beside him, and a beeping sound rang out. The metal platform beneath their feet began to slowly descend. After a period of darkness, a large metal door appeared in front of us. After the sound of heavy gears grinding, the Xianming spaceship appeared. Various researchers in white lab coats were doing something on the Xianming spaceship, supported by mechanical platforms. Ouyang Yucai took the control device of the Xianming spaceship from a younger member of the research department. It was the thing that looked like a model of the Xianming spaceship. With Fang Lanbai and Yi Qiu on board, Ouyang Yucai opened the control cabin door of the Xianming spaceship under his control. He seemingly casually pressed a few buttons, and the inner wall of the control cabin in front of him turned into a 360-degree projection that could explore the surrounding situation of the Xianming spaceship. Watch, City Lord, these buttons are the attack devices of the entire Xianming spaceship. The main cannon of this Xianming spaceship can fire at least a level 6 attack, but we haven't found a replacement energy source yet. The remaining energy in the spaceship can only power it for 2 more shots. Ouyang Yucai waited quietly for the two to react. Fang Lanbai was speechless. The 6th-tier main cannon was now only at the 4th tier, the highest level awakened being. With this Xianming main cannon, Poji City could stop reasoning with any settlement. If the Huaxia Conference couldn't reach an agreement, they could only helplessly say that. Go talk to my Tier 6 Xianming main cannon. A single Xianming spaceship is enough to destroy any settlement directly, which will become the greatest source of confidence for Poji City. Lord, dozens of wing-like flying devices were also found in the Xianming spaceship's warehouse, corresponding perfectly to the seats in the Xianming spaceship's troop transport compartment. I tried them myself, and the speed wasn't slow, equivalent to the speed of a 3rd-tier ordinary flight ability. Upon arriving at the lower part of the Xianming spaceship, rows of seats were neatly arranged. Pulling down the lever next to each seat instantly sucked the entire seat into the spaceship, and a golden flight device popped out. How is it? This flight device can be charged with crystal cores. After my adjustments, it fits our awaken perfectly. I'll call it Golden Wings. Ouyang Yucai placed a golden wing back into the seat, his eyes brimming with undisguised pride. Although the bloodwing fruit cultivated by Minister Yi can also grant Awakened the ability to fly, it ultimately has side effects on the body. Ouyang Yucai pointed at the hull of the Xianming spaceship and pounded it a few times with his fist, making a dull sound. The outer shell of this Xianming spaceship is made of a special metal with self-repairing capabilities. Even your full-force attack won't damage it. Fang Lanbai couldn't help but gasp. This Xianming spaceship was far too powerful, practically a war fortress. The Xianming spaceship itself had extremely fast flight capabilities, and the golden wings granted the awakened ones the ability to fly. It was like a surprise attack from the sky, able to fight or leave at will, and the enemy simply couldn't stop it. Chapter 146: The Power of the Demon Seal. Minister Ouyang, your research department really does great things quietly. You've studied the relic spaceship so thoroughly. You truly deserve to be called the research department of Broken Boundary City. Yi Qiu couldn't help but say. It must be said that after breaking through this Xianming spaceship, it has become the most useful research project in Breaking Boundary City recently, enough to make Breaking Boundary City invincible. Minister Ouyang, you deserve the most credit this time. Just tell me what you want. Fang Lanbai was in a good mood and couldn't think of any reward for Ouyang Yucai. After all, with Ouyang Yucai's current status, there was nothing he couldn't get. That's not the right thing to say. I asked myself, the city lord has never mistreated my research department, so why would we need any reward? Ouyang Yucai pretended to be angry. Fang Lanbai smiled helplessly. Then tonight, let's hold a commendation ceremony for everyone in the research department, and also take the opportunity to hold a boundary-breaking conference. All team leaders should attend to reward everyone in our boundary-breaking city. I'll leave the invitation list to you, Uncle Yi. Fang Lanbai smiled faintly. To hold such a large meeting, at least 100 pillars of the Breaking Boundary City would need to be invited. Some positions were not clearly defined, and it was rather ambiguous whether they were considered captains. This kind of thing was usually handled by Yi Qiu, and Fong Lanbai did not want to waste her energy on such matters. Haha, City Lord, I knew it. It's all right, leave this to me. Ichio laughed and nodded nonchalantly. He said goodbye to Fong Lanbai and left quickly. This was no small task, and there was only one afternoon to prepare. As the head of the logistics department, he needed to handle many things personally. Ouyang Yucai handed the Xianming spaceship's controller to Fong Lanbai. I made 3 secondary controllers based on this, but they are all controlled by it. These 3 can perform most basic functions. Fong Lanbai nodded. Indeed, Ouyang Yucai's consideration was thorough. This Xianming spaceship was of great importance, and only by having it in their own hands could they feel safe. All right, Minister Ouyang, get ready to make a dazzling entrance tonight. Fong Lanbai teased. At Fong Lanbai's request, the headquarters of the Huayang Chamber of Commerce was established in Poji City. With Fong Lanbai's support, the Huayang Chamber of Commerce's transaction volume once exceeded that of other chambers of commerce by several times, bringing a lot of revenue to Poji City. Tang Nua continued to serve as Fong Lanbai's driver, but this time he followed Fong Lanbai into the Huayang Chamber of Commerce. The survivors nearby stared wide-eyed at Tang Nua, this top-tier mature woman. Due to the special nature of the Dark Division, Tang Nua rarely showed herself in public. However, Fong Lanbai beside her made them realize that this radiant mature woman was probably not simple. Broken Boundary City, his young face had protected countless survivors. Before everyone could gather together, Fong Lanbai and Tang Nua went upstairs to the VIP reception room of the Huayang Chamber of Commerce. Zheng Zhuyang was already waiting here, still dressed in revealing clothes. Like Tang Nua, both of them belonged to the mature woman type, but Zheng Zhuyang was more alluring, dressed daringly, as if she wanted to cover only her vital parts. Seeing Fong Lanbai enter, she stood up with a smile in her eyes, her snow-white chest gleaming brightly in Fong Lanbai's eyes. He wanted to hug Fong Lanbai, but Tang Nua subtly blocked him. He stepped forward to shake hands, and the two exchanged a glance, a sense of unspoken tension arising between them. I am Tang Nua, from the Dark Division's Miss Shadow. I've long heard that Chairman Zheng is a rare beauty, but after meeting her, I'm even more impressed. Tang Nua's lips curved slightly, his eyes full of confidence. You too. You look like Lord Fong's secretary. However, I wonder what job the beautiful Tang does for Lord Fong. Zheng Zhuyang sensed the hostility emanating from Tang Nua and responded without fear. Fong Lanbai had already sat down. Looking at the two people fighting in front of her, she wanted them to stop, but now was not the time to watch them bicker. So she immediately said, "Sit down. It's time to talk about serious matters." Tang Nua heard what Fong Lanbai said and didn't say anything more. He secretly rubbed his thigh against Fong Lanbai before sitting down next to her. Zheng Zhuyang also sat opposite the two, his deep cleavage seemingly trying to suck Fong Lanbai in. What were the reactions of those communities after the sale of life essence was stopped? Fong Lanbai asked. After the life essence stopped being supplied to the public, the Huayang Chamber of Commerce, as the largest distributor of life essence, must have been the most affected. Profits have dropped by 30%. But after these days of consumption, life essence in other places is gradually decreasing. The Ash Merchant Guild and the Great NI Consortium seem to still have some left, but the price is 7 to 8 times higher than before. The survivors are very resentful these days. Zheng Zhuyang spoke slowly, and it was clear that he regretted the recent decline in profits. I wonder when City Lord Fong plans to restore the supply of life essence. Fong Lanbai's lips curled into a smile. Things seemed to be unfolding exactly as he had predicted. The survivors, ravaged by war, harbor resentment towards the settlements that instigated it. Now is the perfect opportunity to win over the hearts and minds of the people. 3 days later, I will head to the capital. At that time, Broken Boundary City will announce that, in order to improve the lives of the survivors, it will randomly drop supply boxes in the eastern part of China, containing resources such as life essence. Upon hearing Fong Lanbai's words, Zheng Zhuyang immediately stood up and raised his voice, saying, "Giving life essence to those survivors for free, Fong Lanbai. Are you out of your mind? Why would you do something so thankless?" Fong Lanbai frowned. Tang Nua, who was sitting next to Fong Lanbai, stood up abruptly and instantly released his superpower. A white short sword appeared in his hand, enveloped in mist. "Mind your place, Chairman Zheng. When did it become your place to question the city lord's decisions?" Tang Nua deliberately emphasized the word "you" in his last sentence, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped Zheng Zhuyang. If Tang Nua were to actually fight, he wouldn't reveal his weapon beforehand. He only released the white short sword to intimidate Zheng Zhuyang. Zheng Zhuyang also realized he had overreacted. Thinking of Fong Lanbai's terrifying strength, he immediately bowed and said, "City Lord, I was just curious why you did this. I meant nothing else. You don't need to know. Obeying my orders is what you should do. Fong Lanbai stared into Zheng Zhuyang's eyes, and demonic flames rose from Fong Lanbai's eyes. The demonic seal in Zheng Zhuyang's body was instantly awakened, and pain surged from Zheng Zhuyang's mind, unstoppable. Ah, Lord City Lord, I know I was wrong. Zheng Zhuyang was enveloped in immense pain. The soul-scorching nature of the demonic flames amplified the pain infinitely. In just 3 seconds, Zheng Zhuyang's entire body was soaked in sweat. As she rolled around on the sofa, her clothes were pulled, and what was already revealing of her chest was now mostly exposed. He knelt before Fong Lanbai with lifeless eyes, his hands resting on the coffee table. Even after Fong Lanbai left, he remained standing for a long time, his eyes filled with deep fear. Lord, Zheng Zhuyang is too self-centered and difficult to control. Why don't we have our secret service take care of her to prevent her from turning against us? Tang Nua offered her opinion. She had been sent by Fong Lanbai to investigate the Huayang Chamber of Commerce, so she knew Zheng Zhuyang better than anyone else. Chapter 147, A White Dress. Zheng Zhuyang has always relied on her special abilities to have some ambiguous relationships with the leaders of some small forces. When she uses her Knight Enchantress Purple Control, her already charming figure becomes even more alluring, and those men simply cannot resist her temptation. Several leaders of minor factions were even willing to work for her for free, ultimately gaining nothing in return, yet willingly falling at Zheng Zhuyang's feet. No need to rush. I can take her life at any time. The Huayang Chamber of Commerce is still useful for now. Fong Lanbai didn't care what Zheng Zhuyang might do. In his eyes, Zheng Zhuyang was just a nobody who could be crushed at any moment. Tang Nua suddenly chuckled and looked up at Fong Lanbai. City Lord Fong's serious demeanor is quite charming. Fong Lanbai was taken aback by the unexpected remark and smiled wryly. Don't interrupt. Do you have too little work, giving you time to joke with me? Tang Nua quickly said, No, that's not what I meant. After saying that, he hurriedly left as if he were fleeing. The work of the Dark Division was already heavy, and if Fong Lanbai arranged other work for them, they would be exhausted. Fong Lanbai drove himself through the streets of Broken Boundary City. When he arrived at a street intersection, a girl in a white dress appeared at the intersection. Her fair skin shone with a noble luster, and a pink and blue lotus flower on her forehead occasionally emitted a faint glow. It was nearing dusk, and the layers of sunset clouds in the sky were like a painting, generously highlighting the woman in front of him. Seeing Fong Lanbai in the car, he couldn't help but smile, as if the entire sky had been painted by her, making him feel warm inside. Lord of the city, may I go for a drive with you? Yi Qingyao said softly. Just looking at Yi Qingyao's face made Fong Lanbai forget all her unpleasantness. Sure, little princess, get in the car. Fong Lanbai smiled and pulled Yi Qingyao's hand to sit in the passenger seat. This place is not far from the Candle Lotus Legion's garrison, but far from the center of Broken Realm City. Therefore, not many people can recognize Yi Qingyao, and even those who can recognize her rarely dare to come up and greet her. After all, she is the most powerful woman in the entire Broken Realm City, and her strength and methods are second to none. Why did you decide to wear a skirt today? Fong Lanbai held the steering wheel with one hand and placed the other hand on her round thigh. Yi Qingyao's 2 slender hands enveloped Fong Lanbai's hand. I kind of miss the days when I was studying at Shanghai University. It's been so long since the apocalypse, I've gotten used to life here. Yi Qingyao looked at the car ahead, blinking her eyes. The Haitong district has been testing our attitude. Ru Xinhao has come twice already, openly and secretly trying to see if we are interested in Haitong district, perhaps because they are afraid that one port won't be enough to feed us. The Candle Lotus Legion borders the Haitong district, so Ru Xinhao first made contact with Yi Qingyao twice. Leave him hanging. No need to give him a clear answer. Let the Haitong district deal with that water dragon wandering at the estuary. We don't need to get involved. Fong Lanbai chuckled mischievously. Someone's been eyeing Haitong district again lately, which is giving Ru Xinhao quite a headache. They even have time to come to my Broken Boundary City to spread rumors. After all, our Broken Boundary City is right next door. How could he not be afraid? Yi Qingyao couldn't help but laugh. That water dragon unleashed a massive flood, submerging a large area of Haitong district. Although I haven't seen it yet, just hearing the noise makes me feel that this dragon is extraordinary. Fong Lanbai thought to himself, how could the water dragon, the 5th of the 10 great beast kings, known as the Little East Sea Dragon King, be weak? Especially in the water where its power is amplified the most. If it weren't for the slightly higher altitude of Haitong district, even more areas would have been submerged. The most important thing now is to make tonight's banquet a perfect success. You are the matriarch of our Broken Boundary City, So you must make a dazzling appearance. Fong Lanbai grinned, as if he could already see Yi Qingyao's entrance. All right, what mistress? That sounds so old. You're the backbone of our breaking boundary. Besides, my Lanbai is so handsome, it makes me so proud. As she spoke, Yi Qingyao pouted and gave Fong Lanbai 2 thumbs up. Her adorable appearance warmed Fong Lanbai's heart. The two chatted in the car. Due to some reasons, Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao hadn't seen each other for a few days. They felt they had so much to talk about, and their eyes were full of stars as they looked forward to the future. The vehicle arrived at the largest banquet hall in Broken Boundary City, which was converted from the former Golden Glory Hotel. Many people had already arrived and were chatting at the entrance. Yin Ming climbed onto Hua Ye's back, grabbing Hua Ye's 2 ears, looking very smug. Hua Ye had just returned from Anji County with Chun Gang when Yin Ming stopped him. Old Hua, didn't I tell you to bring me something fun? Why did you come back empty-handed again? Yin Ming muttered, increasing the pressure on his hand. Seeing this scene, others might think, what kind of girl dares to lay a hand on an old man like that? But Yin Ming and Hua Yi are different. Yin Ming saved Hua Yi during a battle. From then on, Hua Yi remembered this little girl and felt that she was very much like his deceased granddaughter and would often bring Yin Ming some food. Yin Ming accepted everything offered, taking whatever was given to him and eating it. Over time, the relationship between the two grew closer and closer. Yin Ming treated Hua Yi like his own grandfather, and they really looked like a grandfather and grandson. Although Hua Yi had a full head of white hair, he was still a 3rd-level ability user and was very healthy. Little girl, I came back in such a hurry that I forgot. I'll definitely do it next time. As he spoke, he held up 3 fingers and stood up straight, which finally made Yin Ming let him go. Seeing Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao walk over hand in hand, Yin Ming quickly stood at attention, his eyes filled with relief. Greetings, City Lord. Greetings, Commander Yi. Both of them nodded to Yin Ming. Fong Lanbai took Hua Ye's hand and felt an unusual warmth in it. This was Hua Ye's special ability, the Banyang Palm, which was excellent in both offense and defense. It was said that if Hua Yi hadn't been by Chun Gang's side, Chun Gang would have been successfully ambushed by the Twin Corpse Kings. You must be tired from coming back from Anji County. Have a good meal and drinks tonight. There should be 2 captains left behind in Unju County. Unfortunately, they missed the opportunity, but someone has to stay behind in Anji County. It's no trouble at all, City Lord. This is nothing. Hua Yi also touched his head, his voice as distinctive as the sound of a rusty bell. Afterwards, they went into the reception room together. Hua Yi knew how much Yin Ming admired the City Lord and wanted Yin Ming to walk on Fong Lanbai's other side. But Yin Ming refused and could only turn his head to look at Fong Lanbai's profile from time to time. Fong Lanbai knew, of course, that Yin Ming was interested in him. It wasn't that Fong Lanbai couldn't tell, it was just that he made it too obvious, practically writing, "I'm your fan," on his face. Chapter 148, The Banquet Begins. What made Fong Lanbai both amused and exasperated was that once, after a battle, when dividing the spoils, Hua Yi chose not to take the crystal core of the mutated zombie, saying he wanted Fong Lanbai to grant him a small request. Fong Lanbai was still wondering what small request an old man could possibly have, so she asked Hua Yi to tell her. Hua Yi then said that he wanted Yin Ming to touch Fong Lanbai's abs. Fong Lanbai stood there stunned for a moment, and it was only when some of the team members around her burst into laughter that Fong Lanbai came back to her senses. Later, Fong Lanbai found Yin Ming and asked him about it. She learned that Yin Ming had just casually mentioned wanting to touch the City Lord's abs, but Hua Yi overheard it and took it seriously. Hua Yi wanted to use this to make Yin Ming happy, and as a result, Hua Yi became a legend in the base. This made Hua Yi, the old man, a celebrity in all the legions. Everyone who saw Hua Yi would tease this lovable old man, and Hua Yi didn't get annoyed. He would cooperate and bring laughter to everyone. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, one could already see that many people had arrived. As soon as Fong Lanbai appeared, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted around her. A group of people surrounded Fong Lanbai. Everyone, please sit down. Our meeting is about to begin. Today's banquet is mainly for everyone to relax, so please don't be too formal. Fong Lanbai waved for everyone to sit down. The entire hall was predominantly gold in color. A huge round dining table had a conveyor belt that connected to the wall on one side, from which came out dishes that looked and smelled delicious. Inside, various chefs were constantly preparing all kinds of mutated beast meat. Sitting on either side of Fong Lanbai were Yi Qiu and Yi Qingyao, located at the head of the table. Further back were the ministers and legion commanders of various departments. Su Qidong was wearing a formal suit, which fit his tall figure perfectly and made him look quite presentable. After Su Kaiju and Li Weining arrived, the two were settled on the island in the middle of the lake. Wanting to find something to do, they joined the city defense army. Hey, you're dressed so handsomely. Which girl are you trying to seduce? Li Ruasia retorted without any politeness, but his eyes were full of envy. You don't know anything. I'm the face of my Divine Union Legion. Can't I be anything less than formal? Su Chidong lowered his voice. But you, is the commander of the Void Trace Legion really this casual? My Void Legion doesn't rely on these empty tricks. It's all about pure, hard power. Li Ruasia retorted, but he seemed powerless as he stared at the plates of food in front of him, lost in thought. Ouyang Yutsai, dressed in a well-fitting casual outfit, finally not his previous research gown, smiled and chatted with the important members of the research department around him, looking quite pleased with himself. Lu Jiming whispered something in Fong Lanbai's ear while holding Wu Li, then left with a smile. Wu Li, in his arms, let out a silvery laugh and jumped into Wu Feng's arms. Wu Li pointed to the little red pig made of watermelon seeds in the fruit basket. Wu Feng smiled helplessly, and a flash of silver light appeared in his eyes. Instantly, one of the watermelon pigs on the plate disappeared and appeared on the plate next to Wu Feng. Wu Li hugged Wu Feng tightly and kept saying, "Brother is so amazing, so good." Even Wu Feng, who was usually expressionless, couldn't help but smile. "Brother is so amazing, I want one too," Fan Wenbin said to Wu Feng, mimicking Wu Li's tone, with a smug look on his face. He was glanced at by the brother and sister and quickly turned away. Besides the important ministerial-level personnel, the next group consists of the backbone of various departments. Yin Ming, Ren Jinhe, Hua Yi, Su Shuer, Li Pinggan, the two shadows of the Dark Division, Wu Ying, Tang Nua, Wu Ying, Wang Lifeng, and the child in her arms, Zhang Tutu. Relying on his invisibility ability, he maximized his power and successfully rose through the ranks after joining the Dark Division, steadily becoming one of the three shadows and a key figure in the Dark Division's development. She is no longer as cautious as she used to be. Her words are full of confidence and self-assurance. Tang Nua and Wang Lifeng, two of the three shadows, appeared in front of everyone and were in charge of coordinating the work of the Dark Division. As for Sha Ying, who had a stiff neck, no one except Fong Lanbai and Ouyang Yunma, the head of the Dark Division, had ever seen his true appearance. They only knew that there was a Sha Ying in the Dark Division of Poji City with extremely strong ability to hide and assassinate. The mission they were carrying out had always been a top secret in Breaking Boundary City and had never been revealed to the public, and today was no exception. For some reason, Li Pingyan remained the same tall and thin man, with a smile always on his dark face. Despite his slender build, Li Pingyan was one of the strongest men in the Legion. The moment the Golden Shield appeared, everyone felt relieved. He was a renowned expert among the four legions. Yin Ming, Li Pingyan, Su Shuer, Hua Yi, and Yang Xingzi are among the top-tier powerhouses of the four major legions. If Yin Ming hadn't obtained the forbidden item 036, the Frost Crystal Moon Longbow, he would have been the strongest member of the four legions besides the legion commander. Yin Ming is the strongest archer in Broken Boundary City. This forbidden item 036 can be used to its fullest potential in her hands. Because of this, Yin Ming was so happy that she couldn't sleep all night. This item was personally given to her by the city lord, which made her heart flutter. Everyone, please be quiet. Everyone is here. Our banquet is about to begin. As soon as Fong Lanbai spoke, everyone fell silent and took their seats, their eyes fixed on the city lord of Broken Boundary City. Fong Lanbai had long since lost the naivety of a student. The aura of a superior was fully displayed on him. Even though he was just smiling at everyone, the many powerful figures present were still overwhelmed by his presence. The dishes on the conveyor belt were all served, including various foods that could not be seen outside. The chefs had prepared high-level mutated beast meat with unique flavors, and the rarest agricultural products were also frequently featured on the conveyor belt. Hundreds of dishes are on the conveyor belt, with very few duplicates, directly letting everyone know that some dishes, once missed, will never be seen again. It's hard to imagine that while survivors in many places might not even be able to feed themselves now, in Broken Boundary City they can eat more abundant food than before the apocalypse. Our protagonist today is our most brilliant research department head, Ouyang Yutsai. Fong Lanbai spoke with great enthusiasm, standing up and shaking hands with Ouyang Yutsai. Crystal core weapons, the fusion and development of ores, and various scientific research results have given us wings in battle. And most importantly, we have successfully solved the problem of using the Xianming spaceship, making our Breaking Boundary City invincible. Fong Lanbai used chopsticks as a microphone to create a more intimate atmosphere. Although the banquet hall was large, Fong Lanbai's voice was still easily audible to everyone. The research department will be rewarded with the right to use 100 star wheels, 100 bloodwing fruits, to be collected from the logistics department after the fruits ripen, a courtyard on the island in the middle of the lake, and half a ton of refined ore. Each of these rewards is something that everyone envies. Everyone has family and friends, and the star wheel can give ordinary people an 80% chance of awakening. Moreover, the star power gathered each day can only be used by 10 people, which makes the use of the star wheel very difficult and requires a great price to obtain an opportunity. Chapter 149 Lu Fushuang's Awakening. Thank you, City Lord. The research department will certainly live up to your expectations, Ouyang Yutsai replied, bowing deeply to Fong Lanbai. A round of enthusiastic applause followed his words, and everyone around him cast envious glances at Ouyang Yutsai. Everyone present possessed, to varying degrees, the crystal core weapons manufactured by the research department or other achievements of the research department. They were not envious of the rewards the research department received. On the contrary, they hoped that the research department could use these rewards to conduct more research and development. The reward portion of the banquet ended quickly, and all departments received their due rewards. Seeing that no one dared to touch their chopsticks first, Fong Lanbai smiled freely. After the banquet, she immediately told everyone to start enjoying the food in front of them and began to give some simple instructions. The Huaxia conference is imminent. In 2 days, I will be heading to the capital. As I said before, whoever breaks through to the 4th rank first will accompany me to the 4th rank. So this time, the 1,000 Tribulations squad will be with me. Fong Lanbai said, looking at Wu Feng beside him. When Wu Li in his arms saw Fong Lanbai looking over, he smiled at her, with the seasoning from the barbecue still on his lips. Wu Feng stood up, his previously expressionless face now tilted back humbly, and said, "Thank you all for being so kind. Let my 1,000 Tribulations squad handle this dirty work. There's no need to trouble you all." Unexpectedly, Wu Feng also has such a Versailles-like demeanor. As the second expert in Broken Boundary City besides Fong Lanbai to break through to the 4th level, he was previously sent to hunt down the Twin Corpse Kings. However, after the Twin Corpse Kings fought with Wu Feng once, they chose to hide and not come out, leaving Wu Feng at a loss as to where to start, so he simply gave up the pursuit. "What dirty work? My Void Legion is willing to do it. Or I can do it for you," Li Ruasia said with a sour tone. "If Commander Li is willing to join my 1,000 Tribulation squad, of course we can go together." As soon as these words were spoken, the banquet hall burst into laughter. Li Ruasia smiled helplessly. If the commander of the Void Trace Legion were to join the 1,000 Tribulation squad, wouldn't they make a fool of him? Alright, there's no need for regrets. The trip to Beijing should be smooth sailing. The leaders won't allow anyone to interfere with the China conference. "It won't be as turbulent as you all think," Fong Lanbai said. Everyone nodded in agreement. They all wanted to see what the situation was like in Beijing, a city teeming with powerful figures, but they couldn't ignore Fong Lanbai's orders. No one could question Fong Lanbai's decision. What convinced everyone was not only Fong Lanbai's strength, but also her unique decision-making ability. "When I went to the capital, Minister Yi reviewed all matters concerning Broken Boundary City. Does anyone have any objections?" Fong Lanbai's gaze swept across the room, and everyone nodded. Yi Qiu's appointment as Deputy City Lord had already been decided, and no one had any other thoughts. Yi Qiu nodded to Fong Lanbai, who responded with a smile. Next came some other matters, but none of them were important. After all, this wasn't a conference room, and some important base decisions simply couldn't be made here. After the banquet, Chun Gang quickly led Hua Yi and his men back to Anji County. Su Qidong also led the Xinhe Legion to Changzhou, taking some supplies with him. Changzhou was located in a corner of Mingdu, and Mingdu had been in a slump for some time, so it was necessary to be more vigilant. After the banquet, Fong Lanbai and Yi Qingyao strolled back to the island in the middle of the lake. The spring breeze was still a bit chilly, but it didn't bother Yi Qingyao and Fong Lanbai at all. The lotus flowers in the lake bloom all year round, completely covering the lakeside. The wooden attic still gleamed in the night. Fong Dai, who was unusually quiet today, was resting in the courtyard. When he saw Fong Lanbai come in, he shook his head and came to Fong Lanbai, nuzzling his big head affectionately against Fong Lanbai's body. Shaking his head, he saw a dent on Fong Dai's side, which looked like an injury from a snake-like mutated beast. Good heavens, he went to find that water dragon after just 1 day, and he looks injured. However, Fong Lanbai is not worried about Fong Dai being in any danger. Since Fong Dai is injured, It means that the water dragon's injury must be even more serious. He picked up the teapot in the corner of the courtyard and poured it into the air. Unexpectedly, the teapot contained life essence, which was extremely rare in the outside world. Fong Lanbai actually drank it like water. If others knew this, they would probably criticize Fong Lanbai for wasting such a precious resource. Under Fong Lanbai's control, the essence of life covered Fong Daidai's wound, and the rich life force promoted the slow healing of Fong Daidai's wound. However, there was always a trace of gray water blocking the healing of Fong Daidai's wound. This is what makes the water dragon so troublesome. The weak water controlled by the water dragon is extremely corrosive. If Fong Daidai hadn't been controlling the position of the weak water, its injuries would probably have been even more severe. Fong Lanbai placed her hand on Fong Daidai's wound, and the demonic flames followed suit, entwining with the weak water. Wah! Fong Daidai couldn't help but howl. How could the feeling of being burned by demonic flames be pleasant? However, there wasn't much weak water, and it was quickly dispelled by the demonic flames, and the pain lessened accordingly. You can't stop for a moment. Fong Lanbai couldn't help but scold, as if she were looking at her own playful child. Fong Daidai lay on the ground, whimpering. The huge dragon body now seemed somewhat aggrieved. Fortunately, the courtyard was very large, allowing Fong Daidai to move around freely. In the north of the capital, Yaori Pavilion. Shuanger, do you still remember me? Seeing Lu Fushuang slowly open her eyes while lying on the bed, Guyu could no longer hold back. He tightly grasped Lu Fushuang's slender hands and looked at her fair face with concern through his golden eyes. Seeing Guyu beside her, the image of that clean-cut, slender boy from her memories flooded her mind. His long black hair cascaded down her arms, and she felt a strange pang of sadness. Tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face. Shuanger, I'm sorry, I can't cure your poison. Tell me, was it Fu Yuntao who poisoned you? Guyu's voice gradually became hoarse. The once invincible #1 expert in the capital, whose golden-eye domain was impenetrable, now had tears welling up in his eyes. Ayu, I'm already satisfied as long as I can be with you. You can't outsmart Fu Yuntao. Lu Fushuang's voice was a little weak. She knew Fu Yuntao's methods too well. If he hadn't set a trap, how could she have been caught by him? Shuanger, I have so much to say to you, but when the words come to my lips, I don't know where to begin. Tell me what you've been doing lately, okay? Guyu wiped away the tears from Lu Fushuang's eyes and helped her up to lean on his shoulder. Please don't talk to me yet. Can I have some water first? I'm so thirsty. Guyu hurriedly got up, but forgot to put Lu Fushuang down. Fortunately, Lu Fushuang quickly braced herself and didn't hit the headboard. Lu Fushuang smiled helplessly. She hadn't expected Guyu to be such a straight man, completely incapable of taking care of a woman. Chapter 150 True Love Cult. When Guyu saw Lu Fushuang smile, he couldn't help but smile along with her. He was now certain that Fu Yuntao had definitely given him the poison. He had tried so many healing abilities, but none of them could help him with this poison. It seemed that Fu Yuntao had put in a lot of effort to control him. As long as Lu Fushuang's poison remains unresolved, her life will remain in Fu Yuntao's hands. Guyu had already given Lu Fushuang the antidote, a small purple bead. He didn't dare to open it to see what it was made of. Fu Yuntao had only given Guyu this one pill, which would last for a month. He didn't dare to gamble on whether Lu Fushuang could survive if he experimented on her himself. Inside the capital city, in an ordinary house, the interior was somewhat different. Various sacrificial items were placed on the altars on both sides, and among the small piles of crystal cores, there were quite a few third-order auras. On the altar was a statue dressed in a long, flowing robe. The crowd gazed at the statue with pious expressions, muttering something under their breath. Boom, 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 boom. A series of attacks occurred. The wall was instantly shattered, and several powerful figures rushed in, attacking the people kneeling on the ground. The believers at the front quickly stepped forward to meet the attackers who rushed in. Lin Yu, why did you attack our True Feelings sect? Was it an order from the leader? Having blocked Lin Yu's attack, Zhang Jiaquan, as one of the first members of the True Feelings sect to receive the leader's baptism, was definitely strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Lin Yu, one of the 10 counselors. The Huaxia conference is imminent, and the leaders will not allow you to spread rumors here. As Lin Yu spoke, his lips moved slightly, and suddenly a cluster of ice spikes appeared under Zhang Jiaquan's feet, instantly enveloping his feet. Zhang Jiaquan tried to pull them out, but found that the ice was extremely hard, and he could not pull them out by his own strength. Lin Yu's ice dart had already shot over when Zhang Jiaquan's eyes suddenly flashed with intense light, shattering the ice on his feet. Then, countless characters emitting white light emerged from Zhang Jiaquan's mouth, shattering the ice dart. The The surrounding altars had been smashed to pieces. Although these believers were all awakened beings and had received baptism from the cult leader, they couldn't withstand more than a few rounds against the powerful awakened beings under the leader's command and were killed instantly. The crystal cores were scattered all over the ground, and no one chose to pick them up. In their eyes, these were offerings for the cult leader. These believers did not let anyone run away and were all waiting for Zhang Jiaquan's orders. The house was already on the verge of collapse, and a piece of the load-bearing beam had been cut out. With Lin Yu's ice explosion, the house could no longer hold on and collapsed instantly. Everyone ran outside, while the surrounding residents of the capital watched all this from a short distance away. Keen-eyed observers have already identified the two sides in the battle. Lin Yu's attack on a branch of the True Love Church indicates that the leader is about to take action against the True Love Church. The True Love cult has grown too fast, and its mysterious leader can directly grant ordinary awakened individuals superpowers, greatly enhancing their strength. This has led many to choose to become members of the True Love cult. Once they accept the leader's baptism, they will be subtly influenced and become true members of the True Love cult. This is also the most difficult point to overcome for the True Love cult. The council sent people to infiltrate several times, but in the end, they only gained a few more believers. With the help of our True Feelings cult, the leader will surely be able to wipe out China as quickly as possible. Leaping into the air, Zhang Jiaquan kicked back the surrounding ice, but unexpectedly, the remaining ice blocks exploded instantly, knocking Zhang Jiaquan to the side. A bunch of sewer rats. Do they even deserve to work with the council? Lin Yu said disdainfully, his hands never stopping, each move aimed at Zhang Jiaquan's vital points. Most of the believers were already dead, and Zhang Jiaquan in front of him was also injured. He thought that he and Lin Yu were both third-level awakeners and could exchange a few blows with him, but when the real battle started, he was no match for him at all. As expected of one of the 10 counselors, none of them were weak. Darts one after another, seemingly without ever running out. Even if Zhang Jiaquan dodged them, they would still explode around him, causing him considerable damage. Lin Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zhang Jiaquan stopped chasing him and hurriedly ran away into the distance. The wound on his arm slowly froze, and the ice spread to Zhang Jiaquan's body. Not far away, Lin Yu was still muttering something. Zhang Jiaquan's chest was completely frozen. He tried to use the power given to him by the cult leader to dispel the ice, but found that he couldn't do it at all. His terrified gaze fell upon his chest. All traces of his previous superior demeanor vanished. With a deafening roar, Zhang Jiaquan exploded, leaving not a drop of blood, just a pile of shattered pieces on the ground. Brother Lin, it's all settled. Not a single one escaped. A team member stepped forward and placed a large robe in Lin Yu's hands, exactly the same as the one in the sculpture. The True Feelings cult is becoming increasingly cautious, and I estimate that future missions will be even more difficult to complete, Lin Yu said with a frown. The True Feelings cult is spreading like locusts, and even its leader has dispatched 4 counselors to besiege it. However, no trace of the True Love cult leader has been found to this day, as if he never existed. The believers have always called him the cult leader, but they have never seen what he looks like. Lin Yu had already led his men to the next location of the True Feelings sect. In a pavilion, the 2 men kept their eyes on this scene. Just watching your followers get killed like this, you really have a lot of nerve as a leader, the bespectacled man in white sneered, the small black turtle on his shoulder lying quietly, occasionally playing with the water flow. The black robe completely concealed the man's presence, and a hoarse voice came from within. Just some cannon fodder, don't worry about them. He paused for a moment, then continued. I hope your master can be more discerning, and I hope our cooperation can proceed smoothly. Don't worry, keep your sect in check. We still need your manpower, he said with a smile, gently stroking the little turtle on his shoulder. The man in black robes turned around, glanced at the little turtle, and the turtle stood up, water flowing around its back, staring back at the man in black robes without any fear. The leader thinks he knows my True Feelings cult well enough, but he's wrong. I am a cult all by myself. He laughed unrestrainedly. Lord Mo, I quite like the turtle, the True Love cult leader said, turning around. Mo Mingzhao's lips twitched slightly. If you have the ability, then come and try, instead of just talking. The True Love cult leader disappeared by the window, but the sound did not stop at all. Ha ha, even a stray dog dares to be so tough. Mo Mingzhao's expression changed. He hadn't expected that the True Love cult leader also knew about his past. Thinking of the raging demonic flames, he felt powerless and humiliated. Sooner or later, he would return to the demon capital and take back everything he had lost. Chapter 151 Forbidden Object 006 for Imperial Squares. No, Lord City, weren't we invited to attend the Huaxia conference? Wu Feng followed behind Feng Lanbai, looking at the survivors being searched ahead, wearing tattered clothes they hadn't worn in a long time, and asked in confusion. What do you know? This is tradition. There were fewer than 10 people ahead, and to prevent the awakened ones from the capital from hearing, Feng Lanbai lowered his voice and said, patted Wu Feng's face twice with his black hand, and Wu Feng could only accept it helplessly. The Thousand Tribulations squad to act as his bodyguards. I really don't know what he's thinking. There were quite a few survivors who came to the capital. He and Feng Lanbai waited for a long time before they finally arrived at the city wall. As expected of the capital's city wall, there wasn't a single trace of blood on it. It looked thick and solemn. Like any other gathering place, it's a simple registration process to check for any zombie wounds. Many organizations also recruit awakened individuals here, all trying to find ways to enhance their strength. Turn around. Gubo's calm tone came through, completely devoid of emotion. Feng Lanbai turned around. The awakened one from the capital city scanned his surroundings with a screen-like device, finding nothing unusual. The leading awakened one touched Feng Lanbai's arm, somewhat surprised that the young man's arm was so thick, but without any reaction, he continued to speak. Does he have superpowers? The screen should be able to sense that Feng Lanbai has awakened, but its specific level cannot be detected yet. No, sir. I know a little martial arts. Is that enough to make a living in the capital? Feng Lanbai said confidently, her eyes filled with longing for the capital. The awakened one smiled. The capital city was full of ambitious people like him who thought they would have some status after awakening, but in the end they were just cannon fodder. Keep up the good work, you're quite tough. The awakened one didn't say much, just let Feng Lanbai go in. There were many people waiting behind, and it was impossible to stop and chat with Feng Lanbai here. Wu Feng passed the inspection smoothly and arrived at Feng Lanbai's side, who was waiting in the city. Can you sense the aura of this city wall? Feng Lanbai asked casually. There were quite a few people on the street, but Feng Lanbai's words were covered up and did not attract the attention of others. The city wall. There are quite a few strange things about it. Tell me about them. Wu Feng sensed that Feng Lanbai knew something and asked. This city wall is a forbidden object controlled by the military in the capital, Feng Lanbai said. Wu Feng's eyes widened, and his silver pupils fell on the city wall again. He felt that the city wall seemed very unusual. The city wall surrounding the capital was actually a forbidden object. No wonder there wasn't a single bloodstain on the city wall. It must have some kind of self-repairing ability, Wu Feng said with a hint of realization. He hadn't expected there to be such a forbidden object, but he wondered just how monstrous its abilities would be. Forbidden Item 006. The Four Imperial Cities. This forbidden item is itself a massive weapon of war. It can be said that if the leader controls this forbidden item, it is equivalent to controlling an entire legion. Feng Lanbai said to Wu Feng. Both of them are owners of the top 10 sequences and understand the power of forbidden items. Moreover, just this city alone is enough to show the power of the capital. Feng Lanbai had no idea where he obtained this forbidden item. It seemed to be in the hands of the leader, and no one knew where Ruin 006 was opened. The style in Beijing is more ancient and rustic. Although there are also high-rise buildings, it still has the atmosphere of an ancient city. Lord, so what is our purpose in infiltrating here? Wu Feng couldn't help but ask. He had been strolling around here with Feng Lanbai for a while, but he didn't know what Feng Lanbai's purpose was. Do you remember the space-type expert who rescued Mo Mingzhao? Feng Lanbai's eyes narrowed. Mo Mingzhao had to die, and the space-type expert who rescued him had to die too. I remember, spatial abilities are rare. To develop spatial abilities to such an extent, long-distance teleportation, is not something everyone can do. But it seems he doesn't intend to hide it. It seems he doesn't take you seriously, City Lord. Wu Feng raised an eyebrow, glanced at Feng Lanbai's face, and thought to himself, that person is going to be in trouble. The capital city was quite large. Feng Lanbai and Wu Feng walked on the street and soon found themselves lost in their surroundings. They wanted to find a place to gather information and came to the front of an inn. The large golden characters on the gate were quite impressive. If Feng Lanbai was not mistaken, this should be the property of Kunpeng Group, which is considered the largest group in the capital. With its cooperation with the council, even the Huayang Chamber of Commerce in the capital could not compete with Kunpeng Group. This Phoenix Inn is a property of the Kunpeng Group. As soon as I entered, a waitress came forward to greet me. Her black bodycon dress made her look exceptionally elegant. Second order. Unexpectedly, an ordinary waitress turned out to be a second-tier awakened individual, with her name, Xiong Jilin, written on the pendant around her neck. Welcome to Phoenix Inn. Would you two prefer to stay in the lobby or a private room? Despite Feng Lanbai and Wu Feng's tattered clothes, they still provided enthusiastic service, which showed that Kunping Group was a large corporation and that their staff were definitely well-trained. The lobby will do. Fong Lanbai casually remarked that the two of them were there to gather information, but how could they gather information in a private room? Then the waiter led Fong Lanbai and Fong Lanbai to a table. Fong Lanbai ordered some side dishes as a token gesture, without even looking at the prices, since she didn't care about the crystal cores. Wu Feng, go and call an awakened one to ask some questions. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng refused outright, shaking his head vigorously. No, Lord City Lord, you go ahead. You know I'm terrible at this. Wu Feng said with a grin, feeling helpless. If he were good at socializing, he wouldn't have eaten alone in the cafeteria before the apocalypse. You still know I'm the City Lord? Go. Under Fong Lanbai's gaze, Wu Feng reluctantly stood up, though he seemed genuinely unwilling. Although it's in the lobby, there are curtains that greatly enhance privacy. His gaze swept over these people, but before he could find his target, Xiong Jilin came over first. Is there anything I can help you with? The big eyes looked at Wu Feng, whose eyes accidentally glanced down and saw the unfathomable abyss, and he instantly blushed. No, I'm here to gather information, no need to trouble you. Wu Feng quickly waved his hand and was about to leave. Xiong Jilin seemed to have sensed something and stepped forward to stop Wu Feng, saying, It's all right. You don't seem to be able to handle it. Is anyone really suitable? Wu Feng nodded in surprise. Xiong Jilin turned and left. Helpless, Wu Feng lifted the curtain and sat back down. Chapter 152, An Extraordinary Waiter. Fong Lanbai looked around and saw that there was no one behind Wu Feng, so she stared at Wu Feng without saying a word. Lord, we're coming right away, don't worry, Wu Feng quickly explained. Now it was Fong Lanbai's turn to be puzzled. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Xiong Jilin enter, followed by a middle-aged man with stubble. This is a guest from another table, Zhao Yunfeng. After explaining the situation to him, he said he would like to get to know you. Xiong Jilin introduced the man behind her, and Zhao Yunfeng nodded to Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng exchanged a glance, then asked Zhao Yunfeng to sit down and thanked Xiong Jilin. Eat up, don't be shy. Fong Lanbai made a polite remark, and it seemed that Wu Feng had found Xiong Jilin. However, he didn't know what Wu Feng had said. Although it was fine if others knew what the two were going to do, it would be difficult to complete the task if that person had made preparations in advance. This person seemed to have come prepared, possessing the strength of the third tier. Fong Lanbai clearly remembered that there was no such person at the Phoenix Bird Inn who was at the third tier. It was obvious that this person was brought from elsewhere by Xiong Jilin. It seems that Xiong Jilin is no ordinary person either. She saw through Wu Feng's unusual nature, otherwise she wouldn't have so decisively brought her own people to her table. Gentlemen, feel free to ask me any questions. I'll answer them to the best of my ability. I love making new friends. Zhao Yunfeng, ever the friendly type, picked up a chopstick, took a bite, and waited for the two to say something. Thank you, Brother Zhao. We've just arrived in the capital and just wanted to learn about the situation here. I wonder if you could enlighten us, Fong Lanbai asked. Zhao Yunfeng was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected that such a simple question about the capital would leave him unsure of where to begin. Zhao Yunfeng was quite clever. While explaining things to Fong Lanbai and the other person, he kept trying to find out their purpose in coming to the capital. He even used his special ability to test Fong Lanbai's strength, but Fong Lanbai easily thwarted his attempt. The 10 counselors of the capital are the top powerhouses in the city. Each of them is capable of protecting a region on their own. Fong Lanbai had met Kong Shanyun before, and his strength was extraordinary. If Fong Lanbai hadn't arrived in time, he probably would have gotten the Bloodwing fruit. The only space-type expert among the 10 counselors was the chief counselor, Kong Yangtian. Even though he was far away in the capital, he had already intervened in the affairs of Shanghai several times. His mole, Chu Wenyuan, planted in the Shanghai military region, had not been discovered by Chun Yeting. Rescuing Mo Mingzhao right under Ouying Yunma and Li Ruizhi's noses, it has to be said that Kong Yangtian is quite a character. He is extraordinary in both strength and shrewdness. In his previous life, he was one of the 5 moons, Kong Qiong Jingyu. Someone like Zhao Yunfeng couldn't possibly know much about Kong Yangtian, so he didn't get any information. He just had Zhao Yunfeng show Fong Lanbai the way and give her some inside information. The Huaxia conference will begin tomorrow, and many forces should have already arrived or met with their leaders. Fong Lanbai does not intend to do so. He will naturally attend the Huaxia conference whenever it begins. Everyone wants to know who this legendary lord of the Broken Realm City is, so Fong Lanbai certainly cannot go now, since the main character is the last to appear. After leaving the Phoenix Inn, Xiong Jilin came again, saying she wanted to give Fong Lanbai a token from the Kunping group, a metallic blue Kunping, which would grant him many preferential treatments within the Kunping Group's businesses. This made Fong Lanbai take another look at Xiong Jilin. How could a mere waitress have such abilities? Not only could she summon a third-tier awakened person to inquire about her situation, but she could also hand over the token of the Kunping Group to her. It didn't seem like something a waiter could do. Fong Lanbai narrowed her eyes slightly, but Xiong Jilin showed no sign of it and still bowed to see the two off. It was completely dark by then, but many streetlights were still on. Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng walked aimlessly through the ancient city. Fong Lanbai casually took out a piece of dried meat from the dark demon essence and broke off a piece for Wu Feng. It has to be the meat of this third-tier mutated beast that has energy. Wu Feng took a big, satisfied bite. Wu Feng finished speaking. The house next to him collapsed instantly. Dust rose everywhere. A silver light flashed in Wu Feng's eyes, and he and Fong Lanbai appeared as if through a spatial rift. When they reappeared, they were already on a rooftop, still chewing on the mutated beast jerky. The surrounding residents of the capital city fled quickly, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. However, these awakened individuals in the capital city did not attack ordinary people. They only killed those awakened individuals who exuded similar auras. The battle among the awakened seems to have some awakened individuals whose abilities are all cut from the same mold. Wu Feng observed the battle among the awakened below, not forgetting to chat with Fong Lanbai. The true love cult. It seems this true love cult has caused the leader a lot of trouble, forcing him to send a counselor to eradicate it. The person below was clearly Counselor Kong Shangyun, who appeared in Ruins 028. His beast claws easily crushed the head of the true love cult follower, splattering blood all over him. The energy-formed beast head surged wildly towards the black-robed, true-feeling cult member in front of it. The white ripples on the black-robed, true-feeling cult member's hands collided with the beast head, which seemed to be frozen in place, no longer moving. Then, with the black-robed, true-feeling cult member's hind leg, it suddenly exploded. Kong Shangyun, your council really thinks highly of us, actually sending members to hunt us down. However, you may be returning empty-handed. With that, the black-robed cultist plunged his hands into the ground. Suddenly, a huge, demon-like thing appeared before them. Its aura was so deep and abyssal that Fong Lanbai could feel it even here. It seemed to be of extraordinary strength. This must be the work of the true love cult leader. This demon's combat power was probably not weak even among the third-tier demons. The Huaxia conference is tomorrow. Why do these followers still dare to show up? Wu Feng's tone was somewhat doubtful. The leader clearly did not allow the true feelings sect to exist in the capital, and daring to gather people to carry out missionary activities was no less than breaking the law in front of the police. This is the attitude of the true love cult leader. He probably wouldn't care if all these followers died. Since the leader has expelled them, it means that if the true love cult isn't completely wiped out this time, they will probably find a way to retaliate later, Fong Lanbai explained, but his expression was indifferent. If that true love cult leader dares to preach in Broken Boundary City, Fong Lanbai will definitely let him taste the burning of demonic flames. The third-tier demon was killed after fighting Kong Shangyun for a short while. He was indeed a well-known expert in the capital and was considered a top fighter among third-tier awakeners. Taking advantage of this moment, the true love cult member had already fled and disappeared from somewhere. The remaining weaker believers were all killed, and Kong Shangyun and his men quickly disappeared from the scene. There were no other survivors around, only the two people left on the roof. Chapter 153, The Summit Agreement. Just as Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng were about to leave, a few words suddenly rose from the ground. If you have nowhere to stay, come find me. Fong Lanbai smiled when she saw those words. She hadn't expected that her every move was under the leader's surveillance. That made sense, since the capital was their territory. Perhaps the leader had already discovered them when they first arrived in the capital. Let's go and meet this pillar of China. With that, Wu Feng, who had already opened a spatial rift beside him, led Fong Lanbai inside. It's impossible not to be excited. Before the apocalypse, he and Fong Lanbai were just ordinary college students. If it weren't for this apocalypse, they probably would never have met the leader in their lives. But now the leader has taken the initiative to invite them. This kind of honor is something that everyone can have. The two disappeared from the spot, and the night fell silent again. Apart from the traces of the battle on the ground, it seemed that nothing had ever happened. In a room in the capital, several people were standing next to the leader. Among them was a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion who, upon closer inspection, bore a resemblance to Fu Yuntao. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had his hair slicked back, meticulously combed, though some white hairs were mixed in, making him appear slightly aged. He showed no discomfort next to the leader, seemingly waiting for something. Boss, who is so influential that they can keep us all waiting here. The middle-aged man, who clearly wielded immense power, spoke with obvious dissatisfaction towards the newcomer. Don't worry, we'll be there soon, the leader said calmly, picking up his teacup and taking a sip of water. A moment later, spatial energy arrived, and a spatial rift appeared. Two figures emerged from it, both relatively young. One of them was extremely robust, and his red and blue eyes swept across the area before finally settling on the old man. In this golden hall, the leader sat at the head of the table, and the two people sitting beside him were also sizing up Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng. This was a spatial rift, the main hall of the Forbidden City of four imperial houses. Even if the leader did not activate the protective measures, it was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Fong Lanbai walked towards the round table, with Wu Feng following closely behind. Greetings, leader. You truly are the brains of China. Indeed, our every move is under your watchful eye. Fong Lanbai sat opposite the leader. The middle-aged man should be Fu Zhaohai, the current head of the Fu family, and the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses is Gu Yu, the head of the Gu family. Although they are all three major families, the Fu family has recently shown signs of surpassing the other two, which explains why Fu Zhaohai seems particularly powerful. I've long heard that the Lord of Broken Realm City is a promising young man. Seeing him today, he is even more spirited than the rumors suggest. Our China has a worthy successor, the leader said with a smile in his eyes, his gaze towards Fong Lanbai full of admiration. He had thought that the Lord of Broken Realm City, who had achieved so much at such a young age, would be arrogant, but seeing him in person, he seemed to have the demeanor of a junior. Let me introduce you. These two are Gu Yu, the head of the Gu family, and Fu Zhaohai, the head of the Fu family. You will be dealing with each other quite a bit in the future. The leader introduced them, and Fong Lanbai stepped forward to shake hands with them one by one. Gu Yu and Fu Zhaohai did not show any distance, which was quite normal. After all, the prism demon flame of the demon city had already reached their ears, especially Gu Yu. It was his subordinate, Situ Junwan, who went to deliver the invitation to Fong Lanbai. After returning, he spoke highly of Broken Realm City, so Gu Yu naturally paid special attention to Broken Realm City as well. Fong Lanbai, this is Wu Feng, the captain of my 1,000 Tribulation Squad in Breaking Boundaries City, Fong Lanbai introduced them. Wu Feng was not shy at all, and stepped forward to exchange a few words. Gu Yu stepped forward and shook Wu Feng's hand, seemingly casually saying, "This young friend also possesses spatial abilities, right? I wonder how he compares to our council's chief member, Kong Yangtian." Upon hearing this, Wu Feng paused for a moment, but the leader said first, "All right, let the guests have a seat. We can discuss these matters later." The leader quickly brushed it off to avoid making the situation awkward. "Indeed, how do you two find yourselves in my capital?" Gu Yu asked the question, looking at Fong Lanbai and the other person with kind eyes. Fong Lan rolled her eyes, her gaze turning cold before quickly returning to normal. "The capital city truly lives up to its reputation as my largest human settlement. It's even more magnificent than before the apocalypse, and its order is unmatched by any other human settlement." Fong Lanbai nodded in praise, but there was no flattery in his words. Apart from the True Feelings sect, there were very few fighting scenes in the entire capital. Most of them would be quickly suppressed by the patrol teams and would not cause any trouble. Haha, Lord Fong is so modest. I think Poji City is in no way inferior to my capital. Protecting millions of survivors from the slaughter of zombies is a great contribution to China. The leader did not hold back in praising Poji City. Indeed, Lord Fong is a rising star of China, deserving the title of a meritorious official, Fu Zhaohai echoed. Fong Lanbai could only thank him repeatedly, saying it was just luck. Usually, after saying such things, they would immediately follow up with their intention to use the strength of the Broken Realm City to achieve their goals. Fong Lanbai had no intention of using them as tools. She should just take such words with a grain of salt. "Lord Fong, you've probably guessed part of my intention in facilitating this China conference. What are your thoughts?" the leader asked. As he spoke, the round table changed, and a map of China suddenly appeared in the center of the table, with every mountain and river depicted in great detail. "Since the leader thinks so highly of me, then I'll share my thoughts." Fong Lanbai didn't refuse. At this moment, exchanging views on the situation with the leader was undoubtedly more efficient than any information. Although large and small settlements have been established and humanity seems to have gained a foothold in the apocalypse, we have only killed a very small fraction of the zombies. Moreover, the zombies are growing stronger at a rapid pace, and various zombie kings have emerged, whose intelligence is no less than that of humans. And then there are the various beast kings in the mountains, whose top combat power even surpasses that of us humans. Although the capital is located in the heart of China, and the leaders should have a good understanding of the coastal areas and know how strong those marine mutant creatures are, in general, humanity still survives in the cracks. Fong Lanbai's expression was solemn. This was the current situation in China, and the leader was more aware of it than anyone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to hold this China conference. Gu Yu and Fu Zhaohai nodded unconsciously, giving Fong Lanbai a higher opinion of him. They hadn't expected this young man to have such a clear understanding of the situation, and not to become arrogant despite his achievements. I think there are several zombie kings and even more mutated beasts near the capital, but with this forbidden item 006, the capital can still hold its ground. State the sequence of the 4 imperial cities so clearly, even a leader with composure couldn't help but shudder. This forbidden item 006 was the capital's greatest asset, and apart from the high-ranking members of the council, no one knew this top-secret information. How did Fong Lanbai find out about it? Chapter 154 The Star of 10,000 Lives. The leader could only suppress the issue and listen to Fong Lanbai's insights. I think the leader is also aware of this and is eager to consolidate Chinese influence to deal with this situation. In his previous life, Fong Lanbai had attended the Huaxia conference, so he knew its contents. It was nothing more than the leaders wanting to integrate the various forces and first clear out the zombies and mutated beasts in China. After all, the struggle between the various forces was too fierce, making it difficult to unite them into one. If the leader hadn't been unattached to power and focused solely on ending this chaotic world, with the capital city involved, China would have become even more chaotic, and the number of survivors caught in the war would have increased several times over. However, the leader didn't do that. Instead, he published all of the capital city's research findings, giving the awakened ones the opportunity to kill more zombies. Fong Lanbai admired this man's composure from the bottom of her heart. It was difficult to maintain one's original aspirations under such temptations of power, so she always held this old man in high esteem. Our Broken Boundary City has always upheld this principle. We do not wish for too many survivors to be killed or injured due to power struggles. The leader nodded in agreement. Fong Lanbai's words were to show him his attitude and position, indicating that Fong Lanbai at least supported the China conference. This gave the leader even more confidence that tomorrow's China conference would proceed smoothly. Fong Lanbai's strength alone already represented a lot. As long as Fong Lanbai supported them, at least the massive force of Broken Boundary City would be on their side. It seems quite a few friends have already arrived. Let me introduce myself first. I am Wan Shengxing. Just as Fong Lanbai was about to speak, the door of the main hall was suddenly pushed open, and a man dressed in a light green robe walked in. As soon as he entered, his eyes met Fong Lanbai's. Even though he had eyes that could see through all living beings, he felt as if he could be seen through in front of this man with heterochromatic red and blue eyes. Wan Shengxing, Shuang Ri, Wu Yu, and Shire Xing were all titles he gave himself. No one questioned the authority of this list, because Wan Shengxing himself was extremely powerful, but his main ability was still divination and fortune-telling. That's why he defined himself as Shire Xing and named himself Xian Xuanling Xing. His existence is a treasure of China. He is a key figure in overall planning and restraining other forces. His prophecies have helped China avoid major casualties. Upon seeing this, Fong Lanbai couldn't help but take a few more glances. She hadn't expected that Wan Shengxing had already communicated with the leader at this time, which explained why many of his decisions seemed so ahead of their time. Please sit down. This is Wan Shengxing, whose special abilities are quite unique. You will see them later. Wan Shengxing walked over and sat down next to Fong Lanbai. The Lord of the Broken Boundary City lives up to his name. A single sentence seemed to symbolize so much. Fong Lanbai smiled, grasped Wan Shengxing's outstretched hand, and felt as if everything about him was being drawn away from Wan Shengxing's hand, a very strange feeling. I knew you would come, but I never expected you to be so extraordinary. Wan Shengxing's doll-like face was full of profound wisdom, and a light seemed to be constantly shining deep in his eyes. Wan Shengxing, you're so good at calculations. Why don't you calculate when I'll die? Fong Lanbai asked seemingly jokingly, but he knew that Wan Shengxing was elusive and difficult to track down. He was always the one looking for people, and no one else ever found him. He took this opportunity to ask Wan Shengxing some questions. No problem, I'd like to know too. Wan Shengxing smiled casually, and then several leaf-shaped wooden pieces appeared in his hand, spinning continuously until they became afterimages. Wan Shengxing's brows gradually furrowed, and when he looked at Fong Lanbai, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes, but he quickly came to his senses. Lord Fong's fate is too complex. Even I cannot predict when his life will end. Fong Lombai also noticed the changes in Wanxing's star. Could it be that she really had something special about her that even this Chinese Xian Xuanling star couldn't figure out? However, it's obviously impossible to know the result now. All I can say is, perhaps it's because my rank is too high that I can't calculate it. Wan Xingxing pondered. This was one possibility, but there was no sign of it at all, which was really unusual. All right, Wan Xingxing, Fong Lombai, you two are both outstanding talents of China, so let's not dwell on these things. The leader waved his hand and said, now that Wan Xingxing had arrived, he already knew Fong Lombay's attitude. I met with you two today to give you a heads up, as your attitudes are crucial for China. The leader paused for a moment, then said, I hope that at the China conference, you will support me and consider the interests of China more. Of course, Your Excellency, Wan Xingxing echoed. Fong Lombai also said, I can feel the great care and concern the leader has for China, and I will definitely do my best to cooperate at the China conference. Fong Lombai agreed without hesitation. As long as it was connected with the capital, it would mean that Poji City was an official force, no longer a small private force. This would be of great benefit to the future development of Poji City. Not to mention, the leader would definitely not treat Fong Lombai unfairly and would definitely give Poji City some backdoors. After the group interacted, the atmosphere was quite good. There weren't any particularly important topics, and Fong Lombai learned a lot from the leader's words. Wan Xingxing, on the other hand, seemed to know everything. He knew about the piece of amethyst that he had obtained from Shan Yunlong. He said he wanted to exchange something with him, and Fong Lombai gave it to him directly. This thing had been useless in the dark demon essence. He was still too short to make a staff like the goblin priests. It was better to give it to Wan Xingxing to make a good connection, so it would be easier to find him in the future. The leader and his men arranged accommodations for Fong Lombai and Wu Feng. The place was nice, and they could even take a hot shower, but there was only one room, so the two of them had to take turns showering. They also sensed a familiar presence not far away. It should be Luo Sheng from the Mingdu settlement. He's much stronger than when we met before, but Fong Lombai doesn't take him seriously. Mingdu is currently at its zenith, and it's aggressively consolidating its cities and counties before the Huaxia conference, largely because it wants to increase its influence at the conference. However, with so many powerful forces in China, it's not just about the size of their territory. The strength of their top combatants is equally important. With Luo Sheng around, Mingdu can be considered a powerful force, but it's still too difficult for them to overcome the mountain that is Poji City. Fong Lombai had no intention of getting involved. He would know what would happen tomorrow. However, some people would definitely be restless today, but they would do it in secret. Of course, they wouldn't dare let the leader know. Otherwise, at this critical juncture, they would only become the target of everyone's criticism. No one dared to test Fong Lombai. With Wu Feng present, even without Fong Lombai's intervention, anyone who came would taste the power of Kong Zhao's blade. Chapter 155 Concealing Breath Shell. These houses in the capital are quite large. Although Fong Lombai and Wu Feng are only given one room, that room alone occupies at least 100 square meters, which is considered very luxurious in the capital where land is extremely valuable. There were 3 large beds in the room, with several futons in the middle. There were no extra decorations, which seemed to be intended for awakened people to absorb crystal cores. However, Fong Lombai and Wu Feng had already reached the 4th level and could absorb crystal energy from the air. Compared to replenishing with crystal cores, it was more convenient. They did not need to actively absorb it, and the crystal energy on their bodies would slowly recover. Fong Lombai took out a small jar of wine from the dark demon essence. This wine was sent by the Monkey King from Xishan. It was brewed with a lot of heaven and earth spiritual fruits and was very beneficial to superhumans. Wu Feng was not good at drinking, but he had the powerful transformation ability of a 4th-level superhuman and could drink quite a lot. 4th-tier armored warrior in a deep blue suit poured wine for the two of them. Enjoying the wine on the balcony of this room while gazing at the night view of the capital city was quite a unique experience. We already have Tier 4 zombies, and their crystal cores can power the Tier 4 armor. On the way here, Lonbai had been deliberately collecting Tier 4 crystal cores so that the Tier 4 armor could move and upgrade faster. With Fong Lombai and Wu Feng, 2 4th-tier combatants, and Fong Dai Dai, a 4th-tier demonic dragon, ordinary small zombie, hordes were no match for Fong Lombai. Their target was the zombie king of the horde, and the zombies were no match for Fong Lombai and his group's offensive. They managed to defeat 4 small zombie hordes, kill 4 zombie kings, and a 4th-tier, mutated venomous python on the way, and obtain the Python-S crystal core without any major incidents. Fong Lombai has placed all 5 crystal cores into his 4th-tier battle armor, enough for him to fight several battles. He just doesn't know if the armor's tier will increase after he absorbs all the crystal cores. I never expected you, Fong Lanbai, to have such insight. I thought you were just a student with great strength and ambition, but I didn't expect you to see something so much deeper. Wu Feng clinked glasses with Fong Lanbai and said, his face slightly flushed. Fong Lanbai couldn't help but chuckle softly. Otherwise, how could I be the city lord? Ha 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 ha. Fong Lanbai laughed loudly. Wu Feng clinked glasses with Fong Lanbai, drank the wine in his glass in one gulp, and smiled knowingly. With a leader like Fong Lanbai, Wu Feng felt at ease from the bottom of his heart. Although there were too many mysteries about him, as if he had foreseen everything, it did not prevent him from acknowledging Fong Lanbai as the city lord. The fourth-tier armored warrior beside them refilled the wine glasses for the two of them, handed the glasses to Fong Lanbai, and then stood down to the side. The night in the capital was beautiful, worthy of an ancient city. With the presence of the four imperial city, the ancient atmosphere of the capital was even stronger. Staying here was like confronting one's past, or perhaps making a compromise. A soft knock sounded. Then, as if it was too light, the knock was repeated 3 times with more force. Fong Lanbai didn't open the door immediately. She sensed the atmosphere outside. Fong Lanbai's room was here, and no one else should know that. The leader would never easily reveal his information to others. He retrieved the 4th-tier battle armor into the dark demon essence and gestured for Wu Feng to go open the door. The light-colored wooden door slowly opened, revealing a short-haired man. Upon seeing Wu Feng, he quickly extended his hand. Wu Feng, captain of the 1,000 Tribulation Squad, it's an honor to meet you. I am Ru Xinhao from Haitong District. I heard that City Lord Fong is here, so I came to pay my respects. Ru Xinhao adopted a very humble attitude. After all, he was the overlord of Haitong District, with considerable power and control over the coastal area. He possessed many treasures obtained from the ocean and was extremely strong himself, which was enough to catch Fong Lanbai's eye. Wu Feng turned to look at Fong Lanbai. Seeing Fong Lanbai nod slightly, he let Ru Xinhao in. Ru Xinhao had a faint ocean aura about him, and his superpower was probably related to that. What puzzled Fong Lanbai was why she couldn't sense Ru Xinhao's aura, nor did she sense any forbidden items on him, which piqued Fong Lanbai's interest in Ru Xinhao. I had wanted to pay a visit to Broken Realm City before, but City Lord Fong has been too busy every day and I haven't had the chance. I guessed that City Lord Fong would be attending the China conference, so I waited here in advance, hoping to meet City Lord Fong. Ru Xinhao stood in front of Fong Lanbai, without any airs. Why do you want to see me? Fong Lanbai said indifferently, as if dealing with a subordinate who had done something wrong. Knowing that Lord Fong dislikes beating around the bush, I'll be frank. Recently, several forces have been targeting Haitong District, and there's even a hint of them forming an alliance. I hope Lord Fong can help me protect Haitong District. Ru Xinhao's eyes swept across Fong Lanbai's face, but he couldn't see any other meaning in them. Why should I help you? If Ru Xinhao thought that giving Fong Lanbai a port and Li Wenqing's head would make Poji City his ally, then he was just daydreaming. Haitong District is located north of Poji City. Logically speaking, it should be the first choice when the 4 major legions are fighting. However, because of Ru Xinhao's retreat, Fong Lanbai has temporarily given up on Haitong District. City Lord, I am willing to offer sufficient rewards, as long as you name it. Ru Xinhao was really unwilling to hand over the Haitong District, which he had worked so hard to take over, so he had no choice but to seek help from Poji City. Even though he knew the price would be high, if he didn't seize this opportunity, it would be difficult to see Fong Lanbai again. Alright, since you are so sincere, my Broken Realm City cannot be insincere. On behalf of Broken Realm City, I agree, but your reward is... Before Fong Lanbai could finish speaking, Ru Xinhao had already spoken. Lord, Haitong District will be directly incorporated into the territory of Breaking Boundary City. I only ask that you find me a position. Ru Xinhao knelt on one knee in front of Fong Lanbai. He's a smart man. He's managed to control Haitong District for so long, which proves his worth to Fong Lanbai. This pledge of loyalty is now in front of Fong Lanbai. Backing himself on Poji City is the right choice. Other forces are not much stronger than those in Haitong District. The forces in the capital are complex and difficult to realize his ambitions. Poji City is the best choice. After several tests, he knew that there was only one voice in Poji City, and that was Fong Lanbai. Ru Xinhao of Haitong District to be so accommodating, directly offering Haitong District to her. Wasn't protecting Haitong District her duty? She could even have Ru Xinhao guard Haitong District, which was practically free money. The countless marine resources in Haitong District will eventually belong to Poji City, along with a general like Xinhao. Unexpectedly, a pleasant surprise occurred late at night. Lord, this is a seashell brought out by an awakened diver with diving abilities. It can completely conceal the aura of an awakened person. I call it the breath-concealing shell. It's a valuable item, but there aren't many of them. I've been trying to collect these things, but there are just too many mutated beasts in the ocean, so the results have been poor. I've only managed to collect 13 such seashells. Chapter 156 Meeting Begin. Fong Lanbai understood as soon as she saw the breath-concealing shell. No wonder Ru Xinhao was able to evade her detection. This breath-concealing shell is a rather overpowered thing in the sea, capable of hiding any aura. Simply put, this breath-concealing shell absorbs all your aura, so naturally no aura will appear. These breath-gathering shells are not easy to obtain. They are generally not found in coastal areas and only appear in the deep sea. There are too many powerful mutated beasts in the ocean, and it is difficult to go deep without strong strength. I wonder how many awakened beings Ru Xinhao has lost for these 13 breath-gathering shells. With this breath-concealing shell, some things became easier. Ru Xinhao had indeed sent a good thing. After taking Ru Xinhao under his command, he heard Ru Xinhao say some news. There were quite a few people attending the Huaxia conference. He knocked on several doors before finding Fong Lanbai. However, none of this matters. Many forces refused to participate in the Huaxia conference, but most chose to attend, since it was a direct dialogue with other forces. As Xinhao mentioned, the various forces were all within Fong Lanbai's expectations. Ru Xinhao has already left, and the people he brought with him are not very strong. After all, Haidong district is still being watched, so it's impossible for him to take all the elites with him. The Huaxia conference proceeded as scheduled the next day, with an awakened one leading Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng there. The arrangements were quite thoughtful. Walking through the palace in the capital, the floors were made of crystal, and an atmosphere of luxury was overwhelming. At the very center of the 4 imperial cities, and is also the most heavily guarded place. The leaders are here for some other matters, as all those attending the China conference are the top experts in China. With this palace, at least the safety of the leader can be guaranteed. However, there is no need to worry too much. This is the capital city. The 5 generals and 10 counselors of the capital city are not just for show. The safety of the leader is not something Fong Lanbai should be concerned about. Fong Lanbai asked where the hall was located, and then let the awakened one leave. Wu Feng was somewhat puzzled. If he didn't go now, when would he go? He couldn't help but ask, City Lord, is there anything else? Fong Lanbai shook her head. What's the rush? Have you ever seen a main character appear this early? Wu Feng was stunned. It turned out that this guy was going to make a grand entrance at the biggest conference in all of China. He had no choice but to follow suit, since he was the city lord. Afterwards, Fong Lanbai led Wu Feng around the palace and unexpectedly saw Lung Yutong, who was preparing to attend a meeting. Since the battle at the fusion ruins, Lung Yutong has not been seen again. Just like when she was seen in the ruins, she is still arrogant and dismissive of everyone. But there is something in her eyes now. She is all alone. When she sees Fong Lanbai, she only pauses for a moment, and a black snowflake appears in her palm. Seeing that Fong Lanbai had no intention of attacking, he disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Lung Yutong should have control over the Western military region, which split off from it. As far as Fong Lanbai knows, there is no force in the Western military region that can rival her. There was also the deadly poison star Chao Yunxiao before, but after he died in the ruins, there should be no one in the Hangzhou area who can rival her. The Western region is a gap in the intelligence network, so there is no information about the details of the incident in the Western military region. The Huaxia conference should be able to learn about the cause and effect of this incident through the words of some powerful forces. Fong Lanbai could sense that the palace was full of mechanisms, and he didn't know if it had any other functions, but it shouldn't be difficult for it to unleash the strength of a 5th-tier awakened one. The specifics depended on how strong the awakened one controlling this forbidden object was. Fong Lanbai arrived at the venue 2 minutes before the start of the Huaxia conference. The venue was huge, with large cubicles separated by tiered corridors. The 3 large characters, Broken Boundary City, were on the walls of those cubicles and could be found quickly. It seems that each faction has a specific location, which effectively avoids some unnecessary disputes. The lowest point in the entire hall is a desk with only 1 chair, and all the cubicles are in the same position relative to this lowest point. When Fong Lanbai arrived, every cubicle was already occupied. When he and Wu Feng entered, almost everyone's attention was focused on them. Leaders of various factions were all in this huge hall. Anyone who entered would feel uncomfortable being the center of attention for so many powerful figures. But that was exactly the effect Fong Lanbai wanted. Standing at the highest point of the entire venue, her gaze swept across the entire room, and few dared to make eye contact with her. Her faint aura was released, and her heterochromatic red and blue eyes were imprinted in everyone's minds, lingering there for a long time. Few dared to meet Fong Lanbai's gaze. Ru Xinhao nodded slightly to Fong Lanbai, and a refined man to Fong Lanbai's right smiled and nodded back. Sitting next to him were Shan Yunhu and Su Karen. He must be Zhang Tuhuan, the commander-in-chief of the Southern Military Region, a legendary figure. Fong Lanbai nodded slightly in response. At the 2 o'clock position stood a long-haired man dressed in tang suits, his hair tied up to his waist, making him look like an ancient scholar. However, his gaze was sharp and assertive, and he showed no intention of avoiding the gaze of the blue and white man above. The bespectacled youth beside him confirmed his identity. The black tortoise was on the bespectacled youth's shoulder. This was Mo Mingzhao, who had escaped twice. The man in ancient costume next to him was Chief Counselor Kong Yangtian, who had rescued Mo Mingzhao from Shanghai and was now appearing before Fong Lanbai. Without Fong Lanbai speaking, Wu Feng stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Fong Lanbai. His sky-howling eyes were activated instantly, and his powerful aura collided violently with Kong Yangtian's. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, a gust of wind still blew past. After Fong Lanbai intervened, Kong Yangtian's spatial aura was crushed. After all, this was a meeting in China, and they still had to give the leader face. Fong Lanbai gave Kong Yangtian one last look with a tangible killing intent in her eyes, and then sat down on the sofa with Wu Feng. Kong Yangtian's expression gradually became serious, and he unconsciously sat up. He hadn't expected that the Lord of the Broken Realm City had already reached the mid-stage of the 4th rank, and even the man with the spatial restriction artifact was at the 4th rank. His heart could only grow more serious as he thought of a countermeasure. The sofa, which is about 7 or 8 meters long, is big enough to seat more than a dozen people. As soon as you sit down, you feel like you're sinking into it. He stopped looking in that direction and chatted casually with Wu Feng. He had just detected Kong Yangtian's strength, which was still at the peak of the 3rd rank. If they were to fight head-on, he would die at Fong Lanbai's hands in less than 10 moves, not to mention Mo Mingzhao, who was only a match for him. To Fong Lanbai's left was a man with a neat bald head that reflected light. He had sharp features and fair skin that shone with luster. He was Gu Yu, one of the twin sons, from the ruins of nothingness. He was the 3rd 4th tier expert in the entire hall besides Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng. Chapter 157 Soul Eating Contract. His gaze would occasionally sweep in one direction, and even though it was subtle, Fong Lanbai could still sense the murderous intent emanating from it. When their eyes met, Gu Yu couldn't sense any extra emotion from Fong Lanbai. The woman beside him was holding Gu Yu's arm, her pale face showing a gentle expression. Gu Yu glanced at Fong Lanbai a few more times, lost in thought. At this time, Gu Yu should go to Tongzhou to guard against the Beast Tide. The Huaxia Conference will definitely talk about this. Although the leaders have given a lot of benefits, there are still not many forces willing to guard against the Beast Tide. After all, no one wants to leave their own territory. Moreover, the danger level of that Beast Tide was almost equivalent to a forbidden zone. There were 3 of the 10 Beast King level mutated beasts alone, and there were mutated beasts like a tidal wave. If 1% of the awakened ones went there, they would be considered lucky. There were quite a few familiar faces at the scene. Next to Chun Yeting from the Shanghai military region sat Chai Yanbei, whose imposing and dignified appearance was very intimidating. Chai Yanbei was considered the strongest in the Shanghai military region, and Chun Yeting had few other strong individuals of the same rank who could rival him. Chu Wenyuan, standing to the side, remained the same as always. However, even though he was a heavy smoker, he dared not light one up in this setting. He quickly turned away when he met Lan Bai's gaze from above, trying his best to appear as natural as possible. Yu Huayu was still dressed in white, pure and untouched by any dust. Her beautiful eyes lingered on her, and many gazes were drawn to her. The name of the feather goddess of Chuzhou was very well known in eastern China. Of Wuyang Mountain, it was clear to everyone that Mingdu had suffered a crushing defeat. Mingdu went on to annex countless cities and counties in the surrounding area. Its strongest first armored legion had not yet encountered any rivals, except for the one that ran into trouble at Huayu. It is evident that the Huayu gathering place is exceptionally powerful, and indeed it is. After the Battle of Wuyang Mountain, the Huayu gathering place rapidly expanded into the surrounding areas, and no force could stop it. It is said that he single-handedly fought against 3 third-tier powerhouses and killed them all. Since then, he has taken over Suizhou, Su County, and the surrounding area, bordering Yang City. In Mingdu, Luo Sheng and his son Luo Hong sat on the sofa, while several high-ranking officials from Mingdu gathered around them talked. Luo Sheng's aura was becoming increasingly unusual, and he also had the presence of a monarch. An elderly man with white hair walked out of a door, and all the surrounding sounds stopped abruptly. All eyes were focused on the old man. Two counselors escorted the leader, namely Kong Shangyun and Lin Yu, who released their auras without reservation. As the leaders took their seats, the atmosphere in the hall reached its peak. Thank you all for giving me face to attend the China conference. With disaster befalling China, as the head of this capital, it is my duty to do as much as I can for China. This is my greatest wish. The leader's gaze swept across the entire room, and his voice resounded throughout the hall. Although he was old, his voice was still steady and his steps were firm. He was an ordinary person enjoying the attention of a group of top experts. Those present here are all top experts of China and should know how dire the situation is in this apocalyptic world. I won't go into details. The purpose of this Chinese conference is singular: to unite the strength of China and jointly address this crisis. The leader's words, powerful and resounding, echoed in their ears, and the surrounding faction leaders quickly analyzed the pros and cons. Our capital city is willing to share all known intelligence and research findings with you all. Of course, if you participate in sharing, you will do the same, all for the same goal. These words caused an uproar. These were intelligence and scientific research achievements from the capital. If they could be perfectly integrated, the speed of development would increase by at least several times. The discussion in the hall was ongoing. For some smaller forces, once they came into contact with the capital, they might find themselves powerless to resist, given how overwhelmingly powerful the capital was. Boss, I have a question. The voice came from a private room. Upon closer inspection, it was a green-haired person. Judging from the words on the private room, it was Xingda City. It should be a medium-sized force that was split up after Chao Yinxiao's death, when the poison gathering place was split up. The moment he spoke, all eyes were drawn to him, especially his striking green hair. Please speak freely. If we choose to join, how will the capital guarantee our autonomy? Although this guy seemed nonchalant, the question he asked was quite insightful. Everyone had worked hard to build their towns, and no one wanted to give up their achievements. Good question, the leader said, taking out a dark scroll from his side. It was almost as tall as him. It was completely empty, pitch black. Carefully sensing the aura of the scroll, it was a forbidden item. The Soul-Eating Pact, Forbidden Item 085, is a cursed forbidden item. The initiator writes the curse content on the Soul-Eating Pact. Once one fills the Soul-Eating Pact with their own aura, they are bound to this forbidden item. If the contents of the scroll are violated, the item will be destroyed by the power of the curse. However, no one in the previous life had ever seen its power. This forbidden item, 085, is the Soul-Eating Contract. I will write a curse on it. Everyone, please take a look. As long as you drip your blood on it, it will be considered a successful contract. If anyone in the capital violates this, I will die immediately, without exception. The leader anticipated this question and prepared in advance by presenting a forbidden item to reassure the various factions, a significant gesture. Zheng Wu, the city lord of Xingda City, nodded, sat down, and began to consider the pros and cons. Wu Feng also asked, that forbidden item isn't in our hands. If the leader tampers with it and we're kept in the dark, the situation might be difficult to control. Your concerns are not unfounded. Even though he had agreed to Feng Lanbai's request last night, he was now feeling uneasy. In his previous life, the leader had not brought out the Soul-Eating Contract. He hadn't expected that the matter had already affected the leader. If the contents of the contract could be changed at will, the life of the person on the scroll would be in the leader's hands. Looking around, Zhang Tuhuan from the southern military region seemed completely unconcerned, continuing to chat leisurely with Shan Yunhu beside him, as if he had no intention of participating in this transaction at all. However, this condition is still very tempting for small and medium-sized forces. After all, they don't have much foundation to begin with, so being able to exchange it for China's accumulated wealth over the years is definitely a win-win situation. It seems the leader's intentions weren't with these large bases, as many faction leaders chose to step forward and drip their own blood. The bright red blood dripped into the Soul-Eating Pact. It was completely absorbed, and an indescribable feeling filled the body. However, the leaders of these forces did not care. After all, it was a forbidden item, so how could it not have some magical properties? Seeing that no awakened individuals had come up for a long time, the leader smiled slightly. Even if everyone has some secrets they don't want to reveal, the scientific research results from the capital will always be available for exchange. In fact, even without the head of state saying it, there is nothing that cannot be achieved in scientific research as long as the cost is sufficient. Chapter 158: The 10 Beast Kings, the 10 Corpse Kings. Although the major powers were not interested in this shared section, What the leader said next had to pique everyone's interest. Scrolls fell from the top of the hall and slowly rotated, ensuring that every power could see the pictures. This is intelligence gathered in the capital, categorizing the powerful corpse kings and mutated beasts of China. The strongest corpse kings and beast kings discovered so far have been listed as the top 10 beast kings and top 10 corpse kings. These drawings were created by Fu Yuntao of the Fu family, and they better convey the oppressive aura of these beast kings and corpse kings to everyone. The leader is right. There are a total of 20 scrolls, and each one is extremely lifelike, as if they really want to jump out of the painting. It has to be the capital city that can find the 10 strongest corpse kings and beast kings in China. This shows how perfect the intelligence system of the capital city is, or rather, how it is the head of the entire China. The 10 corpse kings, except for Qi, who had already been killed by Feng Lanbai, the rest were no different. The Blood Emperor replaced Qi's position. Just by looking at that painting, one could see that the Blood Emperor's strength had increased. This painting was taken from a scene of the Blood Emperor's battle, which should have been a scene of fighting against the invading corpse kings. Unexpectedly, it was perfectly replicated. The Blood Emperor now looks no different from an ordinary person. Unless he is fighting, you would never know that he is a corpse king. At this moment, the Blood Emperor was even more domineering than the corpse king. The boundless zombie horde forcibly separated the major forces, making it difficult for those forces to kill the Blood Emperor, as they lacked the ability to do so. Among the 10 beast kings, the first beast king is said to be located in the northwest of China. Just from the painting, one can feel the strength of this beast king. The Mirror Abyss Mirage Dragon has its body coiled around the mountain peak, and its scales, which are as bright as mirrors, are particularly dazzling. Its gaze seems to be able to penetrate the painting and look directly at everyone. After looking at it for a long time, one can feel the pressure. The Beast Brain ranked the Beast Kings, with the Mirror Abyss Mirage Dragon at the top. If it weren't for a chance encounter, no one would know that such a dragon existed in China. Ordinary humans would not affect the Mirror Abyss Mirage Dragon at all. In its eyes, humans are like ants and are not even on its menu. The strength emanating from this portrait is at least at the 6th rank. One can't help but lament the tragedy of this apocalypse. Currently, the strongest awakened being among humans is only at the 4th rank, but this Mirror Abyss Mirage Dragon is at the 6th or even 7th rank. If it were to slaughter humans, no one could stop it. With the help of Feng Lanbai's resources, Dali's realm has reached the 4th level, ranking 3rd. Above Dali is a bird codenamed Vermilion Bird. Wherever the fire descends, everything turns to nothingness. Its strength should have just entered the 5th level. Dali's ability to rank 3rd is largely due to his control of the Xishan mountain range, and he even has a beast king under his command, namely the Ice Draped Deer King, which ranks 6th. All the beast kings and corpse kings were marked, and everyone in the private room was quickly memorizing this information, which was extremely difficult to obtain. These forces were clearly taken aback, only now realizing that China had so many powerful beast kings and corpse kings, and that their future path would be even more difficult. This was also the leader's purpose. He continued, "As you can all see, the distribution range of the 10 corpse kings is vast. You have probably already seen or fought some of them. You should also know their strength, and their hordes of corpses are boundless. But the current situation is that you all seem more eager to point your weapons at our own kind. Therefore, another purpose of mine is to ask that you all sign a pledge not to launch large-scale battles against our own kind for 1 year. We are all witnesses, and if anyone violates this pledge, we will punish them together. No military action should be launched against other forces within 1 year. This is the result of the leader's long consideration. 1 year is a long time, but it is also not long. It is the best time for each force to develop and suppress other alien races. The zombies have recently begun to collectively attempt to reach the 4th tier. Once they reach the 4th tier, their strength will double. If there are still factions fighting at this time, the casualties among humans will only be more severe. Although a small number of forces did not attend this Huaxia conference, this already indicates a lot of issues. If any forces launch a war, they will only face the siege of this united force. The leader took out another scroll from his side, but it was all white. Judging from its aura, this scroll was just an ordinary scroll. The words Capital City were written on it at the top. The capital city must set an example here, forming the Huaxiao Alliance, for survival, for protection, for China. The leader waved his arms on the stage, enlivening the atmosphere of the entire audience. Not waging war for a year may seem like a constraint for large bases like Broken Boundary City, but in reality, it just distributes the pressure of facing alien races. The larger the territory, the more mutated beasts and zombies there will be, and the more difficult it will be to defend the base. This has no impact on Phong Lanbai's strategy. With the twin corpse kings on the side, the beast king south of Anji County still unresolved, and even the broken boundary city is not stable. The major trading companies and the exchange of goods between bases were blocked by the mutated beasts and the zombie horde. With the crystal cores not circulating, it was difficult for the awakened ones to exert their strength. Those from smaller factions were the first to step forward and leave their signatures. For example, Xianhao glanced at Phong Lanbai, and only after seeing Phong Lanbai nod slightly did he step forward and sign the 3 characters, Haitong District. Wan Xingxing then stepped forward and wrote the 4 characters, Xian Xuan Ling Xing. Many people had already noticed this person. He was alone on the sofa, and the name on the private room should be his. Wan Xingxing was invited to the Huaxia conference alone, so he must have some background. Phong Lanbai thought to herself, does Wan Xingstar even have any power? It's all alone, yet it's waging war? Are you kidding me? Walking down step by step on the prism, he had to maintain a high level of prestige. After Phong Lanbai appeared, many leaders of various forces chose to step forward and join him. At this time, a ceasefire was undoubtedly the best decision. Zhang Tuan of the southern military region, Gu Qianjun of the western military region, Gu Chang'an's father, and Lung Yutong did not give their former employers a second glance. They walked past quickly and wrote the words Hancheng. Luo Hong from the Mingdu settlement stepped forward and shook hands with the leader, saying it was a pleasure to cooperate, but he wrote the name of the Mingdu settlement at the very bottom. On Phong Lanbai's way back to the private room, Yu Huayu was also about to get off, a slight smile playing on her lips. Phong Lanbai, your boundary-breaking city is very strong. Hearing what Yu Huayu said, she was surprised that Yu Huayu would say such a thing. Looking at Yu Huayu's perfect face, she immediately replied, you too. He then left. The people around him watched as the Chuzhou feather god actually took the initiative to speak with Phong Lanbai. Putting aside the stunning beauty of Yu Huayu, they couldn't help but think about the Yu Huayu gathering place. If the Chuzhou gathering place and Poji City joined forces, their strength would surely increase greatly. They had to be on guard. Yu Huayu's scheme was undeniably shrewd, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The Huaxia conference was under intense scrutiny, and every move she made could cause a huge uproar in the eyes of other forces. Chapter 159, Who Dares to Stop Me? By taking the initiative to speak with Phong Lanbai, the recent expansion of the Huayu gathering ground and the sudden contraction of the breaking boundary city have become even more perplexing. As expected of her, every step she takes reveals the layout of the Nine Souls' venerable moon. In a single sentence, Mingdu achieved what it had been unable to do for a long time. Mingdu wanted to restrict the development of Poji City, but dared not do it openly. It could only make other forces hostile to Poji City, but this was difficult to do. This was Yu Huayu's open scheme, and there was no way to reverse it, but Phong Lanbai didn't care, nor did he take the surrounding forces seriously. The 10 Corpse Kings is the Blood Emperor, and among the 10 Beast Kings are the Mighty One and the Ice-Draped Deer King. If any one of them were released, it would be enough to extinguish the ambitions of these forces. The vast majority of forces present chose to join the China Alliance. Anyone with eyes could see that the struggle between these forces would likely continue for a long time to come. Thank you all for your help in the survival of China. On behalf of the capital, I thank you all. With that, the leader bowed deeply to the crowd without any airs. The Huaxia Conference symbolizes a turning point in the survival of humanity, at least accelerating the goal of clearing out the zombies and allowing humanity to regain its dominance on the planet more quickly. This concludes the Huaxia Conference. You are welcome to tour the capital city under the guidance of our awakened ones. All guests are welcome, and the capital city will not neglect you. After the leader finished speaking, he sat back down in his chair. Some of the leaders of the various factions chose to come forward and negotiate with the leader, while others simply left. Phong Lanbai's gaze met Kong Yangtian's without any warning, and he and Wu Feng instantly attacked, leaving no chance for anyone present to react. Kong Yangtian also realized this. He instantly enveloped himself and Mo Mingzhao with spatial energy, wanting to teleport away directly. However, a huge eye suddenly appeared under his feet, tearing apart his spatial energy and freezing him in place. Mo Mingzhao was clearly not going to surrender easily. The little turtle on his shoulder suddenly jumped forward, its size increasing dozens of times. This little turtle was obviously Mo Mingzhao's natal contracted beast, the Mo Xian turtle. Water shields appeared instantly, each at least tens of centimeters thick, blocking Mo Mingzhao and Kong Yangtian. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. A prism sword gleaming with golden lightning suddenly shot out, the raging, arrogant golden lightning completely ignoring the water shield and striking the ink Xian turtle, filling its entire body with lightning. Unable to withstand the water shields, the prism sword, now unobstructed, unleashed its demonic flames, reaching the turtle's shell. A massive wound appeared on the turtle's body. Its hard shell was a joke under Fong Lanbai's sword and was directly cleaved open. The demonic flames burned the wound, causing the ink Xian turtle to wail in pain. Wu Feng's Frost Northblade had already arrived, and the ink Xian turtle had no time to defend itself before its entire body was severed. The black tortoise has perished. Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng. Even the Mo Xian turtle, known for its defense, was instantly killed. All the forces were shocked by Fong Lanbai's series of attacks and retreated to the side, fearing that they would be affected. Fong Lanbai's hands were wreathed in demonic flames and arrogant golden lightning, and a highly lethal attack was rapidly brewing. A pale blue insect appeared on Mo Mingzhao's sleeve. After this group of insects appeared, some insects about half a person's height flew in from various doorways and windows, blocking Mo Mingzhao's view. Another contract seal was released, from which a third-tier giant python emerged, protecting Mo Mingzhao to the side. Mo Mingzhao held a handful of talismans, one of which merged into his body, barely stopping the injuries caused by his natal contracted beast, the ink Xian turtle. However, blood continued to flow from his mouth, and his vision was dizzy. Some of it merged into the body of the third-tier giant python, and the python's body surface was instantly covered with a lot of protective shields, which seemed to have greatly enhanced its defense. Wu Feng has already clashed with Kong Yangtian. Under the suppression of their levels, no matter how strange Kong Yangtian's spatial abilities are, he can only be defeated. Fong Lanbai's attack was launched at Mo Mingzhao like a cannonball, and the huge energy fluctuations forced the other forces to retreat again. The entire hall instantly solidified, and 6 golden crystal panels directly enveloped Fong Lanbai's attack. The attack was completely blocked and exploded inside the golden crystal cube, without the crystal showing any signs of damage. The capital city authorities made their move, but unexpectedly, even Fong Lanbai's attack was directly blocked. If the leader insists on stopping Fong Lanbai, with the 4 Imperial Fong clan members present, Mo Mingzhao really won't die. Fong Lanbai, this is the capital city. Kong Yantian is the chief counselor of our capital city. Do you want to be an enemy of our capital city? The leader's voice echoed in Fong Lanbai's ears in the air, but Fong Lanbai's demonic flame eyes showed no other emotion. I have no intention of making enemies of the capital, but Mo Mingzhao is an enemy of Poji City, and he must die. Lin Yu and Kong Shangyun stood in front of the leader, while several powerful figures from the Fu, Gu, and Zhang families stood before Fong Lanbai, releasing their powerful auras, but they gained no advantage whatsoever in front of Fong Lanbai. Gu Yu stood to one side, with Lu Fushuang in his arms. The arrival of the ruins of nothingness had no effect on him in the slightest, though a strange look flashed in his eyes. 3 of the 5 generals of the capital were here: Fu Yuntao of the Fu family, Bai Yin of the Gu family, and Lin Jingshuo of the Zhang family. Among them, Fu Yuntao was also one of the 12 stars, the illusionary star, and the 4th of the 10 counselors. Kong Yantian, Kong Shangyun, Lin Yu, and Su Haichuan, several powerful experts at the late stage of the 3rd rank, could not help but be on high alert in front of Fong Lanbai, observing him closely, for fear that he would launch another attack. Wu Feng stood calmly beside Fong Lanbai, his huge silver-white eyes standing behind him, his 4th-level aura pouring out, the 2 of them directly overpowering the several powerful figures opposite them. As long as Gu Yu doesn't make a move, even with so many powerful individuals, they are no match for Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng. As one of the twin sons, Fong Lanbai has advanced quite quickly. The life essence of the strong in the base is supplied without limit, and Gu Yu has even caught up with her. The twin sons are terrifying indeed. The leader also sighed. Kong Yantian had already humiliated Fong Lanbai by rescuing Fong Lanbai's mortal enemy. Fong Lanbai's promise not to kill Kong Yantian here was already giving him face. If he refused Fong Lanbai again, things would probably get out of hand today. Fong Lanbai quietly watched the powerful figures opposite him, his body radiating arrogant golden lightning and demonic flames, and immense pressure descended upon them. Fu Yuntao rapidly drew several brushes beside him, creating mountain peaks to block Fong Lanbai's pressure, but they could only barely hold on. This pressure was even greater than that brought to him by Gu Yu. Was this the strength of the Lord of the Broken Realm City? No wonder even a 4th-tier expert was willing to follow him. Chapter 160: Killing Mo Mingzhao. Luo Sheng also released his bone wings and flew into the air, slowly releasing the aura of the Bone King. Beside him was the white-robed Yu Huayu. In this life, Luo Sheng did not say anything more about merging the Mingdu settlement into the Huayu settlement as long as Yu Huayu was with him, but the deep affection in his eyes could not be hidden. Outsiders may not know that during the battle at Wuyang Mountain, Yu Huayu and Luo Sheng had already fought each other. Luo Sheng knew that a woman as perfect as Yu Huayu required sufficient strength to conquer her. Yu Huayu, what do you think of Fang Lanbai? Luo Sheng asked tentatively, glancing at the imposing figure from time to time, feeling a mix of emotions. He was no longer the boy he used to be. He cultivated tirelessly, hoping to one day erase the shadow in his heart. But the more he did so, the more he felt it was impossible to do. Very good. Yu Huayu parted her red lips slightly, her gaze never leaving that figure. Those two short words stirred up a myriad of thoughts in Luo Sheng. He didn't dare to ask her what she thought of him, so he could only take this opportunity to test her like a coward. Kong Yangtian, you made your own mess, so you have to pay for it yourself. Fu Yuntao said calmly to Kong Yangtian in front of him. Fu Yuntao was not one to act for nothing. Today, out of respect for the leader, he had already done more than enough to shield Kong Yangtian. It was really not worth risking his life for such a monster for Kong Yangtian. Kong Yangtian's body was surrounded by flowing spatial energy. Under the restriction of the eye of the wind howling, it was extremely difficult for him to travel through space. He looked down at Mo Mingzhao with a solemn expression, seemingly lost in thought. He had never been so passive before. Fang Lanbai's strength was simply too hopeless. There was absolutely no chance of victory. He had no confidence that he could withstand any attack from the black flames and golden lightning unscathed. Perhaps, Lord Fang, you must understand that this is the capital. Several counselors are already on their way. At that point, it won't be a matter of persuasion anymore, Lin Yu couldn't help but say. In his opinion, Fang Lanbai was strong, but how could he possibly withstand the combined attack of so many counselors? Boom. A spatial rift instantly appeared in front of Lin Yu, from which a large blue sword with silver patterns slashed out. Its speed and power were so great that even though Lin Yu had released his supernatural ability and imbued the sword with the power of his words, he could not stop its might. Kong Shangyun reacted extremely quickly, his arms transforming into beast claws. His right claw blocked the large sword, but the immense force still sent Lin Yu flying, crashing to the side with his chest caved in and several ribs broken. Kong Shangyun, who played Lin Yu, quickly stepped forward and helped Lin Yu up. Are you threatening me, Counselor Lin? Fang Lanbai said jokingly. With 10 counselors and 5 generals present, Fang Lanbai wasn't confident of victory. If he wanted to leave, who could stop him? Under the protection of his 2 remaining contracted beasts, Mo Mingzhao continued to recover from his injuries. He knew that as long as the benefits he brought were not great enough, Kong Yangtian would abandon him at any time. He was already thinking about how to break the current situation. I only want Mo Mingzhao's life. For your sake, I can let Kong Yangtian go for now. Fang Lanbai was surrounded by golden lightning, looking arrogant like a thunder god. As Fang Lanbai spoke, 12-sided crystals kept flying around him, ready to take Mo Mingzhao's life at any moment. Kong Yangtian's expression turned cold, but he was powerless to refute it. He knew that he was unlikely to die. If he were killed in the capital would probably become a laughingstock of the whole of China. I promise you, Fang Lanbai, Mo Mingzhao is yours to deal with. From now on, things will remain the same as before in the capital. How about it? This is the only option for now. Although the 4 Imperial Fang clan can protect Mo Mingzhao, this would offend Fang Lanbai. If they were to make another move, it would definitely expose the 4 Imperial Fang clan as a trump card. It would be a losing proposition. The moment the leader finished speaking, the 3rd-tier giant python beside Mo Mingzhao rushed out with him, attempting to escape. But how could Fang Lanbai let him get away? Wu Feng beside him had already stepped into the spatial rift, and countless silver eyes appeared around Mo Mingzhao at some unknown time. Fang Lanbai's prism also chased after them, joining forces with Wu Feng to pursue Mo Mingzhao. The silver broadsword had reached Mo Mingzhao when it was blocked by the dense swarm of blue insects, producing a clanging sound of metal striking metal. The surrounding void eyes continued to shoot out blade marks. Although the giant python was covered with many defensive runes, it could not withstand the continuous blade marks and was easily broken. With the help of various runes and Mo Mingzhao's command, the giant python and the blue swarm of insects barely withstood the attack of the valley wind. Mo Mingzhao was already tied up, and Fang Lanbai's prisms had arrived. The 12 prisms encircled the giant python, including Mo Mingzhao, and golden electricity instantly connected to form a cage. Some insects that accidentally touched the electricity were killed, and fell to the ground. Mo Mingzhao wanted to go out, but the wind from the sky blocked his way. His face was no longer as composed as before. It was full of resentment and bitterness. Arrogant golden lightning and demonic flame spread wildly toward the center. Mo Mingzhao had tried his best to open the prism, but the giant python was shattered as soon as it got close, making it impossible for it to get any closer. The demonic flames continued to spread, slowly burning Mo Mingzhao to death. The swarm of insects that looked down at Jean Lei continued to connect, and insects fell like rain. Mo Mingzhao became even more vulnerable. Originally, contract-based superpowers like his were extremely fragile. Under the high temperature of the demonic flames, even though the third-tier giant python tightly wrapped Mo Mingzhao, making it difficult for the demonic flames to spread in, Mo Mingzhao was still burned to death by the high temperature. After Mo Mingzhao died, due to the nature of the contract, the giant python and swarm of insects that were still struggling also died, revealing Mo Mingzhao inside. The demonic flames directly devoured Mo Mingzhao, leaving nothing behind. Beastmaster Star, fallen. Wu Feng has returned to Feng Lanbai's side. Many forces present have witnessed the demeanor of the top expert and have gained a substantial understanding of the power of breaking Boundary City. Even the head of state had no choice but to stand firm and allow Feng Lanbai to kill the chief counselor's subordinate right in front of him. The leader had already secretly ordered Kong Yangtian to leave, so Feng Lanbai turned a blind eye. The leader had already given Poji City enough face. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Kong Yangtian in the future. Judging from Kong Yangtian's aura, he would probably advance to the 4th rank in the next few days. His strange spatial ability would make him even more difficult to kill. Chapter 161 Forbidden Item 051 Copy Puppet. After the incident ended, many people left the area to avoid further trouble. The leader also instructed the counselors to arrange for everyone present to leave and looked helplessly at Feng Lanbai. Perhaps Feng Lanbai's extremely strong strength was his most unstable point, which was difficult to control. Although he was sensible in his actions, he acted entirely according to his own will. Kong Shangyun helped Lin Yu stand in front of the leader. Lin Yu was seriously injured, and it would probably take several days for him to recover. Fu Yuntao casually walked up to Gu Yu and said, "If Feng Lanbai were trying to kill your little girlfriend, I wonder if you would still be so calm." Gu Yu knew what Fu Yuntao meant. If he took action, he could at least hold Feng Lanbai back for a while and allow Kong Yangtian to escape unscathed. However, he simply watched from the sidelines. "I don't need you to teach me how to do things." Gu Yu looked at Fu Yuntao's sanctimonious appearance with disdain. After Lu Fushuang returned to his side, his entire spirit changed. He cut off all his long hair, and his eyes became bright, as if he was full of hope for the future. Lu Fushuang, who was standing to the side, also clung to Gu Yu's arm and looked at Fu Yuntao with disgust. However, the antidote for the poison was still in his hands, so she could only be controlled by him. She pulled Gu Yu and turned to leave. Fu Yuntao needed Gu Yu to guard against the beast tide, so the two of them could only be considered to have a special transaction relationship. If Lu Fushuang were to die, Gu Yu would likely pursue Fu Yuntao relentlessly, so Fu Yuntao dared not pressure Gu Yu too much. Without speaking to Fu Yuntao again, Gu Yu left with Lu Fushuang. After the Huaxia conference, he would be going to guard against the beast tide in Tongzhou. The members of Yari Pavilion would also be going with Gu Yu. At that time, Yari Pavilion would no longer be a force in the capital, and it would be time to make some preparations. Zhang Tuan walked towards Feng Lanbai, accompanied by Shan Yunhu and Su Karen. Shan Yunhu still had a smiling face, as if anyone could easily manipulate him. Su Karen, wearing a yellow bodysuit and jeans, looked somewhat out of place next to the properly dressed Zhang Tuan. Before Zhang Tuan could speak, Shan Yunhu had already stepped forward and grasped Feng Lanbai's hand, his eyes sparkling. "City Lord Feng, you're so handsome. Can I get your autograph?" Feng Lanbai smiled helplessly. The thing that Shan Yunhu had in common with his brother was their overly familiar personality. If Feng Lanbai remembered correctly, although they had met a few times, he seemed to have never spoken to Shan Yunhu. "Sure, if you think I'm handsome, you can give me the southern military region," Feng Lanbai joked. Dan Yunhu laughed heartily, then turned to look at Zhang Tuan, who said helplessly, "How about I send you out?" Then he looked at Feng Lanbai and clasped her hands together. Feng Lanbai felt as if her superpower had been activated. "Don't worry about it, Lord Feng. Forbidden Item 051. The copying puppet can copy a portion of your power, but I don't know exactly how much." Feng Lanbai narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that the southern military region would have such a forbidden item. He knew Feng Lanbai's own strength best. Any one of his abilities was devastating, almost equivalent to bringing another top-level expert to the southern military region. Does this picture make Huan think she's easy to talk to? Or does she have something to rely on to dare to test Fong Lanbai to her face like this? She doesn't seem like a fool. Commander Zhang's gift is quite unique. I wonder if Commander Zhang would like my gift in return. Fong Lanbai's tone gradually turned cold. Su Karen hurriedly stood in front of Zhang Tuhuan, already holding the forbidden item 071, the frost condensation sword, in her hand, her nerves taut, fearing that Fong Lanbai would suddenly make a move. Lord Fong, I've come not to cause conflict with you. I can tell you're not an unreasonable person, so I'd like to invite you to my southern military region for a chat, hoping to explore more cooperation with Broken Boundary City. Zhang Tuhuan's attitude was sincere. He pulled Su Karen to his side, took out more than a dozen third-tier crystal cores from his spatial ring, placed them in Fong Lanbai's hand, and spoke slowly and deliberately, appearing as a refined gentleman. Feeling the aura of the crystal core in his hand, he realized that most of these Tier 3 crystal cores were obtained from late-stage Tier 3 zombies. He hadn't expected the southern military region to be so generous so soon, and immediately accepted them into the dark demon essence. Fong Lanbai thought carefully before heading to the southern military region. The southern military region was a vast territory. In addition to some surrounding forces, the second-ranked Beast King among the 10 Beast Kings, codenamed Vermilion Bird, was located near the southern military region. Not to mention, there was also a Corpse King named Evil Corpse nearby who was skilled in strategy. Fong Lanbai was curious to see what made the southern military region so special, given its rapid development under such circumstances. Having witnessed Fong Lanbai's absolute strength, Zhang Tuhuan probably wouldn't have any other thoughts. Fong Lanbai did not agree immediately, but said, "There are many affairs in Poji City, and I'm afraid I won't have time to go to the southern military region." Fong Lanbai was slightly disappointed. Zhang Tuhuan was surprised that Fong Lanbai refused. Did she think these crystal cores weren't enough? Feeling somewhat unwilling, he then seemed to have figured something out and took out a 4th-tier crystal core from his spatial ring, placing it in Fong Lanbai's hand, as if afraid that Fong Lanbai wouldn't accept it. The 4th-tier crystal core is currently only available to zombie kings. The southern military region probably doesn't even have a single 4th-tier awakener. Obtaining this 4th-tier crystal core is extremely difficult. It seems that Zhang Tuhuan sent Fong Lanbai to the southern military region because he could produce a 4th-tier crystal core. Fong Lanbai put away the 4th-tier crystal core, a smile playing on her lips. Actually, I've wanted to visit the southern military region for a while now. I didn't expect Commander Zhang to be so kind. These things weren't really necessary. Zhang Tuhuan smiled helplessly. If Fong Lanbai could do it, then paying for the 4th-order crystal core would be worthwhile. All right, it's a deal then. We'll depart in 3 days, and I'll come to pick up City Lord Fong to travel together. Fong Lanbai shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I'm a bit socially awkward and would like to travel alone. However, Commander Zhang, please don't worry. I will be in the southern military region in 3 days." What a joke. With Fong Dai around, Fong Lanbai is at least 3 times faster than them. Fong Lanbai doesn't want to slow down and wait for them on the road. Wouldn't it be better to use that time to do something else? Shan Yunlong looked at Fong Lanbai thoughtfully, while Zhang Tuhuan could only nod. However, he was not worried that Fong Lanbai would break his promise, as the Lord of the Broken Realm City was trustworthy. He then bid farewell to Fong Lanbai and headed towards the palace in the capital. "Lord, are you going to the southern military region alone? Why don't we go together? That way we can look out for each other," Wu Feng said to Fong Lanbai. The fight had torn Wu Feng's clothes, revealing his skin underneath. "It's all right. You have other plans," Fong Lanbai said casually. Afterwards, he and Wu Feng left the place. When they encountered people from other forces on the way, they avoided them like the plague and quickly and quietly left Fong Lanbai's sight. "Lord of the city, it seems someone else is coming to see you." Chapter 162, Gu Yu's Request. Looking up, the bright bald head was particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Wasn't that Gu Yu? Shuangri's unexpected visit to Fong Lanbai puzzled Fong Lanbai. As a native of the capital, Shuangri had been observing coldly from the sidelines without intervening in Fong Lanbai's affairs. Now, her visit to Fong Lanbai raised some questions. "Young Master Gu, what can I do for you?" Fong Lanbai raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Although Gu Yu was bald now, his features were still extremely outstanding. Although he looked a bit thin, no one dared to underestimate his strength. He strode up to Fong Lanbai. For some reason, the people around him seemed not to have sensed Gu Yu's arrival at all, and they all acted as usual. Wu Feng stood beside Fong Lanbai. As his aura swirled, he released his sky-howling eyes. The ruins of nothingness faintly appeared behind Gu Yu, collided with Wu Feng, and then quickly disappeared. I'm not here to cause trouble. What happens in the capital is none of my business. I'm only here to ask for your help. Fong Lombai looked at Guyu and realized that he didn't seem to be here to start a conflict. It was quite rare for one of the two sons, Jinshu Huiri, to have something to ask for. Tell me, why should I help you? Fong Lombai asked. Although he was very interested in Xuanri's combat power, Guyu's character made it extremely difficult to get him to obey him. It's not convenient to talk here. How about we discuss this in detail at my Yari Pavilion? Guyu's golden eyes suddenly lit up, seemingly quite looking forward to Fong Lombai going to Yari Pavilion. My Yari Pavilion may not have much, but it has plenty of beautiful women. I'm sure you two will find your type. Guyu said matter-of-factly. Fu Yuntao had put a lot of effort into this area, and they had all kinds of beauties. Now that Lu Fushuang was back, Guyu didn't have the energy to do these things anymore, so he might as well let these beauties continue to put their remaining energy to good use. Is our city lord that kind of person? I'll handle everything, Wu Feng said from the side, though his eyes were unusually excited. Slap. Fong Lombai slapped Wu Feng on the back. What do you mean? Wu Feng, who usually looks very serious, is quite proactive at this moment. He quickly put on a serious smile and stood straight next to Fong Lombai. He then said seriously, Guyu, don't bring up other things. I'm not interested in this. The reward for your help is quite substantial. Let's see if you can afford it. Guyu couldn't help but smile, and then said, sure, as long as you can do it, I'll give you whatever you want. Guyu's tone was also very firm, and Fong Lombai didn't say anything more. He was also very curious to see what kind of help Guyu needed. Following Guyu, we arrived at the north side of the capital. This place was clearly not within the capital's territory and had also left the area of the 4 imperial cities. After passing through some ruins, a huge black city wall rose from the ground. The style was rather old-fashioned, an ordinary stone wall, but it was also the most economical city wall. My lord, please follow me. Mu Hanyu was already waiting outside the city. The people of Yari Pavilion were dressed casually. Mu Hanyu was just wearing a simple coat. There was a lot of blood and bits of flesh outside the city walls, which showed that there were probably frequent zombie hordes here. These zombies must have been eaten by some kind of creature. Let's go, he said to Fong Lombai, gesturing for them to follow. He and Mu Hanyu then jumped onto the city wall. Of course, Fong Lombai wouldn't be so rude. The guards beside him weren't just for show. A spatial rift appeared, and the two entered it, appearing on the city wall. From below, the city wall doesn't reveal anything, but once you get up there, you can see countless honeycomb-like rooms behind it, where many awakened beings live. At this time, some are still sleeping, looking quite exhausted. Looking to the side, some creatures that looked like large dogs from before the apocalypse were in some iron cages, and when they inadvertently opened their mouths, they revealed a large number of sharp teeth. It seems this is the source of those bits of flesh. These beasts must be zombie beasts, which are rarely seen after being infected by zombies. They have no spirit and only know how to kill. I didn't expect that Yari Pavilion would raise so many zombie beasts. Strangely, some of the zombie beasts don't seem to attack these Sun Pavilion awakeners, which is odd. If the Sun Pavilion has a way to control these zombie beasts, it would certainly be a great help in dealing with zombies. My lord, the zombie horde attacked again last night, but it should only be a small portion of them, so our losses were minimal. Mu Hanyu glanced at Fong Lombai without lingering, and then spoke to Guyu. All right, no need to waste any more time with Yama. Let the capital city deal with that headache. Guyu looked at the war-torn city wall and said with relief, knowing that even stronger enemies were about to be faced. I have other things to do, so I'll leave it to you. Guyu then led Fong Lombai toward the center of Yari Pavilion. Fong Lombai didn't say much. The closer they got to Yari Pavilion, the more they could feel its simplicity. Although it wasn't a magnificent city, it was still a major pass. Most of the houses there looked like they were built haphazardly, made of all sorts of materials, giving it a messy feel. However, the awakened ones walking around on this road all had a bloodthirsty feeling about them, like battle-hardened warriors, exuding a murderous aura. It's clear that Guyu hasn't put much effort into town construction, but the strength of its awakened individuals is absolutely top-notch among their peers. Come on, it's rather modest, don't mind it. Guyu led Fong Lombai to a castle-like place. Although it was indeed ordinary compared to the capital's grand hall, it was not bad either, with bright white tiles that were spotless. Lu Fushuang waited for Guyu to return in the hall, and it felt quite like home. Welcome, welcome. Lu Fushuang was very enthusiastic, smiling as she pulled out chairs for Fong Lombai and Wu Feng. Fong Lombai didn't stand on ceremony, thanked her, and sat down. As soon as Fong Lombai saw Lu Fushuang, he knew when Guyu had asked him for help. Although Lu Fushuang looked very healthy, A closer look revealed that she had fluctuations of supernatural abilities, and her strength was definitely not low. This must be some kind of poison. Fan Lanbai was able to see through the energy flow in Lu Fushuang's body with his powerful strength, which is why he could see some clues. This poison does not affect Lu Fushuang's normal life, which is why Lu Fushuang does not seem to have any abnormalities. Fan Lanbai, you should be able to see that as long as you can get rid of the poison in Shuanger's body, as long as it's within my power, just ask for anything. Guyu stood with Lu Fushuang, looking at Lu Fushuang's slightly pale face with concern. It's hard to imagine that Guyu, who was just seducing Fan Lanbai with his beauty, could go to such lengths for Lu Fushuang. This made Fan Lanbai change his previous cold attitude. Being able to do this for his woman shows that he is not a cold and heartless person. UVE asked the wrong person. I may be strong, but I don't have healing abilities, so there's nothing I can do about it, Fan Lanbai said helplessly, picking up a mutated melon seed from the table and cracking it open. I know. I want to rely on the power of your broken boundary city to help me find some special healing abilities. Chapter 163 Forbidden Object 025, Revealing Dharma and Substituting Life. Fan Lanbai placed the sunflower seed shells he had cracked on the table and said, That's possible, but I recommend you go find that Wan Xingxing. His abilities are unpredictable and mysterious. If you go to him, perhaps he can give you some answers. Although Wan Xingxing's abilities are likely more inclined towards divination, thinking about it from another perspective, having him calculate where Lu Fushuang's chances of survival might be a unique solution. Of course, I had long heard of the wonders of Wanqing Star, but I had never heard of his whereabouts. When I learned that he would be coming to the China conference, I took Shuanger to find him. He gave me several results, and the best result was you. Gu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had an indescribable feeling in his gaze. He also wanted to know what was so special about Fan Lanbai, and why Lu Fushuang's life gate was on Fan Lanbai. Now it was Fan Lanbai's turn to be stunned. How could he possibly cure Lu Fushuang's poison? Should he try using demonic flame? With Fan Lanbai's current demonic flame, Lu Fushuang wouldn't last a second before evaporating. Could it be the arrogant golden lightning? But how could he use that? Wan Xingxing didn't seem like the type to speak carelessly, but Fan Lanbai thought for a long time and still couldn't think of any special ability she had to cure the poison. I really can't think of a solution right now. Why don't you tell me what you know about this poison, such as how people get poisoned, or what's special about it? However, Fan Lanbai was very interested in the poison that Lu Fushuang was suffering from. Guyu must have sought out many healing-type ability users to treat Lu Fushuang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been searching for treatment methods everywhere. Upon hearing Fan Lanbai's question, Guyu's breathing became unstable, but he still sighed helplessly. The Fu family, Fu Yuntao. I don't know what he did to poison Shuanger. According to Shuanger, after being knocked unconscious by Jia Shichuan, she seemed to be unconscious for a long time before waking up. When she woke up, she found that she had been poisoned and her strength was less than 1/10 of what it used to be. As he spoke, Guyu held Lu Fushuang's hand, looked at her tenderly, and couldn't help but kiss her. Fan Lanbai was fine. After all, it was just a moment of deep affection, and the young couple could understand. But Wu Feng was different. He had never been truly injured by someone hitting him in the face before, so he immediately turned his head to the side, unwilling to be hurt. Fu Yuntao, that's the guy who can only draw. Guyu added thoughtfully, afraid that Fan Lanbai might not remember. A dignified military general of the capital, skilled in painting illusions and stars, was described by Guyu as merely a painter. Only someone with Shuang Ri's formidable strength could speak so casually. Fu Yuntao did a good job. There's no way to find the source of the poison. Does the Fu family have a master of poisons? Fan Lanbai asked. If it was poisoned by someone with superpowers, then he himself would most likely have a chance to cure it. No, I've never heard of a master of poison in the capital. Given Fu Yuntao's character, he wouldn't have revealed such a thing. As he spoke, Guyu's hatred for Fu Yuntao deepened. If there were a way to deal with Lu Fushuang's poison, the ruins of nothingness would surely descend upon the Fu family mansion in the next moment. That makes things difficult. Just as Fan Lanbai was silent, Guyu suddenly thought of something, took out an exquisitely packaged box from his spatial ring, and placed it in front of Fan Lanbai. This is the antidote given by Fu Yuntao. 1 pill a month can suppress the poison in Shuanger's body, making her appear perfectly normal. However, in the days leading up to the time she takes the medicine, she experiences excruciating pain all over her body, as if she's being pricked with needles. Fan Lanbai opened the box and glanced at it, but Guyu stopped him. This was Lu Fushuang's life-extending medicine, and he still didn't quite trust Fan Lanbai. If he accidentally let Fan Lanbai's demonic flames burn it away, it would be a huge loss. This is indeed a breakthrough point, but there's only one a month. Without it, her life would be in danger. Fu Yuntao is really extremely thoughtful, not giving us any way out at all. Fong Lanbai was also helpless. After talking for a long time, she still had no clue. Just as she was about to say goodbye and leave the Yari Pavilion ancient island, she suddenly said, Fong Lanbai, as long as you can help me, I can give you even forbidden items. Guyu saw that Fong Lanbai was about to leave and even put the melon seeds back in his hand, so he quickly said. To him, no forbidden item could compare to Lu Fushuang's life. With his strength, he had a much better chance of obtaining forbidden items. Or, to put it more simply, he could just steal them. Upon hearing Guyu's words, Fong Lanbai's brain felt as if it had been struck hard. In an instant, Fong Lanbai understood something. Why Wan Xingxing had said that Lu Fushuang's life force lay in Fong Lanbai. A special forbidden item came to Fong Lanbai's mind. Forbidden Item 025, Zhangfa Substitute Life. The ability of this forbidden item was so useless that Fong Lanbai would never have thought of it. I heard that after this forbidden item was obtained by an ordinary person, he used it once and immediately died. The ability of Zhangfa Substitute Life can directly eliminate the negative status of an awakened person, but this ability can only be used once. It occupies such a high sequence, but has such a useless ability. As for why that guy died after using it once, it's simple. He had finally cultivated his superpower to a certain level and, under the siege of various powerful awakened beings, finally obtained this powerful forbidden item 025. With such a high sequence, that awakened being had already imagined that he would wreak havoc everywhere. However, after using this forbidden item, his superpower disappeared, his paronychia that had plagued him for many years was cured, and he died directly from vomiting blood. If this forbidden item is used on Lu Fushuang, although her superpowers will disappear, negative states like poison will be directly eliminated, which is also a solution. It seems that Wan Shengxing's divination skills are quite good, which made Fong Lanbai feel a chill down her spine. Fong Lanbai had been reborn and knew about the Zhangfa Substitute Life ability. Otherwise, why would such a one-time forbidden item be tried a second time? Okay, I've got a plan. I'll give you 3 months, not much. I need 2 forbidden items. Can you do that? Fong Lanbai said. Given Guyu's status and position, 2 forbidden items were truly not much. Guyu wondered why this suddenly worked. If you had just said there were forbidden items, you wouldn't have had to say so much, he thought. He then asked skeptically, what method? Let me hear it. I can't tell you now. What if I let you get cured ahead of time? Wouldn't I have done this for nothing? Don't you trust the credibility of Broken Boundary City? Fong Lanbai was also throwing out a smokescreen, making Guyu undecided and more focused on working for Fong Lanbai. Guyu had only managed to grasp at this lifeline, so he had no choice but to agree to Fong Lanbai's request. The 2 forbidden items were not too difficult for him to obtain, so it wasn't too troublesome. He then escorted Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng to the entrance of Yari Pavilion, expressing his gratitude. No, do you know how to treat this poison? How could you agree so easily? What if something goes wrong? Wu Feng couldn't help but ask. He acknowledged Fong Lanbai's abilities, but where would he get the treatment? Are you questioning the great lord of the Breaking Boundaries City? Let's go, next stop. Fong Lanbai said with a profound expression, leaving without looking back. Chapter 164 Encountering Yama. Unexpectedly, this trip to the capital has been quite busy. Walking along this road, there are ruins everywhere, and you can sense that there are quite a few zombies nearby, but Fong Lanbai is not in the mood to fight. He has Wu Feng use spatial rifts to avoid zombies whenever they come into contact with them, so the journey is quite peaceful. However, this is outside the capital, the territory of Yama, one of the 10 corpse kings. Guyu had previously helped them bypass this area, but now that Fong Lanbai was swaggering through this area, it quickly attracted Yama's attention. With thick, muscular limbs, bluish-gray skin, and huge bony wings folded up on its back, it looked like a human, but at least 4 meters tall, and many mutated zombies stood around it. The various bizarre and grotesque appearances looked extremely ferocious. There were no fewer than 10 third-tier zombies standing next to Yama alone, which showed how powerful Yama's forces were. The thick smell of blood filled the ruins, making it a paradise for zombies. The area surrounding the capital is largely Yama's territory, and the number of zombie hordes there is comparable to that of the Blood Emperor's blood domain. Since Yama's high-level zombie horde was severely damaged by Guyu last time, Yama has changed direction to strengthen its power. Of zombies attacking the Sun Pavilion has greatly decreased, and the attacks launched against the surrounding smaller forces have been more effective and have a greater chance of success. Although the counselors from the capital city often unite to try to kill him, they always fail. Beside Enma was a mutated zombie with a hideous face that was no longer human. Saliva dripped in strands onto the ground, and its body was covered with countless black threads, so fine that they were almost invisible unless you looked closely. Enma's gaze fell on the two people walking slowly in the distance. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie seemed to understand Enma's intention and silently moved closer to the two humans. Several third-tier zombies also surrounded them from other directions. Yama's gaze fell upon the two men. Anyone who dared to openly enter its territory would only become nourishment for its evolution. The deep roar of the corpses excited the zombies behind them, and the roars of corpses rose and fell, filling the ruins. The invisible threads continued to spread slowly, and the pebbles seemed unable to stop them even slightly. Wu Feng, who was walking side by side with Feng Lanbai, suddenly changed his expression, turned his head to look at Feng Lanbai, whose lips were slightly curved, and understood something. You felt it too, didn't you? What do you mean? Wu Feng's tone was casual, as if he didn't take the danger seriously at all. No need to say much. Let's just see the strength of this Tier 4 armor. We haven't seen it go all out yet. Feng Lanbai and Wu Feng both had concealing breath shells on them, and they didn't release Feng Dai while traveling because they wanted to use this zombie to see the strength of the Tier 4 armor. The silk thread had already reached a meter away from Feng Lanbai. This mutated zombie seemed to have already seen the two awakened beings being pierced. It really couldn't understand why the zombie king would make such a weak human take action. One of the humans slowly turned his head, seemingly able to pass through the wall, and stared straight at the mutated zombies outside the ruins. Zombie felt locked onto by a massive killing intent as the heterochromatic eyes looked at it, and the powerful aura almost made it turn tail and run away. Unfortunately, it's a late-stage Tier 3 mutated zombie. A beam of light emanated from the dark demon essence on the blue-white neck. The mutated zombie felt an immense force surge through it, and several walls in front of it crashed through. Before the mutated zombie could prepare, it was sent flying. The silk threads around him quickly retracted and wrapped around the light blue armor. But these seemingly invincible threads couldn't stop the 4th-tier armor for even a moment. The enormous fist had already landed on the mutated zombie's body. The mutated zombie had vanished from its spot, replaced by a 4th-tier battle armor radiating energy fluctuations. The gleaming metallic texture of the armor gave it a futuristic, high-tech feel. The sky was filled with silk threads, which were thicker and looked stronger than before. But this armor is a perfect combat suit. The first time they fought it, Yi Qingyao and Feng Dai fought for a long time before exhausting the energy of this 4th-tier armor, without even causing any damage. It twisted rapidly within the silk threads, using its fists to deflect any attacks it couldn't dodge. It quickly closed in on the mutated zombie again. This time, the armor wasn't going to let it escape. With a punch, the mutated zombie's bones were shattered, and its viscous liquid splattered onto the 4th-tier armor, making it extremely nauseating. However, this Tier 4 armor is not human and will not be disgusted by the body of the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie sensed that the Tier 4 armor was not to be trifled with and tried to use the threads to delay it and escape quickly. Unfortunately, it was still too slow in front of the Tier 4 armor. Boom! The 4th-tier armor descended from the sky, or rather, the fist of that 4th-tier armor landed on the mutated zombie, its weight slamming it into the ruins. Dust billowed up, and the mutated zombie fell silent. In just one round, the entire process took less than 5 seconds, and a mutated zombie, with such a bizarre morphing direction, was already killed. This is the power of the Tier 4 armor. Just as Feng Lanbai was about to say that they hadn't had enough fun yet, a powerful aura appeared. Huge fleshy wings spread out behind him, casting a huge shadow. The Corpse King's aura was extremely ferocious, followed by several zombies, all of whom were at the late stage of the 3rd rank. There was even a 4th-rank mutated zombie that surrounded Feng Lanbai from his right. This mutated zombie's mutation direction is gigantification. Unlike the 3rd-tier gigantic mutated zombie, its body has become much smaller, only a dozen meters tall. However, it is still covered in fat, giving the impression that if you cut it, what flows out is not blood, but soybean oil. Human, do you not take me seriously? Yama's voice was deep and resonant, as if it came from his belly. Feng Lanbai didn't want to say much to a zombie, so she took out a cup of tea from the dark demon essence and drank it. After being burned by the demonic flames, the tea was placed on several prisms and poured into a small cup, still steaming. Isn't it obvious? Feng Lanbai made no attempt to hide the disdain in his eyes. That enormous figure was nothing more than a large ant before Feng Lanbai. Even if the entire horde of zombies surrounded them, so what? How about the shimming cannon? Shoo shoo shoo. Fong Lanbai's attitude made Yinma feel looked down upon. No human had ever dared to provoke it like this. Its fleshy wings flapped faster and faster, and with a roar, the surrounding zombies instantly rushed towards the group. The Tier 4 armor and Wu Feng had already rushed out. Fong Lanbai deliberately had the Tier 4 armor face off against Yama. Fong Lanbai wanted to test the current strength of the Tier 4 armor, since Yama was at the level of one of the 10 Great Corpse Kings, and there was no better opponent than him. An overwhelming dragon's might poured out, and a huge purple-gold dragon appeared, pouncing fiercely on the 4th tier giant zombie beside it. Powerful, arrogant golden lightning flashed, crackling with golden arcs, and wreaked havoc on the 4th tier giant zombie. Chapter 165 The Words of Feather Transformation Ring. Fong Daidai was unusually excited after emerging from the dark demon essence. He unleashed an especially large amount of arrogant golden lightning, and fought against a gigantic mutated zombie and 4 third-tier zombies. As soon as they engaged, he completely suppressed these zombies and even managed to handle them with ease. This was the power of the dual forbidden artifacts, one of which was the highest sequence forbidden artifact known to date. That gigantic mutated zombie had already reached the 4th tier, and its defense was absolutely top tier among 4th tier creatures. Its fat even had a rebound effect, and its skin, which had been charred black by Ao Nijin's lightning, was rapidly recovering. The tiny teeth that filled half of the face landed on Fong Daidai. Although they could bite through Fong Lanbai's dragon scales, that was all. Fong Daidai's dark attribute was now being used entirely for support. His whole body was covered in corrosive, dark energy, which clung to the face of the giant zombie, emitting hissing white smoke. The 4th tier armored warrior had already engaged Yama, and the brutal, hand-to-hand combat was quite enjoyable for Fong Lanbai to watch. After countless collisions in the air, Yama clearly wanted to rush up and kill Fong Lanbai, but unfortunately, he was held back tightly by the 4th tier armored warrior and couldn't get close at all. This made his attacks even more ferocious. The human was practically rubbing its dignity into the ground, and its servile appearance made it want to break off Fong Lanbai's brain and use it as a blood curse. Wu Feng single-handedly held off most of the zombies, while a steady stream of zombies continued to swarm around them, but Wu Feng killed them all in a few moves, protecting Fong Lanbai well. Fong Lanbai was almost finished with his tea, and occasionally a golden current would shoot out from his hand. Although it did not cause any harm to the Yama, it still made the Yama's anger rise rapidly. It had never been taken so lightly before. Bang 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 bang. Punches clashed one after another, creating ripples of air in the sky. Yama was known for his physical strength, and he also possessed a unique fleshy armor. For a time, even the 4th tier armor couldn't do anything to him. After observing for a while, Fong Lanbai roughly understood the level of this 4th tier battle armor. It could definitely fight against ordinary 4th tier experts, but it couldn't defeat a 4th tier zombie king. After all, its fighting style was relatively simple, and its fighting patterns were easy to figure out. However, it was still a powerful relic battle armor, and it was quite good as a fighter. Fong Lanbai didn't plan to linger there any longer. After calling out to the others, she prepared to leave. The gigantic mutated zombie had been severely injured by Fong Daidai at least several times, but thanks to its powerful vitality, it could recover 70 or 80% of its injuries once given a chance to breathe, which gave Fong Daidai a real headache. The surrounding level 3 zombies had already been slapped to death by Fong Daidai, but this giant mutated zombie was still fighting with Fong Daidai. Hearing Fong Lanbai's call, Fong Daidai, who had long since given up on fighting, swung his dragon tail forcefully, sending the mutated zombie flying more than 10 meters away, and then flew to Fong Lanbai's side. Wu Feng also killed at least a dozen 3rd tier zombies, and with one step, he returned to Fong Lanbai's side. Thanks for the hospitality. I had a lot of fun. Fong Lanbai waved goodbye. Yama was not happy that Fong Lanbai was going to leave so easily. At this moment, his already small brain was filled with anger. He flapped his fleshy wings and rushed towards Fong Lanbai at an extremely fast speed. Looks like you're not too happy. Fong Lanbai's tone turned icy. Demonic flames had already ignited in Fong Lanbai's heterochromatic eyes. With a flick of Yama's eyes, Fong Lanbai on the ground disappeared. Then, the fist covered in black flames and golden arcs of electricity magnified in its eyes. Boom. In its haste, it hurriedly raised its hand to block, but the fleshy wings had already enveloped it completely. It could feel Fong Lanbai's aura and dared not underestimate him. A tremendous force came, and without any surprise, it was directly blasted dozens of meters away. Through the fleshy wings, a tingling sensation came from his arm, which was as thick as a human waist. It was hard to imagine that such a tiny human could possess such power. This force was even stronger and heavier than that of the golden-eyed human. Boom. Another punch landed. This time, Enma was prepared and wanted to exchange punches with Fong Lanbai in advance. However, he did not expect that his own fist would hit a crystal blue shield, and he could not shake the shield with his own strength. Having fallen into a disadvantageous position, this punch was even heavier than the previous one, knocking him directly to the ground, shattering the ruins and raising a large amount of dust. So, can I go now? Fong Lanbai's lips curled slightly. With the concealing breath shell, Yama couldn't discern Fong Lanbai's strength, so the zombie horde didn't follow. Only a portion of the third-tier zombies remained. This was indeed a good opportunity to kill Yama. With 4 fourth-tier combatants, capturing Yama shouldn't be too difficult. But Fong Lanbai had no intention of doing that. Why would he let the 3 major families of the capital give up their manpower to cause trouble for Poji City without giving them any benefits? Yinma was the best pawn to restrain the capital. Seeing that Fong Lanbai was about to leave again, Yinma did not chase after him. Now he understood that this man with heterochromia was the strongest one. If things continued like this, he might really die here. He could only watch Fong Lanbai leave without making any move. On Fong Daidai's back, they flew rapidly towards the capital. Fong Lanbai didn't intend to waste time here. It was already late, and getting back to her warm bed was the most important thing. Just as they were about to reach the capital, an unexpected person blocked Fong Lanbai's way. Her white clothes remained pristine, untouched by a speck of dust, and her exquisite face was etched in Fong Lanbai's mind, still flawless. Meng Jingqi, who was standing next to him, was already considered a beauty, but she paled in comparison to Yu Huayu. Fong Lanbai, I'm here for only one thing. Yu Huayu's cold voice rang out, her gaze fixed on the heterochromatic-eyed man before her, and she still didn't utter a single unnecessary word. Fong Lanbai said, looking at the 2 signs for the 2 feather transformation gathering places in front of him with interest. You've stopped me in this desolate place. I'd like to see what you want. If the apocalypse is not over, will you still continue to save China? Yu Huayu's question left Fong Lanbai somewhat puzzled. The apocalypse was not over. Were there other unknown and powerful enemies facing humanity, such as the ocean or the endless beast tides in Tongzhou? Of course. Although he didn't know what Yu Huayu was talking about, Fong Lanbai was confident that he could change the situation in China. What Fong Lanbai didn't understand was that Yu Huayu had never said such a thing to him in his previous life. Although Fong Lanbai rarely referred to the events of his previous life now, Yu Huayu was really unfathomable to him. Okay, I believe you. After saying that, Yu Huayu left without looking back, leaving Fong Lanbai bewildered in the wind. Fong Lanbai clearly saw that even Meng Jingqi had a puzzled look on her face. Could it be that Yu Huayu just came to interfere with her thoughts and disrupt the plans of breaking Boundary City? Chapter 166: The Turmoil in Yiyang City. This puzzled Fong Lanbai. Seeing that Fong Lanbai seemed to be affected by Yu Huayu's words, Wu Feng stepped forward and patted Fong Lanbai on the shoulder, saying, What? You, Fong Lanbai, can be influenced by a woman? He can do whatever he wants. I've never seen you question your own decisions. Wu Feng is right. Regardless of what Yu Huayu said, improving one's own strength and that of breaking Boundary City is never a bad thing. No, I'm thinking about what to eat if I get hungry later. Fong Lanbai chuckled, and then put Fong Daidai back into the dark demon essence. If he rode Fong Daidai into the capital, who knows what kind of trouble it would cause. Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng simply walked in, which was quite convenient, as the Huaxia conference had just ended. Many influential figures from other factions in the capital are taking advantage of this time to establish diplomatic relations with other powers. The year-long truce in China is the best opportunity for all factions to develop, learn from each other's strengths, and make up for their weaknesses, which is of utmost importance. Some banquet venues are the best places for this, and Fong Lanbai received an invitation letter as expected. It was hanging in the crack of the door of the room prepared by the leader. Wu Feng saw it at a glance and handed the invitation letter to Fong Lanbai. Just by looking at the invitation, you can tell how wealthy the organizers of this banquet are. Even the invitation is adorned with the essence of a third-tier mutated wood, which has a calming effect. The invitation itself is quite valuable. Turning it over, the invitation features a blue rock spreading its wings and soaring high, with the 4 characters Kuanping Group seemingly about to take flight in the wind. Kuanping Group, a local power in Beijing. It seems that the boss of Kuanping Group wants to use this Huaxia conference to enhance his own influence. Wu Feng looked at Fong Lanbai and asked, Shall we go? Go, why not go? This is a great opportunity to promote breaking Boundary City and win over allies. If we don't go, we'll only be at a disadvantage. As she spoke, Fong Lanbai collapsed onto the bed and took a piece of paper from Wu Feng's hand. It was stamped with the unique seal of the Dark Division and contained a report on the recent situation in Breaking Boundary City. Pontoa Mountain wanted to see Fong Lanbai, but Fong Lanbai was not there, so they stayed in Poji City. Also, the development of mutated plants has entered the next stage, with production doubling, which was within Fong Lanbai's expectations. Broken Boundary City is mutated corn, which has a high yield and is easy to grow. Moreover, the mutated corn has the ability to enhance the physical fitness of ordinary people, and it has become the main food supply of Broken Boundary City. The giant tree fruit that Chun Gang found in the factory was used to cultivate the fruit. The research department discovered that this fruit could enhance the strength of low-level mutated beasts. However, Broken Boundary City had never had the opportunity to control some combat-type mutated beasts. These fruits had been used to help the first-level mutated beasts they raised advance to the next level, increasing the value of the mutated beast meat. It was a waste of resources. In this intelligence report, Yi Qingyao said that ever since Fong Dai provoked the water dragon, the water dragon has turned its attention from Haitong district to Poji City. The water dragon is extremely difficult to kill in the water and is very cunning. It usually only controls the water at the estuary to flood the Julian Legion and cannot be found. It seems we need to find a solution when we get back. Originally, we thought we could use the water dragon to control Haitong district, but now that Haitong district has been merged into Poji City, the water dragon has no reason to live anymore. The appearance of Japanese experts in Yang City has caused a great uproar among various factions. Survivors within each faction are calling for the Japanese forces to be driven out of China. However, Yang City has a special geographical location, and the Japanese are guarding it. If anyone launches an attack on the Japanese, it would be clear that they want to take over Yang City, which is something that other factions will absolutely not allow. Upon seeing this news, Fong Lanbai recalled Japan in his previous life, which tried every means to muddy the waters of China, but with so many top-tier fighters in China, they couldn't cause much damage. Helpless, they could only rely on Fu Yuntao. As a result, Fu Yuntao's reputation in China can only be described as infamous. The head of the Fu family also expelled Fu Yuntao from the family, but they still maintained close ties in secret. It is obvious to everyone that this was just a temporary measure by the Fu family. With Japan as their ally, the Fu family's strength has only increased. Decent awakened being in Yang City is Sato Yuma, who is known as the sharpest blade in Japan. The forbidden item 035, the Ruashi flying boat, is in his hands. With this giant boat that combines speed, defense, and firepower, Sato Yuma led a group of Japan's elite troops to China and began to attack China. Fong Lanbai is quite interested in this. With this forbidden item, they can explore the ocean and launch a counterattack against Japan. However, it is likely that Sato Yujin will not show himself in front of Fong Lanbai. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to start making arrangements in Yang City. Another piece of news that surprised Fong Lanbai was that the True Love cult had appeared in Broken Boundary City. It was unclear when it had started to spread. The Dark Division had just uncovered a branch, and the strongest True Love cult member was already at the early stage of the third rank. However, Wu Ying happened to be present at the time, otherwise it would have been difficult to capture this True Love cult member. It seems that the True Love cult has already made its move on Broken Boundary City. The capital city is so far away from Broken Boundary City, and there was no news of the True Love cult along the way, but it appeared in Broken Boundary City instead. It seems that someone is causing trouble. Broken Boundary City is definitely not the best place for the True Love cult to develop. Fong Lanbai narrowed his eyes slightly. The True Love cult. In his previous life, no one had ever seen the face of the True Love cult leader. All that was known was that the cult had a large number of followers and was even distributed among various forces, causing headaches for many forces. Unfortunately, since Xia Lanbai is not in Poji City right now, I believe that the Dark Division's control over Poji City can restrain the development of the True Feeling sect, but there is no way to eradicate it. If a rat that lives in the shadows were truly powerful, it wouldn't be hiding its strength. There's no need to take it to heart, Wu Feng said nonchalantly. When Fong Lanbai and I first arrived in the capital, we witnessed Lin Yu's siege of the True Feelings sect's branch. We felt their strength was average, so we didn't take them seriously. Forget it, I'll deal with it when I get back. Ouyang Yunma should be able to handle it. After saying that, he called out to Wu Feng and left. The banquet hall hosted by Kuanping Group was in the center of the capital, not far away. But as soon as I stepped outside, seeing the bustling crowds and all sorts of modified cars on the road, I was wondering which direction to go when someone called out to me from the side. Lord Fong, over here. Upon closer inspection, it was a man in a suit with his hair neatly slicked back, looking like someone from high society. Seeing that Fong Lanbai only looked over and didn't come over for a while, he quickly ran over. Lord Fong, I'm Boss Xiong's driver. My name is Wang Pingpong. Just call me Xiao Wang. I'm here to take you to the banquet. Wang Pingpong was quite enthusiastic, helping Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng into the car, a very low-key Audi A series. This young Wang is quite capable, at the late stage of the third tier. No wonder he can be the driver for the boss of Kunpeng Group. Boss Xiong is giving him a lot of face. Wang Pingpong's service is also quite attentive. There is even some fruit in the car for Fong Lanbai to whet her appetite. Chapter 167 Kunpeng Banquet. Xiao Wang, what's your boss's name? Fong Lanbai thought for a moment, and the surname Xiong seemed familiar, so he asked casually. Boss Xiong's real name is Xiong Pan. He's very interested in you and hopes to collaborate with Breaking Boundaries City. Wang Pingpong's words were impeccable, which pleased Fong Lanbai. However, this is also true. The close cooperation between the Huayang Chamber of Commerce and Poji City has enabled the Huayang Chamber of Commerce to surpass the Kunpeng Group in terms of influence, which shows the strength and resources of Poji City. Xiong Pan was naturally interested in Breaking Boundary City. Anyone who could establish a cooperative relationship with Breaking Boundary City could make a fortune just from the business of life essence. A very grand-looking building appeared, with a golden Kunpeng soaring on top. This must be the headquarters of the Kunpeng Group, and it seems that the banquet was held here. Come with me, Lord of Breaking Boundaries. Wang Pingpeng got out of the car first, opened the car door for Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng, and looked up at Zhao Yunfeng, who was also there to pick up guests attending the meeting. The two nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Yunfeng remembered that Wang Pingpeng, as the boss's driver, was responsible for welcoming the renowned Lord of the Broken Realm City. Just a few days ago, he had forcefully killed the chief counselor's subordinate at the Huaxia conference. Facing the 5 generals and several counselors from the capital, he remained assertive, and even the head of state had no choice but to yield. While she was thinking how coincidental it was to meet this legendary figure, a man stepped out of the car. The more she looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. His broad shoulders, angular face, and neat clothes, all made up by Fong Lanbai's deliberate styling, gave him an air of sophistication. Yet, his face remained unchanged. Aren't these the 2 people who were gathering information from him at the Windbird in that day? Good heavens. They were wearing tattered clothes before, and they were gathering information. They've actually put on an act. Zhao Yunfeng's first reaction was that Wang Pingpeng had been deceived, and the situation was very serious. Someone was actually impersonating the Lord of Breaking Boundaries City. Although he didn't know what the Lord of Breaking Boundaries City looked like, he was sure it wasn't this person in front of him. He then said to the leader of the faction next to him, "The banquet is on the top floor. Please." He then pretended that he had finished serving and strode towards Wang Pingpong. Wang Pingpong noticed this too, and was still wondering, what's wrong with Zhao Yunfeng? Why is he ignoring his own guests and coming over here? Speak. Who sent you as a spy? How dare you impersonate the Lord of Broken Realm City? Zhao Yunfeng's tone was somewhat unpleasant. Although he and Fong Lanbai had gotten along quite well at the Phoenix Bird Inn, if this person really dared to impersonate the Lord of Broken Realm City, this would be a big deal. What are you saying? Zhao Yunfeng, have a few drinks, you're in such a state. Wang Pingpeng hurriedly stepped forward to stop Zhao Yunfeng. Fong Lanbai was so powerful, if she got upset, she might send Zhao Yunfeng to see his grandmother, which would be a huge loss. After Fong Lanbai got out of the car, she saw Zhao Yunfeng walking over. She didn't expect to see an acquaintance, but after hearing Zhao Yunfeng's words, she immediately realized that he thought she was an imposter. She then smiled helplessly. Cosplay, I love it. I never expected to be so unlucky. My plan was discovered before I even started. Fong Lanbai's voice turned low, and his eyes became unusually dangerous. Wang Pingpeng stared wide-eyed at Fong Lanbai. If you re not the Lord of the Breaking Boundary City, then who are you? Are you saying you killed the universally acknowledged strongest person in all of China, and that there was another 4th-tier expert next to him, and you stole his exclusive invitation, trying to sneak into this Kunpeng banquet? Wu Feng, standing to the side, was also dumbfounded. Good heavens, is this some kind of live-action father? What's going on here? Seeing that Fong Lanbai admitted to being an imposter, Zhao Yunfeng immediately took action. In his opinion, how strong could this imposter be? He immediately conjured a ball of flame in his hand and shot it towards Fong Lanbai. To avoid being exposed, Fong Lanbai still used the dark energy of the dazed one. The liquid dark energy slowly flowed from Fong Lanbai's hand to the ground, easily swallowing the ball of flame. My true love cult will rule the world. Hee. Fong Lanbai hurriedly turned and ran away. Wu Feng had no choice but to follow behind Fong Lanbai. Zhao Yunfeng wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Wang Pingpeng. This was the capital city, and there would be counselors chasing after them. Right now, they could only ensure that the banquet proceeded normally. The people around were stunned. Some of them had attended the Huaxia conference before and had met Fong Lanbai. They didn't understand why Fong Lanbai would impersonate the True Feeling sect. They didn't linger any longer. The banquet was about to begin. This banquet was different from the Huaxia conference. Not only were there leaders of various forces, but also some scattered powerful figures. The president of the Chamber of Commerce and the like would also be invited. If they didn't go now, they might miss some important content. Wu Feng beside her. Hurry up, let's go back. Wu Feng gave Fong Lanbai a helpless look, then used his sky howl to tear open a crack and reappeared on the fourth-floor corridor, where he encountered Gu Yu, the head of the Gu family, who was preparing to go up, accompanied by Bei Yin, one of the 5 generals of the capital. The sudden appearance of Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng made him assume a fighting stance, ready to protect Gu Yu's safety at any moment. When he saw that it was Fong Lanbai, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although this Lord of the Broken Realm City was powerful and domineering, he was not a bloodthirsty person and would not make a move here. Moreover, even if he did make a move, his resistance would be futile. Young friend Fong, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you before the banquet even begins, Gu Yu said with a smile, sounding quite like an elder. Fong Lanbai nodded in response. It seemed that the 3 major families of the capital were also quite interested in this banquet. It's fate, then let's go up together. Fong Lanbai then went up with Gu Yu. They chatted occasionally along the way, and Fong Lanbai jokingly asked, I've long heard that the 3 major families in the capital are the 3 backbones of China, and the position of family head is held by the most capable. I wonder if there are any candidates for the next head of the Gu family. Gu Yu paused, then joked, asking why Fong Lanbai was still interested in this, suggesting he take the position. But seeing Fong Lanbai still dwelling on the matter, he could only say, My grandson, Gu Yu, has been independent since childhood, never causing his grandfather any worry. Now, after the apocalypse, he has even established such a powerful organization as the Sun Pavilion, guarding against the zombie hordes in Jingxing Town. The position of Gu family head is naturally his. Very proud of his grandson, Gu Yu. Fong Lanbai also praised Gu Yu a few times in agreement. Gu Yu's son and grandson all died in the apocalypse for various reasons, leaving only Gu Yu as the sole heir. Although Gu Yu said he would give Gu Yu the position of family head, he actually raised several young women in their 20s in the apocalypse, all of whom had good supernatural talents. This old man is quite thoughtful. Given his current mental state, he could easily live for another 10 years or so. Moreover, he has already awakened, and as his awakening level increases, his lifespan will be extended even further, which will likely allow him to sow seeds. Chapter 168, Xiong Jilin's Identity. Even if Gu Yu wanted to pass the position of head of the Gu family to Gu Yu might not agree. If he hadn't been waiting for an opportunity, Gu Yu would have already found a way to kill this so-called grandfather of his. While chatting with Gu Yu, we arrived. Once there, Gu Yu went straight to the door and went inside. The scale of this banquet was extraordinary. Stepping through the door, one could feel the opulent atmosphere. The banquet hall alone was at least 10 meters high, and there were dozens of large round tables. A quick glance revealed that the tables were already quite full of people, including many familiar faces and some unfamiliar ones. Some people, upon seeing Fong Lanbai arrive, hoped that he would sit at their table, perhaps to make contact with Poji City. But clearly, Boss Xiong wouldn't give them a chance. As soon as Fong Lanbai arrived, Xiong Pan strode over. Others might not know Fong Lanbai, but given his status, this information was insignificant. Xiong Pan was thin, looking no more than 1.7 meters tall, with an honest appearance. He was wearing a white shirt and a black tie, and walked over with a smile. Lord Fong, I really didn't think this through. My driver didn't pick you up. Xiong Pan saw that there was only Wu Feng next to Fong Lanbai, and no sign of Wang Pingpang. He subconsciously assumed that Wang Pingpang hadn't picked up Fong Lanbai. No, I wanted to walk up by myself, so I didn't want to bother Xiao Wang, Fong Lanbai said casually. Xiong Pan then led Fong Lanbai to a table at the very front, which was the center of the banquet. The table was surrounded by a round platform where several scantily clad beauties were dancing. Each of them was a character, but their appearances were somewhat similar, which did not affect the burning gazes of the men below. These beautiful women were dancing right in front of the round table, which was quite a special treatment. The round table was filled with powerful figures or strong, awakened individuals. Zhang Tuan sat alone, nodding to Fong Lanbai, while Shan Yunlong and Su Karen sat in other seats. Xiong Pan didn't let Wu Feng sit in any other seats, but instead specially reserved 2 seats for Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng next to him. After all, A strong person like Wu Feng deserved Xiongpan's treatment. The purpose of this banquet is to ensure everyone has a good time, makes new friends, and enjoy themselves, Xiongpan, as the host, said generously to the people at the round table. To Feng Lanbai's left was Wu Feng, and to his right was Xiongpan, who was standing and talking, holding a wine cup that looked like a golden goblet, and clinking glasses with everyone. The table was filled with leaders of various powerful factions, about a dozen people in total. Besides Zhang Tuhuan, there was also Lung Yutong, who was based in Hanqing. She seemed to be in a better mood and was talking to Zhang Tuhuan. It seems that middle-aged men like Zhang Tuhuan are better at understanding the minds of young girls. As the highest-ranking officer of the Western military region, Gu Qianjun would naturally attend. However, Xiongpan clearly did not want the atmosphere to become too tense, so he arranged for Fu Yuntao to be between Lung Yutong and Gu Qianjun. Fu Yuntao represented the Fu family at this meeting. This guy was quite good at chatting and could chat with anyone. When he saw Feng Lanbai arrive, he smiled as if nothing had happened yesterday. Feng Lanbai ignored him and ate the food on the table. There was a woman at the table whom he had never seen before. Xiongpan said that she was Jiang Shiyun, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and she was representing the Jiang family at this banquet. Jiang Shiyun should be around 30 years old. She had a special charm and was wearing a white off-shoulder dress that looked particularly noble. His aura was not weak at all. After all, he was one of the two great generals of the capital city from the Jiang family, and it seemed that he had been at the late stage of the third rank for a long time. Jiang Shiyun saw Feng Lanbai's eyes light up, smiled and nodded, then picked up her cup of sake and toasted Feng Lanbai. Lord Feng, I've heard so much about you. I've long heard that Lord Poji City is a famously handsome man, but it seems that the outside world's evaluation is still too low. I wonder if Lord Feng would do me the honor of having a private meeting with you. As expected of someone of your age, she made no attempt to hide her interest in Feng Lanbai. Helpless, Feng Lanbai could only clink her wine glass together and say, Sister Jiang, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person. Feng Lanbai's avoidance of Jiang Shiyun's invitation was also a form of rejection. He didn't want to have any relationship with Gu Yu, his nominal wife. The remaining people were Luo Hong from the Mingdu gathering place, Meng Jingqi from the Chuzhou gathering place, and Yu Huayu, who was absent for some reason, was represented by Meng Jingqi at the meeting. The Gu family members did not sit at this table. Lu Fushuang was not qualified to sit at this table, so Gu Yu chose to follow Lu Fushuang to another table. In order to show the unity of the Gu family, Gu Yu sat next to Gu Yu and looked at his granddaughter-in-law with a satisfied expression. However, Feng Lanbai could not hide the disgust in Lu Fushuang's eyes. Zheng Zhuyang, as the president of the Huayang Chamber of Commerce, was also qualified to attend the Kunping banquet. However, in order not to make outsiders think that the Huayang Chamber of Commerce was close to Poji City, he only greeted Feng Lanbai. Just then, Feng Lanbai suddenly saw Xiongpan approaching with a woman in a formal dress. Good heavens, it was an acquaintance. No wonder the waiter from the Windbird group was so capable. Even when Xiong Jilin was wearing a waitress's uniform, you could tell she was quite pretty. Now, after a careful makeover, she's a real beauty. Her gaze lingered on Feng Lanbai and Wu Feng, and her pupils widened in surprise. She hadn't expected her subconscious to be so sharp. She had immediately noticed that these two were extraordinary. Everyone, this is my daughter, Xiong Jilin. I'll be relying on you all to take care of her from now on. Xiong Jilin was completely unpretentious, greeting all the important figures with ease and without any timidity. When she saw Feng Lanbai and Wu Feng, she filled her wine glass. Lord Feng is so down-to-earth. Since we've met, I'll drink this first. With that, Xiong Jilin finished the sake in her cup in one gulp. Although the sake wasn't very strong, it still showed Xiong Jilin's hearty nature. Haha. Well, since Miss Xiong drank it first, I can't refuse her. After saying that, Feng Lanbai also finished her drink. Xiongpan looked at his daughter with doting eyes. He had invited Xiong Jilin to appear on such an important occasion for two reasons. First, to lay the foundation for her to take over the Kunping group later, and second, to leverage Xiong Jilin's beauty so that if she caught the eye of any powerful force, it would indirectly enhance the strength of the Kunping group. If Feng Lanbai happens to like someone like his daughter, then he's really hitching a ride on the big ship of Broken Realm City. Even if Feng Lanbai already has a woman, Wu Feng doesn't. Isn't that a good choice? Moreover, judging from his eyesight, Wu Feng was definitely ignorant about matters between men and women. His sharp features were a perfect match for his daughter. The more I look at my daughter, the more proud I become. She has been sensible since she was little. Chapter 169 Testing Fu Yuntao. I had a business mind since I was a child and started some small businesses in class. Although I only earned a little money, I am more willing to experience grassroots work as I grow up, hoping to make up for some of my shortcomings in business. She always behaves properly in any situation, and I never have to clean up her messes. Boss Xiong, you've raised a fine daughter. It's truly enviable. Gu Qianjun flattered him from the side, a remark that pleased Xiong Pan greatly. He quickly said no, but his eyes were full of pride. After expressing his gratitude to everyone, Xiong Pan led Xiong Jilin to another table. Xiong Pan certainly knew how to choose his time, holding such a grand banquet at this moment, showing no concern for the cost. He clearly understood the principle that you have to give to receive. Fong Lanbai continued to enjoy the delicious food in front of her. The dishes were all top-notch in terms of color, aroma, and taste. Each dish had a small card in front of it to introduce the dish. Fong Lanbai's favorite dish was called Earth Dragon Tendon. According to the card, the main ingredient of this dish was a third-tier winged serpent. Just from the name, you could feel how rare the winged serpent was. The so-called Earth Dragon Tendon was the serpent's tendon. Each winged serpent only had one such tendon. Even if it was farmed, you could still feel the value of this dish. There was this dish on dozens of tables present, along with some other dishes that were also quite valuable. Moreover, the cooking must have been done with great care, as the dish had no unusual taste. Xiong Pan was really willing to spend a lot of money. There were dozens of tables of all sizes at the scene. People who should have come and those who shouldn't have come, all sorts of weirdos and monsters, were there. Anyone could come, which was exactly what Xiong Pan wanted. The more chaotic the Chinese forces were, the better. Without fighting. How would he sell the crystal core weapons without fighting? How would he sell the various potions without fighting? How would he renovate his Kunpeng building? These businessmen, fearing nothing more than peace and quiet, discovered a large battleground on the other side of the beauty district. Some of the powerful figures, having drunk quite a bit, began to boast. No, I'm a well-known expert in my area. If it weren't for Fong Lanbai from Broken Boundary City breaking through to the 4th rank before me, I would be Fong Lanbai's biggest obstacle. This 3rd-rank awakened person also glanced around at the people around him with a dazed look in his eyes, a mole on his forehead particularly conspicuous. Being invited by the Kunpeng group means he must be someone important. Since he couldn't find a sense of presence here, he could only start bragging. It might be okay for him to brag in front of the other low-level awakened individuals, but there were no weaklings present. When they heard him start bragging, some of them immediately began to deny him. Several people at the table had attended the Huaxia conference and witnessed Fong Lanbai's battle. One of them immediately remarked, "You're really good at bragging. If you don't have the ability, why are you pretending? If you were capable, why would you be sitting with us?" This person's words left the other speechless, unsure how to respond. But now that he'd started putting on an act, and with a beautiful waitress smiling at him, he had to keep up the act. I admit, I might not be able to beat him right now, but if I were in the capital, I'd be at least a 5th-rank general. I bet those 5th-rank generals are all connected. Otherwise, they wouldn't have that title. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuntao, who was sitting opposite Fong Lanbai, narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Shiyun sitting beside him. It seems we've been underestimated. Fu Yuntao slowly stood up. A voice rang out. Did I tell you to get up? You're blocking my way. Fong Lanbai's words showed no mercy to Fu Yuntao, which surprised Fu Yuntao. He was just about to teach that person a lesson when he didn't expect Fong Lanbai to want to make things difficult for him. Fong Lanbai had no intention of lowering himself to that person's level, mainly because he was too weak. However, his words piqued his interest, and he was just looking for an excuse to embarrass Fu Yuntao. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Excuse me, Lord Fong. I'll make way for you right away. Fu Yuntao paused for a second when he saw Fong Lanbai, and quickly tried to save face. It would be too unwise to start a conflict with Fong Lanbai now. Hey you, painter, why are you standing up? You're disturbing our city lord's enjoyment, Wu Feng said casually, his words full of disdain. Fu Yuntao's standing up at this moment had already attracted the attention of some people, and this conversation made everyone around him turn their heads to look like waves. As one of the 5 generals of the capital, I certainly cannot allow anyone to slander the dignity of the 5 generals in this way. Fu Yuntao, still smiling, told Fong Lanbai the truth, his words humble and polite. Fong Lanbai smiled. This Fu Yuntao is quite tolerant. He was able to endure 2 blatant provocations. He is a man destined for great things. The man now knew that his words had been heard. Although he was a little flustered, he was still very confident in his strength. However, he had the capital to be confident. Although he had not established any power, he was living quite well in the apocalypse. He heard that after the start of the Huaxia conference, he was invited to participate in the Kunpeng conference. His strength had already reached the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. I'd really like to see what kind of strength these 5 generals from the capital have. I hope you don't mess things up, Fong Lanbai said casually, stuffing a mouthful of food into his mouth and signaling Fu Yuntao that he could leave, looking every bit the important person. I hope my abilities will not disappoint Lord Fong. With that, Fu Yuntao left. The man had already stood up, walked towards the combat zone, took off his coat to the side, and looked at Fu Yuntao with a provocative gaze. Li Xiaobei, where do you get the courage to challenge the dignity of the capital? Just by standing there, Fu Yuntao exuded confidence in his own strength. I'm not provoking the capital. I just think the 5 generals of the capital are unworthy of their titles. If I win, how about the 6 generals of the capital? Fu Yuntao wanted to set a trap for Li Xiaobei. If he admitted that he was provoking the capital, he probably wouldn't be able to leave here tonight. But obviously, at this time, Li Xiaobei had sobered up considerably. Fine, if I lose, I'll take your head. Fu Yuntao said no more. Fong Lanbai did not stand up and go over, but the people around her still left a path for her to see what was happening on the field. Guyu leaned closer at that moment. Well done. I'm suddenly finding you quite pleasing to the eye. Lu Fushuang chimed in. Lord Fong is exceptionally elegant today. Then she smiled genuinely. For Guyu, the more Fu Yuntao was thwarted, the happier he felt. Fong Lanbai's act of helping Guyu vent his anger was just a side effect. Recently, Poji City has been targeted by the True Love sect, and Fong Lanbai strongly suspects that Fu Yuntao is connected with the True Love sect. In addition, he genuinely dislikes Fu Yuntao. If he hadn't been so tolerant, Fong Lanbai would be the one standing opposite him now. Li Xiaobei, Lanbai knew, was a lone wolf who did things according to his own whims, liked to join in the fun, and had extremely powerful supernatural abilities. He was the best candidate to test Fu Yuntao. Chapter 170 Forbidden Object 116 Heavy Flame Knife. It's just unknown whether Li Xiaobei can force Fu Yuntao to reveal his true strength. No one has ever seen the True Love cult leader, nor has anyone ever seen him make a move. If Fu Yuntao is really related to the True Love cult, or if he is the leader of the True Love cult, Fong Lanbai would like to see how much strength this former life's Hui Huanqingxing has now. Lord Fong, what do you think of Fu Yuntao's chances of winning? Fong Lanbai turned his head and saw Jiang Shiyun approaching. Her gentle scent quietly entered Fong Lanbai's nose and smelled surprisingly pleasant. 8 points. Although Li Xiaobei is strong, he is still only at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank, so there is still some gap. Fong Lanbai said casually, unconsciously leaning to the side. Jiang Shiyun didn't move any closer, showing she knew her limits. Why does City Lord Fong harbor such malice towards Fu Yuntao? Jiang Shiyun couldn't help but ask. Although Fu Yuntao has many tricks up his sleeve, he should never have openly targeted Poji City before. Logically speaking, Fong Lanbai shouldn't be showing Fu Yuntao any face in this situation. It's nothing special. I just wanted to see what level these 5 generals are at. Fong Lanbai casually made up an excuse. At this moment, Li Xiaobei had already launched an attack and was fighting with Fu Yuntao. Fortunately, Xiongpan had already reinforced the combat zone, otherwise the ground would have become pitted and uneven from just one impact. A large sword appeared in Li Xiaobei's hand, filled with the aura of flames. Under the influence of his own supernatural ability, gravity attraction, this forbidden item 116, the heavy flame sword, unleashed tremendous power. This forbidden item was in Li Xiaobei's hands, and few people were interested in it. Fu Yuntao unfurled a huge scroll above his head, and several ink brushes sketched rapidly. Although Li Xiaobei's gravity had already fallen on Fu Yuntao's mountain had already appeared. The two collided, and a huge wave was generated. Lung Yutong and Meng Jingqi were standing close together, and with a wave of their hands, they formed a barrier to block out the fluctuations. Under Li Xiaobei's control, gravity could briefly increase his speed. He had already slashed with his heavy flame blade. The surface of the heavy flame blade was black, with some fiery cracks, and a violent aura swept across the entire area. Boom! The force of this strike was undeniably strong. The gravity amplified the heavy flame blade, and with just one strike, it cleaved the Azure Mountains in two. However, Fu Yuntao had no intention of giving Li Xiaobei another chance to attack. The split green mountain quickly merged back together, and the heavy flame blade was instantly trapped inside. Only then did Li Xiaobei realize why Fu Yuntao had been standing still. Before he could think any further, 2 huge beast-like creatures appeared on either side of Fu Yuntao and pounced on him. Roar, 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 roar. Although the 2 beasts were drawn by Fu Yuntao and their figures were made of dark lines, their powerful aura was undeniable. Without the heavy flame blade, he could only fight the 2 beasts using his own special abilities. Using the momentum, Li Xiaobei quickly distanced himself from Fu Yuntao. As the gravity field unfolded, the two giant beasts that had been pouncing slowed down upon entering it, giving Li Xiaobei an opportunity. He spotted one of the beasts and charged at it instantly. His seemingly small fist landed on the beast, knocking it back several meters. Then came a barrage of punches. To everyone, the beast seemed to be moving at half speed, unable to dodge Li Xiaobei's attacks. Although Li Xiaobei had been attacking the beast for a long time, the ink kept pouring into its body from the scroll, so it seemed to be unharmed. The two beasts quickly surrounded Li Xiaobei. This time, their attack was significantly more ferocious, and Li Xiaobei could only struggle to keep up. Sizzle. Just as Li Xiaobei jumped up to dodge the giant beast's attack, he felt a sudden chill on his chest, followed by a burning sensation that spread throughout his body. Looking down, he saw that his trapped heavy flame blade was stuck in his chest. With one hand behind his back and the other gripping the heavy flame blade, Fu Yuntao plunged it into Li Xiaobei's heart, as if he were merely killing an ant. The forbidden item is nice, but unfortunately, it has the wrong master. Fu Yuntao looked at Li Xiaobei with indifferent eyes. The majesty of the capital is inviolable. Those who violate it shall die. These words were quite domineering. The entire battle was without any suspense. From the very beginning, Li Xiaobei's weapon was taken away, and Fu Yuntao did not use his full strength. Judging from his appearance, he should be about to reach the 4th level. Moreover, Fu Yuntao still had forbidden items that he had not used, otherwise the battle would have ended even faster. Li Xiaobei had been incinerated by the heat of the heavy flame blade, turning into a pile of charcoal on the ground. Fu Yuntao casually cleaned up the fight, saying, "Sorry to have disturbed everyone's enjoyment." No one responded. The people at Li Xiaobei's table couldn't help but sigh. They were just bragging here, and now one person is missing from the table. People always have to pay the price for their words and deeds. You're really strong. No wonder you're one of the 5 generals. You're quite a master in my Broken Realm city, Fong Lanbai said, seemingly admiringly, as he looked at Fu Yuntao who had returned. No, there are many powerful figures in Broken Realm City. My strength is still not enough in Broken Realm City, Fu Yuntao said modestly with his hands clasped, but a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Fong Lanbai remained seated throughout the conversation, showing him absolutely no respect in this setting. He was convinced that Fong Lanbai intended to humiliate him completely, leaving him no dignity whatsoever. This forbidden item looks quite nice. It would be perfect for a general in my Broken Boundary City. I wonder if young Master Fu would be willing to give it to me. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the table immediately turned cold, and even Zhang Tuan couldn't help but glance at Fong Lanbai. These forbidden items are no ordinary items. Each one can allow an awakened person to unleash several times their strength. If Li Xiaobei didn't have these forbidden items, he might just be a slightly stronger 3rd-tier ability user. But with these forbidden items, he is definitely a top-tier powerhouse. Fong Lanbai and Fu Yuntao's eyes met, and it was clear that Fu Yuntao was still weighing the consequences of breaking ties with Fong Lanbai. Lord Fong, this is evidence of that person's disrespect towards the capital. I'm afraid I can't give it to you. If you'd like some souvenirs, please feel free to ask, and I'll certainly grant your request. Fu Yuntao addressed Fong as Lord Fong, repeatedly, creating a stark contrast with Fong Lanbai's tone. A souvenir? I do have a souvenir I'd like to take with me, Fong Lanbai said, as if she had suddenly thought of something. I've heard that the Fu family has a forbidden item, which seems to be of a high rank. I wonder if I can take it with me. The Fu family's highest-ranking forbidden item is the Shua Huan Mirror, rank 020. I heard that what makes Ruins 020 different from other ruins is that it can be entered at any time, and it has never been closed, remaining in the hands of the Fu family. Chapter 171, Breaking the Calamity of the Spirit Moon. Lord Fong is joking. This is something controlled by my entire Fu family. It's not something I can give to Lord Fong with just a few words, Fu Yuntao said through gritted teeth. Fong Lanbai had made it clear that he wouldn't let him have an easy time today, and he really had no choice but to back down again and again. Lord Fong, how was your day? Xiong Pan asked from the side as he walked away. It was all right, but the battle just now wasn't quite as exciting as I expected. Xiong Pan understood Fong Lanbai's meaning, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a meteor hammer from his spatial ring. Just by looking at its shape, one could feel the weight of the meteor hammer, which was entirely purple. Hovering in the air, everyone looked at the weapon with curiosity. This meteor hammer was obtained from a wandering merchant. It was made from 50 Tier 3 crystal cores and can only be lifted by a Tier 3 awakened. Its crushing effect is exceptional. Let it be the winner's prize. Xiong Pan explained. Even those who were far away couldn't help but come closer. This was real killing intent. A third-tier awakened person with this weapon would probably be several times stronger. Xiong Pan really went to great lengths to please Fong Lanbai, even casually bringing out such a good item, all because of a single sentence from Fong Lanbai. Forget it, no need for that. This visit has already been an inconvenience. Fong Lanbai shook her head, no longer showing the same disdain she had when speaking to Fu Yuntao. After all, there would be other collaborations with Kunping Group. Fu Yuntao dared to show up at the Kunping banquet this time, probably because he felt it was no big deal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have represented the Fu family. Kong Yantian, on the other hand, was very sensible and didn't even show up. He was afraid that Fong Lanbai would find an opportunity to kill him, but he had Fu Yuntao block Fong Lanbai for him. Faced with so many powerful forces, he lost face. But clearly, compared to losing his life, Fu Yuntao chose to lose face to save his own. Fu Yuntao sat in the chair, his face growing increasingly gloomy. If he had broken through to the 4th level, he wouldn't be in such a passive position today. What had he done to offend him? Why was he targeting the Fu family like this? He remembered his father saying that Fong Lanbai was easy to get along with, and that they might be able to cooperate. But Fong Lanbai showed no mercy whatsoever. Then I'll give this crystal core weapon to City Lord Fong as a token of my appreciation for our cooperation. Xiong Pan waved his hand and gave it directly to Fong Lanbai. This item might be a valuable treasure, but it was still too insignificant compared to the friendship between Pijie City. All right, thank you, Boss Xiong. I wish you great fortune in advance. Fong Lanbai didn't refuse and put it into the dark demon essence. This little incident did not dampen everyone's spirits, and they continued to move around between different tables. Many people came up to greet Fong Lanbai, wanting to make friends with Pijie City. Fong Lanbai responded amicably to them, since these people were likely to become generals of Pijie City later. The Western Military Region of Western China, and Zheng Wu, the leader of Xingda City who questioned the head of the Chinese government at the conference. Xingda City is located east of Lung Yutan's Han City and is closer to Yiyang City. The number of zombies around it is also extremely large, with no less than 5 zombie kings. It has more connections with Han City, the Western Military Region, and Yiyang City. Lung Yutang had no intention of befriending Fong Lanbai, since the two had a falling out at the fusion ruins. Gu Qianjun from the Western Military Region was a decent person, at least he wasn't arrogant. After talking with Fong Lanbai, he revealed some of the current situation. The Western Military Region's geographical location dictates that it is infested with Zerg, causing it constant harassment. Previously, it had the help of Lung Yutang, but now the Western Military Region is much weaker and has even less ability to deal with the Zerg harassment. However, it is forced to hold on desperately. But after this Huaxia conference, Beijing should take measures to help the Western Military Region get through this difficult time. The reason why Beijing was willing to help the Western Military Region was probably because Gu Qianjun and Beijing had reached some kind of agreement. Gu Qianjun only revealed a little bit, and did not say anything more about what it was. There was another powerful figure who caught Fong Lanbai's eye a few more times. He hadn't attended the Huaxia conference, but he was here. He had a delicate appearance, a slender build, and dark skin. He sat there unnoticed, but his aura was extremely strong. It wasn't until he walked over that Fong Lanbai remembered who this person was. On the first day of May, the month of breaking through the calamity, Zhang Zhua, although he had his own power, was absent from the Huaxia conference, but appeared at the Kunping banquet, for reasons unknown. Lord Fong, your name suits you perfectly. You are a man of imposing appearance. My name is Zhang Zhua, and I come from the south. I am the Lord of Lingqing. It is a pleasure to meet you here. Zhang Zhua extended his hand and shook hands with Fong Lanbai, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. This spirit city is located in the southwest of China, so it is far away from the Broken Realm City. Few messages come from it. He is extremely powerful, but he acts very discreetly. So discreetly that Fong Lanbai even forgot about his existence. If it weren't for the mysterious calculation spirit star placing him in the position of Mei, probably few people would consider him a threat. Fong Lanbai, Lord of Broken Realm City, Zhang Zhua, everyone else who comes to see me wants to cooperate with Broken Realm City or maintain friendship. So tell me, what is the reason for coming to see me? Fong Lanbai looked at Zhang Zhua with interest. Zhang Zhua, also known as Pa Yi Lingyu, had never come to see him in his previous life. Zhang Zhua smiled. It seems City Lord Fong is very confident in himself. Well, he's the undisputed #1 person in China today. He has every right to be confident. Zhang Zhua's eyes were full of admiration. He was not tall, so he had to look up at Fong Lanbai, but his aura was no less imposing. The mysterious star has never been questioned. Being ranked alongside Fong Lanbai from the previous life demonstrates Zhang Zhua's strength. Then, Zhang Zhuo paused for a moment and said, I admire you very much, City Lord Fong. I will definitely have the opportunity to learn from you. Fong Lanbai nodded. Zhang Zhuo did not attend the Huaxia conference, which means that Ling Qing's actions are not bound by the Huaxia covenant. However, he probably won't take action against the forces of the covenant. He can still deal with some small bases in the surrounding area. The south is far away from here, and those small forces simply do not have enough strength to cross most of China to come here. They also have no idea about the Huaxia covenant. The Huaxia alliance, which was orchestrated by the leader, was not intended to protect these smaller forces from being swallowed up. On the contrary, these smaller forces were no match for the zombie hordes or mutated beasts, and they were simply strengthening the zombies. The purpose of preventing battles between major forces was to prevent the mass deaths of survivors and to unite the various forces into one group after another. That was the true aim of the Huaxia alliance. Ling Qing, which is controlled by Zhang Zhuo, is a beneficiary of the Huaxia conference. Presumably, not participating in the Huaxia conference was also a strategic move by Zhang Zhuo. All right, I'd really like to spar with you, Fong Lanbai said solemnly. In Zhang Zhuo's eyes, Fong Lanbai saw the same thing in himself, ambition. This battle might take a long time, but it definitely existed. Similarly, Fu Yuntao, Lung Yutong, Luo Sheng, and Kong Yantian all saw it. Perhaps this was the end of the world, an elimination race against death. Chapter 172, Awakening Plan. Zhang Zhuo was an ambitious man. Fu Yuntao, sitting at the table, looked at Zhang Zhuo's face, seemingly lost in thought. Some people approached him to talk, but due to Fong Lanbai's attitude, they dared not get too close to Fu Yuntao at this critical juncture. Most of them simply exchanged a few words and then hurriedly left. He made a verbal promise to Xiong Pan that he would take a portion of the crystal core weapons in breaking Boundary City, as well as the trading rights for the life essence. Previously, the Huayang Chamber of Commerce had been in charge of this. Xiong Pan originally thought that this would be a good start, with only about 5%, and that it would be easier to deepen the cooperation later. Unexpectedly, Fong Lanbai was so straightforward, directly handing over 30 of the trading rights for the first-tier life essence to the Kunping Group. However, the Broken Realm City was only responsible for providing the life essence, and the Kunping Group was required to handle all matters such as transportation and sales. Xiong Pan naturally agreed. Previously, such good things could only be offered to the Huayang Chamber of Commerce. Now, fearing that Fong Lanbai might change his mind, he immediately agreed and even voluntarily gave up a portion of the profits. After the banquet, many forces invited Fong Lanbai to have some fun, but Fong Lanbai refused, saying that his time was too precious to waste in such places. After agreeing on a time with Zhang Tuhuan, he told them to go ahead and that he would arrive soon. With so many things happening in Broken Boundary City, he had to go back and oversee things. The survivors' appeals are growing louder. Poji City is not without options when it comes to dealing with the Japanese in Iyang City. However, Sato Yuma is staying in Iyang City and refusing to come out. The situation is also at a critical juncture, with the signing of the China-Japan alliance. If an attack is launched on Iyang City, the surrounding forces are unlikely to be willing to participate, which makes the situation in Iyang City uncertain. Even if he despises the Japanese, Sato Yuma's strength is genuine, at least a 12-star combat power, otherwise he wouldn't be so troublesome. The next day, Fong Lanbai and Wu Feng were preparing to leave when the leader suddenly asked to meet with Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai thought about it and figured it wouldn't take too much time, since the leader wouldn't call him for no reason. So he went to the core palace in the capital. It wasn't far from where the leader had given Fong Lanbai a place to rest, so they arrived quickly. Wu Feng went to meet Qian Jie's team first, and the two agreed to meet 3 kilometers south of the capital's city wall. The Thousand Tribulations squad consists of 30 people. Since the start of the Huaxia conference, they have been lying in ambush around the capital to prevent Mo Mingzhao from escaping. This also serves as an extra layer of insurance for killing Mo Mingzhao. Although it was never used, it was by no means a meaningless act. Fong Lanbai has already arrived at the palace. He hadn't been able to explore the entire palace before, which shows just how big it is. There are many auras inside that Fong Lanbai has never sensed before, indicating that they are quite powerful and must be one of the top 10 counselors. Fong Lanbai was picked up by Kong Shangyun, who said he was there to meet her. Kong Shangyun's eyes darted away when she saw Fong Lanbai. After all, the previous battle was too shocking. Lin Yu was right next to her and was still seriously injured by Wu Feng's sword. She couldn't imagine whether Lin Yu would have any chance of surviving if Fong Lanbai made a move. "Are you afraid of me?" Fong Lanbai asked softly. Kong Shangyun trembled upon hearing this, then glanced at Fong Lanbai's heterochromatic eyes. "I wouldn't say I'm afraid, but I'm somewhat shocked," shocked by your strength. Ha 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 ha, Fong Lombai laughed. Perhaps in other people's eyes, he really was a level ahead of them, and there would only be more to come. Most of the top experts in China were stuck at the late stage of the third tier. From the third to the fourth tier represents a qualitative leap for awakened individuals. After reaching the fourth tier, humans will truly become superhumans, experiencing a qualitative change in their abilities and doubling their strength. This is why Fong Lombai was able to directly suppress the entire capital city. I'll take that as a compliment, Kong Shangyun. I can see that you are wholeheartedly devoted to China. I hope you won't disappoint the leaders who value you. Kong Shangyun looked into Fong Lombay's eyes, seemingly trying to discern something from them, and then nodded subtly. They soon arrived at the leader's residence, which was the center of the entire palace and the entire four imperial city. The leader was safer here than anywhere else. Even with Fong Lombay's strength, he could not directly confront the entire four imperial city. The leader was still as amiable as ever, but for some reason, I felt that something about him had changed, though I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. Lord Fong, I'll get straight to the point. Upon seeing Fong Lombai arrive, the leader poured him a cup of tea and invited him to sit across from him at his desk. The table looked quite valuable, and there must be some hidden secrets within it, but it was impossible to tell it all. The tabletop was very tidy, but something that looked like a temple model caught Fong Lombai's attention. After examining it closely, he couldn't help but frown. We've reached a consensus in our council to bring you here today. As soon as the leader spoke, Fong Lombai sensed something was wrong. Speak up. I feel like you need my help with something. Let me make it clear beforehand. The reward can't be too low. If you want me to help, it has to be the best. Hearing Fong Lombay's words, the leader couldn't help but laugh. This guy really won't do anything without a profit. After this Huaxia alliance, the entire Huaxia should enter a phase of rapid development. The demand for high-level awakened individuals in the capital will increase dramatically, especially with the Tongzhou beast tide. Once the Tongzhou defense line is breached, the survivors below will be impacted, resulting in tens of thousands of deaths and injuries. The leader paused, glanced at Fong Lombai's face, and then continued. Therefore, we hope to increase the strength of awakened ones and enhance the strength of high-level awakened ones. After careful consideration, we hope that you will be the leader of this Awakened Ones project, which will be called the Awakening Project. The capital city has recognized the influence of the strongest individuals. Fong Lombai alone has already dominated the entire capital. If more such strong individuals could come, the Tongzhou beast tide would no longer be a threat, but would become a training ground for China. The capital city clearly knew that it was difficult for a strong person like Fong Lombai to appear, so it settled for second best and wanted some awakened individuals with strong combat power. We plan to divide this awakening program into 2 phases. The first phase is to improve the quality of third-tier awakeners. Although some third-tier awakeners may appear to be third-tier, their special abilities or skills are far inferior to those of some stronger individuals. This phase of the plan is to help them master their abilities. The second stage is for fourth-tier awakened individuals. Most of the counselors in the capital are at the late stage of the third tier. There won't be more than 10 in this stage, and I hope you will personally lead them. The leader's plan is quite clever. Fong Lombai is very strong. If they are allowed to advance to the 4th rank, wouldn't that be very disadvantageous for Breaking Boundary City? Chapter 173, The Return Journey. Moreover, although Fong Lombai is strong and his development of his own superpowers is indeed beyond their reach, how could Fong Lombai allow them to master his superpowers? Boss, although I am strong, it doesn't mean I can make them as strong as me. Besides, I have a bad temper, and I might not be able to resist taking action. Fong Lombai slumped into a chair, looking like he was saying, "You decide what to do." The leader smiled wryly. Fong Lombai was still the same as before. Of course he knew that Fong Lombai meant nothing more than that the benefits were not enough. These past few days in Broken Boundary City, they've been your awakened ones. Do with them as you see fit, just don't kill them. Fong Lombai nodded at this. If he couldn't even touch them, wouldn't it be like a bunch of patriarchs had arrived? I'll also send you a few crystal core aircraft from the capital. I believe that with the scientific research level of your Breaking Boundary City, you should be able to conquer it. The leader said casually. Just hearing the name, Crystal Core Aircraft, made him sound very powerful, and it could also avoid interference from a large number of zombies and mutated beasts in the air. Before the apocalypse, flying objects were too fragile for mutated creatures. A slight touch would render them unable to fly, and they would easily crash. For those with superpowers, they were practically useless. It was safer to find cover on the ground and advance slowly. That works, but we can't send too many people from the first stage. 300 at most. My Breaking Boundary City doesn't need that many people. Fong Lombai thought about it and agreed that it was a piece of cake for him. Even if those second-stage experts broke through to the 4th rank, they wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. By then, Fong Lombai didn't know how powerful they would be. Moreover, this is Breaking Boundary City, with so many powerful superhumans here. It's a good opportunity for the superhumans of Breaking Boundary City to broaden their horizons and also to find out the background of these counselors. No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win situation for Fong Lombai. Just when we were wondering how to deal with the Japanese in Yang City, help arrived immediately. Okay, it's a deal. Give me the list later, and tell me the specific time, Fong Lombai asked. It depends on your time, but the sooner the better. The leader frowned slightly. Okay, then it'll be in 7 days. Fong Lombai said, standing up. Seeing how easily Fong Lombai agreed, the leader couldn't help but glance at Fong Lombai a few more times before adding, "You must show me results. When they return, I want to see at least 4 4th tier awakened." Fong Lombai waved his hand. It's a small problem. Just as they were about to leave, Fong Lombai suddenly remembered something. Chief, that little temple is quite nice. It has great taste. After saying that, Fong Lombai left without waiting for the leader's reply. The leader, still seated at the table, looked at the small temple. Fong Lombai seemed to want to tell him something, but he didn't say it explicitly. This small temple was originally brought back from Ponta Mountain by Bai Yin. After all, it was a gift from the monk Hongyi, and Bai Yin thought it was quite exquisite, so he kept it. Later, when Wan Xingxing came to see him, he also mentioned this small temple. When Bai Yin pressed him for details, Wan Xingxing couldn't give him a clear answer. But he didn't expect Fong Lombai to say that again today, which made him feel that there must be something strange about this small temple. But as an ordinary person, he couldn't see anything at all, so he could only give up. Since neither of them was willing to tell him, perhaps it was not the right time for him to find out. She looked up in the direction Fong Lombai had left, her expression somewhat complicated. Although Fong Lombay's actions are relatively straightforward compared to the power struggles among the 3 major families in the capital, even the leaders find them somewhat unpredictable. While the council did not participate in entertainment gatherings like the Kunping Council, it does not mean that the leaders are unaware of this. Fong Lombai directly humiliated Fu Yuntao in front of so many powerful forces, which puzzled the leader. Fong Lombai didn't seem like the kind of person who would make enemies for himself, but by doing so, he was undoubtedly shutting out the Fu family. Could I have misjudged? Fong Lombai doesn't seem to have great talent. It's just a matter of luck. As for what kind of talent she actually possesses, we'll have to wait and see. Fong Lombai quickly reunited with Wu Feng. The Thousand Tribulations squad had not suffered any casualties during this period. Even without Wu Feng, Vice Captain Lu Ziyuan was able to lead the Thousand Tribulations squad very well. Captain, City Lord, the Thousand Tribulations squad reports back. Lu Ziyuan stepped forward and nodded slightly. His actions reassured Fong Lombai. As the strongest person in the Changfeng gathering area besides Wu Feng, he was a soldier. Although he was almost 40, he was more steady in his actions, which was something Fong Lombai valued. Not bad. How are the zombie hordes around the capital? There's more than one zombie king around the capital. Besides Yama, there are several large zombie hordes nearby, and they've been launching zombie attacks on the capital for quite some time now. Although the other corpse kings couldn't reach the level of the 10 great corpse kings, there were still a few 4th-tier corpse kings. Judging from the state of the Thousand Tribulations squad, they had definitely fought, but no one was injured, which relieved Fong Lombai. Every member of the Thousand Tribulations squad was his precious treasure, selected from so many strong people at Changfeng base. They had rare abilities and some special abilities. Fong Lombai couldn't bear to see them suffer any casualties. I did encounter a zombie king, but he was very cunning. We fought once, and he never showed up again. I had a mission to complete, so I didn't bother looking for him again, Lu Ziyuan explained. Called Fong Daidai out, and a group of people stood on Fong Daidai's back. Although it was crowded, there was enough room to stand. A streak of golden light flashed across the sky, allowing Fong to return to Broken Realm City at an even faster speed. According to Lu Ziyuan, the Corpse King should be a child with sonic abilities. He has already broken through to the 4th rank, but his strength is average. Although Lu Ziyuan is only at the late 3rd rank, his supernatural demon tower determines that his strength is extraordinary. Similar to Mo Mingzhao's ability, Lu Ziyuan gains an additional demonic beast with each level he advances. However, Lu Ziyuan's demonic beasts are inanimate objects, which he calls demonic spirits, and they appear directly from the demon tower, without Lu Ziyuan having to capture them himself. The 4th-tier Corpse King left immediately, giving the Thousand Tribulations squad no chance to pursue them. Otherwise, they would have obtained another Corpse King crystal core. While the strength of zombies increases at the 4th tier, It's not a qualitative leap like that of humans. Without absolute suppression, the Thousand Tribulation Squad still has the ability to withstand the zombie horde and kill the Zombie King. Some Zombie King crystal cores have special effects after being absorbed. For example, the golden sword synthesized in the Wandering Spirit using the Zombie King's crystal core can directly control a zombie for one's own use, and also grants the Blood Emperor some other abilities. Fong Lanbai didn't obtain many Corpse King crystal cores. Apart from the 4th-tier crystal core given to him by Zhang Tuhuan, Fong Lanbai fed all the Corpse King crystal cores he killed to his 4th-tier battle armor. He didn't even try to explore the special uses of the Corpse King crystal cores himself. Chapter 174 Marine Mutant Creatures. At Broken Boundary City in less than a day, around evening. In the forest outside the city, the strange, bloodthirsty vine seemed to sense Fong Lanbai's aura, and the bloodthirsty vine slowly moved. After learning that the bloodthirsty vine was quite intelligent, Fong Lanbai gave me a name. Since it was brought out from Ruins 028, the birthplace of the arrogant Golden Thunder, it was called the Demonic Gaze Flower. Fong Lanbai usually called it Demonic Gaze. The Thousand Tribulation Squad returned to Broken Realm City first. Fong Lanbai rode Fong Dai Dai to the main flower of the Demon Eye. In order to protect the Demon Eye to the greatest extent, Fong Lanbai let it stay underground near Broken Realm City. This would increase the Demon Eye's safety and not interfere with the distribution of the other bloodthirsty vine of the Demon Eye. Although Yao and I cannot completely surround Broken Boundary City yet, let alone the territories of other Broken Boundary Cities, he can only try to spread the bloodthirsty vine flowers as far east as possible from Broken Boundary City, where it is near the sea. The mutated fish in the sea should soon spread to the land. With Yao and I around, it is equivalent to setting up a defensive line in advance. Bloodthirsty vines, as thick as an adult's waist, enveloped the cave entrance, making it impossible to tell from a distance that it was a cave. Fong Lanbai walked over, and the bloodthirsty vines slowly unfurled, paving a path for Fong Lanbai. A blood-red flower with an extremely vivid color swayed, and the thick, bloodthirsty vine affectionately rubbed against Fong Lanbai's body. Looks like you're in a good mood. Try to break through to the 4th rank as soon as possible. How are the mutated creatures on the beach? Fong Lanbai touched the thorns on the bloodthirsty vine. Seemingly understanding Fong Lanbai's words, the bloodthirsty vine continued to extend into the soil. Before long, it appeared that many mutated crustaceans were brought before Fong Lanbai. They were all empty shells, having been completely drained by the bloodthirsty vine. The size of those crabs and shellfish alone showed just how powerful it was. The largest blue crab was 5 meters in diameter, and no one dared to doubt the power of its huge pincers. This mutated blue crab should be close to the 4th rank. Logically speaking, the demon should also be at the late 3rd rank. Even if it couldn't defeat it, with its armor, it could still escape. The problem is that once these amphibians step into the territory of the demon can fully unleash its power, and the countless bloodthirsty vines will not give these marine mutant creatures that come ashore any chance at all. This is the power of the bloodthirsty vine flower, a true overlord in that world. It was clear that Yao and I wanted to curry favor with Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai casually flicked a drop of 3rd-tier life essence into Yao Ni's flower. A rich life aura made Yao and I very happy. Although the life essence could no longer bring about a qualitative change for Yao and I, the powerful vitality within it still made Yao and I extremely happy. Thick, bloodthirsty vines enveloped Fong Lanbai, a unique way for Yao and I to express his gratitude. Fong Lanbai did not intend to accelerate Yao Ni's improvement. The previous improvement had already exhausted Yao Ni's potential. The subsequent improvement could only be done by Yao and I itself. At most, Fong Lanbai would provide some energy support, but the advancement would still depend on Yao and I itself. By letting Yao and I sense the aura of the True Love cult members, they can prevent the True Love cult from further infiltrating to the greatest extent possible. Those True Love cult members already in Broken Boundary City will become like turtles in a jar, and sooner or later they will be exposed and killed by the Dark Guard. Rub his dragon scales with the thorns on the bloodthirsty vine, showing a look of intoxication. He only got up from the ground after Fong Lanbai patted him. Let's go home. Roar, 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 roar. Back in Broken Boundary City, Fong Dai Dai was very excited. This was not only Fong Lanbai's home, but also its own. With Fong Dai Dai there, no guards would stop her. Fong Dai Dai flew directly from the top of the city wall into Broken Realm City. News of what happened at the Huaxia conference had already reached Broken Realm City. The crowd below saw Fong Dai Dai and knew that Fong Lanbai had returned. Broken Boundary City below all looked up at Fong Dai Dai, and waved to Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai couldn't help but smile when he saw this. This was Fong Lanbai's purpose in establishing Broken Boundary City. No matter which settlement or city, Fong Lanbai dared to guarantee that Broken Boundary City was the most suitable place for survivors to live. Back on the island in the middle of the lake, this time it wasn't Yi Qingyao waiting for Fong Lanbai. At this time, she should still be guarding the northern part of Broken Boundary City. Yi Qiu was already standing on the island, with Ouyang Yunma, the head of the Dark Department, next to him. It must have been Wu Feng who notified them to wait here for Fong Lanbai in advance. Fong Lanbai returned this time to check on the situation in Broken Boundary City. I heard that the city lord has made quite a splash in the capital, Ouyang Yunma said, raising an eyebrow. Fong Lanbai jumped in front of the two of them, while Fong Dai spread his wings and landed in the lake, enjoying the cool water. It's SOSO. Just standing there. I already feel a lot of pressure, Fong Lanbai said, echoing Ouyang Yunma's words. Ouyang Yunma wasn't wearing his black leather jacket today. His casual attire was clearly more suitable for living on the island in the middle of the lake. With his tall stature, he even appeared slightly taller standing next to Yi Qiu. Uncle Yi, you're back. You should know about the Huaxiao Alliance. Before I left, the leader contacted me again, asking our Broken Boundary City to help improve the strength of the powerful in the capital. It's called the Awakening Plan. Those people will arrive in 7 days. Can you prepare a building for me? No need for fancy decorations. Just a bare shell will do. Fong Lanbai, Yi Qiu, and Ouyang Yunma walked side by side. Ha ha, Fong, no problem. This is just a piece of cake for Lu Jiming. Yi Qiu immediately understood Fong Lanbai's implication and couldn't help but laugh. Any news about the True Love cult lately? Fong Lanbai asked Ouyang Yunma, who was standing to the side. The True Feelings cult hasn't been very active lately, but it's not too serious. All the survivors who entered Broken Boundary City are being organized, so if anyone suddenly gains power or special abilities, it will be discovered very quickly. Ouyang Yunma's suggestion is also a good idea. As long as the residents of Broken Boundary City enter the city, their information will be collected to check whether they have awakened. If they suddenly awaken in the city, then it might be the True Feelings sect. The Dark Division also arranged for some ordinary people to live in the city, giving them identities, just waiting for the True Love cult to slip up. It has to be said that Ouyang Yunma handled it very well. The True Love cult's target group was these ordinary survivors, because some of them either lacked the courage to awaken or lacked superpowers and were not satisfied with their own strength. With some brainwashing doctrines attached, it would be hard not to fall into their trap. Not bad. It seems my return was unnecessary. Fong Lanbai smiled with relief. Ouyang Yunma was very reliable in his work. Since we're already here, Lord, why don't we go take a look at the botanical garden my logistics department built? Unbeknownst to them, the three of them had already crossed the island in the middle of the lake and arrived at the other side, which was the planting area of the mutated corn in Breaking Boundary City, and also Yi Qiu's proudest achievement. Chapter 175 Herb Garden. The mutated corn plants are already taller than a person. When they mature, they will grow to 7 or 8 meters tall, and the yield will be more than 10 times that before the apocalypse. Moreover, with the amplification of Yi Qiu's superpower, these corn plants can mature once a month. Looking at these mutated corns, Fong Lanbai felt much more at ease. Further inside, there were other mutated plant cultivations done by Yi Qiu. This is a mutated apple tree, but the mutation is a bit different. The apples grow as big as watermelons, so it's only suitable for planting in a small area. Yi Qiu explained to Fong Lanbai that there were many awakened from the logistics department tending to the plants in this planting area. Many of them had their hands on the ground, and a faint green light was emanating from their hands. These amplification-type ability users could make the plants grow faster. Many plant awakeners have the ability to make plants grow rapidly, so in their spare time, they will take on some tasks from the Mercenary Guild to take care of the growth of this botanical garden. Completing the tasks will also earn them more crystal cores, since it is much safer to hunt zombies in this botanical garden than outside the city. Minister Yi, City Lord, Su Qidong's father, Su Kaiju, walked over. It just so happened that someone was needed to guard this place when it was being built. Su Kaiju and Li Weining had just joined the city defense army at that time, and Lu Jiming arranged for them to guard this botanical garden. Suited Su Qidong's wishes perfectly. Breaking Boundary City was the safest place, and the families of all the high-ranking officials in Breaking Boundary City were arranged to work there. This was not only the wish of the various high-ranking officials in Breaking Boundary City, but also Fong Lanbai's strict requirement. If a relative of a high-ranking official in Breaking Boundary City were captured and threatened to reveal secrets, the high-ranking official would be caught in the middle, torn between his own family and the interests of Breaking Boundary City. Therefore, Fong Lombai wanted to minimize this risk. Uncle Su, how have you been lately? Fong Lombai stepped forward and shook hands with Su Kaiju. It was Fong Lombai's idea to send Su Chidong to Changzhou to pick up his parents. Su Kaiju also admired this lord of the broken boundary city, who had achieved so much as a student. It's good, but it's a bit too leisurely. Su Kaiju and Su Chidong look about 70% alike, but Su Kaiju has a more rugged appearance and looks like an honest man. Indeed, it's a bit of a waste of your talent to be here guarding the botanical garden. Fong Lonbai's words were not meant as flattery. Su Kaiju's strength was genuine. Back in Changzhou, they were no match for several members of the Divine Union Legion. Their strength has probably increased again these days, at least to the level of a captain of one of the 4 legions. With Su Kaiju and Li Weining joining forces, the 2 of them could easily lead any small squad from the 4 major legions. Judging from Su Kaiju's aura, he should be close to the late stage of the 3rd tier. With his botanical garden here, Fong Lombai felt at ease. After all, this place was the lifeline of Broken Boundary City, and having more guards wouldn't be excessive. Besides Su Kaiju and Li Weining, there were also many powerful members of the city defense army here. Due to the city defense work, all the powerful members, except for Su Chidong's parents, had to take turns. However, there were at least 10 third-level awakened individuals guarding the place, under the unified management of Su Kaiju. With so many powerful individuals, there's no chance for those with ulterior motives, let alone the awakened ones in the logistics department. This is the most important part of this botanical garden. I call it the herb garden. Yichio then led Fong Lombai to the area where some important plants were grown. Just at the entrance, there were 2 third-tier experts from the logistics department guarding the place. A circle of thorns tightly closed off the area, and only a few fruits could be vaguely seen. When they saw Yichio coming, the 2 opened the wooden door. Yichio then led Fong Lombai inside. However, due to the special nature of the place, the plants inside might be damaged if they were not careful, so Ouyang Yunma and Su Kaiju had to wait outside. As soon as you enter, you can feel a strong sense of life, with a winding river flowing through every part of the herb garden. There are no fish in this stream. You can sense that this stream is definitely related to the essence of life. The first-level essence of life diluted in it is not measured in drops, but in buckets, so as to ensure that so many plants can get enough energy to grow in a limited space. Upon entering, there was a patch of low bushes with some small red berries on them. Fong Lombai recognized them as bloodwing fruits brought out from Ruins 028. They were probably not ripe yet, since a batch had just been harvested. These bloodwing fruits will ripen in 2 more months, and the yield should be around 1,000 by then, Yichio explained to Fong Lombai. And that golden leaf tree, once its leaves turn completely golden, it's ready to be harvested. Yichio pointed to the rather sturdy tree, whose leaves at the top were almost golden, and the leaves on the entire tree, from the top down, were a golden green color, looking quite extraordinary. This tree was brought out of the factory by Qin Gang. It grew from a small fruit into a tree about 5 meters tall. The amount of life essence and Yichio's special abilities consumed in the process is countless. For survivors, these golden leaves can help awakened ones absorb crystal cores, greatly increasing the absorption efficiency. The fruit is a good thing for mutated beasts, as it can directly enhance their strength. However, so much time has passed, and not a single tree has borne fruit. Only the leaves of these trees have turned golden again and again. Yichio guessed that the tree hadn't grown up yet, since according to what Qin Gang had said, the branches of that mutated tree covered the entire factory. Further on, there are some special mutated plants, or some good things that bear special fruits, such as fruits that restore the body's supernatural abilities. These fruits are grown from vines that grow on the ground, but they are difficult to cultivate. After cultivating them for so long, we have only harvested less than 100 fruits. However, this fruit is also very effective, able to restore most of the lost superpowers. Because it looks like a buttock, Fong Lombai calls it the buttock fruit. Due to production issues, only the higher-ups of Broken Boundary City have used this buttock fruit so far, but Yichio is currently working on overcoming this problem. Uncle Yi, it seems I didn't take this botanical garden seriously before. Afterwards, we will increase the construction of the 100 Herbs Garden, issue missions through the Mercenary Association, and ask anyone with special mutated plants to bring back. We will reward them with crystal cores based on their value, and all expenses will be covered by Breaking Boundary City, without taking up any resources from the logistics department. Fong Lombay's eyes lit up slightly, because he suddenly thought of a forbidden item, namely the forbidden item 041 that the Thousand Tribulation Squad had brought back before, the Jade Core Crown. Chapter 176, Sky-Piercing Wood. Ever since Fong Lanbai brought back the jadeite core crown, he had always carried it with him. Because its function overlapped with that of the Wangling, Fong Lanbai had neglected it and almost forgot about it. The spirit can restore Fong Lanbai's depleted supernatural power more quickly. As long as there is energy, it can continuously replenish Fong Lanbai's energy, making it an essential item for a protracted battle. This jadeite core is also related to vitality. The powerful energy contained within it can greatly enhance the abilities of plant-type ability users. However, Fong Lanbai thought that if this jadeite core were applied directly to the 100 Herbs Garden, the vitality of the 100 Herbs Garden would increase by at least several times. Those mutated plants that are difficult to survive or extremely difficult to cultivate will likely have a greater chance of obtaining these rare plants, and the growth cycle of the golden leaf tree will be greatly shortened, allowing for a large-scale harvest of golden leaf fruits. At that time, these golden leaf fruits will no longer be used only to upgrade the rank of mutated beasts, but will actually be used to help the Broken Boundary City fight. Just like the corpse beasts raised by the Sun Pavilion, Broken Boundary City will have the strongest army of mutated beasts, but Fong Lanbai is still considering which mutated beast group to choose. Uncle Yi, let Uncle Su in, and call Aunt Li over as well. Uncle Yi nodded. Fong Lanbai must have his reasons for doing this. Touching the leaves of the bloodwing fruit, Fong Lanbai had already figured out who was most suitable to oversee the 100 Herbs Garden. The Emerald Core Crown definitely needed an awakened one to control it. And to control the herbs in the 100 Herbs Garden, one needed a plant-based ability, and the level absolutely could not be low, otherwise the Forbidden Point ability would not be able to be fully utilized. Su Qidong's mother is the best candidate. She is also an early awakener of the third sister, and her special ability is the sky-supporting wood, which is extremely resilient. If Su Kaiju had not been the main fighter between the two, Li Weiniang's rank might not have been lower than Su Kaiju's. Soon, Yichio brought Su Kaiju and Li Weiniang in. Su Kaiju was still wondering why he suddenly had to find his wife. Li Weiniang was resting in a small house at the other end of the botanical garden when Su Kaiju suddenly called her over. She was also a little confused. However, although Su Qidong was Fong Lanbai's good brother, they never thought of using this relationship to benefit themselves. They hurriedly ran over. Thank you so much, Uncle Yi. Uncle Su, the reason I specifically asked Aunt Li to come here is to entrust her with a task, to help Uncle Yi take care of the 100 Herbs Garden. Fong Lanbai and Yichio thanked them, then looked at Su Kaiju and Li Weiniang. Although Li Weiniang's facial features were not so soft, her personality was completely different, and her voice was full of patience. Lord, aren't we supposed to be looking after this area? Li Weiniang couldn't help but ask. This botanical garden was originally the place that she and Su Kaiju were responsible for guarding, and the 100 Herbs Garden was located within the botanical garden. She didn't know why the Lord was bringing it up again. As a jade-green crown appeared in Fong Lanbai's hand, everyone present knew what was going on. Li Weiniang's eyes widened slightly as she looked at Fong Lanbai's face. Aunt Li, you will be in charge of controlling this forbidden item 041 to enhance the many mutated plants in this 100 Herbs Garden. That's why I called you here. Under Fong Lanbai's control, the emerald green crown fell into Aunt Li's hands. Core Crown, whose contract had been broken by Fong Lanbai, immediately recognized Li Weiniang and slowly moved on to Li Weiniang's head. In an instant, Li Weiniang's superpower was released on its own. The ancient tree showed no signs of decline. It truly lived up to its name as the sky-piercing tree. Just its height and imposing presence were worthy of the name sky-piercing tree. With the blessing of the jadeite crown, Li Weiniang's superpowers were infinitely enhanced, and the tall Qingxiao tree was almost completely jadified, with its emerald green branches resembling a rare and precious natural treasure. It seems that only a suitable superpower can unleash the true power of a forbidden object. When Fong Lanbai absorbed it before, there was no reaction at all. A rich life force filled the 100 Herbs Garden. With the blessing of the Emerald Core Crown, Li Weiniang's rank reached the mid-stage of the third rank, greatly increasing her strength. Li Weiniang felt her superpowers change. Her body was filled with power, and even the wrinkles on her face were smoothed out, making her look younger. Su Kaiju was stunned. He didn't expect the city lord to directly take out a forbidden item for his wife to absorb. Looking at her much younger face, he blushed for a moment. City lord, I will definitely make the plants in this 100 Herbs Garden grow even better. Fong Lanbai had given her such a precious forbidden item, so of course, she had to show her appreciation. There were so many plant-type ability users in the base, and she was the only one chosen, so she had to make good use of this forbidden item. Okay, Aunt Li, I entrusted the forbidden item to you because I trusted you. From now on, I'll leave the 100 Herbs Garden to you and Uncle Sue. The two quickly agreed, saying that with Yi Chio's special ability to accelerate plant growth and Li Weiniang's control of the Emerald Core Crown to amplify the life force in the air, this 100 Herbs Garden would become the most suitable place for plant growth, and also a treasure trove for awakened individuals to cultivate. Li Weiniang invited Fong Lanbai to visit the house they had built there, but Fong Lanbai declined, as she had other things to do and left first. The logistics department has replenished its life essence, and now the life essence of Broken Boundary City is extremely abundant. Sales to the outside world have been suspended for a month. The supply boxes that the Dark Department has deployed in southern China have begun to show results. The boxes, built by the Logistics Department, bear the unique seals of Broken Boundary City. There are about 3,000 airdrop boxes in southern China. Each box contains supplies that would cost several Tier 2 crystal cores to exchange for, and these supplies are all things that can help survivors live longer. Many forces have discovered the actions of the Breaking Boundary City and admire its scale. Just this one drop alone must have cost countless crystal cores to accomplish. The survivors all knew that this was the help that Broken Boundary City was giving to the survivors. The various foods, first-tier crystal core weapons, and life essence that Broken Boundary City had stopped selling in the supply boxes made the survivors who were struggling outside the city's eyes light up, and they couldn't help but remember what Broken Boundary City had done. Poji City's prestige among the general public became even greater, and it even seemed to surpass that of the capital. The Chinese and foreign chambers of commerce had strong reservations about this, as the loss of the supply of vital essence had reduced their profits by at least 30%. Zheng Zhuyang didn't dare to approach Fong Lanbai, so he found an opportunity to approach Yi Chio. However, Yi Chio's responses were all orders from the city lord, which he dared not disobey. Fong Lanbai wanted the Huayang Chamber of Commerce to know that it was the Huayang Chamber of Commerce that couldn't do without Poji City, not the other way around. Xiongpan had already started the pre-launch hype. After receiving a clear answer from Fong Lanbai, he announced the sale of the life essence, which made many people speculate about the intentions of the Breaking Boundary City. Previously, only the Huayang Chamber of Commerce sold the life essence. Chapter 177 Blood Moon. The Chinese and Foreign Chamber of Commerce was of course aware of this news, but it was none of Fong Lanbai's business to decide what he wanted to do. After leaving, Fong Lanbai arrived at the place guarded by the Candle Lotus Legion. It was only one estuary from Haidong District. Looking into the distance, one could see many post-apocalyptic buildings. At Fong Daidai's current speed, she can reach any part of Broken Boundary City in an hour. There were still quite a few awakened members of the Candle Lotus Legion patrolling the broken city walls. Upon seeing Fong Lanbai, they hurriedly came to greet him. Fong Lanbai saw Li Pingyan walking over, wearing the Julian team uniform and a set of crystal core armor on top, looking quite like a great general. City Lord, I heard about what happened to you in the capital. It truly makes all the awakened ones of Broken Boundary City admire you. Li Pingyan said excitedly, stepping forward to hug Fong Lanbai and patting her back heavily. Awakened individuals like Li Pingyan, who joined from the very beginning, have an excellent relationship with Fong Lanbai and are considered Fong Lanbai's deepest foundation. Fong Lanbai is not sure of Li Pingyan's specific strength, but he is definitely not weaker than some ordinary counselors. In fact, if he only defends and does not attack, even the top counselor Kong Yantian might not be able to break through Li Pingyan's defense. Keep a low profile. You should know why I'm here. Fong Lanbai pressed down with one hand and gave Li Pingyan a somewhat flamboyant look. Surrounding members of the Candle Lotus Legion burst into laughter. Oh, then we won't spoil the mood here. Brothers, quickly make way for the city lord. He's looking for his girlfriend. That's right. Many awakened members of the Candle Lotus Legion around them jeering and even made way for Fong Lanbai. I've noticed that your Candle Lotus Legion doesn't seem to respect me, the city lord. Do you think you're strong enough? Otherwise, I'd like to spar with you. As soon as Fong Lanbai said this, Li Pingyan and the other members of the Candle Lotus Legion immediately left, afraid of becoming Fong Lanbai's opponent. Yi Qingyao also rushed over from the other side of the city wall. She was wearing a white and blue female battle armor, which was completely different from the red battle armor of the Candle Lotus Legion. She stood out among the red battle armor of the other awakened ones. This white and blue battle armor was specially made for Yi Qingyao by Ouyang Yucai. Its single character is Illusion. It is the strongest battle armor made by the research department so far. According to the design of the 4th tier battle armor, Illusion has the ability to repair itself. It is called the God of War in the Fire Lotus by the awakened people of Broken Boundary City. How is it did you miss me after your trip to the capital? Fong Lanbai whispered in Yi Qingyao's ear. To prevent the other team members from hearing these mushy words, Fong Lanbai had used a prism to shield the surroundings beforehand. It's all right, actually. Yi Qingyao crossed her arms, a slight smile playing on her lips, and said in a seemingly aloof manner, "Oh, okay. I have some good news to tell you. Do you want to hear it?" Fong Lanbai said mysteriously, "I bet you have news about forbidden items again." After Yi Qingyao finished speaking, she looked at Fong Lanbai with an expectant expression. Fong Lanbai always seemed to know about forbidden items in advance, which was why Yi Qingyao guessed that. But this was clearly not the case now. No, thanks to my personal charisma, Ru Xinhao directly merged Haitong District into our breaking boundary city. Yi Qingyao's eyes widened slightly. She hadn't expected that Ru Xinhao would hand over Haitong District to Poji City so easily. Once Haitong District was incorporated, the western part would be the territory where Mingdu was gathered, which would make it easier to restrain Luo Hong's methods. Mingdu gathering place certainly never imagined that behind the scenes, many forces were infiltrating Haitong District, and now Ru Xinhao actually felt that he could only live better by relying on Poji City. I wonder if he will be spitting blood. It seems that Ru Xinhao is not confident in dealing with the collapse of so many forces. Yi Qingyao had met Ru Xinhao and had also tried to figure out his thoughts. After all, the place he guarded was not only to guard against the mutated fish at the estuary, but also to be the overlord of this Haitong district. To Yi Qingyao was prepared to have the awakened members of the Candle Lotus Legion secretly take over Haitong district to help it overcome this crisis. Fong Lanbai was already on Fong Daidai's back. The wind at high altitude was still cool, but it did not penetrate the warmth in Fong Lanbai's heart. Having agreed to go to the southern military region with Zhang Tuan, Fong Lanbai has now returned to Poji City and can only speed up his journey to the southern military region. Regardless of Zhang Tuan's intentions this time, he will not set a trap for Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai's favorite thing to do was lie on Fong Daidai's back, not having to worry about anything, watching the clouds pass by in the sky, and feeling completely at peace. Occasionally, some mutated birds, oblivious to their own mortality, would fly by and be easily pierced by the prism. To allow Fong Daidai to travel at full speed, Fong Lanbai tried to eliminate any mutated birds in the sky that might attack in advance. Even if they were second-tier mutated birds, they were no match for Fong Lanbai's arrogant golden lightning strike. Soon, the first catastrophe for humanity since the apocalypse, the Blood Moon, will arrive. Once the zombies break through to the fourth tier, they will become extremely violent under the blessing of the Blood Moon, and the first large-scale attack on human forces since the apocalypse will begin. Smaller factions were simply unable to withstand the onslaught of the zombie horde, not to mention the mutated beasts that took advantage of the chaos to try and accelerate their growth. That was the second time humanity had been so powerless in the face of the apocalypse. Large numbers of mutated zombies, never before seen, and a constant stream of mutated beasts pouring out of the mountains, put China in a life-or-death crisis. This is also why Fong Lanbai agreed to the China alliance without hesitation after the leader proposed it. The Kongyan Legion recruited a little girl named Feng Huang, who was only 14 or 15 years old. She had a very peculiar ability. She could foresee future events. Generally speaking, this ability can be used in battle to dodge the opponent's attacks in advance, which is considered a relatively practical ability. However, when the Void Legion distributed life essence, Feng Huang absorbed life essence for the first time. This caused a change in her supernatural ability, allowing her to directly foresee the night of the Blood Moon. After she reported this to Li Ruizha realized the seriousness of the situation and directly told Fong Lanbai that although Feng Huang's foresight differed from Fong Lanbai's, they were largely the same. Humanity in China was struggling desperately, blood filled every inch of sight, and deep despair filled everyone's hearts. A gigantic, mutated zombie stood beside the broken city wall, its countless viscous tentacles reaching out to take a life with each strike. The mutated zombie's black bean-like eyes stared at Feng Huang, and then abruptly stopped. Fong Lanbai had never seen that mutated zombie before. With its terrifying strength, it was surprising that it wasn't among the top 10 zombie kings. This made Fong Lanbai take it seriously, as such a powerful mutated zombie had never appeared in his previous life. However, Fong Lanbai knew that no matter how dangerous it was, they had to get through it. If they abandoned all the cities and counties around Broken Boundary City, would they still be afraid of not being able to defend Broken Boundary City? Fong Lanbai had made too many preparations for this Blood Moon. Chapter 178 Xielong. Therefore, Fong Lanbai really wanted to know where these mutated zombies came from and why they directly attacked the walls of Broken Boundary City. There was a blood domain to the west, and the 4 major legions were distributed in countless cities and counties around it. How did they manage to get these mutated zombies directly to the walls of Broken Boundary City? Currently, the strongest zombie Fong Lanbai has encountered is at the early stage of the 4th tier. Not to mention that zombies of the same level are inherently weaker than Awakeners. Fong Lanbai alone carries several 4th tier combatants, a super tier Thunder Prison Demon Dragon, a 4th tier battle armor from the ruins, and Fong Lanbai himself, who is already at the mid-stage of the 4th tier. If all else fails, there is also the Xianming spaceship. All the fear stems from insufficient firepower. Fong Lanbai would occasionally have Fong Dai descend the flight altitude to ensure that the general direction of the flight was correct. They did not encounter any interception along the way. Most people would not dare to go forward to watch when they saw such a powerful mutated beast. It has to be said that Fong Dai is becoming more and more noble. Since absorbing the arrogant golden lightning, the originally purplish-black dragon scales have golden patterns, and when flying in the air, golden electricity runs through the air. The Southern Military Region mainly controls 3 major cities, Jian City, Yongzhou, and Bin County. As for whether other places have been subdued, Fong Lanbai has no idea. After a day and a half of flying, we were finally able to see the city of Jian in the distance, the capital of the Southern Military Region. The Southern Military Region was built according to the pre-apocalyptic model, and we could see several high-rise buildings that were dozens of stories high. But in front of Jian City lies a dense forest, a seemingly peaceful forest fraught with danger. There was a Beast King near the Southern Military Region, ranked 2nd among the top 10 Beast Kings, codenamed Vermilion Bird. Fong Lanbai was not confident that he could clash with Vermilion Bird's Li Hua. He is almost the 2nd strongest individual fighter in China, and with Fong Dai flying so casually through the area, it's hard for him to go unnoticed. Fong Lanbai could only return Fong Dai to the Dark Demon Essence and enter Jian City. At this time, they were not far from Jian City, but for the sake of safety, Fong Lanbai chose to bypass this forest and enter Jian City. Judging from the time, Zhang Tuhuan should have returned to the Southern Military Region by now. The Southern Military Region adopts an open development model, which means that anyone can enter the Southern Military Region, regardless of who you are. The Southern Military Region is not afraid of special personnel coming in because it does not rely on survivors to provide combat support. Apart from the Awakened Ones directly under the Southern Military Region, most Awakened Ones are nominally registered in the Southern Military Region. When the zombie horde attacks, they are rewarded with crystal cores to allow Awakened Ones living in the Southern Military Region to participate in the battle. Even if the zombie horde is too strong and we can't hold it, it doesn't matter. The Southern Military Region will retreat again and again. As long as the most basic core is held, that's all that matters. This is the Southern Military Region's way of survival. Zhang Tuhuan was a wise ruler. He never glorified the survivors. The relationship between the Southern Military Region and the Awakened Ones was based on the simplest interests. This was a minimalist model, which has its merits. However, this model led to the Southern Military Region's natural expansion, and people were unconsciously drawn into it. Fong Lanbai circled around to a city gate, where survivors were putting crystal cores into boxes. There weren't many. 5 Tier 1 crystal cores were enough to enter the Southern Military Region. Although it wasn't much, the quantity was large, and it wasn't just a one-time payment. Every time someone left, they would have to pay 5 Tier 1 crystal cores to enter the Southern Military Region again. Fong Lanbai searched through the Dark Demon Essence and found that there were no first-tier crystal cores. Fong Lanbai would never carry such low-tier crystal cores with him. You're dressed all high and mighty, but you can't even produce a Tier 1 crystal core. A survivor with messy hair mocked from the side, his voice not quiet. Beside him followed a woman dressed in shabby clothes, her clothes barely covering her vital parts. Even as the man with the shabby hair roughly grabbed her hair, she showed no extra expression on her face. As he spoke, he took out 7 or 8 first-tier crystal cores from his tattered pocket, counted out 5 and held them in his hand, looking at Fong Lanbai provocatively, before joining the long queue to enter the Southern Military Region. Many survivors nearby looked over, but they just watched for fun and no one was willing to pay for the young man's actions. Fong Lanbai was too lazy to argue with this person who was trying to get attention. Just as Fong Lanbai was about to ask someone to exchange a few first-tier crystal cores, he made eye contact with the man who looked like an officer and walked straight towards him. Judging from his appearance, he was at least a high-ranking military officer, with the proper rank of lieutenant colonel on his shoulders. He held a high position at this city gate. As he walked up to Fong Lanbai, he bowed to Fong Lanbai in front of everyone's wide-eyed gaze. Lord Fong, my name is Xielong. Commander Zhang sent me to meet you. Commander Zhang is already waiting for you. The voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for the arrogant man to hear it. Fong Lanbai was slightly surprised, not expecting the southern military region to have the means to know she had arrived. Okay, help me hand over the crystal cores for entering the city. I'll give them to you later. Lord Fong is too kind. You are a guest, so of course you don't need any conditions. Xiaolong smiled slightly. He didn't look very old, but he was very mature in his speech and actions. The respectful tone in the officer's words made the man in the chicken coop feel a chill in his heart. He could sense that the officer was a third-tier awakener, yet he valued this young man so much. He wondered what kind of background the young man had. He was now hiding behind the woman, trying to prevent Fong Lanbai from seeing him. The woman, her hair being pulled, was blocking the man's way. A hint of despair flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Fong Lanbai glanced at the woman, her gaze finally settling on Xiaolong. Her heterochromatic blue and red eyes narrowed slightly. Xiaolong was momentarily stunned by those eyes, then nodded imperceptibly. As they entered the southern city gate, Fong Lanbai deliberately lagged behind by half a step and made a gesture to the guards. Unsurprisingly, the man from the chicken coop was pulled out of the crowd by several awakened individuals. When he tried to grab the woman, the guards broke his arms and pressed a crystal core gun against his head. As the energy circulated, his head exploded, leaving a bloodstain on the ground. After the guards left, several survivors took the opportunity to approach the headless man and search his body, trying to squeeze out the last bit of value from him. After the man in the chicken coop died, the woman with lifeless eyes stood there for a long time before being pulled away by another survivor. This time, they headed not into the city, but into the forest outside the city. Fong Lanbai has never been a good person. Anyone who dares to provoke him will only face death. As for that woman, she will most likely end up attaching herself to another awakened one and continuing to live at the bottom of society. Fong Lanbai has no obligation to help her. Chapter 179: The Current Situation of the Southern Military Region. With Xiaolong by their side, there were no obstacles along the way. It seemed that this guy was quite well known in the Southern Military Region. They got into a low-key yet luxurious black new crystal energy car by the roadside and headed towards the inner city of the Southern Military Region. On the way, Fong Lanbai chatted casually with Xiaolong. Xiaolong kept talking nonstop, not letting the atmosphere get awkward. His surname was Xia. If Fong Lanbai remembered correctly, there should be a general in the Southern Military Region with the surname Xia. Could it be that he was related to this Xiaolong? The inner and outer cities of the Southern Military Region are like two different worlds. Look over here. The inner city is at least decades ahead of the outer city. The various crystal core cannons on the inner city walls look incredibly powerful. From this perspective, it seems that the outer city is merely a pawn that can be abandoned at any time when facing the zombie horde. The inner city's walls appear to be at least twice as tall as the outer cities, and the awakened guarding the city gates are also stronger and clearly very orderly. Upon seeing Xiaolong in the car, they simply stepped aside without even asking any questions. Fong Lanbai, inside the car, also attracted a lot of curious glances. Coming to the Southern Military Region was also a way of learning from their experience and seeing if there was anything that Poji City needed to improve. Lord Fong, I'd like to know how you managed to reach the 4th rank before others and possess such formidable strength. Seeing that he had been chatting with Fong Lanbai for a while and their relationship had improved considerably, Xiaolong tentatively asked. Actually, there's nothing I can't say. The strength of the ability is one thing, and the second is the degree of absorption of the crystal core. Fong Lanbai stopped talking. He only spoke to the point and saw how much Xiaolong could understand. If he felt a connection with Xiaolong, Fong Lanbai would be willing to talk to him. Otherwise, Fong Lanbai would be too lazy to pay attention to him at all. Xiaoling wanted to continue listening, but when he looked up, he found that Fong Lanbai was looking out the window. He wanted to ask her a question, but he didn't know how to start. The car door opened, and Fong Lanbai stepped out. This place was quite low-key. Compared to the center of Beijing, it was much less upscale. However, Zhang Tuhuan was a complete pragmatist and didn't care about that at all. It was just an ordinary high-rise building, though it did have a silver inverted triangle shape. Lord Fong, come with me. Commander Zhang is already waiting for you. Xiaolong made way for Fong Lanbai. At this moment, there were already quite a few people waiting on the 37th floor of the central building, including Shan Yunlong and Shan Yunhu. Shan Yunhu obviously hadn't told Shan Yunlong who was coming next, because Shan Yunlong was fiddling with the pen in his hand, looking quite bored. Zhang Tuhuan sat in the main seat, glancing at the door from time to time, his eyes full of strategic planning. Commander Zhang, we've been waiting here for half an hour. Everyone's here. Is there anyone missing? Xie Yufei asked directly, sitting at the head of the table, his posture suggesting he was about to leave at any moment. Xie Yufei said this, Everyone present turned their attention to Zhang Tuhuan. They also wanted to know what he was waiting for. Everyone had things to do and no time to waste here. Don't rush, they're coming. Zhang Tuhuan looked towards the door, and everyone's gaze followed. What came into view was a highly recognizable face, with sharp features, and an aura that was subtle yet powerful, which was transmitted to everyone present. When they met those heterochromatic eyes, everyone present instantly understood. Gentlemen, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. With heterochromatic red and blue eyes, who else in China has eyes like that? No wonder Zhang Tuhuan was willing to wait so long. It turns out that Fang Lanbai, the lord of the Broken Boundary City, is coming. He is the one who can command the wind and rain in eastern China, who has forcefully taken over the territory of Shanghai, and whose 4 major legions are hard to beat. Even the capital city would yield to his overwhelming strength. This is Fang Lanbai, the strongest single combatant in China. Lord Fang, please have a seat. It seems your strength has improved again after just a few days. Zhang Tuhuan rose from his seat, shook hands with Fang Lanbai, and said with a smile. Dan Yunlong was stunned. He hadn't expected Fang Lanbai to come. He had tried to avoid her before, but now he had been chased all the way back to his hometown. He could only lower his head and try to minimize his presence. Commander Zhang has become quite glib in just a few days, Fang Lanbai teased. Everyone please sit down. There's no need to be afraid. I'm not a murderer. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, Fang Lanbai told everyone to relax. However, he had indeed been too domineering lately. His unreasonable killing of Mo Mingzhao had spread throughout the entire Chinese power structure, which was somewhat affecting his image. Everyone was a little embarrassed. They didn't expect Fang Lanbai to point out his predicament so directly. The high-ranking members of the faction present kept glancing at Zhang Tuhuan. They seemed a little puzzled as to why Zhang Tuhuan had invited this powerful figure over. With Fang Lanbai's strength, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the Southern Military Region's highest conference hall? Lord Fang is still as humorous as ever. Zhang Tuhuan then led Fang Lanbai to his side. Originally, a seat had been reserved for Fang Lanbai on Zhang Tuhuan's left, but Fang Lanbai said, I would like to sit next to someone I know. I wonder if this officer could make way for me. Fang Lanbai pointed to where Xie Yufei was sitting, because Shan Yunlong was right next to him. Xie Yufei looked at Zhang Tuhuan beside him, and with the latter's nod, he said, Of course, no problem, and then made way for Fang Lanbai. Fang Lanbai naturally sat down between Zhang Tuhuan and Shan Yunlong. Shan Yunlong, long time no see. Didn't you prepare a gift for me? Dan Yunlong looked at Fang Lanbai with a helpless expression. Damn it, nothing good ever comes of seeing this guy. Oh my, it's the famous lord of Breaking Boundaries City. Long time no see, I've missed you. Shan Yunlong said as if he had just seen Fang Lanbai arrive. Yes, it's a gift. Old Zhang, why didn't you tell me in advance so I could go and greet my brothers? Shan Yunlong complained as he turned around. It's nothing. Here I am, isn't it? It's a little gift. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Shan Yunlong could only look to Zhang Tuhuan for help, only to find that Zhang Tuhuan had turned her head away with a smug look on her face. Oh, I've already prepared everything. Just wait a bit and come with me to get it. Fang Lanbai saw that Shan Yunlong had already started eating, so she stopped arguing with him. Commander Zhang, speak up. Show me your sincerity and let me see if you're worth my time. Fang Lanbai turned his gaze to Zhang Tuhuan. Since Zhang Tuhuan had sent him here, he must have something to ask of him. It seems Lord Fang has already guessed as much, so I won't waste any more time on irrelevant matters. I'll get straight to the point. Our Southern Military Region is willing to offer you a reward to deal with that vermilion bird. Upon hearing Zhang Tuhuan's words, Fang Lanbai nodded, as if she understood. Putting aside the fact that the vermilion bird had already reached the 5th rank, why was Zhang Tuhuan so confident in getting Fang Lanbai to take action? I wonder what conditions Commander Zhang will offer to get me to take action. Fang Lanbai looked at Zhang Tuhuan's black eyes with his heterochromatic pupils. He seemed very confident, but Fang Lanbai knew that he still had something to rely on. The existence of the vermilion bird has already hindered the development of our Southern Military Region. If supplies from the north want to be sent to our Southern Military Region, they have to take a detour. But the area around Wanqing is home to the 10 Corpse Kings, the Undying Emperors. Chapter 180, The Undisappearing Ruins. Zhang Tuhuan paused for a moment, then continued. The strength of that Undying Emperor is unmatched in the Southern Military Region, and he has also gathered 4 surrounding Corpse Kings and hundreds of thousands of corpses under his command, making it even more difficult to break through. But recently, things have taken a turn for the better. Our Southern Military Region possesses the forbidden item 101, the seal. During a random inspection, we discovered an anomaly. After confirmation, the vermilion bird is about to undergo nirvana. Fong Lombai was stunned by these words. Nirvana? What is that? He had never heard of the vermilion bird undergoing nirvana. Did this Tu Huan really think he had arrived in a fantasy world? Nirvana? In the end, the vermilion bird was just a slightly stronger mutated beast with a noble form, somewhat like the legendary vermilion bird. Could it really be undergoing nirvana? Seeing that Fong Lombai seemed a little confused, Zhang Tuhuan didn't mind and continued speaking. The so-called nirvana means that the vermilion bird will lay an egg. In fact, the vermilion bird has already undergone nirvana once, but we didn't think it was an opportunity before. During that time, the vermilion bird disappeared, which was something we were happy to see. However, soon after, an awakened one saw another little vermilion bird, but at that time it was only at the second level. Fong Lombai understood that what the Southern Military Region referred to as the vermilion bird's nirvana was the process of the vermilion bird laying eggs. The opportunity was to launch an attack during the vermilion bird's nirvana. If Fong Lambai's guess was correct, the vermilion bird must be at its weakest during the nirvana. Even if the vermilion bird is undergoing nirvana, even if it only has a portion of its strength, it is still beyond the capabilities of us fourth-tier awakeners. Fong Lombai said without any politeness. Provoking the vermilion bird was no joke. Although Fong Lombai was confident in his strength, the vermilion bird was one of the 10 great ferocious beasts. Many of the 10 great ferocious beasts had been targeted, but no one dared to provoke the vermilion bird. Once this ferocious beast sets its sights on you, you'll likely spend the rest of your life on the run. That's no easy task. Lord Fong, don't worry. When the vermilion bird undergoes nirvana, it won't be able to unleash much of its power. Moreover, if it succeeds, the benefits will be enormous. If we successfully drive the vermilion bird away or kill it, the ruined 071 controlled by our Southern Military Region can be opened to breaking Boundary City. We only need to pay a small amount of crystal cores. Zhang Tuhuan continued to tempt Fong Lombai with benefits. This relic 071 is a relic controlled by the Southern Military Region. This relic alone has brought a lot of benefits to the Southern Military Region. Although this relic is not of high rank, its biggest difference from other relic is that it has never been closed. At first, the Southern Military Region only managed to obtain the forbidden item 071, the Frost Sword, but they did not expect that the ruins would never show any signs of closing. It's true that there are many rare and precious materials inside. If you're lucky, you might even find all sorts of treasures that can improve your strength. It's a pretty good bargaining chip. That vermilion bird is no ordinary bird. It's at the 5th rank. If I'm not mistaken, it should already be in the mid or late stage. You should know this better than I do, Fong Lombai reminded Zhang Tuhuan, then added, what makes you so confident? Zhang Tuhuan seemed to understand Fong Lambai's concerns and didn't directly answer Fong Lambai's question. Fong Lombai was still hesitating, mainly because the benefits weren't enough. City Lord Fong, if we can kill the vermilion bird during its nirvana this time, its core and corpse are yours. I only want its blood, and the newly laid eggs are also yours. The vermilion bird's crystal core was something no one had dared to dream of in their previous lives, especially since it belonged to a vermilion bird that was about to reach the 6th rank. The value of this crystal core was truly priceless, and Fong Lombai was also tempted. The mere news of the vermilion bird's weakness was already very valuable. However, Zhang Tuhuan's purpose was clear, to open up channels between the various forces in the north. After all, the coming year would be a time for these forces to compete in terms of development speed, and if they were delayed by the vermilion bird, it would be a great loss. It seems that Zhang Tuhuan's desire for the vermilion bird's blood is related to the forbidden item 051, the cloned puppet. With this cloned vermilion bird, the Southern Military Region's high-end combat power will directly crush other forces, which is indeed one aspect. Lord Fong, when the time comes, our Southern Military Region will fully cooperate with you, and everyone present will be at your command. Zhang Tuhuan waved his hand, appearing very decisive. Fong Lombai hesitated. If this job succeeded, the gains would double. Not only would it contain the vermilion bird's crystal core, but also the vermilion bird egg. If the little vermilion bird inside was properly nurtured, it might become a great help to breaking Boundary City. Okay, it's a deal. I'm going to check out Forbidden Item 101 and see if this forbidden item is as miraculous as the legends say. Seeing that Fong Lombai had agreed, Zhang Tuhuan immediately agreed as well. This Forbidden Item 101 is a good thing, but it's not so bad that it can't be taken out, and we're not afraid of Fong Lombai forcibly taking it. No problem. Let's not delay. Shall we set off now? Zhang Tuhuan didn't hesitate and immediately set off with Fong Lombai to find Forbidden Item 101. Most of the leaders of the southern military region present were unaware of the situation and were now staring blankly at Zhang Tuhuan, who had already agreed to sell himself to Fong Lanbai, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Do you know? Xie Yufei looked at Su Karen beside him. Based on his experience, Shan Yunlong was probably unaware of the situation, but Su Karen looked calm, which meant that she had obviously discussed it with Zhang Tuhuan beforehand. He had been pushing hard for the execution of the Vermilion Bird, but Zhang Tuhuan probably hadn't had a chance to tell him. Yes, let's go. You're not planning to sit here, are you? Su Karen stood up, tugged at Xie Yufei, and gestured for him to follow. Xie Long was the owner of Forbidden Item 101. Back then, out of consideration for his own reputation and Xie Long's powerful strength, Forbidden Item 101 was unsurprisingly given to his son. But clearly, this was the worst decision he ever made. Since Xie Long absorbed the Forbidden Item 101, he would fall into a deep sleep every time he used it because his internal energy was exhausted, which delayed the evolution of his superpower. Otherwise, he would probably have started to break through to the 4th level by now, and he wouldn't be so afraid of Fong Lanbai. Come on, why did you agree to old Zhang offering such generous terms to Fong Lanbai? Those are Vermilion Bird crystal cores and Vermilion Bird eggs. Xie Yufei was clearly very envious of the Vermilion Bird. The Broken Realm City was already strong, and with the gains from this battle, its strength would likely only increase further. Su Karen slowed her pace slightly. If we had Fong Lanbai, our success rate would go from 0 to 50. Xie Yufei fell silent. Indeed, no Awakened One in the southern military region had ever had the opportunity to confront Suzaku head-on. Without Fong Lanbai, the plan to kill Suzaku would become a distant prospect. Chapter 181 Suzaku Nirvana. Xie Yufei touched his wrinkled forehead, and seeing that Zhang Tuhuan had already walked far ahead, he quickened his pace to catch up. You've already met the owner of Forbidden Item 101, so I believe we can cooperate very well this time. Zhang Tuhuan and Fong Lanbai walked side by side, followed by a number of people from the southern military region. Shan Yunlong was saying something fiercely next to Shan Yunhu, who couldn't stop laughing. Xie Long, okay, then we'll bring Shan Yunlong, Shan Yunhu, Su Karen, and some other third-tier experts. Too many people will only increase casualties. Since you copied my ability using Forbidden Item 051, you have no reason not to go. Although Zhang Tuhuan is only an early-stage third-tier awakener and was created by crystal cores without any special abilities, as long as he copies Fong Lanbai's ability, he will definitely be stronger than an ordinary third-tier expert with the help of Forbidden Item 051. This is also why Fong Lanbai did not pursue the matter of Zhang Tuhuan copying Fong Lanbai's abilities. This was also one of the factors that helped in killing the Vermilion Bird. Otherwise, if it were just him, the chances of success in this mission would have been too low. Of course, but I've tested the power of this forbidden item. The gap between us is too great. I only copied a part of your power. After saying that, Zhang Tuhuan pulled up his sleeve, revealing a small wooden puppet hanging from a bracelet inside. 12 prisms emerged from the small wooden puppet and surrounded Zhang Tuhuan. However, these prisms clearly lacked the addition of demonic flames. It seems that this copying puppet only copied Fong Lanbai's prisms, without copying things like demonic flames and forbidden items. However, this is enough. With Fong Lanbai's current abilities, even with just prism, he is not someone that an ordinary 4th-tier expert can face. It seems that this Forbidden Item 051 still has certain limitations. If Fong Lanbai's abilities could be fully copied, then it would not only be the sequence 051. Zhang Tuhuan led Fong Lanbai down several floors. This building was truly enormous. Although it looked like an ordinary building from the outside, it was surprisingly spacious inside. It housed various advanced facilities and researchers. When the elevator doors opened, a huge room appeared, devoid of any unnecessary decorations, except for a massive crystal wall. Xie Ling stood in front of the crystal and saw Zhang Tuhuan leading his men. He stepped forward and greeted Zhang Tuhuan as Commander Zhang. It seems this place is specifically for storing Forbidden Item 101, and only Xie Long is guarding it. I didn't expect that after Xie Long brought Fong Lanbai up, he would come here alone, and such a large crystal is actually a forbidden item. Lord Fong wants to confirm the situation of the Vermilion Bird, so you're here to reassure him, Zhang Tuhuan explained to Xie Long. Okay, but I can't look at it for too long, otherwise I'll fall asleep again and won't be able to investigate the time of the Vermilion Bird's nirvana. Xie Long explained the pros and cons, and then walked to the crystal. The Forbidden Item 101 is much more stable now than before. Otherwise, it would only allow you to randomly see the scene of one place, making it impossible to monitor the situation of the Vermilion Bird in real time. This is troublesome. Fong Lanbai approached, wanting to take a closer look. Under Xiaolong's control, the crystal quickly changed. A projection appeared on the huge plane, and the form of the vermilion bird appeared. Its feathers were crimson, and its fiery red eyes swept domineeringly over the forest below. Beside it was a smaller vermilion bird, but this little vermilion bird was much smaller. Its aura had actually reached the 3rd level. It was indeed the darling of heaven and earth. It had only been born for less than half a year, but it already had such strength. This place seems to be a cave on a cliff. The vermilion bird is extremely unstable right now, and its fire is leaking out uncontrollably. The surrounding rocks are being scorched and have turned completely black. The vermilion bird's belly is obviously very large, and it is clear that there is definitely an egg inside, and a vermilion bird egg will soon be laid. No wonder Zhang Tuhuan called the vermilion bird laying an egg nirvana. Looking at the vermilion bird's ever-suppressing Li Hua, if he could take down the vermilion bird egg, his strength would definitely increase even further, and he would become the second 6th-order mutated beast in China. The scene disappeared quickly. In just 3 seconds, Xia Ling, who was standing to the side, was already pale and panting heavily, looking extremely exhausted. Fong Lanbai raised her hand and injected a drop of life essence into Xiaolong's body. Su Karen, who was standing to the side, was obviously in a state of high tension. Her body trembled, and she only relaxed after feeling the rich life energy. This 3rd-tier life essence is extraordinary. It takes at least 30 3rd-tier zombies to make, and it's priceless. Xiaolong clearly hadn't absorbed life essence before, and under its impact, he directly entered the late 3rd-tier stage. Thank you, Lord Fong. Xiaolong had recovered thanks to the replenishment of this life essence and nodded to Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai didn't have much tier 3 life essence, so she chose to give Xiaolong a drop. One reason was that Xiaolong was indeed a powerful figure in the southern military region, and if he reached the late tier 3 stage, he would be a great help in killing the vermilion bird. On the other hand, Xiaoling possesses the forbidden item 101, and it is necessary to periodically investigate the situation of the vermilion bird and choose the most suitable time to launch a surprise attack. This task is very important, and timely replenishment of Xiaoling is also crucial. Alright, then after Xiaolong has done his scouting, we'll set off immediately. Commander Zhang, I don't think anyone else knows about this, right? Fong Lanbai's voice carried a different tone. If this news gets leaked and someone else takes advantage of it, it would be a real tragedy. Don't worry, Lord Fong. This news is only known to the high-ranking officials present, and they will not leak it out. Zhang Tuhuan glanced at the high-ranking military officials behind him, reassuring Fong Lanbai. I believe Commander Zhang is a capable leader, and I hope he won't disappoint me. Just to be on the safe side, Li Ruasia, the commander of my Void Legion from Breaking Boundaries City, is on his way. If he makes it in time, he should be able to join us in killing Vermilion Bird. Fong Lanbai left a message for Li Ruasia when he arrived. At that time, the Void Legion was still guarding the east side of Yang City, waiting for Fong Lanbai's order to break through the city and kill the Japanese. Based on the speed at which the Dark Guard transmits messages, if nothing unexpected happens, Li Ruasia has already received the news and is heading to the southern military region. Fong Lanbai had a plan for choosing to send Li Ruasia. One reason is that Li Ruasia has a space-type ability and can travel extremely fast. Although Wu Feng also has the Sky Howling Eye, the Sky Howling Eye is only suitable for short-distance travel. On the other hand, Wanxing Star should be announcing the Sun and Moon Star rankings soon. If Poji City has multiple Sun and Moon Star experts, it will greatly benefit Poji City's prestige. In Poji City, only Li Ruasia has a relatively low profile. This time, by killing Zhu Ke, Li Ruasia can secure a Sun and Moon Star position. Chapter 182 The Eye of Data. Although it's unclear how Wan Xingxing found out the actual combat strength of the others, it's never a bad thing to let Li Ruasia demonstrate his abilities. If half of the powerful figures from the Sun, Moon, and Star realms were in Breaking Boundaries City, then the prestige of Breaking Boundaries City would likely surpass that of the capital, or even be several times stronger. But it's obviously difficult. The strong in China are not to be underestimated. Fong Lanbai's rapid improvement in strength has already served as a warning to everyone. China's overall strength is getting stronger and stronger, and even the top combatants are closely following Fong Lanbai's advancement speed, for fear of falling too far behind. As Guyu is truly blessed by God, it's just a matter of whether he's willing to take the opportunity. His strength improves naturally, without ever encountering any bottlenecks. In the Broken Boundary City, besides Fong Lanbai, who dares to say they can reliably defeat Guyu? This is the value of the twin suns. Therefore, it is very difficult to occupy a large number of Sun, Moon, and Star positions. Zhang Tuan arranged a place for Fong Lanbai and then left, leaving Shan Yunlong to take care of Fong Lanbai's life during this period, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Dan Yunlong was also helpless. The most dashing and debonair person in the southern military region was now working as a nanny. Just as Dan Yunlong was still worried about what Fong Lanbai would say next, Fong Lanbai spoke. "Little dragon, where's my gift?" After saying that, Fong Lanbai pretended to look at Shan Yunlong casually, not noticing at all that Shan Yunlong's increasingly stiff face. "This, oh, it's that. Oh, that." Seeing Fong Lanbai's gaze gradually turn dangerous, Shan Yunlong suddenly thought of something. "One of the 3 beauties of our southern military region. I'll introduce you to her. I'm sure Lord Fong will like her." With that, he turned to leave. Fong Lanbai sat there with a puzzled look on her face. What was Shan Yunlong thinking? What kind of beauties hadn't she seen? The 3 beauties of the southern military region? But how good-looking could the 3 beauties selected from such a large southern military region really be? Before Fong Lanbai could refuse, Shan Yunlong had already run out in a flash. Dan Yunlong was very efficient. In less than 10 minutes, a star wheel slowly enlarged in front of Fong Lanbai. Dan Yunlong walked out first, followed by a woman. As soon as Fong Lanbai saw her, she knew why she was one of the 3 beauties of the southern military region. Upon raising her eyes, Fong Lanbai saw those ring-shaped eyes. Although they weren't particularly strong, they seemed to see right through her. Her face, which wasn't especially fair, radiated a soft, ethereal glow. A unique aura emanated from her, making her worthy of the title of one of the 3 beauties. The 3 beauties saw Fong Lanbai. Her pupils contracted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. "Lord Fong, how is it?" "Zhao Tang is the gentlest of the 3 beauties. You two should communicate well. I'll be leaving now." Shan Yunlong turned around and was about to enter the star wheel when he was stopped by Fong Lanbai's prism. If he were to stay in the same room with Zhao Tang like this, he would truly have no way to express his suffering. "Keep this here, Zhao Tang. Your special ability seems to be your eyes. Can I see your ability?" Fong Lanbai noticed Zhao Tang's eyes as soon as she entered and sensed something unusual. It was obvious that she had used her special ability to examine Fong Lanbai. Zhao Tang also looked at Fong Lanbai with curiosity. Shan Yunlong hurriedly explained that he had brought her here. She only knew that the man in front of her, who had an almost perfect appearance, was the powerful lord of the Broken Realm City. After she used her supernatural abilities to investigate, she found that this was indeed the case. "Lord Fong, my special ability is the Eye of Data, which can convert the combat power of a single creature into more intuitive data for reference." The unhurried voice patiently explained to Fong Lanbai, gazing at Fong Lanbai with gentle, watery eyes. Who wouldn't be confused by such a gentle appearance? Fong Lanbai then realized what it meant to feel like she had been seen through, and then asked her with a smile. "Then tell me, what is my data?" At this moment, Shan Yunlong handed Zhao Tang a stool and placed it in front of Fong Lanbai, then sat down next to the two of them with a look of detached enjoyment. "Lord Fong, your stats fluctuate between 1700 and 1800, making you the strongest awakened I've ever seen." Zhao Tang smiled at Fong Lanbai, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "And what about Xiaolong?" Hearing this title, Zhao Tang couldn't help but smile, which made Shan Yunlong stare wide-eyed. He didn't care at all that he was being teased. Sometimes, every move of a beautiful woman is so pleasing to the eye. Brother Long's data is 470 to 490. Fong Lanbai looked at Shan Yunlong. This guy was in the late stage of the 3rd tier, or even the peak of the 3rd tier. The peak value of a 3rd tier awakened person should be 500. Judging from this, Shan Yunlong's score was less than half of his own. Furthermore, Fong Lanbai guessed that Zhao Tang's data I could not see the enhancement of forbidden objects, so Fong Lanbai's true combat power was still above 1800. It was just unknown how much the Vermilion Bird's data could reach. Perhaps it could even break 5,000. The effect of this ability is quite good. You know, Fong Lanbai carries the concealing breath shell with him at all times, and this data I can detect it, which shows that it is a good ability for going out. Afterwards, Fong Lanbai said that he needed to rest and asked Zhao Tang to leave. After all, Zhao Tang would not be of any real help in the subsequent hunt for the Vermilion Bird, and Fong Lanbai had no intention of getting to know her. Zhao Tang left. Shan Yunlong looked at Fong Lanbai and said, "How was it, Lord Fong? The 3 beauties of our southern military region each have their own unique charm. I'll definitely introduce them to you one by one when I have the chance. It's just that Zhao Tang may not have the chance to come out anymore. Old Zhang is keeping a very close eye on her. If he hadn't been so busy today, he wouldn't have let me get close to Zhao Tang at all." Even Fong Lanbai, with his extensive knowledge, was shocked by these words. Good heavens, Zhao Tang is Zhang Tuan's woman. How dare you introduce her to me? No. Fong Lombai really thought more highly of Shan Yunlong at this moment, and at the same time, Fong Lombai also became wary of Shan Yunlong from now on. Dan Yunlong was still grinning, happy that he had saved Fong Lombai the gift, unaware that he had already been blacklisted by someone. The southern military region treated Fong Lombai quite well. Although most of the inner city consisted of multi-story buildings, Zhang Tuan still arranged a detached courtyard for Fong Lombai, which showed that he had some understanding of the broken boundary city. The 2-meter-wide bed felt like sinking into it as soon as you lay down. Fong Lombai slept soundly in the middle of the night. To ensure her safety, she released Fong Dai and instructed it to protect her. Fong Dai could barely turn around in the yard, which was quite restrictive. As the night wore on, the wind picked up and howled, occasionally rattling the windows. Suddenly, a figure appeared at Fong Lombai bedside. The room was pitch black, and the figure moved slowly and silently toward Fong Lombai. Chapter 183 Li Ruizha arrives. When the figure reached for the edge of the bed, trying to confirm Fong Lombai location, it discovered that the bed was already empty. Behind the figure, a palm appeared, and golden lightning instantly illuminated the room. Powerful energy fluctuations surged, and the violent, arrogant golden lightning instantly pushed most of the furniture in the room aside. Just as the palm strike landed, a spatial seal appeared behind the figure, blocking the strike. The figure then disappeared and reappeared, having already distanced itself from Fong Lombai. 4th rank, not bad. The golden lightning illuminated the figure's face, revealing it to be Li Ruizha, who had arrived. Li Ruizha had clearly reached the 4th rank, which gave Fong Lombai more confidence in killing the vermilion bird. Brother Fong, how about it I've reached level 4 too? Shall we wipe out the southern military region? Li Ruizha looked at Fong Lombai with intense excitement. Fong Lombai watched as Li Ruizha waved his hand. It seemed that Li Ruizha had infiltrated and made the southern military region his target. The room was destroyed by the simple collision between the two, so Fong Lombai had no choice but to take Li Ruizha to another room and turn on the lights. As soon as Li Ruizha arrived, Fong Lombai sensed the familiar aura of this space. Although we are strong, we still need to keep a low profile. The reason we sent you here is not to annex the southern military region, but to kill that vermilion bird. Now the news of the 10 corpse kings and the 10 beast kings of China has spread throughout the capital, and almost everyone with some strength knows about it. Fong Lombai then explained the plan to Li Ruizha, who nodded. It is indeed a good opportunity. The southern military region is also quite generous, giving up almost all the spoils of war. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have done it. They provided too little help in this battle against Suzaku, and were not even of much assistance. Yes, but these people from the southern military region are also indispensable. Although Shan Yunlong, the strongest in the southern military region, is only at the late stage of the 3rd rank, his younger brother Shan Yunhu has a rare all-attribute support ability, which can double Shan Yunlong's combat power. There are also Zhang Tuan's clone puppet and Su Karen's divine speed restraint, all of which are indispensable parts of this battle. Fong Lombai explained to Li Ruizha that the two of them would be responsible for a strong confrontation with the vermilion bird, while the others would deal with the little vermilion bird and any other mutated beasts that dared to interfere. That's good. I have some good news to tell you. Yao Jia broke through to the 4th rank after you left. Fong Lombai nodded. Yi Qingyao was already at the peak of the 3rd rank and was just one chance away from breaking through the barrier. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyao entered the 4th rank so quickly after Fong Lombai left. It seems that Haitong district doesn't need to worry anymore. Yi Qingyao, a 4th-tier expert, alone can clear away all obstacles. Although it cannot be ruled out that Luo Sheng of Mingdu will also reach the 4th rank, Fong Lombai has no doubt about Yi Qingyao as strength, not to mention the presence of several extremely strong awakened ones, such as Li Ping'an and Su Shuer. Let's rest for a while. I've already checked Zhu Chue's condition, and it should be within the next 2 days. Fong Lombai then lay down, closed her eyes, and, ignoring Li Ruizha, went straight to sleep. All right, it's finally my turn. I want to see just how strong that vermilion bird really is. Li Ruizha's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He hadn't been able to go to either the Battle of the Corpse King or the trip to the capital. Now that Fong Lombai had given him this opportunity, he was determined to seize it. The next day arrived quickly. Fong Lombai and Li Ruizha strolled around the southern military region, occasionally looking at things unique to the region, and even found some good items in the black market. Dan Yunlong ran over from the side, anxiously saying, "Hurry up." Upon seeing Shan Yunlong's appearance, Fong Lombai knew that the vermilion bird was about to undergo nirvana. She immediately exchanged a glance with Li Ruizha, who promptly understood and placed his palm on Fong Lanbai's back. The spatial teleportation was activated instantly, and in the next instant they arrived at the outer city wall. Immediately afterwards, Shan Yunlong emerged from the star wheel and stood beside Fong Lanbai and Li Ruizhe. Fong Lanbai looked at Li Ruizhe, another fourth-tier expert. Just how many fourth-tier experts did Breaking Boundary City have? She was about to tilt her head to look at Li Ruizhe's appearance when Li Ruizhe pressed her back down, leaving her half a step behind Fong Lanbai. His small eyes carried a threatening look. Li Ruizhe's actions were clear. He didn't intend for Shan Yunlong to stand alongside the two of them, making him distinguish between the primary and secondary figures, and the weaker ones could only stand behind the stronger ones. Dan Yunlong didn't care, mainly because he had no other choice, and he distanced himself from the two. Soon, Su Karen arrived with Zhang Tuhuan and Shan Yunlong. The divine speed ability lived up to its reputation as a speed-focused ability, almost on par with spatial teleportation. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. The other experts are still on their way. Let's go first and not miss this opportunity. Zhang Tuhuan didn't hesitate and followed behind Su Karen, quickly catching up with her using his divine speed. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the vermilion bird, Fong Lanbai and Li Ruizhe chose the most primitive way of traveling, running quickly through the forest. With Fong Lanbai's physical qualities, his speed was exceptional, and he could even keep up with the speed of the divine traveler for a short time. The density of mutated beasts in this forest is extremely high. The blue-white prisms around them relentlessly harvest the lives of the mutated beasts, ensuring that the group's speed is not hindered. As the group ventured deeper, they could sense that the level of the mutated beasts around them was constantly increasing, and the temperature was also rising steadily. It seems we are getting closer and closer to the location of the vermilion bird. Fong Lanbai remembers it being a rock wall. In a moment, Li Ruizhe and I will kill the vermilion bird, and you guys take care of that little vermilion bird and the nearby mutated beasts. Without a doubt, the vermilion bird's rebirth will attract a large group of mutated beasts. That's the vermilion bird, the true overlord of this forest. Now is its weakest moment, and the opportunity will be fleeting. Fong Lanbai looked into the distance and could already see the huge rock wall. There was a huge black hole on the rock wall, which looked out of place with the surrounding white rocks. A large, fiery red bird circled continuously in the sky, occasionally spewing out a ball of flame that easily burned any mutated beasts that tried to approach to ashes. One could see some resemblance to the vermilion bird from this little bird. Zhang Tuhuan put one hand to his ear, as if listening to something. Xiaolong had been directing the way all along. Otherwise, the group wouldn't have been able to go straight to the heart of the enemy and avoid all those powerful mutated beasts, saving a lot of time. The vermilion bird has reached a critical moment, Lord Fong. It's up to you now. Zhang Tuhuan's tone was anxious. Fong Lanbai, who was running behind, nodded. The dark demon essence on his chest flashed with a dazzling light. The Thunder Prison Demon Dragon had descended once again. Roar, 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 roar. A powerful dragon's might poured out, and Fong Daidai also felt that powerful aura. His purple-gold vertical pupils flashed with a dangerous light, and the surrounding mutated beasts fled in panic. Just this aura alone was enough to make many mutated beasts lose their desire to take advantage of the chaos. Chapter 184: The Time of Nirvana. The dragon wings that blotted out the sky took off at high speed, and the 12 prisms swam around Fong Lanbai. Then, Fong Lanbai stepped on one of the prisms, exerted a sudden force, and the huge force stirred up a cloud of dust before landing steadily on Fong Daidai's back. During the ascent, the 12 prisms quickly formed a prism greatsword, with golden arcs of electricity and demonic flames flashing across it. Clatter, 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 clatter. A sharp bird cry rang out. The little vermilion bird also sensed Fong Daidai's aura. Even though the aura was strong, it was not afraid at all, because the blood of the vermilion bird flowed in its veins. A star will suddenly appeared in its path as it swooped down, its energy flowing and star power fully charged. A 3-meter diameter energy wave shot out, but the vermilion bird did not pause at all. Its body was enveloped in flames, and its speed increased again as it directly withstood the baptism of star power. 12 prisms were attached to the star wheel. It was Zhang Tuhuan who made the move. The star power suddenly increased, directly blasting the third-tier vermilion bird away. It has to be said that this little vermilion bird is definitely more like a real vermilion bird than its mother. The third-tier level has made so many people treat it with caution. After the little vermilion bird was stopped, Fong rushed blankly toward the dark cave. The surrounding temperature had risen to a terrifying level. If Fong Lanbai hadn't possessed the demon flame, which gave him extremely high resistance to fire, the temperature alone would have caused him a lot of trouble. Fong Dai tried to fly forward again, but found that a barrier enveloped the cave. Fong Lanbai swung his prismatic heavy sword and unleashed a golden lightning sword aura, slashing fiercely at the fire barrier. Unexpectedly, it couldn't budge it at all. As the attack landed, the barrier flickered briefly. This barrier should be a fire barrier formed with the vermilion bird at its center, obviously created by the vermilion bird to increase its own safety. This was a barrier that Suzaku had built for himself during his prime. No wonder Fong Lanbai's attack didn't cause the barrier to tremble in the slightest. Dumb Ruize, use all your strength. Whether we can break through depends on this strike. Fong Lanbai roared. What they needed most right now was time. If Zhu Kei recovered from her weakened state after Nirvana, everyone present would die. Fong Lanbai threw the prism into the air, and the demonic flames transformed into a ferocious lion, containing the prism heavy sword within. Golden arrogant lightning surged continuously from Fong Daidai's body, gathering in Fong Daidai's slowly opening blood-red maw, and the surrounding energy was mobilized by this attack. The illusory spirit continued to amplify Fong Lanbai's body, almost absorbing all the energy around him. The surrounding trees were torn to shreds by this terrifying attack. Li Ruizhe appeared directly in front of the barrier, one hand resting on the fire barrier. Even though the terrifying temperature of the fire brought Li Ruizhe immense pain, he showed no sign of backing down. He focused on condensing the spatial crystal energy within his body, and a small dot appeared on the barrier. Upon closer inspection, that small dot actually contained countless spatial imprints, and the complex patterns made it impossible to discern what ability Li Ruizhe was using. As the small dot slowly materialized, Li Ruizhe moved and disappeared from the spot. Fong Lanbai and Fong Daidai behind him had also successfully condensed into a prismatic heavy sword brimming with countless crystal energies, its tip pointing directly at the small point that Li Ruizhe had used. Whoosh 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 whoosh. This long-prepared attack was suddenly unleashed. The moment the sword tip collided with the spatial point, a massive explosion occurred. This time, it was infinitely close to the vermilion bird's full-force strike. Even though Fong Lanbai and Li Ruizhe had retreated a great distance, they were still blasted away by the shockwave. Fong Lanbai felt a sharp pain in his chest. The energy fluctuation was simply too strong. Fong Lanbai and Li Ruizhe knew clearly that in order to break through this fire barrier, they had to break it from one point. Li Ruizhe would lay countless spatial imprints on the fire barrier, and once there was an attack, these spatial imprints would explode directly, and then the fire barrier would be broken through with the offensive of Fong Lanbai and Fong Daidai. As it was a backup plan from a fifth-tier vermilion bird subordinate, Fong Lanbai and Li Ruizhe dared not be careless in the slightest and released all their crystal energy at once. Fortunately, both of them and the dragon were fourth tier, otherwise, even with the life essence to replenish them, they might not have been able to recover. The terrifying energy fluctuations had passed. Fong Daidai flapped his wings and approached, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the rock wall directly, indicating that the fire barrier had been shattered. Crystal energy for this attack. If it hadn't broken through, she would have turned around and run away without hesitation. The dark entrance was quite large, and Fong Daidai could still enter if she retracted her dragon wings. However, Fong Lanbai did not intend to do so and took Fong Daidai back. In a critical moment, Fong Daidai could transform into armor to protect Fong Lanbai's life. Brother Fong, I'll set up the teleportation array, Li Ruizhe said to Fong Lanbai. At this moment, he had recovered some of his crystal energy with the life essence and implanted a spatial seal into Fong Lanbai's body. If Fong Lanbai activated it, he could be teleported out instantly, which would also protect Fong Lanbai's safety to the greatest extent. Okay, Fong Lanbai turned and rushed into the cave. Fiery red ripples kept emanating from the dark cave entrance. The high temperature even made Fong Lanbai feel as if his crystal energy was being evaporated. It was clear that the temperature in this place was extremely high. No wonder the surrounding rocks had been burned black by the vermilion bird's fire and were slightly reddish. The cave wasn't deep at all, and soon we saw the enormous, curled-up vermilion bird. It wasn't called the vermilion bird because its appearance was exactly like the legendary one. Every feather looked meticulously sculpted. The fiery red feathers were covered with a layer of golden light, and the crest on its head was even more noble. Even though the vermilion bird was now bowing its head, the fire swirled around it, like a heart, growing strong and then rapidly weakening. Even curled up, Fong Lanbai could feel the powerful energy contained within the vermilion bird's body. Beneath the vermilion bird, he could see a fiery red egg, which was taller than Fong Lanbai and had golden patterns that exuded a mysterious aura. The vermilion bird's eyes were tightly closed. It had reached the late stage of nirvana and was at its weakest. Fong Lanbai did not hesitate at all, and threw out the prism, sword in his hand. As the golden lightning crackled around it, 12 prisms landed on the vermilion bird. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The Li Hua and Aoni Jin Lei collided, producing a sizzling sound. Fong Lanbai deliberately did not use his demonic flames. Compared to Zhu Kei's Li Hua, Fong Lanbai's demonic flames were obviously not enough, so he simply did not use them. The 12-sided crystal barely managed to part the vermilion bird's feathers before being shaken away by the energy on the vermilion bird's body. Chapter 185 Danger. Frustrated by his initial attack, Fong Lanbai quickly controlled the prisms to levitate around the vermilion bird. Each prism suddenly released a violent golden current, and the 12 currents connected with the vermilion bird, even transmitting the power to the vermilion bird's feathers, which were comparable to forbidden objects. Boom. Li 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 li. Zhu Kei opened its tightly closed eyes, and crimson flames swept out. Zhu Qiue's shrill cry almost pierced Fong Lanbai's eardrums. Interrupted by Fong Lanbai's attack, the vermilion bird, which should have been sleeping, was forcibly awakened. At this moment, its eyes were fixed on the human in front of it. If it were in its prime, this human would be just a slightly larger ant in front of it. But now, laying the vermilion bird egg has already consumed too much of its power. With its enormous fiery wings unfurled, the vermilion bird stood up, its crest almost reaching the cave ceiling. Its shadow, obscuring the sky, enveloped Fong Lanbai. Judging by its size, it was no less than Fong Dai. It spat out man-eating flames at Fong Lanbai and charged towards him. The enormous, fierce claws, wreathed in flames, lunged at Fong Lanbai. Of course, Fong Lanbai wouldn't let it have its way. He left the prism in place and dodged to the side. Bang! The moment the claw, larger than the blue and white one, collided with the prism, the shield composed of 4 prisms was sent flying, showing signs of breaking. As expected of Suzaku, it is top-notch in every aspect. The blue-white prism has never been easily broken through, but now it is showing signs of cracking. The vermilion bird turned its head, and the beam of fire was already close to Fong Lanbai. The speed at which it was released was almost impossible for Fong Lanbai to dodge. The demonic flames on its body instantly rose up, and the black flames and the crimson flames intertwined. Although the demonic flames were also extremely powerful, the vermilion bird was, after all, a being close to the 6th rank. The fire it released was much stronger than the demonic flames. The demonic flames bought some time, and Fong Lanbai hurriedly dodged. The cave wasn't very large, which would obviously be quite restrictive for a mutated beast like the vermilion bird, which had extremely strong aerial combat capabilities. However, it was just right for Fong Lanbai to avoid the vermilion bird's attacks. Fong Lanbai had already tested the vermilion bird's attack, and the dark demon essence on his chest and the spatial mark on his hand flashed simultaneously. The demon dragon armor appeared instantly. Unlike last time, this time the demon dragon armor was rendered in gold, giving it a more sacred feel. Golden lightning filled the cave entrance, and a circle of dragon seals, half gold and half black, spread out from Fong Lanbai's feet. Seemingly fearing damage to its eggs, the vermilion bird shed dozens of tail feathers to surround the eggs. It's my turn. A deep voice came from Fong Lanbai's mouth. The prism greatsword was in his hand, and blue light flowed from Fong Lanbai's hand to the tip of the sword. The broken prism was repaired. Fong Lanbai's own prism ability has never been ordinary. Each prism is an independent individual. As long as Fong Lanbai has enough crystal energy, these prisms can be reassembled even if they are broken. Before Fong Lanbai could make a move, Zhu Kei couldn't wait any longer. It knew its situation better than anyone else. If it dragged on any longer, it would only be worn down to death by this human. Its child outside was in critical condition, and its cries of agony could be heard into the cave from time to time, which had driven it to the brink of madness. The forced interruption of its slumber had left its eyes glazed over, and its aura suddenly surged. Beneath the dragon seal, the vermilion bird's once more powerful Li fire had temporarily broken free from the dragon seal's suppression. Countless flames rose from the ground, each resembling a flame-shaped vermilion bird, all rushing towards Fong Lanbai. Before Li Hua could get close to Fong Lanbai rushed towards Zhu Kei. The prism-heavy sword, imbued with arrogant golden lightning, directly severed Li Hua in front of him. This time, it was as if Fong Dai directly controlled arrogant golden lightning, which was much stronger than when Fong Lanbai released it. After dodging several times and avoiding the first wave of attacks from the firebirds, Fong Lanbai charged towards the vermilion bird, followed by at least a dozen firebirds. Just as Suzaku was preparing to attack Fong Lanbai, The surging spatial energy around it raised its vigilance. Spatial walls appeared around it, and in the next instant, they encircled it. The powerful spatial strangulation caused its feathers to be removed bit by bit. Li Ruasia has made his move. When Fong Lanbai touched the spatial imprint, Li Ruasia knew that Fong Lanbai needed his help and was waiting for the best opportunity to inflict greater harm on Zhuke. The pain stimulated Zhuchue's nerves. Spatial strangulation was Li Ruasia's strongest attack method, which directly eliminated the space where Zhuke was located. In contrast, Zhuchue's physical body disappeared directly into the void. With a flap of its enormous wings, the surrounding spatial walls were instantly engulfed in flames, leaving no time to linger. Li Ruasia, who was in the distance, was scorched by this attack. Most of his clothes were burned off, and his arm, which he couldn't retract in time, was charred black. If Li Ruasia hadn't left behind some spatial power in time, his arm would have been burned away by the flames. Fong Lanbai, already engulfed in flames, arrived beside the vermilion bird. His prism-heavy sword, carrying the arrogant golden lightning, slammed down, and the dark energy that had been pouring down had already landed on the vermilion bird, devouring its magnificent feathers. Sizzle. A small piece of one of the vermilion bird's wings was removed, revealing the slightly golden flesh inside. This attack caused Suzaku to lose its ability to fly. Suzaku tried to release the blazing fire again, but it was clearly not as powerful as before. Li Ruasia, Fong Lanbai roared. The opportunity has come. The opportunity to kill the vermilion bird has come. The dragon seal beneath his feet instantly rose to the top of the cave, and a dense barrage of lightning continuously fell. Even the vermilion bird was numb from the shock. Fong Lanbai unleashed several more sword strikes, but this time the vermilion bird clearly wouldn't let it hit it so easily. Despite its enormous size, it didn't hinder its agility at all and dodged away. That beast. The vermilion bird released its longest feathers from the tips of its wings at almost point-blank range. Fong Lanbai couldn't dodge in time, and a feather pierced his chest. Fortunately, he was wearing the demon dragon armor. Fong Lanbai could feel his heartbeat brushing against the feather. Luckily, Fong Lanbai's heart was extraordinary, otherwise he would have died in front of this vermilion bird. Gritting his teeth, he plucked the feather out, and his hand almost instantly felt a burning sensation. It seemed that the dark energy of the demon dragon armor had lowered the temperature of the feather, preventing him from getting burned. He threw the feather aside and looked up to see the vermilion bird gliding over. Fong Lanbai pressed one hand on the ground and quickly retreated. Li Ruasia kept interfering with the vermilion bird from the side, but the thin, black arm was really frightening. A sky full of shattering blades slashed at the vermilion bird, slightly hindering it for a moment. But clearly, the vermilion bird only wanted to kill the human who had cut off a piece of its wing. Behind Fong Lanbai, a wall of fire instantly appeared, leaving Fong Lanbai with no way to avoid it. The bird's beak, gleaming with golden iron luster, kept growing larger in front of Fong Lanbai. Chapter 186 Vermilion Bird Rock. There was no panic in Fong Lanbai's eyes. Fong Lanbai slammed the prism-heavy sword into the ground. The vermilion bird tried to grab Fong Lanbai's body, but found that it could not move forward even an inch. With a twist of its body, the deep blue humanoid creature gripped its tail feathers tightly. A hint of human-like surprise flashed in the vermilion bird's eyes. The flames spread across its body, yet it was completely unharmed. Before he could figure it out, a golden giant sword appeared straight on the ground. Zhuke tried to dodge, but Fong Lanbai's fourth-tier battle armor held him back for a moment. The golden giant sword had already pierced into Zhuchue's body, and the violent, arrogant golden lightning connected with Zhuchue's feathers to form a large net, trapping Zhuke in place. The enormous claws easily grabbed the fourth-tier armor and threw it against the rock wall. The immense force caused the armor to embed itself into the wall. In front of him had disappeared, and the spatial walls around him reappeared, but they were clearly not as powerful as before. The vermilion bird's blazing fire had also lost its previous strength, and the electric net on its body had imprisoned its form tightly. Goodbye, Suzaku. Fong Lanbai's voice rang out from above, and the prism's sword in his hand fell heavily. Suzaku could only fold its wings together in an attempt to block Fong Lanbai's attack. A closer look reveals that the tip of the prism sword is an extreme black, a dark attribute that Fong Dai has always possessed. Although he doesn't use it often in battle, it always proves to be surprisingly effective. The prism sword paused for a moment on Suzaku before instantly piercing into his body. Combined with the previous golden giant sword, it pierced right through Suzaku's body. The mournful bird cry was even sharper than before, but Fong Lanbai knew how strong the vermilion bird's vitality was. It didn't give the vermilion bird any chance at all. The prism-heavy sword disintegrated inside the vermilion bird's body. Although the vermilion bird's bones were not sharp enough to cut through with the current sharpness of the prism, it still pulverized the vermilion bird's internal organs. The large bird no longer had the strength to support its massive body and collapsed with a thud. Even in its dying moments, its gaze remained fixed on its eggs with resentment. The second of the 10 ferocious beasts, the vermilion bird, has fallen. Fong Lanbai collapsed to the ground, looking at the large, pitted hole in the cave ceiling. He breathed a sigh of relief. The fourth-tier armor came to Fong Lanbai's side, but was grabbed by Zhu Ke and thrown against the cave wall. It couldn't climb out for a long time, and a large dent was found in its chest. Just one blow almost destroyed the fourth-tier armor. The vermilion bird's strength exceeded Fong Lanbai's expectations. After its nirvana, the vermilion bird's blazing fire was significantly weaker, its strength dropping by at least half, which gave Fong Lanbai the opportunity. With Fong Daidai's demon dragon armor, Fong Lanbai's strength could be pushed to the 5th rank in a short time, but there was still a gap between him and a natural king like Zhu Ke. This battle was too difficult, and it was the closest Fong Lanbai had ever been to death. Thinking of this, Fong Lanbai couldn't help but smile. Daidai, thank you for saving me. The dragon armor on his body had disappeared, replaced by a huge dragon in front of him. Fong Daidai had been cooperating with Fong Lanbai the whole time. Some attacks that Fong Lanbai couldn't complete on his own were prepared by Fong Daidai in advance, and the current consumption was also very high. Life essence surrounded Fong Lanbai, restoring her crystalline energy. Li Ruizha walked over from the side, exchanged a glance with Fong Lanbai, and couldn't help but smile. Fong Lanbai looked at Li Ruizha's arm and felt a little guilty. If she hadn't failed to attack the vermilion bird in time, Li Ruizha's arm wouldn't be in this state. She wondered if the essence of life could help Li Ruizha's arm grow flesh and blood again. But we can only try again later. Fong Lanbai doesn't have much of her 3rd-tier life essence left, so we can only let the two of them recover their strength first. After all, only by surviving can we talk about how well we survive. If both Fong Lanbai and Li Ruizha lose their fighting ability, Fong Lanbai cannot guarantee what Zhang Tuan outside might do. What Fong Lanbai couldn't understand was why a 3rd-tier vermilion bird would take so long to deal with. No matter how strong it was, with so many 3rd-tier experts, they should have been able to take down the 3rd-tier vermilion bird by now. Could it be that Zhang Tuan wanted the vermilion bird to kill the two of them? Thinking of this, Fong Lanbai's face darkened. Fong Lanbai stood up, finally having a chance to properly examine the vermilion bird and its surroundings. With the vermilion bird's size and wings spread, even Fong Daidai had to move to the side. Even though the vermilion bird had its eyes closed, Fong Lanbai could still feel its immense pressure. Fong Lanbai stepped forward, intending to retrieve the vermilion bird's crystal core, but found that with the sharpness of the prism, it was impossible to cut through the vermilion bird's skull. It could only be opened from the chin. Reaching in to rummage through, the vermilion bird's head was almost as big as Fong Lanbai himself. Fong Lanbai simply let the 4th-tier battle armor go into search, and he would bear the pain himself. Soon, the 4th-tier battle armor took out the vermilion bird crystal core. The crimson crystal core was still only the size of an infant's fist, but it had been completely crystallized. The temperature here was already high enough, and when the crystal core was taken out, the surrounding temperature rose a little more. When the Tier 4 armor placed the vermilion bird crystal core in Fong Lanbai's hand, a strange feeling instantly surged into Fong Lanbai's brain, as if the vermilion bird was still alive, its proud aura not allowing its crystal core to be taken by others. But Fong Lanbai clearly wouldn't tolerate it, and directly put it into the dark demon essence. So what if it was powerful? It still died at his hands. He wasn't afraid of the vermilion bird, so why would he be afraid of a crystal core? The vermilion bird was full of valuable items. Whether it was its feathers, which were comparable to the strength of any weapon, or its flesh and blood, which were full of essence, they were all valuable. Fong Lanbai put the vermilion bird's corpse into his storage. The vermilion bird's corpse was too big, so Fong Lanbai had to take out some of the resources from his dark demon essence. Various foods, along with the corpses of mutated beasts, were piled up into a small mountain. In order not to waste them, Fong Lanbai made Fong Daidai eat the dried meat. After Fong Lanbai collected the vermilion bird's corpse, the cave became pitch black. Fong Lanbai reached out and touched the rocks on the ground. These black and reddish rocks were definitely not ordinary. Despite the fierce battle just now, these black rocks were rarely cracked, and the entire mountain showed no signs of collapse. Ruiz, these rocks are valuable. Try to get them all down and take them with you. Although Fong Lanbai's dark magic essence was already full, there was still a humanoid spatial ring next to it. As for how much Li Ruizha could hold, Fong Lanbai didn't know, but it was definitely a lot. The vermilion bird egg was surrounded by dozens of crimson feathers. During the battle, not only could the vermilion bird avoid damage to the egg, but Fong Lanbai could also avoid it. This was one of the biggest gains of this operation. Chapter 187 Southern Military Region Crisis. If the vermilion bird egg hatches into a baby vermilion bird that can be used by Fong Lanbai, then Broken Realm City will have another divine beast. The egg itself is already half the size of Fong Lanbai's. Judging from its aura, it should be quite good. The fiery red color of the egg makes it look extraordinary. Fong Lanbai also put the egg into the dark demon essence, and will find a way to hatch it later. This kind of harvest feels really good, and Fong Lanbai is extremely satisfied. As expected, these black rocks were no ordinary objects. However, Li Ruizha's spatial ability was clearly well suited for directly storing items in his space. All the surrounding black rocks were stored by Li Ruizha, and there seemed to be quite a few. Li Ruizha called these rocks the Vermilion Bird Rocks, and Fong Lanbai thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. After all, this rock was most likely formed by the Vermilion Bird. If the Vermilion Bird Rock could be used to make armor and weapons, it would surely greatly enhance the combat power of awakened beings. The nest that the Vermilion Bird built must have been made of feathers from various birds. Stepping on it, you feel like you're sinking in. You can only imagine how many birds' feathers must have been plucked to make such a huge nest. Deep inside the cave, several lights could be seen burning continuously. Fong Lanbai approached and saw 4 small flowers emitting light. On the extremely thin branches was a flower with 4 crimson petals. It looked very simple, but how could it be simple when it grew in the Vermilion Bird's cave? Fong Lanbai tried to touch it, but found that the little flower was incredibly hot. So she covered her hand with demonic flames and reached out to grab it. Although the temperature of this little flower is not low, it is still far inferior to the fire of separation, which made Fong Lanbai dispel the idea that the fire of separation of the Vermilion Bird was given by this little flower. The moment it was plucked, the little flower turned into energy and dissipated. Fong Lanbai could feel that his demonic flames seemed to have changed, and their power had definitely increased slightly. Looking at the demonic flame in his hand, Fong Lanbai noticed that the deep black had been enhanced with a touch of fiery red. It seemed that this little flower was definitely related to the fire attribute, but its exact effects still needed further experimentation. Fong Lanbai didn't dare to pull it out directly. Instead, she used the prism to dig out a large patch of soil. To be on the safe side, Fong Lanbai dug out the soil to be at least as tall as a person, fearing that it would affect the growth of the little flower. Ruiz, come quickly. Li Ruizha had almost finished collecting the Vermilion Bird Rock. The cave was completely different from when Fong Lanbai first entered. It was full of pits and bumps, and white rocks were exposed inside, with no trace of black rock left. You've struck it rich, Brother Fong. It seems the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Li Ruizha channeled spatial energy in his hand and directly stored the little flower in his spatial storage. What kind of flower is this? It looks unusual, and it's so hot. Li Ruizha reached out to touch Xiaohua, but was immediately scalded and pulled back. He was covered in sweat, and saliva dripped onto the ground. Although the temperature in the cave was dropping, it was still probably around 50 or 60 degrees Celsius. Li Ruizha wouldn't be burned by the high temperature, but it still made him very uncomfortable. Let's call it the floating flame flower. It should enhance the power of fire-based ability users, but we don't know the specific effects yet, Fong Lanbai explained. Let's go, we've already emptied this place. Li Ruizha smiled helplessly. In the huge cave, there was only the thick bird's nest under his feet. Li Ruizha bent down and picked up a few feathers. These feathers are quite pretty. I'll take some back for Xiao Wuli. Xiao Wuli is so lucky to have such a good brother like me. Fong Lanbai nodded. Li Ruizha really liked children and often played with Wuli. His favorite question for Wuli was, do you like your brother or me the most? This problem always puts Wuli in a difficult position, but Li Ruizha just laughs it off. Li Ruizha certainly wouldn't hold a grudge against a child. Wuli is a very sensible little girl who has captivated all the high-ranking officials of Broken Realm City. You can mess with anyone, but you can't mess with this little one. Let's go, there's no point in staying here. Let's go out. Li Ruizha nodded and went out with Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai vaguely sensed something was wrong. Why was there no sound at all, but instead, a roar? Fong Lanbai quickened his pace. The ground was quite sunken due to the excavation of the Vermilion Bird Rock, but it did not hinder Fong Lanbai's speed. At this time, the wound on Fong Lanbai's chest had scabbed over, but due to the special nature of the Vermilion Bird feathers, it would take some time to heal, but it would not affect Fong Lanbai's combat power. The outside world gradually came into Fong Lanbai's view. He could see several mutated birds flying around, something that would never have happened before. Looking down, the area was filled with swarms of zombies. A gigantic, mutated zombie saw Fong Lanbai, its fat face trembling. Its tiny white eyes met Fong Lanbai's gaze, and it walked straight past without any intention of attacking. Fong Lanbai turned her head and saw that the direction was towards the southern military region. Could it be that the Corpse King made a move? The timing couldn't be better. Fong Lanbai had only been inside for half an hour at most when the situation changed drastically. Judging from the current time, Zhang Tuhuan and the others should have just arrived at the southern military region at most. Ruiz, go and support the southern military region first. The southern military region cannot be destroyed yet. Fong Lanbai turned to Li Ruizha and said. Li Ruizha nodded. He had also seen the situation and immediately disappeared from the spot. Roar, 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 roar. At Fong Lanbai's signal, Fong Daidai unleashed the arrogant golden lightning. Golden lightning bolts descended from the sky, killing large numbers of zombies on the ground. With Fong Daidai's fourth-tier combat power, the arrogant golden lightning he unleashed was simply not something that ordinary second- or third-tier zombies could withstand. Many zombies initially had no intention of attacking Fong Lanbai, but things clearly changed. Low, guttural roars echoed continuously, and the bloodlust in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest despite Fong Lanbai's powerful strength. The several enormous, mutated zombies turned and charged away, grabbing zombies from the ground and throwing them at Fong Daidai. However, they clearly couldn't get close to Fong Daidai before being torn to shreds by Ao and Jin Lei. Fong Daidai occasionally unleashed his arrogant golden lightning. Fong Lanbai's 12-sided crystal was like 12 giant bullets, piercing through the zombies one by one with little resistance. Let me think. What should I ask Zhang Tuhuan for later? Fong Lanbai lay on Fong Daidai's back, pondering, and realized that the southern military region didn't seem to have anything left. The horde of zombies stretched as far as the eye could see, making it hard to imagine whether the southern military region could withstand this attack. It's unclear which zombie king launched the attack, but Fong Lanbai guessed that it was 90% likely Mingyuan. Mingyuan is quite a figure among the top 10 zombie kings. He dismantled Wancheng, located west of the southern military region, from within, taking it almost effortlessly. Bianxiao is undeniably a master at finding opportunities. Chapter 188 Dramatic Change. Fong Daidai's speed caused most of the zombies to lose sight of her before they could attack. Even the few zombies that had mutated and grown wings had difficulty catching up with her. Soon, they could see the outer city wall of the southern military region in the distance. Zombies kept attacking the city walls, and the gigantic, mutated zombies kept hurling themselves onto the walls, causing considerable damage to the outer city walls. It was clear that the outer city was no match for the zombie onslaught. As they flew into the air, the crowd in the outer city kept rushing towards the inner city. It seemed that there were awakened individuals organizing them, and the crowd was quiet and peaceful. Hurry up, we'll be safe once we reach the inner city. A soldier from the southern military region urged the main force to hurry up, carrying a child in his arms. The soldier was young, with a somewhat immature look on his face. The child in her arms was handed to her by a survivor who said she would be back soon, but then disappeared without a trace. She probably didn't want the child to slow her escape. Survivors like this are smart. In times of crisis, their own lives always come first, even if it's their own child. If the child survives, she will claim it immediately. That's human nature. Hurry up, Zonghao, what are you dawdling for? After saying that, the man walked away quickly, probably because the inner city gate was already closed. Zonghao lowered his head for a moment, then looked up, his eyes clearing as he gazed at the awakened ones running towards the outer city. Quick, everyone, don't panic, the dragon and tiger twins will protect us. Zonghao led everyone toward the inner city, comforting the crying child in his arms as he did so. Suddenly, the ground began to collapse, creating a huge crater. A large pit appeared in the street, and zombies with drill-like arms kept pouring out of the dark opening. Zonghao's body fell uncontrollably. The survivors around him stared in horror at the crater in the ground. Regardless of whether the person falling in was their relative or not, they all rushed towards the inner city, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Was in the very center of the pit, realized something was wrong. His physical abilities as a second-tier awakened individual gave him the opportunity to forcefully throw the child in his arms into the air, which was the only thing he could do. However, a dark shadow in front of him firmly grabbed the child and bit off the child's head with just one bite, swallowing it whole. The child's cries stopped immediately. Zonghao watched this scene unfold. Before he could even land, Countless zombie claws had already reached him. Even as a second-tier awakened being, he could only get a few bites from these zombies, and not all of them could be bitten. Despair filled everyone's minds. Zombies poured out of the crater in the ground and frantically hunted down the residents of the outer city. The guards of the outer city did not stop the zombies at all, and the one-way massacre continued. Brother, the zombies have entered the city. Shan Yunhu's voice had never been so volatile before, and dozens of star wheels on the city wall were frantically releasing star power. He turned to look at Shan Yunhu, and he had never seen such intense emotional fluctuations in Shan Yunhu's eyes before. He followed Shan Yunhu's gaze. Several large craters, tens of meters in diameter, continued to spew out zombies, leaving behind severed limbs everywhere. Even Shan Yunlong, who was used to seeing death, felt a sense of powerlessness. Outside the city, endless zombies continued to pour in, while inside the city, zombies continued to slaughter the survivors of the southern military region. Xiaohu, find Su Karen and have him clear out the zombies in the city. We still have a chance. If we can hold out for another half hour, we'll retreat. Although Shan Yunlong felt powerless, this was clearly not the time to be powerless. He quickly responded to the situation to ensure the safety of the survivors to the greatest extent possible. Okay, bro, hang in there. The outer city wall of the southern military region stretches for at least tens of kilometers. Even if a part of the wall was not attacked, the place where Su Karen was guarding was still not close to here. With Shan Yunhu's boost, Shenxing's speed could be maximized, and it might be able to stop the zombies entering the city from underground. Stop running, come with me. Li Ruasia suddenly appeared next to Shan Yunhu, startling the surrounding awakened ones, who almost fired their crystal core weapons. Looking at Li Ruasia's chubby face, Shan Yunhu asked with some confusion, "Who are you? Why are you helping us?" I didn't want to either, but I had no choice. I had to obey Brother Fong's orders. After hearing Brother Fong's name, Shan Yunhu thought for a moment, then nodded and disappeared from the city wall in the next instant. The number of zombies entering the outer city is still increasing. This netherworld must have planned this on the first day. Such a huge pit could not have been dug in a short time. Li Ruasia appeared beside one of the large pits with Shan Yunhu. The zombies that surged out immediately rushed towards the two of them. Although there were several mutated zombies, including some of the third-tier ones, they were clearly no match for Li Ruasia. A strange energy instantly filled Li Ruasia's body. He could feel that his spatial power had increased by at least half. Looking at Shan Yunhu beside him, he was surprised that Shan Yunhu's ability was so strong. It was a pity that such a powerful amplification ability was not in Breaking Boundary City. The zombie in front of him froze instantly, as if it had been frozen in place. In an instant, the flesh and blood of the zombie that had pounced on him were scattered all over the ground, leaving no trace of the zombie. Li Ruasia could easily crush the space around these zombies, though it would consume some crystal energy. The zombies were still pouring out of the pit. Li Ruasia knew this wasn't a solution, so he simply used his spatial power to seal off the area, thus eliminating the need to deal with the zombies inside the city. To enhance the strength of this spatial blockade, Li Ruasia used a lot of crystal energy, but with Shan Yunhu by his side, Li Ruasia had it much easier. Li Ruasia, accompanied by Shan Yunhu, flashed through the streets of the outer city. Most of the zombies along the way were killed by Li Ruasia's empty blade. The awakened ones in the outer city were launching a counterattack little by little. The residents of the outer city who could run away had already run away, and those who couldn't escape had ended up in the stomachs of zombies. This change had only taken a dozen minutes, and the outer city was already a living hell. Li Ruasia arrived at another pit and encountered Su Karen, who was leading a squad of awakened ones, killing zombies in the outer city. She nodded to Li Ruasia, and then continued to kill the zombies around her without stopping. Her superhuman speed ability, combined with the frost sword in her hand, made her even more efficient at hunting zombies than Li Ruasia. Li Ruasia sealed off one pit after another, and the situation looked very promising. But obviously, the zombie horde wouldn't be that simple. Just as Li Ruasia sealed off this place, the spatial blockade of a large pit in the distance suddenly trembled. Before Li Ruasia could even sense it carefully, the spatial blockade he had left on the pit was broken. Dan Yunhu saw seriousness in Li Ruasia's eyes. Clearly, the zombie that could break through Li Ruasia's blockade was no ordinary being. Chapter 189 Fourth Order Giant Mutant Zombie. Li Ruasia was quickly enveloped by spatial energy, and a spatial teleportation array appeared beneath his feet along with Shan Yunhu's. The next instant, they appeared beside the large crater that had been breached. As soon as he landed, a huge fist came crashing down, blowing Li Ruasia's hair back with a strong gust of wind. After missing their target with their punch, Li Ruasia and Shan Yunhu disappeared again, already standing not far away. Fourth-tier gigantic mutant zombies actually become smaller in size, no longer reaching tens of meters in size. The gigantic mutant zombie in front of us is less than 10 meters tall. However, the fat on its body looks different, more solid. Judging from the sunken ground, the weight of this gigantic mutant zombie is definitely not low. Before Liruasia could even catch his breath, another mutated zombie appeared behind him. Its head resembled a flower, and its tendrils trembled as if sensing the surrounding atmosphere. Without eyes, it could only rely on its senses to make judgments. The tendrils on its shoulders were incredibly resilient. Being caught by one meant certain death. Both are fourth-tier mutant zombies, but these two types of mutant zombies are not rare, and we have experience dealing with them. Liruasia had just gone through a major battle, and his crystal energy had not yet fully recovered. He could only helplessly purse his lips as he faced this fierce battle. The gigantic zombie had no intention of letting Liruasia catch his breath. It exerted force, and a wide crack appeared in the ground beneath its feet as it charged straight at Liruasia. Unlike the third-tier zombie, the fourth-tier gigantic mutant zombie became agile and was no longer a sitting duck as before. A piece of the tall building next to him was broken off and was in front of Liruasia in an instant. If he were hit by it, he would probably be turned into a pile of minced meat. The massive boulder fell in a parabolic arc, and Liruasia, who had been in its path, had long since vanished. A hint of human-like disdain flashed in the small eyes of the fourth-order mutated zombie. Liruasia, who had reached the top of the giant mutated zombie, slashed down with a spatial blade, but it didn't have the effect he had imagined. The giant mutated zombie had already grabbed with one of its large hands. Compared to its enormous size, the spatial blade released by Liruasia was really insignificant. The spatial blade was instantly crushed. Liruasia's expression changed as a fist came flying from the side. Liruasia could only teleport away. The giant zombie's defense was too high and difficult to break. Although he had Shan Yunhu's amplification, the damage he could inflict was not as fast as the giant mutated zombie's recovery speed. The lace-pattern zombie was still interfering, but Liruasia's spatial power was silent and stealthy, so the lace-pattern zombie couldn't keep up with Liruasia's speed. Liruasia managed to kill off one of the zombie's arms, but with the gigantic, mutated zombie nearby, it was difficult for Liruasia to find an opportunity to kill the freckled zombie. Liruasia's crystal energy was no longer sufficient for him to unleash his ultimate move. He could only hold off the two zombies and buy time for the southern military region. Time passed slowly, and nothing unusual happened in the other pits. Liruasia also tried his best to kill the zombies that rushed out of this pit, so as to relieve some pressure on the awakened people in the other southern military region. Hey brother, hurry up and retreat to the inner city. Shan Yunlong controlled the star wheel to come to Liruasia's side, and then ambushed and cut off half of the lace zombie's body, shouting to Liruasia. Liruasia nodded, darted to the side of Shan Yunhu, who was hiding, grabbed his arm, and disappeared from the spot. The gigantic zombie, having lost its target, swung its arm, knocking the lace-trimmed zombie aside. The immense force sent the lace-trimmed zombie crashing into several small buildings before finally stopping. Fong Lanbai watched the situation in the outer city of the southern military region from afar. Mingyuan must have planned this a long time ago. As the largest power in the area, the southern military region also has the largest population. If Mingyuan could devour all the humans in the southern military region, its strength would reach an uncontrollable level. The horde of zombies had already noticed Fong Lanbai flying in the air. Some of the zombies with fleshy wings tried to attack Fong Dai, but unsurprisingly, they all fell like dumplings, feeding their own kind. Fong Lanbai was still observing the situation on the battlefield when she felt herself being watched. She looked around the battlefield and quickly pinpointed the source of the gaze, a dark-skinned zombie standing in the midst of a horde of corpses. Countless other zombies around her avoided the view and consciously left some space for it. Its appearance resembled a gigantic mutated zombie, but its size was far smaller than that of a gigantic zombie. At most 3 meters tall, it looked like a dwarf compared to the giant mutated zombies around it. However, a black cloth hung around its neck, fluttering in the wind, making it seem like a general commanding the entire zombie horde. The abyss. At this moment, its small eyes were looking at the giant dragon in the distance with a playful expression. After Fong Lanbai looked over, a third-order giant mutant zombie walked over. Mingyuan jumped a few times and landed in the mutant zombie's hand, and was steadily lifted into the air. "Human, would you like to have a chat?" Mingyuan uttered clear words, showing that he had definitely sensed his presence and wanted to negotiate. Fong Lanbai was not afraid of what Mingyuan might do after being invited by Mingyuan. Although Fong Lanbai's injuries had not fully recovered, Mingyuan was not qualified to do anything. Go take a look, Dai Dai. A soaring dragon roar resounded through the sky, its gaze fixed on the abyss. Golden electricity crackled, and a violent dragon's might swept over, pressing down hard on the third-tier gigantic mutant zombie. Under Fong Daidai's pressure, the third-tier mutant zombie kept letting out uneasy growls. Only when a surge of dark energy was Fong Daidai's dragon might neutralized. Fong Daidai quickly arrived in front of Mingyuan. Upon entering, she could see that Mingyuan was less than 3 meters tall, with a large, protruding belly that had a gaping mouth, through which one could vaguely see a dense array of pale teeth. Seeing that Fong Lanbai was still sitting on Fong Daidai and showed no intention of speaking, Mingyuan's large mouth curled up slightly. You must be the Lord of Broken Realm City. There is no one else in this land who can control such a creature. The twins told me that there is another extremely powerful human in Broken Realm City. I presume it is you. A fluent Mandarin voice came through. Regardless of how well Mingyuan's scheme worked, his language talent was definitely maxed out. However, Mingyuan's words still caught Fong Lanbai's attention. It was not surprising that Mingyuan could accurately state his code name among humans. Anyone who had a brief contact with humans would easily find out. Mingyuan said. The twins mentioned it. This means the Corpse Kings are still in contact. Given the twin Corpse King's nature, shouldn't their first thought upon seeing Mingyuan be to devour him? And they even revealed information about the Broken Realm City to Mingyuan? Chapter 190 Powerful Aura. However, Fong Lanbai would not reveal her intentions to Mingyuan. Otherwise, given Mingyuan's intelligence, he would probably be led astray. Since you know my strength, you still dare to appear in front of me. What? Do you want me to see your courage? Fong Lanbai still looked at Mingyuan with disdain. Her heterochromatic eyes, which were slowly becoming clearer, turned extremely dangerous. The prisms danced randomly around the abyss, seemingly poised to launch an attack at any moment. The demonic flames burning on the prisms sent a shiver down the abyss's spine. Even though this human was only at the mid-stage of the 4th rank, the oppressive aura was something no other human could ever bring. I just want to know if you humans are only driven by self-interest. I can give you a lot. If you help me take this city, I can even give it all to you, and my zombie army will all withdraw. Mingyuan tempted Fong Lanbai. It had seen too much ruthlessness from humans. Self-interest is the only way to survive, a truth Mingyuan knew all too well. Fong Lanbai slowly stood up, his aura growing increasingly profound. He looked at the netherworld abyss with disdain in his eyes. You seem to have misunderstood the situation. Do you have the right to negotiate with me? If it weren't for the circumstances, would you parasites of China still have the right to be so arrogant? Fong Lanbai's voice rose with demonic flames, turning the entire sky red. Fong Lanbai's foot, Fong Daidai, raised its head high, its purple-gold scales shining brightly under the reflection of the demonic flames. Its purple-gold vertical pupils looked down on everything in front of it. Neither Fong Lanbai nor Fong Daidai had ever taken the underworld abyss seriously. Even though the underworld abyss had an endless horde of corpses, Fong Lanbai could still enter the horde at will. This was the confidence that Fong Lanbai had gained from absolute strength. No matter what, Fong Lanbai couldn't bring himself to cooperate with zombies and slaughter humans. Mingyuan simply wanted Fong Lanbai to help it break through the inner city of the southern military region, feed all the humans to its zombie army, and leave the empty city to Fong Lanbai. Dan Yunlong, who was in the distance, had already noticed the situation. The giant dragon and the gigantic mutated zombie were only 10 meters apart in the air, and they seemed to be talking about something. But judging from Fong Lanbai's actions, he clearly had the upper hand. In the sky were still burning, seemingly igniting the few remaining clouds. The fate of heaven and earth seemed to hang in the balance with that man's single thought, and even the horde of corpses in the outer city had stopped. Even with the combined strength of the entire southern military region, it was impossible to hold out for such a long time. Yet, Fong Lanbai alone made Mingyuan hesitate to act. Apart from Guyu, who repelled Yinma outside the capital, only Fong Lanbai could accomplish this. Dan Yunlong stared blankly at the figure standing atop the demonic dragon. At that moment, the figure was like a god, and the release of only a portion of his power made Mingyuan dare not move. Human, you are strong, but you are not qualified to reverse humanity's defeat, Mingyuan said coldly. After saying that, Mingyuan left and jumped into the horde of corpses, disappearing in a few leaps. Of the third-order gigantic mutated zombie under his feet was pierced directly by Fong Lanbai's prism, and a crystal core was taken out of its brain. Its fallen body crushed countless zombies. Mingyuan here was undoubtedly a pipe dream. With so many zombies, Fong Lanbai would never be able to find Mingyuan's location even if he worked himself to death. Moreover, there was no reward for killing the southern military region of the underworld. That comes at a separate price. At this time, everyone in the southern military region had retreated back to the inner city, and the outer city was abandoned. The zombies broke through the city walls and climbed in, turning the outer city into a living hell. The zombie horde's offensive has slowed down. The zombies that entered the outer city through the tunnels have already slaughtered too many survivors. These people are enough for the horde to digest for a while. With this offensive, the strength of the netherworld zombie horde will probably surge again, and high-level zombies will emerge several times more. At this moment, Fong Lanbai had already driven Fong Dai to the inner city wall. Zhang Tuhuan, Shan Yunlong, Shan Yunhu, Li Ruizhia, and Xie Yufei had gathered here, while Su Karen was guarding the other side to prevent the zombie horde from attacking from other directions. The zombie horde shouldn't attack anytime soon. Zhu Ke is dead, Commander Zhang, we won't stay any longer. This is the essence blood extracted from Zhuchua's body. This cooperation was very pleasant. Fong Lanbai threw a can of bright red blood onto Fong Dai's back, emanating a faint aura of pressure and a faint golden ring. The blood of the vermilion bird is still difficult to collect. Even after death, the vermilion bird's body temperature remains very high, and the flames surrounding it never go out. Fong Lanbai was able to collect the vermilion bird's blood only by using the demonic flames to counteract the flames. Lord Fong, if it weren't for this zombie horde, we would definitely celebrate the success of this cooperation. Zhang Tuhuan didn't insist that Fong Lanbai stay. After all, the other party had already helped a lot. Otherwise, even more survivors in the outer city would have died. This is the crystal core of that little vermilion bird. I'll give it to City Lord Fong. Zhang Tuhuan tossed the crystal core of the little vermilion bird to Fong Lanbai. It was warm to the touch, and upon closer inspection, it felt somewhat scorching. Thank you, Commander Zhang. We'll be leaving now. There's nothing else to say, but we wish the southern military region a speedy end to this zombie horde. Fong Lanbai grinned. Zhang Tuhuan was quite understanding. Fong Lanbai wasn't in a particular hurry, but staying here would inevitably mean helping the southern military region fight off the zombie horde. Although the outer city of the southern military region has fallen, it is clear that the southern military region is definitely not just this strong. Perhaps this attack by the underworld will cause heavy losses to the southern military region. In Fong Lanbai's opinion, it is undoubtedly a pipe dream for the underworld to swallow the southern military region. However, Shan Yunlong, Su Karen, Shan Yunhu, and others are about to enter the fourth tier. At that time, with Shan Yunhu's amplification, the power of Shan Yunlong's star wheel will make Mingyuan remember a man from the southern military region forever. Furthermore, the southern military region possesses crystal core weapons. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the southern military region must have quite a few trump cards up its sleeve, at least enough to prevent it from being overwhelmed by the zombie horde from the underworld. Li Ruizhia jumped on a Fong Dai's back, waved goodbye to everyone, and realized that the threat of the alien race was always present, so personal interests were no longer the deciding factor. Fong spread its wings and flew away. The survivors watched the giant dragon leave from the crowded streets of the inner city, their eyes filled with a variety of complex emotions, and they silently memorized the dragon's appearance. All right, everyone, get ready. It's time to return the favor. Zhang Tuan's tone became low but firm as he looked at the zombies in the outer city not far away, his eyes filled with undisguised disgust. Dan Yunlong's gaze was different. His face was pale as he looked at the survivors who had just settled down in the inner city, and then looked at the outer city that had just fallen. He had helped establish the southern military region, and the southern military region had never suffered such combat casualties. In the southern military region, he was a war god, the Star Wheel war god in everyone's hearts. But now the construction of the outer city has been destroyed. Looking at the hellish appearance of the outer city, it felt like a hammer had hit his heart hard. Within Shan Yunlong's body, an unknown fluctuation occurred, stellar energy flowed, and a ring of starlight appeared in Shan Yunlong's eyes. Chapter 191. The sun, moon, and stars are determined. The strength of the southern military region will exceed Mingyuan's expectations. With Shan Yunhu's boost, Shan Yunlong is not even afraid of facing Wu Yue's strength. Not to mention Su Karen, a top-tier expert below the sun, moon, and star, known as a sub-star-level expert. Fong Lanbai was right. Less than 3 days after he returned to Broken Realm City, Wanxing Star issued a proclamation to the world. As for how the proclamation was made, every survivor had a message in their mind. In the midst of China's crisis, Powerful figures emerged one after another. Wan Shengxing boldly selected 21 powerful individuals, including the sun, moon, and stars, 3 of whom were the demon prism scorching dragon sun, Fong Lanbai. Golden ruins under the shining sun, ancient isles. The abyss's dark sun, Shaowan knows. June, 1,000 miles of moonlit night, a windswept valley. 9 souls respect the moon, feather transformation reign. In the sky, and the heavens seem to shimmer. Breaking the calamity of the spirit moon, Zhangzhua. Yihua, the enchanting moon, Jiangmian. Dimension crossing the moon, Li Rui's. 12 stars. Overlord gun god era star, Su Qidong. A lone star in the sky, a lone dragon in the clouds. Kongbone star, Luo Sheng. Yin Jieqin Xing, Meng Jingqi. Shua Shui Ming Xing, Lung Yutong. Drawing Illusory Stars, by Fu Yuntao. Mysterious Star, Star of 10,000 Lives. Light Armor Star Splitter, Fan Wenbin. Rock Prison Meteor, Lu Jiming. Tianjue Wangxing, Luoan. Dream Weaver and Star Shooter, Wei Yuan. Blood Scythe Ghost Star, Ouyang Yunma. These 21 powerful figures from China are all pillars of our nation. I have no right to instruct you on anything, so I hope that all survivors will follow their hearts and that everyone can survive in this apocalypse. This passage suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. No one knew how Wan Shengxing did it, but no one questioned the value of this list. Even the most ignorant survivors knew more or less about some of the people on this list. However, Wan Shengxing's actions undoubtedly brought many challengers to the Sun and Moon Star experts, especially the 12-star experts. Let alone Sanri, they had no confidence in going up to fight him. Liu Yue's strength was second only to Sanri. Each of them was a regional overlord, and there was no chance of challenging them at all. From this perspective, only these 12 stars present the most challenging significance. Since Fong Lanbai returned from the southern military region, he has not shown his face to the outside world. Apart from the people living on the island in the middle of the lake, no one knows that Fong Lanbai has returned. Fong Lanbai found an opportunity. With the help of 2 vermilion bird crystal cores, Fong Lanbai directly reached the late stage of the 4th rank, and was not far from the 5th rank. Most importantly, the demonic flame changed. Fong Lanbai originally intended to master the Lihua by relying on the vermilion bird's crystal core, since the Lihua was arguably the strongest flame, and to this day, no fire-type ability user's flame could withstand the high temperature of the Lihua. However, mastering the blazing fire was clearly not easy. Although the demon flame was already powerful enough, it still faced great difficulty in the face of the blazing fire, causing Fong Lanbai, as the vessel, to suffer unprecedented scorching, even more painful than when he absorbed the demon flame Lion King crystal core. Crimson and deep black flames cleaved Fong Lanbai's body in two, raging wildly within him. The demonic runes on Fong Lanbai's body seemed to come alive, with crimson flames spreading across them. The intense pain made Fong Lanbai completely unaware that the demonic runes on his body had subtly changed. A crimson bird had appeared on the back of the lion, spreading its wings and flying above the lion, its eyes indifferently scanning everything around it. Even Fong Lanbai's physique had changed. Fong Lanbai's physique had already reached the peak of its level, and this second baptism of flames directly and significantly improved its physique. When Fong Lanbai stood up, a sense of lightness arose, and she subconsciously released her demonic flames. Unexpectedly, the originally black demonic flames now had a touch of crimson at their core, and the temperature rose again. Before Fong Lanbai could react, the flames behind him transformed into long wings. The left wing was predominantly black with crimson accents, while the right wing was the opposite. It seemed that the demonic flames and the blazing fire had achieved a strange balance within Fong Lanbai's body. It seems that Fong Lanbai's mobility will directly increase to a new level in the future. He will no longer be able to leap through the air using the prism. The more Fong Lanbai looks at these flame wings, the more he likes them. If it weren't for the fact that there was a special training room built for Fong Lanbai by the research department on the island in the middle of the lake, Fong Lanbai would have set the island on fire. As for the floating flame flower, Li Ruasia placed it directly into the 100 Herbs Garden. With Li Weiniang's jadeite core crown there, the harvest of the floating flame flower would be even better. A flame flower to an awakened who had no special abilities, and the awakened immediately gained fire abilities. This result made Fong Lanbai gasp and immediately grant him special abilities. If the awakened ones knew of the existence of this flower, they would probably be restless. You see, the probability of awakening superpowers is not high. Most survivors are just ordinary awakened ones, and having superpowers is their lifelong wish. This flame flower is unparalleled, which has attracted Yi Chio's attention. In order to ensure that the flame flower can grow well, he directly recruited several fire-type ability users from the combat personnel to maintain the growth temperature of the flame flower every day. Fong Lanbai summoned Yi Chio and asked them to notify all the high-ranking officials of Breaking Boundary City to hold a meeting. It was already evening. Fong Lanbai walked along the lake after leaving the training ground. The Sun and Moon Star ranking published by Wanxing Star was worth studying. It was expected that he would become a Sun-level expert. After all, he had already met Gu Yu, and Xiao Wanji was probably similar. So Fong Lanbai knew that Wanxing Star would place him among the Sun-level experts. Yi Hua Yaoyue appeared instead. It seems that this is a butterfly effect caused by Fong Lanbai's rebirth. With Li Ruasia also involved, there are 6 moon-level powerhouses. However, the 12 stars are similar to the previous life. Luo Xing's title has changed slightly, probably because of the forbidden item he possesses. Since Fan Wenbin did not clash with Wanxing Star in this life, he has secured a position as a 12-star. Light Armor Starbreaker is certainly imposing, but if he knew that his ex-girlfriend already had someone else in her heart, I wonder what he would think. Fong Lanbai didn't understand why Yi Qingyao wasn't ranked. His strength was among the top 2 of the 4 Legion commanders. This was the most puzzling thing for Fong Lanbai. He had never doubted that Yi Qingyao had fallen from the Sun, Moon, and Star positions, so he hadn't taken it to heart. Could it be that Yi Qingyao hadn't made any moves? That's impossible. Although Yi Qingyao didn't participate in any major battles, she is still the matriarch of Broken Realm City, and the outside world can't possibly be unaware of her. When merging with the ruins, her combat power was definitely no less than that of any of the Mei. Fong Lanbai didn't think too much about it. If Yi Qingyao wasn't there, she wasn't there. Yi Qingyao didn't care. He didn't need Yi Qingyao to achieve anything. It was better for her to keep a low profile, so that more danger would fall on him. Including Lu Zhiming and Ouyang Yunma, Breaking Boundary City has 7 Sun and Moon Star level experts. It should be noted that there are at least dozens of forces of all sizes in China. Only Breaking Boundary City can have such a powerful rule. Chapter 192 Preparations for the Awakening Plan. I had just thought of Lu Zhiming when this guy appeared. He especially likes to randomly refresh in crowded places, but I didn't expect him to refresh in a different place today. Brother Fong, you're back. Why didn't you invite us to get together? You're just walking around here all by yourself. Lu Zhiming walked over from the side. He was wearing a bright yellow uniform, but this was no ordinary uniform. It was made by Lu Zhiming's own superpower. Lu Zhiming had already reached the 4th tier. The Rock Overlord ability allowed Lu Zhiming to fluidize rocks, which is why he had this very unique combat suit. Judging from your words, it seems you knew I would come back. Fong Lanbai smiled. Lu Zhiming no longer had the sharp edge he had before. He had been in command of the City Defense Army for a long time, and his prestige in the City Defense Army was even higher than Fong Lanbai's in some ways. Of course, do you think your steps are the same as others if you don't know what kind of superpower I have? Lu Zhiming said with a smile. Walking to the lakeside and looking at the sparkling lake surface, his tone became more relaxed for a moment. Putting aside everything else, the fact that Lu Zhiming, who is not even 20 years old, has the mindset and methods he has shown shows that he has endured a lot of pressure. It can be said that the establishment of Broken Boundary City is inseparable from Lu Zhiming's day and night construction. Alright, now that you're a rock prison meteor, we should really celebrate for you, Fong Lanbai teased. City Lord, please stop teasing me. Why does Wan Xingxing know so much about everyone's strength? What kind of superpower is it? Lu Zhiming was clearly not interested in Wan Xingxing right now, since it only made everyone's mind appear with a string of text, which really didn't explain anything. Fong Lanbai couldn't help but laugh. Lu Zhiming still didn't know the value of Wanxing Star in China. Just the establishment of the Sun, Moon, and Star ranking alone had already woken up many forces that were still thinking about civil war. Moreover, it's not just this time with the Sun, Moon, and Star's ranking. Every time he appears, he is silently changing the course of China. It's no exaggeration to call him a treasure of China. Alright, you'll understand later. All you need to know is that Wanxing Star is not our enemy, Fong Lanbai said, and then walked with Lu Zhiming to the bridgehead of the island in the middle of the lake. Yi Chio's crystal core car, which he had prepared for Fong Lanbai, was already parked there and would take Fong Lanbai to the meeting hall. Lu Zhiming joked that he had hitched a ride in the city lord's car this time, and then looked around at the interior of the car, chatting casually with Fong Lanbai from time to time. Fong Lanbai chose a small courtyard next to Jinhui Building as the venue for the meeting. It was next to a small lake, and the breeze was refreshing. When Fong Lanbai arrived, quite a few people had already arrived. After waiting for a while, everyone had arrived. Yi Qingyao naturally sat down next to Fong Lanbai, a seat that had been reserved for Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai cleared her throat and said, "Everyone should be able to feel that passage in their minds. Many of you here are on this list. I can tell you that there's no need to doubt this list. You should all be able to discern its validity." Everyone nodded. Indeed, everyone had seen it. Even Su Chidong, who usually bickered with Li Ruasia, didn't say much. Although he had 2 forbidden items, Li Ruasia had entered the 4th rank faster than him, and his current strength was indeed very strong. There was no need to argue. But if Li Ruasia dares to be arrogant in front of him, he will still fight him without hesitation. However, many people's eyes are on Yi Qingyao. However, Yi Qingyao didn't seem to be acting strangely. Everyone thought that no one was more suitable to be a sun-moon star expert than Yi Qingyao, but obviously, this female war god on the lotus leaf was not on the list. Yi Qiu wanted to ask on behalf of his daughter, but Fong Lanbai immediately silenced everyone. Yi Qiu knew that there was no need to argue about this, but he believed that Fong Lanbai must have his own plans. Fong Lanbai was touching Yi Qingyao's soft, boneless hand under the table, not turning his head to see what expression his woman had. Yi Qingyao had never doubted Fong Lanbai's actions, so it was clear that Fong Lanbai knew. "Brother Fong, how can Gu Yu and Xiao Wanji be ranked alongside you? Are they as strong as you?" It was Chun Gang who asked this question. Chun Gang had never seen the other Xuanri before, so he really wanted to know who this person was who could be ranked alongside Fong Lanbai. Fong Lanbai nodded. "Very strong, but you are also very strong." Fong Lanbai looked at the group of high-ranking officials from Breaking Boundary City in front of him. Su Qidong, Fan Wenbin, Lu Jiming, and Samsung. Su Qidong, who had already obtained the Overlord staff, had reached the peak of his strength and was known as the strongest person closest to the June level. Fan Wenbin also commands the Knights of Breaking Boundary City. His knight armor has been enhanced multiple times, making it virtually impossible for physical attacks of the same level to break through it. His offensive capabilities are unparalleled in Breaking Boundary City. Was the strongest cornerstone of Breaking Boundary City, helping to build it into a magnificent city. He was also one of the most ambitious and low-key leaders in Breaking Boundary City. The various awakened individuals from the capital will be arriving soon. This will be the first time that Breaking Boundary City has been exposed to the public eye. We must be extremely vigilant, both in terms of infrastructure and the preservation of secrets. Fong Lanbai's expression turned serious. Even if the leader doesn't intend for this to happen, there's no guarantee that other people with ulterior motives won't do something after the people from the capital arrive. They will definitely infiltrate without realizing it. If some secrets are leaked, it will be a huge loss. The crowd echoed each other. They had already received the news from Yi Qiu and made preparations, but most of them still looked down on the people from the capital. Breaking Boundary City never cared about anyone's challenge, especially since these people were here to learn, and they couldn't afford to show any fear. "Don't worry, City Lord. I've already arranged the venue and training plan. I'll make some improvements for you later." Yi Qiu continued Fong Lanbai's words. There was nothing Yi Qiu could do to help those third-tier powerhouses with their ability crystallization, but he could still offer some general advice. Fong Lanbai nodded. There were already several fourth-tier experts from the Breaking Boundary City side, Yi Qingyao, Li Ruasia, and himself, as well as Su Qidong, who was about to break through to the 4th tier. Even if the counselors and 5 generals who came broke through to the 4th tier, they were confident that they could suppress them. The construction of the 100 Herbs Garden is still ongoing. We will collect more mutated plants in the future, which will be the foundation of our Broken Boundary City. Su Qidong heard that Fong Lanbai gave the Jade Core Crown to Li Weiniang, and he came to thank Fong Lanbai. In his words, "Your brother's parents are your parents." This left Fong Lanbai both amused and exasperated. Su Qidong knew Fong Lanbai's situation very well, so he tried his best not to mention it, for fear of disappointing her. "Lord of the city, if Fu Yuntao comes, should we find a chance to kill him?" These words were spoken by Wu Feng. Wu Feng and Fong Lanbai had gone to the capital, so he also felt disgusted by Fu Yuntao's actions. "No need. We'll have a chance to deal with him later. The people from the capital have already announced their arrival in our Broken Boundary City to the world. If Fu Yuntao dies now, it won't be good for our reputation. His life isn't worth that much." Chapter 193 Daimyo Trading Company. As expected, Fu Yuntao should have already made contact with the Japanese. The city lord of Yang should soon be taken down and become Fu Yuntao's puppet. Whether Fu Yuntao is more cunning or the Japanese have a deeper scheme remains to be seen, depending on the future development of China. However, Yang City is located on the west side of Taihu Lake, at a distance that is neither too far nor too close to Poji City. It is almost adjacent to all the surrounding forces, and no force dares to take action against Yang City. Other forces may not dare, But that doesn't mean Fong Lanbai doesn't. The Kong'an Legion has already set up a base on the shore of Taihu Lake. As long as Fong Lanbai gives the order, they can flatten Yang City. At this meeting, Fong Lanbai mainly explained the precautions for the awakening plan. Although everyone already knew them, Fong Lanbai still wanted to remind them. After the short meeting, Fong Lanbai took Yi Qingyao away and chose to walk on the island in the middle of the lake to give them a quiet environment. Yao Yao, I don't know why you're not on the sun, moon, and star ranking, but I think it's a good thing. Although having the sun, moon, and star title would be better for our breaking boundary city, I hope you can be safer. Fong Lanbai looked gently into Yi Qingyao's eyes, took Yi Qingyao's hands together, and placed them in his own, feeling their unique warmth. Upon hearing Fong Lanbai's words, Yi Qingyao's expression softened further. She placed Fong Lanbai's hands on her waist and hugged her. Fong Lanbai smiled too. Yi Qingyao's actions had already said a lot. She gently rubbed the black hair in her arms, and a warm feeling filled her whole body. Xiaobai, do you think I care about these things? Yi Qingyao looked up at Fong Lanbai, her bright eyes almost making Fong Lanbai freeze on the spot. Okay. Fong Lanbai said indulgently. The night is always both short and long, but different people have different feelings about it, just like a shooting star that streaks across the sky, foreshadowing wishes and disasters. After the Huaxiao Alliance, the various regions settled down and no open wars were launched. The survivors in various regions were trying to survive. Most of them chose to rely on powerful forces to find jobs to make a living. Only a small number of them knew how to survive on their own, but obviously, without unique means and strength, they simply could not do so. Lu Xuzi and Shangwan Xinghui passed through the Huayu Gathering Area and eventually arrived in Nanyang. Located to the west of the Huayu Gathering Area, Nanyang is different from the major forces to the east. Various small organizations are scattered here, making it a mixed bag. However, it is also the most lively place, where crystal cores circulate very quickly, allowing Shangwan Xinghui to indulge in some shopping. The two of them had a lot of crystal cores left over after hunting zombies, in addition to using them to improve their strength. Lu Xuzi simply told Shangwan Xinghui to buy whatever he wanted, and that he could just hunt zombies again when he ran out. Seeing Shangwan Xinghui buy things he likes, his dimples would unconsciously appear, which warmed Lu Xuzi's heart. During their time in Nanyang, they would hunt in the surrounding areas when they ran out of crystal cores, and then treat themselves to the crystal cores they obtained. When they had nothing else to do, they would meddle in the struggles between various factions, which made their time quite enjoyable. Susi, did you feel those words? Shangwan Xinghui met Lu Xuzi's deep eyes. Over time, Shangwan Xinghui had been able to discern quite a bit from Lu Xuzi's eyes. Lu Xuzi nodded, seemingly deep in thought, and remained silent. Who exactly is this Wan Xingxing? Judging from this, everyone should have this news, right? Shangwan Xinghui blinked as she looked at Lu Xuzi. It must be. This Wanxing star has some tricks up his sleeve. Just the fact that he silently placed this text in the survivors' minds shows he's no ordinary person, Lu Xuzi remarked. During their travels, they had encountered many powerful individuals, and the order of the sun, moon, and stars did indeed indicate their strength. Why aren't we included? I think we might be able to fight the 12 stars. Shangwan Xinghui pouted and unconsciously put his hands on his hips. Lu Xuzi smiled and said, "This is a good thing. Since we've chosen to become famous, we have to take on the corresponding responsibilities. We're doing fine like this." As she spoke, she lay down on the bed, which only had a simple mattress, but that was already considered quite good in Nanyang. There is no powerful force here. The place Lu Xuzi found is still unconquered by any force, and there is a good chance that zombies will knock on the door at night. However, with a wandering merchant and a branch of a famous trading company nearby, it wasn't too deserted. The Daming Trading Company is famous for its auctions, and the various good items auctioned attract many awakened individuals. The Daming Trading Company should have some connection with the gathering place of the Feathered Ones, as many powerful members of the Feathered Army have appeared in Nanyang. Because of the recent controversy surrounding the Japanese in Yang City, some disturbances have also occurred in Nanyang, which is not far from Yang City. I've heard there are some great items at the auction hosted by the Daming Trading Company tonight, and Shangwan Xinghui will definitely be attending. Lu Xuzi could only go with her, but unlike Shangwan Xinghui, he was more interested in knowing the news about Yang City. Since the alliance with China was in place, there would be no war. Lu Xuzi was very interested in seeing how these forces would deal with the Japanese in Yang City. Awakened individuals are rarely seen on the streets of Nanyang, as this is not a gathering place and the appearance of zombies is highly likely. Lu Xuzi and Shangwan Xinghui walked down the street. The auction hosted by the Daming Trading Company was being held in a building. To enhance the reputation of the auction, the Daming Trading Company had been using various means to promote it for half a month, all in order to attract a large number of awakened individuals. The number of awakened individuals on the road gradually increased, and the lights in the buildings ahead could be seen, which were particularly conspicuous at night. It's clear that Daming Trading Company must have put in a lot of effort to build such a large building in Nanyang. After finding the entrance, Lu Shutzi saw a sign at the door saying that the entrance fee was 1 second-tier crystal core. Lu Shutzi casually took out a second-tier crystal core and handed it over. A second-tier crystal core might be unusual, but for him, it was just a casual matter. As the crowd went in, you could see that many awakened ones had chosen to wear masks or cloaks. These are standard practices, as it makes it easier to leave if you manage to get something good, and it also improves safety. Lu Shutzi and Shangwan Xinghui did not do so, not because he did not want to wear it, but because he did not expect it. "Sit here," Shangwan Xinghui said, pointing to a seat that was not far from the front stage and offered an excellent view. Lu Shutzi nodded, and Shangwan Xinghui took his hand and walked over. This place had at least 1,000 seats, and when the two of them arrived, about half of them were already occupied. It seemed that filling the seats would be easy. Chapter 194 Kong Shangyun's Recruitment. Sitting next to Lu Shutzi was a person dressed in a black cloak and wearing a clown mask. He must have deliberately concealed his aura. Lu Shutzi glanced at him and didn't sense anything unusual. So he simply stopped paying attention, but the person next to him glanced at Lu Shutzi with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. The auction began quickly. After a brief introduction of the Daming Trading Company, without any further words, the first item was auctioned off, 3 bright yellow runes. Lu Shutzi and Shangwan Xinghui exchanged a glance. These were the items that Mo Mingzhao had brought out of the ruins, and he still had a few left. These 3 talismans are clearly a combination of 1 talisman to enhance attack and 2 talismans to increase speed. They are quite good items, with an amplification range of the 2nd and 3rd tiers. The starting bid is 10 3rd-tier crystal cores. Lu Shutzi did not participate in the bidding. This thing is useless to him. He doesn't know how this talisman ended up at the auction of the famous merchant house. Logically speaking, Mo Mingzhao should have this thing. After all, the two of them used to work for Mo Mingzhao and they know how to deal with him. Although Lu Shutzi wasn't interested in it, many others wanted it, and after a bidding war, it was finally sold for 23 third-order crystal cores. Soon, an item draped in red cloth was pushed up on a small cart by a scantily clad woman. This item is probably familiar to everyone. It is the scale of the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon, the highest-ranking forbidden item under the command of the current Lord of Breaking Boundaries City. As the red cloth was removed, the item inside was revealed. A complete purplish-black scale appeared on the glass platform. The surrounding area erupted in an uproar. The mere fact that the Lord of the Broken Realm City had his name already made a name for himself was enough, not to mention the value of this dragon scale. It was a scale of the forbidden item 004, and its hardness and completeness were unprecedented in an auction house. We'll leave the use of this dragon scale to you all to take back and develop. I'm sure anyone with eyes can see its value. The starting bid is 100 tier 3 crystal cores. You may begin bidding now. Lu Shutzi hadn't expected that a single dragon scale could fetch such an outrageous price. But then again, not to mention the scales of the Thunder Prison Demon Dragon, even parts of other mutated beasts could sell for a good price on the market. Not to mention, the collectible value of this dragon scale was extremely high. If we had known that dragon scales were so valuable, we would have collected some back then, Shangwan Xinghui said, turning to Lu Shutzi. Lu Shutzi just smiled and didn't say anything. Shangwan Xinghui was probably referring to the battle in Shanghai before. The dragon was also injured at that time, and it did have some scales. However, the two of them almost stayed there forever, let alone collect any dragon scales. However, Shangwan Xinghui's words made the masked man next to him pause slightly, and he subtly turned his head to look at the two of them. Quite a few people have offered to bid on this scale, which shows that Fong Lanbai's reputation over the past 3 days is still quite significant. Some people have already recognized the value of this scale. Regardless of whether Fong Lanbai becomes stronger or stagnates in the future, the value of this scale will only gradually increase. The final price for the scales was set at 603 tier 3 crystal cores, which caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. 603 tier 3 crystal cores. Even a small horde of tier 3 zombies didn't have that many. This showed how much everyone valued the scales. The person who won the bid immediately took out a 4th-tier crystal core to offset 200 crystal cores. Generally speaking, the exchange rate for each tier of crystal core is 50 to 100, but the scarcity of 4th-tier crystal cores has caused their value to skyrocket. Having a 4th-order crystal core means that a peak 3rd-order awakener can break through to the 4th order. Although the probability is not high, it is clear that many people will do so. The auction was quite lively. Lu Shuzi rarely participated in the bidding for the items, as nothing was of any use to him. Shangwan Xinghui was just there to join in the fun. After the auction, the two left immediately. Nanyang is definitely not going to be peaceful tonight. Winning the crystal core shows your strength, but whether you can successfully defend it depends on your true ability. Lu Shuzi and Shangwan Xinghui were hurrying back. On the way, Lu Shuzi clearly felt that someone was following her, but that person did not show up. Lu Shuzi then changed direction, and Shangwan Xinghui also frowned. The person hadn't shown up yet, and they didn't know why. The two of them hadn't even won a single item in the auction. Lu Shuzi wondered if the idiot behind them had followed the wrong person. He exchanged a glance with Shangwan Xinghui, then turned into an alley. The people following behind quickly went inside. As soon as they turned their heads, a 6-pointed star array appeared on the ground. They tried to back away, but found that the array directly slowed down their movements. A chill ran down his spine as a sword thrust straight at him. He had no choice but to use his supernatural ability. His violent aura shattered the 6-pointed star array, and his beast claws blocked the sword. He then used the force to retreat. "Who are you? If you don't speak, then stay here." A cold voice rang out. Lu Shuzi stood with his long sword in front of him, and white energy slowly swirled around him, steadily holding the sword in place. Lu Shuzi looked and realized that this was the person who had sat next to him at the auction earlier. The mask on his face was still on, so his face could not be seen. As expected of one of the top experts in the Mingmi gathering place, this strength is truly impressive. A deep voice came from under the mask, which was then removed, revealing a man in his 30s with piercing eyes. "I am Kong Shanyun, one of the 10 counselors of the capital city council. I didn't expect to meet you two here." Kong Shanyun stepped forward and shook hands with Lu Shuzi. The name of the capital city was still very useful. After all, it was an official force, which naturally gave the survivors a sense of trust. "So what brings you from the capital?" Lu Shuzi sheathed her long sword, and, seeing that Kong Shanyun didn't seem to be there to cause trouble, asked casually. "You two are very capable, definitely worthy of being counselors. I know you two don't like being restrained, but joining the capital has many benefits, and I don't want to deceive you. Joining the capital will definitely have some restrictions, but I guarantee that you won't have many tasks. Once things settle down, I will also prepare a quiet place for you to live in," Kong Shanyun explained to Lu Shuzi and the other person. Although Kong Shanyun's words were true and sincere, Lu Shuzi had considered that it's always good to have a strong backer, a timeless truth. "Thank you for your kind offer. We will consider it carefully." Lu Shuzi nodded, said goodbye to Kong Shanyun, and left. Kong Shanyun shook his head helplessly. A similarly masked man emerged from the shadows beside him. "How was it?" "Not quite right." Kong Shanyun nodded. "I knew it. We should prepare for the awakening plan. It's hard to win over people like them to our side." After the mask was removed, it was clear that the person under the mask was the counselor, Lin Yu. Chapter 195, 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Little Shuzi, why would a counselor from the capital appear in Nanyang? Shangwan Xinghui followed closely behind Lu Shuzi, tugging at her clothes. "I don't know. He must have some kind of mission." Lu Shuzi was used to Shangwan Xinghui's way of speaking, and this occasional remark made their conversation quite interesting. "I think something big must have happened. After we left, a very strong aura appeared again. I think it must be another counselor." Although Kong Shanyun didn't reveal their mission this time, "I feel it must be something serious," Shangwan Xinghui analyzed seriously, while Lu Shuzi watched quietly from the side. "And then what? What do you want?" "I'm just demonstrating my powerful reasoning skills," Shangwan Xinghui said, striking a detective's pose. Lu Shuzi couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Shangwan Xinghui was very meticulous. She herself hadn't even thought of this aspect. "Let's go. We've seen all of Nanyang. How about we go somewhere else?" "All right, let's not delay, let's go now." The scenery of Xishan is still beautiful. Fang Lanbai and Yi Qingyao stayed in Xishan for a while and had a very comfortable time. Every day when they opened their eyes, they could see the beautiful scenery of green mountains and clear waters. If they were in the mood, they could even take a cold shower under the waterfall. Dolly had long coveted this valley belonging to the Ice Deer King, and despite trying every possible means, the Ice Deer King only allowed him to live there, and no other mutated beasts had any chance of getting close. However, Dolly thought about it and agreed. As long as he was comfortable, that was fine. The Ice Deer King was already giving him face by allowing him to stay here. Fong Lanbai hadn't been to Shishan for a long time. As soon as she arrived, the Ice Deer King pulled her into a small cave. She didn't know where the Deer King got the leaves from, but they were exceptionally soft, and she would sink right into them if she lay down on them. Fong Lanbai had initially thought this might be the wedding bed of the Deer King and his little deer, and didn't want to sleep here. However, he later learned that the Deer King had prepared it especially for him, so he reluctantly went to sleep. These past few days, I've spent my days watching the many deer in the pool, and when I get tired, I lie down by the pool to bask in the sun, enjoying wonderful time alone with Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao also cherished this time. Originally, the Candle Lotus Legion was guarding the water dragon at the entrance of the sea in Haidong District, but now that Haidong District has been merged into Poji City, with Li Pingyan, Jin, and Su Shuer there, she was not afraid that the water dragon would pose a threat to Poji City. Yi Qingyao was at ease enjoying this rare time here. Big brother, the strength of Shishan is growing stronger and stronger. All kinds of little cubs are being born. However, the food in Shishan is becoming a bit scarce for the mutated beasts in this area. The decrease in food has been restricting the development of our group, Dali said to Fong Lanbai, and the Ice Deer King next to Fong Lanbai also nodded. Indeed, judging from the past few days, 4 fourth-tier beast kings have already appeared in the beast horde controlled by Dali alone, which shows how powerful Dali is now. But for now, the only thing to do is to expand Dali's territory. Fong Lanbai can't let Dali lead the mutated beast horde to attack the nearby human bases, otherwise Fong Lanbai would find it hard to justify. The best place to go right now is the Tongzhou Beast Tide. It's a natural process of natural selection, where some lazy mutated beasts will become food for the Tongzhou Beast Tide, and Dali's subordinates can gradually improve their strength by eating the flesh and blood of other mutated beasts. But this is obviously not a good idea. Putting aside whether the mutated beasts can fight the beast tied together with the survivors, the distance between Shishan and Tongzhou alone has already shattered this idea. The Mingdu settlement and the capital city in between will definitely not let a large group of mutated beasts pass by. Shishan is indeed a good place, but the area is still too small, etc. Fong Lanbai suddenly had a thought. Anji County, located south of Broken Boundary City, was the place guarded by the Zhuyan Legion. Nearby was the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, where 2 of the 10 great beast kings were located. Fong Lanbai had specifically avoided this mountain range when he went to Jian City in the southern military region. The Jade Ruins Cloud Tiger and the Heart-Eating Frog are both in this mountain range. If Dali goes there, he will definitely clash with these 2 beast kings. If he can successfully take over the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, then when the Huaxiao alliance ends, the surrounding major cities will all be under the iron hooves of the Broken Boundary City. Moreover, as long as Dali marches south, the Blood Emperor's blood domain will only provide assistance to Dali's mutated beast army. Dali, there's a great place, do you want to go? Fong Lanbai said with great interest, standing on Dali's thick legs. Of course, just tell me, what place wouldn't I dare to go? Even if you mention the Beast King Mirror Abyss Mirage Dragon, I'd dare to go and challenge it. Dali patted his chest with his large hand, making a dull sound. Fong Lanbai couldn't help but smile. Dali was quite confident, but Fong Lanbai didn't need him to go and clash with the strongest Beast King. 10,000 Beasts Mountain, how about it? Feeling confident just from the name? Fong Lanbai jumped in front of Dali. Dali had grown even bigger, now standing half a foot taller than Fong Lanbai. Big brother, I have more than 10,000 fighting beasts. Aren't you underestimating my Shishan mountain range? Fong Lanbai rubbed his head and smiled helplessly. Dali thought that the 10,000 Beasts Mountain only had 10,000 mutated beasts. Of course not. Humans named it 10,000 beasts just to indicate that there are more than 10,000 mutated beasts in that mountain range, Fong Lanbai patiently explained to Dali. Dali then realized that Dali's thinking was indeed rather simple, but he was also very intelligent. Fong Lanbai had not yet seen a second talking mutated beast, which also explained a lot. At this moment, Yi Qingyao walked over from the side. She had just come out of the water, and her white clothes, which were soaked through, clung tightly to her body, outlining a figure that would make anyone's nose bleed. There were still some water droplets on her beautiful face, which had a fatal attraction for Fong Lanbai. Every time Fong Lanbai saw Yi Qingyao's appearance, it stirred up a different kind of waves in her heart, and it was a kind of spiritual enjoyment. Yao Yao, you are a queen today. Fong Lanbai moved closer to Yi Qingyao, buried her face in the crook of Yi Qingyao's neck, and took a deep breath, revealing a satisfied expression. You're such a smooth talker. Yi Qingyao's face flushed slightly as she lightly slapped Fong Lanbai's full chest muscles. This incident made Fong Lanbai even more inclined to punish Yi Qingyao on the spot, but Fong Lanbai obviously wouldn't do that. Yao Yao, I'm planning to have Dolly take some of the mutated beasts from Shishan to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. What do you think? Fong Lanbai asked Yi Qingyao for her opinion. Mount 10,000 beasts. Yi Qingyao pondered for a moment, then continued. It has its merits, but with such a large mutated beast horde as Mount Shi, any changes would likely only alert the surrounding settlements. Even if Dolly wasn't targeting any settlement, other settlements would definitely intervene. Chapter 196 Lin Jingshua's Helplessness. Yi Qingyao paused for a moment, then continued. Moreover, since the blood domain zombies don't attack the invading mutated beasts, other settlements will only associate them with the overlord of this area, Broken Boundary City. Yi Qingyao's analysis made Fong Lanbai think. Indeed, on the surface, Shishan and Blood Domain are independent and are regarded by many settlements as two major barriers to the expansion of Breaking Boundary City. If this is done, it will obviously only expose the control of Breaking Boundary City over these two races. Big sister, I'll handle this. I'll lead a group of men to pretend to fight that dear king, while I, defeated and retreating, hide in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range under the obstruction of the Corpse King. Dolly was happy with her idea and jumped around, causing ripples in the surrounding pool. The deer in the pool was hit by the sudden wave and choked on several mouthfuls of water. Dolly is really smart. It seems that calling you Dolly is really an understatement. From now on, let's call you Daji. Fong Lanbai said jokingly. That's simple. The purpose of keeping the twin Corpse Kings alive until now is to make them effective. Fong Lanbai blew a loud whistle, calling out to Fong Dai Dai. Soon, a black dot in the distance grew larger and larger, and a demonic dragon with golden dragon scales descended quickly. A furious dragon roar came from Fong Dai Dai's mouth, showing that Fong Dai Dai was having a lot of fun. Previously, Fong Lanbai had not allowed Fong Dai Dai to come to Shishan to play because she did not want to be exposed. Only in the last 2 days did she allow Fong Dai Dai to have a good time in Shishan. With Yi Qingyao on her back, Ruashi Water Lotus easily washed away all the water from Yi Qingyao's body, leaving her skin with a faint glow. Dolly, we'll be leaving now. Breaking Boundary City still needs us. Wait for our news. Fong Lanbai said goodbye to Dolly. Breaking Boundary City was bustling with activity at the moment. All right, brother, see you later. He splashed a handful of water into the air, creating a beautiful spray. We've come from the capital, not to cause trouble. I'm sure City Lord Fong has already informed us. We hope Commander Liu will be lenient. Lin Jingshua stepped forward and said that there were 7 other people on his carpet. 3 of the 5 generals, Bei Yin, Jiang Shiyun, and Fu Yuntao, and 5 counselors, Kong Shangyun, Lin Yu, Su Haichuan, and Yu, and Huang Baoyuo. This area is located on the west side of Broken Boundary City. Yao and I was mainly focused on the east side of Broken Boundary City during this period. Otherwise, it would have taken them some effort to get close to the city wall. Lu Jiming, stepping on the rocks on the west side of Broken Boundary City, gradually rose to the same height as the man. He said, no one may enter my Broken Boundary City without the city lord's order. Lu Jiming's words left no room for compromise. Even though the other party represented almost the strongest force in the capital, Lu Jiming did not back down. Lin Jingshua frowned. He had thought Fong Lanbai would give them a hard time, but he didn't expect that they couldn't even get through the city gate. Looking at the people behind him, he found that none of them dared to step forward and speak. Lin Jingshua was speechless. Even Fu Yuntao, the apparent leader, didn't intend to step forward. Did all these people in Beijing intend to stand here and wait for Fong Lanbai to arrive? It's hard to imagine what kind of shadow Fong Lanbai's actions in Beijing had cast on them. Commander Liu, does Broken Boundary City really intend to embarrass us? If Commander Liu insists on doing so, we'll have no choice but to find a way in ourselves. Lin Jingshua lowered his voice slightly. There was no other way. If other forces found out that they couldn't even get through the gates of Broken Boundary City, the capital would become a laughing stock. Lin Jingshua had no choice but to start this. I need to find a way. I want to see what that way is. A spatial rift appeared, and Wu Feng stepped out from it, firmly standing on the void, his aura pressing down without restraint. Carpet beneath the feet of these 8 people to rise and fall uncontrollably. Bei Yan, who was controlling the strange carpet, tried his best to control it, but he could not stop the strange carpet from floating and could only keep it in the air. Wu Feng finished speaking. Members of the Thousand Tribulations squad quickly appeared around them. Each of them possessed a powerful aura, at least at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. There were 3 of them at the peak of the 3rd rank, and the man holding the gray-green pagoda made them feel even more pressured. Wait, how could I miss such a lively scene? A golden greatsword descended from the sky, crashing heavily in front of everyone. Golden Knight armor flew in from afar, followed by 3 other armors with equally powerful auras. Breaking Boundaries Knights. These were the thoughts of several people. News of the Breaking Boundary Knights had been circulating in the capital for some time, but because the Knights had always been in Breaking Boundary City and rarely appeared in public, the outside world's perception of the Knights was not as high as that of the 4 renowned legions. It wasn't until the Sun and Moon ranking was announced that the Knights commander Fan Wenbin was revealed to be one of the 12 stars, the Light Armor Rift Star, that everyone began to take the Breaking Boundary Knights commander seriously again. Breaking Boundary City present were already putting pressure on these counselors. Kong Xiangyun still remembered the sudden attack from Wu Feng at the Huaxia conference, which had left Lin Yu with injuries that hadn't fully healed yet. If a conflict were to break out, it would be difficult to resolve, especially since this was in Breaking Boundary City, where none of the 4 major legions had appeared, and Feng Lanbai hadn't shown up either. If the battle were to begin like this, Feng Lanbai might arrive and give him an excuse to attack. But right now, Poji City is putting them in a very difficult position. Whether they make a move or not, Poji City holds an absolute advantage. This is the confidence that strength can bring. Who was it that said they wanted to find a way in? I'm standing right here. Who wants to try first? Fan Wenbin stood at the city gate, his white gold knight armor dazzling in the sunlight. Although his face was not visible, his words alone conveyed his arrogance. Commander Fan, we're just here for friendly exchanges and don't want any conflict with Broken Boundary City, Lin Jingshua said helplessly, his tone still neither humble nor arrogant. We know that, but this is Lord Feng's order. Without his order, who would dare to let you in? Besides, with so many powerful people like you coming to our Broken Boundary City, wouldn't that be like inviting wolves into the house? Fan Wenbin remained uncompromising, leaving everything to Feng Lanbai, since he would be the one to handle it anyway. Just when Lin Jingshua was feeling helpless, he was about to take a tougher approach, at least to let them know that the capital was not so easily provoked. Everyone's gaze turned to the north. The distant demonic dragon grew larger and larger, and its violent pressure materialized, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Under the blazing sun, the demonic dragon seemed to be a second sun, making everyone afraid to look directly at it. The strange carpet slowly descended, but no one paid it any attention. They simply watched as the distant demonic dragon flew closer little by little. It's so lively. Chapter 197 Commander. Feng Lanbai's voice came from the back of the demonic dragon, and her flawless face reappeared in everyone's sight. To the crowd, her faint smile was a harbinger of danger. Oh my, you're all big shots, standing in front of my Broken Boundary City. Are you planning to disregard the alliance with China and declare war on my Broken Boundary City? Feng Lanbai's voice was unquestionable, and his powerful aura descended directly upon everyone. This aura was even stronger than when they were in the capital. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little alarmed. If this continued, by the time Feng Lanbai broke through to the 5th rank, they might not even be able to break through to the 4th rank. At that time, they would still be suppressed by the domineering style of this Broken Realm City. Carpet that had already landed, each with their own thoughts. Feng Lanbai's words were nothing more than a sarcastic remark about their formation, with more than a dozen roaring crystal core helicopters behind them and hundreds of 3rd-tier awakened beings among them. Lord Feng, we are awakeners who have come to participate in the Awakening Project. In front of you, how dare we call ourselves important figures? We are only here to learn from you. Bei Yin stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. At this moment, he dared not be arrogant anymore. In front of them was Mo Ling Zhuolong Ri, one of the 3 strongest people in China. Bei Yin only dared to call himself an awakener in front of him. Bei Yin's words gave Feng Lanbai plenty of face, and he even used a respectful title, just in case Feng Lanbai embarrassed them again. Since you are awakeners who have come to participate in the Awakening Project, then tell me, who am I? With the help of the dragon's might, Feng Lanbai's voice carried far. The 8 people looked at each other, and even the awakened ones sitting in the crystal core helicopter behind them were stunned. The prolonged silence created an awkward atmosphere. Feng Lanbai smiled and said, very well, it seems the leader didn't tell you. No problem, I'll tell you. I am your superior, and for the foreseeable future, you will be my subordinates. Do you understand? Originally, Feng Lanbai was the absolute leader of this awakening project, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a superior. However, the 8 people in front of him were all leaders in the capital, and one of them was even the sole heir of one of the 3 major families. Now, they were still a little embarrassed to call the man in front of them their superior, especially with 300 awakened ones behind them. Tell me again, who am I to you? Feng Lanbai's voice crushed the crowd, and Fang's dorky dragon roar even made the crystal core helicopter in the sky lose its balance. Lin Jingxua looked at the group of people and saw the helplessness in their eyes. He hadn't expected that even entering the broken boundary city would be so difficult today. Fu Yuntao stepped forward and bowed slightly, saying, "Greetings, sir." Fang Lanbai didn't expect Fu Yuntao to be the first to step forward. It was as if Fu Yuntao had offered his warm face to Fang Lanbai, only to be slapped, and then offered it back. Fang Lanbai couldn't help but think more highly of Fu Yuntao. He even secretly considered eliminating him sooner rather than later. He wasn't concerned about powerful enemies. What bothered him was people like Fu Yuntao, who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and who never showed his emotions. Even Fang Lanbai couldn't discern Fu Yuntao's true intentions. But for now, they had no choice but to accept it. Seeing that Fu Yuntao had set a precedent, the rest of them also stepped forward and bowed to Fang Lanbai. However, they all seemed somewhat unwilling. Fang Lanbai saw this, and her eyes narrowed slightly. "Very good. From now on, when you see me, don't call me City Lord, call me Commander. This is the most important point." Fang Lanbai paused. "Want to enter Breaking Boundary City? Fine, but I'll see if you're qualified to come in and be instructed by me." Fang Lanbai stood alone in front of them, his imposing aura firmly suppressing them. "Before you stand the awakened ones of Breaking Boundary City, Wu Feng, Lu Jiming, Fan Wenbin, Ouyang Yunma, and myself. Anyone who can defeat any one of them will gain the qualification to enter Breaking Boundary City." Fang Lanbai's words caused everyone to look at the group behind him. Ouyang Yunma appeared on the city wall, her presence unnoticed by anyone before. Now, Fang Lanbai wants them to defeat any one of these people. Fang Lanbai himself is no match for them. He could easily take on all of them by himself. Only someone with a screw loose would go looking for him to fight. As for Wu Feng, as one of the first to reach the 4th tier, his strength is beyond question. That leaves only Fan Wenbin, Lu Jiming, and Ouyang Yunma. As 3-star experts in Broken Boundary City, they are all among the strongest. Among them, only Fu Yuntao is one of the 12 stars. There is no chance of winning the fight. Before they could think further, Fang Lanbai's voice continued, "And those awakened ones behind them, as long as they can choose any member of the 1,000 Tribulations squad to win, they can enter the Breaking Boundary City, or these 3 knights will also work." Fang Lanbai added. Fang Lanbai's voice was loud enough for the awakened ones behind him to hear. Many of them felt very aggrieved. They were all top-tier experts in the capital, but they never expected to be so humiliated in Breaking Boundary City. Some people had already started complaining quietly, and these quiet complaints quickly sparked a reaction, with more and more people beginning to murmur among themselves. Fu Yuntao had already heard it. He turned his head and scanned the area with a dangerous look. The sound had become much quieter, but it was still there. Fu Yuntao already felt uneasy. Looking up, Fang Lanbai had already made eye contact with Wu Feng, and the next moment, Wu Feng disappeared from the spot. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared inside the crystal core helicopter, and Wu Feng stepped out. As soon as he entered, the awakened ones in the helicopter were stunned. Before they could react, Wu Feng had already stepped forward, grabbed one of them by the neck, and slammed him hard into the cabin. This scene horrified everyone who saw it. Boom, boom. Wu Feng's hands was like a little chick. When he was smashed into the cabin for the second time, a large hole shaped like a human was smashed in the cabin, and Wu Feng casually threw him out. Several awakened ones couldn't stand it and wanted to take action, but when they looked into Wu Feng's sharp silver eyes, they were frozen in place, watching helplessly as Wu Feng walked towards them, and then became the next awakened ones to be thrown off the plane. All eyes were on the crystal core aircraft. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, the awakened ones, unable to move, fell to the ground one by one. Fang flew over and landed among them. Golden electricity spread under his feet, and the awakened ones on the ground howled in pain, forced to endure this violent electric therapy. Lin Jingxua wanted to step forward and say something, but when he saw Fang Lanbai's heterochromatic eyes, which seemed to be about to attack him, he had no choice but to give up. Soon, dozens of awakened ones were lying sprawled on the ground, and Wu Feng returned to Fang Lanbai's side. "If I find anyone whispering behind my back again, I'll make them suffer the pain of being burned alive by demonic flames." His indifferent red and blue heterochromatic eyes swept over everyone around him, showing no intention of holding back. At this moment, the crystal core helicopter was completely silent. No one dared to make a sound, because those who had expressed their dissatisfaction earlier were still wailing on the ground. If there are no objections, we can begin now. Chapter 198 Conditions for Entering the City. This was Fang Lanbai's first lesson for them, and also a way to teach them some skills. Otherwise, they would really think they were big shots in Broken Boundary City. Fan Wenbin, Lu Jiming, and Ouyang Yunma were already standing opposite these people. Ouyang Yunma stood in the very center, the blood scythe behind him slowly rotating, and Ouyang Yunma's aura gradually rising. Who wants to go first? The group discussed in hushed tones. Fong Lanbai was probably trying to test their strength. These people wouldn't be able to beat them if they didn't have some ability. After much deliberation, the 8 of them decided to eliminate Wu Feng and Fong Lanbai. Fan Wenbin and the other 2 were all at the peak of the 3rd rank, the same level as them, so they still had the same chance of winning. They could win every time they fought in a tag team battle. It seemed like they were being deliberately made difficult for them, but in reality, Fong Lanbai was giving them a way out. Soon, Fu Yuntao was chosen to challenge Fan Wenbin first. This was the result of their consideration. Fu Yuntao had a variety of tricks up his sleeve and was more flexible than Fan Wenbin. They might be able to defeat him in one go. In that case, they could just focus on Fan Wenbin. Given Fan Wenbin's sustained fighting ability, he simply cannot recover. Commander Fan, please enlighten me. Fu Yuntao stepped forward, placing one hand in front of him. He sounded quite composed, but in Fan Wenbin's opinion, they only chose to challenge him because they thought he was the weakest of the 3. Load the goods, let's make a move. I want to see how much value this illusionary godstar has. Fan Wenbin rolled his eyes, picked up the knight's holy sword, and pointed the tip at Fu Yuntao's forehead. Fu Yuntao didn't say anything more. Above his head, a scroll was unfurled, and several ink brushes were rapidly painting. Fan Wenbin had no intention of giving Fu Yuntao time. He just wanted to beat him up as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, Fan Wenbin was already in front of Fu Yuntao, and his holy sword, taller than a person, slashed down. Fu Yuntao had no choice but to change his strategy. A fierce stream of water surged from the scroll, causing Fan Wenbin's knightly holy sword to deviate from its course. Fu Yuntao dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. He then stepped into the air using the water flow. The mountains in the painting became real, appearing on either side of Fan Wenbin. With a few strokes of ink, a sense of weight and grandeur came over him. Faced with these 2 mountains, and seeing that he was about to be sandwiched between them, Fan Wenbin brandished his holy sword, and the cross-shaped light blade cleaved towards one of the mountains. The holy sword then struck the other mountain peak, and the 2 mountains, each over 10 meters high, were split in 2. The people in the capital were still trying to observe Fan Wenbin's fighting style, thinking they could take advantage of the information gap later, when they heard Fong Lanbai's words from the side. Would you like me to bring you some chairs? No need. Huang Baoyuo was engrossed in watching, and without turning his head, he said, give me a stick. No sooner had she finished speaking than she received a slap on the head. Just as she was about to turn around and slap back, she saw Lin Jingshua's take care look in his eyes. The group quickly waved their hands, saying no, when they heard Fong Lanbai angrily shout, go up. Everyone go fight. Lin Yu, fight Lu Jiming. Lin Jingshua, fight Ouyang Yunma. And you fight Wu Feng. If you can last 3 minutes, you pass. That bald guy, come fight me. Huang Baoyuo was strong and muscular, roughly over 1.9 meters tall, with muscles that looked even bigger than Fong Lanbai's. Fong Lanbai decided to personally train him. Fong Lanbai directly assigned them to the combatants, completely disrupting their plans and leaving them with no choice but to fight. The remaining few people stayed where they were, thankful that they hadn't been chosen. You 3, go and beat Fong Dai Dai until you win. Looking at the direction Fong Lanbai was pointing, the 3 looked at each other, wondering if Fong Dai Dai was that dragon. Kong Shangyun looked at the dragon, and no matter how he looked at it, the dragon seemed to be smiling. Before they could even identify their opponent, they saw Fong Lanbai unfurl her fiery wings and fly to the side, carrying Huang Baoyuo by the scruff of her neck. Compared to Huang Baoyuo, these people were truly unaware of their good fortune, which brought them some comfort. Huang Baoyuo, no, not at all. Lin Jingshua had already walked towards Ouyang Yunma. Before he could speak, Ouyang Yunma launched an attack. The bloodthirsty scythe was slowly enlarging in his eyes, and he could only hurriedly block it. The snowflakes seemed to freeze around Lin Jingshua before suddenly being sucked towards Ouyang Yunma. A huge explosion was heard, and Ouyang Yunma was blasted aside by the attack, but he was not seriously injured. Instantaneous explosion, Ouyang Yunma murmured. As the only woman among the 8, and Yu is not tall, probably only about 1.5 meters, but she has a mature and sophisticated look with upturned eyes, as if she doesn't care about anything. As one of the top 10 counselors, her strength was naturally extraordinary, but when she faced Wu Feng, she was like a small fry compared to a big fish. She jumped into the air and transformed into a bright green bird. She was not very big, only half the height of a person, but there was obviously a reason for her size. You could only see a flash of light and shadow, and then she disappeared. Wu Feng raised his hand, and the silver broadsword on his back blocked the back of his head with a clanging sound. Unexpectedly, and Yu went straight for the back of Wu Feng's head, which was truly a ruthless tactic. And Yu's attack failed, so he quickly distanced himself from Wu Feng. His mission was to hold out for 3 minutes without being defeated, as he had no chance of winning if he fought Wu Feng head-on. A minute and a half later, Wu Feng emerged from the spatial rift, the back of his blade striking in Yu's back. The immense force sent Yu crashing to the ground. Her powers were deactivated, and Yu's internal organs were injured, causing blood to flow uncontrollably from the corners of her mouth. You've lost. Adjust your stance and try again. Wu Feng showed no mercy. Although it was the back of his blade, the force was undiminished, showing no tenderness whatsoever. And Yu wasn't discouraged. Since she couldn't get in anyway, she might as well use this battle to improve her combat experience. Besides, she wasn't without a chance to hold out for those 3 minutes. So Yu simply sat cross-legged on the ground, poured a small green bottle into her mouth, and let it dissolve directly in her mouth. This little green bottle is the latest product of Kunpeng Group. These are specially supplied to Beijing by Xiongpan. Xiongpan paid for them out of his own pocket. The outer bottle is made of specially made mutated plant powder, which is edible. Lin Yu and Lu Jiming also started fighting. The two were still quite polite to each other, and after exchanging fists, Lin Yu attacked first. His words were almost magical, and one after another, his words as cold as ice came to Lu Jiming. Lin Yu did not lose his momentum for a while. As for Huang Baoyuo's condition, there's no need to look. His incessant wails already prove everything. However, Huang Baoyuo was special in some ways. Fang Lanbai threw a series of punches, and although he didn't use the sharpness of the prism, there were no visible injuries on Huang Baoyuo's body. Huang Baoyuo tried all sorts of punches and was able to stand up. Fang Lanbai nodded. None of the 10 counselors were easy to deal with. If he broke through to the 4th level, there were really few people whose attacks would frighten him with his body density. Chapter 199 Little Fatty unleashes his power. Seeing Huang Baoyuo stand up again, Fang Lanbai said, I originally planned to knock you out, but you didn't give me the chance, so I can only bleed you out. As he spoke, Fang Lanbai had already attached a prism to his hand. Huang Baoyuo, who had just managed to stand up, was still not clear-headed and could only vaguely see the prisms around Fang Lanbai slowly flying on a Fang Lanbai's arm. When he blinked again, he felt a tremendous force coming from his chin and was in midair, trying to block the next attack from the blue-white figure. Unexpectedly, a cool sensation appeared in his chest. Immediately afterwards, a lot of blood flowed from his chest, but soon, Huang Baoyuo's flesh and blood healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if he had never been injured. Fang Lanbai saw this scene and stopped what she was doing, looking at Huang Baoyuo's body with great interest. It seemed that Huang Baoyuo's ability was definitely extraordinary. Regenerating flesh and blood was something that only giant mutated zombies could regenerate flesh and blood so quickly. Moreover, Huang Baoyuo's ability was not limited to this. Huang Baoyuo's strength lies in the fact that his superpower is equivalent to himself, allowing him to control any part of his body at will and enhance it to the desired extent. This is different from ordinary awakened individuals. Ordinary awakened individuals can at most strengthen their own bodies, but Huang Baoyuo can directly control his own body, and the level should be able to reach the cellular level. His cell regeneration speed is at least tens of thousands of times that of ordinary people. What an interesting superpower. Huang Baoyuo doesn't need to carry medical supplies when he goes out. If he gets injured, he just needs to find a place to sleep and he'll be fine. It's extremely practical. Huang Baoyuo had been beaten so badly by Fang Lanbai that he was completely out of his mind. Although Fang Lanbai hadn't killed him, the pain was still real. The 300 awakened individuals had already launched an attack on the 1,000 Tribulation Squad. Fang Lanbai had thought that no awakened individuals would challenge the 3 knights, but unexpectedly, there were. Although they did not win, they were not far off. You should know that Wei Feng, whom he challenged, was almost at the level of a counselor. It can be seen that these 300 awakened individuals are still quite formidable. Fang Lanbai memorized the person's appearance. He was a promising talent. Although the chances were slim, if Fang Lanbai managed to recruit him, the leader would probably feel bad. Fan Wenbin and Fu Yuntao was also nearing its end. Fu Yuntao used the Shuahuan mirror to create an opening for Fan Wenbin. Although he was pierced, he walked out of the Shuahuan mirror unharmed. Fan Wenbin, however, was entangled by a giant python. The mountain fell down, and Fan Wenbin could not dodge in time. His knight's armor cracked, and he was at a disadvantage. If Fu Yuntao hadn't possessed the Shuahuan mirror, Fan Wenbin wouldn't have lost to him. But clearly, a loss is a loss. Fan Wenbin wasn't a sore loser. He just kept saying, "Come in," my paronychia flared up this time, so I didn't perform well. Fu Yuntao naturally walked over and admitted that he still didn't care about what Fan Wenbin said. He strode up behind Fan Wenbin and looked at the battlefield. There are no shortcuts for others. They can only gain entry by defeating their opponents. Fu Yuntao can only wait as well. Soon, Fong Lanbai flew over, threw Huang Baoyuo to the ground, glanced at Fu Yuntao, and then flew away. Fu Yuntao was quite capable and had extensive combat experience. He also knew how to use his abilities at the most opportune time, which allowed Fan Wenbin to be led around throughout the entire fight. Fu Yuntao eventually won the battle with only minor injuries. The Thousand Tribulation Squad are at least mid-stage tier 3, and they are all among the best. After one round of battles, out of the 30 members of the Thousand Tribulation Squad, only 6 awakened members were allowed in. It is clear that these 6 people are quite capable. However, strength alone is not enough. One must also have judgment. Lu Ziyuan, the vice-captain of the Thousand Tribulation Squad, is so formidable that even if these counselors were to fight him, only a small number of them could defeat him, let alone these third-tier awakened individuals. The battle between Lu Zhiming and Lin Yu was nearing its end. There was no other way. Lu Zhiming was good at both offense and defense, and the rocks he controlled were extremely powerful, with bursts of speed and endurance that were beyond ordinary levels. Lin Yu had no way to break through. His superpower was already somewhat disadvantageous against Lu Zhiming, not to mention that Lu Zhiming's combat awareness was also extraordinary. With no other option, Lin Yu gave up the fight when his powers were about to run out and quickly sat down on the ground to recover. Lu Zhiming, on the other hand, was completely unharmed and even went up to Fu Yuntao to start a conversation, seemingly talking about something. But without a doubt, judging from Lu Zhiming's intentions, he probably wants to fight Fu Yuntao. You know, in Broken Boundary City, Lu Zhiming is the most obsessed with fighting. Moreover, if he can defeat Fu Yuntao, Fan Wenbin will never be able to hold his head up in front of him again. Just thinking about it makes Lu Zhiming's lips curl up. The battle over there was still raging. And Yu, relying on her extremely fast speed, finally managed to last for 3 minutes on her third challenge, becoming the third of the 8 people to pass the second phase of the awakening plan. The sun still shone brightly in the apocalypse, and the commotion here had attracted many survivors from Broken Boundary City to come and see. However, due to Fong Lanbai's orders, they could only watch from a distance. As for whether spies from other settlements had seen this scene, it was highly likely. However, these awakened individuals in the capital city don't care about any of that right now. They are simply looking for an opportunity to enter the Breaking Boundary City. The awakening plan was not carried out in secret. Neither the leader nor the Breaking Boundary City intended to hide it. The purpose was to let China know the determination of the capital. The leader dared to entrust so many awakened ones to the Breaking Boundary City. This showed the leader's courage, or rather, the leader had more tricks up his sleeve. These 8 second-stage powerhouses were all handpicked by the leader. 5 of the 10 counselors came, while the others were either on missions or guarding the capital. Only Kong Yantian was different. During the Huaxia conference, Fong Lanbai sensed that Kong Yantian was definitely not far from the 4th rank. Not long after the Huaxia conference ended, news quickly spread that the chief counselor of the capital had broken through to the 4th rank, causing an uproar. After all, it was the capital, which, apart from the behemoth that was Breaking Boundary City, was also the leader of the entire Huaxia. Fong Lanbai flew in the air, looking at the entire battlefield. After being intimidated by Fong Lanbai, all the third-tier awakened individuals were obediently challenging the enemy. Some of them were injured, but Fong Lanbai had obviously taken this into consideration. A chubby figure appeared on the city wall. It was Wang Xiaobang, the head of the healing department of Broken Boundary City. Under the control of his superpower, an irregular small pool of water appeared on one side of the battlefield, with an extremely strong life force. At first, these awakened individuals dared not approach, until they discovered that Fong Lanbai had thrown a seriously injured teammate directly into the pool. They then realized that Fong Lanbai was using the pool to heal them. After that, whenever they were injured, they would consciously enter the small pool to heal and speed up their next challenge. As everyone looked at the figure with fiery wings in the sky, they realized that the awakening plan had begun. Chapter 200 passed. It seems that Fong Lanbai was not deliberately making things difficult for them. Their individual combat strength will never be inferior, but obviously their opponents are basically all of higher realm or stronger than themselves. It is in such battles that the potential of an awakened person can be best demonstrated. Time passed slowly, and the battle between Lin Jingxua, and Ouyang Yunma lasted a long time. Ouyang Yunma had not been able to activate the Blood Scythe's special properties, which caused Lin Jingshua's injuries to become more and more serious. He was almost covered in blood, and finally, due to excessive blood loss, he fainted. However, Fong Lanbai did not intend to save him. Given his physical condition as a third-level ability user, he would not suffer from excessive blood loss. Since he had not passed the opponent arranged by Fong Lanbai, he would naturally have to endure some pain. Huang Baoyuo, who had been knocked unconscious by Fong Lanbai, had woken up thanks to the unique nature of his superpower. He learned from Fu Yuntao that this place was where the Awakened Ones were located, and he was inexplicably happy. He had only been beaten up, and yet he had gotten in, which was much better than what they had done. Kong Shangyun, Bai Yin, and Su Haichuan were completely powerless against Fong Daidai. The difference in their cultivation levels was immense, and Fong Daidai was already at the mid-stage of the 4th rank, so defeating the three of them was effortless for her. If they hadn't held back their attacks, these three would have been charred into pieces by the dazed and arrogant Jin Lei. The three of them were already feeling helpless. Kong Shangyun, who had the highest attack power, couldn't even leave a mark on Fong Daidai's dragon scales with his beast claws. Although Bai Yin was more agile thanks to the strange carpet, he could only tickle Fong Daidai. Although Bai Yan's throwing darts were very accurate and specifically targeted the areas between Fong Daidai's dragon scales, they were still firmly caught and couldn't break through the defense at all. Lightning bolts fell from the sky, but Fong Daidai remained on the ground, abandoning the advantage of aerial combat. The ground was covered with dragon marks laid out by dark energy, and the three of them dared not land. The corrosive dark energy could easily stick to them and devour them. Fong Daidai's refusal to launch an attack has allowed them to drag things out until now, but the three of them are almost out of power. Time passed slowly, and only 76 of the 300 Awakened Ones finally passed. However, the pace was accelerating. After all, the members of the 1000 Tribulation Squad were not robots and had fought several battles in a row, which made these Awakened Ones feel that their opportunity had arrived. However, Fong Lanbai clearly adhered to the principle of fixing bugs immediately and promptly stopped the qualifying match for entering the Breaking Boundary City. In the final second stage, only 3 people passed the trial: Fu Yuntao, and Yu, and Huang Baoyuo, who was laughing on the side. The final number of people who passed the first stage was locked at 81, less than a 1/3 probability. The two groups were separated, and Fong Lanbai led these people into the Broken Boundary City without looking back, leaving the rest of them outside the city to stare blankly. Su Haichuan, supporting Lin Jingshua, watched this scene with some helplessness, only able to say that the conditions for entry were too difficult. Those who had successfully awakened looked at Fong Lanbai ahead and could only follow him. Some of the awakened ones were slow to walk and were scolded by Fong Lanbai. If you want to go with them, then go ahead. With no other option, seeing Fu Yuntao leading the way, they could only follow. They didn't know what Fong Lanbai meant, yet she actually led those who had passed through inside. What about them? Should they return to the capital or wait outside? This group of pillars of the capital were now like stray dogs, with nowhere to go. They were caught in a dilemma, whether to leave or stay. Many regretted coming to Breaking Boundary City. Many of them had taken up one of the few spots allocated by the 3 major families, and it would be a real shame to leave like this. Even if they went back, how would they explain to their family heads that the threshold of Breaking Boundary City was too high to cross? They would just have to wait for their family heads' subsequent punishment. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Outside the city gate at night, it was cool enough. Kong Shangyun called everyone to gather together and wait. He had a premonition that this awakening plan was definitely not over yet. More than 200 awakened individuals waited quietly at the gate of Broken Boundary City. The city defense troops stationed on the city wall came down to patrol from time to time. These awakened individuals from the capital felt ashamed. They never expected that they could only sit at the gate of someone else's city and be watched like monkeys, without being able to do anything about it. Most importantly, there's no idea when they'll be able to enter the boundary-breaking city. Perhaps it will be after the awakened ones who successfully enter the city complete their awakening plan, or perhaps Fong Lanbai will take pity on them and bring them into the city. However, this hope is as slim as winning a one-on-one fight against Fong Lanbai. The awakened ones who have entered the city have now been led by Fong Lanbai to a field, which is an open space in the Broken Boundary City. This place was specially planned by Yi Qiu, and the simple little building next to it is where they live. Fong Lanbai didn't say a word the whole way, and no one in the group dared to whisper. They all followed silently behind Fong Lanbai. The residents of Broken Boundary City watched this group of people. Some of the more perceptive people recognized that these were awakened individuals from the capital city. Among them, The awakened individuals from the three major families were all famous powerhouses. Some awakened individuals who wanted to join the fun hung not far away, but they were stopped by the city defense forces before they could even get into the area. Although these people weren't standing in perfect order, they were still standing upright. They were secretly pleased to know they had passed, but judging from Fong Lanbai's expression, they didn't seem to intend to praise them. Standing in this battle arena, although the small building next to it looks dilapidated, this place is at least the size of several football fields, which is quite extraordinary. Although the surrounding area is open, it is not easy to find such a large place in Broken Boundary City. Fong Lanbai turned her head and quietly looked at these people. Soon, a crystal core helicopter carried a huge barrel into the area. While it was in the air, these people could already smell the fragrance inside. This must be their food. It smells delicious. Even though these people have eaten all kinds of food in the capital, they couldn't help but swallow when they smelled this aroma. They hadn't eaten anything since daytime and were very hungry. But soon, Fong Lanbai's words chilled them to the bone. You've qualified to enter the Broken Boundary City, which is quite good. You're at least better than those outside. But let me make it clear to you, whether you have the right to eat depends on your own fate. As she spoke, Fong Lanbai lifted the lid of the bucket, and the aroma inside instantly wafted out, filling the entire area. She then took a small bucket from the side and, under Prism's control, filled the knee-high bucket. Those awakened individuals who were nearby could see the bright red meat in the bucket, and their eyes immediately became fixed on the food. For some reason, even though they hadn't eaten for a long time, they felt an extreme attraction to this food.